Chapter 1. Beneath the veil of night under the cloak of night, a youth with flowing black hair, the tips tinged with crimson and adorned with a fiery red pattern extending from his forehead to beneath his right eye, hurried towards the village ahead, carrying a bag of herbs. The boy's name was Chiba Yang. Due to the peculiar mark on his forehead, was despised by his father during his childhood and ultimately abandoned alongside his mother. His mother raised him alone, but succumbed to a debilitating illness a year prior, leaving the 14-year-old Chiba Yang to fend for both himself and her by foraging for herbs and gathering firewood as he stepped into the familiar village. The sight before him rendered Chiba Yang speechless. The landscape was drenched in blood and scattered limbs. The once familiar villagers were reduced to dismembered bodies, their eyes wide with terror, gazing vacantly at the sky. The village, cloaked in night, remained eerily silent as, ever with a thud, the bag of herbs slipped from Chiba Yang's grasp, the horrifying scene before him sending his mind into a void. "Mother, mother," he murmured, a wave of worry and fear engulfing him as he sprinted towards home. The gruesome sights along the way weighed heavily on his heart, each step sinking him deeper into dread. What had transpired here? Tears streamed down his cheeks as confusion enveloped him at that moment. A shadow emerged from a nearby dwelling. Another human has arrived, and a child at that. What splendid fortune. Child's flesh is ever so delectable. It cackled by the light of the moon. Chiba Yang discerned the creature before him. Its skin was a ghastly green, its visage grotesque, with blood smeared around its mouth and a severed arm clutched in its hand. This being was no longer human. It was a monstrous aberration. The creature licked the blood from its lips, eyeing Chiba Yang with predatory interest, before taking a bite from the dismembered arm it held. The sight of this horror deepened Chiba Yang's concern for his mother. What manner of beast was this? Had it wrought the havoc upon the village? Surely, his mother could not be. With his heart racing, he pressed onward, the urgency of his thoughts intensifying. The creature's gaze lingered on Chiba Yang with intrigue, but it made no move to impede him, even stepping aside to allow him passage, having satiated its appetite. After running a short distance, Chiba Yang paused. He was on the cusp of home, yet it now seemed pointless to return. His mind went blank upon witnessing the scene before him, his eyes wide and bloodshot, trembling with a mix of rage and sorrow. Two trails of blood marked the path ahead, leading to the lifeless body of a woman, her limbs severed and scattered across several meters, her head lying askew upon the ground. Dust-covered, eyes staring blankly into the void. Locking with Chiba Yang's gaze, Chiba Yang stood frozen in disbelief before the scene that unfolded before him. As the creature slowly approached, though the flesh of these old creatures is rather unpalatable, they serve well for amusement, severing their limbs one by one, watching them transition from running to hopping, and ultimately crawling forward until they lie still. Their expressions of terror and absurdity are truly entertaining. The creature with gray-green skin grinned, continuing, "Yet, it is somewhat regrettable that these old beings are both physically and mentally frail. Having broken just 2 legs, they can no longer flee out of mercy. I must consume them to spare them further suffering." As it spoke, the monster spread its hands. Having now reached Chiba Yang's side, it gazed appreciatively at the scattered limbs and remarked, "This human before you is quite different." She persevered until the very last moment. Although her legs are immobile, her will to survive surpasses that of the others. She crawled all this way, and even with her arms broken, managed to escape several meters using only her head and torso, providing me with considerable amusement. And just before her demise, she muttered something about promising little Yang to live well. How utterly delightful. Chiba Yang's heart quivered, and he turned his head stiffly to face the creature, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth clenched tightly, his fury unmistakable. Upon seeing his expression, the creature licked its hand and chuckled lightly, speaking in a mocking tone. "Oh, that expression is quite amusing. Could it be that this human holds some significance to you? Could it be that you are the little Yang she mentioned? And this pile of mangled limbs on the ground is your mother? I want you dead." Tears streamed down his cheeks, and from the intensity of his clenched jaw, a coppery taste filled his mouth. The fiery markings on his right temple seemed to blaze with intensity. After shouting this, Chiba Yang raised his fist and struck fiercely at the creature's face. It appears I've struck a chord." The creature laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed by Chiba Yang's assault, extending its left hand to block the blow. However, in the next moment, Chiba Yang's fist halted midair, and he delivered a powerful kick to the creature's chest. Though only 15 years of age, Chiba Yang's strength far surpassed that of an adult, propelling the creature backward, crashing into a large tree. Impossible. It seems as though this creature anticipated my move. The impact to its chest and back rendered the creature's face a mask of disbelief in an instant. Its smile vanished, replaced by a furious scowl from the humiliation it had just endured. How could a mere human possibly repel me? The creature roared in rage, rising quickly and charging toward Chiba Yang, raising its right hand menacingly in Chiba Yang's gaze. The texture of the monster's muscles, the flow of its blood, and the operation of its organs were all vividly apparent. As if rendered transparent, this information was relaying the creature's impending movements to Chiba Yang. Anger and sorrow infused Chiba Yang with hatred and murderous intent, yet did not cloud his judgment. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the monster's fist as it swung past his face, inflicting no harm. Once again evading the creature's assault, he seized an axe resting upon a nearby wooden post and swung it towards the monster's arm. The monster attempted to evade, but the speed of the axe's descent far surpassed its expectations, resulting in a clean severance of its arm. The monster let out a cry of anguish. Retreating several steps, however, the wound on its shoulder quickly ceased bleeding, and a new arm began to slowly regenerate. Chiba Yang's eyes remained fixed on the creature before him, acutely aware of his rising body temperature and the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat echoing within his chest, pulsating far more rapidly than usual and possible. Humans are merely food for us demons. It is inconceivable that you possess such power. What manner of monster are you? The creature shrieked with a piercing voice, fear beginning to manifest upon its countenance. This was the first occasion since its transformation into a demon that it faced such a situation. Chapter 2. Rengoku Kyojuro. Chiba Yang, evidently, had no intention of responding, charging once more at the monster with his axe in hand as he prepared to swing. The creature's previous composure evaporated, leaving only terror in its wake. With both hands gripping the axe, Chiba Yang brought it down, prompting the monster to hastily attempt to evade the blade. However, its movements had already been anticipated by Chiba Yang, who stepped forward and delivered another strike, severing the creature's remaining arm. Deprived of both limbs, the monster gazed at the peculiar youth with strange markings on his forehead, completely bereft of the will to continue the fight. Seizing the opportunity as Chiba Yang completed his attack, it leapt back and fled towards the forest beyond the village monster. This creature is undoubtedly a monster. The green-skinned demon cried out in a frenzy as it ran. The last time it felt such fear was when it had first transformed into a demon, the sensation imparted by the one who had transformed it mirroring that which it now felt in the presence of this youth. Yet, upon their initial encounter, it felt none of this dread. Before the green-skinned demon could escape far, it felt a tremendous blow to its back as an axe pierced through its body, the immense force sending it crashing to the ground. There's no way I'm letting you escape. Releasing the axe, Chiba Yang retrieved a machete leaning against a nearby house and approached the fallen green-skinned demon step by step. Bathed in the moonlight above, his face appeared somewhat shadowed, yet the crimson flame-like markings upon his forehead remained distinctly visible. Do not come any closer, you monster! Cold sweat trickled down the green-skinned creature's face as it retreated, its arms yet to regenerate, the axe thrown by Chiba Yang still embedded in its body. Buzz! As Chiba Yang advanced step by step, a vivid image suddenly flashed through the green-skinned creature's mind. Bathed in moonlight stood a man, strikingly similar to the youth before it, with a red flame pattern adorning his forehead, wielding a fiery long knife, exuding an aura akin to divinity. In that instant, every cell within its body transmitted waves of terror. Yet this vision was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. What was that? An unprecedented memory. The brief glimpse left it momentarily stunned, but Chiba Yang remained oblivious, brandishing his axe as he closed in on the creature. Swish! Swish! With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Chiba Yang swung twice, severing the creature's legs. At that moment, the green-skinned fiend found itself entirely dismembered, reduced to only its head and torso. Go to hell, came the voice, simmering with rage. As Chiba Yang raised his blade toward the creature's head, he had no desire to prolong this encounter. He merely wished for the beast to perish swiftly. With a swift stroke, the creature's head was sent soaring, crashing to the ground, shortly thereafter abandoning the axe in his hand. Chiba Yang turned and silently retraced his steps down the path he had just traversed. Clop, clop, clop! The echo of his footsteps reverberated through the desolate village as he walked slowly, not due to fatigue, but out of fear of confronting the harrowing scene once more. Memories of the past gradually resurfaced in his mind. Tears blurred his vision, cascading down his cheeks and falling to the ground. It's all right. Even if I'm the only one, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Mother will always be by your side. Cough, cough, mother. You need not trouble yourself to make me new clothes. This garment keeps me warm enough. You should prioritize your own health. Do not worry. This attire has been worn for 2 or 3 years now. It is high time for a change. You should rest. I will finish it shortly. Then I shall fetch you a glass of water. It is all my fault for falling ill. Forcing you to earn a living at such a young age, I have burdened you for so long. Perhaps it would be better if I were gone. Please do not speak that way. Did you not care for me in the same manner in the past? You have always vowed to stay with me, never entertained thoughts of ending your life again. He had only recently persuaded his mother to live on together. Chiba Yang clenched his fists, advancing step by step, oblivious to the pain as his nails dug into his flesh, a continuous ache resonating in his heart. Reaching the spot he had just occupied, Chiba Yang collapsed to his knees with a thud, bowing his head to the ground. I apologize for not returning sooner, had I not been delayed. On my way to procure medicine. Choked with sobs, the words escaped from Chiba Yo's lips as he knelt on the ground, unable to raise his gaze, consumed by his grief. At that moment, the green-skinned demon behind him suddenly stirred, its legs reattached to its body, followed by its head, and its arms began to regenerate as well. However, upon regaining its form, it chose not to seize the opportunity to attack Chiba Yo. Instead, it quietly turned and fled towards the outskirts of the village. Chiba Yo, still engulfed in sorrow, remained oblivious to the demon's actions, unaware of the peculiar nature of such creatures during his first encounter. Ha! Fortunate that this fool does not realize we demons are immortal. Such feeble attempts cannot extinguish my life. The green-skinned demon laughed heartily as it sprinted away, elated by its narrow escape. Once I consume more humans and grow stronger, I shall torment this little wretch to death before savoring him piece by piece. The demon seethed with rage, recalling the humiliation and helplessness it had just endured. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, with flowing yellow hair edged in red, clad in a haori adorned with flame patterns at the hem, and wielding a long sword with a flame-shaped tsuba at its waist. Is this the demon? I hope there have been no casualties. A bright, yet concerned voice resonated upon sighting the demon. Rengoku Kyojuro unsheathed his Nichiren blade. Flame-breathing, first form, unknowing fire. A torrent of flames enveloped the blade, casting a fiery glow across the area in an instant. He closed the distance to the green-skinned demon, executing a horizontal slash that, along with the flames, cleaved through the demon's neck. The green-skinned demon let out a piercing scream before swiftly disintegrating into ashes, vanishing into the ether as he sheathed his sword. Rengoku Kyojuro became aware of the grim scene before him, realizing the demon had not fled far. His heart grew heavy as he rushed towards the village to ascertain whether any survivors remained. Chapter 3. Demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. Is it already too late? Upon entering the village, Rengoku Kyojuro was met with a harrowing sight of blood and severed limbs. Further deepening his sorrow, he beckoned, and a crow that had been circling overhead descended. Summon the Demon Slayer Corps covert operatives, he instructed the crow at his command. The crow cawed twice before soaring off in a particular direction. Once the crow departed, Rengoku Kyojuro began searching the village for any survivors. It was not long before he heard the sound of weeping, leading him to discover Chiba Yo, kneeling and crying before the remains of his mother. I'm so sorry, mother. Suddenly, a hand rested gently on Chiba Yo's shoulder. Young man, let them rest in peace first. With a heavy heart, Kyojuro spoke to Chiba Yo. Kyojuro felt a profound sorrow. His life's principle was to protect the vulnerable, a tenet he had steadfastly upheld throughout his life, especially since becoming a Hashira. The tragic loss of nearly an entire village to demon slaughter was a burden that weighed heavily on his soul. Chiba Yo sensed the presence of others approaching, but remained still, engulfed in a fog of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Kyojuro's words serve as a poignant reminder that the most pressing matter at hand was to ensure his mother received a proper burial. If it is too difficult for you, I can assist you in laying your mother to rest, Kyojuro offered, fully empathizing with the young man's current state of heart. Thank you, no need. Wiping away his tears, Chiba Yang stood up, and upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but redden his eyes again, filled with hatred towards a monster he had just encountered. However, he still endured the pain, hollow-eyed as he pieced together his mother's remains, and then found a hoe to start digging. After seeing Chiba Yang's actions, Rengoku looked at him with admiration, and then began to help bury the dead in the village. The green-skinned demon hadn't eaten many people. Instead, most had been brutally killed, resulting in a significant number of bodies needing burial. After a while, a large number of hidden team members arrived to begin the post-incident processing work. Chiba Yang naturally noticed these people, but he didn't say anything. After burying his mother, Chiba Yang knelt before her grave and knocked his head 3 times. The deceased in the village had also been buried. Akaza walked over to Chiba Yang. Be strong, young man. The dead are gone, and the living must be even stronger. Akaza comforted him. Did you come here because of that monster? Chiba Yang suddenly asked. He wanted to know exactly what that monster was and why it had attacked their village. Akaza was taken aback. He had thought that this young man had survived because he hadn't encountered that demon, but it seemed he had been mistaken. It must be because that demon was already full. He didn't think too much about it. Yes, the monster that attacked your village is a demon, a type of being that must eat humans to survive. Once it comes into being, it will kill humans for food, Akaza replied. And what about you all? Chiba Yang continued to ask. We are members of a spontaneously formed grassroots organization called the Demon Slayer Corps. The goal of the Demon Slayer Corps is to eradicate all demons in this world, to prevent any more tragedies caused by demons. I came here to eliminate the demons here, but unfortunately, I arrived too late. I'm sorry. This information is not something that cannot be shared. And when Chiba Yang asked about Kyojuro, I told him everything. Can I join you? Chiba Yang stood up, turned to Rengoku Kyojuro, and asked, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred for demons. Rengoku was not surprised by Chiba Yang's reaction. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were mostly those who had been harmed by demons and wanted to take revenge by protecting others. Joining them meant facing the constant risk of being killed by demons. These demons could only be killed by decapitation with special material blades, sunlight, or wisteria flowers, and they possessed powerful regenerative abilities and various formidable techniques. Of course, after joining, the Demon Slayer Corps would teach you breathing techniques and corresponding sword skills to enable you to fight against demons. However, even so, battling demons was still an extremely dangerous task. Are you sure you want to join us? Rengoku asked solemnly. In his eyes, Chiba Yang was just an ordinary boy. He had not witnessed Chiba Yang defeating the green-skinned demon earlier and was unaware of how terrifying the boy's talent was. Yes, I want to eradicate all demons in this world. Chiba Yang replied firmly. Great, come be my adopted son. I will train you to become an excellent swordsman. Rengoku understood Chiba Yang's intentions and stopped wasting words, directly inviting him. Yes, master. Chiba Yang immediately changed his address, believing in the person before him. In this transparent world, he saw the righteousness surrounding this person. Moreover, Rengoku had been helping to bury the deceased in the village, which Chiba Yang had noticed. Perhaps it was a coincidence of fate. A century ago, a naturally gifted swordsman with a transparent world and patterns had also been taken into the Demon Slayer Corps by the Flame Hashira of that time. And today, a century later, another naturally gifted genius with a transparent world and patterns was taken into the Demon Slayer Corps by the current Flame Hashira. As the sun rose from the eastern hill, its light dispelled the darkness and illuminated everyone. Chiba Yang turned back to glance at the village before turning to follow Rengoku. Inside the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Rengoku knelt on one knee to report the task's details to Ubiya Shiki Kagaya, also mentioning his wish to adopt Chiba Yang. Is that so? You worked hard, Rengoku. Ubiya Shiki smiled and comforted Rengoku. Don't be too hard on yourself, child. The movements of demons are unpredictable. You have executed several missions in succession. It's understandable that you couldn't catch up. Hearing Ubiya Shiki's words, Rengoku paused. He felt a deep sense of guilt about this incident, but he did not voice it. Ubiya Shiki's words helped him let go of some of that burden. Since you have decided, you can teach that child. However, the final selection will begin in just 7 days. And he might not make it this time. Ubiya Shiki continued. Indeed, however, training a bit longer before the final selection isn't a bad thing. I will teach him well. Rengoku nodded in agreement. I believe in you. Ubiya Shiki smiled at Rengoku. After greeting Ubiya Shiki, Rengoku left the residence. Chiba Yang, who had been waiting outside, approached Rengoku as he came out. Master Rengoku, Chiba Yang respectfully called out. The two had learned each other's names during their journey, and Rengoku had informed him about the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. Chapter 4. Breathing techniques all right, let's start training. Rengoku said cheerfully upon seeing Chiba Yang. Okay, I will do my best. Chiba Yang nodded firmly. Chiba Yang followed the Flame Hashira to the training ground of the Demon Slayer Corps, where 2 girls were already present. One had long black hair with purple tips at the ends of her bangs, wearing a butterfly hairpin, had purple pupils, and was dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform topped with a haori featuring butterfly wing patterns. The other girl also had black hair and purple eyes, wearing a uniform with a knee-length black pleated skirt and white boots, and a white cape tied with a deep pink bow. It seemed the two were practicing sword techniques. And upon seeing Rengoku and Chiba Yang, Koke Shinobu and Kanawa paused momentarily. Mr. Rengoku is back. How did the mission go? Shinobu smiled as she sheathed her blade and approached them. Rengoku did not speak at first, glancing at Chiba Yang behind him. Shinobu seemed to understand Rengoku's silence and dropped her smile. Looking at Chiba Yang with a sympathetic expression, while Kanawa remained her usual self, smiling but somewhat dazed. This is my newly adopted son. His name is Chiba Yang. Rengoku broke the tense atmosphere first, introducing Chiba Yang with a bright voice. He then introduced Chiba Yang to them. Lil Yang, this is our core insect Hashira, a respected warrior who can develop poisons specifically for demons and fights without being affected by physical disadvantages. Hashira-sama. Chiba Yang respectfully greeted Shinobu upon hearing Rengoku's introduction. Rengoku had explained the hierarchy of the Demon Slayer Corps to him, and as Hashira, they were the strongest, so Chiba Yang felt it necessary to show them respect. Mr. Rengoku is overestimating me. You don't need to be so formal. Just call me Sister Shinobu from now on, Shinobu said, a bit shy from the praise. Smiling at Chiba Yang. Yes, Sister Shinobu, Chiba Yang responded respectfully again. Seeing this, Shinobu felt a bit helpless. This is my adopted daughter, Tsuzumi Kanawa. You two should be about the same age, right? How old are you, little Yang? Shinobu introduced Kanawa to Chiba Yang. 15, Chiba Yang answered. You're 1 year younger than Kanawa, Shinobu remarked. Kanawa should be going to participate in the final selection soon, right? Rengoku asked Shinobu. Yes, Shinobu nodded. Do your best. Rengoku shouted encouragingly to Kanawa. Kanawa merely smiled at Rengoku. All right, our training for today is about done. Let's head back, Shinobu said before leading Kanawa away. Master Rengoku, what is this final selection you just mentioned? Chiba Yang asked after they left. The final selection is the last assessment to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, which involves surviving for 7 days on Mount Fujikase, where demons reside. As long as you pass this assessment, you will receive your Nichiren Blade and become a Demon Slayer, Rengoku explained to Chiba Yang. After hearing Rengoku's words, Chiba Yang felt a bit puzzled. He thought this assessment seemed too simple. The previous green-skinned demon had been easy for him to deal with, although he later learned that these demons had to be decapitated by sunlight or a Nichiren Blade to be killed. Chiba Yang still felt it wasn't too difficult. Moreover, this final selection only required surviving for 7 days on that mountain, so even without killing demons, it might still be possible to pass. Perhaps the demons there are extremely powerful, he thought. Chiba Yoko thought. However, the final selection is still too early for you. You need to gain my approval before you can participate in the final selection. So, start training hard. First, do 200 push-ups. Kyojuro Rengoku shouted passionately to Chiba Yoko. Yes, Rengoku-sensei, Chiba Yoko replied and immediately dropped to the ground to do push-ups. At the same time, he quickly adjusted his breathing, exhaling a white mist from his mouth. Kyojuro Rengoku was momentarily surprised by what he just saw. Breathing technique? I haven't taught him that yet. Unsure, Kyojuro Rengoku approached Chiba Yoko to observe him. 113, 114, 115, 116. Chiba Yang was focused on doing push-ups, his breathing rhythm extremely steady. Despite doing so many push-ups, there wasn't a single drop of sweat on his face, and he appeared very relaxed. After observing closely, Akizuro finally saw it clearly. It was indeed a breathing technique, unlike any school of breathing he knew, and it had even reached the state of total concentration breathing. He was unconsciously maintaining total concentration breathing. Akizuro fell silent. The current situation was somewhat beyond his imagination. 197, 198, 199, 200. Chiba Yang finished 200 push-ups, stood up from the ground, and there wasn't a drop of sweat on his face. He looked very relaxed. Rengoku-sensei, I've finished. What's the next training? Chiba Yang asked Kyojuro Rengoku. He was indeed still in the state of total concentration breathing, constant. At this moment, Kyojuro was staring at Chiba Yang, deeply shocked. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, he asked, Shoyang, when did you learn the breathing technique? Chiba Yang was momentarily taken aback. I haven't learned the breathing technique. The teacher hasn't taught me yet. But he quickly realized something, slapped his forehead, and said with sudden understanding, Oh, Rengoku-sensei is talking about my method of adjusting my breath. I figured this out when I was 5 or 6 years old. By adjusting my breathing, I could significantly improve my strength and endurance, allowing me to do many things I usually couldn't do, which helped my mother. As he spoke, Chiba Yang couldn't help but recall the past, and a wave of sorrow surged in his heart. However, he quickly adjusted himself. His mother must have wanted him to live well, just like how he felt when he saw her wanting to end her life back then. Chiba Yang fell silent for a moment, then asked Shing Shura, Is this the breathing technique? It does seem to be a breathing technique, and has already reached a very high level, total concentration breathing. Constant, which means maintaining total concentration breathing throughout the day. Shing Shura nodded and replied. Chapter 5. Genius Shingshura was momentarily shocked by Chiba Yang's situation. He had interacted with many people in the Demon Slayer Corps, but they all had one thing in common. They only encountered the breathing technique after joining the Corps, and it took at least several months to practice the breathing technique to the point of constant. Chiba Yang's starting point had already reached the end point of some people. How about this? I'll demonstrate the sword techniques of the flame breathing for you. Try to see if you can use the breathing technique to execute the sword techniques. What you need to do now is only to study the sword techniques and train your physique, Shingshura said to Chiba Yang. Then took 2 bamboo swords from the weapon rack in the training ground, handing one to Chiba Yang. Yes, Master Rengoku, Chiba Yang replied obediently and loudly, holding the bamboo sword and standing aside to observe Shingshura's movements. During the days he spent with Shingshura, Chiba Yang noticed that his hearing wasn't very good, so he intentionally spoke a bit louder when talking to him. First is the first form of flame breathing, the ignition, which can launch a surprise attack on the target with the momentum of an explosive flame. As Shingshura spoke, he demonstrated to Chiba Yang, adjusting his breath, pushing off with his right foot, and gripping the sword with both hands. In the next moment, he shot out like an arrow released from a bow, then swung his sword in a horizontal slash, a flame-covered strike cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. In Chiba Yang's eyes, he clearly noted every detail of Shingshura's body condition when he executed the technique. The movement of the lungs during breathing, the flow of blood, the contraction of muscles, and so on, all were recorded in his mind. Chiba Yang pushed off with his right foot, his body sinking as he gripped the bamboo sword with both hands, striking the same pose as Rengoku Kyojuro just moments ago, expanding his lungs to take in oxygen. Just as he clearly saw, Rengoku turned around, but his words were quickly interrupted. First form of flame breathing, unknowing fire, Chiba Yang shouted, and then his whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. He swung his sword horizontally, in a flame slash similar to Rengoku's cut through the air. Rengoku, who was nearby, was stunned, swallowing the half-finished words back. It was indeed the breath of flame, a very standard first form. The breathing technique he used while doing push-ups just now was clearly not the breath of flame. Could it be that he learned the first form of the breath of flame and swordsmanship just by observing me use it once? This talent is even more terrifying than Machiro, who became a Hashira in just 2 months. At this moment, Rengoku's heart was stirred up with overwhelming waves. Chiba Yang's talent had reached a level that he found hard to comprehend. Meanwhile, Chiba Yang, who successfully replicated Rengoku's technique, frowned. He felt a bit uncomfortable when using the breathing technique just now, as if he hadn't fully let go. He could have expanded his lungs a bit more to get more oxygen. Rengoku-sensei, did I use the first form correctly? Chiba Yang turned to ask Rengoku. Rengoku did not answer his question. Instead, he walked over and said, Little Yang, you should participate in this final selection too. The earlier situation had already made Rengoku understand that this child before him was a once-in-a-century genius, someone who was not bound by the common logic of the world. What others needed a year or two to learn could be grasped by this young man with just one glance. This boy was like a child of the gods, with all the divine favor concentrated solely on him. Didn't Rengoku-sensei just say that this is too early for me? Chiba Yang asked, Somelhat Gonfuset. I misjudged earlier. With your talent and the current level of your breathing technique, passing the final selection will be a piece of cake. Rengoku exclaimed loudly, his eyes on Chiba Yang devoid of any jealousy, filled only with joy and relief. He knew that the Demon Slayer Corps would soon have another Hashira-level warrior, which was a fortunate event for the entire Demon Slayer Corps and all humanity in this country. What about Rengoku-sensei's assessment? Chiba Yang asked. There isn't one. Your mastery of the breathing technique is already on par with, or even possibly surpassing mine. I can't think of any test to give you, Rengoku said, folding his arms and speaking loudly. He then added, however, you still need to practice your swordsmanship these days and develop sword techniques suitable for your own breathing technique. Of course, I will also teach you all the sword techniques of the breath of flame, and I hope you can gain something from it. After hearing Rengoku's words, Chiba Yang felt a bit dreamy, as if he was about to graduate right after just becoming a disciple. Yes, I will work hard, Chiba Yang answered loudly. In the following days, under Rengoku's guidance, Chiba Yang developed sword techniques suitable for his own breathing style. With the enhancement of the transparent world, Chiba Yang became incredibly familiar with his body, which allowed him to progress quickly in developing sword techniques. At the same time, he also learned the 5 sword techniques of the flame breathing and the secret technique, 9th form, purgatory, He accomplished all of this in 6 days. On the morning of the final selection, Chiba Yang stood at the entrance of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Next to him was Kanao Kurika, who was also participating in the final selection. Chiba Yang had a spare Nichiren blade at his waist, which was taken from the dormitory by Kyojuro Rengoku. These Nichiren blades are mainly used for those participating in the final selection. Rengoku-sensei, I'm leaving, Chiba Yang said to Kyojuro. I believe you will definitely succeed. Kyojuro encouraged loudly. Next to Kyojuro, Shinobu Kocho also exchanged a few words with Kanaihu, who responded with her usual smile. After bidding farewell, Chiba Yang and Kanaihu headed towards the direction of the final selection at Fujisaki Mountain. After the two left, Shinobu looked at Kyojuro with some confusion and asked, Rengoku-sensei, is it really okay to let this child participate in the final selection? You've only been teaching him for just a week since you met him. Shinobu was shocked when she learned that Kyojuro had allowed Chiba Yang to participate in the final selection, but she knew Kyojuro's character. So she decided to ask him about it. No problem. That kid is a genius. He already has his own breathing technique, and he has developed corresponding sword techniques. He has even mastered all the techniques of flame breathing. Kyojuro answered loudly, completely unconcerned about Chiba Yang's ability to pass the final selection. Are you joking? Just 7 days? Shinobu was completely stunned by Kyojuro's words, and she glanced at the disappearing figures ahead, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, in a small house on the Misty Mountain, a red-haired boy put on a blue cloud-patterned haori and donned a fox-style, disaster-repelling mask. I'm off. Mr. Urokadaki. Chapter 6. The final selection as they walked along the road. Chiba Yang and Kanaihu, although they were acquainted, did not say a word to each other. She is also the successor of a Hashira. We are considered companions as well. Isn't it a bit rude not to greet each other? Chiba Yo thought to himself, then turned to look at Kanaihu. She still had the same expression, a smile on her face, and her purple eyes showed no signs of change. Hello, I'm Chiba Yo. You're called Kurihara, right? Chiba Yo greeted Kanaihu. In Japanese manga, it seems that people usually only address those who are not particularly close or elders by their last names. Upon hearing this, Kanaihu turned her head and smiled at Chiba Yo, then turned back to continue on her way. Chinya Yang focused on the journey upon seeing this, and the two did not speak a word afterward. When the crescent moon hung in the dark night sky, Chinya Yang and his companion arrived at Fuji Tsutsa Mountain for the final selection. The mountains were covered in wisteria flowers, emitting a unique fragrance. How spectacular! Looking at such a scene, Chinya Yang couldn't help but admire it in his heart. As they walked up the steps, a number of swordsmen with knives at their waists had gathered on the platform at the top of the mountain. Among them, a striking figure was a blonde-haired boy who looked quite frightened and was shivering. In front of the platform stood a red torii gate, under which were two cute little children who looked almost identical, with slightly different hair colors. One had white hair, and the other had black hair. Both had a sprig of wisteria flowers in their hair and were holding lanterns. There were indeed quite a few participants, which also indicated that the number of people harmed by demons was certainly not small. Chiba Yang's eyes revealed a sense of hatred. After the last encounter with the green-skinned monster, he was finally going to face demons again. This time, I will eliminate all the demons I encounter. Chiba Yang looked up at the central area of the Wisteria Mountain, surrounded by wisteria flowers, and made a silent determination in his heart. Momins Latte, a red-haired boy wearing a blue cloud-patterned haori, also arrived here. At that moment, two small children in front of the torii gate spoke at the same time, drawing Chiba Yang's attention. Thank you all for coming to participate in the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps tonight. Then the white-haired child continued, in this Wisteria Mountain, there are demons captured alive by the Demon Slayers. However, the demons cannot leave. The black-haired child followed up, because from the foot of the mountain to the mid-slope, wisteria flowers that demons despise bloom all year round. The white-haired child continued, but ahead, there will be no more wisteria flowers, and demons will appear. The black-haired child added, to pass the final selection, you must survive here for 7 days. Then the two children bowed together and said simultaneously, well then, please proceed safely. After speaking, the two children cleared the path, and the gathered swordsmen began to enter the mountain one after another. Chiba Hashira followed a group of swordsmen inside, but his goal was different from theirs. He didn't want to survive for 7 days here. He aimed to exterminate all the demons in this place. About an hour after entering Fuji Mountain, Chiba Hashira encountered his first demon. Ha! Finally a human has come in. I'm about to starve to death here. A demon with an extremely long tongue crawled out from behind a tree, drooling as it looked at Chiba Hashira, its eyes filled with a green light. like a gray wolf that hadn't caught prey in a long time. However, it seemed to have mistaken the identities of hunter and prey. "Do you really want to eat me?" Chiba Yang said as he drew his Nichiren blade, his cold gaze fixed on the demon before him. "Less talking. Just become my food." The long-tongued demon shouted and suddenly charged at Chiba Yang, its sharp claws aimed at his neck. Chiba Yang walked past the long-tongued ghost, shaking off the blood from the Nichiren blade before sheathing it. A line of blood appeared on the neck of the long-tongued ghost, still suspended in the air. And then its head twisted off its body and fell to the ground, followed by its body crashing down with a thud. The long-tongued ghost, now separated from its head and body, didn't even have time to let out a scream before turning to ash. How weak! Chiba Yang turned back to look at the ashes of the long-tongued demon, and the last bit of worry about the final selection vanished in his heart. "Ah! Help!" A piercing scream echoed through the night sky, startling a flock of nocturnal birds. Has someone encountered danger? There must be a demon over there, right? After hearing the scream, Chiba Yang immediately found his direction and quickly ran towards the source of the cry. In the jungle, a blond boy wearing a yellow haori with a triangular pattern was running for his life, tears streaming down his face, and his fear was evident in his actions. "Don't run. Come here so I can eat you." Behind the blond boy, a demon with gray skin was chasing him on all fours. "No, please. My flesh isn't tasty at all. Just let me go." Upon hearing the gray-skinned demon's words, the blond boy screamed even more in fear, running while shouting loudly, tears never stopping from his eyes. At that moment, another demon appeared in front of the blond boy. "I want to eat you, the living human food." The demon in front charged directly at the blond boy, and his previous scream had already alerted other demons in the area. Help!" Seeing the situation, the blond boy immediately turned to run to the right. Bang! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blond boy was so focused on running forward that he didn't notice a tree root exposed on the ground, tripping over it and rolling out with a scream. The two demons chasing him took this opportunity to catch up. Just then, Chiba Yang arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the situation, he immediately drew his Nichiren blade and charged forward. Boom! After rolling some distance on the ground, the blond boy suddenly crashed headfirst into a large tree and then fainted with his eyes rolling back. The second and third demons, Chiba Yang silently go undet, and he was about to reach the two ghosts. Thunder-breathing first form, thunderclap. However, at that moment, a firm and serious voice rang out, and then a flash of yellow lightning zipped past Chiba Yang's eyes. Was it that person just now? Chiba Yang clearly saw the yellow lightning, which was a yellow-haired boy who had just escaped from the pursuit of two demons. However, at this moment his eyes were tightly closed, his expression serious. And with the Nichiren blade, featuring yellow lightning patterns in his hand, he swiftly sliced through the necks of the two demons. Thud! Thud! Two heads fell to the ground in response. The yellow-haired boy stood behind the two demons with a large bump on his head, and the Nichiren blade had already been sheathed. Had he been outpaced? Chiba Yang felt a bit disheartened as he sheathed the Nichiren blade. Chapter 7. My Wife Zenitsu. Ouch! At that moment, the yellow-haired boy opened his eyes and let out a cry of pain. Thud! Thud! The bodies of the two demons collapsed to the ground, right in front of the yellow-haired boy. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately screamed and jumped up. Ah! A demon! The yellow-haired boy covered his mouth with both hands, fearfully shouting and jumping around. And then he saw Chiba Yang, who was sheathing his sword. The yellow-haired boy immediately ran to Chiba Yang's back, grabbing his arm and crying with joy. You killed these two demons, right? Let me follow you. Please. You have to let me follow you, or I will definitely die here. I will. Save my life. He clutched Chiba Yang's arm, shouting and crying, as if he had found a savior. Chiba Yoichi was somewhat baffled by this guy's behavior. Clearly, it was the blonde-haired boy who killed these two demons. Yet he acted as if he had no idea. Moreover, judging from his effortless ability to slay the two demons just now, surviving here for 7 days should be a piece of cake. These two demons were killed by you. It has nothing to do with me, Chiba Yoichi said, pulling his arm out of the blonde boy's embrace. Upon hearing Chiba Yoichi's words, the blonde boy temporarily stopped shouting, looking at him with tears in his eyes, appearing unconvinced. I don't care. I'm going to stick with you anyway. The blonde boy was now convinced that Chiba Yoichi was the one who had slain these two demons. Do as you like. If you want to follow, then follow, Chiba Yoichi said, not wanting to say more. Hearing Chiba Yoichi's agreement, the blonde boy immediately became cheerful. Great. My name is Zenitsu. What's yours? Chiba Yoichi replied. After that, he picked a direction and began searching for other demons on the mountain. Seeing this, Zenitsu hurriedly followed. Yoichi, where are we going now? Shouldn't we find a place to hide and wait until dawn to look for food? Zenitsu asked curiously. We're going to find demons and kill them, Chiba Yoichi responded. Zenitsu stopped in disbelief and laughed, saying, Ha ha, you must be joking. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. I'm not joking at all. We're here for the final selection to join the Demon Slayer Corps, right? The purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps is to kill demons. Chiba Yoichi turned and asked Zenitsu with some confusion. Seeing that Chiba Yoichi didn't seem to be joking, Zenitsu became a little anxious and earnestly advised, but we're not members of the Demon Slayer Corps yet. And this final selection task only requires us to survive here for 7 days to pass. There's no need to hunt demons, right? Generally, those who want to join the Demon Slayer Corps are people who have been persecuted by demons. Their hatred for demons is incredibly strong, and they wish to exterminate all demons in the world, thus joining the Demon Slayer Corps. However, there are exceptions, such as Zenitsu, who was burdened with huge debts and was recruited by the former Hashira for his talent to pay off his debts, and then came to participate in the final selection at the Hashira's request. Having never encountered demons before, his hatred for them may not be that intense. And his quick acceptance of Nezuko as a demon might also be part of the reason. For him, this final selection might just be a test from Grandfather Sanjima. As long as he could pass, it wouldn't be surprising to have such thoughts. If you're scared, then go find a place to hide. I will exterminate all the demons on this mountain. Chiba Yang was completely unmoved by Zenitsu's persuasion and turned to run in the chosen direction. Zenitsu watched Chiba Yang's figure gradually fade away, feeling very conflicted. In the end, he made up his mind. Wait for me, Yang. Zenitsu called out as he chased after Chiba Yang. Yang, if any demons appear, you must protect me. I'm really weak. Any random demon could kill me. If you don't protect me, I'll definitely die here. Chiba Yang was walking in the forest looking for traces of demons, while Zenitsu followed behind, tugging at his sleeve and chattering incessantly. He had already said similar things no less than 10 times in this short span of time, making it hard for Chiba Yang to connect the current Zenitsu with the one who had just killed 2 demons with a single strike. At first, Chiba Yang would comfort him, saying he would protect him, but now he completely didn't pay attention to him. As they walked together, suddenly, Zenitsu's ears twitched, and then he suddenly pointed in one direction and screamed in terror. Ah, there's a demon over there. After hearing his shout, Chiba Yang immediately looked in the direction he was pointing, but did not see any trace of the ghost. Where is it? Chiba Yang asked. It's just ahead. About 200 meters away. I heard it. Zenitsu replied, tugging on Chiba Yang's sleeve with certainty. Chiba Yang chose to trust Zenitsu's words, drew his Nichiren blade, and ran in the direction pointed by Zenitsu. Wait for me. Zenitsu, seeing this, hurriedly followed. Sure enough, after advancing about 200 meters, Chiba Yang saw the demon Zenitsu mentioned. Creak, creak. A giant demon, 2 heads taller than an average person, was crouched on the ground gnawing on something. By the moonlight, Chiba Yang could see what it was gnawing on, a leg. There was also a corpse on the ground in front of it, holding a Nichiren blade, its neck already twisted. The blood-red scene reminded Chiba Yang of the tragedy that had befallen his village. Zenitsu arrived at this moment, and upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't make a sound. Creatures like you shouldn't exist in this world, Chiba Yang said angrily, then charged forward with his blade raised. The giant demon turned its head upon hearing the commotion and raised its strong right arm to swipe at Chiba Yang. However, its movement was already anticipated by Chiba Yang. In an instant, he slashed twice. One strike severed the demon's arm, while the other cut across its neck. So powerful. Zenitsu watched as Chiba Yang effortlessly killed a demon twice his size, revealing an expression of admiration. The giant demon's body gradually turned to ashes. Chiba Yang retracted his Nichiren blade and approached the corpse on the ground. Looking at the mutilated body, he slowly brought his hands together in prayer. May you ascend to heaven. After silently praying for the soul, Chiba Yang shaped a piece of broken wood into a shovel and began to dig. I'll too, Zenitsu said as he came over. Though he was a bit scared of the corpse, he didn't back down. Chiba Yang turned his head and smiled at Zenitsu. Chapter 8. Should we feel sympathy? After burying the swordsman, Chiba Yang continued to search the Fuji Suki mountain with Zenitsu. Can you hear any other demons nearby? Chiba Yang asked Zenitsu as they walked. From the previous incident, he had learned that Zenitsu possessed extraordinary hearing and could sometimes identify demons by sound. Zenitsu shook his head at this. At that moment, a swordsman suddenly rushed out from the front jungle in a panic, glancing back frequently. Get out of the way. Upon seeing Chiba Yang and Zenitsu, the swordsman shouted and pushed past them, continuing to run forward. As a swordsman passed by, Chiba Yang heard him mumbling. A demon that has eaten 50 people appeared. How could we possibly deal with such a creature? 50 people. Yang, you don't plan to confront that demon, do you? It's a demon that has eaten 50 people, not like the ones that have only eaten 2 or 3. Its strength is definitely terrifying. We should stay far away from here. Zenitsu, naturally hearing the swordsman's words, instantly showed a look of fear and urged Chiba Yang. Let's go. Chiba Yang said and ran toward the direction the swordsman had fled, completely ignoring Zenitsu's advice. I knew it would be like this. Wait for me, Yang. Zenitsu shouted as he tugged at his hair, but in the end, he still followed, passing through the dense trees. All Chiba Yang could see was a green giant hand turning to ashes. From the size of this hand, one could tell how terrifying the demon's size was. It has already been eliminated. It must have been that boy who did it. Chiba Yang stopped his tracks and looked at the red-haired boy who was sheathing the Nichiren blade beside the giant hand. However, to Chiba Yang's surprise, the red-haired boy walked over and held the giant hand, then closed his eyes, resting his forehead against the back of the hand as if he were praying. Hey, what are you doing? Feeling sorry for a demon? Chiba Yang felt a surge of anger at the scene before him. Clearly, demons had harmed countless people and destroyed many homes. What was there to feel sympathy for in such creatures? After hearing Chiba Yang's voice, the red-haired boy turned his head, revealing the injury on his forehead and a compassionate expression on his face. These demons were once humans, Tanjiro explained to Chiba Yang. At that moment, the remaining hand of the hand demon had turned to ash, but they have harmed countless people and destroyed many homes after becoming demons. The one you just felt sorry for has probably eaten quite a few people, right? Chiba Yang still couldn't understand the boy's actions. I know that, so I won't hesitate when I kill it. But they might not have willingly turned into demons. They're also victims. I can smell the sadness on them. Tanjiro explained to Chiba Yang. Tanjiro's words did not convince Chiba Yang. He had learned from Kyojuro that all demons were created by a demon known as Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons, but he believed that as long as these demons had eaten humans, they were not innocent and deserved to go to hell. His own experiences made it impossible for him to feel sympathy for such creatures. I can't understand. Chiba Yang shook his head and said. Although he did not agree with Tanjiro's sympathy for demons, he acknowledged that Tanjiro had indeed killed demons, so he could not say much more. Goo-goo-goo, a sound that was out of place rang out from beside him, and the sky began to brighten. Yang, I'm really hungry. Let's go find something to eat. Zenitsu said, tugging at Chiba Yang's sleeve weakly. Chiba Yang looked up at the gradually brightening sky and replied, All right, after dawn, the ghosts should all be hiding, and we won't be able to continue hunting. Just as Chiba Yang was about to go with Zenitsu to find some food, a voice from behind them called out. If you don't mind, I have a few baked buns here. Let's eat together. Chiba Yo turned his head, and the red-haired boy took out a few baked buns from his pocket and smiled as he handed them to them. Really? Thank you so much. Zenitsu rushed to the front of Tanjiro as soon as he saw the buns in his hand, grabbed one, and started munching on it while chattering. We've been walking all night, not resting for a moment. I was about to starve to death. That sounds really tough. If you don't have enough to eat, I have more here, the red-haired boy said with a smile. He then handed another bun to Chiba Yo. Oh, thank you. Chiba Yo accepted the bun in a daze, not quite sure what to say. Looking at the bun in his hand, and then at the smiling Tanjiro, the feelings of dissatisfaction he had just felt towards Tanjiro vanished in an instant. What a gentle person, Chiba Yo thought to himself. What is your name? Zenitsu asked. Tanjiro Kamadu, Tanjiro replied. I'm Zenitsu Agatsuma, and this is my new friend, Chiba Yo. Chiba Yang. Let me help you bandage the wound on your forehead. Tanjiro, thank you. The three of them sat together, eating baked cakes and chatting, their friendship rapidly warming. For the next 6 days, Chiba Yang and the others acted together. With Zenitsu's hearing and Tanjiro's sense of smell, Chiba Yang's speed in hunting demons increased significantly. However, during the demon hunts, he noticed that Tanjiro always asked the demons about ways to turn them back into humans. Although Chiba Yang had questions about this, he did not ask Tanjiro. During this time, they also saved many swordsmen participating in the final selection. By the 5th day, Chiba Yang had already cleared all the demons on Mount Fujisaki. And for the next 2 nights, they did not encounter a single demon. On the morning of the final selection's conclusion, Chiba Yo and his companions walked out of the central area of Fujitsuki Mountain and returned to the platform where they had been earlier. With only a little over half of the people remaining, seeing that there were significantly fewer than when they arrived, Chiba Yo felt a weight in his heart. He had tried his best to quickly hunt down demons, but sometimes he just couldn't keep up. Most swordsmen were still fearful of demons, which prevented them from fully unleashing their potential, And with such a vast area like Fujitsuki Mountain, Chiba Yo felt overwhelmed. However, what he didn't know was that it was already an extremely absurd result to have so many people left in the final selection. Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations on your safe return. The two children standing in front of the torii gate greeted the surviving swordsman. Chapter 9. Past. Farewell. So what's next? What should I do now? What about the sword? After hearing the two children's words, a boy with dark, rooster-like hair and a scar extending from his right cheek to the tip of his nose impatiently said to them. The two children ignored his words and continued addressing the surviving swordsman. The organization will first prepare uniforms for you. After taking your measurements, your ranks will be embroidered on the uniforms. There are 10 ranks in total, namely A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. All of you are currently at the lowest rank, J. What about the sword? The boy with the rooster hair asked again. The organization will allow you to personally choose your preferred steel today, and after 10 to 15 days, your sword will be completed, the white-haired child replied. He then continued. Additionally, we will immediately arrange your exclusive crows for you. After the white-haired child finished speaking, a group of crows cawed as they flew down from the sky and landed on the arms of the swordsman. Chiba Yo was delighted to receive his own crow. However, there was one exception. Zenitsu received a sparrow instead. Looking at the tiny sparrow in his hand, Zenitsu was dumbfounded. He turned to the white-haired child in disbelief and complained. Hey, you said crows, right? This is clearly a sparrow. Chirp. The sparrow in Zenitsu's hand chirped, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. Crows are mainly used for delivering messages. The black-haired child continued to explain to the swordsman. They are message crows. Chiba Yang looked at the crow standing on his arm and felt quite satisfied. When he was practicing sword techniques, he had also seen Kyojuro's talking crows and knew that these crows were very intelligent, making them very convenient for delivering messages. However, not everyone was satisfied. The rooster-headed boy directly slapped his crow away, causing it to let out a painful caw. The rooster-headed boy then shouted angrily at the two children. I don't care about those useless crows. What I want is a sword. Do you understand? As he spoke, he threw a punch at the white-haired child. Bam! Chiba Yang noticed his movements and grabbed his wrist. I made it very clear, right? The saber will be completed in 10 to 15 days. Chiba Yang said to the boy with the rooster comb hairstyle. He couldn't stand this kind of bullying the weak. What does it have to do with you? Let go of me quickly. The boy with the rooster comb shouted loudly, looking extremely angry. Chiba Yang shrugged off his hand and then stood in front of the two children, causing the pompadour-headed boy to stumble back a few steps from the immense force. I advise you to calm down, Chiba Yang said. Try to reason with the boy. This person was someone he hadn't seen before, and it seemed he had some strength to have survived these 7 days on his own, but that didn't justify his arrogance. If he still wanted to make a move, Chiba Yang wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Isn't it too pathetic to hit a kid? Exactly. He has already made it very clear to him. At this moment, other swordsmen gradually gathered around, condemning the pompadour-headed boy. Almost all of them had received help from Chiba Yang and the other two during the final selection. Zenitsu had caught the crow that had just been knocked away by the pompadour-headed boy and was carefully soothing it. TCH, seeing that almost everyone was dissatisfied with him, the pompadour-headed boy stopped saying anything and turned away, no longer looking at Chiba Yang and the others. Thank you, the white-haired child said to Chiba Yang, who waved his hand to indicate it was nothing. Everyone, please select the steel that you will use to forge your own swords. At this time, the black-haired child spoke to the group of swordsmen, pointing to a table beside her that was filled with various pieces of steel of different shapes and sizes. Chiba Yang looked at the steel placed on the table and noticed that the interior of these materials contained a glow akin to that of the sun. This must be the gorilla crimson or that the hell teacher mentioned, which has absorbed the sun's energy after being exposed to sunlight for a long time, right? Chiba Yang walked up to the table while thinking, and then chose a piece of or that contained the most intense light. After a while, all the swordsmen had made their selections. Although a large number of swordsmen had survived, there were only a little over a dozen left. The swordsmen began to leave one after another, but most of them came over to thank Chiba Yang and the other two before they left. Are you guys leaving too? Chiba Yang asked Zenitsu and Tanjiro. Yes, I'm going back to Mr. Urokodaki, Tanjiro replied with a smile. During the 7 days they spent together, Chiba Yang learned that Mr. Urokodaki was Tanjiro's mentor. I'm going back to Grandpa Sakanji too. After that, I could definitely have to go execute the demon-slaying mission alone. Who knows, I might die soon. So this time at a farewell forever. Zenitsu cried as he spoke to Chiba Yang and Tanjiro, his whole body showing signs of fear. That won't happen. Zenitsu, you're really strong. Tanjiro comforted Zenitsu. No way. I'm obviously weak and pathetic. The only reason I passed the final selection this time was because I was lucky to meet Yang. Otherwise, I would have died a long time ago. If I have to execute missions alone afterward, I will definitely be killed by a demon right away. Zenitsu, hearing Tanjiro's comfort, only became more anxious and began to scream and jump around on the ground. Chiba Yang felt very helpless seeing this scene. From his observation, this guy clearly had the strength to rank among the top swordsmen in this final selection, but he just didn't understand why he was always so timid. The three chatted for a few more moments and then bid each other farewell and left. Rikora had already left, so it seemed he could only go back alone. After parting ways with Tanjiro and Zenitsu, Chiba Yang realized that Kanaho, who had come with him, had also left early, so he hurried back along the same path. At the Kanroji mansion, sitting on the steps, Kanroji Yoya listened to Esya's report on the final selection. 13 people survived. Kyojuro's successor is quite remarkable. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps will soon add another Hashira, which is truly exciting. After listening to Esya's report, Kanroji Yoya sighed to himself a few times. After returning to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Chiba Yang immediately sought out Kyojuro to share the good news. Fortunately, Kyojuro had not yet gone to carry out a mission. Rengoku-sensei, I passed the final selection. Chiba Yang happily pushed open the door to the Demon Slayer Corps dining hall and shouted. The scene before him left him momentarily stunned. The dining table was piled high with bowls, and Kyojuro was among them, concentrating on eating the rice bowl in front of him with chopsticks, while loudly shouting, 5 ants! 5 ants! Beside the dining table, a girl with twin ponytails and a butterfly hairpin was serving food to the table. And just doing this had already made her break out in a sweat. Chapter 10. New clothes, although he had eaten with Kyojuro before. At that time, Kyojuro had only eaten less than 10 bowls, but now there were more than 20 bowls just on the table. Chiba Yang stepped a little closer and said again, Rengoku-sensei, I passed the final selection. 5 ants. Suddenly, Akaza turned his head and shouted, startling Chiba Yang. After a while, when Akaza finished his meal, Chiba Yang told him about the situation of the final selection. Wow, that's amazing. From now on, you are also a member of our Demon Slayer Corps. Let's work hard together. Akaza said enthusiastically after hearing Chiba Yang's account. Yes, Chiba Yang replied respectfully. I'm going home today. Do you want to come with me? After finishing the discussion about the final selection, Akaza turned to Chiba Yang and asked, is that okay? Chiba Yang asked in surprise. Of course. Speaking of which, my previous adopted son visited my house a few times. Akaza replied. His previous adopted son referred to the current love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. Alright then. Chiba Yang agreed. On the bustling street, Chiba Yang followed Akaza as they walked slowly. When they passed a kimono shop, Akaza stopped and walked inside, and Chiba Yang followed him in. So expensive. Looking around at the price tags on the clothes, Chiba Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Some of the clothes inside were something he couldn't afford even after digging herbs for a year. He was still wearing the clothes his mother had made for him, which had been 2 years ago. As he grew taller, the clothes had become somewhat ill-fitting. If the two customers like any piece, you could try it on. The shop assistant smiled at Chiba Yang and Akaza. Let's see which one you like, Xiao Yang. Akaza responded and then turned to Chiba Yang. Me? Chiba Yang was momentarily taken aback, and after realizing it, he waved his hands repeatedly and said, no need. The clothes I'm wearing are still fine, and the clothes here are too expensive. Try this one. It seemed that Akaza didn't hear Chiba Yang's words at all and handed him a white kimono. All right. Chiba Yang saw that he couldn't refuse and had to take the clothes. He tried them on. With his long black hair tied in a high ponytail, a handsome face, dressed in white, and the flame pattern on his forehead adding a touch of mystery, Chiba Yang looked like a graceful samurai in the new outfit. Very nice. You look much more spirited. Let's go with this one. Akaza took a look and then pulled out cash to pay the shopkeeper. Rengoku-sensei. Chiba Yang opened his mouth. He didn't expect Akaza to come to buy him clothes. Consider this a gift to congratulate you on passing the final selection. Keep it up. Akaza smiled and gently ruffled Chiba Yang's hair. An indescribable warmth enveloped Chiba Yang, feeling like the sun suddenly appearing on a cold night, dispelling the darkness and cold, illuminating the world, and bringing warmth. Chiba Yo felt a slight soreness at the tip of his nose. He experienced feelings he had never had before with Rengoku. Feelings that resembled what? A teacher? An older brother? A father? A senior? Or perhaps all of them? At the entrance of the Rengoku residence, Chiba Yang followed Akira Rengoku to this place, where a boy resembling Akira was cleaning the yard. Upon seeing Akira, Chizuru happily ran over. Brother, is this really Rengoku-sensei's younger brother? He really does look like him. Chiba watched as Chizuru ran over, thinking, "You've grown taller, Chizuru. How'd you been?" Kyojuro smiled and asked Chizuru. Hearing Kyojuro's words, Chizuru lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. "I still can't master the sword techniques my brother taught me. I feel like I'm not cut out to be a swordsman. My talent in this area is too poor," Chizuru said with a heavy heart. "It's okay. There's no need to be sad about it. Everyone has things they're not good at. Just walk the path you believe is right. And, as your brother, I will always support you," Kyojuro said, patting Chizuru on the shoulder. Hearing Kyojuro's encouragement, Chizuru lifted his head, and the negativity on his face had disappeared. After exchanging pleasantries with Chizuru, Kyojuro introduced Chiba and Chizuru to each other. "This is my stepson, Chiba. This is my younger brother, Chizuru." The two greeted each other, and then the three of them walked into the residence together. Just as they entered the house, a scruffy, middle-aged man came out holding a wine jug. "Father," Kyojuro respectfully called out. "What are you still doing, wasting time as a foolish, demon-slaying swordsman? It's so boring." Rengoku Shinjuro glanced at Kyojuro and said this before heading out to buy wine. Shinjuro's words made Chiba feel a bit uncomfortable, but after all, he was Kyojuro's father, so Chiba didn't say anything. Just as Shinjuro was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the markings on Chiba-yo's forehead and paused for a moment, then said in a somewhat dejected tone, "Hee, so what if there are markings? It's all in vain. In the end, you'll just be a short-lived demon." After saying this, he staggered out. For some reason, Chiba sensed a sense of loneliness in his tone, but he found the talk about markings somewhat baffling. "Rengoku-sensei." Chiba looked at Kyojuro with some worry. "It must be painful for your actions not to be recognized by your family," he thought, though he didn't mind Shinjuro's comment about being a short-lived demon. Kyojuro, however, remained calm and was not surprised by it. He only looked at Shinjuro's departing figure with a bit of heartache. Afterward, Chiba stayed at the Rengoku household for lunch. After lunch, Kyojuro received a mission from Tsujikuni, and since Chiba-yo's Nickerin blade had not been forged yet, he couldn't accompany on this mission. Returning alone to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Chiba bumped into a familiar face at the entrance, the cocky-headed boy he had encountered during the final selection. The cocky-headed boy saw him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave, which made Chiba give up on the idea of greeting him. 10 days later, a figure wearing a conical hat and a fire demon mask approached Chiba. "I am Tetsumuru Yamamoto, a blacksmith from the Swordsmith Village, sent to deliver the completed Nickerin blade to you, Swordsman Chiba." Chapter 11. The Black Nickerin Blade looking at the oddly dressed person in front of him. Chiba was momentarily unsure how to respond. Should he speak in the same manner as him? Thinking of this, Chiba straightened his posture and said seriously, "Hello, I am Swordsman Chiba. Thank you very much, Mr. Tetsumuru Yamamoto, for forging the Nickerin blade for me." After saying this, Chiba bowed to Tetsumuru, but when he raised his head, he found that Tetsumuru wasn't even looking at him. At that moment, Tetsumuru was taking down a box wrapped in cloth from his back. "This blade is forged from Gorilla Red Sand Iron and Gorilla Red Ore. It has been hammered and crafted by me for 10 uninterrupted days. The blade contains the power of the sun and is the only weapon that can deal damage to demons," Tetsumuru said as he unraveled the cloth binding the box. Then he slowly opened the box, revealing a Nickerin blade with a sheath in front of the two. "You have worked hard. I cannot thank you enough." Chiba expressed his gratitude to Tetsumuru. The next moment, the originally serious Tetsumuru suddenly leaned close to Chiba, pressing his face in front of him. Yang didn't know what Taimurima wanted, and for a moment, his expression was a bit awkward. "If you're grateful, hurry up and pull out your sword. Let me see what color your Nickerin blade will turn." Taimurima no longer had that serious demeanor from before. He shouted loudly, and although he was still wearing a mask, his excitement was very clear. Okay, I got it," Yang replied repeatedly, helplessly using his hand to block the face that was getting too close to him. Only after hearing Yang say this did Taimurima sit back down, but he still stared at him with intense eyes, continually urging him on. Taimurima really is somewhat difficult to figure out. Are all the blacksmiths who forge Nickerin blades like this? Chiba looked at Iron Round Mountain in front of him, thinking to himself, and then picked up the sun wheel sword with its scabbard from the box. The pleasant sound of the long sword being drawn echoed as Chiba pulled out the sun wheel sword. In the next second, the originally colorless blade began to be stained black, and after a moment, the entire sword turned pitch black. "It's black, huh? It looks pretty good." Chiba, who witnessed the color change of the sun wheel sword, felt a bit surprised and let out an exclamation. However, just as he finished speaking, he sensed that the atmosphere in the room was off. Black, black. Iron Round Mountain was enveloped in a black aura, continuously repeating those words. Seeing the situation before him, Chiba Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Huh? What's going on? Did I do something that Mr. Iron Round Mountain finds unbearable? Chiba Yo was thinking when suddenly Taimuma raised both hands and white smoke erupted from his head in anger, then shouted at a rapid pace. I traveled all the way here without resting just because I heard that you, the son of the flame pillar, wanted to see the Nichiren blade you forged turn red. Hearing Taimaryuma's roar, Chiba Yo was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Taimaruma suddenly lunged at him, tightly pinning him down with his legs, and began to repeatedly knock on his head. Apologize. You must apologize to me. All Nichiren blades of the users of the Breath of Flames are red, so why is yours black? Hurry up and apologize. Taimaryuma's knocks weren't hard, and Chiba Yo at that moment understood the reason for his anger. So that's how it is. It might be because I use more than just the Breath of Flames, Chiba Yo said, realizing. After hearing Chiba Yo's words, Taimaryuma paused for a moment, tilting his head in confusion and asking, more than one? Could it be that you know other breathing styles? You're just bragging, right? Even I, not being a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, know that each swordsman only uses one breathing style, at most deriving other styles from it. How could anyone use multiple breathing styles? But I really do know multiple breathing styles. I should know for now. The Breath of Flames, the Breath of Thunder, the Breath of Water, and the breathing style that I originally mastered. Chiba Yo honestly counted on his fingers while answering Taimaryuma. He had learned the Breath of Flames after watching Kyojuro Rengoku demonstrate it once, and later Kyojuro taught him all the sword techniques corresponding to the Breath of Flames. He had learned the Breath of Thunder after seeing Zenitsu perform it once during the final selection, and he had also learned the first form of the Breath of Thunder. The Breath of Water, of course, he learned by watching Tanjiro perform it. The breathing style I originally mastered, I call it the Breath of the Sun. It feels very fitting with my name, Chiba Yo said with a smile. He also recalled the moment he named his breathing style. As the sun rose, Kyojuro demonstrated all the sword techniques of the Breath of Flames for Chiba Yo, and then Chiba Yo perfectly replicated them all. Impressive. You did very well. You've learned all the Breath of Flames and its corresponding sword techniques. Next, you should study the sword techniques corresponding to your breathing style. Kyojuro exclaimed loudly after watching Chiba Yo demonstrate. Yes, Rengoku-sensei. Chiba Yo felt very happy to receive his teacher's praise. Then Kyojuro seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Chiba Yo, by the way, you haven't named your breathing style yet, have you? Not yet. Chiba Yo shook his head upon hearing this. He hadn't even thought about it. If it weren't for Kyojuro's reminder, he probably wouldn't even be able to shout out his techniques during battles, which would cut his momentum in half. Then let's think of a name for your breathing style now, Kyojuro said enthusiastically and loudly. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yo fell into deep thought. Just as he was pondering a name for his breathing style, a ray of sunlight fell on his face, and the warm feeling immediately led him to determine the name of his breathing style. Let's call it the Breath of the Sun. The sun is the nemesis of demons. I hope to become a nemesis of demons like the sun and one day eradicate all evil spirits, Chiba Yo said firmly, looking at the slowly rising morning sun. Taimaryuma was momentarily taken aback by Chiba Yo's smile, then said sulkily, "Humph. Who cares what your breathing style is called?" He then released Chiba Yo, closed the box on the ground, wrapped it in cloth again, and strapped it to his back. Take good care of this sword. It will be your brother accompanying you in battle, Taimaryuma said to Chiba Yo seriously, looking at the sword in his hand with some reluctance. Don't worry, I will. Chiba Yo replied seriously as well. Goodbye. I wish you could become an excellent demon slayer in the future. Taimaryuma bid farewell to Chiba Yo and then stood up to leave. Goodbye. Chiba Yo smiled back at Taimaryuma. He felt that Taimaryuma's voice was somewhat gentle and weak. Watching Taimaryuma's departing figure, Chiba Yo thought curiously. Chapter 12. Kanroji Mitsuri after leaving the team dormitory. Chiba Yo planned to go to the training ground to practice his sword techniques. Now that he had obtained the Nichiren blade, he was likely to be sent on a mission soon, and he wanted to enhance his strength as much as possible. Although the demons he had encountered so far were all ones he could defeat with a single stroke, there was no guarantee he wouldn't encounter particularly powerful demons in the future. Only by becoming stronger could he fulfill his dream of eradicating evil spirits and protecting more people. While passing by the Butterfly Mansion, Chiba Yo saw Kana holding a large gourd and blowing air into it, with Shinobu nearby, guiding and encouraging her, along with 3 little girls cheering her on. Come on, Kana. You must succeed. The gourd is about to burst. The 3 little girls cheered with clenched fists. What are they doing? Is this another form of training? Chiba Yo curiously thought as he stopped to observe their behavior. Kanaho's face was a bit flushed. And after a while, the gourd that was half the size of a person suddenly burst. Success! The three little girls jumped up happily, and Butterfly Shinobu smiled as she patted Kanaho's head. Great job! In such a short time, you've managed to practice your breathing technique to this level. Your talent is stronger than mine, Kanaho. Hearing Butterfly Shinobu's praise, Kanaho shyly lowered her head, feeling a bit oxygen-deprived from her earlier actions, and needed to adjust her breathing now. At that moment, Butterfly Shinobu noticed Chiba Yo, who was observing them outside the butterfly mansion, and smiled as she asked him, Yo, do you want to give it a try? Suddenly being called out, Chiba Yo was startled for a moment, hesitated, and then walked into the butterfly mansion's courtyard, as he was indeed quite interested in Kanaho's training. Hello, Sister Shinobu. Chiba Yo greeted Butterfly Shinobu, who smiled in response. Your Nichiren blade has arrived, and you've changed into new clothes. You look much more spirited now, she said, noticing the Nichiren blade at Chiba Yo's waist and his outfit. This was given to me by Master Rengoku, Chiba Yo explained to Butterfly Shinobu. I see. Master Rengoku really likes to take care of others, especially since you are his adopted son, Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. Moreover, Master Rengoku has a high opinion of you, saying you are a once-in-a-century genius, she continued. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yo quickly waved his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, No, it's just because Master Rengoku teaches well. Although he said this, Chiba Yo felt very happy inside. Being able to pass the final selection after just 7 days of training is not solely due to Master Rengoku's teaching. How about trying to train in Kanaho? Just did. Butterfly Shinobu asked Chiba Yo, as she was quite eager to witness his talent firsthand to see if he was indeed as strong as Kyojuro said. All right, is it just about breaking the gourd? Chiba Yo nodded and asked. Yes, you can start with this. Butterfly Shinobu said as she took out a gourd that was half the size of the one Kanaho just broke and handed it to Chiba Yo. After all, Kanaho had been taught the breathing technique for many years to reach this level, while Chiba Yo had not been exposed to the breathing technique for a long time in Butterfly Shinobu's view, so she didn't directly give him the half-person size gourd. Chiba Yang took the gourd handed over by Butterfly Shinobu, and it looked quite hard. This should be for training the respiratory capacity of the lungs, right? Chiba Yang looked at the gourd and then started blowing into the mouth of the gourd. Bang! The next moment, the hard gourd shattered completely. It seemed a bit too easy. Chiba Yang looked at the already shattered gourd in his hand and felt it hadn't taken much effort. How amazing! Exclaimed the three little girls with bean-sized eyes. It seemed that this was very easy for him. Indeed, as Mr. Purgatory said, he was a genius. Butterfly Shinobu watched as Chiba Yang effortlessly blew through the gourd, thinking to herself, a gourd of this size is no challenge for you. Let's try this one. Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. And then she took a gourd the same size that Kanaho had just blown through from beside the butterfly house and handed it to Chiba Yang. In the next moment, bang, the half-human-sized gourd was likewise blown apart by Chiba Yang in an instant. Chiba Yui still appears very relaxed. Can this really serve as a training tool? Chiba Yang expressed some doubts, but he didn't voice them. After all, he still had that level of emotional intelligence. It seems that Mr. Purgatory was indeed right. Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but exclaim after seeing Chiba Yang easily burst the largest gourd. At that moment, Chiba Yang didn't know what to say, so he chose to remain silent. Just as he was planning to greet Shinobu Kocho and then head to the training ground to practice his sword skills, a man with a white spiky hairstyle and scars covering his entire body, including his face, walked into the butterfly mansion. Mr. Tamayo is back. What brings you to the butterfly mansion? Shinobu Kocho greeted the man with a smile. Chiba Yang didn't expect that the somewhat fierce-looking man would actually be a bit embarrassed at that moment. I want to go see Shinazugawa Sanemi, he said. You want to visit your sister, right? Butterfly Shinobu understood his thoughts and asked him. Yes, Sanemi replied, relieved and nodded. Then Butterfly Shinobu took Sanemi and left. Who was that person just now? Chiba Yang asked Kanao with some curiosity, but he clearly asked the wrong person, as Kanao just smiled at him and didn't say a word. The Wind Hashira who left with Lord Shinobu is called Shinazugawa Sanemi. He's a very powerful swordsman, said Kanzaki Aoi, who came out of the butterfly mansion holding a blanket. After hearing Chiba Yang's question, she explained to him. Chiba Yang had also met Aoi when he returned from the Mount Fujikase and saw Kyojuro cooking at that time. I see, Chiba Yang said, looking at Sanemi's back. Then he got up and said, I also need to practice my swordsmanship goodbye. After that, Chiba Yang left the butterfly mansion and went to the training ground. where he unexpectedly ran into the rooster-headed boy he had met earlier on Mount Fujikase, who was currently swinging the Nichiren blade repeatedly. Chiba Yo thought for a moment and decided to go over and greet him. Hello, my name is Chiba Yo. Since we have both joined the Demon Slayer Corps, we will be fighting together as teammates from now on, so there's no need to hold on to past misunderstandings, right? Besides, I only intervened because I saw you were about to hit that kid. As Chiba Yo spoke, he reached out his hand to Jinya. Jinya was taken aback. Seeming not to expect Chiba Yo to come over and greet him. I am Tsujikuni Jinya. After obtaining the Nichiren blade, Jinya was no longer as irritable as before, but he did not shake Chiba Yo's hand and continued practicing his sword swings. Tsujikuni Jinya, Tsujikuni Shinazugawa, those names sound familiar. Could they be brothers? After seeing that Jinya was unwilling to shake hands, Chiba Yo withdrew his hand and couldn't help but connect Jinya's name to the Wind Hashira he had just met. Chapter 13. Brothers? Your name is very similar to Lord Wind Hashira's. His name is Tsujikuni Shinazugawa. You two aren't brothers, are you? Chiba Yo asked with some curiosity. Thud. The Nichiren blade that Jinya had been wanting to obtain fell to the ground. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Chiba Yo's shoulder, then excitedly shouted, What did you say? Is my brother here, too? Where is he now? He originally said this as a joke to lighten the mood between them. But he didn't expect Jinya to react so strongly after hearing those words. So they really are brothers? He was just at Lord Insect Hashira's butterfly mansion. I don't know where he went after that. He might still be there. Chiba Yo replied honestly. Where is this butterfly mansion you mentioned? Tell me quickly. Jinya's tone grew increasingly agitated as he shook Chiba Yo's shoulder and asked. After hearing his question, Chiba Yo turned around to point out the location of the butterfly house, only to see the Wind Hashira passing by. His brother, Jinya, let go of Chiba Yo and immediately ran toward Shinazugawa. Brother, I finally found you. Jinya shouted excitedly as he ran towards Shinazugawa. Naturally, Shinazugawa heard Jinya's voice, turned his head, and saw him. He was first surprised, but then returned to his usual indifferent expression. You foolish guy, you're not my brother. Don't stay in the Demon Slayer Corps anymore, Shinazugawa said coldly, looking at his brother without a trace of emotion, as if he were a stranger. The icy words instantly made Jinya stop in his tracks, and his excited heart cooled at that moment. However, he quickly regained his composure. Brother must be treating me this way because of what I did back then. It's all my fault, so I must sincerely apologize to you. Jinya was now just a few steps away from Shinazugawa, and before he could express his apologies, Shinazugawa's words cut him off. Stop shamelessly calling me brother. I have no brother. I don't care about what you said. Just hurry up and leave. After saying this, Shinazugawa turned to leave. Jinya was left standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. He had always imagined the scene of reuniting with his brother. He imagined that his brother might scold him or even hit him for his past behavior, as he had been too much back then. Even if his brother was gentle, he probably wouldn't forgive him right away. But he never thought his brother would completely deny him. The brother who used to be so gentle with his siblings now spoke so harshly. It's all my fault. If I hadn't said those hurtful things, we would at least still have each other, but now. Jinya thought to himself, this is my just desserts, right? The brother I fought to protect ended up calling me a murderer. How painful must it have been for him? It's only right for him to hate me. Jinya stood there, fists clenched, his nails digging into his flesh without him realizing it. Guilt and self-reproach flooded his heart, and he didn't even notice that Shinazugawa had already walked far away. Even if Shinazugawa hadn't left, it would be hard for him to say anything now. Are you okay? A voice rang in Jinya's ear. Chiba Yo patted Jinya's shoulder, looking at him with concern. Although he didn't know the specifics of what had happened between Jinya and the Wind Hashira, he could tell that Jinya's heart was definitely hurting. Jinya, who had been holding back his emotions due to misunderstanding his brother and saying such hurtful things, finally couldn't bear it anymore, and tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. Chiba Yang didn't know the details of the situation and didn't know how to comfort Shwani, so he just stayed by his side. After a while, Shwani's emotions gradually calmed down, but because of what had just happened, neither of them felt like training for the time being, so they sat together on the steps outside the team dormitory and started chat. Thank you. After the recent events, Shwani's fondness for Chiba Yang had increased quite a bit, and he turned to Chiba Yang to express his gratitude. It's nothing. Chiba Yang was just about to ask him about the situation with the wind pillar, but thinking of how sad Shwani had just been, he couldn't bring himself to ask. However, to his surprise, Shwani took the initiative to speak. You must be curious about my relationship with my brother, right? My brother was originally a very gentle person. He must have become like this because of me. Shwani was also eager to find someone to confide in, and Chiba Yang was a very suitable person for that. Hearing Shwani willingly speak, Chiba Yang listened attentively. My brother and I were born into an ordinary family in a small city. There are 7 siblings in total. I'm the second oldest, and my brother is the oldest. We had a father who often gambled and abused us, and our mother. Whenever our father would hit us, our small-bodied mother would protect us with her own body. Later, our terrible father was stabbed to death by an enemy, and we siblings had only each other and our mother to rely on. At that time, my brother said to me, "Dad was stabbed to death. From now on, it's up to us to protect everyone." What does "from now on" mean? It clearly means it's up to the two of us, right? I still clearly remember my brother's gentle smile from that time. Our father's death didn't make us too sad. When he was alive, all he did was hit and scold us. After that, the 7 of us siblings, along with our mother, lived a difficult life together. Although we lived in poverty, we were very content. As long as we had each other, we already felt very happy. But that life changed one night. At this point, a painful expression appeared on Schwani's face. Clearly a memory he didn't want to recall, but he continued to speak. That night, my mother didn't come back for a long time. I stayed at home to take care of my younger siblings while my brother went out to look for her. However, until dawn, they still hadn't returned. I let my younger siblings go to sleep, but then suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door. My younger siblings thought it was our mother coming back and immediately opened the door. A shadow rushed into the house and killed several of my younger siblings who had opened the door in an instant. My face was also scratched by that shadow, and at the same time, my youngest brother in my arms was injured and barely breathing. At that moment, my brother rushed in, grabbed that shadow, and ran out of the room, telling me to escape quickly. When I came to my senses, I was the only one left in the room who could move. Looking at my youngest brother, who was barely breathing, I went outside to find a doctor. However, on the way, I encountered my brother with a kitchen knife and our mother lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 14. Schwani becomes a disciple by this point in the story. Chiba Yang had already made some guesses. That shadow was likely Schwani's mother. After all, for someone who had just turned into a demon, the flesh and blood of a blood relative is the most attractive. Sure enough, Schwani's next words confirmed his suspicion. At that time, my mind went blank, and without thinking, I blurted out, questioning my brother why he killed our mother, shouting at him that he was a murderer. Schwani's crossed arms trembled, and feelings of guilt and self-blame surged again. My brother didn't say anything at the time. He stood there for a while before turning around and leaving. As the sun rose, our mother's body turned to ashes. The bodies of my younger siblings became cold and silent. And it was at that moment that I gradually understood that the shadow that attacked us was our mother. To protect us siblings, my brother fought with the monster at dawn. When he pushed the monster out of the house and saw the shadow was our mother, what must he have felt? After personally killing his own mother, when he heard his younger brother, whom he fought to protect, speak harshly to him, what must he have felt? It's all my foolish ignorance that caused my brother to bear all of this alone. He must hate me very much, right? That's why he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his brother. But that's only natural after all. No, it absolutely can't be like that. Chiba Yang interrupted Schwani, looking at him seriously. Schwani was taken aback by his words and looked up at Chiba Yang. If what you say is true, that your brother is a very gentle person, then he must understand the situation you were in at that time. After all, you didn't know that the monster that injured you was your mother. Even if you had complaints about your actions at that time, he certainly wouldn't disown you. The reason he doesn't want to acknowledge you must be for another reason. Chiba Yang said with great certainty. Chiba Yang's words made Schwani understand in an instant. He had been immersed in self-blame and guilt, assuming that his brother blamed him for what happened back then, which was why he didn't acknowledge him as his brother. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, he realized that his brother was clearly the kindest person in the world. How could he not acknowledge him for that reason? He didn't want to admit that the reason might be to keep him away from him. Chiba Yang voiced his speculation. To make me stay away from him? Why? Schwani asked, somewhat confused. Mr. Shimi is a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? He must face very powerful demons. If he acknowledges you, you could very likely be drawn into his battles, which would be very dangerous for you, Chiba Yang said, looking at Schwani. Hearing Chiba Yang's explanation, Schwani gradually understood his meaning. Are you saying that my brother doesn't want me to get involved in danger, so he doesn't acknowledge me? Schwani asked. Chiba nodded and continued. That's right. Didn't he initially say for you to leave the Demon Slayer Corps? This matter clearly has nothing to do with the topic you were discussing. And his sudden remark must be because he doesn't want you to encounter danger due to your identity as a demon slayer. Chiba Yang felt more and more that his guess was correct. He hadn't seen the Wind Pillar act so violently when he first met him at the Butterfly Mansion. Is it really true that my brother really have no resentment or blame towards me? Upon hearing Chiba Yang's explanation, Jinya gradually became excited. If this guess is true, it means that his brother still loves him. As long as he knows this, other matters become less important. As long as their feelings for each other remain, all problems will eventually be resolved. Based on my speculation, you also said that your brother is a very gentle person, right? So it makes perfect sense that he wouldn't want to put his younger brother in danger, Chiba Yang replied. That's great. If that's the case, then I'm going to clarify things with my brother right now. I'm not afraid of any danger. As long as I can be with my brother, I'm satisfied, Jinya said excitedly, immediately standing up to find Shinazugawa. Chiba Yo's mind went blank for a moment. He didn't expect that after hearing his explanation, Shinmi's first reaction would be like this. Anyone could see that going to find him directly now was the least advisable option. Wait. After regaining some clarity, Chiba Yo grabbed Shinmi. Shinmi turned around in confusion, not understanding why he was doing this. If my guess is correct, if you go to find Mr. Shimi now, he definitely won't acknowledge you, and he might even treat you more harshly to make you quit the Demon Slayer Corps, Chiba Yo explained helplessly to Shinmi. That's true. Chiba Yo's words brought Shinmi back to reality, and he abandoned the idea of going to find Shimi immediately. But if that's the case, won't I forever be unable to reunite with my brother? Soon, Shimi realized a new problem. If Shimi's intention was to keep him from staying in the Demon Slayer Corps and to prevent him from encountering danger, then he would never acknowledge him. Realizing this made Shinmi feel even more depressed. Of course not. As long as one day all the demons in the world disappear, then Mr. Shimi won't need to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps and will be able to acknowledge you, right? By then, the Demon Slayer Corps might even be disbanded, Chiba Yo said, shaking his head at Shinmi. The air suddenly fell into silence, and a few seconds passed just like that. Chiba Haruya realized that this condition seemed a bit distant. He cleared his throat and continued. Of course, there's another way. As long as you can make your brother feel at ease and no longer worry about your safety, then the two of you should be able to recognize each other. This method was clearly more reliable than the previous one. Hearing this, Jinya nodded in agreement and said, so what I need to do now is to find a way to become stronger so that my brother can acknowledge me. Furthermore, if I can become a Hashira, then I can see my brother more often. Exactly, that's it. Seeing Jinya regain his spirit, Chiba Haruya felt a sense of accomplishment. Since I need to get stronger, I should definitely find a powerful teacher. Do you know who the strongest person in the Demon Slayer Corps is? Jinya pondered for a moment and asked Chiba Haruya, the strongest person in the Demon Slayer Corps? I remember that Rengoku-sensei mentioned it to me. According to him, is Mr. Himejima Jyomi the Stone Hashira. He seems to live in the mountains over there, but I don't know if he's currently on a mission. Chiba Yang recalled what Rengoku had mentioned to him before and pointed in a direction beside the dormitory. All right, I'm going to find Mr. Kanroji to become his disciple. Upon hearing this news, Jinya couldn't sit still anymore and immediately ran towards the direction Chiba Yang pointed. However, after running a few steps, he stopped, turned around, and waved at Chiba Yang. Thanks for today, Yang. After saying this, he turned back and continued running in that direction. It really feels like it. After all, we're brothers. Chiba Yang thought as he watched Jinya's departing figure. Caw, 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 south-southwest. There are traces of demons in the southwest. Chiba Yang, run, run. Chapter 15. First mission. The high-pitched voice of the crow echoed in Chiba Yang's ears as he picked up his Nichiren blade and stood up from the steps. Has the first mission finally come? Demons, wait for me. I will annihilate all of you. Chiba Yang, following the guidance of Sanya, ran southwest. Unexpectedly, on the way, he passed by a courtyard and saw Shimi Chuan again. At that moment, he was sitting on the steps, feeding a small dog with a piece of hagi cake. A gentle smile on his scarred face. However, his smile soon faded, replaced by a look of concern. By this time, the small dog had finished the hagi cake in his hand, barked twice, and wagged its tail at him. Shimi patted the dog's head, and then turned to walk into the house. You were right, Genmi. Mr. Shimi is indeed a very gentle person. Witnessing all this, Chiba Yang became even more certain of his guess. However, he had a mission to fulfill, so he did not linger and continued to run southwest. As night fell, the stars shone brightly, and the moonlight was hazy. Chinya Yang followed the guidance of the crow to the place it mentioned. And now he found himself in a forest outside a small town. If he wanted to find traces of the ghost, it would be best to ask the locals. The crow could only indicate the general direction of the ghost, and the specific location still needed to be investigated by members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chinya Yang planned to inquire in the town. Just as he was about to set off, a voice calling for someone approached from afar. The voice already sounded somewhat hoarse, but did not stop. Out of curiosity, and feeling that this might be related to the ghost, Chinya Yang began to move toward the direction of the voice. The closer he got, the more he could hear the weariness in the voice, mixed with urgency and worry. Soon, Chiba Yang found the source of the voice. A boy around 16 years old, dressed in worn clothes, looking haggard with bloodshot eyes, as if he hadn't rested for a long time. Upon seeing Chiba Yang, the boy immediately ran over to him. "Have you seen my sister?" A 10-year-old girl with a cherry blossom hairpin, about this tall, the boy said, gesturing with his hand, his tone very anxious, looking at Chiba Yang with some expectation. "No." Chiba Yang shook his head and then asked, "What happened?" Upon hearing Chiba Yang's answer, the boy's eyes quickly dimmed, and then he hoarsely replied, "My sister is missing. 3 days ago, she went here with her friends to play a ghost-catching game, but she never came back. That evening, I came here to look for her, but she and her friends all disappeared." The townspeople whose children had gone missing called the police, who searched the area for 2 days but only found some bloodstains. They concluded that the children had been eaten by some wild beast and stopped investigating the matter. As the boy spoke, his voice began to choke up, and his body trembled slightly. He continued, "But I've lived here for over 10 years and have never seen any wild beasts. Xiaoying must still be alive. I have to find her." The boy took a step forward, swaying as he continued to walk, his legs starting to tremble, probably from walking without rest for too long. It must be the ghost's doing. Chiba Yang looked at the boy with pity. He hadn't been able to find his sister for 3 days, and she was very likely in danger. Suddenly, the boy stumbled, and then his body lost balance and fell to the ground. Bang! Seeing this, Chiba Yang immediately stepped forward to support him. The boy's body was already very weak, and it was unclear how long he had been searching like this. "Are you okay?" Chiba Yang asked with some concern. "I'm fine," the boy replied, and immediately wanted to continue moving forward. "Let me help you," Chiba Yang said to the boy. Although he felt that the probability of the boy's sister being alive was slim, Chiba Yang still wanted to lend a hand. Moreover, what the boy was talking about was likely related to a ghost, and following him could increase the chances of finding the ghost. Turning to see Chiba Yang's sincere gaze, the boy nodded in agreement. Then, Chiba Yang supported the boy, and the two began searching in the forest together. Although it was nighttime, the moonlight made it relatively easy to see the path. This is where the police found the bloodstains. Other than these bloodstains, there's nothing else. Even if there were wild animals, there should be other signs left behind, the boy said, pointing at the bloodstains on the ground. After searching in the forest for a while, without any results, Chiba Yang suggested they check the place where the police discovered the bloodstains to see if they could find any clues. Chiba Yang observed and found that, indeed, as the boy said, there was nothing but bloodstains. However, these bloodstains were rather scattered, with a puddle every few meters, and some were also on the trees. Xiaoying was very timid. She only dared to come out that day because she was with her friends. At that time, I was busy helping a customer repair shoes and didn't pay attention, so I casually agreed to let her go. If I had known, I should have stopped her. The boy blamed himself as he spoke softly, tears streaming from his eyes. Deep down, he understood that his sister might have encountered misfortune. The bloodstains here couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. He just didn't want to believe it. As long as he hadn't seen his sister's corpse with his own eyes, he felt there was still hope. Life had been getting better, so why did such a thing happen? The boy's words made Chiba Yang feel a pang of sympathy and a sense of shared experience. He had felt the same way back then, guilty, in pain, and lost. Fortunately, he had met Kyojuro and was able to join the Demon Slayer Corps, gaining a sense of purpose. Should he tell this boy about the demons? Perhaps he would also want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Chiba Yang thought to himself. However, it couldn't be confirmed that these things were caused by ghosts. Even if he told this boy about his suspicions in the matter of ghosts, he probably wouldn't believe him. Chiba also knew that it wasn't the time to discuss these things, so he kept silent and continued to observe the bloodstains here, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, a sound like skin being seared by a hot iron rang out, and Chiba turned around abruptly to look at the source of the sound. A large tree trunk had somehow been corroded, creating a gash that was continuously widening. The boy also noticed this situation and, for some unknown reason, stood there in a daze. Chapter 16. Choice. The boy's voice trembled, and his body shook as he looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Moonlight shone into the hole corroded in the tree trunk, revealing a familiar sakura hairpin in front of the boy's eyes. "I want to eat," a soft whisper. Elongated vertical pupils, sharp teeth, a small body, stained with a lot of blood, holding a slender, severed arm, drool at the corners of its mouth. A being both familiar and unfamiliar appeared before the boy. Drip! The drool fell to the ground, quickly corroding a small pit in the surface. "What's going on? Xiaoying, is it you? How'd you end up like this?" The boy's mind went blank, and he asked with a trembling voice, his words unclear due to fear and confusion. However, Before he could finish speaking, the little girl-like ghost reached out her hand toward his neck. In the next moment, a figure in white appeared between the boy and the ghost, picking up the boy and pulling him away from the corrosive ghost. It turned out to be hiding in the tree. It seems the previous group of children must have been eaten by you. Chiba Yang placed the boy at a distance from the demon and turned around, drawing the sun wheel blade while speaking. The thin arm that the corrosion demon was holding was clearly that of a child. Blood demon art, blood corrosion. Seeing the boys saved by Chiba Yang, the corrosion demon became somewhat enraged. With a forceful grip, it crushed the arm in its hand, turning it into a thick mass of blood and flesh. Blood dripped to the ground with a sizzling sound, and under the influence of the blood demon art, this mass of blood and flesh had a strong corrosive property. Then, it hurled the mass of blood and flesh towards Chiba Yang. This was the first time encountering a demon that could use blood demon art. Its ability should be corrosion. The absence of clothing remnants in this area, only bloodstains, must be due to its ability. Chiba Yoko thought to himself, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly. Breath of the sun. Fourth form, sunlit fabric. Chiba Yang's mouth curled into a smile as a white rainbow emerged from the corner of his mouth. The black sun wheel knife in his hand suddenly turned a fiery red, and flames erupted from the blade, enveloping it. The temperature around him skyrocketed in that moment, illuminating the area as if it were broad daylight. Then, Chiba Yang swung the knife in a circular motion in front of him, the flames on the blade wrapping around him like a garment. The flesh and blood thrown by the corrosion demon collided with the flames surrounding Chiba Yang and, in an instant, melted away, leaving nothing behind. You can go to hell now, Chiba Yang said to the corrosion demon before him, as its movements were completely under his control. The corrosion demon let out a low growl and charged at him after seeing its attack blocked by Chiba Yang, while a boy behind him drooled. Breath of the sun, second form, 3 life heavens. Chiba Yang held a knife in both hands and then, in an instant, launched 3 flame slashes forward. No! Suddenly, the boy behind Chiba Yang shouted and lunged at him. Chiba Yo did not guard against the boy. Although he quickly reacted and adjusted his stance to avoid being knocked down, the boy's interference caused his attack to miss. One of the 3 slashes grazed the corrosion demon's hair, while the other 2 severed its arms, leaving severe burn marks at the wounds. The corrosion demon let out a piercing scream, and its gaze towards Chiba Yo was now filled with fear. She is my sister. Don't hurt her. Cough cough. The boy hugged Chiba Yo and shouted loudly in a hoarse voice. But before he could finish his sentence, he began to cough violently, his throat having been injured from shouting for too long. Just as Chiba Yo was about to scold the boy, he swallowed his words back, looking up again at the corrosion demon. Its form indeed resembled that of a little girl, and it wore the cherry blossom hairpin that the boy mentioned. The moment Chiba Yang saw the ghost, he entered a state of clarity, not paying attention to its appearance. He hadn't clearly heard what the boy had said earlier, but now, upon hearing the boy's desperate shout, Chiba Yang realized the situation. Please, just let her go, the boy pleaded hoarsely to Chiba Yang. Is this a newly born ghost? What should I do? Listening to the boy's plea, Chiba Yang hesitated for a moment. These ghosts were once human. Tanjiro's words echoed in Chiba Yang's mind. Now, he could understand the meaning behind Tanjiro's earlier statement. Ghosts were once humans. They had loved others and had been loved in return. The monsters that attacked your village are ghosts, beings that must consume humans to survive. Once created, they will kill humans for food. In the next moment, the words of Kyojuro also rang in his ears, and the scene of the village's devastation, along with the image of a ghost holding a child's arm, flashed before his eyes. Chiba Haru tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade. What would his feelings be when he pushed the monster out of the house and saw the shadow of his mother? How would he feel when he personally killed his own mother and then heard his younger brother, whom he fought to protect, lash out at him in anger? There was no hesitation. Even if it had once been human, it was now a man-eating demon, and the boy, as its blood relative, was its primary target. Sorry. Chiba Haru looked at the boy with a sympathetic gaze, then shook off his body. The corrosion demon, with its severed arms, could no longer regenerate and was now filled with fear towards Chiba Haru, turning to flee. Sun breathing, first form, red dawn. In the next moment, a flame as beautiful as the evening glow swept across the corrosion demon's neck. The corrosion demon let out a more sorrowful scream, its body collapsing weakly. Shouting, the boy, witnessing all this, cried out in anguish and rushed towards the corpse of the corrosion demon without a second thought. Don't go over there. Its corrosive properties will take your life. Chiba Haru quickly warned him and reached out to grab him. In a transparent world, Chiba Haru could see that the surface of this demon's body had the same properties as the blood demon technique it had used before. Any human body that came into contact with it would be completely corroded. Chiba Yang successfully grabbed the boy's clothes. But the boy took off his outer garment and directly pounced onto the corpse of the corruption demon, having had its head severed by the Nichiren blade. The corpse of the corruption demon had already begun to turn to ashes, and at the same time, the boy who was holding onto the corpse was also gradually being corroded. Don't be afraid. Xiao Ying, brother will stay with you. The boy murmured with hollow eyes and a hoarse voice, dissipating into the heavens and the earth along with the corruption demon. Witnessing all this, Chiba Yang stood frozen in place, a layer of gloom clouding his eyes. Chapter 17. Ghost hunting 3 days ago under the cover of night. The forest was lively with 6 children gathered here. Xiao Ying lost, you come and catch us. A little boy said mischievously to a girl wearing a cherry blossom hairpin. Okay, but don't hide too far. I'm a little scared, Xiao Ying said, looking around at the quiet surroundings. Don't worry, we'll hide nearby. You'll find us soon. One of the boys patted his chest and assured her. Hearing this, Xiao Ying nodded happily. She then turned around, leaned against a tree, closed her eyes, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. Where should we hide? One child asked another boy. The boy didn't reply, but smiled and pointed to the top of a big tree. The other children understood and quickly ran to the base of the tree, helping each other to climb up to several branches. Now Xiao Ying won't find us. And we're hiding close by, the boy said proudly. The other children nodded in agreement. 29, 30. After counting, Xiao Ying opened her eyes and turned around, only to find that her friends had all disappeared. I'm coming to find you. Xiao Ying looked around and shouted, hoping to hear something, but the surroundings remained silent. Everyone hides really well, Xiao Ying thought, then chose a direction to start looking. The 5 children watched as Xiao Ying ran away, covering their mouths and stifling laughter. Once she left, they burst into quiet giggles. After laughing for a while, the boy who suggested hiding in the tree spoke to the others. When Xiao Ying comes back next time, let's come down. If she can't find us, she might cry out of fear. The other children agreed. On the other side, Xiao Ying had been searching for a while but still hadn't found anyone. Where did everyone go? Looking at the quiet surroundings, she felt increasingly scared. Running around at night could lead to encountering ghosts. Suddenly, the words of an old woman from town echoed in her mind, making her swallow hard and feel even more frightened. Maybe I should just go back. Just as Xiao Ying had this thought, a sound of footsteps echoed in the silent night. Scared, out of her wits, Xiao Ying closed her eyes and screamed loudly. It's Xiao Ying's voice. The 5 children heard her scream. What if she encounters some danger? One child asked worriedly. Let's go down and find her. The boy who suggested hiding in the tree said, and he was the first to slide down, followed by the others. The 5 children began running in the direction Xiao Ying had just left. Little sister, what happened? A magnetic voice reached Xiao Ying's ears. Hearing this voice, Xiao Ying opened her eyes in fear. A tall young man dressed in black, wearing a black and white hat, with a pale complexion and crimson eyes, was walking towards her. Oh, it's a person. Seeing the man, Xiao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Then shyly said to the young man, Sorry, uncle, I thought there was a ghost. The young man's gaze shifted slightly. Then he smiled and asked, Really? Why are you out here so late? With another person nearby, Xiao Ying felt less scared and smiled as she replied, I was playing a ghost-catching game with my friends. I lost at rock, paper, scissors and had to catch them, but they hid too well, and I couldn't find any of them. The young man reached out and patted Xiao Ying's head, smiling as he said, I see, but why is it a person catching ghosts and not ghosts catching people? Xiao Ying looked up in confusion at his words. The young man smiled and touched her forehead with his right index finger. In the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly vanished, replaced by cold indifference. His fingernail suddenly elongated and pierced through Xiao Ying's forehead. After screaming for nearly 10 seconds, Xiao Ying's appearance began to change. Her teeth became sharp, and her nails started to grow longer. The young man then withdrew his fingernail from her head. This guy was the progenitor of demons, Kabutsuji Muzan. Search for the blue spider lily here. If you encounter a demon hunter, kill them, Kabutsuji Muzan said coldly to Xiao Ying, transmitting information about the blue spider lily into her mind. Yes. The suppression of bloodlines made Xiao Ying completely unable to define Muzan, kneeling on the ground and respectfully replying. At this moment, her memories of humanity had nearly vanished. Xiao Ying. Just then, voices approached from afar. The other 5 children had found their way here. Found you. The darkness made it hard for them to see Xiao Ying's transformation. They shouted and ran towards her. The newly transformed and weak Xiaoying couldn't help but drool upon seeing the 5 children. Go, Muzan said coldly, looking at the children. Receiving Muzan's command, Xiaoying immediately lunged at them. The children finally sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The child in the lead had his neck snapped in an instant, and his clothes began to corrode. Monster! The other children trembled and turned to run, but how could their physical abilities compare to a demon? In an instant, screams echoed and blood splattered. Having just transformed into a demon, Xiaoying could already use blood demon arts. With decent talent, she might even enter the 12 Kizuki in the future. Muzan observed the scene just now and commented lightly before losing interest and turning to leave. The screams of agony faded, replaced by the sounds of flesh being devoured. After a while, the child's parents came to the forest searching for their child. At this point, the corrupted demon had eaten its fill, and the remnants of memory allowed it to recognize its brother. Therefore, it did not reveal itself again, but instead leaped onto a sturdy tree with the unfinished corpse, corroding the trunk and hiding within to escape the daylight. It wasn't until 3 days later, when the memories of its human life had completely vanished and it smelled the scent of kin, that it re-emerged. In the silent forest, only Chiba Yang stood alone under the moonlight, clutching the boy's outer garment. Chapter 18. Hatred, the second quarter moon wandering, guilt, self-doubt, pain, and sorrow surged within Chiba Yang's heart, momentarily leaving him dazed. The only one capable of turning people into demons was the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. Remembering what Kyojuro had told it before, all of Chiba Yang's emotions transformed into rage. Muzan Kibutsuji. Chiba Yang tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade, trembling with anger. Although they had never met, his hatred for Muzan had already reached its peak. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I will definitely slay you. With determination, he plunged the Nichiren blade into the ground, making a vow. Caw! Caw! To the north, demon slayer swordsmen are engaged in battle with demons. Some swordsmen have already fallen. Go to their aid. Go to their aid. The call of the crow echoed again. Before Chiba Yang could calm his emotions, the second mission had already been issued. Silently retracting the Nichiren blade, Chiba Yang knew he had no time to hesitate here. He placed the garment on the ground, prayed for the deceased siblings and those killed by demons, and immediately followed the crow's guidance northward. Although he understood that slaying the man-eating demons was not wrong, the thought of the boy who died for it always weighed heavily on him, filling his heart with a sense that he had killed that boy. Did Rengoku-sensei, Takedo-sensei, and Shinobune also bear such responsibilities and pains? The guilt of not being able to protect humanity, the sorrow of witnessing the suffering of the world, and the silent endurance of being misunderstood. In comparison, the physical pain must be the least significant to them. For Rengoku-sensei, who made it his life's principle to protect others, seeing the state of the village must have brought him immense guilt, yet he could still warmly comfort me. Now, it was time for me to pick myself up as well. Chiba Yang's emotions gradually calmed down, and he began to focus on his journey. Soon, a small mountain appeared before him, and the screams coming from within the mountain confirmed that this was indeed the place mentioned by Songya. Without hesitation, he rushed into the mountain, and the smell of blood surrounded Chiba Yang from the moment he entered. As he went deeper, fragments of demon slayer uniforms and Nichiren blades appeared, with bloodstains everywhere, but there were no corpses. Huh? Are you demon hunters really this weak? And you're not very bright either. After seeing the numbers in my eyes, you still dared to attack me. I am the lower moon too of the 12 Kizuki. A voice filled with arrogance echoed ahead. Hearing the voice, Chiba Yang immediately rushed in that direction. In the forest, at the mountain's peak, a middle-aged man with a thick beard, his upper face covered in blood patterns, was laughing maniacally as he strangled a demon slayer swordsman by the neck. In his left eye were carved the words Lower 2. Lower 2, Rokuro. Surrounding him on the trees were numerous human corpses hanging, their bodies pierced by thick ropes. Most contorted in bizarre and twisted poses, legs tangled over heads, arms spiraled, their bodies curled into round shapes. The Hashira will kill you. The swordsman being choked by Rokuro managed to say with great difficulty. Rokuro showed a disdainful expression at this. I've lost interest in you. Fewer and fewer humans pass through here. It's time to change places. If the Hashira you mentioned can find me, let him come. After saying this, the body of the demon slayer swordsman in Rokuro's grip began to twist, his bones cracking loudly. Ah! The intense pain made the swordsman scream, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, while Rokuro displayed a look of enjoyment. Suddenly, a figure rushed in at high speed. A flash of cold light passed, and Rokuro's grip on the swordsman's arm was severed. He immediately jumped back a large distance and then instantly regenerated the severed arm to avoid harming the captured human. Chiba Yang did not use any sword techniques. Can you still escape? After shaking off Rokuro's severed arm, Chiba Yang asked the swordsman, "Don't let it touch you." However, the swordsman did not answer Chiba Yang. Instead, he first warned him. On the other side, watching Chiba Yang save the swordsman, Rokuro chuckled and said, "Do you think you've really saved him?" As his words fell, the neck of the swordsman that Chiba Yang had rescued twisted a full 360, and then his body went limp and fell. What a pity he was in my grasp for too long, Rokuro mocked Chiba Yang. The feeling of controlling someone's life and death was very addictive for him, alleviating some of his fear of a certain demon. You must also be a demon hunter, right? As a demon hunter, you should understand the significance of the numbers in my eyes. My strength is not something you little minions can handle. How about this? If you can help me find more humans as my food, I will let you go. What do you think? Rokuro shouted at Chiba Yang. As a demon, he naturally wouldn't let go of food that was within reach. He said this just to insult the demon hunters. Chiba Yang said nothing, gently placing the corpse of the demon slayer on the ground, and stood up to slowly walk towards the wheel. He naturally knew what the numbers in the eyes of the demons represented. Kyojuro had already told him that the demons with numbers in their eyes were members of the 12 Kizuki, the direct subordinates of the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, and were extraordinarily powerful. But none of this mattered to him, and he was indifferent to it. All he thought about was killing these evil demons. The human corpses hanging from the trees continuously stimulated his nerves and ignited his fury. Why trample on life? Although his heart was filled with extreme anger, Chiba Yang's voice sounded somewhat calm, but beneath this calmness lay boundless rage. Chiba Yang knew that he might not get any answers from the demon and also understood that he would soon engage in a life and death battle with this demon. Yet he still wanted to ask these questions. What? Luluo called out in confusion, not understanding why this demon hunter would ask him questions. Life ages, life gets sick, life gets hurt, life fades away. Merely surviving is already difficult, so why take the lives of others so easily? The deep voice echoed in the vast forest, and the moonlight spilled onto Chiba Yang, making the fiery patterns on his forehead even more vivid. Chapter 19. Fear carved into cells after my father abandoned us. My mother raised me without complaint. Even while suffering from serious illness, she did everything within her power to ensure I could live well, and in the end, she even considered suicide to avoid being a burden to me. It was not easy to dissuade her from that thought, but just then, the village encountered demons, and my mother was brutally killed, leaving me as the only survivor. Mr. Shimi's family had so many children. Merely surviving was extremely difficult. Yet, the crucial mother turned into a demon, and out of 6 brothers, only 1 survived, and he had to personally kill his beloved mother. And then there were that pair of siblings. Demons constantly take away those we cherish. They treat humans as toys, deriving pleasure from human suffering and pain, and from taking lives. They were once human, right? Why has it come to this? Why do demons exist? What kind of ugliness and filth must that person known as Kibutsuji Muzan possess? Luluo listened to Chiba Yang's words, confused, and indifferently said, "What does that have to do with me? It is natural for demons to kill humans." Luluo's words were suddenly interrupted as he froze. Watching Chiba Yang approach him step by step, and another voice echoed in his mind. Where's the fun? Where's the humor? It was the same voice suppressing its anger, accompanied by an image appearing in his mind, a man strikingly similar to the young boy before him. With strange fiery patterns on his forehead, long black hair with red edges tied in a high ponytail, and dressed in red under the moonlight. This is Muzan's memory. Luluo instantly understood, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. You were once human, right? Why do you harm humanity? Chiba Yang's voice echoed again, and the voice in Luluo's mind also resonated once more. Why forget? The sun wheel blade was drawn, and the black blade gradually turned red. Cold sweat broke out on Luluo's forehead, and the cells in its body emitted feelings of fear, causing it to tremble all over. Damn it, Godi! In a panic, Luluo shook its head, trying to break free from this state, and charged towards Chiba Yang with a punch. Swish! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out, and in an instant, Luluo's limbs were all severed, although 4 strikes were made. The speed was so fast that only one sound could be heard. Ah! Luluo screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Chiba Yang approached it with the sunwheel knife in hand. The black blade had completely turned red, resembling the knife in the hands of the man in Rulu's mind. What does life truly mean to you? What do you consider life to be? Two voices echoed simultaneously, overlapping each other, and at that moment, the figure of Chiba Yang holding the red long knife completely overlapped with the figure in its mind. The fear emitted by Rulu's cells reached its peak. No, how could I be so afraid of a human? How could Lord Muzan fear a human? This must be a lie. Humans are merely weak and pitiful beings, incapable of defeating us who do not age, fall ill, or get injured. Rulu desperately tried to shake off the fear in its body, but it couldn't stop trembling. Ha! Don't think this means you can win against me. Your knife just touched my body, right? I'll destroy it right now. Let's see what you can do then. Blood demon art. Rulu turn. Rulu shouted with a trembling voice, staring at Chiba Yang's knife. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly fell silent for a second, and nothing happened. Chiba Yang slowly raised the crimson Heidao, his gaze calm, but the anger hidden deep within was exceptionally clear. Impossible. My blood demon technique can clearly control the objects I touch to rotate at will. Why is your sword unaffected? Luluo shouted incredulously at Chiba Yang. Its blood demon technique, Lu Zhuan, could control the objects it touched to rotate according to its will, as long as it wasn't a single blow that decapitated it. The Nichiren blade would be twisted into a circle, rendering it completely unusable. Moreover, as long as it could touch someone's body, its blood demon technique could cause the touched area to rot. The longer the contact, the longer the control duration, and the stronger the degree of control. With this blood demon technique, when facing demon slayers, as long as the strength difference wasn't too great, its chances of winning were almost 100. However, now, its invincible blood demon technique had no effect at all. How is this possible? His sword severed my limbs. My body must have touched that sword. So why didn't the blood demon technique work? Luo was drenched in cold sweat, fear growing to the point where it even temporarily forgot to regenerate its severed limbs. However, even if it tried to regenerate, it couldn't do so at all. Being cut by the Heidao made regeneration difficult, even for upper moons, let alone a lower moon like it. The reason its blood demon technique couldn't take effect was also due to the Heidao. Faced with Luo's question, Chiba Yang naturally wouldn't answer. And he didn't even know the answer. Walking in front of Luo, Chiba Yang asked the last question. The previous questions were merely born out of his hatred for demons, with no intention of obtaining answers from the demon. But this last question was what he most wanted to know. Where is Kibutsuji Muzan? Chiba Yang coldly asked Luo, who was lying on the ground. It was precisely to learn the whereabouts of Kibutsuji Muzan that Chiba Yang refrained from using the breath technique to sever Luo's head. Other demons might have some redeemable qualities, but Kibutsuji Muzan, who continuously created demons, caused family members to devour each other, and created countless misfortunes, absolutely deserved no sympathy whatsoever. Looking at the figure before him, illuminated by the moonlight like a deity, Luo felt that its previous understanding of humans was almost entirely absent in him. He seemed to transcend demons, a being more perfect than any demon. Demons need to eat humans, they must forsake the sunlight, and can only move at night. Yet the strength of this person before him was unreasonable. Despite looking only a few years older than a teenager, his speed and strength had already far surpassed Luo, who had consumed a vast number of humans. He was like a deity walking in the world, and such powerful strength was merely a matter of course for him. It was inherently part of him. I don't know. Luo's eyes were filled with fear as it mumbled while moving backward. Half out of fear of Chiba Yang and half out of fear of Muzan. Chapter 20. Slaying Lower Moon, Pillar Assembly Meeting. Do not speak of anything about me, understand? Under the moonlight, Kibutsuji Muzan raised his right index finger, expressionless, and spoke to Luo, who had just become a lower moon and was kneeling on the ground. His slightly magnetic voice contained no emotion, although Muzan did not threaten what would happen if he spoke. The cells radiating fear within Luo had already informed it that no matter where it was, this man before it could easily take its life. Why yes, my subordinate understands. Luo trembled as it repeatedly responded. The fear from that time still lingered in its cells, unable to be erased forever. Now when asked about Muzan, Luo recalled that scene. The change of lower moons was extremely frequent. The hunting of demon slayers was part of the reason. But another part was the internal competition among demons. To obtain more blood and become stronger, most intelligent demons would desire to become part of the 12 Kizuki. However, even becoming a member of the 12 Kizuki did not guarantee safety. As direct subordinates of Muzan, if their strength or behavior did not meet Muzan's satisfaction, they could be stripped of their title as lower moons, or worse, be directly devoured. As a lower moon too, Luo had witnessed a lower moon being instantly erased by Muzan for simply saying the wrong thing. I cannot speak, absolutely cannot speak. Otherwise, I will die a terrible death. Even if I die at the hands of this demon slayer. I cannot speak, Lu Luo thought, trembling all over. It was Muzan who turned you into a demon, right? As one of his direct subordinates in the 12 Kazuki, do you have no understanding of him at all? Chiba Yang coldly asked Lu Luo on the ground. Having finally encountered a demon with a closer connection to Muzan, Chiba Yang naturally wanted to ask as much information about Muzan as possible. I don't know. Lu Luo maintained its silence, shaking its head and moving its body, yet it was indeed inching closer to Chiba Yang. As long as I can touch him with my blood demon technique, there might still be a chance to escape, Lu Luo thought, planning to regenerate its arm at the right moment to grab Chiba Yang's leg and activate its blood demon technique. It seemed that Kibutsuji Muzan had considerable control over demons. Chiba Yang felt a bit disappointed as he noticed the small movements of the Rengoku. He slowly raised the crimson Nichiren blade. There was no time left. Seeing Chiba Yang's actions, Rengoku immediately planned to regenerate its limbs again. The next moment, a burning pain shot through its severed limbs, and the regeneration it had imagined did not happen at all. How could this be? Why am I unable to regenerate? I clearly consumed a lot of people tonight. The power to regenerate should be sufficient. Why? Rengoku thought in disbelief, sinking into despair at that moment. In that case, you shall go to hell to atone for everything you have done, Chiba Yang said calmly. Judging by Rengoku's reaction, he guessed that Muzan likely had some means to control demons, preventing them from resisting him or even from revealing any information. Therefore, he did not intend to waste any more time on this demon. With a speed that was hard to see, the blade cut through Rengoku's neck, and its head rolled onto the ground. Damn it, after finally becoming a lower moon, I can't believe I'm dying at the hands of such a small demon. Rengoku's head, which had rolled to the ground, shouted, as its body and head gradually turned to ash. Unwillingness, such unwillingness, its shouting gradually quieted down, and Rengoku's body turned completely to ash. Silently sheathing the Nichiren blade, Chiba Yang felt a heavy heart. The consecutive missions made him realize the heavy responsibilities that the Demon Slayer Corps members bore. Each mission brought them close to the gates of death, enduring immense mental pressure. Although he did not have to worry about his own life due to his strong abilities, the other members, Chiba Yang slowly walked up to the recently deceased Demon Slayer Corps member and gently closed his wide-open eyes. Rest in peace. A deep sorrow and anguish filled his heart, and at that moment, he recalled what Kyojuro had said before. Xiao Yang, do you know why some people are born stronger than others? At that time, he had just completed the development of his breathing technique's swordsmanship. Under the setting sun, he and Kyojuro were resting on the steps of the team quarters when Kyojuro suddenly asked him his question. After days of continuous praise from his teacher, Chiba Yang gradually understood that his talent seemed to be quite impressive, and now, hearing him ask that question, he could faintly sense it was about him. Chiba Yang fell silent and thought for a moment, opened his mouth to say something but hesitated, finally saying, I'm not quite sure. He originally wanted to say it was to eradicate evil, but after considering it, he felt that evil was not something that could be easily defined. If powerful people mistakenly regard good people as evil, it could lead to the wrongful death of the innocent. At that moment, Rengoku turned to look at him and then said somewhat solemnly, it is to help the weak. Those who are gifted and surpass others must use their strength for the world and for others. They must never use the abilities bestowed upon them to harm others for personal gain. Helping the weak is the duty of the naturally strong, and it is a responsibility we must take on, a mission we must uphold for a lifetime. After Rengoku finished speaking, Chiba Yang noticed that the corners of his eyes seemed to be a little wet. Chiba Yang did not understand why, but he firmly remembered these words. After a moment of silence, Xing Shulang continued, Xiao Yang, your talent is very strong, stronger than anyone I have ever seen. This talent makes you inherently more powerful than most people. However, because of this, you should restrain yourself strictly and support the weak. The talents bestowed upon us by heaven are meant for us to protect, not to destroy. Do you understand? From his teacher's calm words, Chiba Yang felt an extraordinary strength and belief, deepening his understanding of his teacher. Yes. Facing Xing Shulang's gaze, Chiba Yang answered firmly, I'm sorry, teacher, I couldn't do it. After slaying the evil spirits, the anger in his heart gradually faded, but guilt and self-blame surged within him. Having witnessed others die before his eyes during 2 missions, the pain in Chiba Yang's heart was unimaginable. However, he did not remain immersed in sorrow. He got up and took down the bodies hanging from the trees. burying them one by one. About 20 minutes later, the hidden team members who had heard the news arrived. By this time, Chiba Yang had already buried almost half of the bodies. Lord Chiba Yang, the Lord has learned that you single-handedly eliminated a member of the 12 Kazuki. Your rank has now risen to Hashira, and the Lord summons you back to attend the Hashira meeting. A hidden team member said respectfully as he ran up to Chiba Yang. Chapter 21. Gathering of the Hashira. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Chiba Yang replied. He felt heavy-hearted and did not feel any joy upon receiving this news. He had already anticipated his rank would rise. Xing Shulang had previously explained the conditions for Demon Slayer ranks, which required either slaying 50 demons or one member of the 12 Kazuki. And he had just met those conditions. It's no trouble at all, the hidden team member said, waving his hands repeatedly, feeling a bit excited. I can't believe a Hashira is concerned about me. The hidden team member thought with excitement. After helping the hidden team member handle the situation here, Chiba Yang began to head back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. He was still somewhat unsettled and hoped to find someone to confide in. Since it was a Hashira meeting, his teacher would probably return to attend as well. Chiba Yang was thinking while on his way to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. A girl with long, pink braided hair, the tips of which were green, was the first to arrive. She was Mitsuri Kanroji, the love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I didn't expect to be the first one here. Mitsuri looked around and noticed that no other Hashira had arrived yet. By the way, the Hashira meeting is scheduled earlier this time than usual. The Hashira meetings are typically held every 6 months, with all Hashira level members required to attend. The meeting discusses areas where demons have been sighted, the possible whereabouts of Muzan Kibutsuji, updates on the demons' movements, and issues regarding the overall discipline and power balance of the Demon Slayer Corps. After a while, Shinobu Kocho also arrived. Shinobu. Upon seeing Shinobu, Mitsuri ran over with a happy smile and embraced her. Mitsuri, you're here so early, Shinobu said with a smile. As the only two girls among the Hashira, they shared a close relationship. Well, my patrol area is quite close to our headquarters, Mitsuri replied with a smile. She then asked Shinobu, by the way, do you know why this Hashira meeting was scheduled earlier? It was supposed to be later, right? Shinobu shook her head and replied, I don't know either. Maybe there's something important. At that moment, a man with a white snake wrapped around his neck, mismatched green and gold eyes, and bandages around his mouth arrived. He was Iguro Abanai, the serpent Hashira, along with his companion, Karamaru. Ah, it's Mr. Iguro. Mitsuri noticed the serpent Hashira entering the courtyard and waved at him. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Mr. Iguro, how have you been lately? Mr. Iguro looks as handsome as ever. Upon seeing Mitsuri, Abanai's mood instantly brightened, and he approached her with a slight smile, though Mitsuri and Shinobu couldn't see his expression due to the bandages on his face. Not bad, and you? Naturally moving closer to Mitsuri, Abanai looked at her with gentle eyes. I'm doing well. I've been working hard to protect others. A family I saved a few days ago even treated me to Sakuramachi, but I was afraid my hair would turn an even stranger color. So I only ate 50 before saying goodbye. Mitsuri proudly shared this with Abanai, then looked at her braids with a hint of sadness. After eating 170 Sakuramachi every day for 8 months, her hair had changed to its current color, which had even been mocked by someone she went on a blind date with. That's great, but don't hold back like that in the future. If you want to eat, just eat. Your hair color is beautiful, and if anyone dares to mock you, I'll teach them a lesson. Abanai praised Mitsuri and then said to her, Mr. Iguro, you're really so nice. Mitsuri was moved by Abanai's words and hugged him tightly. Abanai was momentarily at a loss for what to do, his normally soft body becoming incredibly stiff. The white snake around his neck, Kevamu, hissed and flicked its tongue, turning its head away. Shinobu, who had been left out, smiled and turned away. Fortunately, after a while, Mitsuri released Abanai, not letting the situation last too long. Abanai breathed a sigh of relief, though he also felt a bit regretful. The next to arrive was a serious-looking young man with black hair, wearing a Demon Slayer uniform over a Haori with different patterns on each side. He was Ju Tomioka, the water Hashira. Upon seeing Ju, Abanai immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Tomioka, you're really slow. However, Ju merely glanced at him without saying a word and then moved to a spot further away from them. Mitsuri and Shinobu greeted him, but he only nodded in response. Ha, how arrogant. Ju's behavior naturally ignited Abanai's anger, but due to the rules of the Corps, he didn't T-act out. Meanwhile, Chiba Yang also arrived at the headquarters, and as soon as he got there, he encountered Kyojuro Rengoku. Master. Chiba Yang rushed over to Kyojuro. Kyojuro saw Chiba Yang and loudly said, I've heard about your achievements. You killed the lower moon too. Amazing. From now on, you're a Hashira-level swordsman just like me. You don't have to call me master anymore. Kyojuro looked at Chiba Yang with pride, knowing that with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a Hashira. However, he was still surprised that Chiba Yang had reached that level in such a short time. After notifying Yoya Shinjuro about Chiba Yang's kill of the Lower Moon, Kyojuro also sent word to him since he knew that Chiba Yang was his adoptive son. Hearing Kyojuro's words, Chiba Yang was momentarily taken aback, then firmly said, "No. It was you who brought me into the Demon Slayer Corps and taught me your skills without reservation. No matter what, you will always be my master." In his heart, he already regarded Kyojuro as the person he admired most. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Kyojuro smiled at him. "Let us go." The two walked into the courtyard together, and Chiba Yang saw Abanai, Mitsuri, Ju, and Shinobu, who had already arrived. However, he only recognized Shinobu among them, as he had not met the others yet. "Mr. Rengoku." Upon seeing Kyojuro, Mitsuri happily waved her hand to greet him. When Shinobu noticed Chiba Yang next to Kyojuro, she was slightly surprised and quickly guessed something. No way. He just joined the Demon Slayer Corps less than a month ago, and this speculation made her a bit incredulous. Everyone arrived quite early. Kyojuro responded and then introduced Chiba Yang, saying, "This is my former adoptive son, now the love Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, a very kind and powerful person. Her name is Mitsuri Kanroji." "Mitsuri-senpai," Chiba Yang greeted her. As Kyojuro's adoptive son, Mitsuri could be considered his senior, so he called her senpai. Kyojuro then introduced Mitsuri, saying, "Mitsuri, this is my newly adopted son, Chiba Yang, who has incredible talent and strength. He is already a Hashira." Kyojuro's words confirmed Shinobu's guess, and she incredulously asked Kyojuro, "Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but did Mr. Rengoku just say that Chiba has already killed a Lower Moon or killed 50 demons?" Kyojuro nodded at Shinobu. "That's right. Chiba just killed the Lower Moon too a couple of days ago." Kyojuro exclaimed proudly. Though shocked, Shinobu accepted the fact and couldn't help but marvel. Mr. Rengoku really is impressive at teaching his adoptive sons, and Chiba's talent is enviable. "Then Chiba is my junior now. That's great," Mitsuri happily exclaimed upon hearing Kyojuro's words. Mitsuri was lively and cheerful, very enthusiastic towards everyone, and loved making friends, so naturally, she was thrilled to have a new junior. "As your senpai, I will protect you well in the future. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Mealy patted Chiba Yang's shoulder and said in a tone that resembled an adult teaching a child. Chiba Yang wanted to speak, but suddenly felt as if a gaze was fixed on him, so he looked around. Soon he discovered the source of the gaze. A man with a white snake wrapped around his neck and heterochromatic eyes was staring at him intensely. Chiba Yang felt as if he could see the black resentment emanating from the man's body. "Winky face, what is going on? This should be our first meeting. Why is he looking at me like this?" Chiba Yang felt a bit confused. He was certain that this was the first time he had met the man with the... They had no prior interaction at all. It must be something I just did that triggered this reaction from him. Chiba Yang thought to himself, and then noticed the hand of Miri resting on his shoulder. Then I should thank Senior Miri first. Chinya Yang thanked Mealy and then took a step to the right to shake off her hand, while also paying attention to the reaction of the heterochromatic-eyed man. As Chinya Yang expected, after he moved a step to the right and freed himself from Mealy's grasp, the resentment surrounding the heterochromatic-eyed man dissipated, and he no longer stared at him. He must like Senior Mealy. Chiba Yang concluded that this is the Snake Pillar. His name is Iguro Abanai. His swordsmanship is impressive. Kyojuro introduced Abanai to Chiba Yang. Since everyone had just heard the introduction of Chiba Yang, he didn't introduce Chiba Yang to Abanai again. "Hello, Mr. Iguro." Chiba Yang greeted Abanai. However, Abanai ignored him and instead started chatting with Kyojuro. "Rengoku, have you received any news about the 12 Kizuki or Muzan recently?" "No. Recently, there have been no signs of the 12 Kizuki or Muzan in my patrolled area," Kyojuro replied. "Same here. I hope for better luck in the future so I can encounter an upper moon," Abanai said. Chiba Yang watched Xiao Bane talking to Xing Shulang, and a thought arose in his mind. Am I being resented? Chiba Yang was somewhat confused. It seemed that he had already been resented by Hashira without having done anything. If he had to say the reason, it was because his senior sister had patted him on the shoulder. Although he hadn't interacted much yet, Chiba Yang had already labeled the snake Hashira as jealous and petty in his mind. Next, Kyojuro introduced Chiba Yang to Ju Tomioka. He is the water Hashira, named Ju Tomioka. He is a practical person, just a bit taciturn. "Hello, Mr. Tomioka." Chiba Yang greeted Iyo. Young's expression showed no change. And then he spoke. There's no need to greet me. I'm not like them. Chiba Yo was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Ju's expressionless demeanor, combined with his words, gave Chiba Yo a feeling of extreme arrogance and superiority. However, at that moment, Ju was thinking, I'm just someone who was protected and joined the Demon Slayer Corps. I don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as the other Hashira. Butterfly Shinobu, unable to bear the scene before her, couldn't help but say, Mr. Tomioka, you really don't know how to speak. You should keep your mouth shut from now on. Just ignore that guy. Let it be alone forever. Just then, the serpent Hashira, who had previously not responded to Chiba Yo's greeting, suddenly spoke to him. Although Chiba Yo's relationship with Mitsuri made him somewhat uncomfortable, he still disliked Ju even more. After hearing the words of the other two Hashira, Ju remained silent, still standing there expressionless, not revealing what he was thinking. After a while, several other Hashira arrived. The Stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima, the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazuwa, the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, and the Mist Hashira, Michiro Takedo. Among these Hashira, Chiba Yo was most familiar with the Wind Hashira, as he had discussed a lot with Jinya and now had a clearer understanding of him. However, this did not bring him closer to the Wind Hashira. Although the Wind Hashira did not ignore him like the Serpent Hashira, he was not particularly warm either. But Chiba Yo could understand him. As for the other Hashira, he had heard of the Stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima, known as the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps. Meeting him in person, he found that his image was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Jiomi-I's tendency to cry made Chiba Yo hesitant to approach him. The Sound Hashira was a flamboyant and handsome person who acknowledged Chiba Yo, saying he was also a glamorous person, especially praising the flame patterns on his forehead. The Mist Hashira left an impression on Chiba Yo as someone with a poor memory, forgetting what he had just said as soon as he turned his head. And he also liked to watch clouds. Notably, he was the only one among the Hashira who was a year younger than Chiba Yo. Additionally, a few of the Hashira thought that Chiba Yo looked somewhat similar to Michiro. After getting to know the remaining Hashira, Chiba Yo felt that they were all trustworthy people filled with righteousness. Although their personalities differed, some might be a bit irritable, others a bit sharp-tongued and jealous, and some a bit socially awkward. However, what was certain was that they were all sacrificing everything to protect humanity against demons. All the current Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had gathered. The Master has arrived. Two childlike voices echoed from a mansion, and then two white-haired children, who looked almost identical, walked out of the mansion, followed by a long-haired man who placed his hand on the two children's hands as he stepped outside. You all have come, my dear children. Chapter 23, The Sun Hashira. His voice was extremely gentle, and just listening to it made one feel at ease and comfortable. Then, Chiba Yo clearly saw the appearance of the man who walked out of the mansion. The upper half of his face was mostly disfigured, but even from the intact part, it was evident that he was a handsome man, smiling with an expression of calmness akin to that of a deity. Is he the one who leads the entire Demon Slayer Corps? His voice is so gentle. Is the condition of his face due to injuries? This is the first time Chiba Yo has met Kanroji Mitsuri, and as he looks at his appearance, he thinks to himself, Good morning, everyone. It's a nice day today. Kanroji Mitsuri looks up to feel the sunlight shining on his face. The warm sensation makes his gradually deteriorating body, plagued by illness, feel quite comfortable. I'm very happy that we can hold the Hashira meeting again without any reduction in personnel. Swish. The next moment, the 9 Hashira kneel uniformly on one knee. And seeing this, Chiba Yo also kneels on the ground like them. It would be even better if Lord Shinjuro is in good health. I sincerely wish for Lord Shinjuro's health to improve. Mitsuri respectfully speaks. Thank you, Mitsuri, Yo replies with a smile. Then continues to address the Hashira. The reason for holding this Hashira meeting earlier than usual is mainly due to the new 10th Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. As he speaks, he looks at Chiba Yo, and upon hearing his words, the gazes of the other 9 Hashira all focus on Chiba Yo at that moment. Chiba Yo was filled with confusion at this moment, as everyone's gaze was fixed on him, which made him a bit flustered. The Demon Slayer Corps has always had 9 Hashira, and this has basically never changed. Although there are times when Hashira-level members may be absent, the number has never exceeded 9. This is partly because the conditions to become a Hashira are somewhat strict, requiring the slaying of a member of the 12 Kazuki or the killing of 50 demons. On the other hand, the tasks that Hashira undertake are also more dangerous, which can easily lead to casualties. However, the newly appointed Demon Slayer Corps member, Chiba Yo, recently killed one of the 12 Kazuki, Hashira's second, and met the requirements to become a Hashira, breaking the limit of 9 Hashira swordsmen. This is considered a fortunate event for our entire Demon Slayer Corps. Wise Eye spoke up, his words very rhythmic. He looked at Chiba Yo and continued. Generally, Hashira use their own breathing techniques as their titles. Jill, have you thought about what title you want to use as a Hashira? He actually remembered my name. Chiba Yo wasn't surprised that Wise Eye knew his name. After all, when Kyojuro took him in as a foster son, he reported the situation to the Lord, and Chiba Yo guessed that was when Wise Eye learned his name. However, Chiba Yo was somewhat surprised that Wise Eye, as the leader of such a large organization like the Demon Slayer Corps, would remember the name of an ordinary member, which significantly increased his favorability towards the Lord. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I'll use the title Hashira of the Sun. Although he wasn't entirely sure what was going on, Chiba Yo still answered Wise Eye's question first. The reason for this title was that the character for Sun was related to both his breathing technique and his name, making Hashira of the Sun quite fitting. Upon hearing Chiba Yo's answer, Wise Eye nodded. The other Hashira still had puzzled expressions. They still didn't quite understand the reason for the early convening of the Hashira meeting. Logically speaking, it was just a matter of a member being promoted to Hashira level, and there was no reason for an early meeting. However, Wise Eye then clarified this for them. Next is the reason for convening the Hashira meeting early. Jill, from the report of Tsujikuni, I learned that you have unique markings on you. Therefore, I convened the Hashira meeting early, hoping you could inform the other Hashira attending the meeting about the conditions under which these markings appear. Wise Eye looked at Chiba Yo, his tone carrying a request. Markings? The other 9 Hashira felt confused upon hearing Wise Eye's words, as they had never heard of such markings. Markings. It was a term that the teacher's father had mentioned before. Unlike the other 9 Hashira, Chiba Yo had heard this term during his last visit to Kyojuro's house. Kyojuro's father mentioned this term, and at that time, he was completely bewildered and had no idea what it referred to. Now he heard it again from the Lord's mouth. Wise Eye continued to explain to them. It is said that during the Warring States period, there was a group of swordsmen who used the breath of the beginning and nearly succeeded in slaying Kibutsuji Muzan. And all of them had markings on their bodies that resembled the marks of demons. However, this is just a legend, so very few people know about it. After hearing Wise Eye's explanation, the Hashira began to understand what the markings were. In simple terms, they are marks that appear on the bodies of the strong, which also means they could potentially enhance a person's strength. Chiba Yo felt silent. He had always thought that the strange markings on his forehead were an ominous sign. The reason his father abandoned him and his mother, leading to their extremely difficult life, and causing his mother to suffer from serious illness as a result. He even attributed the village's troubles to the markings on his forehead, feeling guilty about it. Now, for the first time, he learned the true origin of what he had considered an ill omen. After discovering this, Shimi, somewhat puzzled, asked Yoza, "This is the first I've heard of it. Why were we kept in the dark before?" Upon hearing Shimi's question, the Lord turned to answer him. Because many outstanding swordsmen, upon learning of this matter and realizing they bore no markings, became emotionally drained and despondent. Thus, it was necessary to keep this matter hidden. He then continued. There are still many unclear details regarding the inheritance of the markings. Whether it was due to a lack of attention to this phenomenon at the time, or if it was lost in the several crises the organization faced before its establishment, is no longer verifiable. Today, only a brief passage has been preserved in written form. Whenever a marked swordsman appears, more marked swordsmen will emerge around them, as if resonating. This was recorded in the notes of a swordsman who used the initial breath long ago. In this era, you are the first marked individual to appear. After Yoza finished speaking, he looked at Chiba Yo. I apologize for the trouble, Yoza said, slightly bowing his head to Chiba Yo. As long as it could make the Demon Slayer Corps stronger to eliminate Muzan, he was willing to pay any price. Even his life, let alone his dignity as a leader. Yoza's action left Chiba Yo feeling at a loss. The previous actions of the other Hashira clearly showed their genuine respect for the Lord, but now Yoza was bowing slightly to him, making him feel quite flustered. At the same time, the fact that Yoza, as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, could request something from one of his subordinates filled Chiba Yo with awe. Feeling the gazes of everyone upon him, Chiba Yo helplessly said, I am very sorry. Chapter 24. Dinner party. Chiba Yang clenched his fist, feeling a bit upset for not meeting everyone's expectations. He really wanted to tell everyone how to manifest the patterns, but the key was that he himself didn't know it all. I also want to tell everyone how to manifest the patterns, but the patterns on my forehead are innate, and I don't know the conditions for them to appear either. Chiba Yo sighed helplessly. Is that so? After hearing Chiba Yo's words, Wise-Eye felt a bit regretful. I'm sorry for disappointing you, my lord, and everyone else's expectations, Chiba Yang said with some self-blame. Seeing Chiba Yang's reaction, Wise-Eye smiled. You're a kind child like Kyojuro, always thinking of others. There's no need to apologize. This is your own strength, and having this intention is already very good. Wise-Eye comforted Chiba Yang with a smile. He then continued, the breath of the sun is also known as the breath of the beginning. The breathing method you developed is also called the breath of the sun. Plus, you have the same markings that appeared with the users of the breath of the beginning. Perhaps these coincidences are fate. This might also be an omen. Back in the Sengoku era, the Demon Slayer Core Swordsman almost managed to kill Muzan Kabutsuji. With the markings reappearing in this generation, Muzan will definitely be slain. Wise-Eye's voice was filled with inspiring strength, and his firm words made people believe that what he said would come true. Chiba Yang even overlooked the fact that Wise-Eye knew the name of his breathing technique. Yes, encouraged by Wise-Eye, the Hashira responded in unison, invigorated. The Hashira meeting then officially began, and they entered the residence with Wise-Eye, exchanging information and discussing issues within the Demon Slayer Corps. One of the most frequently mentioned problems was that the abilities of this generation's Demon Slayer swordsmen were too weak, with hardly any capable of truly fighting and slaying demons. Of course, when they mentioned this issue, they excluded Chiba Yang, as his talent was considered the strongest among them, and he became a Hashira even a month earlier than the shortest, Takedo Michiro. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. It's already noon, so you should all go back and rest, Wise-Eye said as time passed and lunchtime approached. The Hashira meetings typically lasted several days, which was one of the few times the Hashira could take a break, teach their successors, or train on their own. After bidding farewell to Wise-Eye, the Hashira left the residence. How about we all go out for a meal together? It's not often we get a chance to gather like this. And once the meeting ends, we'll be busy again and won't see each other, Mitsuri suggested with a blush, smiling at the others after leaving the residence. That's a great suggestion. I want to join. Kyojuro replied loudly. I agree, Shinobu said after hesitating for a moment. Although he wanted to have a meal with Mitsuri, he preferred to eat alone with her. Now that it was a group meal, other Hashira would definitely join, which made him feel a bit regretful. Sounds good. Then I'll splendidly agree too, Yuzui Tenjin said flamboyantly. All right, Chiba Yang nodded in agreement, as he wanted to learn more about the other Hashira, considering they might fight alongside each other in the future. After that, Koke Shinobu, Kenroji Mitsuri, Takedo Michiro, and Iguro Abanai also did not oppose. Awesome. Seeing that everyone agreed, Mitsuri felt very happy. Just then, Joe left alone. Hey, Mr. Tomioka, aren't you joining us? Mitsuri called out to him after seeing his actions. Joe replied quietly and walked away. Not being able to invite all the Hashira made Mitsuri feel less happy. One annoying guy, always wearing that expression of misfortune. Just seeing him makes me angry, Abanai remarked, clearly irritated by Joe's behavior. Almost all the Hashira present had a tragic past, but Joe always wore his misfortunes on his face, which made Abanai very unhappy with him. Amiba, Tomioka is probably just not good at expressing himself. He might not like crowded situations, the stone Hashira said with his hands clasped in prayer. Chiba Yang felt a bit puzzled by Ion's behavior. After all, it was just a meal together, there was no need to hide. Both of them practiced water breathing, but their personalities were quite different. Chiba Yang watched as Tomioka walked away, thinking. Tanjiro left quite a talkative impression on him, but Ju was different. Since he first met him, the only complete sentence Chiba Yang had heard him say was when he greeted him. You don't need to greet me. I'm not like them. Moreover, his expression had remained unchanged. Since Tomioka was unwilling, let's go together, Kyojuro said loudly. Then, Chiba Yang followed the other 8 Hashira, excluding Ju, to the dinner. However, he began to feel a bit regretful once the dinner started. 5 ants. 5 ants. Kyojuro shouted as he ate heartily. Mitsuri silently placed a plate of rice cakes in front of him and ate quietly, while Yuzui Tenjin picked out the most extravagant-looking dishes to eat. The mist Hashira would take a couple of bites and then pause to contemplate whether he had just eaten, and Kenroji Shinobu would even shed tears while eating. But none of this was a problem. What mattered was Mitsuri and Kocho Shinobu. Chiba, try this. It's really delicious, Mitsuri said, eating while also adding food to Chiba Yang's bowl. She already had several clean plates in front of her, but her eating speed showed no signs of slowing down. Meanwhile, Kocho Shinobu, sitting across from Chiba Yang, hadn't eaten anything, her eyes fixated on him, emanating a strong sense of resentment. Mitsuri might have chosen to sit next to Chiba Yang during dinner to take care of her junior, occasionally feeding him. Because of this, Kocho had been staring at him without taking a single bite, and Chiba Yang hadn't eaten anything either due to her gaze. Now Chiba Yang understood one thing. When you gaze at Mitsuri, Kocho will be staring at you too. When Mitsuri gazes at you, Kocho will likewise be staring at you. If Chiba Yang suggested switching seats now, it might make Mitsuri uncomfortable, but if he didn't T-switch, he couldn't T-eat properly with Kocho staring at him. Mr. Iguro, could you stop staring at me? Chiba Yang could only raise his head helplessly and said to Shobane. Now he felt that Iyong's decision not to come along might have been a wise choice. Hee, aren't you being a bit too self-righteous? When have I been staring at you? Shobane said, then shifted her gaze and stopped looking at Chiba Yang. Okay. Seeing that Shobane was no longer staring at him, Chiba Yang didn't say anything else and lowered his head, planning to start eating. However, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he felt Shobane's gaze on him again. Although Mealy was now focused on her meal and had no time to serve Chiba Yang any dishes, Shobane was still fixated on him. Chapter 25, I'm not disliked. Feeling the resentful gaze from Shobane, Chiba Yang had nothing to say. Huh. Chiba Yang took a deep breath and then quickly buried his head in his food without a care. Bang! After a moment, Chiba Yang placed his chopsticks back on the table. I'm done. Thank you for the hospitality. After saying this, Chiba Yang immediately stood up and said to Shiba, Mr. Ahei, isn't it a bit cramped sitting over there? I've finished eating. Why don't you come sit over here? On Shiba's side sat the stone pillar and the sound pillar, both of whom were larger in stature, making the space there a bit tight. Moreover, Chiba Yang now understood that as long as Shiba's relationship with Mitsuri hadn't been established, he would definitely continue to harbor resentment, especially since Mitsuri's personality was very carefree and she was worn to everyone, while Shiba couldn't stand seeing her interact with other men. Therefore, Chiba Yang planned to see if he could play matchmaker for them. Otherwise, not only he but all the male members of the Demon Slayer Corps might bear the brunt of Shiba's resentment. To be honest, given Shiba's jealousy and his affection for such a carefree girl, Chiba Yang felt a bit sorry for him. He probably often found himself in a bad mood. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Shiba was taken aback for a moment, and all his resentment dissipated at that moment, his gaze towards Chiba Yang filled with friendliness. The speed of this change was just too fast. Chinya Yang silently complained about the changes in Xiaobane's behavior. Yeah, it is a bit cramped, Xiaobane said as she got up and walked over to Chinya Yang's side. At that moment, Chinya Yang had already left his seat, and Xiaobane sat down his place, then looked at Chinya Yang with a somewhat affectionate gaze. After that, Xiaobane turned her head and looked at Mealy with gentle eyes, continuously bringing food from the table to Mealy while barely eating anything herself. It was truly exhausting. Chiba Yang sighed inwardly and then walked out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters cafeteria. He originally planned to go to the training ground to practice his sword skills, but after walking just a few steps, he saw Iyong sitting alone on the steps in front of the dormitory. At that moment, Iyong was eating alone from a lunchbox that contained radish and salmon. Even while eating, he maintained a stern expression. Mr. Tamanaga, why aren't you dining with everyone else? Why are you sitting here alone? Out of curiosity about Iyong's behavior, Chiba Yang sat down beside him and asked. Hearing Chiba Yang's words, Iyong swallowed his food and then said slowly, with no expression, I am not alone. Tamanaga's words momentarily stunned Chiba Yang. There wasn't a single person beside him. Wasn't that alone? Sigh, forget it. Iyong's response left Chiba Yang unable to continue questioning, so he decided not to dwell on the issue and suggested to Tamanaga, Mr. Tamanaga, I think you should try to be more sociable and communicate with everyone more. After all, such opportunities are rare. If you keep this up, you might end up being disliked by more people. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Tamanaga surprisingly showed a shocked expression, turned to look at Chiba Yang, and then said, I am not disliked. Mr. Tamanaga is really too dense. Does he truly believe that? Chiba Yang felt that the conversation couldn't go on any longer and found it somewhat incredible that Tamanaka was so oblivious. Clearly, both Shinobu and the Wind Hashira had been so obvious about it, especially since Shinobu had even directly said it, yet he still didn't realize. Well, whatever. Chiba Yang tried several times, but in the end, he still couldn't think of what to say. He had even started to sweat, and chatting with Tosaka made him feel immense pressure. None of the demons he had encountered had ever made him feel this way. Chiba Yang thought his emotional intelligence was quite good, but when faced with Ju Tomioka, he really didn't know what to say. Ju always seemed to be able to block whatever you were about to say with just one sentence. Suddenly, a name flashed through Chiba Yang's mind. He thought of a topic that might lead to further conversation, so he immediately asked Ju, Mr. Tomioka, do you know a boy named Tanjiro? He also uses water breathing and is a friend I met during the final selection. Upon hearing this name, Ju finally reacted, nodding and saying, yes. He is the one I introduced to the Hashira to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Just as I suspected, Ju finally replied with something relatively normal. And Chiba Yang felt a bit uplifted. Ju's response had sparked his strange competitive spirit, and he vowed to chat with Ju for a while today. I didn't expect that. So you must be Tanjiro's senior, right? Is Mr. Tomioka's teacher also Mr. Urokodaki? Chiba Yang continued to ask Ju. Ever since he learned that Ju was a water Hashira, Chiba Yang had guessed that he must have a connection to Tanjiro. After all, trainers were all retired Hashira. And very few Hashira made it to retirement. It not only required immense strength, but also a fair bit of luck. Since Ju and Tanjiro were not far apart in age, and both used water breathing, the likelihood that they were taught by the same trainer was very high. Yes. Gyu replied, John Firming Chiba Yang S. Gues. Then how did you meet Tanjiro, Mr. Tomioka? What made you guide him to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Chiba Yang continued to ask Ju. He didn't have any other topics to discuss with Ju, so he could only keep bringing up Tanjiro. Otherwise, their conversation wouldn't progress at all. Ju felt a bit happy to be able to chat with someone else. After thinking for a moment, he answered, I met him while on a mission one winter. His family was killed by a demon, and his sister. Ju paused here before continuing. So I sent him to find Mr. Urokodaki. Although Ju's explanation was somewhat unclear and seemed to omit some details, Chiba Yang roughly understood his words. Like most members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had a similar experience, a happy life shattered by demons, leading him onto the path of hunting them. Is that so? His family was killed by demons, yet he can still sympathize with the demon's circumstances. Such a forgiving heart is indeed rare. More importantly, while he shows compassion for the demon situation, he shows no mercy towards those who have already killed humans. He is kind, but not naive, gentle yet strong. This is the impression Tanjiro gives Chiba Yang. Let's go. It's time for the afternoon meeting, Ju said to Chiba Yang as he stood up. Oh, okay. Chiba Yang responded with a sound, but he immediately looked up in surprise. Did Mr. Tamanaga just spoke to me? Chapter 26. The Crimson Blade. It seems that today's efforts were not in vain. Chiba Yo felt a great sense of achievement and stood up to follow Iyong to the mansion where the Hashira were gathering. A week gradually passed, and the Hashira meeting was coming to an end. Inside the mansion, the 10 Hashira knelt on one knee in front of Wise-Eye, with a smile on his face. Wise-Eye said in a gentle voice, This Hashira meeting ends here. Thank you for attending. I will gradually implement the questions and solutions everyone has proposed. Finally, I wish for your everlasting well-being. His unhurried voice contained the most sincere emotions. May Lord Wise-Eye's health be forever well. The 10 Hashira slightly bowed their heads and wished together. Thank you for your wishes. Everyone, please return, Wise-Eye said with a smile to the Hashira, then turned his gaze to Chiba Yo and said, Yo, please stay for a moment. I have something to say to you. Yes. The Hashira replied in unison upon hearing their lord's words. Then, one by one, the other Hashira left the mansion, leaving only Chiba Yo behind. Chiba Yo is currently at a loss, not understanding why the Lord wants to keep him here alone. After the other Hashira have left, Yoza speaks up. Now there are only the two of us left here. You can share any worries or pains with me. Keeping them bottled up inside will only make it harder. His voice is calm and gentle, and there seems to be a power in his gaze that can see through to one's heart. Yoza continues. Every Demon Slayer has many pains buried in their hearts. Those who join the Demon Slayer Corps are all good kids, kind and gentle. But precisely because of this, the sorrows of others can deeply resonate with them, and some unavoidable events can lead to great self-blame. Kind-hearted people are always more susceptible to harm. You, like Kyojuro, are someone who cares for others. I've already learned about the mission from Kanroji. You must be feeling quite miserable inside. Yoza looks at Chiba Yo, and although half of his face is unrecognizable, he does not evoke fear at all. Instead, there's a kindliness that makes one want to draw closer. Yoza's words hit home for Chiba Yo. The two lives lost in front of him linger painfully in his mind. Clearly, he has the strength to easily slay demons, yet he couldn't save them. After a moment of silence, Chiba Yo speaks up. Can I really protect others, my lord? Ming Min and the others were right in front of me, but I can only watch them die. Can someone like me really protect others like Master Rengoku does? Did that demon's brother die because of me? Did I kill him? Chiba Yang looked at the floor and said painfully. Chiba Yoichi asked several questions in a row. Although his life these days had been pleasant and joyful, every time he lay down, these questions would flood his mind, forcing him to think about them. Initially, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps to take revenge on demons. but under Kyojuro's guidance, his mindset had shifted to protecting others. However, after 2 consecutive missions, he felt that he had failed to protect anyone. He possessed great power, but felt powerless. Killing the man-eating demon was indeed an act of protecting others, and he had already accomplished that. As for the matter of the siblings, once humans turn into demons, it is difficult for them to retain their consciousness. The moment they become demons, they're no longer the people they once were. Since it had already eaten a person, there was no problem with your act of slaying it. All these tragedies were created by Muzan Kibutsuji, and you need not blame yourself for it. Wise Eye spoke to comfort him. After hearing Wise Eye's words, Chiba Yoichi felt much better in his heart. He bowed to Wise Eye and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Although it is not wrong to often reflect on oneself, you should be less harsh on yourself in the future. Wise Eye smiled and finally said to Chiba Yoichi, I understand. Chiba Yoichi nodded. He then left the mansion. The Hashira meeting officially ended. But the Hashira who had not yet received a mission stayed temporarily at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, using this time to train. The Hashira with a disciple also took this opportunity to teach their disciple. Meanwhile, someone unexpected came to find Chiba Yoichi. Huh, why is Mr. Tetsumara here? Chiba Yang looked at Tetsumarayama, who was wearing the fireman mask, and asked with some confusion, You actually still ask me? I really don't know how someone as foolish as you became a Hashira. I came over, of course, to engrave the 4 characters Demon Slayer on your Nicaran blade, which only Hashira-level swordsmen have, and to see if you've treated the sword I forged for you well. Tetsumarayama crossed her arms and looked at Chiba Yang. Although her words were somewhat impatient, her tone still conveyed her happiness. After all, it was an honor for a swordsmith to forge a Nicaran blade for a Hashira. I see. Then thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tetsumarayama. But I would like to ask, are you going to take the Nicaran blade back to your village? Chiba Yang understood and then asked Tetsumarayama. He was somewhat worried that his Nicaran blade might delay his mission if it were taken away. Of course not. I've already brought the necessary tools here. I can finish this work in less than a day. Tetsumarayama waved her hand and said. Hearing this, Chiba Yang felt relieved. He took out the Nicaran blade, but when he was about to hand it to Tetsumarayama, he suddenly thought of something and happily said to her, By the way, I discovered that this Nicaran blade turns red when I fight. Would you like to see it? Mr. Tetsumarayama? Remembering Tetsumarayama's previous enthusiasm about wanting to see the blade turn red, Chiba Yang asked her. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Tetsumarayama couldn't sit still and excitedly grabbed Chiba Yang's hand, pulling him outside. Of course I want to see it. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and let me see the Nicaran blade turn red, Tetsumarayama said while dragging Chiba Yang outside. Okay, I got it, Chiba Yang said helplessly from behind. Soon, the two arrived at a training ground at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Tetsumarayama kept urging Chiba Yang beside her, and her excitement was evident. Mr. Tetsumarayama's temperament is still so impatient, Chiba Yang thought. Chiba Yang turned his head to glance at Iron Ball Mountain, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. Then he turned around, took a deep breath, and exhaled a white rainbow while tightening his grip on the Nicaran blade. In the next moment, something strange happened. The originally pitch-black Nicaran blade gradually began to take on a shade of red in Chiba Yang's hand. And this red color gradually spread over the entire blade, causing a dramatic change in its appearance. The red blade is indeed real. Iron Ball Mountain murmured upon witnessing the transformation of the Nicaran blade. Chapter 27. The Swordsmith Red Blade, Mr. Iron Ball Mountain. Do you see this? Chiba Yang spoke to Iron Ball Mountain, noticing he was in a daze. Mr. Iron Ball Mountain? Chiba Yang called out to him in confusion. Thank you for allowing me to witness the red blade. Iron Ball Mountain responded softly to Chiba Yang. The red blade? Chiba Yang had never heard this term before and felt puzzled. Most swordsmiths hope to see the Nicaran blade turn red after forging it. Do you know why? Iron Ball Mountain didn't explain the red blade to him first, but instead asked him a question. Chiba Yang shook his head. He didn't even know that most blacksmiths hope to see the Nicaran blade turn red. This was all because of a line recorded in the ancient texts remaining in the blacksmith village. The red blade, known as the Scarlet Blade, can suppress the rebirth of evil spirits. Before Chiba Yang could say anything, Tetsumura Mountain continued. We blacksmiths expend our energy forging the Nicaran blades so that you can slay the evil spirits and protect more humans from being harmed by them. The most troublesome ability of the evil spirits is their ability to constantly regenerate. Unless their necks are severed by a Nicaran blade or by the sun, they cannot be killed. The ancient text clearly states that this weapon called the Scarlet Blade can prevent demons from regenerating. If we could forge such a weapon, you would have a greater advantage in battle against the demons. Therefore, the blacksmiths of the village hoped to forge such a weapon. However, the records about the Scarlet Blade contained only this one line, and no one knew how to forge such a red blade. After trying for a long time without success in forging the red blade mentioned in the texts, some blacksmiths speculated that the Scarlet Blade was simply a red Nicaran blade. After all, the Nicaran blade was the only weapon that could harm demons and could change color. This explanation seemed plausible. Once they believed this, the blacksmiths began to hope that the Nicaran blades they forged could turn red, which would mean that these blades could very well be the Scarlet Blade, giving the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen a slight advantage in battle against the demons. Tetsumura Mountain slowly explained this to Chiba Yang. Originally impulsive, she now appeared quite composed. Listening to her explanation, Chiba Yang felt a sense of respect for these blacksmiths. Perhaps they did not fight on the front lines against the demons, but it was precisely because of them that the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps could slay the evil spirits. They were also resisting the demons in their own way, protecting humanity. Their hope that the Nicaran blades could turn red was, in fact, a hope that the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps could survive in their battles against the demons. Their hearts were also concerned for the swordsmen, as the blacksmiths and swordsmen were no longer comrades on the same battlefield. But soon this speculation was overturned. The swordsmen of the Breath of Flame had a high probability of turning the Nicaran blade red. However, such Nicaran blades did not possess the ability to suppress the regeneration of evil spirits. Understanding this, the blacksmiths dismissed the line in the ancient text as a false legend. But considering the possibility that it might be true, the blacksmiths still hoped that the swordsmen wielding the Nicaran blades could turn them red. After all, the record of the Scarlet Blade only mentioned its color. Tetsumura Mountain relayed the reasons to Chiba Yang, and he understood her words. However, Tetsumura Mountain had not finished speaking. She continued to look at Chiba Yang and said, "After just seeing you turn the black Nicaran blade red, I had an idea. That red blade must be the Scarlet Blade recorded in the ancient texts. And the Scarlet Blade is the Nicaran blade. However, making the Nicaran blade become the Scarlet Blade is not simply about changing its color through one's breathing technique. It's about the wielder triggering the solar power contained within the Nicaran blade through some means. The raw materials used to forge the Nicaran blades are the crimson sand iron and crimson ore mined from the mountains closest to the sun. Both are ores that can absorb sunlight. Therefore, the Nicaran blades forged from them can harm evil spirits, but the solar power contained in the ores, which has absorbed sunlight for years, has not been fully unleashed. It's very likely that the Scarlet Blade is the result of fully activating the solar power contained in these two ores. Thus it turns red and possesses the ability to suppress the regeneration of evil spirits, as the sun is indeed the nemesis of the demons." That's amazing. Tetsumura Mountain's analysis left Chiba Yang somewhat astonished. He could see her understanding of the ores and her superb forging skills. Otherwise, she would not have been able to articulate such an analysis. Not long ago, when I faced Lower Moon 2 after I severed its limbs, it indeed could not regenerate them. Tetsumura Mountain's words also reminded Chiba Yang of some details from that battle. It is said that demons can regenerate quickly, but since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he seemed to have never seen a demon regenerate. Of course, part of the reason was that demons could not withstand many blows from him. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Tetsumura Mountain was not surprised. She was very confident in her conjecture. So, if I can figure out the conditions that allow the Nicaran blade to turn red, then the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps can become even stronger. Chiba Yang quickly thought of this and felt a bit excited. "I'll start researching this right now." Chiba Yang said this and intended to start trying with the Sunwheel blade in hand. Although he could turn the Sunwheel blade into a Scarlet Blade, it was as simple to him as opening his mouth while eating or taking steps while walking. He didn't yet know the principle behind it. Wait a minute. However, at that moment, Tetsumura Mountain spoke up to stop him. Chiba Yang turned his head in confusion and saw Timerushin extending his hand towards him. "First, give me the Nicaran blade so I can engrave the characters on it for you. I still need to hurry back to the village before dark," Timerushin said to Chiba Yang. "All right, then I'll trouble you with it." Chiba Yang understood and sheathed the Nicaran blade before handing it to Timerushin. "Don't worry, I'll return the blade to you as soon as possible. I won't delay your matters. If you can really figure out how to make the Nicaran blade turn into a crimson blade, it will be good for all of us," Timerushin assured Chiba Yang as he took the Nicaran blade. He then went to get his tools. In less than a while, the Nicaran blade was back in Chiba Yang's hands, but now the blade bore the character's evil demon slayer. "All right, my work is done. It's time for me to go. Lastly, I wish you success in finding a way to turn the Nicaran blade into a crimson blade. Goodbye," Timerushin said as he returned the Nicaran blade to Chiba Yang. She was quite satisfied with her experience at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and her fondness for Chiba Yang had increased significantly. While engraving the Nichiren blade, she noticed that it had not suffered any nicks or damage and looked as good as new, indicating that its owner cherished it. Although the blacksmiths knew that it was completely normal for Nichiren blades to wear down in battles against demons, seeing her efforts remain intact still made her very happy. Thank you for your blessings. Goodbye, Mr. Timerushian. Chiba Yang thanked Timerushian with a smile and waved goodbye. Timerushian said nothing further, put on her straw hat, and turned to leave. I should also work hard to find a way to turn the Nichiren blade into a red blade. After watching Timerushian leave, Chiba Yang turned and walked toward the training ground of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Meanwhile, 3 young boys set off on their journey to Mount Natian Spider. Chapter 28. The conditions for a red blade and the drawbacks of patterns. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters barracks. Chiba Yo hurriedly went to the residence where Yosei was. My lord. He respectfully called out as he looked at Yosei inside the room. Yo, what brings you here? Yosei asked gently. Do you know about the Crimson Blade, my lord? Chiba Yo asked Yosei without directly stating his purpose. After leaving Tetsamara Mountain, Chiba Yo spent almost a day figuring out how to transform the Nichiren blade into a Crimson Blade, so he rushed over to inform his lord, hoping to empower the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman with this ability. Upon hearing Chiba Yo's words, Yosei was momentarily taken aback, then seemed to recall something and asked, Are you referring to the Crimson Blade that can suppress a demon's regeneration? That's right. Mr. Tetsamaru, who forged my Nichiren blade, analyzed that the Crimson Blade is a variation of the Nichiren blade, and this was also confirmed in my previous battles. I have now found a way to transform the Nichiren blade into a Crimson Blade, Chiba Yo said excitedly to Yosei. After hearing Chiba Yo's words, Yosei's mindset shifted slightly. Previously, there was no mention of the Crimson Blade in the reports from Tsukiyomi, so Yosei was unaware that Chiba Yo could transform the Nichiren blade into a Crimson Blade. Have you confirmed that the Crimson Blade can suppress a demon's regeneration? Yosei asked Chiba Yo. Yes, Chiba Yo nodded and continued. I confirmed it during my battle with Lower Moon 2. The Lower Moon 2 I injured couldn't immediately regenerate its limbs. Alright, since that's the case, the other Hashira haven't gone on missions yet, so I'll gather everyone here. Let's have the Hashira try it out first, and if it works, we can gradually teach the other swordsmen. Yosei decided to trust Chiba Yo's words and immediately made arrangements. Yosei was very invested in matters that could enhance the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. After a while, the other 9 Hashira were gathered. Yosei first explained the situation to them, and after hearing his explanation, the eyes of the 9 Hashira turned to Chiba Yo. Alright, Yo, please begin. Yosei said to Chiba Yo. Chiba Hashira didn't keep them in suspense and directly stated, the method to transform the Nichiren blade into a Crimson Blade capable of suppressing the regeneration of evil spirits lies in grip strength. A powerful grip can activate the solar power contained in the Nichiren blade, causing its temperature to rise rapidly and granting it the ability to suppress the regeneration of evil spirits. Chiba Yang took out his Nichiren blade while speaking, then gripped the hilt with both hands and held it upright in front of him, revealing a blade as dark as obsidian to everyone present. Then, Chiba Yang began to increase his grip strength, a trace of red appearing on the pitch-black blade and gradually spreading across the entire blade. Before long, the originally black Nichiren blade transformed into a Crimson Blade. How magnificent! Yusui Tian Yuan couldn't help but exclaim at the sight before him. Can turning the Nichiren blade into this really grant the ability to suppress a demon's regeneration? The Snake Hashira questioned whether the Crimson Blade could indeed suppress demon regeneration. Although he had a favorable impression of Chiba Yang now, he felt it was essential to be cautious regarding matters of the public. I've already tested its ability during the battle with Lower Moon 2, Chiba Yang explained. I just received confirmation from Kanroji that the Crimson Blade can indeed suppress demon regeneration. Hayuzai added. The other Hashira had no further doubts now. In that case, we will try to obtain this ability as soon as possible. Kanamori Hayumi said with his hands clasped. As for the markings I mentioned last time, since Chiba's markings are innate, I will awaken my own markings and then share the method of awakening them with you all, Shimi added energetically. Yoshiyuki looked at Shimi with a look that seemed to say, I can't believe you can say that. At this moment, Hayuzai spoke up. Regarding the markings, there was something I omitted last time that I need to explain to everyone now. Hayuzai's tone was very serious, capturing the attention of the several Hashira, who looked at him with questions in their eyes. The atmosphere in the room became quite solemn. According to the records, every swordsman with markings has, without exception, not lived past the age of 25, Hayuzai slowly concluded. The reason Hyuzai hadn't mentioned this last time was that he was somewhat concerned about whether Chiba Yang, who had only recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps, could bear this outcome. He was well aware of the other Hashira, but he didn't know much about Chiba Yang before. However, after their conversation last time, Hyuzai felt that Chiba Yang's ability to endure wasn't weak, so he chose to clarify this matter to all the Hashira. So, the saying that none can live past 25, as my teacher's father said, means they can only be short-lived demons? Chiba Yang now fully understands what Tenzu said back then, and the news still shocks him. However, he does not feel any negative emotions such as fear or resentment. The fact that he won't live past 25 is not something he finds difficult to accept at this point. In the past, he would have worried about who would take care of his mother if he died so young, but he no longer has such concerns. However, what he does not know is that what Yosei said was inaccurate. Exceptions do exist. Even with the markings, one can live into their 80s. Like the man who pushed Muzan into a corner during the Sengoku period, Keigan Yoruichi. The room fell silent due to Yosei's words. Not out of fear of the side effects of the markings, but out of sympathy for Chiba Yang, leaving them unsure of what to say. If that's the case, then I can only slay all the demons before I turn 25. A firm voice broke the silence, and Chiba Yang said to Yosei nonchalantly, "You're right. That sounds very appealing to me. It's just not living past 25. If I can wipe out all the evil demons, then what does a short life matter?" Tamiya expressed strong agreement with Chiba Yang's words, clenching his right fist and grinning. "That's what I wanted to say too," the serpent Hashira added. "I'm really looking forward to my markings. They'll definitely make me even more splendid." Yuzui Tenjin stroked his chin and said. The other Hashira also didn't mind the drawbacks of the markings and even looked forward to their emergence. "I see. So what would happen if I awaken the markings?" Mitsuri Kanroji muttered to himself. Seeing the atmosphere lighten up, Yosei also smiled. Just then, a raven flew in through the window and landed in front of Yosei, with a letter tied to its leg. Yosei took the letter from the raven's leg, glanced at it, and then looked up. The 12 Kizuki have appeared at Nadagomo Mountain, and several members have already sacrificed themselves. Ju, Shinobu, you two need to go there. You can go along too. It's a good opportunity to test the Nichiren Blade. Chapter 29, Humans and Demons. Understood. Ju, Shinobu, and Chiba Yang responded, and the three left the mansion to head to Nadagomo Mountain. The other Hashira began practicing turning their Nichiren blades into red blades. On the way, the three didn't say much. Chiba Yang initially thought his relationship with Ju had made significant progress, but now he realized he still found it difficult to communicate with him, only managing to exchange a few words with Shinobu. Additionally, Chiba Yang noticed that Shinobu was quite a warm person. She would continually try to communicate with someone as cold as Ju, just like now. It would be nice if humans and demons could coexist harmoniously, don't you think, Mr. Tomioka? Shinobu asked Ju. This was something her sacrificed sister had always hoped for. When her sister sacrificed herself, Shinobu became a reflection of her sister. But all of this was merely a facade. Despite saying so, her hatred for demons was no less than that of Tamiya and Kocho. Ju remained expressionless, replying calmly. It's impossible as long as demons still consume humans. What about Yo? After hearing Ju's unequivocal denial of the idea, Shinobu turned to Chiba Yang and asked, "My thoughts are the same as Mr. Tomioka's. As long as demons consume humans, harmony between humans and demons is impossible. Although these demons were once human, they committed unforgivable sins the moment they became demons and started eating humans. Only by slaying them can the souls of those who died at their hands find peace." Chiba Yang responded to Shinobu. That's quite a pity. But does that mean that demons that haven't eaten humans can be forgiven? After listening to Chiba Yang's words, Shinobu asked him again. This question caught Chiba Yang off guard for a moment. He had never considered that there might be demons that don't eat humans. So far, all the demons he had encountered had consumed people, aside from those that were brutally violent and not only consumed humans, but also took pleasure in torturing them. Even newly turned demons would eat humans, as they are incredibly weak and desperate for blood to recover, and they wouldn't spare even their blood relatives. In fact, blood relatives attract them even more. After thinking for a while, Chiba Yang gave his answer to Shinobu. If there really are demons that don't eat humans, then I think they could be allowed to live under supervision, and we should try to find a way to turn them back into humans. If that's not possible, then as long as they don't eat humans, I believe they should be killed at the age they would have naturally died as humans. Chiba Yang stated. In the past, he might not have thought this much and would have just killed them outright. But after meeting Tanjiro and experiencing the events of his first mission, his perspective changed. Even if some people become demons, they're still loved by others. And the ones who suffer the most from such incidents are the ones who love them. If they have consumed humans, there's nothing more to say. But if they haven tea, Chiba Yo feels there should be alternatives to killing them. Upon hearing Chiba Yo's words, Ju and Shinobu seemed to fall into contemplation. Chiba Yang continued to explain to them. Eternal life goes against the rules of this world and should not exist. Moreover, if there is a demon that does not eat humans, it means it still retains human thoughts, and for it, eternal life has become a curse. As its loved ones and friends leave one by one, how long can the remaining human thoughts last? After listening to Chiba Yang's words, Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka felt a bit more respect for him, as they had not considered such deeper issues. I didn't expect Xiao Yang to think this deeply. It seems what you said is the most suitable method. Mr. Tomioka, what do you think? Shinobu smiled and expressed her agreement with Chiba Yang's thoughts while also asking Ju. Ju responded, but did not express anything further. After that, the group fell silent. Soon, the three arrived at Mount Natagomo, shrouded in darkness, making the entire mountain appear extremely eerie, with faint screams echoing from within. Why don't we split up? Chiba Yang suggested to Ju and Shinobu. With such a large mountain, their progress would definitely slow down if they acted together. Ju and Shinobu nodded, and then the three of them entered the mountain separately. In the dark forest, Chiba Yang rushed towards the center of the mountain. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and Chiba Yang looked up in the direction of the noise. In the sky, a figure with yellow hair blocked the moon, holding the hilt of the Nichiren blade in its right hand, unsure whether to sheath the sword or draw it. Beside it, a demon's head also flew high, and then both began to fall. Zenitsu? Chiba Yang felt that the figure resembled Zenitsu, and with concern in his heart, he changed direction and started running towards that way. Suspended on the roof of a house, the poisoned Zenitsu lay on his back, facing the sky, and at that moment, the moon appeared exceptionally clear in his eyes. One thought after another gradually emerged in his mind. It seems I had a dream, a happy dream. I am very powerful, stronger than anyone else. I can help the weak and those in trouble. Zenitsu recalled the scenes from the dream, with the figure of Sakanji Urokadaki appearing in his mind, as well as memories of his grandfather teaching him. No matter when, the things my grandfather taught me and the time he spent on me were not in vain. Zenitsu. Just as Zenitsu was lost in thought, a figure in white landed on the roof and called out to him. Who is it? That voice sounds so familiar. His daydreams were interrupted, and although Zenitsu felt the voice was familiar, his body had already become immobile, unable even to turn his head. Zenitsu, hold on. I'll take you to find a doctor. Chiba Yang shouted loudly at Zenitsu, hoping to keep his consciousness awake, while carefully lifting Zenitsu in his arms. Zenitsu could be said to be the first good friend Chiba Yang made after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, and he was very important to him. At that moment, Zenitsu also saw the face of the newcomer. It's you, Yang. Am I dreaming now? It shouldn't be this coincidental. It seems I'm done for. Zenitsu's consciousness gradually blurred, and his eyes closed. Don't give up, Zenitsu. Don't give up. Two voices rang out simultaneously in Zenitsu's ears, and at that moment, Zenitsu's eyes opened again, and tears flowed out. Grandpa. Amidst the jolting, Zenitsu recalled his grandfather Sakanji's teachings, and he began to use the breathing technique to alleviate the spread of the poison. Seeing this, Chiba Yang felt slightly relieved. If he used the breathing technique, he should be able to hold on for a while longer. Now it depended on whether Sister Shinobu could save him. Chiba Yang ran towards the direction where Butterfly Shinobu was headed. He regretted suggesting they split up earlier, but fortunately, they hadn't been apart for too long. Chiba Yang quickly found Butterfly Shinobu, who was on her way. Sister Shinobu, please help me save him. Chiba Yo rushed eagerly to Shinobu Kochu's side and said to her, Chapter 30. Inosuke seems to be poisoned. You should put him down first, and I'll see how to prepare the medicine based on his symptoms. Hearing Chiba Yo's words, Shinobu paused, looked at Zenitsu's condition, and replied, all right. Chiba Yo, upon hearing this, gently set Zenitsu down as Shinobu had instructed. Shinobu bent down to check Zenitsu's condition, then took out several vials of medicine, saying while preparing the medicine, fortunately, this poison is not difficult to resolve. This boy has also used his breathing techniques to alleviate the spread of the toxin, so there shouldn't be any problems. After hearing Shinobu's words, Chiba Yo breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sister Shinobu. Also, there are still quite a few people infected with this toxin over where I just came from, Chiba Yo said to Shinobu. He had been too anxious earlier and had brought Zenitsu to find Shinobu first, especially since Kyojuro had mentioned to Chiba Yo that she was very skilled with poisons when they first met her. If Shinobu hadn't come along this time, Chibiyo really wouldn't have known what to do. I see. I'll come over after I prepare the antidote, Shinobu replied, while continuing to mix the medicine. Before long, she had prepared the antidote and injected it into Zenitsu's arm. At that moment, the members of the infiltration team who had been following behind also arrived. All right, he's out of danger now. After some time of recovery, he should be fine, Shinobu said as she stood up. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang turned to look at Zenitsu and found that the poison spots on Zenitsu's face had indeed faded. Zenitsu's consciousness had also awakened at this moment, and his first sight was Chiba Yang and Shinobu Kocho in front of him. The pain in his body and the recent experiences made him cry out, "Yang, it's really you. I thought I was dreaming. Hey, let me tell you that spider just now. It was so scary. It was going to turn me into a spider." Zenitsu cried while speaking, and he lunged towards Chiba Yang, nearly rubbing his snot on him. Yes. Chiba Yang responded to Zenitsu. Hearing Shinobu's earlier words and seeing Zenitsu like this made Chiba Yang's heart, which had been anxious, completely relax. It was really scary. Tanjiro and Inosuke left me behind. I couldn't find them at all. Chiba Yang nodded in response, but Zenitsu's chaotic words were somewhat difficult for him to understand. Who is Inosuke? Chiba Yang thought helplessly. Let's bandage him up. Butterfly Shinobu suddenly smiled and said to the newly arrived Demon Slayer. Yes. The Demon Slayer replied respectfully and immediately took out a bandage. What is even more infuriating, do you know? He actually took Nezuko away too. Taking Nezuko to such a dangerous place. Boo-hoo. Right? Chiba Yang continued to agree. Who is Nezuko? Zenitsu suddenly lost his voice as he realized he had been wrapped up like a mummy by the Demon Slayers, with only his eyes visible and the rest of his body completely covered in bandages. Boo-hoo! Zenitsu cried out twice, but his movements quickly stopped. The joy and excitement of suddenly seeing a familiar face made him temporarily forget his body pain. But now that he was bound by the bandages, the pain surged back, and even a slight movement caused him great agony. Now Zenitsu didn't dare to move at all, looking at the tears in the corners of his eyes. Even with only his eyes exposed, one could feel his despair. Although he knew he shouldn't, Chiba Yang still felt a bit like laughing, but fortunately, he managed to hold it in. Xiao Yang, help me lead the way. I'll go treat those people infected with toxins that you just mentioned. Butterfly Shinobu said to Chiba Yang at that moment. Okay, Chiba Yang replied, and then led Butterfly Shinobu and a group of demon slayers to the place where they had just found Zenitsu. Zenitsu was left behind, being looked after by 2 demon slayers. A group of people arrived at the place Chiba Yang mentioned. On the ground crawled several people who had almost turned into spiders. Their hair nearly all gone, but they didn't seem to have become stronger. Inject them with the antidote I just prepared, Butterfly Shinobu instructed the accompanying demon slayers. Yes. The demon slayers responded and immediately began injecting the antidote into those who were about to turn into spiders, following Butterfly Shinobu's instructions. The symptoms of those injected with the antidote gradually alleviated, and more people on the verge of becoming spiders gathered around Butterfly Shinobu. Sister Shinobu, I'll go check ahead, Chiba Yang said, noticing there were enough people here and feeling he had nothing to contribute. After all, the purpose of coming to Mount Natagamo was to find the 12 Kizuki and to verify the Nichiren blade again. But they hadn't discovered any of the 12 Kizuki hiding here yet. The only demon they encountered was the one Zenitsu had slain. All right, go ahead, Butterfly Shinobu replied. She herself couldn't leave for the time being, as the rescue work needed her supervision. After receiving Butterfly Shinobu's response, Chiba Yang continued towards the center of the mountain. He wondered if Mr. Tenjin had encountered that 12 Kizuki, and as Zenitsu mentioned, Tanjiro should also be here. He hoped nothing had happened to him. Chiba Yang felt a bit worried as he thought to himself. The scenery in front of him rushed by quickly, and suddenly, Chiba Yang stopped. It seemed like he had seen something strange. Taking 2 steps back, Chiba Yang saw a guy wearing a wild boar's head tied up with ropes and hanging from a tree. It was a boy, and he had such serious injuries. Could this have been done by Mr. Tenjin? Under the clear world, Chiba Yang realized that this boy with the wild boar's head was indeed a teenager. Looking at the boy hanging there, Chiba Yang suspected that this was done by Eon. The purpose must have been to restrict this guy's movements. After all, his injuries were severe, and Eon was still looking for the 12 Kizuki. Given his personality, he was likely to do something like this. Chiba Yang untied the ropes from the boy wearing the wild boar's head and carried him to the nearest member of the Hidden Corps, then handed the boy over to them. Wild boar head? What is this? The Hidden Corps member was startled upon seeing Inosuke, but still took him. He should also be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm leaving now, Chiba Yang said before departing. Now he remembered that he had seen this boy during the final selection, but at that time, he quickly ran away, shouting Bora Rush, leaving Chinya Yang with a vague impression. Chapter 31. The scheming Shinobu. Oh, okay, the hidden core member replied, then lifted Inosuke, intending to take him back to the butterfly mansion. I couldn't do anything. With just my own strength, I can't even defeat a single demon. Maybe I'm not very strong after all. Inosuke, slung over the shoulder, was not unconscious. His experience facing demons tonight made him realize his shortcomings, leading to some changes in his mindset, especially after being tied up and hung by that half-half Aori, which made him acutely aware of his own weakness. Due to the time spent rescuing Inosuke, Chinya Yang found that Shinobu was engaged in battle with a demon when he arrived. No, rather than a battle. It was more like a game. The demon was completely toyed with by Shinobu, having no power to resist. Shinobu pinned the female demon down and smiled at her, saying, "You need to receive proper punishment, then be reborn, and then we could get along well. If lives are taken without any punishment, those who were killed cannot have their grievances avenged." Saying this, Shinobu opened the female demon's eyes with her hands, still smiling as she said, for example, "Gouging out your eyeballs." Then she drew a vertical line with her finger on the demon's belly, or cutting open your stomach and pulling out your insides. "The more people you kill, the more I will interrogate you. After you endure that pain, your sins can be forgiven. Let's do our best together." After finishing this statement, Shinobu made a gesture of encouragement with both fists, looking very cute with a smile, but it was clearly somewhat terrifying when paired with earlier words. "It's okay. After all, you are a demon. You won't die or have any after effects." Hearing Shinobu say such terrifying words with a smile made Chinya Yang feel a chill. The female demon clearly couldn't withstand it anymore, cold sweat breaking out on her face as she shouted, "Stop joking." The female demon flipped over, and Shinobu also jumped up, freeing herself from Shinobu's restraints. The demon stretched out its hands towards Shinobu and shouted, "Die, you stinky woman." Then it released a large mass of spider silk towards Shinobu while being knocked down by the impact, rolling a distance before getting back up. "Sister Shinobu, let me test the power of the Hinakami blade first." As the spider silk shattered, Chinya Yang spoke to Shinobu. Since entering that spider mountain, he had not encountered any living demons, so he couldn't test the Hinakami blade. Yang had not encountered any for such a long time either. Chinya Yang speculated that he might have already slain the 12 Kazuki here, and this demon might be the last one remaining. If it was killed by Shinobu, he wouldn't be able to test the blade's ability. Alright, since this lady doesn't intend to get along with me, then there's no other way. After the test, remember to kill this lady, as it is her choice, Shinobu said to Chinya Yang with a smile. "Yeah, I will," Chinya Yang replied, slowly walking towards the white-haired spider demon, the Nichiren blade in his hand slowly turning red under his grip. "You bastard, you die too." The spider demon felt extremely angry at that moment and immediately swung its hand to attack Chinya Yang. However, its attack was completely ineffective against Chinya Yang. As the blade flashed, the thick spider silk shattered, and at the same time, the spider demon's two arms were severed by Chinya Yang. "Ah!" The spider demon let out a painful scream. Then, Chinya Yang kicked it to the ground, the Nichiren blade piercing into its belly and pinning it to the ground. From Shinobu's earlier conversation with this demon, Chinya Yang learned that this demon had eaten over 80 people, and he would show no mercy to such a vile demon. "It hurts." The burning pain from the wounds severed by the Nichiren blade, and the place where it pierced and grew in the spider demon's heart. And her fear continued to increase. She only wanted to escape now, even if it meant disobeying orders, but it was already too late. After piercing the spider demon's body with a Nichiren blade, Chinya Yang released his grip on the blade, wanting to see if it could quickly regenerate its limbs. Seeing Chinya Yang's hand leave the blade, the spider demon immediately tried to regenerate its arms to pull out the Nichiren blade, but in the next moment, a piercing, burning sensation struck again. At this moment, it could not even display its most basic ability as a demon. It seemed that the Hinakami blade could indeed suppress a demon's regeneration. Seeing that this demon had not been able to regenerate its arms, Chinya Yang confirmed that the Hinakami blade could indeed suppress demon regeneration. After all, in this situation, the only chance for this demon to survive was to regenerate its arms, pull out the blade, and escape. Alright, you can now go to hell to atone for the sins of those over 80 people. Chinya Yang pulled out the Nichiren blade, which had turned black after leaving his hand, now restored to its crimson color. Released from the blade's restraint, the spider demon did not flee. Instead, it knelt before Chinya Yang, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please spare me. As long as I can live, you can make me do anything. I promise I won't eat people again. Everything before was forced by other demons. I'm too weak to resist them. The Spider-Woman ghost lament had not yet finished when Chiba Yang's Nichiren blade had already cut across its neck. From its dialogue with Shinobu Kocho, it was evident that this creature was a cunning and treacherous demon, skilled at eliciting sympathy from others. Having learned all this, how could Chiba Yang possibly be deceived by it? The head rolled to the ground, and the body collapsed. The Spider-Woman ghost gradually began to turn to ashes, past events slowly resurfacing in its mind. It had fled from Demon Slayer Corps swordsman to Mount Spider that day, only to be saved by the Lower Moon 5, who made it drink his blood and began to play the role of his sister. Another demon, unwilling to continue playing house with Rue, conspired with it to escape from Mount Spider, while another demon, who had come to see Rue as a younger sister, was tied to the rooftop and left to die under the morning sun. Choosing to betray Rue, it did not receive good treatment either, being randomly beaten and scolded. Although it wouldn't die, the suffering it endured was unrelenting. They were merely roles that Rue could replace at any time, not the so-called family it thought they were. It seemed that it had never seen this clearly, though perhaps it just wanted to rely on a strong individual. I'm not wrong. I just want to live. The final thought dissipated, and the Spider-Woman ghost completely turned to ashes, vanishing into the world. Sheathing his sword, Chiba Yang noticed that Shinobu had already left. It seemed she had gone to Mr. Ju. Then I should hurry there too. Chapter 32. Ansei Waistrum. Chiba Yang was a bit confused at this moment, trying to figure out the situation in front of him. In front of him, Iyong and Butterfly Shinobu were entangled in a strange position. Butterfly Shinobu was trapped under Iyong's arm, struggling to break free, but her strength was no match for Iyong's. Even though she exerted herself to the point of trembling, she couldn't escape Iyong's grip. What was going on? Chiba Yang looked at the scene in front of him and didn't dare to go out directly, fearing to disturb the two of them. Mr. Tenjin, are you listening? Mr. Tenjin, my attacks to slay demons are justified, so they don't count as violating team rules. But Mr. Tenjin, this is a violation of team rules. You're obstructing the demon slaying. What exactly are you trying to do? Butterfly Shinobu, unable to break free from Ju's restraint, was very angry but still maintained a smile as she asked him. However, Ju did not respond. Instead, he showed a strange expression, seemingly confused and helpless. In short, Chiba Yang couldn't understand what this expression meant. Maybe I should say something? This is a final ultimatum. At least please tell me the reason. Not hearing Ju's reply, Butterfly Shinobu continued to smile as she asked. However, despite her smile, the veins on her forehead were already bulging, clearly indicating her anger. After being questioned repeatedly by Butterfly Shinobu, Ju finally stopped keeping silent and replied with that strange expression. That was probably 2 years ago. However, he was interrupted as soon as he spoke. Starting from that kind of place is a headache. Are you trying to trouble me on purpose? Are you holding a grudge because I said you were disliked? Butterfly Shinobu was now very suspicious that Ju's current behavior was all because she had just said he was disliked. Upon hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words, Ju felt offended again. Were the two of them so relaxed because the 12 Kazuki had already been eliminated? Chiba Yang wanted to go out and ask if the 12 Kazuki here had been eliminated, but he couldn't find the right moment to do so. At that moment, he saw his crow perched on a tree overhead, so he quietly asked it, "Excuse me, have the 12 Kazuki here been eliminated?" His crow had just flown around after leaving him on the Spider Mountain, so it should know whether that 12 Kazuki had been eliminated. Caw! Caw! The Lower Moon 5 has been eliminated by Yoruichi. The Lower Moon 5 has been eliminated by Yoruichi. The crow flapped its wings and shouted loudly upon hearing Chiba Yang's question. It must be intentional. Chiba Yang's heart tightened, feeling a bit flustered. He turned his head and saw that Iyong and Butterfly Shinobu were both looking at him, still maintaining that posture. I was just passing by, didn't mean to disturb you. Sorry. Seeing that there was no way to hide, Chiba Yang awkwardly stepped out and immediately apologized to Iyong and the others. It's over. I saw them in such an embarrassing position. They won't hold a grudge against me in the future, right? Especially Shinobu, since I saw her being pinned under Iyong's arm for so long. She must want to erase my memory. Chiba Yang had already seen the smile of Butterfly Shinobu, and it felt so gentle that it made him a little scared. He must not get too close to her in the future, otherwise he would definitely be poisoned. I need to leave now. Chiba Yang noticed that Ju and Butterfly Shinobu were still staring at him, and he felt that if he stayed here any longer, he might get silenced immediately. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a crow flew over and cawed loudly. Order! Order! Headquarters has sent an order. Capture Tanjiro and Nezuko and bring them back to headquarters. Ga! Capture Tanjiro and the demon Nezuko and bring them back to headquarters. In addition, Another crow was constantly repeating the descriptions of Tanjiro and Nezuko's appearances. Tanjiro, wearing a checkered haori, has an injury on his forehead. The demon girl, Nezuko, biting a bamboo. Bring them back. Bring them back. The two crows circled in the air, continuously shouting. Upon hearing the order, Ju and Butterfly Shinobu stopped. And Chiba Yang was also frozen in place, feeling a bit confused about the situation. Tanjiro and the demon girl? Are there still demons on this mountain? Why do they need to be brought back? What is the connection between this demon and Tanjiro? It seemed like Zenitsu had mentioned Nezuko before. What exactly is going on? Questions kept popping up in Chiba Yang's mind, and he had temporarily forgotten about the matters concerning Iyong and Shinobu Kocho. It wasn't until Shinobu walked over and patted him on the shoulder that he was brought back to reality. Little Yang, you didn't see anything just now, right? It must be so, right? If there's something you want to forget, I can help you concoct a potion to forget it. If you ever get hurt, you can come to the Butterfly Mansion, and I will make sure your body is as good as new. Shinobu said to Chiba Yang with a smile, her face shadowed. The consecutive 3 sentences made Chiba Yang feel a chill run down his spine. Each sentence was more terrifying than the last. He vowed to never get hurt again. If he encountered a demon, he would defeat it in one strike and never use 2. I didn't see anything. There's no need for anything else. Thank you for your kindness, Sister Shinobu. Chiba Yang immediately replied, slightly turning his head to see Iyong lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. It's good that you didn't see anything. I hope little Yang isn't lying to me. If you are, you might end up like Mr. Tenjin. Shinobu said to Chiba Yang with a threatening tone. Chiba Yo quickly nodded. Only then did Kochu Shinobu turn around and leave to lift the unconscious Rengoku, who was lying on the ground. Huh? What happened to Lord Rengoku? At this moment, a member of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed over and asked Kochu Shinobu upon seeing the unconscious Rengoku. He ran too fast and got heat stroke. Let's take him back to the Butterfly Mansion. Kochu Shinobu replied with a smile. Huh? Can you really get heat stroke in such a cold forest? The member of the Demon Slayer Corps, somewhat confused, took Rengoku and, after checking, said in surprise, wow, I didn't expect it to really be heat stroke symptoms. Lady Shinobu's medical skills are amazing. She can instantly identify such an incredible condition. Upon hearing this, Kochu Shinobu smiled and said nothing, while 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps made a stretcher and carried Rengoku away. Chibiyo, standing by, didn't dare to say a word and could only silently wish for Rengoku in his heart. The incident at Mount Tanyakigyo gradually came to an end, and the injured swordsmen were sent to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment, while Tanjiro and Nezuko were taken to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. On the way, Rengoku, lying on the stretcher, woke up. What happened to me? Rengoku held his forehead, feeling a bit dizzy. Lord Rengoku is awake. You had heat stroke earlier. It was Lady Shinobu who saved you, said the nearby member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rengoku, Chapter 33, The Swordsman with a Demon. It turns out that Tanjiro had been investigating a way to turn demons back into humans for this reason. On the way back to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chiba Yo had learned some information from Kochu Shinobu. The demon girl, named Nezuko, was Tanjiro's sister. His family encountered a demon while he was away, and everyone except his sister died, with the surviving sister also turning into a demon. Sai, what will happen next? Looking up at the sun hanging in the sky, Chiba Yo felt that this situation was somewhat unexpected. According to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro's actions could be considered harboring a demon, which alone would be enough for him to be executed under the rules. However, thinking about Tanjiro's character, Chiba Yo felt that he probably wouldn't do something like sheltering a man-eating demon. Remembering the questions Kochu Shinobu had asked on their way here, Chiba Yo speculated that perhaps Tanjiro's sister, who had turned into a demon, wouldn't eat humans. Although the probability of such a thing happening was extremely low, and until now Chiba Yo had never heard of anyone encountering a demon that didn't eat humans, he still hoped that it was true. If this Nezuko wouldn't eat humans, then he would try his best to protect both of them. If she had already eaten humans, then he could only protect Tanjiro. Chiba Yo thought to himself, although he and Tanjiro were friends and he had a good impression of him, his bottom line was that man-eating demons could not be forgiven. If Nezuko had eaten humans, he would not choose to let her go. However, considering that the master's order was to bring Tanjiro and Nezuko back rather than execute them directly, Chiba Yo felt that the outcome of this matter should not be too bad. Originally, Chiba Yo planned to ask Zenitsu about the situation, but now Zenitsu was wrapped up like a mummy and couldn't speak, so it was useless to ask him. Sunlight poured into the familiar courtyard, and the Hashira were summoned once again after just a few days. The Wind Hashira was still training and had not arrived yet, but the other Hashira were already gathered here. Kaneo had finished resting and was now standing alone on one side, while Shinobu explained the general situation to the present Hashira. The member of the infiltration team who was carrying Tanjiro set him down, and Chiba Yo stepped forward to untie the ropes on Tanjiro. Lord Chiba. The infiltration team member felt a bit awkward. Although it wasn't specifically stated what to do with Tanjiro, he had violated team regulations, and it was normal to tie him up to prevent any resistance. Thank you, but all the Hashira are here, so there shouldn't be any problems, Chiba Yo said to the infiltration team member. Understood. The infiltration team member stopped talking after hearing Chiba Yo's words. Hey, Chiba, this guy violated team regulations, right? And he sheltered a demon. What are you doing? This isn't very glamorous at all, Yuzui Tenjin said, somewhat displeased with Chiba Yo's actions. He is seriously injured, and being tied up could worsen his condition. Besides, we Hashira are all here, so there is no need to worry about him resisting, Chiba Yo replied. He had already used Transparent World to see Tanjiro's injuries, which were very serious, with both external and internal wounds. It would be hard for him to move at all right now. For the moment, Chiba Yo was still willing to believe that Tanjiro had his reasons for doing this. After Chiba Yo untied the ropes, the noise from outside roused Tanjiro from his stupor. Yo, how come you're here? Tanjiro felt a bit confused upon seeing Chiba Yo, but he quickly became concerned about Nezuko's whereabouts. However, his injuries were too severe. After saying just a couple of sentences, he started to cough. Hey, you're talking to the highest-ranking Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. You should show me some respect. The infiltration team member beside him said angrily upon hearing Tanjiro's address. It's fine, we know each other. He's my friend. Chiba Yo waved his hand to the infiltration team member. Then he turned to Tanjiro. Your injuries are serious. It's best to say less right now. You'll need to say quite a bit later. Hashira? The highest rank in the Demon Slayer Corps? Didn't we join the Demon Slayer Corps together? I think my rank is still the lowest, right? Tanjiro was a bit stunned by the infiltration team member's words, and he looked at Chiba Yo with a bit more respect in his eyes. Before the trial begins, let me explain the crimes you've committed, Shinobu said to Tanjiro after seeing that he had woken up. All she knew was that the demon was Tanjiro's sister. There is no need for a trial, Kyojuro exclaimed, his voice as imposing as ever. Sheltering a demon is clearly against team regulations. We can handle this ourselves. He should be executed alongside the demon, Kyojuro shouted. Chiba Yo was not surprised by Kyojuro's attitude. Having spent time with him, Chiba Yo understood his teacher's personality well. He was very passionate and liked to take care of others. But he was also someone who jumped to conclusions and sometimes wouldn't wait for the other person to finish speaking. However, he was very sensitive to people's emotional fluctuations and could empathize with them. But even so, his stance on demons was very clear. They had to be exterminated. Then let me elegantly behead him. I will make it more glamorous than anyone else, with blood splattering everywhere. Yuzui Tenjin chimed in after hearing Kyojuro's words. What a pathetic child. It's truly unfortunate. Being born is already sad enough. Let me kill you, Shinobu said, hands clasped together, tears streaming down her face. Yes, let it be glamorous, Yuzui Tenjin agreed. I think we should let him explain. Tanjiro is a friend I met during the final selection. He can decisively behead evil demons and save many people during the final selection. I believe he has his reasons for doing this. Please give him a chance. Seeing that the Hashira were about to execute Tanjiro on the spot, Chiba Yo stood up and bowed to the other Hashira. I couldn't save that boy back then. I can't bear to watch Tanjiro go through the same thing. Unlike the other Hashira, Chiba Yo had a certain understanding of Tanjiro and believed he could provide an explanation that Chiba Yo could understand, and he hoped so. The other Hashira were momentarily taken aback by Chiba Yo's actions, and the scene fell silent. Kaneo, who had been about to speak from the tree, also held her tongue for the time being. Similarly, the other Hashira had a certain understanding of Chiba Yo. The incidents with the Hashira and the Scarlet Blade made the others aware that Chiba Yo was someone willing to give everything to exterminate demons. All right then, since little Yo said so, let this boy explain, but if he can't provide a reasonable explanation, he will still be executed alongside the demon. Kyojuro was the first to respond, indicating he was willing to give Tanjiro a chance. The other Hashira did not speak further. Joe. Tanjiro looked at Chiba Yo in front of him, feeling deeply moved. Chiba Yoichiro stood up and turned to Tanjiro, saying, Go ahead, Tanjiro. I want to know the reason for your actions as well. Chapter 34. The non-man-eating demon, Tanjiro glanced at the Hashira around him, slowly stood up, enduring the pain in his body as he began to speak. My sister. He coughed violently before he could finish a complete sentence. Seeing this, Kochu Shinobu took out a gourd, opened it, and handed it to Tanjiro. It's better to drink some water. I'll put some painkillers inside. It can help ease your pain, but your wounds haven't healed, so don't overdo it, she said gently to Tanjiro. Tanjiro took the gourd and gulped down a few sips of water, feeling a bit better. After catching his breath, he lifted his head and continued, "That demon is my sister. When I left home, my family was attacked, and when I returned, everyone was dead. Although my sister has turned into a demon, she has never eaten anyone, and she won't in the future. She will never harm humans. Is that really so?" Chiba Yoichiro felt relieved upon hearing Tanjiro's words. He chose to believe Tanjiro, having noticed during the final selection that Tanjiro was someone who rarely lied. He would rather remain silent than fabricate words. However, the other Hashira seemed unconvinced. "Don't spout such boring nonsense. After all, it's only natural to protect family. What you say is completely unbelievable. I do not believe you," the Hashira on the tree, Kenroji Mitsuri, said, pointing her finger in front of her. Kyojuro Rengoku also did not believe Tanjiro's words, putting his hands together and shedding tears as he lamented. "Ah, he's possessed by a demon. Quickly kill this poor child and give him peace." Rengoku did not like children. In his eyes, children were all prone to lying and untrustworthy. Similarly, he did not believe Tanjiro's words now. However, in his younger days, Rengoku was not like this. While he was a monk in a temple, he often took in lonely children and treated them as his family. But an incident changed his view on children completely, altering his circumstances and character. One night, a child named Kageyama violated Rengoku's rule of not returning home at night, in order to save his own life when faced with a demon. He even extinguished the wisteria incense that Rengoku had lit in the temple, leading the demon into the temple. The children in the temple were thrown into chaos, panicking. Rengoku, who could not see anything, advised the children to stay close to him and not run around, knowing that his body was very strong and he could protect them as long as they stayed by his side. However, apart from a 4-year-old girl named Shaddai, the other children all ran outside, resulting in all of them being killed by the demon. Blind and eating very little each day, Rengoku was unable to save them. All he could do was protect the little girl who stayed by his side. For that, he fought the demon barehanded, and with his extraordinary physique, he crushed the demon's skull. When dawn broke, the demon turned to ashes and vanished. Exhausted, Rengoku awaited gratitude from the little girl Shaddai, whom he had risked his life to protect, but instead, she, overwhelmed with fear, directly accused him of being the murderer of the other children. The demon had already turned to ashes, and all evidence was erased. As a result, Rengoku was thrown into prison. If it weren't for Lord Yose's rescue, he might have been executed as a murderer. From that day on, Rengoku became completely disillusioned with children and human hearts, becoming suspicious from then on. Listening to Tanjiro's words in front of him, Rengoku believed he was no different from those lying little kids. Demons must be killed, and those who protect demons must be treated the same. Feeling anxious after hearing Kenroji Mitsuri and Rengoku's words, Tanjiro was very worried since Nezuko had not been seen. "Please listen to me. I became a swordsman to cure Nezuko. It has been over 2 years since Nezuko turned into a demon, and during this time, she has never eaten anyone," Tanjiro said urgently, trying to make the Hashira believe him. However, in his anxiety, what he said was merely a repetition of what he had said before, unable to change the minds of those Hashira who already did not believe him. "What you're saying is just going in circles, you fool. Never eaten anyone. Won't in the future, but don't just say that. Show us some proof." Tenjin Yuzui also pointed this out. Looking at Tanjiro, at that moment, Mitsuri thought of something and whispered to the Hashira beside her, but I have a question. I don't think Lord Yose is unaware of this matter. Can we really punish them without his consent? Or should we wait for Lord Yose to arrive first?" Chiba Yo understood that the Lord must be aware of this matter, from the fact that Sakanji's order did not lead to the immediate execution of Nezuko. Chiba Yo believed that the Lord must agree with Tanjiro taking his demon sister to carry out missions. Therefore, he did not rush to say anything and planned to wait until the Lord arrived to assess the situation before speaking. Of course, if other Hashira attempted to force Tanjiro's execution before that, he would intervene. At this moment, Tanjiro also realized that merely repeating what he had just said would not convince the other Hashira, so he changed his approach. My sister can fight alongside me. She can fight as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps to protect humanity," Tanjiro shouted loudly, but before he could finish, another voice interrupted him. Hey, it seems something interesting is happening." Shinazugawa Sanemi had entered the courtyard at some point, his body covered in scars, making him look extremely fierce. Holding a wooden box in his hand. Is that the idiot member carrying a demon? What is he planning? Sanemi said with a somewhat hoarse voice, grinning. An insect Hashira member rushed over, wanting to retrieve the box, and said to Sanemi, "This is troublesome for me. Shinazugawa-sama, please put down that box." Because he had just focused on Tanjiro, Chiba had not noticed that the wind Hashira had arrived. Is that the box with Tanjiro's demon sister inside? Chiba thought as he gazed at the box. Mr. Shinazugawa, it would be best to wait for the Lord to handle this matter, Chiba said, sensing that Sanemi seemed to be somewhat unstable emotionally. However, Sanemi ignored them and continued to look at Tanjiro, saying, "What do you mean by demon? Little brat, can you fight as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps to protect humanity? That's absurd." As he spoke, Sanemi placed his right hand on the blade. "How could that be possible, you fool?" The Nickerum blade was drawn, its green blade aimed at the box in the other hand. However, the next moment, the box in Sanemi's hand vanished, and his blade struck empty air. "Chiba, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to protect this fool along with the demon?" Sanemi slowly turned around, and Chiba, who had been next to Shinobu, was now standing behind Sanemi, holding the box containing Nezuko. "I just think we should wait for the Lord to make a judgment on this matter," Chiba said, as he handed the box to the insect Hashira member. "Thank you," the insect Hashira member said in a panic as he took the box, expressing his gratitude to Chiba. Sanemi wanted to say something, but at that moment, two childish voices interrupted him. "The Lord has arrived. Chapitre 35, Disposition." Wise-Eye was supported by two children as he walked out. All the Hashira knelt on one knee at that moment, and Tanjiro froze for a moment before being pushed down to the ground by the wind Hashira. "I apologize for gathering everyone again in such a short time." Wise-Eye spoke in a calm voice. "This time, I called everyone here mainly for two matters." At this point, Sanemi raised his head and said, "Forgive my impudence. But before that, I hope to clarify regarding this swordsman named Tanjiro who carries a demon. What do you think?" All the Hashira looked at the Lord, and the question Sanemi raised was precisely what they wanted to know. Hearing this, Wise-Eye smiled and said, "This is one of the two matters I wanted to address. I apologize for disturbing you. Tanjiro and Nezuko are ones I acknowledge, and I hope everyone can also recognize them." Wise-Eye glanced at the Hashira, aside from Chiba, Mitsuri, and Shinobu. The other Hashira seemed dissatisfied with this outcome, while Michiro remained as clueless as usual. After hearing the Lord's words, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that with the Lord's endorsement, Tanjiro and Nezuko would likely be safe. Even if it's the Lord's request. I find it hard to agree, Kaneo replied with tears in her eyes, hands clasped together. Tenjin also elegantly pointed to himself with his thumb, saying, "I also oppose it elegantly. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps carrying a demon is really hard to accept." Mitsuri, with a flushed face, said, "I will fully comply with the Lord's expectations." In any case, we'll forget about it immediately," Michiro said calmly. Shinobu and Ju did not speak, and Kenroji also did not agree with the Lord's words. Unable to trust, after all, I hate demons the most. Although I sincerely respect the Lord, I find it very difficult to understand this idea. I fully oppose it. Kyojuro shouted loudly. Following that, it was Sanemi's turn. He naturally did not agree with this disposition and did not recognize Tanjiro and Nezuko. The Demon Slayer Corps should eliminate demons. And I hope you will punish Tanjiro and Tomioka for this. Sanemi also knew about Ju stopping Shinobu from killing Nezuko and believed that Ju was also protecting a demon. I am willing to believe what Tanjiro said and recognize Tanjiro and Nezuko. As long as Nezuko does not eat people, I see no reason why they cannot be members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Moreover, I remember Tanjiro has been looking for a way to turn demons back into humans. If he can truly find it, it could save many tragedies. Turning demons back into humans can also be considered eliminating demons, as most demons have completely different memories and thoughts from when they were human. So, this does not contradict our Demon Slayer Corps mission. Chiba had been organizing his thoughts while the other Hashira were responding, and now that it was his turn, he answered in a very organized manner. After hearing Chiba words, the attention of the other Hashira was now focused on him, quietly pondering what he had just said. Up to this point, 5 Hashira did not acknowledge Tanjiro and Nezuko, while only Mitsuri and Chiba directly expressed their recognition. 3 other Hashira either remained silent or did not take a side. Wise-Eye, seeing the situation, lowered his head and said to the white-haired child beside him, "Take out the letter." Hearing this, the child took out a letter from his bosom and then addressed the Hashira and Tanjiro, saying, This letter is from the former Hashira, Sakanji Urokadaki. I will read part of its contents. He then began to read aloud. Please allow Tanjiro and his demon sister to be together. Nezuko, relying on her strong mental strength, still maintains her humanity. Even in a state of hunger, she has not eaten anyone, and she has lived like this for more than 2 years. Although it is a situation that is hard to believe immediately, it is a fact. If Nezuko attacks others, Tanjiro Kamadu, along with Sakanji Urokadaki and Ju Tomioka, will commit seppuku to apologize. After reading the contents of the letter from Sakanji Urokadaki, the people present fell silent for a moment. After hearing the contents of the letter, Tanjiro turned to look at Ju, who still had a blank expression, showing no concern for this. Tears welled up in Tanjiro's eyes, the weight of this friendship making it somewhat difficult for him to bear. Chiba was also shocked by the actions of Rengoku Sakanji and Ju. They are truly incredibly gentle as a trio of master and disciples. Are all users of water breathing like this? However, this assurance still did not convince Shinazugawa. What does seppuku prove? If you want to die, then just go ahead and die. This is hardly any guarantee, Shinazugawa said angrily and irritably. Are they relying on strong mental strength to maintain their rationality? If relying on strong mental strength could keep someone rational after becoming a demon, then what about their mother? Didn't she have strong mental strength when she recklessly protected us from our monstrous father, who far surpassed her in size? Is her mental strength not as good as that of this teenager? Yet at that time, only I and Jinya survived. Originally, when I heard Chiba say that turning demons back into humans could prevent many tragedies, I was somewhat touched. However, upon hearing Rengoku Sakanji's letter, a surge of anger filled my chest in an instant. To others, these few words were merely an explanation of Nezuko's situation, but to me, it was clearly an insult to my deceased mother. Just as Tamayo said, if she kills to eat, then there is no turning back. The people who are killed will not come back. This letter does not prove that this boy's sister, who turned into a demon, will not eat humans in the future. Kyojuro also said loudly. So now the only question left is to prove whether Nezuko still has the rationality of a human and whether she might eat humans in the future. I actually have a method to prove this. After hearing their words, Chiba Yang realized the key to the current problem. He then continued, we just need to release his sister and see if she can resist attacking us, right? Since everyone is here, why not test it this way? After saying this, Chiba Yang looked at the leader, who turned to the other Hashira present. After thinking for a moment, Kyojuro agreed with a nod. It's a good way to prove it. If she can pass this test, I will be willing to acknowledge both of them. Tenjin also stroked his chin and said, all right, let's prove it in style. The other Hashira did not raise any objections, but at that moment Shinobu spoke up. I agree with this proving method, but I will be the one to verify it. Each person has a different level of attraction to demons, so proving that she won't attack ordinary people is meaningless. My blood is the rarest of rare blood and has a great attraction to demons. If she can resist the temptation of my blood, I will tentatively acknowledge both of them. However, Shinobu grinned as she said this, but if she can't resist, I will immediately chop off her head. Chapter 36. Passing the test. After saying this, Shinobu stood up and walked in front of the hidden team member, holding Nezuko's box. The hidden member looked at Zai, who nodded at her, and then she handed the box to Shinobu. Upon receiving the box, Shinobu threw it on the ground, cut her wrist with her Nichiren blade, and then stabbed into the box before pulling it back out. Nezuko, Tanjiro, who was released by Shinobu, shouted upon seeing this and rushed toward Shinobu. However, he was pulled back by Chiba Yang after just a few steps. This is the best way to prove your sister and gain the recognition of the other Hashira. Just endure it for now, Chiba Yang told Tanjiro. This time, he did not intervene. He understood the reason for Shinobu's actions. After being injured, demons become weak and hungry, and at that time, they're more eager to eat humans to recover. Shinobu's actions were merely aimed at increasing Nezuko's desire for her blood and flesh. Chiba believes that his current actions are correct. With a demon's recovery ability, being stabbed twice will quickly heal. If Nezuko cannot resist the urge to eat humans while injured, then saying she will never eat humans in the future is completely empty talk. And Chiba would not stop Shinazugawa from killing her. Shinazugawa stepped on the box, placing his wrist above it, allowing blood to flow from the wound created by the Nichiren blade. Hey, demon, it's time to eat. Come and have a meal. Shinazugawa called out to the box. Drip, drip. Shinazugawa's blood dripped onto Nezuko's hand inside the box, the scent of the diluted blood constantly stimulating her. Struggling to hold back, Nezuko's body began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on her face. No need to force it. Show your true nature. and let me kill you right here." The wind pillar continued to shout. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro shouted towards her, hoping she could endure it. "Kanroji, it won't work in the sunlight. Demons won't come out without shadows." Little Kanbei reminded him after seeing Shinazugawa's actions. Hearing Kanbei's words, Shinazugawa spoke to his lord. "My lord, I apologize." He then grabbed the box and jumped to the front courtyard of the mansion where Yo was standing. Throwing the box onto the floor, Shinazugawa drew his Nichiren blade and plunged it into the box again. "Come out, demon. This is the blood of your favorite human." After stabbing several times, Shinazugawa stepped on the box and used the Nichiren blade to pry open the box's door. Nezuko slowly stood up from the box, her body gradually growing larger. Looking at Shinazugawa's bloodied arms, drool flowed from Nezuko's mouth, the scent of the diluted blood holding an extraordinary allure for her. "What's wrong, demon? Come on, you want it, don't you?" Shinazugawa grinned, his voice low and filled with temptation. Nezuko, biting on the bamboo, let out a muffled groan, blood continuously dripping from the wound on her hand that Shinazugawa had pierced. "Nezuko, you have to endure," Tanjiro shouted anxiously. "She's my sister. She's my sister. Nezuko is different." A scene of snowflakes drifting appeared in Nezuko's mind, and Tanjiro's words echoed in her ears. "I may not know why she's like this now." Immediately after, the scene shifted, revealing a slightly impoverished home in her mind. Her mother, wearing a headscarf, was cooking by the stove, while her weak father sat on a bench watching them with a happy smile. Her mother turned back to smile at her, her mouth moving, but she heard no sound. Outside, her younger brothers were playing, and her youngest brother, Rokata, was clutching her clothes as if saying something, but she still couldn't hear any sound. "Humans are all your family. You must protect them." A slightly aged voice echoed in her mind. These words often heard now etched in her memory. Humans must be protected and helped. You cannot harm them. Absolutely cannot harm them. Finally, Tanjiro's figure appeared before her, and Nezuko resisted the urge to eat humans, letting out a heavy hum and turning her head to the side with her eyes closed. Shinazugawa was shocked. He had accepted Chiba Yo's opinion because he believed demons could never resist their urge to eat humans, but the current reality differed significantly from his expectations. Tanjiro and Chiba Yo both secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the situation. The Lord turned to the other pillars and asked, "What is happening?" Hinaki added, "That girl who turned into a demon turned her head away, even after being stabbed twice by Lord Shinazugawa, and with her bloodied wrist right before her. She endured and did not bite." Hearing this, Shinazugawa snorted coldly. Although he was reluctant to believe it, the facts were now in front of him. "Then this can prove that Nezuko won't attack others, right?" Yo asked the other pillars with a smile. The pillars remained silent, although they found it hard to believe. They accepted this fact. Yo then turned to Tanjiro and said, "Tanjiro, even so, there will definitely be people who cannot accept Nezuko. You must prove it. From now on, Nezuko, and you can fight as part of the Demon Slayer Corps, and this can be put to use. Go defeat the 12 Kizuki. If you do, everyone will recognize you, and the weight of your words will change." Chiba Yang smiled at Tanjiro. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the result was finally good. After hearing the Lord's words, Tanjiro showed a determined expression and said, "Nezuko, and I will defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. Nezuko, and I will definitely cut through the chains of sorrow." Waya smiled slightly upon hearing Tanjiro's words and said to him, "Right now, Tanjiro, that's not possible. First, let's defeat one of the 12 Kizuki." The gentle voice made Tanjiro feel a bit lightheaded, but Waya's words also made him feel somewhat embarrassed, his face turning bright red as he replied, "Yes." Mitsuri, seeing Tanjiro's expression, puffed up her cheeks and almost couldn't hold back her laughter, while Shinobu laughed outright. I chose to acknowledge Tanjiro and Nezuko for another reason. This Tanjiro had once encountered Muzan Kibutsuji. Waya then turned to the other Hashira and spoke. His words stirred a ripple, and all the Hashira became excited at that moment. Chiba Yang was also very shocked and grabbed Tanjiro's shoulder. "Really? What does Muzan look like? What kind of abilities does he have?" Chiba Yang excitedly asked Tanjiro, saying that the one he hated the most and wanted to kill was Muzan Kibutsuji, the creator of this tragedy. Chapter 37. The Status of the Red Blade. The other Hashira were also in shock, all looking at Tanjiro. Tenjin turned around too quickly and knocked Mitsuri down. "How could this be? None of the Hashira have encountered it," Tenjin said in disbelief. "Aside from appearance and abilities, where did you encounter it? Speak up. Have you fought it?" Even Michiro, who had been looking at the sky, shifted his attention to Tanjiro and asked him, "What is Muzan doing? Has he found his lair? Hey, answer me quickly." Shinazugawa also jumped beside Tanjiro, grabbing his hair and asking, "Shut up. I asked first with Chiba. He should answer our questions first." Tenjin shouted at Shinazugawa. The scene became extremely chaotic for a moment. At this time, the leader raised his finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and everyone quieted down instantly. Yoya continued, saying, "Muzan is sending people to hunt Tanjiro. Although his reason may simply be to keep him quiet, I've caught a glimpse of Muzan's tail for the first time and don't want to let go. I'm afraid something unexpected has happened to Nezuko that Muzan didn't anticipate. Do you understand?" With the recent trial and the words from the leader, all the Hashira had nothing to say at this moment. "Yes," the Hashira replied in unison. Yoya then looked at Shinazugawa and Kocho, saying to them, "Also, Shinazugawa, Kocho, don't be too hard on the lower-ranked kids." Yoya had seen Shinazugawa and Kocho's unfriendly behavior towards the lower-ranked swordsman before. Shinazugawa was fine as he rarely interacted with other swordsmen, but Kocho often privately disciplined those lower-ranked swordsmen who had interacted with Mitsuri. Yoya had heard many complaints from the Demon Slayer swordsmen about this. Most of them had inadvertently interacted with Mitsuri and were quickly punished by Kocho. Some even just for chatting with Mitsuri a bit more. "Understood," Kocho replied straightforwardly. Shinazugawa also lowered his head, placing his Nichiren blade on the ground and replying, "Understood." Nezuko, who was in the front yard, was looking at Shinazugawa angrily, her eyes slightly fierce, and her little face puffed up, looking very cute. "Tanjiro's matter ends here. You may withdraw," Yoya announced. At this moment, Kocho raised her hand and said to the leader, "Then I'll have Tanjiro looked after by my residents for now." Following that, Shinobu smiled and clapped her hands. "All right, please take them away." Two members of the infiltration team ran out. "Excuse us." The infiltration team members first bowed to the leader and the Hashira, and then quickly carried away the boxes containing Tanjiro and Nezuko. "Tanjiro, please send my regards to Lady Tamayo." Just as Tanjiro was about to be taken away, Yoya suddenly said this, and Tanjiro's pupils dilated, feeling somewhat incredulous upon hearing Yoya mention that name. The Hashira were all confused upon hearing the leader's words, completely unaware of who Tamayo was. Yet she could make the leader greet her. After the infiltration team took Tanjiro and Nezuko away, Yoya said to the Hashira, "Now it's time for another matter." He then looked at Chiba Yang and asked him, "Yang, was the matter of the red blade tested in this operation?" Chiba Yang nodded and replied, "I have confirmed that the red blade can indeed suppress the regeneration of demons." "Good, you've worked hard," Yao Zai praised after hearing Chiba Yang's words. He then asked the other Hashira regarding the red blade, "Has anyone made any progress in the past couple of days?" The serpent Hashira, Kobane, was the first to step forward and answer. "I tried using Chiba's method, and did indeed turn my Nichiren blade red." Saying this, Kobane drew his Nichiren blade and held it tightly in front of him. After a while, the curved, snake-shaped, double-edged blade in his hand gradually developed a hint of red, which slowly spread across the entire blade. After a moment, his Nichiren blade had completely turned red, but at that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Kobane's forehead, indicating that this process was quite taxing for him. "While I can indeed achieve this, using grip strength to turn the Nichiren blade red consumes a lot of my stamina. I'm not sure if it's worth it to exhaust my stamina turning the Nichiren blade into a red blade during battle with demons." Kobane expressed his thoughts. "I'm in the same situation as Ihei," Kyojuro said loudly. Although his Nichiren blade was originally red, there were still subtle differences after turning it into a red blade that could be distinguished. "I'm the same. I believe there's no need to use a red blade when fighting weaker demons. It might only show its effectiveness against strong enemies." Michiro nodded in agreement. Ju, Shinobu, and Mitsuri also nodded in agreement, as their situations were similar. "Turning my Nichiren blade into a red blade doesn't consume much of my energy, and I can use it beautifully in battle. A red Nichiren blade is simply magnificent," Tenjin said as he pulled out his Nichiren blade from behind him. After a moment, both of his blades had turned red, and from his expression, it was clear that this process did not take much energy for him. My weapon isn't a Nichiren blade, so I can't use this method. However, I successfully tried it with other team members' Nichiren blades, and it wasn't difficult for me. Additionally, I found a way to make my weapon turn red," Hamijima said. His weapon was too large, so he hadn't brought it with him this time and couldn't demonstrate it to others. The other Hashira looked at him after hearing his words. He then explained to everyone present, "My weapon is a long, broad axe connected by a long chain and a meteor hammer." After hearing what Chiba said that day, I started thinking about how to make my weapon turn red. After all, the materials used to forge my weapon are the same as those of the Nichiren blade, so the effects that the Nichiren blade can produce should also be possible with my weapon. I inadvertently discovered that making my weapons collide with each other can also make them turn red. I suspect that your Nichiren blades can also use this method to become red blades, Himejima said to the others. If that's the case, let's test it now, Shinobu said after hearing Himejima's words, standing up and drawing his Nichiren blade, turning to Ju. Tomioka, let's get a try, shall we? Shinobu grinned at Ju, pointing his Nichiren blade at him. Shinobu had long wanted to fight Ju, but due to the rules that forbade fighting between team members, he had never found the opportunity. Now that such a good chance was in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Although it might not escalate to a full-on fight, it would still be nice to exchange a few blows with him. I also want to give it a try. I wonder what Tomioka thinks? Kobain also looked at Ju and approached him, subtly surrounding him with Shinobu. However, Ju's expression remained unchanged in the face of this situation. Chapter 38. A headache with Zenitsu. Yaozai felt that Shinobu and Kobain should know their limits, and he genuinely wanted to see if this method was feasible. So he did not intervene. Ju remained silent, and also drew his Nichiren blade. I'm coming. Shinobu laughed a few times, then swung his Nichiren blade and charged at Ju, striking at him with force. Ju raised his blade to block. Clang! The blue and green blades collided at that moment. Sparks flying, and the point of contact between the two Nichiren blades turned red, gradually spreading across the entire blade. Clang! 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 However, seeing this, Shinobu did not stop immediately. Instead, he attacked Ju 3 more times, and Ju blocked them all. By this time, both of their Nichiren blades had turned completely red. Only then did Shinobu step back with some satisfaction, and Kobain stepped forward again. It's my turn now. After saying this, Kobain also engaged Ju in a series of strikes. And after 4 exchanges, his Nichiren blade also turned red again. He stood back, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Ju's expression still showed no signs of change as he quietly sheathed his Nichiren blade. Everyone present had seen the situation clearly. It seemed that Himejima's method was also feasible. However, the specific effectiveness of the red blade still needed to be validated in future missions. Hopefully, it would give everyone an advantage in battles against demons. At the same time, thanks to Yang for discovering and being willing to share this ability. After witnessing the situation, Yaozai said to all the Hashira, then turned and smiled at Chiba Yang to express his gratitude. It's what I should do, Lord. Chiba Yang replied with a slight bow. Hearing this, Yaozai smiled and then addressed all the Hashira. The 2 things I wanted to discuss today have come to an end. Thank you all for coming. See you next time. Children. The phrase "see you next time" expressed Yaozai's hope that the Hashira could safely overcome the demons, as well as his hope that his own health would last until the next Hashira meeting. What was initially just a very ordinary farewell felt somewhat heavy and sad here. Thinking of Lord's declining health, the Hashira felt a bit melancholic. See you next time, Lord. The wishes for the Lord's safety had been expressed too many times, and now the Hashira could only respond with the same words to convey their shared hope with the Lord. After bidding farewell to each other, the Hashira walked out of the courtyard together, except for Ju, who always came and left alone. Teacher, about today. This time, he and Kyojuro's views were somewhat opposed, so he had some reservations and intended to apologize to Kyojuro. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Kyojuro. There's no need to dwell on today. It's normal to have your own opinions. Besides, your thoughts are valid. The final test convinced me. Now, I'm also willing to temporarily acknowledge that brother and sister. Kyojuro said loudly. Qin Yang felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Xing Shulong's words. The teacher really knows how to empathize with others. Thank you, teacher, Qin Yang said with a smile, as the little knot in his heart had completely disappeared. After hearing the conversation between the two, Jia left alone. Although Mizuko had passed the blood test, he was still unwilling to acknowledge them in his heart. However, he had previously said that if Mizuko passed the test, he would recognize them, so he couldn't say anything now. After walking a distance, the Hashira gradually separated. Thinking of Zenitsu and Tanjiro, who had been seriously injured and wrapped like mummies before, Qin Yang turned and headed towards the butterfly mansion. Inside the butterfly mansion, Chiba Yang walked in and then saw Kana surrounded by a swarm of butterflies. Noticing that there was no one else around, Chiba Yang had no choice but to walk over to her. May I visit the injured people sent here? My wife Zenitsu and Tanjiro Kamadu? Can you tell me where they are now? Chiba Yang opened his mouth to ask Kanahu. He really didn't want to ask Kanahu because she never paid him any attention. It had been quite some time since he met her, yet Kanahu had never said a word to him. Kanahu didn't answer him and just smiled as usual. I knew it. Chiba Yang felt a bit helpless. Then I'll just go in and find them myself. Okay? Chiba Yang asked Kana again, and, as expected, she remained silent. So, Chiba Yang went in by himself, and Kana didn't stop him. Upon entering the butterfly mansion, Chiba Yang was still troubled about how to find the hospital rooms where Zenitsu and Tanjiro were, when he suddenly saw the hidden team member who had just carried Tanjiro away, along with the girl who had served food to Akaza earlier, walking towards him. Now, Chiba Yang had learned from the conversations of other team members that this girl was named Kanzaki Aoi, a young woman responsible for the logistics of the Demon Slayer Corps. With this, Chiba Yang no longer had to worry about how to find the hospital room. He stepped forward and asked, "Miss Kanzaki, are Zenitsu and Tanjiro here?" Lord Chiba. Too, upon seeing Chiba Yang, the hidden team member and Kanzaki Aoi both respectfully bowed to greet him. After all, he was now a Hashira and was very respected in the Demon Slayer Corps. "There's no need to do that," Chiba Yang said, feeling a bit awkward and not quite used to it. "Is Lord Chiba here to visit them?" Kanzaki Aoi asked with a smile. She had heard some things about Chiba Yang, how he had become a Hashira by defeating the Lower Moon 2 less than a month after joining the Demon Slayer Corps. A talent beyond compare. His deeds had already spread throughout the Corps, although Chiba Yang himself was still unaware of this. There were also rumors that Chiba Yang had a very good temperament and was friendly to ordinary members and lower-ranked swordsmen, which stood out among the Hashira, making those Demon Slayer members who had never seen him have a good impression of him. Now that she encountered him in person, Kanzaki Aoi completely believed the rumors about Chiba Yang. "Yes, they're friends I met during the final selection." Chiba Yang nodded and replied. "Lord Chiba is truly gentle. Coming to visit them personally as a Hashira," Kanzaki Aoi praised. Chiba Yang is one of the few Hashira he has met who has both a normal temperament and a good nature. They are in the ward ahead. "Let me lead the way." "Thank you." Chiba Yang smiled and said. Then, Kanzaki Aoi led Chiba Yang to Zenitsu and Tanjiro's ward. "How are they recovering? Is the treatment going smoothly?" Chiba Yang asked Kanzaki Aoi. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's question, Kanzaki Aoi's expression became somewhat troubled, and with a hint of complaint, she said, "Tanjiro was just brought in. His injuries aren't too severe, and he should recover quickly. However, Zenitsu's condition is more serious, and he is not very cooperative with the treatment. It takes a long time of crying and fussing before he is even willing to take his medicine." Thinking about how Zenitsu would need to recuperate for quite a while, Kanzaki Aoi felt a headache coming on. You all really have it tough." Remembering Zenitsu's personality, Chiba Yang could already imagine the scene at that time. Chapter 39, Muzan's Information. Pushing open the ward door, Chiba Yang saw Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and the boy wearing a boar's head. At that moment, Zenitsu was already asleep, and Tanjiro was lying on the hospital bed, smiling and looking at the other two. Upon seeing Chiba Yang, Tanjiro called out in surprise. Seeing this, Chiba Yang gestured for him to be quiet, then pointed at Zenitsu. Tanjiro understood and nodded without saying anything. "Is your sister okay?" Chiba Yang quietly asked him as he walked over to Tanjiro. "She's fine. She's already asleep now. She always relies on sleep to recover when she's injured," Tanjiro replied with a smile. Kanzaki Aoi gently walked out and closed the door after seeing Chiba Yang and the others talking. "That's good." Chiba Yang said something, then fell silent for a while, and then spoke to Tanjiro. "You shouldn't resent the Hashira's attitude. The fact that demons eat humans and must be slain is deeply engraved in their hearts. They have always seen demons harming humans and have witnessed countless tragedies caused by demons, which is why they have this attitude toward you siblings. After all, they have never encountered a demon that doesn't eat humans, except for your sister. They are people who have sacrificed everything to slay demons and protect humanity. Countless lives have survived under their protection, which is why they are so respected. That man who speaks very loudly and looks very sunny and enthusiastic is my teacher and also the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. After my village was attacked by demons, he took me in as his adopted son and selflessly taught me everything he knew, taking great care of me and everyone. He wants to execute you siblings simply because he doesn't believe what you said, but now he is willing to temporarily acknowledge you." Chiba Yang spoke at length, explaining that he told Tanjiro this to prevent any misunderstandings he might have about the other Hashira due to this incident. In his eyes, these Hashira were all very respectable. Tanjiro did not interrupt Chiba Yo's words, but listened quietly. After Chiba Yo finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Of course, I wouldn't hold a grudge against them. After all, Nezuko's situation is indeed very special, and it's normal for them to react that way without knowing the circumstances." After hearing Tanjiro's words, Chiba Yo smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Tanjiro continued, "But that guy covered in scars who stabbed Nezuko so many times still makes me very angry. While I wouldn't go so far as to hate him, I really want to give him a couple of headbutts. Speaking of which, using headbutts shouldn't be against the team rules, right? Tanjiro recalled the scene at that time, showing an angry expression, pouting his cheeks, and steam coming from his head, which was very similar to Nezuko's expression back then. Uffed. Seeing Tanjiro's expression, Chiba Yang couldn't help but laugh, then said to Tanjiro, "It's normal for you to have such thoughts, but Mr. Shimiya's strength is considerably greater than yours, even if the rules allowed it. I doubt you could land 2 headbutts on him. Moreover, Mr. Shimiya is also a very pitiable person." Chiba Yang did not continue, as it involved matters between Genmi and Shimi, and he did not intend to casually tell others without Genmi's consent. He also wondered how Genmi was doing now and whether he had successfully become a disciple of Mr. Mei. At that time, Mr. Shimi was nearby, and he didn't dare to ask. Chiba Yang's thoughts drifted as he pondered. After a moment of confusion, he spoke to Tanjiro, asking, "My lord said you encountered Muzan Kabutsuji. Can you tell me about it?" This was another important matter for him during his visit to Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Muzan was now the person he hated the most, and after learning that Tanjiro had encountered him, Chiba Yang naturally wanted to know the details. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro, and then replied to Chiba Yang, "I encountered him at the market. He disguised himself as a human and lived among humans, holding a human girl in his arms, while the person next to him called him husband, also a human." At this point, Tanjiro recalled the situation at the time and felt a chill run down his spine. Muzan looked just like a young human man, tall and with pale skin, possessing plum-colored eyes. Although he didn't want to admit it, his appearance was indeed strikingly handsome, completely indistinguishable from a human. If it weren't for his scent, I probably wouldn't have recognized him as a demon. After finding him, I was so angry that I immediately wanted to kill him to avenge my family. But when I saw him living completely among humans, my body stiffened in disbelief. At that moment, he quickly attacked a nearby human and turned him into a demon. I had no choice but to protect the surrounding humans, and he took advantage of the chaos to escape. After listening to Tanjiro's account, Chiba Yang gained some understanding of Muzan. The most useful information for him was that Muzan could disguise himself as a human. On the other hand, after hearing Tanjiro's description of the situation, Chiba Yang felt a bit of a chill and thought that Tanjiro's actions were indeed reckless. With so many humans around, if Muzan erupted, it was likely that very few would survive. The situation Tanjiro encountered could already be considered very fortunate. "You were a bit reckless, Tanjiro." Although he knew that saying this outright would definitely make Tanjiro feel uncomfortable, Chiba Yang still planned to express his views clearly to Tanjiro. Otherwise, if he encountered a similar situation next time and handled it improperly, not only could it lead to the death of many humans, but might also leave a significant scar on Tanjiro's heart. Tanjiro lowered his head upon hearing this. He had already realized his recklessness after that incident, and he felt somewhat guilty about the human who had turned into a demon, but fortunately, he later encountered Tamayo and saved that person. "I understand now. I will be cautious next time I encounter such a situation," Tanjiro said. "Then I won't say anything more. Thank you for telling me all this." Chiba Yang replied with a smile, seeing that Tanjiro had understood. "If you need help later, feel free to find me. When I don't have missions, I can also give you some guidance, but we'll have to wait until your injuries heal. For now, just focus on recovering," Chiba Yang said to Tanjiro. "Okay," Tanjiro replied with a smile. After saying their goodbyes, Chiba Yang left the hospital room. At that moment, Zenitsu was still asleep, and Chiba Yang did not disturb him. On his way back to his residence, assigned to the Hashira by the Demon Slayer Corps, Chiba Yang contemplated how he would handle Tanjiro's situation if he encountered it, aiming to slay the evil demon without endangering the surrounding humans. Ultimately, he came up with only 2 methods, either to instantly avoid the humans and directly kill the demon, or to find a way to lure the demon to an empty place and fight it there. Chiba Yang felt that the second method was more reliable. The first method would not only cause a huge commotion, but if he failed to kill the demon in one blow, the surrounding humans would still find it hard to survive. So how could he lure the demon to an uninhabited place? After thinking for a while, Chiba Yang couldn't come up with any suitable methods. His experience in hunting demons was still somewhat lacking. He would ask his teacher tomorrow. Chapter 40 Infinite Train. The god of fire, Kagura, the morning sun, gently shone down, illuminating the 2 sitting side by side, master and disciple. So this was what was troubling him. It's simple. Demons disguise themselves as humans mostly to lure humans into dark places to eat them. Therefore, there is no need for an elaborate plan. As long as you don't let the demon discover you are a demon hunter, it's easy to lead the demon away. After hearing Chiba Yang's question, Yashiro answered him loudly. That's indeed the case. After listening to Yashiro's words, Chiba Yang felt enlightened and immediately stopped worrying about the issue. In the future, if he encounters a demon disguised as a human in a crowd, he could simply tell the demon that he wants to go to a quiet place with it for a while. And he believed those demons would agree in order to eat him. Muzan should be the same, probably. Thank you, teacher, for clarifying my doubts. Chiba Yang said with a smile to Yashiro. As long as it's useful to you, that's good. Now I should be leaving, Yashiro said as he stood up, his crow resting on the nearby fence. Chiba Yang stood up upon hearing this and asked him, "Is there a new mission?" Akaza nodded and said, "Yes, I just received new intel about a demon. It's at a train station called Infinity, and it seems the dispatch team has been wiped out, leading to casualties among ordinary civilians. We can't ignore this." "I see. If possible, I would like to go on a mission with you, teacher," Chiba Yang replied to Akaza. Hearing this, Akaza shook his head and then said to him, "If you hadn't become a Hashira, it would have been fine, but now we are both Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, each with our own areas to protect. If we go on a mission together, people in other regions would be in danger. After becoming a Hashira, Kanroji hasn't gone on a mission with me either." Chiba was well aware that the Demon Slayer Corps would not send both of them, who were Hashira-level fighters, to the same place. He only felt a bit regretful that he had never executed a mission alongside Rengoku Kyojuro. "Well then, let's wish our teacher a triumphant return," Chiba said. "Don't worry, I will slay the demons and protect everyone," Rengoku declared loudly with great spirit, then turned to walk outside, his robes billowing as he turned and then slowly settling down. His silhouette, illuminated by the morning sun, was reassuring. After watching Rengoku leave, Chiba began his daily training, as he had not yet been assigned any tasks. Little did he know that the next afternoon he would receive news from Kanamori about demons in his designated area. "It seems I should set off now," Chiba murmured to himself, then set off towards the location provided by Kanamori. 3 weeks later, Chiba Yang's mission was successfully completed. This time, he encountered only ordinary demons and didn't need to make a second strike. However, in Chiba Yang's eyes, they were no different from the Lower Moon 2. The teacher hasn't returned yet. He glanced at Kyojuro Rengoku's residence at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and the door was still tightly closed, just as it was when he left. "You've returned, Xiaoyang. Was the mission successful?" A familiar female voice came from behind. Chiba Yang turned his head and saw Shinobu Kocho, followed by 2 members of the Shadow Corps carrying baskets filled with wisteria flowers. "Yes, because we discovered it in time. There were no casualties this time," Chiba Yang replied with a smile. Then, looking at the baskets behind the 2 members, he asked, "Sister Shinobu, are you gathering so many wisteria flowers to develop a poison to deal with demons?" "Sort of," Shinobu Kocho replied with a smile. But there seemed to be something hidden in her purple eyes. In fact, part of the wisteria flowers was indeed for developing poison against demons, while another part was for her to extract the toxins from the wisteria flowers for her own consumption. She had been doing this for a year and continued to persist. And now her body contained a toxin equivalent to 700 times the lethal dose of wisteria. By the way, Tanjiro and Zenitsu are mostly fine now. Tanjiro asked me during the final check if I knew what Hinakami, Kagura Breath of Fire was. And he told me that he had used techniques from the Kagura dance passed down through his family during his battle with Lower Moon 5, as well as the breathing techniques taught to him by his father. I feel that these two seem to have some connection with your and Mr. Rengoku's breathing techniques. So I told him he could consult you both. But at that time, you and Mr. Rengoku were on a mission. Now that you're back, Xiaoyang, do you know what Hinakami, Kagura, and Breath of Fire are?" Shinobu Kocho changed the topic and asked Chiba Yang. During the time she treated Tanjiro and the others, and during their physical recovery training, Shinobu had a good sense of Tanjiro, and now that she encountered Chiba Yang, she took the opportunity to ask him. After hearing these 2 names, Chiba Yang was also confused. He had never heard of the fire god Kagura or the Breath of Fire, nor had he ever heard Rengoku mention them. "I have never heard of either of them either. Sister Shinobu knows that I only realized after joining the Demon Slayer Corps that the ability I had been using was a breathing technique. The name of the Breath of the Sun was also something I came up with based on my own name and the performance of my breathing technique." Chiba Yang replied to Butterfly Shinobu. "However, just relying on those 2 names doesn't reveal much. Since I just finished a mission and currently have nothing to do, why not go find him and ask for more details?" Chiba Yang added. Previously, Tanjiro had told him some information about Muzan, and now that Tanjiro had questions for him, Chiba Yang was naturally very willing to help. "All right, then let's go to the Butterfly Mansion and see. Those 3 kids have been training very hard during this time," Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. The two then headed to the butterfly mansion together. As soon as they entered the butterfly mansion, Chiba Yang saw Tanjiro and the others. At that moment, Tanjiro was training with Kana, sitting face to face with a table full of teacups in between them. The two were quickly moving their hands over the teacups, trying to pick one up while also preventing the other from grabbing it. Zenitsu and Inosuke stood beside them, shocked at their movements. Is this training for reaction time? Chiba Yang asked Butterfly Shinobu beside him, noticing their training and not wanting to interrupt. Yes. They started training as soon as they were able to move freely. Among the three of them, Tanjiro is making the fastest progress. Butterfly Shinobu nodded in response. As they were talking, the two had already determined a winner, with Kana grabbing the teacup. That's it. Chapter 41. Chiba Yang's new name with the voice of Kanzaki Aoi. Kana and Tanjiro both stopped. Sure enough, Kana is quick, Tanjiro said, panting and smiling at Kana. Kana remained silent. Now it's 10 wins and 9 losses, Kanzaki Ate said. That's still far from enough, Tanjiro said, rubbing his shoulders and turning around, just to see Chiba Yang and Butterfly Shinobu standing at the door. Yang? Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. Zenitsu and Inosuke turned their heads after hearing Tanjiro's call, realizing that 2 people had entered. They had been so absorbed in watching Tanjiro and Kana's competition that they hadn't noticed the commotion around them. Are your injuries okay? Chiba Yang smiled as he walked over to them. I'm fine now, Tanjiro replied with a smile. Yang. Zenitsu directly pounced onto Chiba Yang. I feel like I've completely recovered, but they still want me to drink that horrible medicine for another 7 days. It's really, really awful. The kind that makes you unable to eat after drinking it. Zenitsu complained as soon as he saw Chiba Yang. Yang, I heard you're already a Hashira. Can you tell them not to make me drink that medicine anymore? Zenitsu looked at Chiba Yang with pleading eyes. Of course not. Zenitsu's condition was very serious at the time. Although there are no symptoms now, if he doesn't finish the medicine properly, there could be residual effects. Kanzaki Aoi said angrily, hands on her hips. So scary. Zenitsu was frightened by Kanzaki Aoi's scolding and hid behind Chiba Yang. During the time he was hospitalized and training for physical recovery, he had been scolded by Kanzaki Aoi many times and had developed a fear of her, completely different from the calmness he had when he first participated in physical recovery training with her. Ms. Kanzaki is right. Since you were sick, you have to listen to the doctor's advice. Medicine is definitely going to taste bad, but it's for you to recover faster. Chiba Yang turned and earnestly said to Zenitsu, You're saying the same thing as Tanjiro, but I really don't want to drink that medicine. Seeing that Chiba Yang wouldn't help him, Zenitsu had no choice but to accept that he had to continue taking the medicine. Standing next to Zenitsu, Inosuke pointed at Chiba Yang and said, Hey, are you a Hashira too? So that means your strength is as strong as that half-half Haori? If I defeat you, I can prove that I'm stronger than that half-half Haori. Ha ha ha, I'm so smart. Let us have a duel. After hearing Zenitsu say that Chiba Yang was a Hashira, Inosuke immediately wanted a duel with Chiba Yang, referring to Ju as the half-half Haori. Ju's strength had left a deep impression on Inosuke during the battle at the Mount Natagamo, and after this period of training, Inosuke felt he had become much stronger and wanted to prove it. You're Inosuke, right? Fighting among team members is against the rules, Chiba Yang said, turning to Inosuke after hearing his words. Chiba Yang learned about Inosuke from Zenitsu's words while at the MT Natagamo, and guessed that he must be a companion that Zenitsu and Tanjiro met during a mission. Now seeing him again, he feels like quite an interesting person. Haha, of course I know that. There's no way an idiot wouldn't know this team rule, Inosuke said while placing his hands on his hips and laughing. Tanjiro and Zenitsu looked at him after hearing this, with Zenitsu's eyes filled with exasperation. This guy's brain really isn't normal. After all, you were the first one to break this team rule, Zenitsu thought to himself. However, Inosuke completely ignored the expressions of his 2 companions and continued to speak to Chiba Yang. What I mean by duel is that you chase me, and if you catch me, then you win. How about that? What Inosuke was referring to was the speed training in their recovery training, and he had made good progress in that area during this time. Let's talk about this later. I have other things to do now. Chiba Yang did not agree. The next mission start time is unknown, so naturally, he would first resolve the urgent matters while he has free time. He then turned to Tanjiro and said, I heard that you previously inquired about Nakami Kagura Breath of Fire. Although I have not heard of either, just the names alone don't provide enough information. If you can demonstrate it, I might be able to give you some clues or suggestions. Chiba Yang speculated that the fire god Kagura and the breath of fire that Tanjiro mentioned might actually be the breath of flame, just with a different name. Therefore, he wanted to see Tanjiro use it for comparison. All right, let's go outside. Tanjiro nodded in response. He had just been planning to ask Chiba Yang about this after seeing him return, but unexpectedly, the other party brought it up first. If we're going to wait until next time, you have to tell me your name first. Inosuke said after hearing Chiba Yang's response and waiting for Tanjiro to finish speaking. My name is Chiba Yang. Chiba Yang replied to Inosuke. So it's Chiba Yang. I'm Inosuke, the king of the mountains. Nice to meet you. Inosuke proudly said to Chiba Yang with his hands on his hips. Chiba Yang turned to correct him after hearing his address. It's Chiba Yang, not Chiba Xiang. Chia Wolf. This time Inosuke made even more mistakes. It's Chiba Yang. Zhan Yang. Chi. Ba. Yang. Jian Jiahuang. Chiba Yang corrected Inosuke several times to no avail, and instead, Inosuke's mistakes became increasingly outrageous. Tanjiro stood by sympathetically watching Chiba Yang, fully understanding his current feelings. Even now, Inosuke still always mispronounced his name, calling him things like Fishcake K-Hatcher, Forehead Taro, Manjiro, and Pork Taro. Zenitsu was also consistently called Manitsu by him. Butterfly Shinobu stood by and couldn't help but laugh at the scene before her. Forget it. Call me whatever you want. In the end, Chiba Yang conceded, holding his forehead and waving his hand at Inosuke, deciding not to correct him anymore. He felt that if he continued, Inosuke might end up calling him a four-character name. At this moment, Inosuke still didn't understand why the others reacted this way. Afterwards, Chiba Yang and Tanjiro left the Butterfly Mansion and arrived at the training ground of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Just demonstrate your technique directly. I will observe your lung movements and blood flow to determine whether your fire god Kagura and breath of fire are related to Master Rengoku's and my breathing techniques. Chiba Yang said to Tanjiro. Okay. Tanjiro instinctively replied affirmatively, but he soon realized something was off in Chiba Yang's words. Observe my lung movements and blood flow. Tanjiro looked at Chiba Yang in confusion and shock. Chapter 42. The Transparent World. Yeah, what's wrong? Chiba Yang said naturally upon seeing Tanjiro's reaction. To him, this seemed like something everyone could do. However, his words frightened Tanjiro. Is Yang trying to dissect me? That shouldn't be possible, right? Tanjiro asked Chiba Yang earnestly. Chiba Yo felt confused upon hearing Tanjiro's words and asked him in return, isn't it just a matter of concentrating a bit more to achieve this? By observing the flow of blood, the functioning of organs, and the contraction and relaxation of muscles, one can predict the opponent's next move. Tanjiro listened with a blank expression, completely not understanding what Chiba Yo was talking about. Chiba Yang noticed that Tanjiro still had a puzzled expression on his face and felt that something was off. Was it impossible for others to do this? Can't you see the internal structure of my body right now? Didn't you see what I just said? It's like entering a transparent world where the essence of all living beings is crystal clear in your eyes. Moreover, at this moment, your own aura would also become restrained, making it difficult for others to perceive. Chiba Yang asked Tanjiro again, the transparent world and restrained aura. Hearing Chiba Yang say this, Tanjiro felt as if he was recalling something. You saw it, right? A familiar voice echoed from the depths of his memory. Dad. Memories of the past surfaced in his mind. Under the moonlight, facing a giant bear that stood nearly 9 feet tall, Tanjiro jumped high with an axe in hand, his breath in the cold winter turning into a white rainbow. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of jingling bells, the giant bear's head fell with a thud onto the snow, and then its body collapsed with a loud thud. Tanjiro also landed back on the ground. From beginning to end, Tanjiro sensed that Tanjiro had shown no signs of wavering, always fearless, and didn't exude a hint of killing intent, standing quietly in the snow like a plant. You saw it, right? At this moment, Tanjiro turned to Tanjiro and said, never forget everything you just saw. What was Dad trying to show me back then? He is definitely not the kind of person who would flaunt his strength recklessly. Could it be that what Yang said is what Dad wanted me to see at that time? Was Dad teaching me how to see this transparent world? Tanjiro! Tanjiro! Chiba Yang waved his hand in front of Tanjiro's eyes and called his name loudly. Since he finished that sentence, Tanjiro had stood there motionless. And no matter how much Chiba Yang called him, he didn't respond. Chiba Yang felt that Tanjiro was in a trance and prepared to slap him to wake him up. It seems that this is the only way. Tanjiro, don't blame me. This is all to help you come to your senses. Chiba Yang slowly raised his right hand, determined. Just as he was about to take action, Tanjiro woke up. Yang, what are you doing? Tanjiro asked, looking at Chiba Yang's raised hand with confusion. You're awake. That's good. I was just about to wake you up, Chiba Yang said, feeling happy that Tanjiro had regained consciousness and lowered his raised hand. How are you planning to wake me up? Tanjiro felt relieved that he had woken up early. Yang, it seems that the world in your eyes is different from ours. The memories from earlier made Tanjiro realize some things, and he spoke to Chiba Yang. So, you can't see what I just said? Chiba Yang also guessed a little and asked Tanjiro. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro nodded and continued. My dad seems to be able to see this transparent world just like you. And he can also remain undetectable like a plant. There was a time when I recounted the past, I had just remembered to Chiba Yang. What my dad wanted me to see back then should have been the transparent world in your eyes, but unfortunately, I never understood it in the past. And even now that I do, I still can't achieve it. Tanjiro said with a somewhat downcast mood. After listening to Tanjiro's story, Chiba Yang understood that what he could see was due to his talent, something not everyone possessed. However, because of this, even if he wanted to teach Tanjiro how to see the transparent world, he couldn't. I believe you will definitely be able to see that transparent world in the future. With a sigh, Chiba Yang patted Tanjiro's shoulder to comfort him. Yeah, I will work even harder. I will master everything my father has taught me. Tanjiro quickly regained his fighting spirit and said firmly. Then I'll show you the dance of the fire god now, Tanjiro said to Chiba Yang. If I notice anything, I'll let you know. Chiba Yang nodded in response. Tanjiro then walked to the center of the training ground, intending to draw his Nichiren blade, only to realize that his blade had been broken in the battle at Mount Natagomo, and the newly forged sword had not yet arrived. My Nichiren blade was broken in battle. Tanjiro scratched his head and looked at Chiba Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed. Use mine for now. Chiba Yang understood his meaning and handed over his Nichiren blade. Thank you, Tanjiro replied, and then drew the Nichiren blade. Chiba Yang stood by, closely observing his physical condition. Remembering the moon breathing techniques and breathing methods that Tanjiro had taught him before, Tanjiro closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, Chiba Yang, who was observing Tanjiro's internal condition through the transparent world, was greatly surprised. Why does this breathing method seem so similar to my own breathing technique? But there seem to be subtle differences. Chiba Yang thought to himself, but he didn't immediately tell Tanjiro about this matter. After all, Tanjiro had just begun his demonstration, and there were still many uncertain possibilities. Tanjiro was naturally unaware of Chiba Yang's interchanges. He had already entered the zone and began to perform the dance of the fire god, accompanied by Tanjiro's breathing. A fiery red flame surged up from the obsidian-like black Nichiren blade, covering the entire blade. Dance of the fire god. Round dance. Tanjiro swung his sword forward, delivering a curved slash entwined with flames, the scorching heat making the air feel hot. That's right, it's the breath of the sun. And it's basically the same as my breathing technique, with the same form expressed. Moreover, this sword technique is truly exquisite, simple yet practical. It perfectly harnesses the strength of the whole body, maximizing the power of the sword technique, while the movements are also extremely beautiful. The person who designed such a sword technique must be a top-tier powerhouse. Chapter 43. The beginning of the breath of the fire god. Tanjiro didn't stop. After completing the round dance, he immediately twisted his body and executed a circular slash entwined with flames from bottom to top. Dance of the fire god. Blue sky. The equally exquisite sword technique made Chiba Yang involuntarily admire it in his heart. Unfortunately, Tanjiro's body was still somewhat weak, making it difficult to unleash the true power of these sword techniques. Furthermore, although his breathing method was very similar to my breath of the sun, his lungs were not strong enough, resulting in a lower power of the breathing technique, and it should have been quite strenuous for him to use. Chiba Yang carefully observed the internal condition of Tanjiro's body, constantly analyzing in his mind. Dance of the fire god. Sun god Kagura. Raging sun mirror. Immediately after, Tanjiro swung his sword in a horizontal slash, creating a deep red arc of a horizontal strike. Dance of the fire god. Sun god Kagura. Mirage rainbow. Utilizing high-speed twists and rotations for rapid evasive movements. This was the residual image. In Chiba Yang's eyes, several residual images appeared next to Tanjiro, but under the transparent world. Chiba Yang could easily distinguish them from Tanjiro's true body, making it ineffective for him. Nevertheless, it was still surprising. Chiba Yang's dynamic vision was exceptionally high, able to easily capture the movement trajectory of even a flying mosquito. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to see the residual images. But the Mirage Rainbow technique specifically targets opponents with exceptional dynamic vision, making it easier to capture the user's residual images, the higher one's dynamic vision. However, this technique seemed to consume quite a bit of Tanjiro's energy, as fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his face. Dance of the fire god. Fire train. Dance of the fire god. Scorching bone flame sun. Dance of the fire god. Sunflower strike. Dance of the fire god. Flying wheel flame. Dance of the fire god. Slanting sun turn. Dance of the Fire God. Radiant Grace. Dance of the Fire God. Sun Halo Dragon. Head Dance. Dance of the Fire God. Flame Dance. After completing a full set of Kagura dances, Tanjiro stood in place, breathing heavily, while Chiba Yang was still savoring the sword techniques he had just witnessed. In his view, this set of sword techniques was even more exquisite than the ones he had developed himself, and these 12 techniques were almost sufficient to handle all situations in combat. Additionally, he had just observed that these 12 sword techniques seemed to connect seamlessly. The first and last techniques were both forward-slashing arc strikes, while the 12th technique was a double strike of the first technique. After executing the 12th sword technique, it was easy to follow up with the first technique and start over from the beginning. This is the Kagura dance that my father taught me. I feel a bit strained executing it fully now. Did you notice anything, Yang? After resting for a moment, Tanjiro walked towards Chiba Yang and asked him. After hearing Tanjiro's words, Chiba Yang paused his thoughts, nodded, and said to Tanjiro, Just now I noticed some things by observing your body's condition when you use your techniques. Originally, I thought that the Hinakami Kagura you mentioned was another name for the Breath of Flames. And I speculated that your family might have had ancestors who joined the Demon Slayer Corps, passing down the Breath of Flames. Upon hearing what Chiba Yang said, Tanjiro quickly shook his head and replied, Our family has been charcoal burners for a long time, and the family tree records this very clearly. It's absolutely impossible that any of our ancestors ever joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang said to Tanjiro, I have already negated this point after watching your demonstration of the Kagura dance. The breathing technique you used is not the flame breathing. I have also learned flame breathing from my teacher, and there is still a significant difference compared to the technique you just used. Instead, your breathing technique is basically the same as my sun breathing. Chiba Yang was somewhat puzzled by this situation. According to his teacher, his breathing technique had never been seen before and was said to be a new breathing technique. However, now Tanjiro was using the same breathing technique as him. And according to Butterfly Shinobu's description at the time, Tanjiro's breathing technique and swordsmanship were still passed down through generations. Really? Where did Yo learn his breathing technique? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro felt he had come a big step closer to the true form of the fire god Kagura, feeling extremely delighted. However, Chiba Yang's next sentence once again left him in confusion. My breathing technique was something I figured out on my own, and I didn't learn it from anyone. I only found out what I was using was called a breathing technique after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, and I named my breathing technique Sun Breathing. Chiba Yang responded to Tanjiro's words, and as he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. The first breath is also known as the sun breath. Remembering what the leader had said at the Hashira meeting, Chiba Yang immediately said to Tanjiro, Yes, I remember now. The leader mentioned to us that the first breath is also known as the sun breath, and your breathing technique and sword skills have been passed down through generations. Could it be that your fire god Kagura is related to the first breath mentioned by the leader? Then Chiba Yang realized something else. If that's the case, the breathing technique I developed myself is basically consistent with the one you inherited. Could it also be related to the first breath? Chiba Yang thought more and more that it was possible. Although the situation seemed too coincidental, it wasn't impossible. Let's go. Let's ask the Lord about the breath of the beginning right now. As Chiba Yang spoke, he grabbed Tanjiro's hand and headed towards the Lord's residence. Tanjiro, hearing Chiba Yang rambling on, was still confused when he was pulled away. At this moment, Chiba Yang was caught up in the thrill of seeking the truth and found it hard to stop. Soon, the two arrived at the Lord's residence, but they did not see the Lord. I'm sorry, my father and mother went to the Demon Slayer Corps cemetery to pay respects to the fallen members. They should be back this afternoon, Hina said politely as she stepped out the door to Chiba Yang. It's fine, we'll come back later. Chiba Yang quickly waved his hand and replied, Does the Lord often go to the cemetery? Chiba Yang asked curiously after hearing Hina's words. He recalled that the last time he came to speak with the Lord about the Red Blade, the Lord had just returned from the cemetery as well. Yes, my father goes to the cemetery every day. He says he doesn't want the children who died in battle against demons to feel too lonely and wants to talk to them more. He also says he wants to visit them while he can still walk. Otherwise, when he can only lie in bed in the future, he won't be able to accompany them anymore. Hina nodded and answered Chiba Yang. Chapter 44. The Angry Swordsmith. After hearing Hina's words, Chiba Yang felt a little teary-eyed and couldn't speak for a long time. He now fully understood why all the Hashira respected the Lord so much. As a leader, how could any subordinate not respect someone who could do this for them? Moreover, he didn't see the members of the Demon Slayer Corps as subordinates. He always referred to them as the children, treating all the members as his own kids. He provided guidance when they were struggling, offered help when they were suffering, felt sadness for their loss, and was genuinely happy for their growth. However, there was even more that Chiba Yang didn't know. Yose remembered the names and lives of every fallen member since he took office, and he truly loved every swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. I hope the Lord takes good care of himself. Chiba Yang remained silent for a long time before finally saying this. Hina smiled when she heard his words and slightly bowed her head to say, "Thank you." The two left the Lord's residence, and both were silent on the way. Tanjiro had just experienced a great shock, and his impression of the Lord became even deeper and more three-dimensional. Walking slowly on the road, Chiba Yang momentarily forgot the things he wanted to say to Tanjiro after watching him perform the dance of the fire god. At that moment, a crow flew over their heads. Wow, wow. The swordsmith who forged Tanjiro Kamado and Inosuke Hashibara's swords is here. Tanjiro and Inosuke's swords are ready. The crow circled in the air, breaking the gloomy atmosphere with its loud call. My Nichiren blade with Inosuke is finally forged. Mr. Kanemitsuka is here too. I'm going to tell Inosuke, and then go greet Mr. Kanemitsuka. Tanjiro's mood instantly brightened upon hearing the crow's news, and he happily said as he ran towards the residence of Inosuke and Zenitsu. The swordsmiths who forged the Nichiren blades must have placed great importance on the swords they forged. If Tanjiro broke his Nichiren blade, that swordsmith's mood would surely not be good. Why did Tanjiro still look so happy? Chiba Yang was a bit confused by Tanjiro's reaction. Looking at Tanjiro's disappearing figure, Chiba Yang suddenly remembered that he still had some thoughts about Tanjiro's Hinakami Kagura that he hadn't shared with him. Forget it. He still had to go meet the blacksmith who was forging his sword later anyway, so I might as well wait for him at the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion. Thinking this, Chiba Yang stepped towards the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion. It had been a while since he had heard any news about Mr. Tetsumaru, and he wondered how he was doing now. After a few minutes, Chiba Yang arrived at the entrance, and Tanjiro and the others had not yet arrived. In the distance, two people wearing fireman masks were slowly walking over. They should be the blacksmiths who forged the Nichiren blades for Tanjiro and Inosuke. He would ask them about Mr. Tetsumaru's recent situation in a bit. Chiba Yang was thinking to himself. Then a commotion arose. Hurry up, hurry up. It was Tanjiro's voice. Yaho. It was Inosuke's voice. The two of them bounced happily over. You're here too, Yang. Tanjiro was surprised to see Chiba Yang, and then he noticed the two blacksmiths in the distance. I still had some things I didn't finish saying to you earlier, Chihaya Yang said to Tanjiro. But Tanjiro was feeling a bit excited and did not pay attention to what Chihaya Yang was saying. It's Mr. Kanetetsu, Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. He then waved his hand and shouted loudly to the distant swordsman wearing a hat. Hey, Mr. Kanetetsu, long time no see. The swordsman wearing the hat seemed to have noticed Tanjiro, then handed what he was holding to another swordsman beside him, and quickly ran over. He was holding a sword, right? After being interrupted by Tanjiro, Chiba Yang temporarily stopped speaking. He turned his head and saw the blacksmith wearing a conical hat running quickly towards him, holding a sword with both hands, his veins bulging in his arms. Looking extremely angry. Are you doing well? From a distance, Tanjiro couldn't see what Kanetetsu was doing, and before he could finish his sentence, he saw Kanetetsu charging at him with a sword in hand. Huh? The smile on Tanjiro's face froze. With an angry shout, Kanetetsu rushed in front of Tanjiro and thrust his sword out, prompting Tanjiro to dodge hastily. Mr. Kanetetsu. Tanjiro turned around, trembling, and looked at Kanetetsu, still feeling a bit scared inside. Chiba Yang thought that a blacksmith wouldn't be able to hurt Tanjiro, so he didn't move and just watched the show from the side. You dare to break my sword? How dare you? How dare you? Steel Tomb shouted angrily at Tanjiro, as if he were on fire with rage. It seemed that the blacksmith's mood was indeed not good, or rather, it was terrible. Chiba Yang looked at Tanjiro with some sympathy. At this moment, Tanjiro also realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly explained to Tetsuzuka. But really, I almost died too, and the opponent was very strong. Due to his nervousness and urgency, Tanjiro's words were somewhat clumsy. After hearing what he said, Tetsuzuka indeed did not easily forgive him. He quickly approached Tanjiro and forcefully poked his face, angrily saying, No, what does that have to do with anything? It's your fault. It's all your fault. It's because you're too weak that the blade broke. Otherwise, how can my blade possibly break? The more Tetsuzuka poked, the faster and harder he did it. And Tanjiro had no power to resist, only able to pitifully try to argue. However, before he could say anything in defense, Tetsuzuka raised the knife in his hand again, tears streaming from the eyes of the fire mask he was wearing, trembling all over as he said to Tanjiro with deep emotion, I'm going to kill you. After saying this, Tetsuzuka began to act on his determination, quickly swinging the knife at Tanjiro, who could only flee in desperation. The two began a chase at the entrance of the butterfly mansion. At some point, Shinobu Kocho appeared and curiously smiled, saying, "Is this some new training?" Aoi Kanzaki beside her said helplessly, "It shouldn't be, right?" The chase between Tetsuzuka and Tanjiro lasted nearly an hour before it ended. During this time, Chiba Yang recalled the sword techniques that Tanjiro had demonstrated earlier and felt he had grasped the essentials of these moves. However, in a short time, the sword techniques he created himself would definitely be more proficient and effective. Later, he might try to combine his own created sword techniques with these 12 styles, of course. He would first seek Tanjiro's consent. After the chase ended, the two of them entered the butterfly mansion together. Seeing this, Chiba Yang did not continue to follow them and took out his Nichiren blade to practice swinging while waiting for Tanjiro and the others to finish their conversation. Chapter 45. Iron Rama Rainbow. Before long, Chiba Yang saw Inosuke come out holding two Nichiren blades and sitting on the steps. It seemed a bit quieter inside. Sohemoktin. At this moment, Tetsuzuka was lying on the floor, propping up his head with one hand, glaring at Tanjiro with great dissatisfaction, making Tanjiro hesitant to look back. "Ah, I am Tetsuana Mori, responsible for forging sword for Lord Inosuke. It would be great if I could help in battle," Tetsuana said, looking at Inosuke sitting on the steps, whose dual blades were changing color. Chiba Yang walked in and sat down beside them, then asked the two blacksmiths, Mr. Tetsuakes and Mr. Katetsuka, "Do you know how Mr. Tetsubayama is doing? He is the blacksmith who forges knives for me." Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Tetsuakes and Katetsuka exchanged puzzled glances. "Tetsubayama, Mr.?" Then Tetsuakes seemed to recall something, and with a sudden realization, said to Chiba Yang, "Oh, you mean Ko, right? She's the same as ever. Obsessed with using ancient methods to forge knives, hoping to create weapons as excellent as those from the Warring States period. Not long ago, when she returned to the village, she seemed very happy. I don't know what happened." "Ko, is Mr. Tetsubayama's name Ko?" Chibiyo was thinking. Tetsu Akatsuki was talking to Chibiyo while also keeping an eye on Inosuke outside the house. At this moment, the two Nichiren blades in Inosuke's hands had turned blue-gray. "Ah, how beautiful!" he exclaimed, emanating a dim blue-gray hue. "What an elegant color, perfect for a sword," Tetsu Akatsuki sighed. Upon seeing the color of Inosuke's dual swords, Keitetsu remembered Tanjiro's black blade and immediately sat up angrily, repeatedly punching Tanjiro's back. "Great! Inosuke's blades used to be all pitted," Tanjiro said, not caring at all and happily looking at Inosuke's swords. "How do they feel to hold?" "Actually, it's my first time forging for a dual wielder," Tetsu Akatsuki asked Inosuke. However, Inosuke did not answer his question. Instead, he walked to the edge of the courtyard's water basin and squatted down, seemingly picking out stones. "My lord Inosuke." Tetsu Akatsuki tilted his head in confusion. After selecting a stone, Inosuke raised it high and then forcefully smashed it against the edge of the freshly forged Nichiren blade. The four people inside the house were shocked. Inosuke had smashed his Nichiren blade from the side with the stone, creating pits in it. "I'm going to kill you, you little brat. Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Tetsu Akatsuki suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, while Tanjiro hurriedly hugged him to stop him. Chibiyo, who originally planned to ask more about Takenomurayama, felt there was no opportunity left. I'm sorry. Tanjiro kept apologizing to Tetsu Akatsuki, while Inosuke glanced back at Tetsu Akatsuki, then turned back to pick up the stone and struck his other sword again. "You bastard! You can't live anymore." Tetsu Akatsuki was so furious he almost distorted, and Tanjiro struggled to hold him back. Ultimately, after several people calmed him down, Tetsu Akatsuki finally did not pursue Inosuke, leaving angrily, while Keitetsu, who had come in furious, became the calmest one and could even soothe Tetsu Akatsuki. After sending off the two blacksmiths, it was already dusk. "The Lord should be back now. Let us go visit him," Tanjiro said to Chibiyo, glancing at the sky, as he himself was very eager to understand what the dance of the fire god was about. "All right," Chibiyo nodded in agreement, thinking he could talk about sword techniques with Tanjiro when they returned. Inside the Kanroji mansion, Wise-Eye had returned from the cemetery. Chibiyo and Tanjiro explained their intentions, and Chibiyo also shared his previous discoveries with Wise-Eye. "Can you tell us something about the breath of the beginning?" Chibiyo asked Wise-Eye. Wise-Eye listened to their narrative with a smile, feeling somewhat surprised at the coincidence of this matter. The only record of the breath of the beginning that exists so far is its name, the breath of the sun. There is no more information beyond that. However, the Rengoku family which has been a part of the Demon Slayer Corps since its establishment and has continued to pass down their legacy, may have records on it. If you want to know more, you might as well visit the Rengoku family. Perhaps you can find the answers you seek, Wise Eye said leisurely, with a smile on his face. Thank you, my lord. Chiba and Tanjiro expressed their gratitude, and Wise Eye smiled but did not speak further. Although they did not obtain an answer, they now had a new lead. I'll tell the teacher when he comes back, Chiba thought as they left the mansion. This time, he did not forget to mention the sword technique to Tanjiro. Walking along the road, Chiba said to Tanjiro, when I was watching you demonstrate the dance of the fire god, I noticed something. This set of sword techniques is not only extremely exquisite, but it also seems to form a cycle. The last move connects well with the first move, as if they together form one complete sword technique. Tanjiro stopped upon hearing this, asking in confusion, a cycle? He knew that this dance could continue endlessly, but he had never thought of it in this way. Yes, just like this. Chiba Yang drew his Nichiren blade and then moved away from Tanjiro a distance, standing still in place. The Nichiren blade in his hand quickly turned red. The black Nichiren blade had turned red. Tanjiro widened his eyes at this scene, feeling somewhat incredulous. Immediately, Chiba Yang exhaled a white rainbow, and then slashed downward with the Nichiren blade, creating a fiery arc-shaped strike. Dance of the Circle. Tanjiro's heart was even more shocked. But that wasn't the end. Chiba Yang then flipped his body, producing an upward circular slash. Azure Sky. Following that, he executed Red Sun Mirror, an illusory sun rainbow dance. From the first form to the last, Chiba Yang performed them all flawlessly, exactly mirroring Tanjiro's movements at that time. With a profound insight into the body structure, Chiba Yang was able to perfectly control his body and completely replicate the techniques he had observed from the inside out. After the flame dance, he seamlessly transitioned into the first form, the dance of the circle, with no hindrance between the two sword techniques, as if they were meant to be one move. Chiba Yang demonstrated the 12 sword techniques once again, deliberately slowing down the execution so that Tanjiro could see clearly. However, it was still evident that these 12 techniques flowed seamlessly, connecting perfectly without any awkwardness. That's right, these 12 sword techniques are a cycle. They're a complete whole. After performing them, Chiba Yang became even more convinced of his judgment. Yang, you can also perform the Kagura dance? That's amazing, Tanjiro exclaimed, seeing Chiba Yang execute the fire god Kagura completely and looking extremely relaxed. Chapter 46. Lower rank layoffs. I can see the subtle changes in others and my own body. With this ability, it's not difficult to replicate the fire god Kagura you used back then. Of course, if you disagree, I won't use this set of sword techniques again. Chiba Yang said to Tanjiro as he sheathed his Nichiren blade. Tanjiro quickly replied, how could that be? It's a good thing that you can learn the Kagura dance. Our family has been passing down the Kagura dance for generations, and having others learn it is obviously a good thing for its inheritance. I hope you can further promote the Kagura dance. Moreover, to put it another way, you helped us so much with Nezuko's situation, and I can't find a way to repay you. If the fire god Kagura is useful to you, that would be perfect. Tanjiro smiled, his eyes showing no dissatisfaction. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Chiba Yang also smiled. If you need help in the future, just let me know. I won't refuse if I'm free. Chiba Yang said to Tanjiro, not adding anything about not violating principles, because he knew Tanjiro wouldn't ask him to go against his principles. Then I'll thank you in advance, Tanjiro said with a smile. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked Chiba Yang, by the way, Yang, when you demonstrated the Kagura dance just now, the blade turned red, right? What was that about? I was just about to tell you. It's called a red blade, and it can suppress a demon's regeneration. Chiba Yang said as he drew his Nichiren blade, the black Nichiren blade slowly turning red under his grip. As long as sufficient grip strength is applied to the Nichiren blade, regardless of its original color, it can turn red and possess the ability to suppress a demon's regeneration. Do you want to give it a try? Chiba Yang asked Tanjiro. Tanjiro felt excited upon hearing this. If it could suppress a demon's regeneration, it would definitely make his future battles against demons much easier. All right, I'll try it too, Tanjiro said as he drew his new Nichiren blade that he had just obtained from the steel grave. The blade was the same obsidian color as Chiba Yang's. Tanjiro tightly gripped the Nichiren blade with all his strength as Chiba Yang had instructed, but even using all his might, he still couldn't make the Nichiren blade turn red. Try using the breathing technique, Chiba Yang reminded from the side. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro began to use the total concentration breathing, constant, inhaling a large amount of oxygen. His strength was enhanced at that moment, and the veins on his arms bulged. Tanjiro roared as he drew on all his strength. But the Nichiren blade in his hand still showed no change. After a moment, feeling that he could no longer increase his strength, Tanjiro stopped and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. As I thought, I still can't do it. Seeing this, Chiba Yang continued to say to Tanjiro, if relying solely on grip strength is not enough, there is actually another method. By causing collisions between weapons, the temperature of the Nichiren blade can also be raised to enter the state of a Hecate. Chiba Yang gestured to Tanjiro, who understood and stepped forward, holding the sun blade and taking a stance. He then nodded to Chiba Yang. After that, Chiba Yang and Tanjiro struck at each other with their sun blades a few times. Chiba Yang's blade had already turned into a red blade due to his grip strength, and Tanjiro's blade also changed from black to red. This is supported by the original manga, Chapter 190, not just random talk, it really turned red. Tanjiro exclaimed with joy. Although it is possible to turn the sun blade into a red blade this way, it is somewhat inconvenient. So I think it would be better to train more, ideally being able to turn the sun blade into a red blade solely through grip strength in the future. When you performed the dance of the fire god before, I noticed that your body struggled a bit while using that breathing technique and swordsmanship, which is also due to your physical fitness not being strong enough. It will be best to maintain total concentration breathing, constant in the future, as this will quickly improve your physical fitness, and your lungs will become stronger, allowing you to use the breathing techniques more easily. This way, your strength will also improve rapidly. Chiba Yang smiled and instructed Tanjiro. Understand, I will work harder from now on. Tanjiro replied with a smile. He gained quite a lot today, obtaining clues about the fire god Kagura. Learning that the 12 forms of the fire god Kagura are a cycle that can be used together, understanding the ability of the red blade, and receiving advice on how to improve his strength in the future. Tanjiro felt that Chiba Yang was just like Mr. Urokadaki now, and also had a bit of the vibe of Kanroji and Ju. Thank you, Yang. Tanjiro sincerely expressed his gratitude to Chiba Yang. After hearing his words, Chiba Yang smiled and waved his hand. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. In the early morning, just as he stepped out of the door, the crow flew in front of him, loudly calling, Northeast, Northeast. There are traces of a ghost within the warning range. Hurry up and eliminate it. Hurry up and eliminate it. Chiba Yang, who had just woken up, was completely unable to feel sleepy due to the crow's noise and immediately set off for the place the crow mentioned. In Infinite City, the sound of a pipa echoed, and the rooms changed constantly like stars scattered across the sky. 4 lower moons gathered here, waiting for the ghost that summoned them to appear. Bang! The sound of the pipa rang out again, and the 4 lower moons were moved to one location. Except for lower moon 1, the other lower moons showed panic, constantly observing their surroundings. In the next moment, a stunning woman dressed in a black patterned kimono appeared above the 4 lower moons. Her plum-red vertical pupils were exceptionally cold. The 4 lower moons looked up at the woman ahead, momentarily failing to recognize her identity. Bow down, kneel, worship me. The indifferent and familiar voice rang out, causing the other lower moons, except for Dream of Nightmares, to break out in a cold sweat, and then the 4 ghosts quickly knelt down to the ground. I'm very sorry, your appearance and scent have changed. Lower moon 4, Yoruichi, panically tried to explain, but was interrupted by Muzan, who allowed you to speak. Don't open your mouth just because of your boring will. You may only answer the questions I ask you. Muzan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Yoruichi immediately shut up and lowered his head, feeling even more fear in his heart. Muzan continued speaking to the remaining 4 lower moons. Kage and Ruru have been killed. One was lower moon 5, and the other was lower moon 2. I only want to ask one thing. Why are the lower moons so weak? Becoming one of the 12 Kazuki does not mean the end. Rather, it is just the beginning. Begin to eat more people, begin to grow stronger, begin to be of help to me. In this past century, the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki have never changed, and it is always the upper moons that send the demon slayers Ashira to their graves. But what about the lower moons? How many times have it changed? Having lost 2 lower moons in a row, one of whom was Kage, whom he had high hopes for and shared a similar fate with, and the other being Ruru, who ranked second among the lower moons. Muzan had completely lost faith in the lower moons, even if we talk about those things. At this moment, lower moon 6, Fua, was about to complain in his heart, but before his thoughts could fully form, Muzan's words struck fear into him. Even if you talk about those things, so what? Speak. Let me hear. Muzan said, fixing his gaze on Fuyue. Can he see through my thoughts? This is bad. Cold sweat dripped down Fuyue's face, and his fear continued to increase. What is so bad about it? Speak. The veins on Muzan's face bulged, revealing an angry expression. As long as he is close enough, he can easily see through the thoughts of other demons. The farther away he is, the more vague the perception becomes, but he can still know their positions. Chapter 47. Encountering Muzan and fleeing, a shadow enveloped Fuyue, and a gigantic tentacle filled with eyes grabbed him and suspended him in the air. Please forgive me, Lord Muzan. I beg you. Please let me go. I'm so sorry. Fuyue cried out to Muzan, constantly apologizing, but this did not change Muzan's mind. In the next second, the giant mouth on the tentacle bit down, accompanied by Fuyue's scream. Blood and flesh rained down, splattering onto the other 3 lower moons. And then the giant mouth on the tentacle let out a burp. The lower moons, except for Dream of Nightmares, were completely terrified and could not think calmly. Cold sweat dripped down drop by drop, falling into the pool of blood on the ground with a ticking sound. Muzan continued, "Are demon slayers more terrifying than me?" Upon hearing this, Yoruichi's body trembled, and his fear reached its peak. "No," Yoruichi immediately denied, raising his head. "You always want to run away when you encounter a demon slayer, right?" Muzan asked, staring at Yoruichi. Terrified, Yoruichi's tears flowed out, and he quickly shook his head in denial. "No, I never thought that. I would fight for you with my life. Are you denying what I said?" However, his heartfelt words did not move Muzan. Instead, he asked in a low voice like a demon. Hearing this, Yoruichi had nothing to say. He already knew that no matter what he said, he could not avoid his fate of dying here today. Sure enough, in the next moment, the huge tentacle swallowed him whole, and the splattered blood had stained most of the remaining lower moons red. Watching as his fellow lower moons were killed one after another by Muzan, and knowing that no words would change their fate, Lower Moon 3, Bayui, began to entertain thoughts of escape. Just as Muzan was devouring Yoruichi's corpse, Bayui slightly stood up, then jumped and quickly began to flee in Infinite City. But he overlooked one point. The entire Infinite City was under the control of the Sound Woman, and trying to escape Muzan's pursuit within Infinite City was akin to a fool's dream. Dream of Nightmares was clearly aware of this and watched Bayui's escape with an amused expression. In the next moment, Muzan appeared again in front of the last lower moon. Dream of Nightmares, holding Bayui's head. "I think the 12 Kazuki only need the upper moons. Let's disband the lower moons. Do you have anything else to say?" Muzan looked at Dream of Nightmares and said. At that moment, Dream of Nightmare's face was flushed, and in a soft, sickly voice he said, "Right now, I feel as if I am dreaming. Being able to have you take action personally and hearing the cries of other demons dying is enough to make me happy." "I am so happy." Dream of Nightmares opened his arms, revealing a look of utmost happiness. Upon hearing his words, Muzan's mood improved slightly. "I love to see the misfortunes and sufferings of others, to the point that I dream of seeing it. So, thank you for keeping me until the end." Dream of Nightmares clasped his hands together, delivering his last words. Immediately afterward, a finger pierced into Dream of Nightmare's neck. "I have my eye on you. Let me give you some extra blood, but you might not be able to withstand this amount of blood and die. However, as long as you can adapt, you can become even stronger and then help me kill the Hashira of the Demon Slayers. As long as you kill the Demon Slayer adorned with flower decorations on his ears, I will give you more blood." Muzan smiled at Dream, while transferring his memories of Tanjiro into Dream's mind. The pipa strings were plucked again, and with the sound of the pipa, the doors of the Infinity Castle closed one by one. Muzan left the Infinity Castle, and Dream was also thrown out by Nezuko. As night fell, the bustling streets were filled with people. Chihaya looked around like a country boy. Oh no, he was just a country boy, curious about everything he saw. He held a bag of dumplings in his hand, eating as he walked. These were given to him by a family he had just saved from a demon. He initially didn't want to accept them, but it was hard to refuse their kindness. The family also said they would host every demon hunter like him in the future. The joy of protecting humanity and helping others made the dumplings in his hand taste even sweeter. He wondered when his next mission would be. He really hoped he could arrive on time for every task and prevent anyone from being harmed by demons. Chiba Yang was eating the meatballs in his hand while thinking. Soon, he finished a bag of meatballs, threw the bag and bamboo skewers into the trash can, and planned to go have a meal. To make it in time, he had only eaten a few rice balls on the way and hadn't had a proper meal in the past 2 days. Just a few steps later, Chiba Yang suddenly felt a chill in his body. What is going on? It was a feeling he had never experienced before. The abnormal change in his body instantly made Chiba Yang alert, and his attention quickly focused. He then locked his gaze on a woman ahead wearing a black printed kimono. 5 brains, 7 hearts. A demon disguised as a human, and definitely a very powerful demon. Is it an upper moon? Or is it Muzan Kibutsuji? Under the permeable world, Chiba Yang instantly discerned the identity of this female demon. The pressure he had never felt before narrowed down her true identity to somewhere between Upper Moon and Muzan. As he had never felt even a hint of pressure from the Lower Moon too, Rokiro. It was likely that he couldn't defeat her in an instant. So if that is the case, then he could only. Looking at the densely packed crowd around him, Chiba Yang abandoned the idea of attacking directly here. As long as he didn't let the demon discover that he was a demon slayer, it would be easy to lure the demon away. Remembering what Kyojuro had said, Chiba Yang decided to lead this demon to a deserted place before fighting. The Nichiren blade was hidden under his kimono. As long as he acted naturally, the demon would definitely not discover that he was a demon slayer. Chiba Yang thought to himself, stepped forward, and then patted the shoulder of the woman in a kimono. A pale but beautiful face with clear features turned around, her plum-red eyes showing a look of extreme impatience. "This beautiful miss, I have something to say to you. May I ask if we can be alone for a moment?" Hiding his dislike and hatred for demons, Chiba Yang forced a smile that he thought was friendly and sunny, using the gentlest tone possible to speak to the demon in front of him. However, to his surprise, the demon's body suddenly trembled violently, like a sieve, her plum-red pupils shaking intensely, not responding with a single word. "How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? His face! His face!" The fear engraved in his cells, even in his DNA, awakened once more. As the face before him nearly completely overlapped with that person he had feared for nearly 100 years and had tried to avoid. What do you take life for? The person who made it impossible for him to forget. The words, the scene reappeared in his mind, the irreparable scars aching faintly, the burning sensation stronger than ever before. Kabutsuji Muzan. Muzan shouted this name in his heart, as the appearance of this person caused all his composure, confidence, and self-respect to vanish in an instant. Simply because he resembled that person. "Miss, may I invite you to be alone for a moment?" Chiba Yang said again to the demon in front of him. Chinya Yang didn't understand why the ghost in front of him was reacting this way. He was feeling a bit anxious, as the reality of the situation was quite different from what he had imagined. What was going on? Why was it reacting like this? Wasn't it supposed to agree immediately because it wanted to eat him? Could it be that the ghost was repulsed by the marks on his forehead? It shouldn't be that picky. Just agree already. Just when Chinya Yang was feeling extremely impatient, an unexpected scene unfolded. Bang! The ghost in front of him suddenly exploded, countless chunks of flesh scattering through the air and fleeing rapidly. Chapter 48. Enchantment Incense. The sudden turn of events left Chinya Yang momentarily stunned, but he quickly drew the Nichiren blade hidden within his outer garment. However, it was already a bit too late. With a swing of the blade, he only managed to eliminate a few chunks of flesh directly in front of him, while more pieces had already scattered and fled. Even if he chased them now, he could only eliminate a limited number of chunks, making it impossible to slay the ghost. The delay in drawing his blade and the moment of hesitation prevented him from immediately attacking. Otherwise, he might have had a chance to eliminate all the chunks that had just exploded and hadn't escaped far yet. But there were no ifs. The ghost had escaped. Someone is killing. Help! What on earth are these chunks of flesh? Quickly call the police. The originally bustling crowd erupted into chaos at that moment, with everyone hurriedly trying to distance themselves from Chinya Yang. People were frightened both by the chunks of flesh flying in the sky and by Chinya Yang, who was holding a knife. A hollow area formed around Chinya Yang, and no one dared to approach him. The ghost had escaped, and what was worse, it had caused a huge commotion. Looking at the situation before him, Chinya Yang felt it was quite tricky. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why the ghost reacted this way. He had clearly hidden the sunwheel knife and even deliberately smiled at it. Even if his expression was a bit unnatural, it shouldn't have made the ghost realize he was a ghost hunter, right? Moreover, even if the ghost had discovered he was a ghost hunter, it shouldn't know his strength. Why did it flee immediately upon seeing him, and in such a way that split its body apart? Chiba Yang couldn't understand, really couldn't understand. He felt as if he were dreaming. Everything that had just happened was so illogical. The police, the one with the knife, is him. At that moment, several policemen with batons emerged from the crowd, running towards Chiba Yang under the guidance of a man in the crowd. The leading policeman shouted as he ran, "Put down a knife, kid. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures." There was no choice. He had to run. Seeing the urgent situation, Chiba Yang didn't intend to get caught by the police and explain a bunch of things that would ultimately be disbelieved. Looking at the approaching policeman, he turned and ran in another direction. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A policeman behind him pulled out his gun and fired a shot into the air. "Stop and put down the knife. Otherwise, we will open fire." The policeman behind him shouted while chasing Chiba Yang. The people on the street had already moved away from the area due to the earlier incident, but after hearing the gunshot, everyone hurriedly sought shelter in the nearby shops. However, due to the large crowd, many people were still on the street with no place to hide. Screams filled the air. Chiba Yang's footsteps slowed down. Although he could dodge the bullets himself, once the gun was fired here, the surrounding crowd could easily be injured. The few police officers behind him were pleased to see Chiba Yang slow down. They had just fired their guns to intimidate him. With so many people around, they could not actually use their guns freely here. They initially thought Chiba Yang would not stop as the crowd was dense. And if he was sure they wouldn't dare to shoot, they would have no way to deal with him, given his displayed speed. There was no chance they could catch up. However, now that he had truly stopped, they could only conclude that he was scared. He let out a breath and turned around, putting down the sunwool knife and raising both hands. He still did not intend to let them capture him. Doing this now was just to wait for them to get closer, so he could knock them out first. Sorry. He silently apologized to the few police officers in his heart as he waited for them to approach. The police officers, thinking the same as Chiba Yang, ran towards him. At that moment, a woman's voice rang out, followed by a sweet fragrance enveloping the surroundings. What was happening? What were these patterns? They were completely unclear. The few police officers stopped in their tracks, seemingly lost, constantly looking around. This was blood demon art. Chiba Yang immediately tore a piece of the Demon Slayer uniform from his outer clothing and tied it around his face to cover his nose. The uniform could be easily replaced, but the clothes Kyojuro had given him were one of a kind. After a quick glance, he found the demon releasing blood demon arts. The demon appeared to be a beautiful woman with long black hair, wearing a deep purple kimono and a beige wide obi with purple pupils. At the same time, Chiba Yang noticed that there was not just one demon. Beside her was another demon, a man dressed in white. The two demons mingled in the crowd, and the one releasing blood demon arts was looking at him with a seemingly surprised expression. Was she trying to stop the few police officers from helping him escape? Or did she want to take advantage of the chaos to eat someone? It didn't seem to matter, since he couldn't figure it out. He would just take them away first. From the actions of these two demons, Chiba Yang couldn't temporarily determine their intentions. So he quickly picked up the Nichiren blade he had just placed on the ground and swiftly approached the two demons. The male demon was shocked to see Chiba Yang suddenly appear and had just uttered a word when Chiba Yang hugged him with one arm, pinning him under his armpit. Similarly, he treated the female demon the same way. With both demons captured, Chiba Yang quickly fled in one direction. You bastard! I'm going to kill you. Let go of my dirty hands, Lady Tamayo. Let me go. I'm going to kill you. On the way, the female demon showed little reaction, but the male demon was struggling vigorously to break free, continuously shouting that he would kill him, and indeed, an astonishing killing intent was evident from him. To show such an incredible killing intent towards me, it seems he is definitely a man-eating evil demon. Chibiyo looked at the left side where Yashiro was and had the thought of killing him. Be quiet, Yashiro, said the female demon sandwiched on the right. Lord Tamayo. However, Yashiro was already on the verge of losing his temper and did not immediately comply with Tamayo's words. Please be quiet for a moment. I believe he won't harm us. If he wanted to, we wouldn't be able to resist, Tamayo said to Yashiro again. When Tamayo first saw Chibiyo, she immediately thought of Kaneo, Sayuri, just like Muzan did. However, she knew that Kaneo was already dead, but even so, she understood from the markings on Chibiyo's forehead that neither she nor Yashiro could match this person. Fine, Yashiro suppressed his inner anger and agreed. He wasn't angry because he thought Chibiyo would harm them. His main source of anger was that he felt Chiba-yo had offended Tamayo, which he could not tolerate. From a conversation between the two demons, Chiba-yo learned their names, and due to Tamayo's attitude, he felt a bit better about the two demons and temporarily dismissed the idea of killing Yashiro. Chapter 49. Demon Dr. Tamayo. After Tamayo spoke, Yashiro did not shout anymore. But his anger and killing intent towards Chiba-yo did not diminish. Chiba-yo brought the two spirits away from the street they had just been on and arrived at a forest. He then released the two spirits. As soon as he broke free from Chiba-yo's restraint, Yashiro angrily kicked towards Chiba-yo. Yashiro! Tamayo quickly called out to him in an attempt to stop him. But it was too late. Yashiro's foot was already at Chiba-yo's chest. Bang! Chiba Yang held Yu Shilong's ankle with one hand. Do you really want to kill me? It's not surprising. After all, you are a demon, and killing and eating humans is in your nature, Chiba Yang said with a somewhat cold tone. He had never had a good impression of demons. After some previous events, he developed more sympathy for humans before they turned into demons. But he still harbored hatred for man-eating demons. He couldn't be as gentle as Tanjiro towards those who had already become demons. The only ones he felt sympathy for were the humans before they transformed. His different perception of Nezuko was due to his belief in what Tanjiro said, and later, Nezuko proved that she wouldn't eat humans. However, the two demons in front of him were just a chance encounter, and there was a high probability that they had eaten humans, as the only demon he knew of who hadn't was Nezuko. The recent unusual situation led Chiba Yang to think that they might be trying to help him, so he chose not to kill them. However, he was also afraid that these two demons would eat humans, so he decided to take them with him to clarify their situation. I'm sorry, please forgive this child. Although he is a demon, he has never eaten a human, and his reaction might be due to your earlier actions, Tamayo said helplessly to Chiba Yang. Lang usually listened to her very well, but whenever it involved her, he became somewhat uncontrollable. However, Tamayo also knew that this was Lang showing concern for her, but she felt that his actions were often a bit excessive, which left her somewhat helpless. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang understood a bit more. Zhuye's rationality made Chiba Yang feel that she still retained the will of a human. Therefore, he spoke to the two demons in front of him. I brought you here because I was worried you might take advantage of the chaos to eat people. If you truly still have the will of a human and won't eat anyone, I will apologize to you. After saying this, Chiba Yang let go of Lang's ankle. Under Zhuye's watchful gaze, Lang snorted coldly but did not speak further or make any more attempts to attack Chiba Yang. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhuye. I am both a demon and a doctor. I want to eliminate that man, Kibutsuji Muzan. Zhuye introduced herself to Chiba Yang. After hearing Zhuye's words, Chiba Yang's suspicions about her and Lang were significantly reduced because she was able to mention Kibutsuji Muzan's name, while the demons he had encountered before were unable to provide any information about him. Chiba Yo speculated that Muzan Kibutsuji might have cast a curse on his subordinate demons, preventing them from revealing any information about themselves. If you can tell me something about Muzan, I would be willing to believe everything you say. Chiba Yo expressed his doubts to Tamayo about the two demons before him. He had already ignored Yoshiro, as this guy didn't seem like someone who would communicate well with him. The demon you just encountered was Muzan Kibutsuji. One of its abilities is to split its body to escape. It has used this ability before, and I'm currently researching a medicine to prevent it from splitting, Tamayo explained to Chiba Yo. So that guy is Muzan Kibutsuji? Then why did it? After hearing Tamayo's words, Chiba Yo didn't understand why Muzan would split and flee immediately upon seeing him. However, Tamayo continued, additionally, you should be quite confused as to why Muzan fled upon seeing you, right? I can tell you the reason for that. After saying this, Tamayo looked at Chiba Yo. They almost looked identical. No wonder Muzan reacted that way. It was hard to tell if it was a good or bad thing. Tamayo thought of the time when Yoruichi spared her, while Yoshiro beside her was feeling increasingly frustrated. After hearing Tamayo's words, Chiba Yo chose to believe her, mainly because she mentioned she was researching a drug to stop Muzan from splitting. After encountering Muzan tonight, Chiba Yo found this ability quite troublesome, and if Tamayo could actually develop such a drug, that would be fantastic. At the same time, he genuinely wanted to know why Muzan fled upon seeing him. Sorry, I was a bit abrupt just now, but if I had to go through that situation again, I would still make the same choice. Chiba Yo slightly apologized to Yoshiro and Tamayo, but he believed that his previous actions were the safest strategy. So far, Tamayo's words and actions showed that she still retained human will and seemed not to be under Muzan's control, so Chiba Yo was willing to regard her as a human. I understand your actions. Our goal is the same. We both want to eliminate that man. Why don't we talk in my newly opened clinic? I will share everything I know about Muzan with you, but I also hope you can trust us more, Tamayo said to Chiba Yo with a smile. Her demeanor very composed. Chiba Yo nodded. Although Yoshiro felt very dissatisfied, he didn't say much and could only sulk alone. Then Chiba Yo followed Yoshiro and Tamayo to a dead end. Tamayo gestured to Chiba Yo and then walked into the wall of the dead end, and Yoshiro followed her in. This must be a blood demon art too. Yang felt a bit curious upon seeing this and followed them inside. After passing through a dead end, a 3-story building appeared before Yang. Originally, we were living in another place, but some time ago, that residence was discovered by Muzan's subordinates, so we had to change our location. Unexpectedly, after moving, we encountered Muzan again. Fortunately, this time Muzan did not discover us, so we didn't have to change our residence again. As Shizuka led Yang towards the building, she explained to him, "Is Muzan chasing you?" Yang turned to Shizuka and asked, "To be precise, he is chasing me because I know too much about Muzan, and I have also escaped his control, Shizuka replied. Upon entering the building, Shizuka led Chiba Yang to the living room, where they sat on the floor, one person and two demons. Let me first tell you why Muzan immediately split and ran away upon seeing you. This involves a swordsman from the Warring States period, who also joined the Demon Slayer Corps and nearly killed Muzan. His name is Yoruichi Tsujikuni, Shizuka said to Chiba Yang. Chapter 50. Yoruichi Tsujikuni's Breath. Chiba Yang heard a name he had never heard before. When he first encountered him, he was still under Muzan's control, reluctantly following him. One night, Muzan and he met. Initially, Muzan didn't care about him and dismissively remarked that he had seen many swordsmen who could use the breath techniques. However, just after one glance, Muzan was cut into more than 10 pieces by him. Subsequently, Muzan used his ability to split into countless pieces of flesh to escape. Although Yoruichi Tsujikuni eliminated most of the pieces in an instant, a small portion still managed to escape. To avoid Yoruichi Tsujikuni, Muzan did not show himself for nearly 100 years, only reappearing in the world after confirming that Yoruichi Tsujikuni was dead. The reason Muzan immediately fled upon encountering you was that your appearance was almost identical to Yoruichi Tsujikuni's. Muzan is a coward. He cares nothing for dignity and does everything solely to ensure his own survival. Your resemblance triggered the fear deep within him, causing him to panic and split to escape even after learning that Yoruichi Tsujikuni was dead. Even when he later realized that you could not be Yoruichi Tsujikuni, he would still not take the initiative to verify it himself. He would likely send someone to eliminate you and investigate your strength. Tamayo explained to Chiba Yang. At this moment, Chiba Yang had a preliminary understanding of Kibutsuji Yoruichi that he was extremely powerful and looked almost identical to him. He wasn't worried about what Muzan would do to eliminate him, but he felt a bit regretful that Muzan wouldn't take action himself. However, your markings are on the right side of your forehead, while Yoruichi's markings are on the left side. That might be the biggest difference in your appearances, Zhu said to Chiba Yang. Upon hearing Zhu words, Chiba Yang realized something and asked her with some confusion, "Does the person you're talking about also have markings? Then, why has Muzan been avoiding him for nearly 100 years? Don't marked swordsmen usually not live past 25? Zhu words deviated from the information Chiba Yang had previously received from the Lord, which made him unclear about who was correct. In response, Zhu said to Chiba Yang, "It's true that marked swordsmen don't live past 25, but that doesn't apply to Yoruichi. I don't know exactly at what age he died, but it was definitely far beyond 25. In all this time, he's the only marked swordsman I know who lived past 25. Although I can't be sure, I suspect that he was able to live past 25 because his markings were innate, while other swordsmen's markings appeared later in life." After Muzan fled, Zhu told Yoruichi everything she knew about Muzan and her own background, possibly out of sympathy, and Yoruichi shared some things about himself, including that he had innate markings. "Are we both born with it like me? Does that mean I can also live past 25? Chiba Yang chose to believe Zhu's words, and upon learning this news, he felt quite happy. Although he was not afraid of dying at the age of 25, living a little longer was not a bad thing, and it would give him more time to hunt demons. Although it might be a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask, what is your current strength? Zhu suddenly asked Chiba Yang. This was the second time she encountered a patterned swordsman outside of the era of Yuani, and it gave her some hope of eliminating Muzan. Afraid that Chiba Yang might misunderstand, Zhu explained to him, "You are the only patterned swordsman I have encountered outside of the era of Kikuya Yuani. Although your appearance is very similar to Kikuya Yuani, Muzan might avoid you because of that. However, Muzan is aware that Kikuya Yuani is already dead, so it may not hide completely from human sight as it did when Kikuya Yuani was alive. If your strength is strong enough, there may be a possibility of eliminating Muzan in this era, and I will do my best to help you." Chiba Yang's patterns and the He-Dao he displayed when facing Muzan gave Tamayo hope for eliminating him. These two abilities were also used by Taketo Mwichiru to combat Muzan at that time. After hearing Tamayo's words, Chiba Yang felt somewhat troubled. He didn't know how strong he really was. When he encountered Muzan before, he had not fought him, so he had no idea who was stronger between himself and Muzan. "I haven't fought Muzan, so I can't judge my own strength. However, Muzan is the only demon I've encountered that made me feel pressure, but it was just pressure. If he doesn't run away, I believe I could kill him," Chiba Yang said, speaking honestly based on his feelings. Tamayo's earlier comments made Chiba Yang realize that she understood Muzan very well, and she mentioned that she was developing a drug to prevent Muzan from splitting. Therefore, Chiba Yang wanted to collaborate with this partner who also wanted to eliminate Muzan. Is that so? Tamayo pondered for a moment, then said to Chiba Yang. Then I'll share with you everything I know about Muzan. Chiba Yang nodded and listened attentively. Muzan, as the progenitor of demons, can turn people into demons through his blood, and at the same time, he plants a curse in those who become demons. This allows him to track the locations of other demons, and if they are close enough, he can even read their thoughts. Moreover, any demon that leaks information related to Muzan will be corroded by the curse. Tamayo spoke to Chiba Yang. When she mentioned that Muzan could turn people into demons, her hatred was particularly intense. Her family was destroyed because of this. She was deceived by Muzan into becoming a demon when she only wanted to see her child grow up. And her demonic instincts later led her to consume her own family. Therefore, she vowed to eliminate Muzan even if it meant her own death. In addition, he possesses extremely advanced mimicry abilities, allowing him to take on various human forms. He has also broken through one of the limits of demons, meaning he won't die even if beheaded. Tamayo continued. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang frowned and asked Tamayo, so, does that mean the only way to eliminate Muzan is through sunlight? It seems so. After all, even if he splits into countless pieces, he can still survive. However, there are abilities that can restrain him. The Hekiza you used before is one of them, and there's also a breathing technique that can restrain Muzan, Tamayo replied. What breathing technique? Chiba Yang asked Tamayo. The breathing technique used by Yoruichi Tsujikuni, the sun breathing, Tamayo said. Sun breathing? Chiba Yang exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the name sun breathing again genuinely surprised Chiba Yang, and he felt that he might finally understand the truth about sun breathing and the fire god Kagura. Noticing Chiba Yang's reaction, Tamayo curiously asked, what's wrong? Earlier, when Chiba Yang faced Muzan, the situation was too sudden for him to use his sword techniques. He just swung his blade without Tamayo knowing that he also practiced sun breathing. The breathing technique I use is also called sun breathing. I'm just not sure if it's the same as what you mentioned, Chiba Yang said to Tamayo. Hearing this, Tamayo was also surprised and asked Chiba Yang, can you show me? Chiba Yang nodded and said, let's go outside. Then, the person and the two ghosts left the mansion. Chiba Yang stood at a distance from Zhuye and Yu Shilang, and then drew the sunwheel blade. The sunwheel blade transformed into a crimson blade under his grip, shining with a red glow in the night. Let's try that sword technique again. If the two breathing styles are indeed the same, then the fire god Kagura inherited by Tanjiro should more likely be the sun breathing used by that predecessor. Chiba Yang was pondering, and then his body began to move. A waltz, the dance of the flame of the blue heaven. The 12 sword techniques were executed in rapid succession by Chiba Yang, this time without the need to slow down, and he felt much smoother. Watching from the side, Tamayo was utterly shocked. The sword techniques before her were exactly the same as those used by Yoruichi Tsujikuni when he fought Muzan. Coupled with Chiba Yang's appearance and the red blade in his hand, he completely overlapped with her memories of Yoruichi Tsujikuni at that moment. Even someone as calm as her widened her eyes and covered her mouth in disbelief. After demonstrating the dance of the fire god, Chiba Yang felt somewhat dissatisfied, believing that his execution of the sword techniques was still a bit slow and that he hadn't perfectly linked the 12 techniques together. How about it? Is my breathing technique the same as that of the senior Tsujikuni? Chiba Yang asked as he walked up to Tamayo. If I didn't know the lifespan of humans is limited, I would think you were Yoruichi Tsujikuni himself. No wonder Muzan Kabutsuji split and fled upon seeing you. You two are really too similar. Tamayo first expressed her shock and then replied to Chiba Yang. Your breathing technique and sword techniques are exactly the same. At that time, Yoruichi used this technique to instantly defeat Muzan. It seems he successfully passed down his breathing technique and sword skills, which is indeed a fortunate thing. What Tamayo said was indeed correct. Yoruichi's breathing technique and sword skills were passed down through the Kamadu family in another form. However, Chiba Yang's breathing technique did not come from that lineage. But that was not important, and Chiba Yang did not correct Tamayo. It seems that the dance of the fire god from the Kamadu family was inherited from that senior Tsujikuni. Chiba Yang thought to himself, in that case, I will do my best to help you eliminate Muzan. In addition to providing you with information about Muzan, I will work as quickly as possible to develop a drug to prevent Muzan splitting, and I will also try to create other drugs that can weaken him. At the same time, I will help you find Muzan's whereabouts. Now that Muzan knows of your existence, he will definitely not appear in front of you easily anymore. If I discover Muzan's location, I will find a way to inform you as soon as possible, and I hope you can come quickly to eliminate Muzan together. Zhushir said to Chiba Yang seriously. Chiba Yang's recent demonstration completely convinced Tamayo that he possessed the strength to slay Muzan. Tamayo did not want to miss this rare opportunity, she understood that it was almost impossible to eliminate Muzan on her own. And now Chiba Yang's appearance gave her immense hope. After hearing Tamayo's words, Yoshiro wanted to dissuade her because he knew that searching for Muzan would be extremely dangerous. He did not want Tamayo to take risks. All he wanted was to stay by her side. However, he also understood that Tamayo's lifelong wish was to eliminate Muzan, so he could not bring himself to speak the words of discouragement. Conflicted, entangled, and uneasy emotions rose from deep within him. Yoshiro regretted going out with Tamayo that night. If he had stayed in the mansion, such a situation would not have occurred. Well, I will obey Tamayo's wishes. Since I cannot stop her, all I can do is accompany her. Glancing at Tamayo beside him, Yoshiro ultimately did not say anything. Thank you for your trust. If we can really find Muzan, I will rush to eliminate him at my fastest speed, and I will also search for Muzan. Chiba Yang replied seriously after hearing Tamayo's words. He had completely regarded Tamayo as a companion of the Demon Slayer Corps. After avoiding him for so long, it was now time to go to war. Wait for it. Kibutsuji, I will definitely eliminate you, even if it costs me my life. The originally graceful and elegant Tamayo had a somewhat fierce expression at that moment. Yoshiro, listening to Tamayo's words, felt a deep sense of unease and pain, his expression slightly lonely. In the silent forest, countless pieces of flesh flew in from all directions, gradually assembling into the form of a young man. The man's skin was as pale as paper, with plum-colored vertical pupils, beads of sweat on his face, and an expression of fear. A knife scar showed on his back, which was inflicted by Chiba Yang's Nichiren blade. Impossible. Impossible. Kaneo has already died. I have personally verified this. It cannot be him. But this scar, even though he was already over 1,000 miles away from that street, Muzan still felt restless, thinking that Kaneo had died, and that person just now could not possibly be Kaneo. However, the scar on his back that could not heal immediately filled him with immense fear. He tried to gather strength to heal it, but the intense burning sensation made him recall that night's encounter once again. It cannot regenerate, just like the scar left from that time. The extremely similar face and the same abilities made Muzan, who knew Kaneo was already dead, associate Chiba Yang with Kaneo, and at that moment, he was nearly driven mad. Absolutely impossible to be him. There must be a difference between the two. Reluctant to believe it, Muzan desperately tried to find the differences between Chiba Yang and Kaneo to find some psychological comfort. Although they were enemies, Muzan remembered every detail of their encounter vividly. Yes, the positions of their patterns are different. That guy's not Kaneo. Muzan quickly identified the difference between the two and nervously muttered to himself, grinning. Realizing this made Muzan's fear recede significantly, and his mind became much calmer. It is impossible for another monster like that to appear again. As long as my 12 Kazuki kill him, it will all be over. Muzan's pupils trembled, and beads of sweat on his face did not disappear. Even though he had already convinced himself that Chiba Yang was not Kaneo, he still found it hard to completely eliminate the fear in his heart. The next moment, Muzan sent a message through his blood within Nakheim, and then the Infinity Castle opened, allowing him to enter. Gather Kakushi no, gather all the upper moons. Chapter 52. The upper moon soon, the upper moons gradually arrived at the Infinity Castle. The first to arrive was a demon with 6 eyes, dressed like a samurai, with long black hair tied in a high ponytail. Red flame-like patterns extended from his left forehead and right chin to his neck, and a samurai sword hung from his waist, with the words Upper One inscribed on the 2 middle eyes. Upper One, Kokushibo. Upon arriving at the Infinity Castle and sensing that Muzan had not yet arrived, Kokushibo did not make any moves, but simply found a place to sit quietly. Next, an old man with a swollen forehead and horns, accompanied by an asymmetrical jar, arrived. Upper 4, Hantengu, and Upper 5, Gyako. Then, a figure with white oak-colored hair and iridescent eyes, each inscribed with Upper 2 and 2, draped in a black cloak with a blood-like mark spreading black edges around it, appeared. Upper 2, Doma. Ah, Gyako and Hantengu are here. It's been a long time. Doma smiled and waved to greet them. Hee, Lord Doma, a demon entirely white with yellow eyeballs, purple fins on its head, a mouth in the position of its eyes, and eyes where its forehead and mouth were, emerged from the asymmetrical jar, slightly bowing to greet Doma. Lord Doma. Hantengu also shrank back and greeted Doma. Soon after, a woman with black hair and floral patterns on her face, with both eyes inscribed with Upper 6 and 6, arrived. Upajsi, Ducky. Little sister Daki is here too. How have you been lately? Let me visit you when I have time. I really like the pretty girls in your area. Doma smiled at Daki. Thank you for your concern, Lord Doma. You can come over any time. I'll prepare food for you, Daki smiled back. To her, Doma was like a benefactor, so she respected him greatly. Then thank you, Doma said to Daki with a happy expression. Afterward, Doma looked around and not seeing Kokoshibo and Akaza, he showed a worried expression and said, Huh? Lord Kokoshibo and Lord Akaza haven't arrived yet? I'm not worried about Lord Kokoshibo. But Lord Akaza hasn't eaten women and has been getting stronger so slowly. He became a demon before me, yet is a lower rank than me. He won't be killed by the demon slayers, right? This is really worrisome. Then he turned to Nakime. Hey, Sister Nakime, have Lord Kokoshibo and Lord Akaza not arrived yet? Doma cheerfully called out to Nakime, who was holding a biwa. Lord Akaza will arrive a little later. While Lord Upper One has been here since the beginning, Nakime answered, although she did not want to talk to Doma, as she was Upper Two. I'm here, a deep and imposing voice sounded as Kokoshibo stepped out from behind the curtain. How terrifying, so terrifying. Lord Kokoshibo's presence is still so fearsome, Hantengu said, afraid and hiding in a corner at the sight of Kokoshibo. Lord Kokoshibo, it seems you have become even stronger. I'm truly happy for you. Tima showed a happy expression and smiled at Kokoshibo. However, Kokoshibo ignored its words and spoke to the other demons, reminding them, Lord Muzan has arrived. The sound of a biwa echoed, and Muzan appeared in front of Nakime. After feeding on some humans during this time, it had already covered the wounds that had been inflicted by Chiba Y. Upon seeing Muzan, several of the upper moons immediately knelt on the ground, and Hantengoku even pressed its head to the floor, not daring to lift it. Daki and Gyako revealed expressions of admiration upon seeing Muzan. Except for Akaza, who said it would take some time, all the other upper moons had arrived. Nakime spoke to Muzan. Muzan was already aware of this and was not surprised. Stop everything you are doing and find this demon slayer for me. Then kill him. Muzan said directly to the arriving upper moons, simultaneously transmitting the image of encountering Chiba Y to them through its own blood within the upper moons. In the next moment, the minds of the 5 upper moons were filled with an image, a boy with red flame patterns on his forehead and a high ponytail, forcing a smile, with his right hand covering his mouth as if saying something. Huh, this child looks quite friendly, and his smile is so gentle. But since it's Lord Muzan's order, I can only kill him. It's a pity he is not a girl. I don't like eating them. Tima said with a laugh after receiving the image from Muzan. However, before it could finish speaking, Muzan angrily pulled its head off. Tima, don't laugh in front of me. Shut your mouth and focus on the task I assigned to you. If I hear you talking again, you can disappear. Muzan's veins bulged, and its expression was extremely furious. In the past, no matter how nonsensical Tima was, Muzan had never really punished it. It had been relatively indulgent towards Tima, as Tima's talent and strength were quite good, having killed many demon slayers. But today, Muzan was already feeling fear and anger due to Chiba Y, and Tima still acted this way, even trying to poke at its wounds, which made Muzan furious to the point of wanting to eliminate it right then. Yes, Tima coughed up a mouthful of blood and answered Muzan. This was the first time it encountered Muzan treating it so violently. In the past, Muzan had never said much when it spoke like this, and this situation caught it off guard. Hantengoku, lying on the ground, became even more frightened upon seeing this. I will definitely help you kill this guy. I will make his head into a jar and give it to you as a gift, so you can see his suffering all the time. Gyako quickly expressed its loyalty to Muzan, angrily stating. Originally, Gyako thought this guy was Muzan's enemy, and Muzan would want to see him suffer. But didn't he expect this would only anger Muzan further? Seeing that face all the time, thinking of this, Muzan's body began to tremble uncontrollably, its anger surging rapidly. Then, several thorns sprouted from its back and simultaneously whipped towards Gyako, whose body was still half hidden in the jar. The screams echoed throughout Infinity City as Gyako's body and jar were completely shredded into countless pieces by Muzan's black blood thorns. After slicing Gyako into pieces, Muzan was still not satisfied. The black blood thorns continued to swing down, eventually cutting it into countless fragments before it finally stopped. I just said not to talk too much. Do you not have ears? Muzan roared furiously at the upper moons, with black blood thorns dancing behind it. At this moment, none of the 5 upper moons dared to speak, all terrified and bowing their heads. Even Kokoshibo's body is trembling. Lord Muzan is truly terrifying. Hantengoku, noticing Kokoshibo trembling beside it, thought it was also afraid of the furious Muzan. However, that was not the real reason. The face in its mind reminded it of a person it had been unable to forget for over 100 years. Even though the memories of being human had become blurry or even completely disappeared, everything about that person was deeply imprinted in its mind, never to be forgotten. Although Kokushibo immediately noticed the difference between this person and Yoruichi, the face still made it think of Yoruichi, recalling the last time it encountered him on that red moonlit night. The patterned swordsman did not die at the age of 25, and at over 80 years old. Yoruichi's mere stance brought Kokushibo immense pressure. Kokushibo also prepared to fight Yoruichi, but in the next moment, Yoruichi's blade had already sliced through its body. The power of that strike was no different from when he was at his peak. It had not diminished at all due to age. If a second strike were to come, there would be no doubt that Kokushibo would perish. However, there was no second strike. After that one strike, Yoruichi stood still, having run out of strength and died of old age. Therefore, Kokushibo had no chance to defeat Yoruichi again, and the sense of humiliation from that time still lingered in its heart. Now, with someone who resembled Yoruichi appearing, Kokushibo felt excitement. Although it no longer had the opportunity to surpass Yoruichi, if it could surpass this person, it would be enough to provide some comfort. However, its emotions were far more complex than that. Alongside the excitement was fear of Yoruichi and jealousy that had not disappeared for over 100 years, as well as a nostalgia that it might not even be aware of. What it hid in its bosom was a broken flute. Watching as the other demons fell silent, Muzan gradually calmed down, retracting the black blood thorns into its body before throwing Tima's head back. Whoever can slay this person will be rewarded with more blood. After saying this, Muzan turned its back to the upper moons. The sound of the biwa played, and a door closed, sending Muzan away from there. How terrifying! How terrifying! Hansen Goku trembled as it recalled the terrifying scene of their reunion after 113 years. As expected, an odd number is ominous. This poor old man is almost scared to death. It wasn't until some time after Muzan had left that Hansen Goku cautiously lifted its head, still muttering. Tima had also put its head back on, pretending to be shaken, and said, "Yeah, I was also startled. Maybe we said something wrong." However, inside, it felt no fluctuations, no fear, no joy, no emotions at all. All expressions reflecting feelings were merely a disguise. Gyako's body gradually reassembled, but its jar was still broken. This is so unreasonable. I was trying to make Lord Muzan feel reassured and happy, and yet he broke my jar. But such an unreasonable personality is quite nice too. Gyako thought to itself, its loyalty and admiration for Muzan unchanged. "Neikime, send me back," Kokushibo said, rising to speak to Neikime. It intended to find the person from the memory Muzan transmitted to it. "Yes, Lord Kokushibo," Neikime replied, then played the biwa to send Kokushibo back. "Send me back too." Daki also spoke to Nezuko. Originally, it thought it would receive praise from Muzan, but the atmosphere on site was so tense that it lost the courage to speak. Nezuko remained silent upon hearing this, and sent Daki back by plucking the Pipa. Sister Pipa, along with Tamayo, displayed a joyful expression and loudly spoke to Nezuko. But before it could finish, Nezuko sent it back to the Infinite Castle. Following that, Nezuko also sent back Yashiro and Hantengu, and the Infinite Castle returned to silence. Inside Tamayo's residence, the conversation between Chiba Yang and Tamayo came to an end, and he had gained quite a bit more understanding of Muzan. "Thank you for telling me all this," Chiba Yang said to Tamayo. "It's nothing. We have a common enemy, and the more you know about Muzan, the more likely you are to kill him," Tamayo replied. "Well, I'll head back then. If you find any traces of Muzan, please let me know as soon as possible," Chiba Yang said as he stood up, intending to leave. "Wait a moment. Please take this with you." Tamayo called out to Chiba Yang and then handed him a piece of paper with strange symbols on it. "What's this?" Chiba Yang asked, taking the paper and looking at Tamayo with confusion. "This is made using Yashiro's blood demon art. If you stick it on yourself, you will be able to share his vision. If we find Muzan, I will let you know his location through this ability," Tamayo explained to Chiba Yang. Chiba Yang looked at Yushir Lang, who coldly snorted and turned his head away, ignoring him. "All right, I understand. I will keep it with me." Chiba Yang tucked the paper into his bosom. At this moment, he still couldn't share Yushir Lang's vision, as the paper was made by Yushir Lang, and whether they shared vision was controlled by him. "Just wait. You dare to offend Lord Tamayo. I will definitely show you something that'll make you unable to eat for a whole day." Yushir Lang thought darkly to himself, grinning with a devilish expression. "Yushilang." Tamayo called out to him helplessly upon seeing his expression, wanting to remind him. "Yes, Lord Tamayo," Yushir Lang quickly replied. "You are so beautiful when you call my name, even more so than usual," he thought as he looked at Tamayo. "Goodbye." After putting away the talisman paper, Chiba Yang waved to Tamayo and the others to say goodbye. Goodbye. Tamayo waved back. After exchanging farewells, Chiba Yang began to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. For some reason, he felt a bit uneasy along the way. Meanwhile, far away, in front of a fallen train, two figures clashed, their fists and blades making crisp sounds, temporarily separating from each other. Chapter 54. The Crimson Blade emerges. Patterns appear. Dawn approaches inextinguishable flames, the fire of the world, burning evil spirits in the hell of refinement. Before dawn, the body dies first. All passengers sleep like pillars. The night moon has not yet set. The sun rises. The crimson blade reappears. Patterns form. The sky gradually brightens. No one dies. Asking for survival, iron bones remain unyielding. Please excuse my limited skills. Akaza landed firmly, his severed wrist regrowing, and then he licked the blood off his fist with his tongue. He still bore a wound from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, slowly healing. Stop it, Kyojuro, Akaza said, looking at the figure opposite him. Although your strength is indeed formidable, and the blade that suppresses my regeneration has caused me some trouble, even if my regeneration is suppressed, our ability to recover is far beyond what you humans can compare to. Moreover, that ability of yours to suppress my regeneration has already run out, hasn't it? That last strike didn't produce any effect, Akaza said expressionlessly to Kyojuro. Originally, he had come to kill the demon slayer wearing the flower-patterned ear ornaments on Muzan's orders. But when he encountered them, he was stopped by Kyojuro just as he was about to kill the demon slayer with the flower-patterned ear ornaments. After sensing Kyojuro's powerful fighting spirit, Akaza became eager for battle and wanted to turn Kyojuro into a demon to fight with him endlessly. After being rejected by Kyojuro, their battle began, and without understanding Kyojuro's Crimson Blade ability, Akaza almost had his body cut in half. He then abandoned the tactic of exchanging injuries and instead opted for long-range attacks, waiting for an opportunity to get close using the guidance of Destroying Kill, Roshin. In this situation, Kyojuro was severely injured, but he also managed to sever Akaza's wrist. Just when Akaza thought his right hand would temporarily be unable to regenerate, he found that his regeneration was not suppressed. Hearing Akaza's words, Kyojuro stood at a distance without speaking. The wound you originally inflicted on me is almost healed. But what about you? Your left eye is completely blind, and your right abdomen is almost penetrated. As a human, you cannot quickly regenerate from such injuries, can you? But for demons, this is easy. Even though you just used that ability to suppress my regeneration, my recovery ability still far exceeds yours. Not to mention that you no longer have the strength to use that ability. Akaza stroked the wound that almost penetrated his entire body, which had faded significantly, and looked at Kyojuro. So, become a demon, Kyojuro. Gain eternal life. Have endless time to study martial arts, and fight with me forever. Trying to step into that supreme realm. Akaza extended his hand to Kyojuro, speaking to him with excitement. He then added, if you refuse, if we continue to fight, you will surely die. Facing Akaza's invitation, Kyojuro's heart remained unmoved. He had already rejected it many times and did not want to answer again. With his left eye completely unable to open, Kyojuro's right eye fixed intently on Akaza. He knew deep down that the demon was correct. His stamina was insufficient to continue using the Crimson Blade. Given the strength this demon had shown earlier, he was very likely to perish here. Yet knowing this, Kyojuro still did not give up, for more than 200 humans stood behind him. I will fulfill my duty. Gripping the Nichiren blade tightly once more, Kyojuro planted his right foot firmly on the ground, his eyes filled with tenacity and determination. I will not let anyone here die. Raising the Nichiren blade in an offensive stance, Kyojuro responded to Akaza with his actions. From Akaza's perspective, Kyojuro once again erupted with astonishing fighting spirit, leaving him in shock. Despite being severely injured, he still had such spirit and strength, with no flaws in his stance. Ha ha, you should really become a demon, Kyojuro. Fight with me forever. Akaza exclaimed, deeply impressed as he watched Kyojuro, laughing loudly. Kyojuro ignored Akaza, his eyes still fixed on him. Do not have any concerns. Give it your all here. Burn your spirit and surpass your limits. Gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, Kyojuro unleashed all of his remaining strength, his heart racing faster, and his body temperature rapidly rising. A new power emerged from within him, transmitted from his heart to his limbs. Whenever a patterned swordsman appears, more patterned swordsmen will emerge around him as if resonating. A sun-shaped red patterned mark surrounded by flames gradually emerged on Kyojuro's chest, with the flame patterns extending to his neck. At the same time, an extraordinary power surged from his body, strengthening his grip on the Nichiren blade, causing it to reveal a deeper color and transform into a crimson blade. I am a Flame Hashira, Kyojuro, Rengoku. 9th form, Purgatory. Intense flames erupted from Kyojuro's body as he forcefully stomped the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Then, he charged toward Akaza like a flaming meteor. The flames around him transformed into a fire dragon, roaring towards Akaza, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Destroying kill, annihilation. Seeing that Kyojuro had already attacked, Akaza understood that Kyojuro would not heed his persuasion to become a demon. So he threw both fists to meet Kyojuro's assault. The destructive punch collided with Kyojuro's fire dragon, immediately producing a violent explosion, sending Akaza staggering back a distance. What is going on? The power is significantly stronger than before. After the attacks collided, Akaza sensed something was off. Kyojuro's strength exceeded his expectations, and this time, he was at a disadvantage. However, before he could think about what was happening, Kyojuro appeared before him, his Nichiren blade shining with a deep red light, aimed directly at his neck. His speed is also much faster than before. If I get hit, I will definitely die. The needle of Luo Zhun transmitted a dangerous signal to Iwizwa. At this moment, it finally lost its composure, cold sweat breaking out on its forehead. But in an instant, it was evaporated by the surrounding high temperature. Although it didn't know why Kyojuro had become significantly stronger, Luo Zhun and Iwizwa immediately reacted. Destruction killing foot style, crown first cut. A kick from below struck Kyojuro's Nichiren blade, causing it to deviate slightly, and Iwizwa seized the chance to tilt its head to evade. The crimson Nichiren blade grazed Iwizwa's head, cutting off several inches of hair, and then slashed into its right shoulder. Kyojuro shouted, intensifying the strength in his arms, and the Nichiren blade that struck Iwizwa's shoulder cut into its body. Iwizwa screamed. The burning sensation it had just experienced surged back. It could still use its regenerative ability. Iwizwa was shocked, and in a moment, Kyojuro severed the upper half of Iwizwa's body from its right shoulder to its right abdomen. In fear, Iwizwa quickly jumped back out of Kyojuro's attack range. Its body slowly recovered, but Iwizwa had temporarily lost its right arm. Feeling its slowly recovering body, Iwizwa looked at Kyojuro and said, "You've become even stronger. In that case, I should show you even more respect." Having been injured to this extent by Kyojuro and almost killed, Iwizwa no longer intended to hold back. The pain in its body was nothing to it, and it felt even more excited now. Although it had lost part of its body, Iwizwa assumed a stance once again. Destruction killing, foot style, flying meteor, star, 1,000 wheels. Chapter 55. Escape from dreams. Since one arm was unusable, it would use its legs instead. Having just suffered a setback, Iwizwa advanced rather than retreating, surrounding Kyojuro with azure light and launching a series of kicks, the trajectories elusive, like wandering meteors. Flame breathing, 4th form, Summer Serpent. In response to Iwizwa's attack, Kyojuro raised his blade and swung it around himself, a whirlpool of flames that blocked Iwizwa's kicks. Kyojuro felt an unprecedented strength at this moment, his power and speed surpassing any previous time. Even though his left eye couldn't open, his vision had improved, allowing him to clearly see and block Iwizwa's attacks. Clang, 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 clang. Iwizwa's attacks struck the Nichiren blade, producing sounds, and despite Kyojuro's enhanced strength, he still took a few steps back from the force of the attack. This demon strength is also stronger than before. Kyojuro felt a bit shocked. The power in its legs is stronger than that in its arms. Ha ha ha. Iwizwa laughed loudly, shouting at Kyojuro. Its upper half of the body that had been severed was now restored to shoulder level, and its needle had adapted to Kyojuro's current speed. Destruction killing, foot style, flowing light group. Suddenly, Iwizwa's kicks converged in one place, then executed several rapid and fierce kicks, azure light exploding. Although Kyojuro blocked its attack, his body was still kicked back. Mr. Rengoku, Tanjiro, and Inosuke shouted worriedly at Kyojuro, feeling frustrated at their own weakness. Unable to participate in Kyojuro's battle. Kicked back, Kyojuro adjusted his body mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. Although seriously injured, his physical strength and power were now better than before. I won't let you harm any human. Flame breathing, 5th form, Flame Tiger. Gripping the Nichiren blade, Kyojuro charged once more at Iwizwa, a rapid thrust with flames around him biting at Iwizwa like a fierce tiger. The same move, but this time the power was even greater. The intense heat rushed towards Iwizwa, which instead opened its mouth and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Meeting you is truly wonderful. Kyojuro, you are the only Hashira I've encountered who can make me use my full strength. Among the Hashira I've met, no one is stronger than you. Iwizwa, am willing to call you the strongest. Iwizwa shouted at Kyojuro, assuming a stance just as the flame tiger was about to reach it. Destruction killing, demon core, eightfold core. The azure light surged from all directions towards Kyojuro's flame tiger. Due to the loss of an arm, the power of this move was somewhat diminished. Kyojuro's flame tiger collided with the eightfold strikes and reached Iwizwa, then roared towards it. At that moment, Iwizwa's right arm had grown back after some time, a smile appearing at the corner of its mouth as it faced Kyojuro. Destruction killing chaos style. With rapid punches, Iwizwa struck at the same spot with extreme speed. The weakened flame tiger finally could not withstand it and dissipated. Iwizwa's fist collided once more with Kyojuro's Nichiren blade, and the two figures separated again. Ha ha, amazing! Kyojuro, you better take the next move, or you might die. Iwizwa laughed heartily, squatting down and crossing its fists in front of its chest. Destruction killing, final style, blue-silver. Just as Iwizwa was about to launch its attack, a white line suddenly appeared in the sky, and the shadows of the distant mountains were gradually dispelled as sunlight rapidly approached. So engrossed in battle, Iwizwa had even overlooked the passage of time. The sun, noticing the white line in the distance, Iwizwa felt a surge of fear, and its hands that were about to attack stopped. Damn it, why now? Iwizwa cursed in its heart, glancing at the distant Kyojuro and Tanjiro, unwillingly turning to flee into the forest. Next time we meet, I will definitely settle this with you. Just wait, Kyojuro. I will come find you. Iwizwa shouted back at Kyojuro while running towards the forest. Hoo-hoo! Watching Iwizwa escape and feeling the sunlight bathing over him, Kyojuro finally relaxed his tense spirit, but the drawbacks of unleashing his full potential were now evident. His lungs burned painfully, the high temperature in his body felt like it was about to boil him, and his heartbeat was exceptionally clear, beating far faster than usual. The injury to his right abdomen and his left eye also throbbed with pain. Yet despite this, Kyojuro still did not fall. He turned to walk towards Tanjiro and the others. Mr. Rengoku, Tanjiro and Inosuke rushed towards Kyojuro after seeing the battle end, each supporting one of his arms. Using the breathing technique to stop the bleeding from his right abdomen, Kyojuro felt a bit better, then turned to Tanjiro and Inosuke, saying, "Don't worry about me for now. There are many injured passengers. If you have strength, go take care of them. I've already used the breathing technique to stop the bleeding. I'll be fine after a bit of rest." Although his body was in great pain, Kyojuro still gave instructions to Tanjiro and the others. However, Tanjiro, with tears on his face, didn't want to follow Kyojuro's words and wanted to take care of him first. "You are also injured and can rest for a while. You don't have to worry about me." Kyojuro broke free from Tanjiro and Inosuke's grasp and slowly leaned against a large tree. If possible, he still wanted to take care of the injured passengers, but he was just too exhausted. Just after fighting Akaza, he felt he could hold on a little longer, but once the battle ended, all the pain and fatigue surged through his body, and at that moment he nearly collapsed. Kyojuro leaned against the tree, gasping for breath, and his right eye gradually became blurry. "I have fulfilled my duties well, right?" A thought flashed through his mind, and the intense fatigue made him unable to hold on any longer, causing him to faint. In his unconsciousness, he had a dream where he returned to the past, where his mother was not sick, and his father was not as despondent as he was now, patiently guiding his swordsmanship, with smiles always on the faces of the family. Then he became a Hashira, and his father proudly praised him, while his mother and Senjuro were also very happy. Soon after, he took in several adopted sons, all of whom called him Big Brother. He taught these sons to become strong individuals capable of standing on their own, and in the end, they all together eliminated all the demons, and the body of their lord also recovered, allowing everyone to live happily ever after. What a beautiful scene. Quick, Kyojuro is over here. After fainting, his condition was not optimistic. Quickly take Kyojuro to the Butterfly Mansion. Chapter 56. Injuries. Kyojuro is seriously injured, Aoi Kanzaki said with a pained expression as she looked at Chiba Yang. How could this happen? Chiba Yang's mind was suddenly in a state of chaos. After a moment of daze, he quickly ran towards the Butterfly Mansion. Just back at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, he found that Kyojuro Rengoku had not yet returned, and he also did not see any other Hashira or Tanjiro. Just then, Aoi Kanzaki happened to pass by, so Chiba Yang casually asked her and learned this unfortunate news. Bursting into the Butterfly Mansion, Yang suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Aoi Kanzaki where Kyojuro's hospital room was. Just as he was feeling anxious, two members of the Hashira Corps came around the corner of a hallway. Lord Rengoku has finally woken up. He has been in a coma for 3 days. Yeah, this time Lord Rengoku's injuries are indeed very serious. His left eye is injured, and we don't know if it can recover, and his right abdomen was nearly pierced. His body temperature has been persistently high, and his heartbeat is also very fast. The two members of the Hashira Corps were chatting as they walked. Excuse me, which room is Master Rengoku in? Hearing the conversation between the two members, Chiba Yang rushed in front of them and asked anxiously. The two members were startled by Chiba Yang's sudden appearance. Once they realized it was him, they quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Lord Chinya. Lord Rengoku is in the third room on the left. After knowing the location, Chiba Yang immediately rushed to the third ward on the left. He forced himself to calm down and then gently pushed open the ward door. The noise was certainly not good for the patients. As he opened the door, Chiba Yang saw Kyojuro Rengoku lying on a hospital bed with a bandage wrapped around his left eye. By the bedside were the Lord and his two daughters, and Shinobu Kocho was also standing nearby. Chiba Yang looked at Kyojuro with worry and slowly walked into the hospital room. Xiao Yang is here. Kyojuro turned to glance at Chiba Yang, his voice slightly weak, but still revealing his optimistic and sunny personality. How did it come to this? Chiba Yang knelt by the bedside, looking at Kyojuro with concern. Kyojuro had encountered Lower One on the Infinity Train, and after defeating Lower One with Tanjiro and the others, he faced Upper 3. Kyojuro single-handedly held off Upper 3 to protect all the humans on the train, buying time until dawn, but he was injured in the process. Waya, standing nearby, softly explained to Chiba Yang that he had been keeping vigil by Kyojuro's bedside every day during his 3 days of unconsciousness, and he learned about the incident from the crow. Upper 3. Chiba Yang silently kept track of this account in his mind. Then he worriedly asked, "How is the teacher's injury now?" "I feel much better now," Akira Rengoku replied with a smile. "Mr. Rengoku, your current temperature has exceeded 39 degrees. Your heart rate has reached 210 beats per minute, and the wounds on your left eye and right abdomen are quite serious. You are only out of immediate danger." "This is not what you call feeling much better," Butterfly Shinobu interjected. Upon hearing this, Akira Rengoku fell silent, not wanting others to worry about him. "Can the teacher's injury be treated, Sister Shinobu?" Chiba Yang asked Butterfly Shinobu. "If you want to live like an ordinary person, the treatment isn't very difficult. But a full recovery requires time to rest, and you cannot fight until you are completely healed," Butterfly Shinobu answered. Chiba Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "So how long will it take, Butterfly?" Akizawa asked, frowning at Butterfly Shinobu. He was hoping for a quick recovery to continue hunting demons, as he feared that if the delay was too long, humans within his guarded area would be harmed by demons. "It should take at least around 3 months. But that's considering your good physical condition," Butterfly Shinobu replied after a moment of thought. "Isn't that too long? What if a demon appears in my guarded area during this time? I don't think my injuries are that severe. I should be fine after 2 weeks of rest," Akizawa said. Hearing this, Wise Eye reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll temporarily assign your guarded area to other Hashira. Just focus on your recovery for now, Akizawa." Wise Eye's tone was gentle, providing Akizawa with a solution. "My lord, I'll take care of the teacher's guarded area." Chiba Yang quickly said to Wise Eye, "All right, I'll let you know the scope of Akizawa's guarded area shortly." Wise Eye agreed after hearing Chiba Yang's words. After hearing the solution, Akizawa felt at ease. Although he wanted to protect humans himself, he understood that his injuries were serious. He was aware of Chiba Yang's strength, so he felt more at ease with him in charge of his guarded area. "My lord, I have other matters to report regarding this mission. It seems I have awakened the markings I previously mentioned," Akizawa said, recalling his state during the battle with Akaza. "Markings?" Upon hearing Akizawa's words, Chiba Yang did not feel happy about his strength increase, recalling what the Lord had said and what he had learned from Tamayo. Chiba Yang has already realized that it is almost a fact that the pattern swordsman will not live past the age of 25. However, being born with patterns, he might be unaffected. Moreover, he is the first pattern swordsman of this era, and Kyojuro Rengoku is likely influenced by him. At this moment, he feels somewhat guilty and sad, even beginning to hope that he won't live past 25 like Yoruichi Tsujikuni. However, what he doesn't know is that it was precisely because of the emergence of the patterns that Kyojuro was able to hold on until dawn during his battle with Akaza. The others in the ward are unaware of what Chiba Yang is thinking at this moment. After hearing Kyojuro's words, Yoya smiled and said to him, "We already knew about this a couple of days ago when you were still unconscious. Let's talk about the patterns in a few days when your health improves. For now, just focus on your treatment. Yoya has already sent Yuri Kaneo to gather the other Hashira, and in a few days, when Kyojuro's health gets better, he plans to discuss this matter collectively with them. Upon hearing this, Kyojuro said no more and agreed. After reminding Kyojuro to take good care of his injuries, Yoya left with the support of his two daughters. Shinobu Kocho also went to prepare medicine for Kyojuro's treatment. Only the master and disciple remained in the ward, but outside, there were two hidden squad members responsible for taking care of Kyojuro. If he needed anything, the two would come in to help. I wish I could go with my master, Chiba Yang said with guilt and regret. Chapter 57, Wishes. Don't say such willful things, Xiaoyang. As Hashira, each of us bears our own responsibilities. It's not something we could decide on a whim. If you really came with me, who would handle the demons in your alert area? What would happen to the people who encounter demons? I'm already very satisfied with this outcome. Being able to protect all the passengers on the train is enough for me to feel no regret and be incredibly happy. I believe you feel the same way, right? Akazuro said softly to Chiba Yang, a smile on his face, showing a look of happiness. Akazuro's words left Chiba Yang unable to refute. What he had just said was indeed a bit willful. Remembering the grateful expressions of the family he saved, Chiba Yang lowered his head. Suddenly, there was a knock on the ward's door. Chiba Yang got up and opened the door. A member of the hidden team stood behind the door, holding a large bag that looked quite heavy, though it was unclear what was inside. The hidden team member greeted Chiba Yang and then set the heavy bag down on the ground, taking a few breaths before saying, "This was received this morning from a little girl with glasses and braided hair at a vine house. She said it was for Lord Purgatory. Thank you for your hard work," Chiba Yang said as he took the large bag from the hidden team member's hands and effortlessly lifted it. A rich aroma of beef wafted out from the bag. "Oh, right, and there's this." The hidden team member then pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Chiba Yang as well. "Thank you," Chiba Yang said with a smile as he accepted the envelope. No, it's nothing." The hidden team member quickly waved his hand, his face slightly flushed. Then he glanced into the hospital room and said, "I hope Lord Purgatory can recover soon. We want to handle things afterward." Many passengers on the train prayed to the gods for Lord Purgatory's protection, so he will definitely get better soon. After hearing the hidden team member's words, although Chiba Yang didn't see it with his own eyes, he could already imagine the scene in his mind. Teacher Purgatory would surely be very happy to know this. Chiba Yang turned back with a smile to look at the sickbed where Akaza was lying and noticed that he seemed not to have heard. So he thought he would tell him about it later. He definitely would. Chiba Yang smiled at the hidden team member. The hidden team member nodded firmly and then left. Turning around, he gently closed the door and returned to the sickbed, where Chiba Yang shared what the hidden team member had just said to Akaza. After listening to Chiba Yang's words, Akaza slightly lowered his head and revealed a gentle smile. Is that so? Although he took protecting the weak as his duty, receiving such blessings from those he protected undoubtedly made Akaza feel pleased. Also, these were sent by that hidden team member who said that a little girl with glasses and braided hair had entrusted a swordsman to deliver them to you this morning. Chiba Yang took out the letter that the hidden team member had just given him and raised the large bag in his hand, saying to Kyojuro. Hearing Chiba Yang's words, Kyojuro recalled the little girl and her grandmother he had encountered and protected at the train station, and he also sensed a familiar scent. "Can you help me read this?" "Xiaoyang," Kyojuro said with a smile, looking at the envelope in Chiba Yang's hand. He was currently severely injured and looked somewhat inconvenient. "Okay, teacher," Chiba Yang nodded in response. He tore open the envelope, took out the letter, and unfolded it, revealing neatly written characters before him. Then Chiba Yang began to read the contents aloud. Although he had never attended school, he had been taught to read by his mother from a young age, so this was not difficult for him. "Hello, big brother who looks like an owl. I'm sorry I forgot to ask your name at that time, and can only address you this way. I am the little girl who was saved by you at the train station when I was selling bento. First of all, I want to thank you for saving me and my grandmother at that time. Without you, we might have perished at the hands of demons, and my grandmother and I will always remember your kindness. Last night, we heard from some passengers about what happened after you boarded the Infinite train that day and learned that you protected all the passengers from a very powerful demon and were seriously injured. Upon hearing that you were hurt, my grandmother and I felt very worried and sad. We don't have any other abilities. The only thing we can do is make bento. So we stayed up all night preparing 30 servings of Jaiden bento to send to you. Since we didn't know where you were, we could only inquire about demon slayers nearby, and finally found a family with a wisteria flower emblem in the morning who said they could help deliver it to you. We don't know when these bentos will reach you. If they arrive early, the taste should remain unchanged. If you don't mind, please accept them. However, if there is a long delay, the bentos might not taste good anymore, and in that case, please throw them away. We also don't know how your health is now. Has your injury improved? Can you walk? My grandmother and I sincerely wish for your speedy recovery, and we will pray to the gods for your protection. Lastly, I want to tell you that after learning about the Wisteria family, we also plan to help you, who hunt demons at night to protect humanity, just like that family. If possible, Big Brother, you can come to our house to visit in the future. By then, it should already have the Wisteria flower emblem printed on it. Having read the letter with a moved heart, Chiba Yang's eyes unknowingly became moist. The contents of this letter made him feel how important and meaningful his actions were, and that the connections between people would continue to be passed down and develop, ultimately turning everyone into a close-knit collective. With such strength, demons could never defeat humanity. I'm a bit hungry, Kyojuro said softly. Chiba Yang opened a large bag, inside which were 30 neatly arranged bento boxes, labeled Premium Beef Bowl Bento. He took out one box, intending to feed it to Rengoku, but he was refused. As soon as he opened the bento, a delicious aroma filled the entire hospital room, indicating that the maker had put a lot of effort into keeping it fresh. In Chapter 58 of 5 Ants, Rengoku finished all 30 bento boxes in a row. The battle on the Infinity Train had taken a heavy toll on him, and during the previous 2 days in a coma, he could only receive some nutritional fluids. Today, upon waking up, he was indeed quite hungry. Of course, more importantly, he didn't want to waste the little girl's kind gesture. Xiaoyang, can I ask you for a favor? Chiba Yang tidied up the finished lunchbox and heard Xing Shulang speak to him. Please go ahead, teacher. I absolutely won't decline. Chiba Yang replied seriously upon hearing this. This time, I am carrying out the mission alongside those 3 boys. Along the way, I promise to take those 3 boys as my adopted sons and guide them in their training. However, my current physical condition is indeed not very good, so I would like you to take over and guide them for a while, Xing Shulang said to Chiba Yang. You're talking about Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, right? Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang asked Kyojuro about the specifics of this mission, as he was not clear about the details, only having a rough idea from the words of their lord just now. Kyojuro nodded. All right, during this time, I will guide them well. Since you have taken them as your disciples, they are also my junior brothers. I will take good care of them, Chiba Yang replied with a smile. Thinking about becoming a senior brother to Tanjiro and the others, Chiba Yang felt a bit of anticipation. He had never actually trained anyone before and was unsure of what it would feel like. Thank you, Kyojuro said with a smile to Chiba Yang. After a while, Kyojuro fell asleep, and seeing this, Chiba Yang gently walked out of the hospital room and closed the door. Remembering Kyojuro's entrustment and the truth about the dance of the fire god he learned from Tamayo, Chiba Yang decided to find Tanjiro and the others. At the training ground, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were training hard. Tanjiro was doing push-ups on the ground, Inosuke was pulling a large rock with a rope, and even Zenitsu, who was usually quite lazy, was practicing running speed. Charge! Charge! Inosuke shouted loudly while pulling the rock, filled with unwillingness. As someone who is extremely competitive, he felt very frustrated that he couldn't help during the mission against the Upper Moon, even lacking the qualification to join a battle. When he saw Kyojuro being carried away by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he vowed to train hard to become stronger and immediately started training after returning. Tanjiro and Zenitsu felt similarly dissatisfied with their inability to help. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, you can stop for a moment. Chiba Yang called out to the 3 as he arrived at the training ground. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 stopped. What do you want, Chiba Yang? If there's something, say it quickly. We still need to train, Inosuke said with a snort, slightly dissatisfied. The teacher sent me to train you for a while. Do you want to start now, or take a day off and start tomorrow? Chiba Yang directly stated his purpose to the 3. Teacher? What is that? Inosuke asked, a bit confused. Tanjiro, upon hearing this, reacted and asked Chiba Yang excitedly, has Mr. Rengoku woken up? What? That incredibly strong, juiced, big-eyed guy has woken up? Inosuke also asked excitedly after hearing Tanjiro's words. He was impressed by Kyojuro's strength displayed on the Mugen train. Really? Zenitsu also came over to ask. During the time on the Mugen train, he had basically been sleeping the whole time, and by the time he woke up, it was almost dawn, so he was still unclear about what had happened. Chiba Yang smiled and nodded. That's great, Tanjiro said happily upon hearing this, then asked Chiba Yang, can I go visit Mr. Rengoku? I want to go too. Inosuke immediately raised his hand upon hearing this. Me too. Zenitsu followed suit. Hearing this, Chiba Yang shook his head and said, the teacher is already asleep. If you want to visit him, you can wait until tomorrow. All right then. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Tanjiro expressed his understanding and then answered the question Chiba Yang had initially asked him. Let's start training now. I want to become stronger. At the very least, I want to have the power to help Mr. Rengoku and the others. I don't want to be unable to do anything and just watch from the sidelines. Tanjiro said firmly, looking at Chiba Yang. What about you guys? Chiba Yang, not surprised by Tanjiro's reaction, turned to Zenitsu and Inosuke and asked, I also want to start training today, but your training won't be too harsh, right, Yang? Zenitsu asked with some concern. He hadn't heard of Chiba Yang guiding others in training, so he felt a bit uneasy. Of course, it won't be too harsh. I will gradually increase the difficulty according to the minimum standards to find the most suitable training volume for you, Chiba Yang replied to Zenitsu. He actually left out one sentence, using himself as a reference. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu felt relieved and said with some admiration, I didn't expect you to be quite professional. This is my first time trying to guide others in training. I hope I can help you become stronger, Chiba Yang said, feeling a bit shy at Zenitsu's compliment. Our match hasn't happened yet. If you can't win against me, don't expect me to listen to you, Inosuke said, hands on his hips, to Chiba Yang. Remembering this, Chiba Yang recalled that Inosuke had proposed a match after learning he was a Hashira, with the content seemingly about speed. At that time, he was looking for Tanjiro to discuss the Hinakami Kagura, so he didn't agree. Now that Inosuke brought it up again, he naturally couldn't refuse. All right, let's start the match now. Are you chasing me, or am I chasing you? Chiba Yang said to Inosuke. Of course, you chase me. The great king of the mountains, Inosuke, will definitely not let you catch me, Inosuke said, with his left hand on his hip and his right thumb pointing at himself. Then you can shout start, Chiba Yang said to Inosuke. Start. Huh. As soon as Inosuke shouted start, he planned to run far away, but before he could take a step, he realized the hand was already on his shoulder. Is this good enough? A familiar voice came from behind. Inosuke felt a sensation similar to when he was tied up by Joe last time, but this time it was even more terrifying. His extraordinary perception was of no use. Even though he now knew Chiba Yang was right behind him, he still couldn't sense him. Tanjiro and Zenitsu, who were standing by to watch the match, hadn't reacted yet when the match was already over. Chapter 59, Normal Training Volume. Inosuke was sweating coldly, finding it hard to believe. He thought that after training for so long since that incident in the Spider Mountain, he should be able to fight against a Hashira. But the current situation clearly showed he had no power to resist. All right, since there are no problems, let's start training now, Chiba Yang said, stepping back from Inosuke and looking at the three in front of him. The three nodded. Then let's start with basic physical training. Chiba Yang looked at the three of them, pondering what kind of training they should undergo. He had some understanding of Tanjiro and the others, with a slightly better grasp of Tanjiro compared to Inosuke. Zenitsu was the fastest among them. Chiba Yang had seen him use the first form of thunder breathing, which relied on extreme speed, so training him in that aspect would suffice. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was more well-rounded, possessing decent strength and speed. But his swordsmanship stood out the most, as his fire god dance was the most exquisite sword technique Chiba Yang had ever witnessed. However, his flaws were also quite apparent. His physical condition was somewhat lacking, and his mastery of breathing techniques wasn't very good. It wasn't a matter of skill, but rather that his lungs weren't strong enough. Chiba Yang had observed this when Tanjiro used the fire god dance, although his breathing technique was almost identical to Chiba Yang's sun breathing. This issue diminished Tanjiro's power significantly and made it extremely exhausting to execute. He could hardly use the fire god dance more than a few times, and if he were injured or exhausted in battle, he might not be able to perform the entire set of sword techniques. Chiba Yang had given him advice on maintaining total concentration breathing, constant to gradually strengthen his lungs, but now that training was about to begin, it couldn't just be that. Chiba Yang planned to train him in both breathing techniques and endurance. Of course, breathing techniques were fundamental for the Demon Slayer Corps, and he would have the other two undergo this training as well. As for Inosuke, Chiba Yang didn't know him very well, but in the transparent world, he noticed that Inosuke's body was quite robust, and his ligaments appeared to be more flexible than average. This meant that the stability of his bones might be slightly compromised, but at the same time, the range of motion of his organs would be slightly greater. In other words, he had the ability to shift his organs from their original positions, which was a strong capability for life and death combat. However, achieving this required strong bodily control. So Chiba Yang planned to train him in both body control and strength. After sorting out his thoughts, Chiba Yang first looked at Inosuke, pointed at the large stone tied up in the training ground, and said to him, Inosuke, start by squatting with this stone for 200 reps to warm up. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Tanjiro and the others were stunned. Squatting with such a large stone. 200 times. And this was just the warm-up. Did Yang want to kill us? Zenitsu's mouth dropped open in shock, and he began to worry intensely about his own training. Didn't he say he would start from the minimum standard? How could it jump straight to training that was impossible for a human to complete? No. He must be getting back at Inosuke. Zenitsu turned to look at Inosuke, recalling the moment when Inosuke had mistakenly called Chiba Yang by the wrong name. That's right. Yang must be getting back at Inosuke for always mispronouncing his name by assigning him an impossible training regimen. Given my good relationship with Yang, he would definitely arrange suitable training for me. I didn't expect Yang to be so vengeful and cunning. The more Zenitsu thought about it, the more he felt he was right, and then he smiled and gave Chiba Yang a look, hoping he would arrange appropriate training for him. Chiba Yang felt a bit confused when he saw Zenitsu suddenly giving him a wink. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he decided to respond to him first. Thinking this, Chiba Yang smiled and nodded at Zenitsu. It really is like that. Seeing Chiba Yang's response, Zenitsu confirmed his thoughts and glanced sympathetically at Inosuke. Sigh. Stupid boar head, I didn't expect you to have a day like this too. Enjoy it well, ha ha ha. Zenitsu chuckled to himself while covering his mouth, making Tanjiro next to him a bit puzzled. Yang, is this training load too much? Tanjiro asked Chiba Yang. Huh, is it? Chiba Yang replied, somewhat confused. To him, this was indeed the minimum standard for the training. If it were him, he would do 500 of the basic exercises. But I set the training amount according to the minimum standard. I thought Inosuke should be able to complete it easily. Did I think wrong? Chiba Yang said, feeling a bit troubled. This training amount is clearly just for warming up. If Inosuke really can't finish it, he can do as much as he can. Chiba Yang said helplessly. A large puff of air burst from the nostrils of Inosuke's boar head mask, and he immediately became furious, shouting loudly at Chiba Yang. What did you say? Bastard, this little bit of training is definitely no problem for me. I can easily do 200 right now. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll kick you to pieces? After yelling at Chiba Yang, Inosuke rushed to the big rock, then lifted it with all his strength. Watch me finish this right now. Saying that, Inosuke began to do squats while holding the rock. Tanjiro looked at Inosuke with admiration. Zenitsu looked at Inosuke as if he were a fool, while Chiba Yang felt a bit introverted after being scolded by Inosuke. However, he didn't mind too much and turned to Zenitsu, saying, Zenitsu, was my training, Yang? Zenitsu replied eagerly. You need to train your speed. So start by running 30 laps around the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Chiba Yang instructed Zenitsu. Zenitsu's expression froze, and he felt like he misheard. With a smile still on his face, he asked Chiba Yang again, run 30 laps around the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? Yes. And you need to maintain total concentration breathing. Constant while running, Chiba Yang nodded at Zenitsu. After thinking for a moment, he added, try to keep your fastest speed as much as possible. Chapter 60, Koyuki. The smile that was frozen on Zenitsu's face vanished. This kind of training is impossible for anyone to complete. Are you trying to kill me? I haven't even married yet, and if I die from this training now, don't you think that's too pitiful? Very pitiful. If I don't see Nezuko turn back into a human and die before marrying her, that would be too pitiful. Nezuko would be a widow for life because of this, and the one responsible for all this will be you, Yang. Can you bear it? Woo. Zenitsu suddenly pounced on Chiba Yang, grabbing his clothes and crying out. Tanjiro felt a bit helpless hearing Zenitsu's words, but after all, Zenitsu had protected Nezuko many times during the Infinity Train mission, and he was still willing to acknowledge Zenitsu. Chiba Yang felt somewhat helpless seeing Zenitsu's appearance, and just then, Inosuke beside him was starting to struggle. The stone he was carrying was originally tied up with a rope for strength training, and Inosuke had been able to lift it fairly easily. However, now that it had turned into squats, the difficulty had increased significantly. After doing about 20, Inosuke's legs and arms began to tremble. Charging forward, Inosuke was using his breathing technique, shouting slogans to motivate himself, but it wasn't enough to push him past his limits. Suddenly, his arms went weak, and the giant stone was about to crash down. However, in the next moment, the stone was lifted up. Chiba Yang stood beside him, pulling the rope tied to the giant stone with one hand. Inosuke, exhausted, immediately collapsed onto the ground. The training I arranged for them seems to be a bit too harsh. Inosuke's situation made Chiba Yang realize that his arrangements were indeed somewhat unreasonable. So he thought for a moment and said to Zenitsu, sorry, I misjudged earlier. Zenitsu, you run 3 laps, but you must maintain total concentration breathing throughout. Based on Inosuke's condition, Their limits should be about 1/10 of his, so Chiba Yang reduced Zenitsu's training to 1/10 as well. That's still a lot, Yang. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters is quite large, Zenitsu said, tears streaming down his face, looking pitifully at Chiba Yang. If you reduce it any more, it won't be effective. Chiba Yang felt a bit troubled, realizing that guiding others in training wasn't an easy task, and he understood why the Hashira basically had no apprentices. Teaching others really required experienced individuals. All right then. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu said no more, wiped his tears, and went to run with a heroic expression. Sorry, I didn't consider it well. Is that okay? Chiba Yang stepped forward and extended his hand to Inosuke, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. If he hadn't noticed just now, Inosuke might have been injured because of his training. Inosuke looked at Chiba Yang's outstretched hand and froze for a moment, then stood up on his own. If you don't mess around, I can definitely finish 200, Inosuke said, but his trembling arms and legs made his words lack conviction. You should rest for a while. Chiba Yang nodded and said to Inosuke, then looked at Tanjiro. At that moment, Tanjiro felt a bit anxious. Chiba Yang's training arrangement for Inosuke and Zenitsu made him question Chiba Yang's abilities in this regard. Although he hoped to train hard and become stronger quickly, he didn't want to undertake training that was impossible to complete. Tanjiro, your training is to hold your breath. Chiba opened his mouth to Tanjiro and said that this was a training method he came up with to strengthen Tanjiro's lungs. Although it was simple, it should be more suitable for him. The essence of the breathing technique is to inhale a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, thereby significantly enhancing one's physical abilities instantly. As long as he trains his lungs well, he will definitely find it much easier to perform the dance of the fire god in battle later, and the power of his swordsmanship will also be enhanced accordingly. Well, let's start with 3 minutes, Chiba said after thinking. Based on Inosuke's situation earlier, he already knew that the training he had planned before was not very suitable. So this time he adjusted the training for Tanjiro according to Inosuke's condition at that time. Hearing Chiba words, Tanjiro sighed in relief. Holding his breath for 3 minutes was not too difficult for him. Okay, Tanjiro nodded in response. He then prepared a wooden tub filled with water for his breath-holding training. The training of the three proceeded vigorously. In addition to these exercises, Chiba also improved Zenitsu and Inosuke's swordsmanship through his insights from the transparent world, making their techniques more suitable for their bodies and allowing them to maximize their strength. After realizing that his standards were different from Tanjiro's, Chiba guidance ability proved to be quite good. While Chiba was instructing the three in the training ground, a black-haired, green-eyed demon slayer with thick eyebrows saw Zenitsu outside the training area. TCH. Upon seeing Zenitsu, Kawaguchi showed a look of disgust and was about to turn away, but the conversation of two Hashira passing by made him stop. Lord Chiba really takes care of a lower-ranked swordsman. He is so busy, yet patiently guides them in their training, one of the Hashira remarked, looking at Chiba in the training area. Indeed, and he is very respectful towards us low-ranking Hashira. What a gentle person, the other Hashira echoed. Hey, are you talking about Lord Chiba? The genius swordsman who joined the Demon Slayer Corps less than half a month ago and already killed Lower Moon 2 to become a Hashira? Kawaguchi called out to the two Hashira with an arrogant tone. The two Hashira were somewhat displeased by Kawaguchi's attitude, but since he was a demon slayer, they didn't say much and replied, yes. After hearing their answer, Kawaguchi looked at Zenitsu, who was honing his sword skills under Chiba guidance. Why does this guy have such good luck? There's always someone teaching him carefully wherever he goes. Jealousy gradually ignited in his heart as Kawaguchi clenched his fists. After a moment, he snorted coldly and left. Before he knew it, dusk had arrived, and after a day of training, Tanjiro and the others were exhausted. All right, let's end today's training here. We'll continue tomorrow, and I'll appropriately increase your training load. But don't worry, I'll also consider your capacity. Chiba said with a smile, feeling more adept at this. Bring it on. I will complete all the training and become stronger. Inosuke shouted energetically, raising his arms. I will do my best too, Tanjiro said in response. I hope you can really manage it, Zenitsu complained to Chiba. After that, the few of them said their goodbyes, and Chiba parted ways with them. The next day, early in the morning, as Chiba stepped outside, he saw a demon slayer standing outside the courtyard, seemingly waiting for him. Lord Hashira, I am Kawaguchi, and I want to become strong like you. I hope you can guide me. Chapter 61. Mission report the demon slayer before Chiba was unfamiliar to him, and he didn't understand why he would seek him for guidance. However, he still had to go guide Tanjiro and the others, and even if he wanted to agree, he didn't have the time. Moreover, He was guiding Tanjiro and the others partly because he already knew them, and partly due to Kyojuro's request. Otherwise, during this free time without missions, he would have chosen to go look for Muzan's whereabouts. Sorry, I have other matters to attend to, Chiba Yo said apologetically, smiling at Kawaguchi. He continued, and I'll have a lot on my plate later, basically no time at all. If you want to become stronger, you can seek guidance from other Hashira, like the Stone Hashira, Kageyama Shinobu. He is the strongest in the Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing Kawaguchi bowing earnestly. Although Chiba Yo didn't have time, he still revealed some information to him. Yesterday, while in Kyojuro's hospital room, the master had already mentioned that he would summon the other Hashira back to discuss matters regarding Muzan, and they should return in the next few days. Kageyama Shinobu. That blind man will be back in the next few days? Hearing Chiba Yo's words, Kawaguchi was startled, feeling like a mouse seeing a cat. He was quite familiar with Kageyama Shinobu. He was one of the children sheltered by him in the past. He was the child who didn't listen to Shinobu's words and encountered a demon while returning to the temple at night. He was also the one who extinguished the wisteria incense and let demons into the temple, causing the children inside to perish, resulting in Shinobu being imprisoned. After experiencing some events, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps and later learned that Shinobu had become the Stone Hashira. Since then, he had been avoiding Shinobu, and he only dared to come back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters this time because he heard that Shinobu was on a mission. Now, Chiba Yo's words frightened him, and without daring to stay any longer, he quickly turned and left without saying a word to Chiba Yo. In such a hurry, it seems he really wants to become stronger. Chiba Yang watched as the fast-walking Suiwa left and thought to himself. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and turned back to walk towards the training ground. Half an hour later, after arranging today's training tasks for Tanjiro and the others, Chiba Yang arrived at the Lord's residence. Yesterday, he had been worried about Kyojuro's safety and had even momentarily forgotten to report the task situation to the Lord. He should mention the encounter with Muzan to the Lord. As for the part concerning Tamayo and Yashiro, Chiba Yang planned to keep it hidden for the time being. But he didn't expect that the matter he didn't bring up would be mentioned first by the Lord. After explaining the situation of encountering Muzan to the Lord, Yoya looked at Chiba Yang and smiled, saying, "You encountered Tamayo in this mission, didn't you, Yang?" Hearing Yoya's words, Chiba Yang was shocked for a moment, then suddenly recalled something. Last time, when judging Tanjiro and Nezuko, after Tanjiro was taken away by the hidden team member, Yoya had said something ambiguous. "Tanjiro, please send my regards to Miss Tamayo." Could it be that the Lord also knows Miss Tamayo? And based on the situation at that time, Tanjiro also knew Miss Tamayo? Chiba Yang suddenly understood a lot of things. He opened his mouth to ask Yaozai, "Does Lord Shugo also know Miss Tamayo?" The current situation could no longer be concealed, so Chiba Yang simply stopped hiding. "Well, I learned of her existence from some records in ancient books about the Demon Slayer Corps during the Warring States period. Recently, when Tanjiro was on a mission, I gained more understanding of her from Tsujikuni's report." Yaozai nodded and said, "Does Lord Shugo also accept them?" Chiba Yang asked curiously. Hearing this, Yaozai smiled and said, "They share the same goal as us. What is there to not accept? Moreover, Miss Tamayo has saved many humans as a doctor, so she can be considered our ally." Yaozai said this to Chiba Yang because he knew that Chiba Yang had already accepted Tamayo and the others. If it were any other Hashira, he wouldn't discuss this. "I did meet Miss Tamayo and discussed ways to eliminate Muzan with her. She also told me a lot about Muzan." Chiba Yang revealed everything after hearing Yaozai say this. "Your choice is correct. If I need to cooperate with Tamayo later, I hope you can help me contact her. However, this matter should only be known to the two of us in the Demon Slayer Corps for now. Let's keep it from the other Hashira for the time being," Yaozai said with a smile to Chiba Yang. "Okay, I understand." Chiba Yang nodded and replied. He also understood Yaozai's intention. The other Hashira would likely not accept working with a demon. After leaving the Butterfly Mansion, Chiba Yang went back to guide Tanjiro and the others. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, after the last incident, Muzan, who originally planned to change his identity to continue disguising himself as a human to search for the blue spider lily, abandoned that thought. He had hardly left the Infinity Castle during this time. Cautiously, he planned to wait until the 12 Kazuki eliminated Chiba Yang before acting recklessly. Before long, Akaza entered the Infinity Castle. "Lord Muzan." Akaza knelt on one knee to greet Muzan. He already knew that Muzan had called him in to punish him, as he had not only failed to kill the Demon Slayer with the flower-shaped ear accessories, but he had also failed to kill any of the 4 Demon Slayers present. Muzan would surely be furious upon learning of this. "Akaza, did you kill that Demon Slayer with the flower-shaped ear accessories?" Muzan asked Akaza in a flat tone. Although he already knew the answer, he still wanted to ask. No, Akaza replied. What about the Hashira that was there? Muzan continued to ask in the same flat tone. Also no, Akaza responded. Muzan's forehead veins bulged, already showing signs of anger. What about the demon slayers and humans there? This time, without waiting for Akaza to answer, Muzan answered for him. None either. You failed to complete the task I assigned you. As an upper rank, you can't even defeat a Hashira now? Since you can't help me, what is the point of your existence? Muzan looked down at Akaza, his voice filled with fury, while pointing his right index finger at Akaza. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly erupted from within Akaza's body, followed by blood seeping from his body, and his 7 orifices began to bleed. As a subordinate, I am willing to accept punishment for my failure, Akaza said, spitting out blood and bowing his head. Chapter 62. Conditions for awakening the mark. Weren't you keen on becoming stronger through your own training and disdainful of eating humans? Why are you now so weak? You can't even defeat a Hashira? You've even fallen to the point of fleeing. Muzan continued to vent his anger at Akaza. Originally, Muzan was dissatisfied with Akaza's behavior of almost never eating humans, but because Akaza's strength was strong enough, he had tolerated it. Now that Akaza couldn't even deal with a Hashira, Muzan's frustration with his behavior exploded. Because the sun came out, Akaza said, feeling a bit indignant. Although he didn't kill the Hashira, it wasn't because he lacked the ability. If the sun hadn't come out, he was confident that his final move could definitely kill Kyojuro. However, Muzan didn't want to hear this. Akaza's words only further enraged him. So what? Why were you dragged into dawn by a mere Hashira? Is it because you were too weak? Don't forget what you've always pursued, Akaza. As long as you can become stronger. What means you used to achieve that goal is not important, right? Muzan said angrily to Akaza. Yes, Akaza replied. If you can kill that demon slayer, then I'll consider your mistake this time as if it never happened. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Now that the lower ranks have all been eliminated, the only powerful ones left among Muzan's subordinates are the upper ranks. Muzan still needed them to help him kill that boy resembling Yoruichi and the demon slayer, so he didn't punish them too harshly. After transmitting the image of encountering Chiba Yang into Akaza's mind, Muzan turned around and a door closed behind him, sending him away from that place. At the same time, Akaza also received the image that Muzan transmitted to him, silently rising to leave. Nakam also cooperatively escorted Akaza out of the Infinity Castle. Walking in the quiet forest, Akaza recalled his battle with Kyojuro. Wait, Kyojuro, next time we meet, I will definitely determine the victor. Clenching his right fist, Akaza felt his blood boiling again. He didn't take Muzan's words too seriously. Although he had lost his memories from when he was human, he still held on to his own principles. He didn't eat women, and he would only choose to eat humans in extreme hunger. He only wanted to become strong through his own training. In Kyojuro's hospital room, after a week of rest, Kyojuro's body had recovered somewhat, and it was much easier to perform some minor movements. At this moment, the other 9 Hashira had all gathered in this hospital room, and Yaozai was also present. Why didn't I have such luck to encounter an upper rank? I really want to cut one of them. Shinazugawa said with a hint of envy regarding Kyojuro's experience after learning the situation. According to Rengoku, an upper rank is definitely not something a single Hashira can defeat. If you encountered one, it might not even be as good as Rengoku's situation, just said expressionlessly, not even turning his head. What did you say? Shinazugawa's face showed surprise as he turned to look at Ju and asked. Kocho also turned to look at Ju, somewhat astonished that he would say such a long sentence. I didn't say anything, Ju replied, still expressionless. Since the Shugo was present, Shinazugawa didn't pursue the matter further. Kyojuro, could you share what happened when the mark appeared with everyone? Yaozai said with a smile to Kyojuro. Gathering all the other Hashira was precisely for this matter. According to Tsujikuni's report on the situation at that time, the mark's effect on the swordsman's strength was beyond doubt. If they could know how to make the mark appear, the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps could be greatly enhanced. In the battle with upper rank 3, my stamina had already reached its limit, but the will to protect others makes me pour all my remaining strength without reservation, and I exert my breathing technique with all my might. At that moment, I felt my body temperature and heartbeat rapidly increase, and then a new power surged from within me, enhancing my strength and speed comprehensively. The patterns must have appeared around this time. Rengoku exclaimed passionately and loudly. His voice had become almost like an ordinary person's during his period of weakness, but now that his body had improved a bit, he regained his former momentum. So, does that mean that in order for the patterns to appear, one must break through their limits in a desperate situation? After listening to Rengoku's words, Shinobu lowered her head in thought. But such conditions seem a bit too unclear. Shinobu continued. More accurately, it should be body temperature and heartbeat, right? Those two also rise when I'm in battle, Chiyo said, expressing her opinion at that moment. Then what is the specific limit? Machiro was also quite invested in this matter. I feel that these two signs, when the patterns appear, are quite similar to when I just regained consciousness. Rengoku replied upon hearing this. At that time, Mr. Rengoku's body temperature was 39 degrees, and his heartbeat had reached 210 beats. Shinobu took over the conversation and then expressed her shock. Can one really fight in such a condition? This is life-threatening. Upon hearing this, Machiro said, perhaps whether one can survive in this state is the watershed for the appearance of the patterns. That's very possible. I also thought I was at death's door back then. Rengoku agreed upon hearing this. Isn't this just a piece of cake? After listening to Machiro and the others' analysis, Shinya immediately stated, I really envy your brain that can describe such harsh conditions as a piece of cake. Yoruichi, who was beside them, spoke up after hearing Shinya's words. Shinya showed an extremely angry expression and looked at Yoruichi, saying, Are you trying to pick a fight? Chiba Yang saw that the usually taciturn Yuyong was becoming more talkative, which puzzled him a bit, but the words that came out of Yuyong's mouth didn't surprise him at all. No, Yuyong stated bluntly, not even turning to look at Arimi. Arimi was even more infuriated by Yuyong's actions, but out of respect for his lord, he held back, thinking he would settle the score later. Now that we know the conditions, our top priority as Hashira is to make the pattern appear as soon as possible, Butterfly Shinobu asked. Indeed, we will do our utmost regarding the pattern. Please rest assured, my lord, Kanroji Mitsuri said, her eyes filled with tears. That's right. I will make sure the pattern appears splendidly, Tenjin said. The other Hashira shared the same sentiment, with no one hesitating or faltering due to the negative effects of the pattern. Seeing the Hashira's reaction, Yoza was moved and slightly bowed, saying, Thank you all. My lord, I have some other findings regarding the pattern. Butterfly Shinobu suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention in the hospital room. She continued, during the time I was treating Mr. Rengoku, I noticed that in the first 2 days, when Mr. Rengoku's pattern was still present, all of his organs were functioning at a high level, but they were also suffering from permanent damage. Chapter 63. The possibility of eliminating negative effects, isn't it said that those who awaken the pattern don't live past 25? Why bother worrying about damaging their organs? Arimi said dismissively upon hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words. For him, getting injured was a common occurrence, and he didn't care about the potential damage to his organs. I suspect that the reason for not living past 25 after awakening the pattern is precisely due to organ damage to a certain extent. After Mr. Rengoku's pattern faded, the situation of his organs being overdrawn also disappeared, and his body temperature and heartbeat quickly dropped. Butterfly Shinobu continued. After hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words, Chiba Yang felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. That means if the teacher no longer activates the marks, he might live past 25. Turning to look at Rengoku, his indifferent expression made Chiba Yang feel that this matter was somewhat unlikely. What is the use of knowing this? You mean that if we use the marks a few less times, we might not die so early, right? But you should know that none of us can back down from this, right? As long as it's a power that can slay demons, I will accept it wholeheartedly. After listening to Butterfly Shinobu, Shimi grinned and said, You misunderstood my meaning, Mr. Tamayorkawa. I naturally understand everyone's determination. What I want to say is that I believe the damage caused by activating the marks to the organs can be treated. Butterfly Shinobu explained. Can be treated. So that means the negative effects of the marks can be eliminated, right? Chiba Yang said excitedly. If what Butterfly Shinobu said is true, then even if Rengoku continues to use the marks, he wouldn't die at 25. I still need to verify this matter, and I don't yet know how to treat the damage caused by organ overuse. I just feel that this idea is feasible, Butterfly Shinobu replied to Chiba Yang. If this idea can be realized, that would be great. Shinobu, please pay attention to this matter. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Wise Eye said with a smile after hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words. Thank you for your support, my lord. I hope that, after everyone activates their marks, I can check them before the marks fade. Butterfly Shinobu thanked Wise Eye and then requested. Of course, no problem. But I don't know if I can survive after activating the marks. GY Mei said with his hands clasped together. Butterfly Shinobu wanted to say something upon hearing GY Mei's words, but ultimately did not speak. Based on her examination of Rengoku, she believed the permanent damage the marks cause to the organs is somewhat similar to aging, which would drastically reduce the lifespan of the organs. However, The body would also take corresponding protective measures. Once the lifespan of the organs is reduced to a certain extent, the body would prevent this from happening. This limit is 25 years old, but if one exceeds 25, the body's protective measures may no longer take effect, and the organs of the mark user might suddenly be completely overdrawn to the point of death. Butterfly Shinobu knew that even knowing this, GY May would not back down, and saying it out loud was meaningless. Moreover, in her view, the marks are not easy to appear. As long as she can find a way to treat the permanent damage caused by the marks before GY May activates them, that would suffice. The next one to awaken the marks must be the magnificent me. When the time comes, I will elegantly show you my splendid marks, Tenjin said, striking a magnificent pose. I have no problem with that. Shimi also agreed to Butterfly Shinobu's request. The other Hashira also agreed, and although Jai did not speak, he nodded. Now he dare not say much. After Chiba Yang said, last time, at the Hashira meeting, that he would be disliked by more people this way, he started to think about trying to communicate more with others to deepen relationships. Although he had never thought he could walk alongside the other Hashira and integrate with them, he still did not want to be disliked by others. Therefore, this time he spoke a few more words, thinking he could start building a relationship with Shimi, who seemed to have the worst relationship with him. But instead of achieving the desired effect, he ended up angering him. This situation left Jai feeling somewhat frustrated and also very confused about where he went wrong. It seems that Temi, like me, doesn't like to communicate with others. Since that's the case, he probably didn't dislike me before. As long as I maintain the previous demeanor, it should be fine. It seems that Chiba's words are completely unreliable, and they're butterfly. Jai thought while glancing at Shimi. All right, let us end this meeting here. Thank you all, especially Rengoku and Shinobu. Wise-Eye said gently to everyone with a smile. This is what we should do. Rengoku said loudly upon hearing this. What, mister? Rengoku said is right. This is what we should do, Butterfly Shinobu also said with a smile. As the meeting ended, everyone stood up to leave the sick room. Chiba Yang, who was closest to the door, opened it, and a boy who looked very much like Rengoku appeared behind the door. Shicher, who Chiba Yang had seen before, said very timidly, I'm sorry, I just wanted to visit my elder brother. It's fine, come in, Wise-Eye said before Chiba Yang could respond. Chiba Yang smiled and stepped aside to let Chizuru enter. Thank you. The actions of the Lord and Chiba Yang made Chizuru feel less restrained, and he thanked them as he walked into the hospital room. It's been a while, Chizuru. You seem to have grown quite a bit, Mitsuri happily said upon seeing Chizuru, as she had visited Kyojuro's home before and naturally recognized him. Sister Kanroji. The presence of Chiba Yang and Kanroji Mitsuri eased Chizuru's tension, and he smiled back at Mitsuri before jogging over to Kyojuro's bedside. Are you alright, brother? Is your injury serious? How's your recovery going? Chizuru asked Kyojuro with concern. I'm recovering well now. Don't worry. Did father send you here? Kyojuro replied to Chizuru with a smile, feeling hopeful as he asked the question. Hearing Kyojuro's question, Chizuru lowered his head. The others in the room quietly left, giving space to the two brothers. At this moment, only Kyojuro and Chizuru remained in the room. I sneaked out myself. Father didn't let me come to visit you, Chizuru said sadly, answering truthfully. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Kyojuro's hopeful expression faded, but in an instant, he regained his sunny and optimistic demeanor. Chapter 64. The Drunken Tanjiro and the Wandering Yami. Why go visit him? It's precisely because he's overestimating himself and doesn't recognize his own abilities that he has fallen to this state. A person's talent is predetermined at birth. Clearly, he's just as useless as I am, but still tries to put on a brave front. It's only natural for him to get seriously injured. In the Rengoku family estate, Rengoku Shinjiro sat in the courtyard, taking several big swigs from a wine jug. The spicy sensation flowed down his throat into his stomach. His head felt heavy, and various pains were alleviated at that moment. But father, brother, Qianshirang was very worried about Xingshirang, thinking that if he could visit him with his father, Xingshirang would be very happy, and his condition would improve faster. Bang! The wine jug hit the floor with a dull sound, interrupting Qianshirang's unfinished words, and he was too frightened by Maki Shirong to speak further. Stop talking to me about these boring things. I can't possibly visit him, and you're not allowed to go either. If you understand, get back to your room quickly. Maki Shirong shouted loudly, not even turning to look at Qianshirang. After a long silence, struggling internally for a while, Qianshirang still didn't dare to argue with Maki Shirong and turned back to his room. Listening to Qianshirang's fading footsteps, Maki Shirong took another big gulp of alcohol. In the afternoon, hearing that there was no more noise outside, Qianzhirang carefully walked out of the room, guessing that Maki Shurong had already drunk himself to sleep. On the steps of the courtyard, Maki Shurong was indeed lying slanted on the wooden floor, with an empty wine jug beside him, snoring. Seeing this, Qianzhirang tiptoed outside, trying to make no sound, afraid of waking Maki Shurong. Fortunately, he did not wake his father. As he walked down the steps into the courtyard and turned to take a glance at Maki Shurong, who had his eyes tightly closed, Qianzhirang let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through, and a broom leaning against the fence in the courtyard fell to the ground with a loud noise. Oh no! Qianzhirang felt a wave of fear and quickly turned to look at the lying Shujuru, only to find that he had merely turned over, smacked his lips a couple of times, and resumed snoring. Thank goodness. Gently stroking his chest, Qianzhirang's anxious heart finally relaxed as he cautiously continued to walk out of the courtyard. After a few more minutes, Qianzhirang finally stepped out of the range of the Hell Mansion, glancing back apologetically at Shujuru before turning to leave. Shortly after Qianzhirang had left, Shujuru, lying on the floor, opened his eyes and stared for a moment in the direction where Qianzhirang had gone, then got up and returned to the room. Inside the room, the photo of Hyuka still retained her appearance from when she was alive. Looking at the photo, Shujuru felt a surge of sorrow. Hyuka, stepping out of the hospital room, Chiba, you felt a bit down. Although the potential resolution to the flaws of the patterns was something to be happy about, the last scene he saw when leaving the hospital made it hard for him to feel joyful. Xiaoyang, can I check your physical condition in a bit? Suddenly, Butterfly Shinobu said to Chiba-yu as they walked. She then added, as the first person to awaken the patterns, and since the patterns won't disappear, I think you should be able to provide some clues on how to treat the flaws of the patterns. No problem. Upon hearing Butterfly Shinobu's words, Chiba-yu stopped his wandering thoughts and nodded in agreement. Since it concerned Kyujuru's lifespan, he was more than willing to help. In the corridor, the 9 Hashira had hardly spoken, and while looking at the front, Chiba-yu suddenly remembered something. Mr. Haimiyuzuki, a swordsman came to me a couple of days ago seeking guidance, but since I had to help my teacher guide 3 other swordsmen, I didn't have much time, so I recommended you to him. Has he come to find you in the past couple of days? Chiba Yang opened his mouth to ask Xingming. After all, it was the first time someone had actively sought him out for guidance. Although he didn't have time to mentor, he still wanted to help this swordsman. Oh, is that so? Ali Tong hasn't had any swordsman come to me in the past couple of days. What is the name of this swordsman you mentioned? How is his talent? If his talent is good, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take him as a stepson. Xingming turned to Chiba Yang, tears in his eyes. I remember his name is called Kuai-yu. As for his talent, I don't know yet. Mr. Baiming can assess it later. But if he hasn't come to look for you, then it's fine. Chiba Yang replied, glancing at Shimi beside him. Chiba Yang dismissed the idea of asking Xingming about Xuani's situation. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Xingming suddenly stopped. Mr. Baiminjiu? Chiba Yang called out in some confusion. After Qin Yang spoke, Xingming didn't hear a word clearly, as all his attention was focused on the name Qin Yang mentioned. You said his name is Kuai-yu? Xingming stopped and faced Qin Yang, his voice laced with anger. He was quite familiar with this name. Yes, that's what he said at the time. Does Mr. Baiming know him? Qin Yang's response made him feel that Xingming seemed to know the swordsman named Kuai-yu. Of course I know him, Xingming replied, suppressing his anger. He was very familiar with every child in the temple. He still remembered each of their names and clearly recalled that night's events. The child who disregarded the warnings and returned at night, extinguishing the wisteria incense burner in the temple, was named Kuai-yu. Butterfly, can I talk with Chinya for a while? Xingming asked Butterfly Ninja, as she had just made an appointment with Chinya Yang to check the patterns. It's fine, we can check the patterns later. Butterfly Ninja agreed upon sensing Xingming's emotions. Chiba-yo also sensed that something was wrong and followed Xingming. Xingming took Chiba-yo to a relatively quiet place. Does Mr. Xingming have some grievances with this swordsman? Chiba-yo asked. I've only met that Kuai-yu once and don't know much about his character. I used to be a monk in a temple and took in many homeless children, and Kuai-yu was one of them, Xingming said. Chiba-yo was a bit surprised by Xingming's words. He thought Xingming didn't like children, but he didn't expect him to have taken in so many. However, due to one incident, almost all those children died. The 2 survivors included one who was the instigator of that incident, and the other, who survived under my protection, pointed to me as the murderer of those children, Xingming said calmly. Chiba-yo could hear the pain and disappointment in his words. Chapter 65. Betrayal. Xingming's words gave Chiba-yo a suspicion. And what Xing Ming said next confirmed his guess. Kuai Yu was the instigator of that incident. He was the one who let the demon into the temple. Reflecting on that experience, Xing Ming could still feel deep pain and disappointment. No wonder he hurried away when he heard me mention your name. I initially thought he was seeking your guidance to become stronger. Now it seems he was avoiding you, afraid to meet you. At this moment, Chiba Yang also understood why Kuai Yu had such a reaction back then. Can you tell me where he is now? Xing Ming asked Chiba Yang. Even if not for himself, he needed to avenge those tragically deceased children, although they had not listened to him and stayed by his side, leading to their deaths by the demon. Xing Ming believed they acted that way simply because they felt he couldn't protect them. After all, he had been undernourished for a long time, his physique was not strong enough, and he didn't seem to provide a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang shook his head and replied, I don't know about that. This is the first time I've seen him. When he left, I thought he was going to find you, and I didn't pay attention to his movements afterward. He then added, however, the Lord must know about it. And since Kaigaku has become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be more appropriate to inform the Lord if we need to deal with him. A person like him would definitely not be tolerated by the Lord. Currently, Chiba Yang has no good feelings towards Kaigaku, and if this guy appears in front of him again, he would definitely choose to teach him a lesson. Chiba Yang also never expected that a person who seemed quite polite at the time would have done such a thing. You're right, I'll go tell the master, Xing Ming said, bringing his hands together. Thank you for telling me all this, Chiba. Then, with tears in his eyes, Xing Ming expressed his gratitude to Chiba Yang. It's nothing. Keeping someone like that in the Demon Slayer Corps is also a disaster. Chiba Yang waved his hand, feeling considerable disdain for Kaiwe. Xing Ming then left for the Kaniashiki mansion, while Chiba Yang went to the Butterfly Mansion to help Butterfly Shinobu research methods to treat the markings. An hour later, in the Kaniashiki mansion, Xing Ming informed the master about Kaiwe. Let's check the information on this swordsman, Wise-Eye said to his aide, Aminai. Hearing this, Aminai got up and walked into the study, and after a while, she brought out a document. Kaiwe, who joined the Demon Slayer Corps 2 years ago through the final selection, was trained by the former Thunder Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. He inherited the thunder-breathing technique along with another disciple, Zenitsu. His background before joining the Demon Slayer Corps is unclear. According to the former Hashira, he had always been an orphan. After becoming a swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps, he became arrogant and vain, which led to very few swordsmen willing to work with him on missions. Recently, he returned to headquarters but left again before staying a full day, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Aminai relayed the information about Kaiwe to Xing Ming. Xing Ming, I want to believe you, then and now. I will send Yuri to recall this swordsman named Kaiwe, and how to deal with him will be up to you, Wise-Eye said softly to Xing Ming. At that time, Xing Ming had been wrongfully imprisoned, and it was the young Wise-Eye who rescued him. So Wise-Eye was quite familiar with this matter and willing to trust what he said. Xing Ming did not expect that the master would entrust him with this matter. Initially, he planned to inform the master and completely follow Wise-Eye's arrangements, but unexpectedly, the master gave him this authority. Thank you for your trust, my lord. If he is now sincerely contributing to hunting down demons and willing to repent for the children who have died, I will only teach him a lesson, Xing Ming said sincerely. Kneeling on one knee, Wise-Eye smiled upon hearing this, then instructed Aminai to send Sayuri. Before long, Sayuri found out about Kaiwe's whereabouts. Demon Slayer swordsman Kaiwe. Return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters immediately. Return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters immediately. Sayuri shouted loudly while circling in the sky. Originally, Kaiwe had been feeling uneasy these past 2 days, fearing that the former Sayuri Xing Ming would find out about his situation. Now, hearing Sayuri's call, he became even more suspicious. Being summoned back to the headquarters was usually a common occurrence. Promotions and tasks requiring multiple swordsmen would also receive summons. However, Kaiwe did not think of it that way at all. Damn it, that blind man can't have found out about me, right? Holding the hilt of his Nicaran blade, Kaiwe's heart was filled with uncertainty. If he really knows I'm in the Demon Slayer Corps, he definitely won't let me go. What should I do? Looking at Sayuri circling in the sky and recalling his experience of joining the Demon Slayer Corps, a thought appeared in Kaiwe's mind. Why do I have to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps? I originally came here to become stronger, but now that old man has nothing left to teach me. Even if he did, he would surely favor that crying blonde brat. The current Hashira were also not good people, even when he humbly asked for guidance. They were unwilling to help him, which was incredibly selfish, and those swordsmen had mocked him for not being able to perform the first form. The more Kaiwe thought, the angrier he became, and his resentment towards the Demon Slayer Corps grew larger. With my current strength, I can live well even without the Demon Slayer Corps. and I won't have to constantly face demons. Return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters immediately. Return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters immediately. Sayuri continued to shout from the sky, and as Kaiwa looked at Sayuri, a murderous intent gradually arose in his heart. Fine, I'm coming back, Kaiwa smirked, slowly tightening his grip on the hilt of his Nichiren blade before drawing it out. Fifth form of thunder breathing. Heat wave thunder. Kaiwa swung his sword with one hand, releasing a bolt of scorching yellow lightning from the Nichiren blade, which quickly struck the Sayuri in the sky. The smell of burning wafted through the air as Sayuri was directly reduced to ashes by the lightning. Just wait. I will definitely take revenge on you. Xingming, Chiba Yang, Zenitsu, and all those who mocked me, none of you will escape. With a resentful glance at the direction of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kaiwa sheathed his Nichiren blade and stepped forward. In the Butterfly Mansion, Butterfly Shinobu had already finished examining Chiba Yang's condition. How is it, Shinobu? Is my condition helpful for your research? Chiba Yang asked. Hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu shook her head. I found that your organs don't seem to be damaged at all. It's completely different from Mr. Rengoku's situation. Chapter 66. Take care of your health. Butterfly Shinobu was also very surprised by Chiba Yang's condition. She initially thought that someone born with markings like Chiba Yang would have significant organ damage, but after the examination, she found that this was not the case at all. Chiba Yang's organs were not only undamaged, but also more vibrant than those of ordinary people. His heart beat stronger and faster, capable of delivering oxygen throughout his body at an incredible rate. All of his other organs were also much more robust than those of an average person. Butterfly Shinobu now understood why Chiba Yang had such exceptional talent. His body was completely like that of a superhero, incomparable to that of ordinary people. What was impossible for others was a piece of cake for him. Even some demons didn't possess a body as strong as his. Originally, the body of the Hashira, Sakanu Kayashige, was the strongest she had ever seen, but Chiba Yang surpassed him by far. Your situation is truly special and cannot be used as a reference. Moreover, after my examination, I believe you cannot possibly live beyond 25, yet your organs are still full of vitality. Butterfly Shinobu continued speaking to Chiba Yang. Just like Miss Tamayo said, Butterfly Shinobu's words left Chiba Yang in admiration, while also feeling a bit regretful that he couldn't provide any help. I'm sorry. I can't help with the drawbacks of the mark, Chiba Yang said apologetically. Upon hearing his words, Butterfly Shinobu smiled and said, It's not your fault, so there's no need to apologize, right? I will find a way to eliminate the drawbacks of the mark. As a Hashira, my strength is nowhere near yours. I can't even behead a demon. I can only rely on poison to kill them. The Hekazai is something I cannot accomplish either. At this point, Butterfly Shinobu felt a bit bitter inside. Before her sister Kane passed away, she had advised her not to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps, hoping she could live a normal life like everyone else. But how could she agree when demons took everything from her? Seeing the powerful abilities of other Hashira, Butterfly Shinobu felt very envious deep down, but she knew that her body could never reach such a level. She didn't have the extraordinary muscle density like Mitsuri, and her strength was even at the bottom within the entire Demon Slayer Corps. However, her hatred for demons and her desire for revenge for her sister propelled her to rise to the rank of Hashira through poison. And despite facing countless dangers and life-threatening situations, she never thought of giving up. She was determined to make the demon that killed her sister pay. This should be my biggest contribution. Butterfly Shinobu looked up at the sky outside the window, still wearing a smile. Listening to Butterfly Shinobu's words, Chiba Yang felt a bit of heartache, but he didn't know what to say. Without such troubles, he felt that whatever he said now would sound like empty words. The more he learned about the other Demon Slayer Corps members, the more he discovered their tragic stories, how their families were destroyed because of demons, and how they had to embark on this dangerous path driven by hatred. But their hearts held not only hatred for demons, they also harbored expectations for a beautiful future, one without demons, where people would no longer live in fear at night, no longer witness the countless tragedies caused by evil demons, and no longer see their loved ones devouring each other. They were looking forward to such a tomorrow. Perhaps even without demons, many tragedies would still occur, but without demons, they would all have a normal life, a life they viewed as a luxury. As he left the Butterfly Mansion in silence, Chiba Yang happened to run into Senjuro, who had just visited Kyojuro and was about to head home. Are you going back? Chiba Yang suppressed his thoughts and greeted Senjuro. Yes. Now that I know my brother's condition, I can rest easy. It's time for me to go back and cook for father, Senjuro replied with a shy smile. Since Makijuro became despondent and started drinking all day, Senjuro had been the one to cook at home since Kyojuro often had missions, although sometimes Makijuro wouldn't eat. Senjuro, you really are understanding. Chiba Yang looked at Senjuro and felt as if he saw his past self. He had also cared for his mother when she was bedridden. But his mother would never scold him like Makijuro did. Compared to my brother, what I do is nothing. Senjuro smiled a bit shyly, then fell silent for a moment, looking down and saying, I'm sure my brother wishes father could come to visit him too, but I wasn't able to persuade him. Although Kyojuro's expression had quickly changed back. The observant Senjuro still noticed. This is not your fault. Chiba Yang originally wanted to criticize Makijuro a bit for staying home while his child was seriously injured, letting his younger son visit instead, and even needing Senjuro to cook for him while he drank every day. Chiba Yo had some complaints about Makishiro. He reminded him of his father, whom he had never met, who abandoned him and his mother, leaving her to raise him alone and eventually fall seriously ill. Although he wanted to scold Makishiro a bit, this was in front of Chishiro, and doing so would be impolite no matter how he looked at it. As long as he had a clear conscience, that was enough. Chiba Yo smiled and spoke to Chishiro. Chishiro raised his head and replied with a smile. In the Purgatory Mansion, under the slanting rays of the setting sun, Makishiro sat again on the steps in front of the mansion, drinking. Chikusho stepped out of the house and gently placed the dinner down. Father, I've put dinner here, Chikusho said. After returning home, Makijuro didn't say much about his behavior of sneaking out. Makijuro remained silent, still sitting there without responding. Senjuro did not leave immediately. He hesitated behind him for a moment, and was just about to convey the message from Kyojuro that he was supposed to deliver to his father when Makijuro spoke up. How is Kyojuro doing? Makijuro asked, looking at the red clouds in the sky, his voice devoid of any inflection. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he had been quite worried ever since he received the news that Kyojuro was seriously injured. After hearing this, Chishiro raised his head. Such a simple sentence excited him greatly, and he quickly replied, Brother, your spirit is very good. You said that as long as you rest for a while, you'll be fine. You also mentioned that you've received many well wishes, all of which were protected by you. That's enough. I didn't ask you about that. Go back and sleep. Makishiro interrupted Chishiro. He only wanted to know about Kyoshuro's safety and didn't care about how he was doing as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. To him, those were just foolish and useless efforts. Upon hearing this, Senjuro no longer spoke much, and his excited emotions calmed down. However, the change in Makijuru's attitude still made him very happy. Before leaving, Senjuro conveyed the words entrusted to him by Kyojuro. My brother hopes you can take care of your health. Chapter 67. Reforming Zenitsu. After saying this, Senjuro turned and left. Upon hearing this, Makijuru's body stiffened for a moment, unable to speak for a while. He instinctively raised the sake bottle to his mouth. But remembering Kyojuro's message conveyed by Senjuro, his hand hovered in the air before dropping back down. After guiding Tanjiro and Inosuke for some time, their demon hunting missions resumed, and Tanjiro and Inosuke gradually left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to carry out their tasks. In the training ground, Chiba Yang was instructing the remaining Zenitsu when two crows landed on the training ground's fence and began to caw. One was Chiba Yang's, and the other was from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, but Zenitsu's Jotaro couldn't relay the mission information. North-northeast. North-northeast. A demon is hiding in the temple in the mountains. Chiba Yang, hurry to eliminate it. North-northeast. North-northeast. A demon is hiding in the cave. Zenitsu, hurry to eliminate the demon. The two crows called out simultaneously, and Chiba Yang felt his head spinning. You see, our mission direction is the same. Let me follow you. Zenitsu exclaimed, surprised by the crow's words. Watching Tanjiro and Inosuke leave one after another for their missions, Zenitsu felt anxious thinking about how he would also have to go alone. To his surprise, the direction of his mission point was the same as Chiba Yang's, so he naturally wanted to follow along. All right, but I won't interfere with your own mission. You have to slay the demon yourself. Chiba Yang said to Zenitsu. After this period of training, the strength of Tanjiro and the others had made significant progress, including Zenitsu. Chiba Yang had noticed all of this, but one thing about Zenitsu had not changed at all: his timid personality. Just the thought of hunting demons alone terrified him. And Chiba Yang felt this was a perfect opportunity to change that aspect of his character. Zenitsu nodded quickly, but inside he was smirking. Anyway, if I really encounter a demon, I don't believe you would just watch me die. The two left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters together, heading in the direction indicated by the crows. By the way, my grandfather's house is over there too. After this mission, I'll invite you over. I haven't seen my grandfather in a long time, Zenitsu said while running. Are you referring to your former mentor, Mizunoto Sakanji? Chiba Yu asked Zenitsu. When they first met, Zenitsu had mentioned his mentor, and Chiba Yu thought that the person he called grandfather must be this one. Yes, although my grandfather is very strict. He has been very good to me, helping me pay off my debts and always teaching me carefully. Even though my talent is poor and far inferior to my senior brother, he has never given up on me. Zenitsu nodded in response. They're all kind people. Chiba Yang sighed inwardly, thinking of Tanjiro's mentor, Sakanji Urokadaki, who also risked his life to protect Tanjiro's sister, Nezuko. Following that, Chiba Yang agreed to Zenitsu's invitation, promising to visit Kaneo, Sayuri, after completing this mission. The two first arrived at Zenitsu's task location, where the sun had not yet completely set, and before them stood a deep cave. The villagers from the nearby settlement had just been discussing how people often went missing at night lately, and it seemed that the demons that Tsujikuni mentioned were indeed around here. Chiba Yang looked at the cave in front of him and said, Zenitsu, looking at the deep cave, had already started trembling. Just the thought that a green-faced, tusked demon might suddenly jump out made him extremely frightened. Yang, let me follow you, Zenitsu said, clutching Chiba Yang's sleeve, his teeth chattering and his words a bit unclear. I'm not planning to go in, right? This is your task, isn't it? Chiba Yang turned to Zenitsu and said, although I'm saying this, I actually plan to follow you. Moreover, the sun had not completely set yet, so the demons would definitely not come out of this cave. Even if Chiba Yang didn't follow Zenitsu, it was almost impossible for him to encounter any danger. Chiba Yang was just worried that the demon inside might be an upper moon. After all, with Zenitsu's current strength, he wasn't at the level of a Hashira, and he wouldn't stand much of a chance against an upper moon. However, he believed that Zenitsu was stronger than the lower moon too he had previously slain. I can't do it. This is too scary. It's so dark inside. That demon might suddenly appear in front of me. I'll be so scared I'll pass out, Zenitsu said, tugging at Chiba Yang's clothes. Passing out from fear would be just fine, wouldn't it? Chiba Yang still remembers when he first met Zenitsu, he had instantly killed 2 demons after fainting, and when he woke up, he was like a different person. However, he still hoped that Zenitsu could harness his strength while awake, otherwise it would be very dangerous for him to carry out missions alone in the future. But Chiba Yang knew that if he revealed this truth, Zenitsu definitely wouldn't believe him. Zenitsu, your strength is already enough to deal with those ordinary demons. There's no need to be so afraid. Don't you want Nezuko to know about your bravery? You wouldn't want the lovely girls to think of you as a coward, would you? Chiba Yang said to Zenitsu. He had come to understand Zenitsu relatively well and knew what could ignite his fighting spirit. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu indeed appeared less fearful. All right, for Nezuko, I will do my best. Although Zenitsu's body was still trembling a bit, he accepted the reality and turned to walk into the cave. After watching Zenitsu enter the cave for a while, Chiba Yang followed him in. Try to control his body to make not a single sound. Zenitsu cautiously walked in the cave, and just as he had walked nearly 300 meters in, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed within. Zenitsu's hair stood on end, and his body felt paralyzed, as if he had been electrocuted. I see you. Hurry up and come out. Thinking that he was all alone in the cave now, Zenitsu could only brace himself, though his voice still trembled. Hey. I didn't expect someone would come to deliver food to me voluntarily. Since you're so accommodating, I'll eat you up cleanly. The voice echoed again, but due to the cave's acoustics, Zenitsu couldn't determine from which direction it came. A small mound quickly moved along the cave's wall, and then rapidly reached above Zenitsu's head, where a yellowish demon emerged from the mound, hanging upside down on the wall, making a terrifying face directly at Zenitsu. Chapter 68, Forced Logout. In that instant, Zenitsu's body froze. Then his eyes rolled back, and he was about to fall to the ground. I forgot about this possibility. Chiba Yang, who was trailing behind, helplessly covered his face with his hand. This won't do at all. It completely fails to achieve the effect I wanted. Chiba Yang thought to himself, and his body began to move. So timid. I can have a feast again, thanks to the grace of heaven. The digger demon chuckled a few times and then lunged at Zenitsu. At that moment, Chiba Yang jumped out and kicked the digger demon away. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack me? The digger demon cursed as he was kicked against the stone wall and immediately burrowed back in. Breath of Thunder, first form. Zenitsu had already stood up from the ground, his right hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it in the next second. Zenitsu, wake up quickly. Chinya Yang quickly shook his body and shouted at him, while also gripping the handle of his sword to prevent him from attacking at this moment. After all, if that happened, it would completely fail to bring about a change in Zenitsu. Despite being shaken violently by Chiba Yang, Zenitsu still did not wake up and was trying to break free to slay the demon. At that moment, the demon that had just been kicked away by Chiba Yang charged back. D. Blood Demon Art. Rock Armor. The hand of the drilling demon was covered with a layer of stone armor, transforming into stone spikes that shot towards Chiba Yang and the others. Chiba Yang naturally noticed this situation, drew his sword with his right hand, turned around to shield Zenitsu behind him, and struck the ground with the hilt to deflect the attack of the digging demon. Then, with another kick, he sent it flying again. His two strikes were not very forceful, as he wanted to prevent the demon from getting scared and fleeing. Meanwhile, taking advantage of this moment, the unconscious Zenitsu began to gather his energy again for the thunder-breathing first form. Seeing this, Chiba Yang came up with a plan. He pinched Zenitsu's nose and, feeling uneasy, covered his mouth as well. Zenitsu's breath of thunder was forced to stop, but since Chiba Yang had previously made him and Inosuke practice breath-holding exercises to enhance their breathing techniques, there wouldn't be any immediate issues. At this moment, the burrowing demon, who had just been kicked away by Chiba Yang, landed on the ground, feeling furious at Chiba Yang's calmness. He reached into the stone wall with his right hand and pulled out several stone spikes, which he then hurled at Chiba Yang and the others. Blood Demon Art. Rock Spikes. Zenitsu, who was in the process of inhaling, had his mouth and nose covered, causing his face to turn slightly red. He then immediately opened his eyes. Gasping, the awakened Zenitsu quickly grabbed Chiba Yang's hand and moved it away. Seeing this, Chiba Yang revealed a happy smile. Zenitsu also showed a surprised smile upon seeing Chiba Yang. Yang, you came to save me, right? I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. That demon scared me so much that I fainted, and I thought I was surely going to die. You'll help me deal with that demon, right? Zenitsu said excitedly to Chiba Yang, his heart filled with joy. You finally woke up, so from now on, it's up to you. Chiba Yang smiled and patted Zenitsu's shoulder, then quickly moved aside and ran towards the cave exit. Just then, the stone spikes of the ground-digging demon appeared before Zenitsu, who was also charging at him with a loud cry. Hearing Chiba Yang's words and seeing the scene before him, Zenitsu felt a bit dazed and froze in place. Am I dreaming, or am I still unconscious? At that moment, a stone spike flew past Zenitsu's ear, and the sound of the wind rushing by made him realize that this was not a dream. Several more stone spikes came flying towards him, and the ground-digging demon was already very close, its ugly face extremely terrifying. Help! Zenitsu cried out, tears welling up in his eyes as he jumped left and right, dodging the stone spikes that were coming at him. After this period of training, Zenitsu's speed had increased significantly, and he managed to evade all the spikes without even being grazed. I'll kill you, coward, and then deal with that guy who kicked me. The ground-digging demon shouted, thrusting the stone spikes in its hands towards Zenitsu. Seeing this, Zenitsu easily dodged the demon's attack and instinctively wanted to flee. Don't be afraid, Zenitsu. Didn't you say you would work hard? Chiba Yang's voice rang out behind him. He hadn't run far. His earlier actions were just to give Zenitsu space to fight the ground-digging demon and to prevent Zenitsu from relying on him. Think of Nezuko. Think of Mr. Kaneo Tsuyuri. Believe in yourself. Don't always think about giving up. Chiba Yang shouted to Zenitsu, hoping he would take action that was different from usual and face the demon to slay it while fully conscious. In Chiba Yang's view, Zenitsu's fear of demons was likely due to his lack of belief in his own strength, thinking he was weak and that fighting demons could lead to death. Even though his strength was already considerable, and he had slain many demons, that was accomplished while he was unconscious, and he himself was unaware of it. If he could slay a demon while fully awake, he should no longer be so afraid and would gradually believe in himself. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, images of Nezuko and Kaneo Tsuyuri flashed through Zenitsu's mind, and Kaneo's teachings echoed in his head. No matter how painful it is, don't run towards the easy side. Zenitsu's body, which was about to turn away, stopped, and his right hand moved to the hilt of his sword. Young, you're such a devil. I'm not going to pay attention to you for the next 2 days. Zenitsu shouted loudly, still with tears and snot on his face. He had already felt this way since Chiba Yang trained them. This incident made him believe even more that Chiba Yang was the reincarnation of a devil, able to come up with such a method to deal with him. Go die, coward. The ground-digging demon was now right in front of Zenitsu, its stone spikes just a few centimeters away from his throat. Chiba Yang was focused on the battle, preventing any unexpected incidents. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. A voice tinged with tears echoed in the cave as the ground-digging demon as stone spikes were already touching Zenitsu's neck. I did it. Hearing this voice, Chiba Yang smiled. He went down. The ground-digging demon's face showed a cruel smile, but in the next moment, its expression froze as the figure before it transformed into a golden lightning flash. What it had touched was merely an afterimage. This is bad. The ground-digging demon thought to itself, quickly turning to look for Zenitsu, but it didn't realize that its perspective had already changed. What appeared before it was a crouching figure, right hand gripping the hilt of a sword, the blade half-sheathed. Chapter 69. Wanting to eat peaches, a dizzying sensation hit the ground-digging demon, and it experienced a severe sense of weightlessness at that moment. It understood that it had been decapitated. Damn it, how could this happen? It was clearly a coward, yet unexpectedly so strong. A strong sense of unwillingness surged in its heart as its body began to turn to ashes. It never imagined that this guy before it would possess such strength, moving so fast that it couldn't see clearly. It hadn't even seen what the person's sword looked like before being decapitated. Zenitsu sheathed his Nichiren blade, still feeling a bit scared, but much better than at the beginning, because it was the first time he fought a demon while conscious. And with the demon's attack about to hit him, he had instinctively used his strongest technique at the moment. But the demon's strength was not as formidable as he had imagined, and his own strength was not as weak as he thought. With trembling hands moving away from the hilt, Zenitsu bravely turned his head, and the demon that had terrified him just moments ago was now headless. Damn you little brat. The ground-digging demon let out a reluctant cry as its body turned to ashes, followed by its head disintegrating into dust. Zenitsu's fear lessened significantly. I knew you could do it. How about that? Demons aren't as terrifying as you imagined, right? Your strength is already considerable. You can definitely slay these ordinary demons. And even lower moons should no longer be your match. Chiba Yang walked over to Zenitsu with a smile, sensing that Zenitsu's fear had diminished significantly. This plan could be considered a success. Although there were some minor twists along the way, it ultimately got back on track thanks to his efforts. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's voice, Zenitsu turned around angrily and immediately lunged at him, tears still on his face, shouting loudly, "Yang!" Suddenly remembering what he had just said, Zenitsu managed to swallow the rest of his words, turned his head to stop talking to Chiba Yang, took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and walked toward the cave entrance. Chinya Yang followed suit and walked out of the cave, not paying much attention to Zenitsu's small temper. Knowing Zenitsu, he certainly wouldn't hold it in for long, and Zenitsu also understood the reason behind his actions. This time it's my fault for not explaining it clearly to you. I'm sorry. I'll treat you to a meal later, Chinya Yang said as he walked up to Zenitsu. Although Chinya Yang had been quite poor before, virtually without a penny to his name, the Demon Slayer Corps offered very good treatment, especially after becoming a Hashira. Hashira-level swordsmen could request any salary they wanted. However, those who could become Hashira were all people with great righteousness and did not care much about money. Sometimes their salaries were even less than those of the lowest-ranked Mizunoto swordsmen. Even the luxurious jewelry and ornaments worn by Yushue Tenjin were bought with his own savings from when he was a ninja, not using his privileges as a Hashira. Chiba Yang also doesn't earn much, but he still has money to treat others to a meal. Then I forgive you. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu turned around to accept his apology, and then he couldn't hold back any longer and started to complain to Chiba Yang. Although I know you're doing it for my own good, that last demon was really scary. Its face suddenly appeared in front of me and scared me so much that I fainted. I thought I was going to die. Every time Zenitsu encounters a demon and faints, he thinks he's doomed. But except for that time on Mount Tanjiro, he always wakes up fine. And the demons he encountered have disappeared. He attributes all this to his luck and believes he can't be this lucky every time. I wonder what those demons he killed while asleep would think if they knew about this. You shouldn't be so afraid now. After all, you killed it by yourself, right? Chiba Yang asked Zenitsu with a smile. I'm not so afraid now, but I still will be, because those demons look so terrifying. Not even 1/10,000th as cute as Nezuko. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be afraid of them. Zenitsu said somewhat angrily. After mentioning Nezuko, a light bulb went off in Zenitsu's head, and he immediately excitedly said to Chiba Yang, "By the way, Yang, as a Hashira, you can mobilize lower-ranking Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen, right? Can you let me and Nezuko join you next time you go on a mission? After all, neither of us has reached the Hashira level. If that's the case, I will definitely work hard. I won't be afraid of demons at all to protect Nezuko." As Zenitsu spoke, he began to imagine the scene in his mind, carrying a box containing Nezuko, happily going on missions, and at night he could let Nezuko out, and they would hold hands while traveling together. When they encountered a demon, Nezuko would show a scared expression and say to him, "Zenitsu brother, I'm so scared," while pulling on his sleeve, looking extremely cute. Then he would smile lightly, hold Nezuko's small hand, and say to her, "Don't worry. I will protect you and won't let anything harm you. Zenitsu brother." Nezuko would then show a touched expression. He turned around, grasped the hilt of the Nichiren blade under Nezuko's worried gaze, and transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly beheading the powerful evil demon. Wow, Zenitsu brother is so amazing. Ha ha ha, thank goodness. Nezuko immediately praised him happily after seeing his heroic act, and he happily responded. Then they continued to hold hands and joyfully travel, while a certain inconsequential passerby had already been ignored by him. While thinking about these wonderful scenes in his mind, Zenitsu unconsciously laughed out loud, not knowing why these scenes were set in a peach orchard. Chiba Yang looked at Zenitsu, who was laughing foolishly after sharing a long string of his whimsical thoughts, and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He felt that Zenitsu's obsession with cute girls had reached a terrifying level. Stop dreaming. The Hashira themselves are very powerful, and the situations that require your involvement are few and far between. Not to mention that I can't just mobilize you and Nezuko alone. I obviously can't do that. Let's not even talk about whether such a situation could occur. If it did, do you think Tanjiro would trust you to take care of Nezuko? Chiba Yang interrupted Zenitsu's daydream, saying, "I think you should be more realistic and focus on being able to carry out missions with Tanjiro." After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu stopped daydreaming and said with some regret, "I want to be able to happily carry Nezuko like Tanjiro does during missions, not follow someone as strict as you." Saying this, Zenitsu glanced at Chiba Yang, still feeling a bit uncomfortable about his previous harsh training and recent behavior. Chapter 70. The Abandoned Temple Stepping Out of the Cave. It was already dusk. "Let's go, it's time to head to the next destination," Chiba Yang said, glancing at the sky, thinking that they would just make it in time to slay the demon that had gone out to hunt as the sun was about to set. "All right," Zenitsu replied, showing no objections. The two then headed towards the next demon's location under Chiba Yang's guidance. The two places were not far apart, and, as Chiba Yang expected, they arrived at the temple mentioned by SGA just as the sun was about to set. The temple was located on a mountain, and, when they ascended, they saw a small grove of wisteria flowers. The temple was wooden, with two incense burners in front, looking intact, but the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, clearly having been uninhabited for many years. The building is still intact, but it has been abandoned. It must be because of the demons. Zenitsu swallowed hard, looking at the temple in front of him and still feeling a bit scared, though it was much better than before. "Perhaps," Chiba Yang responded with a sound, placing his right hand on the knife handle, planning to enter the temple to search for the whereabouts of the demons. Just then, a voice shouted at them, "Are you two out of your minds? How dare you go to that temple at this time?" An old man, hurriedly rushing from the nearby forest, grabbed one hand of Chiba Yang and Zenitsu each and pulled them down mountain. Huh. Chiba Yang and Zenitsu both felt a bit confused. The old man was pulling them down the mountain while saying to them, "There are evil spirits roaming here at night. If you stay here, you will definitely be eaten." Chiba Yang opened his mouth to say that they were here to slay the evil spirits. He was somewhat surprised that this old man actually knew about the existence of evil spirits. "Don't speak. There is a wisteria forest in this mountain. Evil spirits loathe the scent of wisteria flowers. As long as we hide in there, we can safely get through the night." The old man interrupted Chiba Yang and continued to pull them down the mountain. The wisteria forest was not far from where they were, and the old man led the two of them into the wisteria grove. Looking at the wisteria trees around them, the old man let out a long sigh, placed the luggage he was carrying next to one of the wisteria trees, and then sat down to rest. He then looked at Chiba Yang and Zenitsu and asked, "You two are from out of town, right?" Chiba Yo and Zenitsu are still a bit disoriented, having been pulled here by this old man for the reason of avoiding evil spirits. Yes." Chiba Yo nodded at the words. The old man showed a knowing expression upon hearing him and continued to say, "I knew it would be like this. Most locals are aware of the evil spirits, and hardly anyone would come up this mountain at this time. If it weren't for my business that require me to pass through here, I definitely wouldn't come near this place." Hearing the old man's words piqued Chiba Yo's interest, so he asked, "Is the evil spirit you mentioned hiding in that temple we just saw?" It's very likely. After all, many children have died in that temple, and the aura of death is strong there. Spirits would definitely like to linger there. Moreover, several people who entered this mountain recently have mysteriously disappeared without a trace. So it's basically certain that there are evil spirits here." As the old man spoke, he pulled out a pipe from his luggage, filled it with tobacco leaves, lit it, and began to smoke. Chiba Haru noticed that there was a sachet with wisteria patterns among his belongings. Could it be that this old man was saved by a member of the Demon Slayer Corps before? Chiba Yang had this thought in his mind, but it was quickly dismissed because if he had really encountered a swordsman from the Demon Slayer Corps, he should have easily recognized them as a member of the Corps, as their attire was quite rare in this era. Did many children die? Zenitsu felt very shocked and frightened upon hearing the old man's words. This must be the work of a demon, right? Chiba Yang felt a surge of anger at the thought. However, upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, the old man shook his head, took a puff from his pipe, and said, I heard it was the monks in this temple who did it. It happened about 9 years ago. The old man's response surprised Chiba Yang, and he felt that this story was somewhat familiar. I heard it from others. They said a blind monk in that temple suddenly went mad one night and nearly killed all the children he had taken in, leaving only a 4-year-old girl. That blind monk was then thrown into prison, but for some reason, he suddenly disappeared afterward. Seeing that Chiba Yang seemed quite interested, the old man recounted what he had heard. I used to be a monk in a temple and took in many homeless children. Chiba Yang now understands why he feels familiar with this story, because it is quite similar to the experiences that Xing Ming had previously shared with him. The blind monk mentioned by the old man is likely Xing Ming. The old man did not stop and continued speaking. To be honest, I think what they are saying is complete nonsense. I have heard of that blind monk before. Although he lives a life of poverty and cannot see, he always takes in homeless children and cares for them attentively. To my knowledge, there has never been any news of him mistreating these children. I remember passing by that temple 10 years ago and seeing the blind monk, who looked like a tall, skinny stick, while the children in his temple were well-fed and chubby. How could such a compassionate monk suddenly go mad and kill the children he adopted? I don't believe it at all. It's like nonsense. At this point, the old man seemed quite indignant. If you ask me, it must be the work of evil spirits. I heard that the dead children had claw marks and bite marks on them. How could that possibly be caused by a human? I don't know what the people who judged that monk were thinking. Clearly, most people here know the legend of evil spirits claiming lives, yet no one thinks in that direction. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang has already confirmed that the blind monk spoken of by the old man is indeed Xing Ming, which means that the temple he just saw is the one where Xing Ming once stayed. At this point, the old man still did not stop, sighed, and continued, Alas. Actually, such things are indeed hard to believe. Not to mention the people who judged back then. I bet you 2 children won't believe what I'm saying now either. But it's fine, you can treat it as my ramblings. However, tonight, you must not leave this wisteria flower forest, where you will definitely be eaten by the evil spirits here. Chapter 71, Strange Ghosts. We believe what you say. Chiba Yang looked at the old man and spoke. The old man felt a bit startled after hearing Chiba Yang's words. When he had told others about these things before, they all considered him to be confused. It's good that you are willing to believe me. From now on, just stay here until dawn. These ghosts hate the smell of wisteria and are also afraid of the sun, the old man said. He thought that since these 2 children were willing to believe him, they would definitely not go out. However, what Chiba Yang did next completely caught him off guard. Zenitsu, you stay here and protect this old man. I will go deal with the ghost in the temple first. Chiba Yang turned to Zenitsu and said, Hey, are you even listening to me? Just as Zenitsu was about to nod in response, the old man leaning against the wisteria tree couldn't sit still after hearing Chiba Yang's words. He stood up suddenly, bewildered, and shouted at Chiba Yang, That's a demon. Sharp teeth and great strength. How could a little kid like you possibly deal with it? It's better to listen to me and stay here until dawn. Otherwise, you'll definitely be eaten by it. Zenitsu, who was listening nearby, even felt like laughing at the old man's words. He thought it should be the demon that should run away upon encountering Chiba Yang. Thank you for your concern. But slaying demons is our job, our responsibility, and something we must do, Chiba Yang said with a smile to the old man. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I hope you can tell me more about what you just mentioned when I get back. He then ran toward the temple on the mountain. Night had fallen, and the old man, seeing Chiba Yang run out of the wisteria forest, stomped his feet in anger, shouting at his back, You won't come back once you go out. Don't blame me for not reminding you. However, Chiba Yang's figure vanished in the next moment. The old man, fuming, sat back down. For a stranger he had just met, he had already done enough to help. There was no need to risk himself. You little yellow-haired brat, can't you persuade him? He's your companion, right? Don't you worry that he might be eaten by the demon when he goes out? The old man took a deep puff from his pipe to calm his mood, and then looked at Zenitsu and asked, Yellow-haired brat. Zenitsu felt a bit offended by the old man's words. But thinking about how the old man had not forgotten to bring them along when he fled and had earnestly advised them, Zenitsu held back his frustration. I think the one we should be worried about is that demon, Zenitsu replied honestly. While Chiba Yang trained them, he was also training himself. Zenitsu had only seen him train once and realized that he was incredibly strong, almost inhuman. The training they did, Chiba Yang could do 10 times or even dozens of times over, and he completed it much faster than they did, even performing different training sequences without giving himself any rest. Therefore, no matter what training Chiba Yang arranged for them, they couldn't refute with if you could do it. Then you do it, because he truly could, and he completed an amount of training far exceeding theirs. After hearing Zenitsu's words, the old man glanced at him and said, "Are all kids nowadays so brazen?" The old man felt that Zenitsu's words. Zenitsu felt as if he had been stabbed in the back. But he had no way to deal with the old man, so he simply turned his head away to avoid the disturbance. Meanwhile, Chiba Yang had once again arrived at the temple. The temple looked just as it had when he first arrived, and the temple door was still closed. It seemed that the demon hadn't gone out to hunt yet. Chiba Yang looked at the scene before him and thought. Suddenly, a cry came from the temple. It sounded like a child. Hearing the child's cries, Chiba Yang felt a bit speechless. This place was so desolate. Where could a child come from? Moreover, it hadn't been long since he arrived here. Without much thought, he could almost be certain that it was a demon in disguise. Chiba Yang felt that this demon's intelligence might be relatively low. With that in mind, Chiba Yang stepped forward, pushed open the temple door, and walked inside. Moonlight streamed into the temple, revealing a child hanging from the beams inside, crying. However, Chiba Yang did not feel any presence in front of him. The child seemed non-existent. Instead, he heard a voice from his right. "Big brother, come save me. A monster tied me here. It said it would eat me for dessert after dinner." The child hanging there spoke, but Chiba Yang ignored him and looked to his right. In a place that was originally empty, a demon with 2 horns appeared under the transparent world. To Chiba Yang, its body seemed almost transparent, and the voice had come from this side. What surprised Chiba Yang was that this demon actually had 2 brains, one located beneath its lungs. Remembering the previous encounter with Muzan, who had 5 brains, Chiba Yang realized that having more brains did not necessarily mean higher intelligence. The demon, hiding invisibly in the corner, felt a shock when it sensed Chiba Yang's gaze on it. "I'm clearly in an invisible state. Why does this guy seem to be able to see me? Is it a coincidence?" It seemed it would need to show him something even more shocking to attract his attention. Blood demon art, dream, illusion. The demon gently waved its hand, and the scene around Chiba Yang changed. The child disappeared and was replaced by a young girl, gracefully walking towards Chiba Yang. "Little brother." A gentle and soothing voice rang out. However, in Chiba Yang's eyes, the voice still came from the demon hiding in the corner, and he immediately felt a chill. "You're really disgusting," he said, looking at the demon, as he placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. The demon hiding in the corner suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. Unlike other demons, its perception ability was strong, yet even so, it could not sense Chiba Yang's strength before he made a move. Breath of the Sun, Rondo, Blood Demon Art, Rotation. The 2 voices sounded simultaneously as Chiba Yang's sword technique and the demon's Blood Demon Art were unleashed at the same time. The demon suddenly disappeared from Chiba Yang's sight. But in an instant, he sensed its location, quickly turning in the air to find the demon was back at the spot he had just occupied, while he was now in the corner where the demon had been hiding. What is going on? 2 completely unrelated blood demon arts. Chiba Yang furrowed his brow, feeling some doubts in his heart, but he didn't think the demon in front of him was very strong. After adjusting his stance, he struck again. Sun breathing. 3rd form, flame dance. 3 arcs of flame-infused slashes instantly shot out, targeting the demon's neck and its 2 heads. Damn, how could I encounter such a monster? Blood demon art, black blood thorns. The demon yelled, and then its blood vessels thickened and swelled, for thorned whips emerged from its back, intertwining to block in front of it. Chapter 72, The Unlucky Shinju. The 3rd blood demon art. Watching the thorns erupting from the demon's back, Chiba Yang silently counted, but he felt that this demon shouldn't be able to withstand this attack. After the 3 arcs of flame slashes made contact with the demon's thorny whips, they quickly dissolved, revealing the demon again before Chiba Yang. The burning pain made the demon scream, as the 3 flame slashes continued towards its 2 heads and neck without losing momentum. Although he felt that this demon could no longer withstand his attack, Chiba Yang cautiously gripped his sword and charged at it. Blood demon art, rotation. The demon yelled in agony, and in the next second, its position switched with Chiba Yang's. causing the 3 slashes to appear in front of him. Sun breathing, burning bones, sun flame. However, knowing that this demon had such an ability, how could Chiba Yang not be on guard? The Nichiren blade danced, and the originally attacking technique was used for defense, easily neutralizing the move that had just put the demon in a bind. Sun breathing, azure sky. Immediately, Chiba Yang twisted and turned, executing a circular slash centered around him. The slash accurately landed on the neck of the horned demon behind him, and without any surprise, its neck was severed, and its head flew high into the air. Damn, why am I so unlucky? I just got here and encountered such a strong guy. Looking at the figure standing on the floor, the horned demon felt fear and resentment. But mostly it blamed its own bad luck. Its name was Shinju, having only become a demon for 3 years. It had already possessed strength, not weaker than any lower moon. Within just 2 months of becoming a demon, it had already consumed nearly 100 people. Relying on its blood demon art, which it called Shinju, just like its name. Its ability was simple, mimicry, allowing it to change its appearance and voice. It could make itself look exactly like a human, using this to disguise itself as a weak and pitiful human in need of help to lure other humans close. After 2 years of being a demon, having consumed a large number of humans, Shinju's strength significantly increased. But because its blood demon art could only be used to disguise itself as a human, its performance in battles against other demons wasn't impressive, which is why it hadn't become part of the 12 Moons. However, it soon discovered that its blood demon art was not limited to that. After consuming more people and growing stronger, it realized it had gained another blood demon art that could release a thorny whip, and its body was undergoing some changes, gradually beginning to grow a new brain. At this point, it understood that its blood demon art was not just simple mimicry. It had a more powerful ability that revealed itself as its strength increased, and it also learned the function of this ability. Its blood demon art was indeed mimicry, but it was not as simple as just mimicking appearance. This basic mimicry could be controlled freely. Beyond that, there were higher-level forms of mimicry. It could achieve deeper mimicry by consuming blood, not only mimicking appearances and voices, but also bodily structure and abilities. The first time it used this ability was with Muzan's blood, allowing it to unknowingly mimic Muzan's blood demon art and a small part of his bodily structure. Shinju was overjoyed upon realizing this, thinking that with this ability, it could soon surpass the current 12 moons and replace them to serve that esteemed one, to acquire more of his blood and become stronger. After that, it added a new type of prey to its diet, demons. While consuming humans, it also sought out weaker demons to devour, enabling it to mimic their blood demon arts. However, not all demons possessed blood demon arts. Since it understood its own ability, it had only been able to mimic 4 additional blood demon arts. Besides Muzan's black blood thorns, there were the illusion dream blood demon art, which could create environmental illusions, the vanishing blood demon art, which allowed invisibility, and the rotation blood demon art, which could swap positions with specified beings. Nonetheless, even so, its strength had greatly increased. And as its strength grew, its mimicry ability also enhanced. It could now use up to 4 thorny whips instead of just 1. Although the strength of the thorns still fell far short of Muzan's level, and its appearance had become quite distorted due to mimicry. After significantly boosting its strength, it thought about consuming a current lower moon to acquire its abilities and replace it as the new lower moon. However, it found that all 6 lower moons had disappeared. Upon learning this, it didn't feel too disappointed, instead moving to another location to eat humans and demons, becoming even stronger, planning to go directly after the upper moons later. The new place it found was this mountain, originally having heard that there was a demon nearby with blood demon arts, wanted to find this guy to devour him. Feeling somewhat hungry, it thought about having a few good meals here before looking for that demon. After all, while it could also eat demons, the taste was as bad as shit to it. Its main food was still humans. However, that night, it encountered Chiba Yang. Initially, it planned to effortlessly devour this human using its past tactics, but things took an unexpected turn. Unbelievably unlucky. Truly unbelievably unlucky. Shinju's head was still flying in the air, its mouth still muttering. Although it could mimic Muzan's bodily structure, it had not yet reached the point of overcoming the weakness of its neck. However, even if it reached that point, it wouldn't matter to Chiba Yang. It was just an extra move or 2. Turning to look at the demon's fallen body, Chiba Yang was still not at ease, as it still had another brain inside. Sun breathing, radiant light. The spiral slash descending from the sky struck Shinju's body, completely destroying its other brain, and with this strike, most of its body melted away, leaving the remnants already turning to ash. However, at this moment, Shinju could no longer feel its body. Thud! Only then did Shinju's head finally fall to the ground, seeing the demon's body gradually turning to ash. Chiba Yang felt much more at ease. This should ensure its complete destruction. Don't get cocky, little demon. Lord Muzan will definitely kill you. Realizing it would soon die, Shinju no longer feared Muzan's curse and directly shouted Muzan's name, seeing him as the most powerful. Do you know where Muzan is? Upon hearing this question, Chiba Yang immediately rushed to ask the soon-to-disappear demon, his expression filled with excitement. Chapter 73, Wisteria Flower Fragrance Pouch. Chiba Yang's reaction left Shun momentarily stunned. He originally intended to scare this guy by mentioning Muzan's last words before his death, but unexpectedly, not only was the guy not frightened, he became excited instead. Before he could continue to think or say anything, Shun suddenly felt the blood of Muzan in his head stir restlessly. Just as Chiba Yang was eagerly anticipating some information about Muzan from this demon, a giant hand suddenly grew from the demon's mouth. Even though it was on the verge of death, the curse left by Muzan was still effective. With a swoosh, the crimson Nicaran blade sliced through the giant arm, severing it. Chiba Yang still intended to extract some information from this demon, but by then it was too late. Shun's head, along with the giant hand, turned to ashes and dissipated. Seeing this, Chiba Yang felt somewhat disappointed, while also confirming that Muzan had means to restrict other demons. As soon as they spoke about him, they would be silenced just like that. It seemed that finding and eliminating Muzan would not be easy after all. The demon had completely vanished, and Chiba Yang's task was considered complete, though it was a pity he couldn't inquire about Muzan's whereabouts. With the evil demon gone, the temple returned to its original state, almost devoid of anything, with bloodstains remaining on the floor and some claw marks on the walls, indicating what had happened here. Looking at everything, Chiba Yang recalled the experiences that Xing Ming had described to him at that time. Although he had only said a few words, Chiba Yang could still imagine the changes in his mindset. He had fought demons until dawn with the belief of protecting those children, only to be labeled a criminal in the end. His disappointment was understandable, and it was no wonder he no longer trusted children. Perhaps that old man knew more. He'd ask him when he returned. After bowing to a statue of a Luohan in the temple, Chiba Yang turned to leave. The once empty temple fell silent again, as if no one had ever been there. Back in the wisteria flower forest, the old man was leaning against a wisteria tree, smoking a pipe. His eyes squinted as if he were about to fall asleep. Zenitsu stood beside him, looking somewhat aggrieved. Yang, you're finally back. Let's go down the mountain to eat. I'm about to starve to death. Zenitsu ran over to Chiba Yang, his expression a bit pitiful. Besides being hungry, he had another reason to want to go down the mountain. He couldn't stand the old man's sharp tongue any longer. Zenitsu's voice startled the old man awake. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Chiba Yang, he looked somewhat surprised. You actually didn't die? Strange, could it be that I guessed wrong? There are no demons on this mountain, and the people who died before were all taken away by tigers, leopards, or wolves. The old man scratched his head in confusion. Your guess is correct. There was indeed a demon in that temple, but I have dealt with it. From now on, you can walk this road with peace of mind. Chiba Yang smiled and honestly answered him, only to receive a look from the old man, as if he were crazy. Well, forget it. I won't say much more. If possible, you should go see a doctor. The old man hesitated, sighed, and said to Chiba Yang and the others. In his eyes, even if there were people capable of dealing with evil spirits, they could not possibly be these children who were only in their teens. At such an age, they should be enjoying their youth. How could heaven allow them to bear such a heavy burden? However, the reality was that it was indeed this group of children fighting against evil spirits. Huh, but we aren't sick. Why should we see a doctor? Chiba Yang didn't understand the old man's words and asked back with some confusion. Seeing this, Zenitsu couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Chiba Yang aside, whispering to him. He means we are crazy. He thinks we've been lying and doesn't believe we can deal with evil spirits. This old man's words are really harsh. I almost couldn't take it anymore. After hearing Zenitsu's explanation, Chiba Yang understood, but he didn't mind the old man's words. After all, he really didn't look like someone who could defeat evil spirits. Excuse me, old man. Do you know anything else about that monk case? Chiba Yang asked as he sat down next to the old man. Chiba Yang did not plan to leave tonight, since the old man was unwilling to believe their words. He would probably stay here all night, although being in the wisteria flower forest could help avoid the attacks of evil spirits. There was no guarantee that other wild beasts would not appear. Chiba Yang intended to protect him for the night. Of course, he also wanted to know more about what happened during the incident with Xingming, hoping to find a way to resolve Xingming's inner turmoil. The old man yawned and replied, I didn't expect you to be so interested in this. However, I don't know much more about it. as I wasn't present at the scene. What I'm telling you is just what I've heard in my own thoughts. I only know that among those children, only a 4-year-old girl survived, and that monk disappeared before the execution. Hearing this, Chiba Yang felt somewhat regretful. What the old man said was almost the same as what he had heard from Xingming, and there was no additional useful information. Thank you for telling me this. Although he did not get the information he wanted, Chiba Yang still smiled and thanked the old man. No problem. I'm quite happy to have someone to talk to. I still enjoy chatting with others. But there aren't many who are willing to talk to me, the old man said cheerfully after taking a puff of smoke. He thought to himself that although this child had some mental issues, he was still a polite, good kid. With the way you just spoke, I doubt many people would want to chat with you. Zenitsu silently complained in his heart upon hearing the old man's words. At this moment, Zenitsu also understood Chiba Yang's thoughts and, with a hungry stomach, sat down like the two of them. By the way, may I ask where you got that wisteria flower sachet? Chiba Yang noticed the wisteria flower sachet at the old man's waist and asked him, "Oh, this? It used to be quite common around here. There have always been legends about evil spirits in our area, and according to the legends, evil spirits hate the smell of wisteria flowers. So, some people would make these to wear as a talisman. However, since many people don't believe in such things, not many made these in the past, and even fewer do so now. This one on me was given to me by a 12 or 13-year-old girl. That little girl lives not far down the mountain in the town. She seems to be an orphan, making a living by crafting small accessories. She makes quite a few of these wisteria flower sachets every day to give to passers-by." Chapter 74. The Jade Pendant. After hearing the old man's words, Chen Yang became somewhat curious about the girl he mentioned. Despite her own hardships, she took the time to make and gift wisteria flower sachets to passers-by. And not just casually, but specifically dedicating time each day to create these sachets for others. This behavior seemed a bit unusual. Of course, even if it was strange, this girl must be a person with a kind heart. Chen Yang speculated that she might also believe in the existence of evil spirits, which is why she acts this way. "She truly is a kind child," Chen Yang remarked. The old man nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed. And even if someone offers her money for the sachets, she won't accept it. Logically speaking, making so many sachets for others must have taken a lot of time and effort, and since she herself is quite poor, it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to accept money when offered. Yet, she simply refuses, even returning money if someone insists on giving it to her. She's quite stubborn about it. However, if someone wants to buy other small trinkets she makes, she will accept money for those normally. It's just the wisteria flower sachets that she absolutely does not accept payment for, as she only gives them to passers-by." After hearing the old man's words, Chiba Yang also felt that the girl was a bit stubborn, but this also showed that she was a kind-hearted person. It had been night for a while, and the sounds of insects could be heard from time to time. After saying those words, the old man seemed a bit sleepy, but because he was afraid something might happen at night, like encountering wild beasts, he didn't dare to go to sleep directly. He fought against his drowsiness and added some tobacco to his pipe, thinking of using smoking to stay awake. "If you're tired, you can sleep first. I'll keep an eye on the surroundings." Chen Yang noticed the old man's situation and smiled as he spoke to him. "All right then, if anything happens, remember to wake me up. If you get tired, just wake me up to switch places. I've been running around all day, and I'm indeed tired." The old man did not refuse upon hearing Chen Yang's words, putting his pipe back in his mouth and then placing his luggage in a suitable position to rest his head on it for a short nap. He wasn't afraid that Chen Yang and Zenitsu would harm him, as someone who had been constantly on the move for many years. He had a lot of experience and was quite confident in his ability to read people. From Chen Yang and Zenitsu's words and actions, he could tell that they were not bad people, just a bit imaginative. After seeing the old man fall asleep and recalling Zenitsu's earlier complaints about being hungry, Chen Yang took out an oil paper package from his pocket, which contained 2 rice balls that he had prepared before his journey. He handed 1 rice ball to Zenitsu, who showed a look of surprise upon seeing it. "Wow, Yang, I didn't expect you to carry rice balls with you," Zenitsu exclaimed as he leaned in. "It's become a habit. In the past, I often had to travel far to sell firewood and herbs, so I would usually prepare rice balls to eat on the way because the distance was too great. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, the places we go for missions are also far away. To avoid wasting time on the way looking for demons, I always bring some rice balls to eat on the road, so I don't have to stop just to eat. After all, even a little time wasted on the road could lead to tragedies that shouldn't happen." Chiba Yang gently explained to Zenitsu, lowering his head to take a bite of the rice ball in his hand. The taste was different from before. After all, it wasn't made by the same person. Zenitsu took the rice ball, sensing that Chiba Yang's mood was somewhat low and sad at that moment. He sat down next to Chiba Yang, unsure of the reason for his sadness and not knowing how to comfort him. Yang, after the sun rises, I want to go visit Grandpa Kyojuro. You should come with me. Grandpa's cooking is really delicious. Zenitsu thought that since Chiba Yang might be reminded of his family, sharing a meal at Grandpa Kyojura's would bring back a sense of home, when he had been deceived and left homeless. It was during the time he was taken in by Grandpa Kyojuro as a disciple and shared meals with them that he felt a sense of home, even though his senior brother didn't treat him well. That time in his life was still one of his most cherished memories. As the sun rose, its rays filtered through the gaps in the trees and fell on Chiba Yang. Zenitsu was still leaning against him, sleeping, as he hadn't slept the night before, needing to stay alert to their surroundings. At that moment, the old man had also woken up, feeling the sunlight on his face, and his anxious heart finally settled. He could finally continue their journey. Then he quickly realized something and turned to Chiba Yang, asking in confusion, "Why didn't you wake me up last night? You didn't stay up all night, did you?" He had planned to take turns with the two kids to get through the night, but ended up sleeping through it because he was too tired, and he didn't expect that the two kids had also not called him. "I didn't feel too tired, and I thought it wasn't necessary to wake you up, plus you looked really tired last night," Chiba Yang replied with a smile. Protecting the weak is the duty of the naturally strong. Chiba Yang always remembered the words that Rengoku Kyojuro said to him, and has been putting them into practice. Looking at the sincere eyes of the boy in front of him, the old man was moved, and it also brought back some memories from his past. "Thank you, child." The old man sincerely thanked Chiba Yang, and then he took out a crimson jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to Chiba Yang. "This is something passed down in my family that can ensure safety. I originally intended to pass it on to future generations." Chiba Yang quickly waved his hand after seeing the old man's actions. "I definitely can't accept such a valuable thing. You should keep it and pass it on to future generations." Chiba Yang took what he did for granted, so he naturally wouldn't accept the old man's gift. However, the old man's next words left him stunned. "I have no descendants left. My wife, son, daughter-in-law, and grandson have all passed away." The old man looked at Chiba Yang. His eyes filled not only with sorrow, but also with a hint of kindness. "I'm sorry." Chiba Yang felt he had said something wrong, and, with a heavy heart, apologized to the old man. Upon hearing the apology, the old man shook his head and said to him, "No need to apologize. You should take this jade pendant. For someone like me, who will soon be in a coffin, keeping this is of no use. It's better to pass it on to you. Who knows? It might actually help you one day. If my grandson were still alive, he would be about your age, so giving it to you is like passing it down." The old man was originally a traveling merchant, with a happy family, a pair of children, and a grandson who had just turned one. However, more than a decade ago, after returning home from a trip to sell goods, he found only a pool of blood inside his house, and his family had vanished without a trace. Chapter 75. The stubborn little girl at that time. He frantically searched everywhere, but not only did he not find any living person, he couldn't even find a corpse. Subsequently, in immense grief, he reported it to the police, but after many days of investigation, they still found no clues and ultimately classified the incident as the work of a beast. However, there were no beasts near his home, and such a claim was simply impossible. At this point, he recalled the local legends he had never believed in and reluctantly associated the incident with evil spirits. From then on, he firmly believed in their existence, telling everyone that his family was killed by evil spirits, urging others to be wary, but no one believed him, thinking he was merely deranged from the trauma. After being disbelieved for so long, he stopped mentioning it to others. After the mourning, life had to go on. He remained a traveling merchant, selling small items to make a living, wandering from place to place. Although he was reluctant to bring up these matters, whenever he encountered people traveling at night, he would still give a warning or two, hoping that no one else would be killed by evil spirits. Thus, he lived alone for over a decade. Seeing the old man's eyes, Chiba Yang was somewhat moved. After hesitating for a moment, he accepted the jade pendant the old man offered him. "Thank you. I will take good care of it," Chiba Yang said to the old man. Upon seeing Chiba Yang accept the pendant, a smile appeared on the old man's face, as if he had set down a burden. "That's good," the old man murmured, then looked up at the sun. The sun had risen, and the evil spirits dared not appear outside anymore. It was time for him to set off. "Goodbye, child." The old man shouldered his belongings and bid farewell to Chiba Yang. "Goodbye. I wish you safety," Chiba Yang responded with a smile. The old man waved his hand and left, heading toward the rising sun. Chiba Yang held the jade pendant in his hand, feeling a bit of warmth, and then he tucked it into his bosom. After a while, Zenitsu also woke up. "Huh, Did that old man leave? Seeing that the old man was nowhere in sight, Zenitsu asked curiously. Chiba Yang stood up, moving his shoulders, which had been leaned on by Zenitsu all night. Well, our task this time is complete. So I can visit my grandfather, right? You can come with me. He lives not far from the foot of this mountain. Zenitsu said to Chiba Yang. Let's go. Chiba Yang nodded in agreement. Having just completed the task, he had no other plans, and without any leads on Muzan's whereabouts. Wandering around might just give them a chance to encounter that guy. Down on the streets at the foot of the mountain, there weren't many pedestrians in the early morning, but some vendors had already started selling their goods. It smells so good. Tempted by the aroma of various breakfast foods, Zenitsu couldn't help but drool. Then he remembered Chiba Yang's earlier promise and grinned as he said, "By the way, Yang, you said you would treat me to a meal, right?" After hearing his words, Chiba Yang understood his meaning and said to him, "Just take whatever you want to eat." He was feeling a bit hungry himself. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu jumped with excitement and then ran over to a vendor selling oden. "I want this, and also 4 portions of this." Zenitsu picked several types of fish balls and some radishes and eggs. "Got it," the vendor replied and quickly packed up the food Zenitsu had chosen and handed it to him. Chiba Yang came over and chose the same item as Zenitsu, then paid the vendor for both of their purchases. After that, the two of them started heading towards the residence of Sakashima Jiro, with Zenitsu leading the way while they ate. They hadn't walked far when Chiba Yang noticed a 12 or 13-year-old girl handing out wisteria flower sachets to passers-by. The girl was wearing a printed kimono and had short black hair, looking very cute. She also carried a cloth bag adorned with several small trinkets. And behind her was a small stall displaying many more little ornaments. "Please accept this. It can bless you with safety," the girl said as she handed a wisteria flower sachet to a woman passing by. The woman smiled and waved her hand in response. "No, thank you. I already have a sachet," she said, showing the girl the sachet she was carrying, which was an osmanthus sachet and indeed smelled better than the wisteria. "You should keep this sachet and sell it to someone else," the woman said with a smile. "Ma'am, I think you should just accept it, otherwise." "She definitely won tea give up," another breakfast vendor nearby said to the woman, clearly familiar with the little girl. As the vendor predicted, the girl didn't tea give up after hearing the woman's words and continued, "This one is free, and it sent ISN tea very strong. So it won't tea conflict with the smell of your own sachet. Wearing can keep you safe." Looking at the girl's determined and stubborn gaze, the woman had no choice but to accept it. She then took out a bill from her bag and handed it to her. "Then I'll accept it. But since I see you're not having it easy, you can keep the money." Although the girl looked clean, her clothes were obviously a bit worn, and there were patches on her bag, so the woman felt bad about taking her things for free. "No, I can't take your money. This is a gift for you. No charge," the girl insisted, refusing to accept the money. "If you don't take the money, I want to take your sachet," the woman said, feeling awkward about taking something from this poor girl, especially since the sachet seemed well-made and likely took a lot of time to create. Hearing this, the girl stubbornly shook her head and said, "I can't take your money, but you must accept this sachet." After saying this, she stuffed the sachet into the woman's hand, who then shoved the money back into the girl's hands. "If you give me the sachet, I must give you money." "No, I can't take your money." The girl returned the money to the woman again. "Then I don't want your sachet," the woman replied, handing the sachet back to the girl. "No, you must accept this." The girl again pushed the sachet back. The two of them went back and forth like this for a long time, their voices gradually getting louder, almost like they were arguing. The vendors around had seen this situation so many times that they were no longer surprised. Those who didn't understand the situation might have thought it was a quarrel over a purchase, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. Chapter 76, Shaddai. This should be the little girl the old man was talking about. Chiba Yang looked at the two people who were pushing and shoving each other and thought of the little girl who had delivered a fragrant sachet to the old man. She really is quite stubborn. The little girl and the woman argued for nearly 10 minutes, and in the end, the woman still conceded, accepting the fragrant sachet from the little girl and no longer trying to return the money. "You, child, are too stubborn. I'll accept it," the woman said helplessly, stuffing the sachet into her bag slung over her shoulder. After seeing the woman accept her sachet, the little girl revealed a relieved smile. "Thank you. I hope you can carry this sachet with you, especially at night. It will surely protect your safety," the little girl advised the woman. "You're quite strange, child. I accept your gift, and yet you still say thank you to me. All right, I'll carry it from now on." After witnessing the little girl's stubbornness, the woman reluctantly agreed and then walked away. Watching the departing woman, the little girl felt a bit lighter in her heart. This should lessen my sins a little. The little girl thought, and then she took out another fragrant sachet made of wisteria from her bag to give to other passers-by. Is this little girl always like this? Chiba Yang became curious about the little girl and asked a nearby vendor. The vendor, having seen such scenes too many times, had long since gotten used to it and didn't even pay attention to the situation over there. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's question, he immediately understood who he was referring to. You mean Shadai, right? She has been like this since she returned here 3 years ago, giving out wisteria flower sachets to passers-by every day. We vendors each received one from her as well, and she told us to take it whenever we go out at night. Look, the vendor said, pulling out a wisteria flower sachet that looked exactly like the one the girl was holding. After showing the sachet to Chiba Yang, the vendor continued. The reason she does this probably stems from her belief in the legend of evil spirits, thinking that they come out at night. But come on, it's modern times now. People have stopped believing in that, and no one has seen any evil spirits in years. However, even though we don't believe it, we don't want to reject her goodwill, so we all accepted them and carry them when we go out at night. We also help her whenever she encounters difficulties. After all, she is such a kind and lovely child. The vendor looked at Shadai from a distance with a smile, his gaze resembling that of a father looking at his daughter. I see. You just mentioned she returned here 3 years ago. What is the story behind that? After hearing the vendor's words, Chiba Yang gained some understanding of the little girl, but he was puzzled by the vendor's statement about her returning here. According to him, this little girl should have been from here before, then left and returned. This child said she was an orphan here and was adopted by an elderly couple when she was 4, but that couple passed away shortly after. And she came back here, living off the skills they taught her, the vendor explained to Chiba Yang. Then he recalled something and continued, besides being stubborn, she has a strange habit of needing to go up the mountain every 6 months for some reason. If it were in the past, it would be fine, but recently, several people have mysteriously disappeared on the mountain, and we suspect they might have encountered some wild beasts. We wanted to advise her not to go, but she insisted on saying that she carries the wisteria flower sachet and that there would be no danger. The vendor sighed at this point, looking somewhat helpless. This child is really stubborn and has a vivid imagination. If she insists on going again in a few days, we plan to take some people with her to see if we can solve the troubles in the mountains and also find out what she insists on going up there for. After hearing the vendor, Chiba Yang also found the little girl somewhat strange. Fortunately, he had already slain the evil spirit on the mountain. Otherwise, if they really went up there in a few days, they might encounter that evil spirit, which would be dangerous. Of course, what Chiba Yang found strange was her need to run up the mountain every 6 months. Yang, let us go. At that moment, Zenitsu ran over to Chiba Yang, holding a jar of tea. He had just mentioned going to buy something, and it seemed he had returned with it. What that little girl said is right. It's best to carry the wisteria flower sachet when going out at night, Chiba Yang reminded the vendor before leaving. He knew it would be difficult to convince someone who had never seen an evil spirit to believe in such things, so he didn't say much more. How strange. Why is it that superstitions are mostly believed by a bunch of kids? The vendor scratched his head, feeling somewhat puzzled after hearing Chiba Yang's words. But he still carefully put away the wisteria flower sachets. Did you buy this to give to former Hashira? Chiba Yang asked as he looked at the jar of tea Zenitsu was holding. Yes, my grandfather enjoys drinking tea when he has some free time. I've been in the Demon Slayer Corps for a while now, and I thought I'd buy some for him with my reward when I go back. Zenitsu nodded. Should I also buy something to give? Chiba Yang muttered to himself, thinking about what to buy to take over. Please accept this. It can bless you with safety. Just as Chiba Yang was contemplating, a voice rang out. Shadai appeared in front of them with 2 wisteria flower sachets, sincerely offering them. All right, thank you. Chiba Yang smiled as he accepted the sachet, knowing from the earlier situation that Shadai wouldn't accept money, but he had other ways. Is this for me? Zenitsu looked at the sachet being handed to him by Shadai, his heart racing, and his face turned a bit red. This was the first time he received something from a girl. Yes, please accept it, Shadai smiled and said. Zenitsu, filled with excitement, took the sachet, and after receiving it, he jumped up joyfully, spinning several times in the air while shouting loudly, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Yay. The surrounding passers-by moved away in fear. One child pointed at the jumping Zenitsu and curiously asked his mother, Mom, why can that brother jump so high? Because he is a monkey, dear. Look at his yellow hair. Chapter 77. A surprising coincidence. Zenitsu's actions startled Shadai as she cautiously took a half step back. I'm sorry. He is just like that. Chiba Yang said with a helpless smile, apologizing to Shadai. It's all right, Shadai replied with a smile, indicating that she didn't mind. Then Chiba Yang looked at the small accessories hanging from Shadai's cloth bag and said to her, Your accessories are quite beautiful. I'd like to buy some. Chiba Yang speculated that the reason this little girl gave out wisteria flower sachets was to protect people from being attacked by demons. While he didn't quite understand why she absolutely wouldn't accept money, he thought there was no harm in buying other accessories, as they shouldn't be something she wouldn't sell either. Seeing her so poor and kind-hearted, Chiba Yang wanted to help her as much as possible. Sure. Which one do you like? Shadai asked as she brought her cloth bag in front of Chiba Yang to show him the accessories. If you don't like these, I have some more over there, Shadai said, pointing to the small stand behind her displaying more accessories. Although she insisted on redeeming her sins by giving out wisteria flower sachets to passersby, she still needed to live her daily life. And she would naturally be happy if someone wanted to buy her creations. Chiba Yang pretended to look at all the styles of accessories, and then waved his hand and said, I like all of these, I'll take them all. Ah, Shadai, hearing his words, exclaimed in surprise. Although she didn't have many accessories, the total was still quite a lot, and there were also many repeated styles. She immediately thought that this person was doing it out of sympathy for her, and was about to refuse when she heard Chiba Yang continue with a hint of bitterness. I often get disliked by people because I don't know how to speak well. Seeing these beautiful accessories you've made, I thought I could buy them to give to my friends so they wouldn't dislike me anymore. Chiba Yang knew that the little girl was stubborn and strong-willed. If he directly bought all her accessories, she would probably refuse to accept it, thinking he was just feeling sorry for her. So he told a little white lie, incorporating himself into Eong and fabricating a small story. At that moment, Eong was walking down the road when he suddenly sneezed without warning. With a blank expression, he rubbed his nose. Someone must be talking about me. It seems I really am not disliked. Thinking of this, Eong's mood lifted considerably, and his steps became lighter. Back here, Shadai looked at Chiba Yang's bitter expression and believed what he said, but still asked with some confusion. But even so, you don't have to buy them all, right? There must be quite a few extras. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang's expression became even more desolate, almost to the point of tears. I have offended many people by not being able to speak, and I am disliked by many. I want to make up for my previous actions. Therefore, I will definitely be able to give away all these accessories, so you don't have to worry. Chiba Yang said to the little girl. Is that so? Well then, okay. Chinya Yang's superb acting convinced Shadai that he was a person who was disliked for not being able to speak, and she nodded in agreement to Chinya Yang's request. Thank you. Delivering these words to them will surely improve my relationship with them. Chiba Yang smiled, slightly raising his head, seemingly lost in longing. To be honest, there were quite a few flaws in his performance, the main one being that he didn't really seem like someone who couldn't talk to others. However, his excellent expression made Shadai overlook this point. If it were the real Tomioka Ju, it would be the opposite. He really wouldn't talk to others. Yet he would be expressionless, looking completely indifferent, not at all like someone who was disliked. It's hard to say who is more believable between the two. After seeing Chiba Yang's expression, Shadai became even more convinced of his words. Wrapping up the accessories hanging from her cloth bag and those displayed on the small stall to hand over to Chiba Yang, and then quoted him a price. Chiba Yo didn't pay extra. He paid her according to the price that Shadai mentioned. Goodbye. After finishing the payment, Chiba Yo smiled and waved at Shadai, who also said goodbye to him. Then Chiba Yo turned around and pulled Zenitsu, planning to leave. Shadai, who had sold out all her accessories, didn't go back but stayed there to give out wisteria flower sachets to passersby. Zenitsu stopped grinning like an idiot, hurry up and lead the way. I don't know which way to go to Tayama. Seeing Zenitsu still smiling foolishly while holding the sachet that Shadai gave him, Chiba Yo patted his shoulder and said helplessly, Huh? Oh, okay. After being called by Chiba Yo, Zenitsu snapped out of his daze, put away the wisteria flower sachet, and walked ahead to lead the way, finally returning to normal. After walking a couple of steps, Zenitsu remembered what happened last night and turned his head, a bit confused, to ask Chiba Yo, Yo, why were you asking that old man about the temple and the blind monk last night? Behind them, Shadai, who was giving out wisteria flower sachets to passersby, suddenly trembled. You know Mr. Kanabuchi, the one with the sad cry, right? Chiba Yo asked Zenitsu. You mean that big guy who is always crying? Zenitsu, having spent so many days at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, had naturally seen Kanabuchi. Chiba Yang nodded and said, That's right. Mr. Beiminjiu told me about his experiences before. What he told me is basically consistent with the story about that temple that the old man mentioned last night. Mr. Beiminjiu fought against evil spirits until dawn to protect the children he adopted in the temple. But as a result, he was labeled as the murderer, which led him to become completely disillusioned and suspicious of children. After hearing what the old man said last night, I thought about whether there was a way to find something that could help Mr. Bemingyu resolve his inner turmoil. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu felt a bit shocked. Could it really be such a coincidence? And Mr. Bemingyu is so unfortunate. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence either. Chiba Yo felt a sense of wonder at the coincidence of this matter. He never expected that the location of his mission would be the hometown of Mr. Bemingyu, and it just so happened to be the temple where he had lived. At that moment, Chiba Yo suddenly felt a hand gripping his clothing. He turned his head in mild confusion and found it was Shadai, who had just given him the wisteria flower sachet. She was now trembling all over, tears streaming down her face, looking very distressed. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chiba Yo asked anxiously, puzzled, as she had seemed fine just a moment ago. In a transparent world, Chiba Yo did not detect any physical issues with Shadai. Shadai did not answer his question. Her heart was tormented, especially after hearing about the current situation of Mr. Bemingyu. After struggling internally for a while, she asked Chiba Yo, "Do you know Mr. Bemingyu?" Chiba Yo was momentarily taken aback by her words. "You know Mr. Bemingyu too?" he asked, considering her previous behavior. He speculated that she might have been saved by Xingming from the hands of a ghost. "Can we talk somewhere else?" Shadai asked Chiba Yo anxiously. Based on what Chiba Yo had just said, she was almost certain that the Mr. Bemingyu he was referring to was the same Xingming who had sheltered her before. Shadai was one of the 2 children who survived in that temple, having hidden beside Xingming and being protected by him for an entire night. However, due to the terror she experienced that night, she mistakenly identified Xingming as the culprit. That person is a monster. Everyone was killed by that person. In the cramped temple, 4-year-old Shadai curled up in a corner, trembling. The temple, stained with blood and filled with corpses, made her cover her eyes with her hands, not daring to look away, unaware that the evil spirit had turned to ash in the sunlight. The monster she referred to was the evil spirit that had killed the children in the temple. However, the arriving people mistakenly believed that Xingming had done all of this, as at that time, he was the only one left in the temple besides her, and his hand were covered in blood. Xingming was taken away by the people, and after saying that, Shadai, who had been frightened all night, fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Although she woke up after a while, she was not in a good mental state for several days due to the fear she had experienced that day. During this time, she was taken in by a kind old couple who brought her away from that place. After her mental state improved, she learned that Xingming had been imprisoned and was to be executed because of her identification. However, by then, the time for his execution had already passed, which meant that Xingming was likely already dead. The young Shadai suffered another heavy blow. Xingming had taken them in and cared for them when they were homeless. And in that temple, they felt unprecedented warmth and happiness. Almost all the children genuinely loved him, and so did Shadai. However, now she could be said to have become the murderer of her benefactor, even though it was not her intention. This event indeed occurred because of her, and before it happened, Xingming had fought desperately to protect her, battling the evil spirit all night. After receiving this news, her mental state worsened again. Every night, she had nightmares, dreaming of the events that took place that night, dreaming of her tragically dead friends, dreaming of Xingming fighting the evil spirit, and dreaming of Xingming looking at her with disappointment before walking to the execution ground to be put to death, and of her deceased friends accusing her. During that time, she was in a daze all day long, but the old couple did not abandon her because of her mental state. They treated her like their own daughter or granddaughter and even took her to see a doctor. This made her feel even more guilty and uneasy, living in constant anxiety. It was only after she received the news that Xingming had not been executed but had disappeared in prison that her pain eased. Although she still felt immense guilt and pain, she began to live normally and somewhat anxiously hoped that one day she could apologize to Xingming. After the old couple passed away, she used all the money they had left her to give them a proper burial. And then, at just 10 years old, she returned to her hometown alone. On one hand, she hoped to meet Xingming to apologize to him. On the other hand, she also wanted to help others to atone for her past, knowing that evil spirits truly existed. She used the skills she learned from the old couple to sew wisteria flower sachets to give to people, hoping to protect them from being attacked by evil spirits. With each sachet she gave away, her heart felt a little lighter. She didn't dare to accept money. In that case, she would not be able to attain redemption. After returning here for half a year, she finally mustered the courage to visit that temple once, but she did not dare to go inside. She only knelt outside for a long time. Then every 6 months, she would kneel in front of the temple on the mountain for a period of time, both to atone and to try her luck to see if she could meet Xingming. while also praying to the gods for Xingming's safety throughout his life. Until today, she finally heard news of Xingming, and her emotions were extremely complex. Joy, fear, anxiety, guilt, and pain. She did not know what the final outcome would be. But after hearing Chiba Yang say that Xingming had become suspicious of children because of that incident, she realized that if she could not clarify everything with Xingming, she would never attain redemption in her life. She would live in regret, never able to sleep peacefully, with nightmares constantly accompanying her. Although she was determined to find Xingming and confess everything to him, Shadai also had some selfish desires. She did not want the neighbors around her to know about this matter. Here, she felt warmth once again, and she was afraid of losing it again. At nearly 13 years old, she had already faced the loss twice. Okay, you can say where to go to talk. Chiba Yang agreed, and thought that Shadai must have been saved by Xingming before, and now wanted to express her gratitude to him. Chiba Yang thought this was quite good. Allowing Xingming to receive more gratitude like this might help him gradually eliminate his prejudice against the children. Thank you, please follow me, said Shadai, wiping her tears and speaking to Chiba Yang. She then poured out the wisteria-scented sachet from her bag and placed it on her small stall before walking towards a narrow alley. Chiba Yang also followed, but Zenitsu did not. Although he liked cute girls, he knew his limits. Seeing Shadai's reaction, he understood that the two must be discussing something important, and he didn't want to interrupt. So he decided to stay here and watch the stall for Shadai. However, everything at the stall had already been bought by Chiba Yang, leaving only the wisteria flower sachets that Shadai had just poured out from her cloth bag. Meanwhile, Chiba Yang followed Shadai to the end of the alley and then entered a small room with her. The room was quite simple but very tidy. On the table were some sewing tools and an unfinished wisteria flower sachet. After Chiba Yang sat down, Shadai's mood still hadn't calmed down. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Is Mr. Hibiya doing well now?" Chiba Yang nodded in response and said, "You should know about the existence of evil spirits, right? Mr. Baiminjiu is still fighting against the evil spirits, protecting people from their harm. Is that so?" Shadai lowered her head, her hands fidgeting anxiously. After learning this news, she felt even more reluctant to face Xingming. After a while, she finally mustered the courage to ask Chiba Yang, "May I meet Mr. Baiminjiu? I want to apologize to him." Chapter 79. Failed Promotion Apologize? Shadai's words surprised Chiba Yang a bit. "Why do you want to apologize to Mr. Baiminjiu?" he asked in confusion. "It was I who caused Mr. Baiminjiu to be imprisoned." Shadai's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. After struggling internally for a long time, she finally gathered her courage to say it, and once the words left her mouth, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. "I am the little girl who was protected by him for an entire night, yet I ended up pointing at him as the murderer." Hearing Shadai's two statements, Chiba Yang was taken aback, but he remained silent. It was clear from Shadai's demeanor that she felt deeply guilty. This feeling indicated that she was not a bad person, and Chiba Yang wanted to hear more from her. "But what I said at that time was about the evil spirit that attacked everyone. But others thought I was referring to Mr. Baiminjiu. I was so scared that I didn't dare to open my eyes to see what was happening, and then I fainted," Shadai explained, her voice dropping again. "Even so, I still caused Mr. Baiminjiu to be thrown into prison. It must have been very painful for him to be treated this way by the child he desperately protected. It's only natural for him to feel disappointed. This is all my fault. Everyone respects teacher Xingming so much, yet I nearly caused him to lose his life," Shadai said, covering her face and starting to cry. Her way of addressing Xingming changed. In the past, they had called him teacher, but after realizing what she had done, she felt unworthy of that title. Now, due to her unstable emotions, she unconsciously reverted to her previous way of addressing him. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang began to understand why Shadai had been giving out wisteria flower sachets for free to passersby. It was likely due to the guilt she felt over her actions, wanting to atone for her mistakes. Of course, it was also because she was inherently a kind person. Chiba Yang gently wiped away the tears on Shadai's face and said softly, "If you clarify the situation, Mr. Baiminjiu will surely forgive you. After all, this is not your fault. It mainly stems from Guayue letting the evil spirit in. Since it's a misunderstanding, clarifying will resolve everything. Mr. Baiminjiu is indeed suffering because he thinks you deceived others by claiming to be the murderer. If he knows the truth, he will be able to let go of his past burdens and find redemption." After hearing Shadai's words, Chiba Yang felt that Xingming's heartache should be able to heal this time. Shadai slightly raised her head at his words, and the tears on her face were wiped away by Chiba Yang, who then withdrew his hand. After a moment of silence, Shadai thought it through and said, Thank you. You are right. I must clarify things with teacher Xingming. Chiba's words eased Shadai's guilt a little, and she regained her spirits. Can you let me meet with teacher Xingming? Shadai asked Chiba. Chiba had just thought about how to handle this matter. It wouldn't be realistic to directly take Shadai to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, as the location was confidential and not something that could be easily disclosed. If Xingming and Shadai were meet, it would require letting Xingming know so they could meet elsewhere. There was another option. If Shadai was willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, it wouldn't be a problem. Although being a formal member of the Corps was quite dangerous and might be challenging for an ordinary girl, being a hidden member would be very suitable. She wouldn't face much danger, and the benefits were decent, just slightly less than that of a swordsman. Becoming a hidden member would definitely improve her quality of life compared to now. Of course, this decision had to be made by Shadai herself. If she wanted to become a swordsman, Chiba would respect her choice. Additionally, aside from meeting directly, writing a letter could also clarify this matter. To be honest, writing a letter would be the most appropriate method given the circumstances. As a Hashira, Xingming had many responsibilities every day, and even if Chiba wanted to see him, it wouldn't be easy. By writing a letter, they wouldn't have to worry about these inconveniences. They could simply let Tsukikage deliver the letter to Xingming. Meeting Mr. Beiminjiu is not very easy, and I'm not sure where he is right now. If you want to see him, I have two options. I can convey this message to Mr. Xingming, and you can set a place to meet. Or you could join the organization that Mr. Beiminjiu and I belong to, which would make it easier to see him, plus our organization offers good compensation. However, both options would take some time. So I think you could start by writing a letter to Mr. Beiminjiu to clarify this matter, and you can arrange to meet later. Chiba Yang replied to Shadai. Our organization is called the Demon Slayer Corps, and our job is to slay evil demons. However, there is a logistics support unit within the organization that generally doesn't face much danger, and the benefits are quite good. I think it would suit you well. He then explained a bit about the Demon Slayer Corps to Shadai. If I can't meet teacher Xingming right away, then I'll write him a letter first. Shadai responded after hearing Chiba Yang's words, then bowed to him and said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry. If I could meet teacher Xingming, I would go anywhere, but I don't want to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I want to stay here. Over the 3 years, she had developed deep feelings for the people here, and she didn't want to leave. Although she didn't plan to join the Demon Slayer Corps, she would continue to make wisteria-scented pouches to give to passersby. It's fine. What you're doing here is also fighting against evil demons, so there's no need to apologize, Chiba Yang said with a smile, respecting her choice. Shadai felt a bit touched by Chiba Yang's understanding. Then you can start writing a letter to Mr. Beiminjiu now. I will also convey your wish to meet him. If Mr. Beiminjiu agrees, I will write to let you know, Chiba Yang said with a smile. Shadai nodded at this, then found paper and a pen in the room to start writing the letter. Chiba Yang turned his back and didn't look at the contents of the letter. After a long time, Shadai finished writing. I've written everything I want to say to teacher Xingming in here, she said, folding the letter and handing it to Chiba Yang. I will deliver it to Mr. Beiminjiu. Chiba Yang carefully took the letter and tucked it away. After that, Chiba Yang and Shadai returned to her stall, where Zenitsu was still helping her. After saying goodbye to each other, Chiba Yang left with Zenitsu. Once they were far from the market, Chiba Yang called his crow over and tied Shadai's letter to its leg. Deliver this letter to Mr. Beiminjiu, the Hashira of Rock. Chapter 80. Sanj Kazuger around noon. Chiba Yang and Zenitsu arrived at Mount Peach. The two walked up the road, and Chiba Yang saw a charred tree by the roadside that had now sprouted tender branches and green buds. This tree is really resilient, Chiba Yang marveled. I think I'm the more resilient one, Zenitsu thought, recalling some not-so-pleasant memories, and said unhappily. Originally, Zenitsu's hair was black, but wants to escape from training with Sanj Kazuger. He climbed this tree and refused to come down. Suddenly, on a sunny day, a lightning bolt struck this tree, and he got hit by it as well, causing his hair to turn the yellow it is now. Of course, it's also possible that the lightning struck him, and the tree was just collateral damage. Huh? Chiba Yang didn't quite understand Zenitsu's words and expressed his confusion. It's nothing. Let's keep going. Zenitsu naturally wouldn't share his dark history with others, laughed it off, and continued walking. Oh, seeing this, Chiba Yang didn't ask further. As they continued walking, a wooden house appeared before them, and an old man dressed similarly to Zenitsu was stretching his limbs in front of the house. The old man was slightly short, had white hair, scars on his face, and a wooden prosthetic leg. This should be Zenitsu's teacher, the former Thunder Hashira, Sanj Kazuger. Chiba was thinking to himself. Grandpa. Upon seeing the old man, Zenitsu happily shouted and then ran joyfully towards him. The old man noticed Zenitsu after hearing his voice and, as Zenitsu approached excitedly, picked up his cane from beside his feet, and swiftly swung it at the oncoming Zenitsu. "Grandpa!" Zenitsu squinted his eyes, beaming with a smile. But before he could finish his sentence, he had a close encounter with the cane and was knocked down to the ground. "You brat! How did you escape back here?" Sakanji Urokodaki thought Zenitsu had returned because he couldn't endure the hardships of the Demon Slayer Corps and scolded him with a mix of disappointment and anger. Sakanji-senpai. Zenitsu just finished a mission with me. He thought he would stop by to see you since it was on the way back." At that moment, Chiba Yo happened to walk over and explained to Sakanji Urokodaki, looking somewhat sympathetic at Zenitsu lying on the ground. From Sakanji Urokodaki's reaction, Chiba Yo could already tell what Zenitsu had been like during his training. Clunk. After hearing Chiba Yo's words, the expression on Sakanji Urokodaki's face changed from anger to a daze, his eyes becoming like black beans, and the cane in his hand fell to the ground. Moments later, "Zenitsu!" Sakanji Urokodaki suddenly shouted and then bent down to pick Zenitsu up. "Are you okay, Zenitsu?" "I'm sorry, Grandpa misjudged you." Looking at Zenitsu, who looked wronged in his arms, Sakanji Urokodaki showed an expression of embarrassment and regret. After about 10 minutes, the three of them sat around a table. After Sakanji Urokodaki had calmed Zenitsu for a while, Zenitsu's emotions had eased quite a bit, but his left cheek was still somewhat swollen. "Yo, this is my teacher Sakanji Urokodaki that I mentioned before," Zenitsu explained to Chiba Yo while rubbing his face, casting a resentful glance at Sakanji Urokodaki as he spoke. Because of what had just happened, Sakanji Urokodaki felt hesitant to meet Zenitsu's gaze, his face sweating as he pretended to look elsewhere. "Grandpa, this is a friend I met in the Demon Slayer Corps. He is the current Hashira of the Corps, named Chiba Yo." He then introduced Chiba Yo to Sakanji Urokodaki. "Sakanji-senpai," Chiba Yo greeted Sakanji Urokodaki with a smile. "So, you're the rare genius of the Demon Slayer Corps in 100 years. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Sakanji Urokodaki exclaimed in surprise after hearing Zenitsu's introduction, looking at Chiba Yo with admiration. Although he was no longer on the front lines of the Demon Slayer Corps, he still kept up with the happenings within the Corps, and during this time, he had heard the name Chiba Yo the most from recent news. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps for just a week, he participated in the final selection and almost single-handedly killed all the demons on Mount Fujikase. In less than a month, he encountered Lower Moon 2 and killed it, becoming the 10th Hashira to break the limit in numbers for the Demon Slayer Corps. He developed the ability of the Hecato that can suppress the regeneration of demons and selflessly taught it to the Corps, all of which made Sakanji Urokodaki greatly interested and respectful towards this genius of the Demon Slayer Corps he had never met before. Now that he had the chance to meet Chiba Yo, who was also his disciple Zenitsu's friend, Sakanji Urokodaki felt very happy. "Senpai, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary member of the Demon Slayer Corps," Chiba Yo modestly replied, feeling a bit shy from the praise. Sakanji Urokodaki smiled upon hearing this and said, "You're being too humble. What I just said came from Lord Ubuyashiki's mouth. I absolutely trust his judgment. If he described you that way, it must mean you have many remarkable qualities. And your teacher, Kyojuro Rengoku. I have also heard about how he fought fiercely against the Upper Moon to protect all the humans on the train. You two are the backbone of our Demon Slayer Corps now. Zenitsu, you should." Sakanji Urokodaki was about to habitually urge Zenitsu to measure up to Chiba Yo in them when he caught sight of Zenitsu's resentful and wronged expression, recalling his previous actions, and immediately hit the brakes. Ahem, Zenitsu is also working very hard. If you just work a little harder, you will definitely become a Hashira in the future. Sakanji Urokodaki coughed a couple of times, changing what he originally wanted to say from urging to encouragement and praise. "Why does the praise for me turn into a push to work harder?" Zenitsu muttered softly, and Sakanji Urokodaki pretended not to hear, not daring to respond. Indeed, Zenitsu had been working very hard lately, training diligently, and was able to hunt demons by himself now, so his strength was quite good. Chiba Yo nodded in agreement with Sakanji Urokodaki's words. Zenitsu felt much better hearing Chiba Yo's words and nodded repeatedly, saying it was true. "Ha, is that so? That's wonderful." Sakanji Urokodaki's face turned a bit red with joy after hearing Chiba Yo's words. He was exceptionally happy to hear the current Hashira praise Zenitsu and felt very proud. "To be honest, I put in a lot of effort training Zenitsu in the past. To prevent him from running away at night, I set up countless traps. And to catch him, I broke many ropes. It's really not easy for him to train diligently on his own now." Speaking of training Zenitsu, Sakanji Urokodaki recalled his past experiences training Zenitsu, where he not only supervised his training, but also had to think of ways to prevent Zenitsu from escaping. So he wasn't gentle at all. Chapter 81. Zenitsu's senior brother, he broke quite a few ropes. After hearing Sakanji Urokadaki's words, Chiba Yo looked at Zenitsu, thinking it was really not easy for him to have made it this far. Zenitsu also recalled his life back then. No matter how he tried to escape, he would always be discovered and then caught by traps, tripped, or ensnared by ropes and dragged away. Grandpa, Zenitsu glanced at Sakanji Urokadaki. Ahem, let's not talk about that anymore. It's just about time for dinner. I'll go cook, and you two stay here and have a meal before heading back. As Sakanji Urokadaki spoke, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen, then remembered something and turned back to the two, saying, by the way, the peaches in the peach grove behind the mountain are ripe now. You can go pick some and take some back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for the other swordsmen to try. Zenitsu, you take the guest with you. Okay. Zenitsu nodded in response. Yo, let's go. The peaches here are really delicious, Zenitsu said to Chiba Yo. Chiba Yo nodded and followed Zenitsu out of the house. During their first meeting, Sakanji Urokadaki left Chiba Yo with the impression of being a warm, strict, and somewhat lovable person, with the strictness mainly coming from his description of training Zenitsu. Besides that, Chiba Yo could also sense that he genuinely cherished and cared for his disciple. When he praised Zenitsu, he was genuinely happy and proud, feeling as if it were his own child receiving good grades and being praised in front of him, though he might have been a bit harsh. Arriving at the back mountain, a large peach grove appeared before Chiba Yo's eyes, with the peaches on the trees being very large. Grandpa, he really is something. I came back so happily to see him and even brought him a gift, only to get hit by a cane for nothing. My face is still swollen now. Zenitsu complained while rubbing his face, saying that the left side of his face was swollen and looked very much like the peaches here. Chiba Yang didn't look at Zenitsu because he was afraid he would burst out laughing if he did. Originally, he didn't find it funny, but after coming to this peach orchard, he increasingly wanted to laugh. After all, Senior Kaneo didn't do it on purpose. Chiba Yang suppressed his laughter and said, sigh. I didn't expect that in my grandfather's eyes. I'm actually someone who likes to run away. Zenitsu sighed. He had only run away a few hundred times in a year and was labeled like this. It was truly unfair. I will clear my name. I can endure any hardship. I'll make my grandfather change his opinion of me, Zenitsu said, clenching his right fist with enthusiasm, as if his inner fighting spirit was igniting. All right, since you have that fighting spirit, when we go back, I'll arrange extra training for you. I'll definitely help you become stronger quickly. Chiba Yang also felt motivated after hearing Zenitsu's words and spoke to him. Zenitsu stood in silence for a moment, recalling the training content that Chiba Yang had previously arranged for him, and his newly ignited fighting spirit quickly cooled down. Forget it. Let's just go pick peaches, Zenitsu said, turning around and walking ahead. Huh? Chiba Yang was somewhat confused by Zenitsu's 180-degree transformation, but he still followed Zenitsu into the peach grove. The peaches really looked good. Chiba Yang looked at the big peaches hanging on the tree and thought to himself, then picked the peaches and put them into the backpack behind him, which they had taken from Sangdao Ziwalang's house when they arrived. Young, look, this peach is so big. This must be the biggest peach in the orchard. I've never seen such a big peach when I was here before. Just as Chiba Yang was slowly picking peaches, Zenitsu suddenly called out to him a bit excitedly. Chiba Yang turned his head and saw that Zenitsu was holding a very big peach, lifting it up for him to see. In the position he raised it to was right next to his face. This peach was indeed very large, almost the same size as Zenitsu's face. Ha ha ha. Chiba Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought that Zenitsu's face resembled a peach from this place, and now that he held the big peach next to his face, it looked even more similar. Hearing Chiba Yang's laughter, Zenitsu felt a bit confused and asked Yang, "What are you laughing at?" Ha ha. Chiba Yang held his stomach and took a moment to catch his breath before trying to suppress his laughter, and said to Zenitsu, "Zenitsu, your face looks exactly like this peach right now." After hearing Chiba Yang's explanation, Zenitsu understood what he was laughing about. He then looked at the peach in his hand and touched his swollen face, realizing it did have a similar texture. Zenitsu suddenly became a bit embarrassed and shouted loudly at Chiba Yang, "You're not allowed to laugh anymore." Ha ha. The more Zenitsu said, the more Chiba Yang couldn't help but laugh even harder. Ah. Seeing this, Zenitsu felt helpless, shouted in annoyance, and then put the biggest peach in his backpack before turning to pick more peaches. He planned to save this biggest peach for Nezuko, if she could eat it. If Nezuko couldn't eat it, he intended to give it to his senior brother. Kagaya Ubuyashiki had taught him and Kaigaku, hoping that they could help each other. And although Kaigaku always looked down on him, he had been trying hard to improve his relationship with his senior brother for Kagaya Ubuyashiki's expectations. hoping that one day they could fight side by side and carry on the legacy of thunder breathing. After a while, both Chiba Yang and Zenitsu's backpacks were full, and the two walked down the mountain together. Chiba Yang had already apologized to Zenitsu for what happened earlier. At that moment, Kagaya Ubuyashiki happened to finish preparing lunch and came out of the house. He waved at them and called out, "Zenitsu Yang, lunch is ready." The two waved back at Kagaya Ubuyashiki with smiles, and the scene looked like they were a family. "Here, Yang, this is yours." Back in the house, the three sat at the table. Zenitsu filled a bowl of rice and handed it to Chiba Yang. "Thank you," Chiba Yang said, accepting the bowl. Zenitsu had already prepared a portion for Kagaya Ubuyashiki, and then he filled a bowl for himself. "Let's eat." After the three said this with their hands together, they began to have lunch. Picking up his chopsticks and looking at the food in front of him, Chiba Yang felt a sense of warmth of home. "Grandpa, has my senior brother sent a letter back recently?" After finishing the food in front of them, the three each held a cup of tea and started chatting. After some small talk, Zenitsu asked Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki lowered his head and took a sip of tea before answering. Kaigaku should be quite busy. He hasn't sent a letter since he left. Chapter 82. Pride Kaigaku? Upon hearing this name, Chiba Yang's heart skipped a beat because the child who put demons into the temple mentioned by Himejima was also named Kaigaku. He had discussed this with Shadai not long ago. Although he was suspicious, Chiba Yang didn't say anything right away. It's true. After all, my senior brother's talent is better than mine. He must be busy hunting demons every day. Zenitsu echoed Kagaya Ubuyashiki's words, but he felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Kagaya Ubuyashiki unreservedly taught them everything he knew, so it was hard to believe he wouldn't even have time to send a letter. He had also written quite a few letters to Kaigaku, but never received a reply. Even when he encountered Kaigaku in the Demon Slayer Corps, he would pretend not to know him. When higher-ranked Demon Slayer swordsmen mocked Kaigaku, Zenitsu had even argued with them, but after Kaigaku found out, he merely said in annoyance that it was causing him trouble. Although Kagaya Ubuyashiki was making excuses for Kaigaku, he still felt a bit disappointed and uncomfortable inside. "I will work hard to get along with my senior brother," Zenitsu said to Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Hearing this, Kagaya Ubuyashiki smiled and said to Zenitsu, "It's okay even if you can't do it. As long as you can keep improving, that's enough. Because you're my pride, Zenitsu." Kagaya Ubuyashiki was very satisfied with Zenitsu as his disciple. Although he had only mastered the first form of thunder breathing, Kagaya Ubuyashiki could see that he had great talent in thunder breathing and would surely surpass him in the future, making thunder breathing even stronger. Moreover, compared to the other disciple, Kaigaku, Zenitsu was kinder and more grateful, treating both him and Kaigaku like family. Although Zenitsu's personality had some issues, Kagaya Ubuyashiki still regarded him as his proudest disciple. Chiba Yang silently sipped his tea, listening attentively to the conversation between Kyojuro and Zenitsu. He had basically confirmed that Zenitsu's senior brother was indeed the Kigaku mentioned by Shingming. The most common way to join the Demon Slayer Corps is to take a cultivation teacher as a mentor to learn the breathing techniques. Since Kigaku joined the Demon Slayer Corps, it was very likely that he entered through this method. Furthermore, based on the conversation between Kyojuro and Zenitsu, Chiba Yang felt that the personality of Kigaku they were discussing was the same as the one described by Shingming, selfish and ungrateful. Chiba Yo is feeling conflicted about whether to tell Zenitsu and Kanamori Shiguro about the matters concerning Koyama. If he tells them, it will surely upset them, especially Kanamori Shiguro, who would find it hard to accept that his own disciple once collaborated with demons to harm humans, one of whom is now a Hashira. But if he doesn't say anything, the two of them will likely remain in the dark. Chiba Yo blew on the tea leaves in his cup, but ultimately didn't speak about the matter. He felt that bringing it up would serve no purpose. And as far as he knew, the previous Hashira were all very strong-willed. If Kanamori Kazuguro were to find out that his disciple had once collaborated with demons, even if he was unaware of this fact, he might still take some punitive action against him. Kawaguchi was at fault. But neither Zenitsu nor Kanamori Kazuguro had done anything wrong. Chiba Yo didn't want their lives to be affected because of Kawaguchi's actions. Moreover, now that Shingami had gone to find Kawaguchi, perhaps this matter could be resolved. "I heard Zenitsu say you took good care of him in the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm really grateful," Kanamori Kazuguro said after finishing his tea, as Zenitsu volunteered to wash the dishes. "Well, not really. After all, we are friends and both swordsmiths of the Demon Slayer Corps, so it's only natural to look after each other," Chiba Yo replied with a smile. Zenitsu may be a bit timid and afraid of fatigue, but his talent and character are both excellent. I really look forward to the day he becomes a Hashira. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see it, Kanamori Kyojuro said with some longing. He spoke to Chiba Yo as if he already regarded him as an equal. You will definitely see that day, and we will be the generation that witnesses the eradication of Muzan Kibutsuji and all the demons, Chiba Yo said firmly. Haha, that's right. The demons will surely be completely eradicated. You young people really have the drive, Kanamori Kyojuro said happily, inspired by Chiba Yo's conviction, filled with anticipation for the future. With such strong and determined young swordsmen, the demons would eventually be wiped out. By the charred tree on the hillside of Mount Tomiyama, Kanamori Kyojuro stood, watching the two walk down the mountain, feeling a sense of comfort regarding Zenitsu. From his previous conversation with Chiba Yo, he already knew that Zenitsu was no longer avoiding training and could now face demons on his own. Zenitsu, keep it up. Grandpa is waiting to see the day you become a Hashira and marry, Kanamori Kyojuro shouted at Zenitsu in the distance. Hearing Kanamori Kyojoro's words, Zenitsu turned around. I will do it, Grandpa. Don't worry, Zenitsu replied, his face filled with reluctance, tears even welling up in his eyes. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, their opportunities to meet had become scarce, and he didn't know when they would see each other again after this farewell. Upon hearing Zenitsu's response, Kanamori Kyojuro felt a mix of emotions, gratitude, comfort, and reluctance, as he stood in place and watched them descend the mountain. There will definitely be more opportunities to meet in the future. Let's go, Chiba Yo said softly to Zenitsu beside him. Zenitsu nodded and turned back to continue walking down the mountain. Kanamori Kyojuro remained standing until Zenitsu's figure was no longer visible before slowly turning and walking home. Zenitsu has grown a lot. As soon as he returned to headquarters, Chiba Yo was greeted with a strange sight. The Sound Hashira was carrying Kanazaki Aoi on his shoulder, with Takada Naho, one of the butterfly house's 3 little ones. With a light green butterfly hairpin wedged at his waist, Nakahara Sumi, with a pink hairpin, on his head, and his legs being hugged by Teranai Kiyoshi, with a light blue hairpin, while Kana was pulling Kanazaki Aoi and Naho along behind him. Chiba Yang felt that he had lost his ability to think, not understanding what was happening, while also feeling a bit speechless about how he always seemed to stumble upon such strange scenes. Hey, have you guys had enough of this? Yuzui Tenjin shouted angrily at the group of little girls who were bothering him. Then he noticed Chiba Yang nearby and quickly called out to him. Chiba, you're just in time. Hurry up and help me take these 3 idiots away. Chapter 83. Infiltrating the Flower Street? What are you guys doing? Chiba Yang asked Tian Yuan and the others in confusion. The current situation was somewhat like Tian Yuan being caught trying to abduct a child. So Chiba Yang did not listen to Tian Yuan's words. He is the kidnapper. Help us. Holding onto Tian Yuan's leg, Nakahara Sumi shouted loudly towards Chiba Yang with tears streaming down her face. You guy. At that moment, Tanjiro happened to return from a mission outside and, hearing Nakahara Sumi's shout, immediately rushed to attack Tian Yuan with his headbutt. However, upon seeing Chiba Yang and Zenitsu also present, he temporarily stopped. Hurry up and let those girls go. Although he did not attack Tian Yuan with a headbutt, Tanjiro still shouted loudly at him. Hearing the words of Nakahara Sumi and Tanjiro, Tian Yuan became even angrier. You little brats. Tian Yuan first yelled at Nakahara Sumi, scaring her into a sharp scream. And then he ignored Tanjiro and loudly explained to Chiba Yang. I need female team members who can infiltrate the Flower District for my next mission. They're not Suguko, and I don't need to notify Shinobu to mobilize them. But those 3 idiots insisted on blocking me. After listening to Tian Yuan's words, Chiba Yang understood the situation, and then he pointed at Naoho, somewhat puzzled, and said, But this little girl is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. That's right. Naoho is not a member. Nakahara Sumi immediately echoed. She doesn't even have a uniform. Teranai Kiyoshi added. Hearing this, Tian Yuan looked at Naoho, who was wedged between his waist, and realized that it was indeed true. Then she could be discarded. With that, Tian Yuan let go, and Naoho fell to the ground. Naoho, Teranai Kiyoshi and Nakahara Sumi quickly hugged Naoho. And Miss Kanzaki, she hasn't agreed to you. After Naoho was released, Nakahara Sumi shouted at Tian Yuan again. Upon hearing this, Yuzui Tian Yuan has his forehead muscles tensed, and he shouted at them. You little brats, don't get too full of yourselves. I am a Hashira, and I can mobilize ordinary members at will. Besides, I'm taking her to carry out a mission. If you join the Demon Slayer Corps, but are afraid to go on missions, what kind of swordsman are you? Kanzaki Aoi, who was slung over Tian Yuan's shoulder, felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead after hearing his words, closing her eyes in inner turmoil. She joined the Demon Slayer Corps because her family was killed by demons, but after passing the final selection, she was unable to step onto the battlefield due to her fear of death, ultimately staying at the Butterfly Mansion as a logistics caregiver with Shinobu's consent. Not being able to go to the battlefield had always been a mental block for her, but while at the Butterfly Mansion, she worked diligently, taking care of injured team members, organizing recovery training, and cooking for the team. She did everything she could for the Demon Slayer Corps. That can't be said, Mr. Yuzui. Miss Kanzaki wakes up early and works late every day to take care of injured team members, organizes recovery training, and also cooks for the team. What she does for the Demon Slayer Corps is no less than what the swordsmen on the battlefield do, right? ISNT what she does also fighting alongside us. Even if she is in the rear, she is still fighting against demons with us. I think it's better not to force others. Chiba Yang frowned and spoke to Tian Yuan. Chiba spoke. Kanazaki Aoi, being carried by Tenjin, opened her eyes after hearing Chiba's words, feeling deeply moved. Tenjin was somewhat at a loss for words due to Chiba's remarks, but he still didn't put Kanazaki Aoi down. It's easy for you to say. What should I do about my mission if I don't let her go? Tenjin asked Chiba. Wasn't Mr. Yuzui a ninja before? You should be quite skilled at disguise, right? Since we need a woman to infiltrate that flower street, why not dress up and make yourself up as a woman to sneak in? Chiba Yang suggested to Tian Yuan. Are you serious? He actually had no idea what a flower street was. He hadn't encountered this term at all in the past decade. However, from Tinyuan's description, he could guess that it was probably a place that only women could enter. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Tinyuan's eyelids twitched. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his makeup skills, but he didn't want to dress up as a woman. Besides, with his tall and robust physique, it would be difficult to disguise himself as a female. Not to mention that my splendid and strong physique makes it hard to be made up as a woman. I also need to gather intelligence as quickly as possible besides infiltrating the flower street. I'm not enough on my own. 3 people would be better. Tian Yuan fiddled with the gemstone chain hanging from his forehead, the gems clinking together to produce a crisp and pleasant sound. Tian Yuan skillfully avoided the thought of transforming himself into a woman. Indeed, it was a tricky situation. There were indeed not many female swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, and it would be quite difficult to find one directly. Hearing Tinyuan's words, Chiba Yang felt that there was some truth to what he said. We will go with you. At that moment, Tanjiro, who had been holding back for a long time, shouted. Chiba Yo and Yuzui Tenjin both looked at him, while Zenitsu followed Chiba Yo back, just in time to be next to Tanjiro. Although he had just returned, he was full of energy and decided to accompany them. Inosuke, who had also returned at some point, joined the 3 of them. Initially, Zenitsu didn't want to go, but when he heard the location was the Flower District, he changed his mind. Being one of the few present, apart from Tenjin, who understood what the Flower District meant, he was quite looking forward to this task. Then you all follow me. But remember, you must not disobey my orders. Let's go, Tenjin said, releasing Kanazaki Aoi and agreeing to Tanjiro's request, then leading Tanjiro outside the Butterfly Mansion. Thank you, Lord Chiba. Kanazaki Aoi sincerely thanked him as she stood beside Chiba Yo. Her heart had been unburdened by Chiba Yo's earlier words. It's nothing, I just spoke the truth, Chiba Yo smiled and replied. At that moment, a member of the reconnaissance team approached Chiba Yo. Lord Chiba, the master is calling for you. Okay, I'll go now. Chiba Yo responded and immediately headed towards the master's residence. Inside the Kanroji residence, Waizai lay on the couch, his eyes bandaged, while Kaname knelt beside him, attending to him. Upon entering the room, Chiba Yo saw Waizai lying there, and his mood became heavy at that moment. Master. Chiba Yang knelt on one knee and greeted Yaozai. Yang, you're here. I'm sorry, I just finished a mission and called you over, Yaozai said, his voice as gentle as ever, but with a hint of weariness. Hearing his voice made Chiba Yang feel a bit sad. Recently, the Demon Slayer Corps discovered suspected movements of the upper moons in your alert area. Originally, news about the upper moons wouldn't spread easily. Most people who had seen them were dead. However, ever since Muzan ordered all upper moons to find and kill Chiba Yang, their appearances in public had increased significantly to fulfill Muzan's command. Even though they were powerful, there were still people who had seen them and survived, which allowed the Demon Slayer Corps to obtain intelligence about them. According to a team member who encountered one of the upper moons, its abilities seemed to be related to aquatic creatures, and it was extremely powerful. I want to send you to eliminate it, Yaozai said to Chiba Yang. Yes, my lord, I will definitely slay it, Chiba Yang replied firmly, feeling a mix of sadness for his lord's condition and some excitement. although it wasn't news about Muzan's whereabouts. Aside from Muzan, the Upper Moons were the most powerful demons, and most of the casualties in the organization were caused by them. Killing an Upper Moon was a significant achievement for the Demon Slayer Corps, as it could weaken the demon strength and reduce casualties within the team. I believe you can do it. Recently, the overall frequency of demon appearances has decreased. I suspect Muzan hasn't shown up for a long time, likely due to your last encounter with it. Muzan's reaction likely indicates that your strength poses a threat to it, which is why it has become so cautious. This era has seen the emergence of pillars that surpass the previous generation, the appearance of heck and patterns. This is a sign that humanity can completely defeat demons. A sign to eliminate Muzan. Therefore, we must unite all possible forces. Besides this mission, I also want you to help me write a letter to contact Tamayo. I want to discuss strategies to eliminate Muzan with her, Yaozai said gently to Chiba Yang. During this time, his health had deteriorated to the point where he could barely walk, and during his time in bed, he had thought a lot and ultimately decided to cooperate with Tamayo sooner rather than later. I understand, my lord, Chiba Yang responded. Thank you for your trouble. After saying so much, Yaozai felt even more fatigued, and his voice lowered. Chinya Yang could sense his exhaustion and wanted to say something, but in the end, he only uttered a phrase wishing the Lord to take care of himself. He had never felt his words to be so powerless. He could see that Yaozai's body was already in a terrible state and was gradually worsening, yet he felt helpless. Similar words had been spoken countless times before, but Yaozai's condition had not improved because of their wishes, and Chinya Yang knew that his words this time would be no different. Yaozai smiled upon hearing this and softly replied, After receiving Yaozai's order, Chinya Yang planned to set off immediately to eliminate the exposed Upper Moon and then contact Tamayo. Just as he was walking, a voice called out to him. He turned around and found it was Hibiya Tsukihime. Mr. Hibiya. Chiba Yang greeted Xingming and noticed that Xingming was not carrying out his mission. He guessed that Xingming had likely received the letter that Shadai sent him, which was probably why he called him. Xingming's words confirmed his suspicion. Namo Amit-ba, I have received that letter, and I have also had someone read it for me. Xingming said, tears streaming down his face. In the letter, Shadai sincerely apologized to Xingming and explained the true situation at that time. She also thanked him for protecting her throughout the night and expressed a desire to meet him in person to apologize. After learning this, Xingming felt very complicated emotions. He was glad that Shadai had not lied at that time, but that others had misunderstood her intentions. He had already let go of the fact that he was imprisoned, and his heart's knot was completely untied. However, he also felt a bit guilty for misunderstanding Shadai for many years. He then asked Chiba Yang, did you really meet Shadai? In fact, when he saw that the letter accurately mentioned the names of the children he had adopted, he already knew it must have been written by Shadai. He asked this to know about Shadai's current situation. Yes, the location of my last mission happened to be the temple where you lived before. I met her by chance after descending the mountain. Chiba Yang nodded and said, can you tell me about her current situation? Xingming asked Chiba Yang. Shadai did not inform Xingming about her current situation in the letter. She only said that she was atoning for her past actions. She now lived by selling handmade accessories and made many wisteria flower sachets every day to give away for free, warning people to carry them when going out at night. She was atoning for the crime of causing his imprisonment and nearly leading to his execution. Her neighbors took good care of her, and although her life was quite poor, she seemed satisfied with her current life, Chiba Yang replied. He then took out a cloth bag and a wisteria flower sachet. The cloth bag contained the accessories he had bought from Shadai. After leaving the production house, he planned to return them to his residence, but unexpectedly ran into Xingming. These are some accessories made by Shadai herself, and this is the wisteria flower sachet she gave me. Chiba Yang handed the cloth bag and the sachet to Xingming. Namo Amit-ba, she is such a kind child. I misunderstood her, Xingming sighed after hearing Chiba Yang's words as he accepted the cloth bag and the sachet. He opened the cloth bag and felt around inside, touching the accessories made by Shadai, and then took out a string of prayer beads. When I grow up, I want to be a doctor. I will learn medicine and find a way to cure the teacher's eyes so that one day he can see us. If anyone gets sick in the future, I can make them better, a bald-headed boy said loudly. In the small temple, a group of children talked about their future dreams. Xingming was among the children. Although blind, he had a smile on his face, especially after hearing the children's words, feeling deeply moved. The other children also wore smiles. That's amazing. The other children around were impressed by the bald-headed boy's dream, exclaiming in awe, and the bald-headed boy showed a proud smile. What does Shadai want to do in the future? A little girl with a hair tie asked the youngest, Shadai. Yeah, what is Shadai's dream? The other children followed up with questions. Shaddai, being the youngest among them, was usually treated as a little sister, and they cared for her a lot. They also wanted to know her dream. Feeling all eyes on her, Shaddai seemed a bit shy. I want to be with everyone and the teacher forever. Shaddai said nervously. Is that really a dream? Of course, we will always be together. Don't you have anything else you want to do? A little boy said, holding the back of his head. Well, I also want to learn to make handicrafts. I heard that monks all have a string of prayer beads, but the teacher doesn't have any. I want to make one for the teacher myself in the future, Shaddai said a bit shyly, feeling that her dream was too insignificant compared to those of her friends. This can also be considered a good dream. The other children thought Shaddai's dream was a bit small, but to avoid hurting her feelings, they didn't say much. You have to make me a beautiful hair accessory then. The little girl with the hair tie smiled at Shaddai. Yes, I will make one for each of you. With her dream being acknowledged, Shaddai appeared very happy and said cheerfully, I'm a boy. I don't want one. Me neither. Several boys quickly said upon hearing Shaddai's words. Ha ha ha. The other little girls laughed at their reactions. The joyful sounds from that time seemed to still linger in the air. But the people from the past were no longer complete, because he mistakenly thought that Shaddai had lied at that time. Those children did not listen to him and ran away from him. For these years, Xingming had regarded all of this as mere lies of the children. Now that he learned the truth, Xingming recalled the past once again, and tears streamed down his face once more. However, since he often cried, tears had become hard to represent his feelings. Yet at this moment, his heart was indeed very unsettled. In fact, this string of prayer beads was not what Shaddai intended to give to Xingming. She had made a larger one, planning to give it to him after meeting him. The current string was relatively small, and Xingming could hardly wear it on his arm. Chiba, can I buy this string of prayer beads? Xingming asked Chiba Yang. After hearing Xingming's words, Yang smiled and said, I bought so many with the intention of giving them to everyone. If you like it, feel free to take it. Although Yang had told a little lie at first, he genuinely intended to buy them as gifts for everyone, as he definitely couldn't use them all by himself. Thank you. Xingming didn't hesitate and accepted the prayer bead bracelet. At that moment, the youngest child of their dreams had fulfilled her dream. The bracelet had 9 beads, one of which was larger than the other 8. The 8 smaller beads represented the 8 children at that time, while the larger bead represented Xingming. This was Shaddai's custom. She hoped everyone could stay together forever. Shaddai didn't count Koeiyu because she knew that it was Koeiyu who had let the evil spirit in that night, and they had previously driven him away for stealing. She didn't consider Koeiyu as part of their group. Holding the prayer bead bracelet in his hand, Xingming felt the number of beads and noticed the somewhat conspicuous larger bead. Is this how it is? Everyone has always been together. Xingming guessed the significance of the bracelet and gently brushed his fingers over each bead. Teacher, Xingming, teacher. With each bead he touched, a child's voice echoed in his mind. Memories he once wanted to forget, now easily resurfacing, becoming his most cherished memories. He didn't know what these children looked like. He could only try to imagine their appearances based on the memories of their time together. Cute, handsome, gentle, strong, confident. Although their looks varied, they all wore happy and sincere smiles. After brushing over the last larger bead, Xingming smiled. We are together, although they were already thousands of miles apart. Even separated by life and death, their hearts were close together. He had once let misunderstandings drive his heart away from the children, but now his heart reunited with them. This time never to part again. Here, Qianyi. Xingming handed the wisteria flower sachet and cloth bag to Yang, keeping only the bracelet for himself. Yang took the cloth bag and the sachet, thought for a moment, and then asked Xingming, aren't you planning to meet Shaddai? Since Xingming was aware of the contents of that letter, he must also know that Shaddai wanted to see him. These questions could be asked directly to Shaddai, but Xingming chose to ask him instead, which made Yang feel that he might not intend to meet Shaddai. Xingming nodded in response. Chiba Yang felt a bit confused, but before he could ask, Xingming explained. As long as I know she's doing well, that's enough. The evil spirits have not been completely eliminated, so I cannot waste time on these matters. However, I will find someone to write a letter to Shaddai on my behalf, telling her not to blame herself for what happened back then. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, if I see her, I might bring misfortune upon her. Xingming's words made sense. In the past, Makishuru had driven Peiran to the brink, but did not kill him. After Peiran became the Lower Moon 2, when he encountered Kyojuro, he vented his anger towards Makishuru onto Kyojuro. However, in the end, he was beheaded by Kyojuro, becoming a Hashira. If in the future we can eliminate all the evil spirits, I will go find her, Xingming added. That day will come, Chiba Yang said. Upon hearing this, Xingming nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Xingming, Chiba Yang returned the remaining accessories he had bought to his residence, and then left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Because this mission had come up rather suddenly, Chiba Yang did not have time to visit Kyojuro. However, when he left, he learned from Kanzaki Aoi that Kyojuro was already able to get out of bed and walk. Based on what Yuze described, Chiba Yang arrived at the location for this mission. However, there was no specific location given, and he needed to find the hiding place of the demon by himself. Walking down the street, Chiba Yang could not see anything unusual. It was indeed hard to discover anything during the day, and he didn't know where to start looking. Hianye Yang Sigit Inwadli. His previous missions had all involved directly encountering ghosts and immediately slaying them, but this time it was not as easy. However, if he waited until nightfall to search for clues, someone might be harmed. Just as Qin Yang was unsure where to start, a commotion ahead caught his attention. A group of police officers had gathered at a porcelain shop, apprehending a middle-aged man. I didn't do it. It was that pot. Those people were all killed by the pot, by the monster hidden inside the pot. The captured middle-aged man shouted in terror. Stop making excuses. The dead were all people who didn't buy your porcelain, and we found your porcelain pots in their homes. Can that be just a coincidence? You can talk at the station. Right now, you must come with us. One of the police officers shouted at the man, and then he and the other officers took him away. The crowd around them began to murmur. This shop owner is insane. Just because people didn't buy his pots, he kills them and stuffs their dismembered bodies into the pots. He clearly doesn't seem normal, acting like a madman. Qin Yang felt that this was likely the work of an evil spirit as he walked towards the porcelain shop. Chapter 86. Am I not normal? The porcelain shop was now sealed off by the police, with its doors tightly closed. Qin Yang looked through the window and saw that it was just filled with normal porcelain items. He didn't notice anything unusual. In broad daylight, he couldn't go inside to investigate. Hello, can I ask what just happened? Qin Yang approached a man who had just been discussing nearby, hoping to get some useful information. The man turned around after hearing Qin Yang's voice, glanced at him, and said, Isn't it obvious? The shop owner killed someone and was taken away by the police. I was hoping to know more details, like why the shop owner killed someone, or if there were any unusual circumstances. Qin Yang explained to the man. Why do you want to know that? The man asked Qin Yang. Chiba Yang thought for a moment and came up with an excuse. I'm quite interested in this kind of story, Chiba Yang replied. The man looked at Chiba Yang with some surprise and said, I didn't expect you, although handsome, to have such a peculiar interest. Chiba Yang opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately didn't come up with a rebuttal. Could it be that everyone who is interested in such stories is a pervert? Chiba Yang was skeptical about the man's conclusion. All right, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Anyway, this matter is basically known by everyone in the town. Although the man said Chiba Yang's interest was perverted, he still chose to tell him about the incident. The shop owner is named Kirinoya, who has been running this porcelain shop for a long time. He had been doing well, selling items that were not particularly exquisite, but fairly normal and visually appealing for home decoration. However, about a month ago, he suddenly started acting strangely, promoting an incredibly ugly porcelain kettle to everyone he met. While the patterns on the kettle were not an issue, its shape was clearly crooked and completely asymmetrical, likely due to a lack of care during production. Additionally, there was always a fishy smell emanating from these kettles. Originally, these were items that no one would want even if given for free, yet the shop owner insisted on selling them at a high price. And when others refused to buy, he even attempted to force them. Since the items in his shop were already ordinary and there were other porcelain shops in town, his business naturally plummeted after this behavior. Nevertheless, he continued to promote the kettles with increasing madness, even getting into altercations with customers and injuring them. But that wasn't all. Just 3 days ago, everyone in town who had been pitched the kettle but did not buy it mysteriously died that night, and their bodies were dismembered and stuffed into the kettles that the shop owner had promoted, displayed prominently in their homes, with their families being no exception. The man recounted what he knew, and even just sharing the situation made him feel chills inside. Those who discovered the kettles were even more horrified. One neighbor of a victim, upon entering his room after not receiving a response for a long time, saw the kettle on the coffee table and screamed, fainting from shock. Chiba Yang, who had been listening, unconsciously clenched his fists, although he had long been aware of the cruelty of evil spirits. This situation was countless times worse than what he had known before. The one consistent point among the victims was that they had all been pitched the kettle by the shop owner, but did not buy it, making him the primary suspect. After the police were notified, they investigated and found that these kettles indeed came from his shop, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. After saying all this, Seaman sighed. Sigh, it's truly insane. I heard there was even a baby under 1 year old and a pregnant woman among the dead. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm his anger. This ghost had become the entity Chiba Yang hated the most after Muzan. Thank you for telling me all this, Chiba Yang said to the man, suppressing his anger. It's nothing. Fortunately, the shop owner has already been arrested by the police. Otherwise, who knows what more shocking things he would do. I think he must have some mental issues. I hope the police can keep him locked up and never let him out. The man waved his hand and said to Chiba Yang. In their understanding, this matter must have been done by the shop owner. In fact, although the owner was a participant, the main culprit was still the evil spirit. I want to ask where I can find those kettles you just mentioned, Chiba Yang asked again. From the man's words, it was clear that the ghost was related to the kettles he spoke of, so Chiba Yang wanted to investigate starting from these kettles. However, when he looked through the window of the porcelain shop, he did not see the kind of kettle the man described. The words of Chiba Yang made the man take another look at him. Now the man was beginning to doubt whether Chiba Yang was also a little abnormal. A normal person would clearly feel fear after hearing all this and would avoid these jars at all costs. But the boy in front of him not only showed no fear, but was instead eager to inquire about the news. The police have taken all these jars. The man replied. I see, Chiba Yang said, falling silent as he contemplated his next plan. Since the police had taken these jars, their current situation could be said to be very dangerous. Chiba Yang planned to find a way to get these jars out, eliminating the danger posed by the police while also starting to investigate the clues about the ghost from these jars. After formulating his plan, Chiba Yang turned to leave, but the man behind him called out to him. Chiba Yang turned his head in confusion and saw the man hesitantly speaking. It's fine to have your own interests, but I still recommend you see a doctor. Then, perhaps fearing that Chiba Yang would get angry, the man quickly added, of course, I'm not saying you're sick. I just think it's good to check your health once in a while. This was the second time Chiba Yang had heard someone suggest he see a doctor in recent times, and now he was beginning to doubt whether there was really something wrong with him. He had originally thought he was one of the few normal people among the pillars, but it seemed that was not the case. I understand, Chiba Yang replied after a moment of silence. Haha, I wish you a speedy recovery, the man said with a dry laugh. Thank you. Chinya Yang felt somewhat speechless. Wasn't this just like having a problem himself? Chapter 87. The disappearing pot. After leaving the porcelain store, Chinya Yang asked someone for the location of the local police station. He went to investigate and found that there were quite a few police officers inside, but he had no idea where they had put those pots. The current situation was a bit troublesome. If he wanted to get those pots, he would have to break into the police station. And since he didn't know where the pots were located, just searching would likely take a lot of time. It was impossible to accomplish this during the day. After all, the police inside weren't blind. However, Chinyang didn't want to wait until nightfall, as it was very likely that someone would get hurt by then. Sitting on a bench by the roadside and looking at the police station not far away, Chinyang racked his brain but couldn't come up with a solution that would satisfy both sides. It seemed he could only force his way in. Chiba Yang thought helplessly that this was the best plan he could come up with at the moment. He really wasn't good at this, and for him, it would be best if the demons came to find him and just started fighting right away. He even wanted Muzan to bring the remaining demons to have a showdown with him. Standing up, Chiba Yang planned to buy some supplies to prepare. Although he had decided to force his way in, he couldn't just go in unprepared. At the very least, he needed to cover his face to prevent being recognized and getting himself a bounty. Moreover, Chiba Yang also planned to try infiltrating first. If he got discovered, he could always force his way in later. However, just then, Chiba Yang suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a commotion in the police station. A large group of police officers rushed out and then spread out to search for something in the surrounding area. With so many porcelain jars, the murderer can't have gone far. Hurry up and find him, one police officer shouted. Before Chiba Yang could think about what was happening, one of the officers approached him. Have you seen any suspicious person passing by recently? He should be carrying a lot of porcelain jars, probably with a big bag or something. The officer asked as he ran up to Chiba Yang. Isn't this exactly what I wanted to do? Chiba Yang was puzzled, as it seemed someone had gotten there first. No, Chiba Yang shook his head. During his time here, he had indeed not seen such a person. If he had been a little later, he might have become the person the police officer was referring to. What happened? If I can help, I would like to, Chiba Yang asked the officer. A batch of jars that were supposed to be evidence suddenly disappeared. They look somewhat like this. If you find any jars that look like this, we hope you can provide us with clues. The officer told Chiba Yang what he could, then took out a sketch and handed it to him, which depicted a jar adorned with flowers and plants. They had just captured the shop owner not long ago when they discovered that the previously confiscated jars had vanished, leaving only one behind. They immediately suspected that the criminal was trying to destroy evidence, but the criminal they had apprehended was still safely in jail, making it impossible for them to go out and destroy the jars, and there were no traces left behind. Although they couldn't figure out what was going on, they were sure these jars were important clues, so they immediately sent someone to look for them. Chiba Yang took the painting and found that the pot in the painting indeed matched what the previous man had said. The patterns were nothing special, but the shape was somewhat unflattering. "Okay, if I find anything, I will let you know," Chiba Yang replied with a nod. The police officer nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. It seemed that there was no need to infiltrate or break in now. Chiba Yang looked at the painting in his hand, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in a less conspicuous corner of the underground warehouse of a porcelain shop in another part of the town, a pot identical to the one in the painting sat there. Suddenly, a scaly hand emerged from the pot, pulling out more identical pots and placing them in the warehouse. Following that, a grotesque half-body crawled out of the pot. A bunch of talentless bugs. Not a single one can appreciate my perfect art. The jade pot trembled with rage. Its two mouths where the eyes would be shouted in anger. All these pots were created by it using blood magic. After the police took them away, it used the space inside the pot to bring in more, leaving only one behind. A month ago, it had come here to find the boy with the flame pattern on his forehead, as instructed by Muzan. Upon arriving, it discovered that the town had many porcelain shops, and being overly confident in its art, it wanted to see how many people would bow down to its talent. So, it made many pots and mixed them into the warehouses of these porcelain shops at night, hiding in one of the pots in a shop that was not doing well. Thinking that with its pots there, the business would surely thrive. It planned to eat all the people after they praised its art. However, it did not expect the shop owner to try to throw it out as soon as he discovered it. Infuriated, it crawled out of the pot, causing the shop owner to faint in fear. Yet, the jade pot chose not to eat him. Instead, it threatened him to sell the pots at the highest price at night, warning that if he didn't sell them within a month, it would eat him. Then, it smashed the warehouse floor with a punch to demonstrate its power. Naturally, the terrified shop owner dared not refuse and went out every night to promote the pots. However, nearly a month passed, and he still hadn't sold a single pot. No one was willing to buy them. Although he hadn't sold any, the shop owner cleverly boasted about how perfect the pots made by the jade pot were, blaming all the failures on those unwilling to buy. Thus, he managed to survive temporarily. When the jade pot learned of this, it was furious in that night. It used the pot to find those who refused to buy its pots, killing all their living beings to make more pots. After calming down a bit, the jade pot reasoned that since no one there could appreciate its art, it would see how the people here fared in artistic standards. If they were just like those talentless bugs, then there would be no need for these talentless bugs to survive. It would turn them all into its materials. After a few creepy laughs, the jade pot shrank back into its pot. At this point, it had forgotten the task Muzan had given it, but soon someone would remind it. Chapter 88. The Fifth Upper Moon, Jade Pot, as night fell. Chiba Yang began to search like the group of police officers after learning that the pots had been taken away by others. However, he was truly lacking in talent for this kind of investigation. All he could think of was to ask around at other porcelain shops or places selling pots. But in the end, he found nothing. In between, he checked on the progress of the police, which was about the same as his. In the last porcelain shop in the town, Chiba Yang handed the painting to the shop owner. "Do you have pots of this style for sale?" The shop owner took the painting, looked at it, then raised his eyes to glance at Chiba Yang, showing a hint of confusion. Chiba Yang had seen this kind of look many times during his search, clearly doubting his taste. "Sir, we don't have this kind of pot, but we have many that are more beautiful than this one. Look, which of my pots isn't prettier than the one in the painting? It would definitely be better displayed in your home." The shop owner showcased some pots from his shop and spoke to him. Alas, Yang Siget. He had searched everywhere he could think of, but still hadn't found even one pot of that style. The shopkeeper noticed Chiba Yang's behavior and immediately added, "Of course. If you want, I can have some pots made to order based on this painting." "Thank you, but no need." Chiba Yang declined the shopkeeper's suggestion and walked out of the store with the painting. The clues about the evil spirit were cut off here, and Chiba Yang didn't know how to find that evil spirit now. While the porcelain shopkeepers were speaking, Chiba Yang had also used the transparent world to observe their physical traits and found no signs of deceit. It seemed that tonight he could only wander around this town and pay attention to the movements of that evil spirit. Chiba Yang thought of a solution that wasn't really a solution. However, just when he was at a loss, a slightly overweight middle-aged man came running towards him, sweating profusely. While waving his hand, Chiba Yang recognized the man. He was also the owner of a porcelain shop. After leaving the police station, the first place he went was his porcelain store, but the shopkeeper also told him that he didn't have that kind of pot. So he referred to him as shopkeeper number 1. Shopkeeper number 1 ran breathlessly to Chiba Yang, holding a cloth bag in his hand, which seemed to contain something heavy. I've got the pot you were looking for before. Didn't you say you wanted them all, if I had any? I brought them all for you, he said to Chiba Yang, panting. Although he was smiling, his face looked more like it was crying, and for some reason his facial muscles seemed to be trembling, and his hands were shaking as well. As he spoke, he opened the cloth bag, and a strong, fishy smell suddenly burst out from inside. If it weren't for Chiba Yang's good tolerance, he might have vomited right away. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Chiba Yang felt a surge of excitement. The clues that had previously been cut off were now reconnected. He suppressed his nausea and glanced at the cloth bag, which indeed contained pots that matched the style of the painting. Coupled with the fishy smell, Chiba Yang was now certain that these were the pots the previous man had mentioned. All right, I'll take them all. But are you sure you have brought all the pots of this style? Chiba Yang naturally noticed the suspicious demeanor of the shop owner. When he visited before, there wasn't such a kettle there. Of course, the shop owner's gaze was a bit evasive. Under Chiba Yang's watchful eyes, his heart, which had just calmed down a bit, started to race again. He still had one of those kettles at home, but he couldn't reveal that. Chiba Yang already had some guesses in his mind. But he still asked the shopkeeper calmly, "May I ask where you got these pots?" "They were originally in my warehouse. I just have a bad memory and forgot about them. I happened to find them when I went to the warehouse to pick up goods today," the shopkeeper said half truthfully. He did indeed discover these pots when he went to the warehouse this evening, but they had appeared out of nowhere. He clearly remembered that they were not there the last time he visited the warehouse. Moreover, there were other things inside the pots. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Chiba Yang said. The shopkeeper quickly handed the cloth bag to Chiba Yang, seemingly afraid he would change his mind, and after taking Chiba Yang's money, he ran off without looking back. Chiba Yang looked at the distant figure and then ran toward the forest he had discovered in town, carrying a cloth bag. Before long, he arrived in a dense forest where there were no signs of human activity. Taking out all the pots from the bag, Chiba Yang found a total of 5 pots, each with different patterns, but all equally ugly in shape. Besides that, he sensed the aura of a ghost emanating from them. He needed to understand what was going on with these pots before going back to check on the shopkeeper. He must be hiding something from me. With that in mind, Chiba Yang examined the 5 pots closely. Suddenly, each of the 5 pots spewed forth a gigantic goldfish. Reflexively, Chiba Yang drew his sunwheel blade and swiftly slashed through the bodies of the 5 giant goldfish, causing them to dissipate like bubbles. I'm really lucky. Encountering the guy that the adult mentioned so quickly, a voice that instinctively evoked disgust came from one of the pots, followed by a head poking out, then a scaly body. "Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am Yoo-hoo." Half of Yoo-hoo's body emerged from the pot as it spoke to Chiba Yang. It was in a very good mood, as it had just chosen a shopkeeper to sell its pots, and had learned from that shopkeeper that someone had been inquiring about the pots it made. Feeling that it had found an art connoisseur, it immediately had the shopkeeper sell the pots to the person he mentioned. To its surprise, that person turned out to be the demon hunter that Muzan had previously ordered them to kill. 5th Upper Moon. Chiba Yang recognized its identity from the eyes growing on its forehead and mouth, and his first feeling was that this guy was really ugly. The demons he had seen before were also somewhat deformed, but most still had a human shape. However, the one before him looked rather free in its appearance. "Since you appreciate my art, I'll show you a more perfect form of the breath of the sun. First form, Red Dawn, just before you die." With a swift advance, he instantly appeared in front of the vessel, followed by a horizontal slash, the red arc of flame cutting through the vessel's body. Chapter 89, Killing the Upper Moon. The vessel's proud body was effortlessly severed in an instant, the upper half of its body separating from the lower part. "Oh!" Accompanied by a scream, its upper body fell to the ground, the burning pain continuously assaulting it. The vessel immediately tried to regenerate, but found that it couldn't do so. My perfect body was so easily cut apart by this guy. The vessel had always prided itself on its body, believing it to be the most perfect form in the world. The hardness of its body, refined over many years in the vessel, was even greater than that of diamond. Yet this recent event had made its confidence vanish in an instant. At this moment, fear arose in its heart, and the joy and playfulness it felt upon encountering Chiba Yang disappeared completely. After executing a move, Chiba Yang frowned. He had seen the vessel trying to retract its body through the transparent world while striking, so he aimed lower. On one hand, he wanted to sever the connection between the vessel and its pot, and, on the other hand, he hoped to cut its neck as it retracted. However, Chiba Yang had overestimated the vessel's speed. Although it reacted, its speed of retreating into the pot was too slow, resulting in Chiba Yang only hitting a spot slightly above its abdomen. Nevertheless, Chiba Yang didn't mind, quickly adjusting his body and slashing towards the vessel's neck again. Blood Demon Technique. 1000. The vessel, seeing this, dared not be arrogant and immediately prepared to use the Blood Demon Technique for defense and counterattack. However, before it could even pull out its pot, the Crimson Nicaran blade had already slashed across its neck. Sliding Fish. It was only at this moment that the vessel shouted its technique, but by then, its head had already been severed by Chiba Yang. 5 more pots were pulled out by the vessel, releasing countless sharp-toothed fish along with the original 5 pots. As an upper moon, even after decapitation, it could still move for a short period. You little brat, you die too. 1,000 sharp-toothed fish surged towards Chiba Yang, its body starting to dissipate, but still stared at Chiba Yang, hoping to see him die. Breath of the Sun, 5th form, Hellfire Mirror Wall. Looking at the endless sea of fish charging at him, Chiba Yang slowly exhaled, gripping the Nicaran blade tightly. The crimson blade traced an oval shape in front of him, and scorching flames were released from the blade, forming a mirror-like barrier of fire before him. Tens of thousands of sharp-toothed fish crashed into this red mirror, and then, as if throwing snowflakes into a furnace, they instantly melted away, not even producing a sound. Chiba Yang's sword techniques, which he developed himself, are primarily used for defense. The 4th form and the 5th form are both defensive techniques. The 4th form allows flames to surround his body, protecting him from attacks from all directions, while the 5th form can only defend against attacks from the front, but its effectiveness is much better than that of the 4th form. On the other hand, the techniques he learned from Tanjiro, originally from the Breath of the Sun, are mostly offensive techniques, if not all used for attack. Nowadays, Chiba Yang's sword skills can be considered quite comprehensive. He uses those 13 sword techniques for offense and his own research technique for defense, in addition to having developed some range techniques. 1,000 sharp-toothed fish crashed against the flame barrier like moths to a flame, yet none could break through this defense. Damn it, I haven't created a more perfect art, and I'm going to die here? If I just kill you, I could gain Lord Muzan's recognition. Damn you. Little brat. The upper moons can call Muzan's name. On the brink of death, the fear in Yuhua's heart transformed into rage at this moment, and the 2 mouths near its eyes opened wide, shouting loudly. It never expected to be decapitated by 2 strikes. To think that my beautiful body would be sliced in half, it's simply unforgivable. It's more infuriating than those bugs that don't appreciate art. Yuhua kept shouting, its body already dissipating. Screaming was all it could do at this point. Chiba Yang turned around and, after listening to Yuhu's words, felt that this guy not only had a grotesque face, but also clearly had a twisted mind. Although he had 2 eyes like an ordinary person, his aesthetic sense was even worse than those with eye problems. At least they wouldn't consider that deformed pot as a work of art, nor would they find that body, which was ugly enough to pollute the eyes, beautiful. After arriving in hell, it would be best to find a doctor to treat your eyes and brain. The fact that you would regard such a bizarre pot as a piece of art is astounding, not to mention its asymmetry. The sizes are uneven too. I've attracted quite a few strange looks from others while trying to inquire about your whereabouts, because I was carrying that pot's drawing around. And your body, which pollutes the eyes. Thankfully, you didn't T-expose your whole body, otherwise I might have to get my eyes checked when I get back. Chiba Yang said expressionlessly to Yuhu's head. His resentment this time was not small, primarily due to the cruel actions of this ghost. On the other hand, while searching for clues about Yuhu, he had been scrutinized by others with strange looks for carrying that drawing of the pot around. Chinya Yang's words made Yuhu extremely angry. Its most prized possession was ridiculed by Chinya Yang, leaving it utterly devastated. However, at this moment, it didn't know how to retort, especially since its proud physical form had been easily severed by the opponent. Yuhu's 2 mouths trembled with rage, and the veins on its head bulged as if they were about to burst. Unable to think of how to respond, Yuhu let out a furious scream, its 2 mouths wide open, and then its head slowly began to dissipate. Subsequently, the 10 pots that had scattered on the ground also vanished, as they were all created by Yuhu's blood demon technique. With Yuhu dead, they naturally disappeared as well. Meanwhile, all pots of this shape in the warehouses of several porcelain shops in the town also disappeared. If it hadn't encountered Chinya Yang, Yuhu could have easily escaped, relying on the spatial connection within the pot, even if it couldn't win, and could have restored its strength by consuming other humans. However, it chose to confront Chinya Yang head-on. Initially, Chinya Yang was worried that the shopkeeper might be in danger and planned to rush to him after studying these pots. But now that was no longer necessary. Chiba YT hopes that other demons can come to him directly like the Upper Moon 5, preferably Muzan as well. But this situation seems somewhat impossible. Is this the power of the Upper Moons? After sheathing the Nichiren blade, Chiba YT did not feel that this battle was any different from the past. Chapter 90, To the Utmost Dregs. The Upper Moon 4, Neikime, has died. And on the other side, Muzan, hiding in Infinity Castle, learned of this news and received the images from its last moments. A chilling coldness emanated from its feet, spreading throughout its body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Originally, it thought that Chiba YT was merely similar in appearance to Yoruichi, and with its Upper Moon strength, it could definitely kill him, but the images transmitted by Neikime before her death showed otherwise. Although it was a sword technique it had never seen before, the overwhelming heat it felt was unforgettable. It could confirm that this was the breathing technique used by Yoruichi, the sun breathing. The last time Chiba YT encountered Muzan, he was caught off guard by Muzan's ability to split and escape, not having time to use his sword techniques, only swinging the Hekazai in a straightforward manner. So Muzan's impression was not too strong. However, from the images transmitted by Neikime, Muzan clearly felt the sensation of facing Yoruichi years ago. When not making a move, he seemed like an ordinary person, but once he did, he struck like thunder, not giving the enemy any time to react, even when it was aware. Its body could not respond. This can't go on. The demons outside will eventually be exterminated, and when the entire Demon Slayer Corps moves out, they might discover my whereabouts. Muzan covered its face with one hand, its eyes trembling. Now it had begun to treat Chiba YT as if he were Yoruichi. Originally not very concerned about the Demon Slayer Corps, it now began to feel fear, because in its memory, when it encountered Chiba YT, he was wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. It was not afraid of the other members of the Corps, but primarily feared being found by them, and then being discovered by Chiba YT. Soon, it devised a countermeasure, summoning the 3 Upper Moons. These 3, besides being the strongest demons under it, often recruited new demons, and they contained the most of Muzan's blood. Lord Muzan, Kokushibo, Doma, and Akaza quickly arrived in Infinity Castle, kneeling on one knee before Muzan. I will grant you more of my blood. Afterwards, you will create more demons outside for me. You don't have to focus on strength, but the quantity must be large, and they should be spread out, not concentrated in one place. Do you understand? Muzan stated directly. Its plan was to create more demons for the Demon Slayer Corps and Chiba YT to deal with, thereby diverting their attention away from it. Although the Upper Moons could also create demons, they had to use its blood. Fundamentally, only it could truly create demons. If you run low on blood, feel free to ask me. Muzan continued. This time, it did not hold a critical meeting to scold the 3, its tone much calmer than before. It needed these 3 Upper Moons now and did not want them to encounter any problems. It did not summon the other 2 remaining Upper Moons because they were too weak and had personality issues unsuitable for this task. The 3 Upper Moons were somewhat surprised by Muzan's change. Doma, seeing Muzan in such a good mood today, assumed it was feeling quite well and immediately reverted to his previous playful demeanor, grinning as he said to Muzan, I understand, Lord Muzan. I will take this task seriously. Then, feigning confusion, he asked, what if I encounter that boy you mentioned last time? Should I kill him or turn him into a demon? Hearing Doma's light-hearted words, Muzan was furious and immediately wanted to take his head off. The person I fear the most, and you speak of killing him so casually, and even think of turning him into a demon? If you can really do that, I'll let you sit in my place as the Demon King. A spiked meat whip erupted from Muzan's back, and the tip instantly pierced Doma's forehead. While sharing its blood with Doma, Muzan said to the 3 Upper Moons, Neikime is dead, killed by that boy I mentioned to you last time. The battle ended in an instant. That guy didn't even last 2 moves. Hearing Muzan's words, Akaza and Kokushibo were shocked. Though Neikime's strength was far inferior to theirs, the power that could kill Neikime in an instant likely surpassed theirs. Thank you for the gift. Lord Muzan, Doma said, his mind muddled from the blood flowing into his body through the spike. Akaza glanced at Doma, feeling quite dissatisfied with the death of the Upper Moon. Be smart when you act. Don't end up like Neikime, dying without achieving anything. Do you understand? Muzan withdrew the spike from Doma's forehead and spoke to the remaining 2 Upper Moons. Its intent was that if they encountered Chiba YT, they should run quickly and focus on the tasks it had assigned. Understood, Kokushibo and Akaza responded. After also sharing some of its blood with Kokushibo and Akaza, Muzan had Nezuko teleport it back deep into Infinity Castle, leaving only Kokushibo, Doma, and Akaza behind. With the additional blood from Muzan, their strengths were enhanced to some extent. Akaza, I'm so glad we can meet again so soon. After Muzan left, Doma enthusiastically hugged Akaza's shoulders and smiled warmly at him. Then, as his rainbow-like eyes looked at Akaza's face, when their faces were almost touching, Doma said to Akaza, I heard you recently fled in disgrace from Hashira and were scolded by Lord Muzan. I didn't expect your strength to have regressed to this point. Akaza, it's all because you haven't been eating properly. If this continues, the next upper moon to die 1 TBU, right? I'm really worried about you. I may be picky and only eat girls, but I also eat well and quite a bit, unlike you, Akaza, who hardly eats at all. Before Doma could finish his sentence, a fist suddenly enlarged before him, making intimate contact with his face, causing the upper half of his head to vanish. Blood and flesh splattering everywhere. For Akaza, Doma's previous actions were a dual torment both physically and mentally. This time, he didn't hold back and acted first. In an instant, the upper half of Doma's head regenerated, and instead of being angry, he happily smiled at Akaza and said, What a powerful punch. It seems Muzan's blood has made you stronger. Akaza, now I can rest easy about you. Chapter 91. The Curse of Ubuyashiki. Although Doma's words were very venomous, the main reason Akaza exploded his head was that he disliked Doma himself, and what Doma said didn't matter much. He automatically considered Doma's words as nonsense. Get away from me, Akaza calmly said, not even looking at Doma. This time, Kokushibo did not step in to say anything and directly asked Nezuko to teleport him back. Send me back, Biwa girl. Yuzora spoke to Kaname. Yes, Lord Yuzora. Kaname replied and played the pipa to send Yuzora back, and before Doma could say anything, she sent him away as well. After killing the jade pot, Chiba Yang took a stroll around the town, confirming that there were no other demons before finding a place to write a letter for Tsukiyomi to deliver to Tamayo. He then returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Just as he arrived back at headquarters, Chiba Yang saw Kyojuro jogging. After a period of treatment and rest, he was now able to do some light exercise. Rengoku-sensei. Chiba Yang ran over to Kyojuro with some surprise and happily asked, Is the teacher's health okay now? Upon hearing Chiba Yang's voice, Kyojuro paused for a moment. His left eye was still bandaged. It's you, Yang. The butterfly said I can now do some light exercises. After lying in bed for so long, I feel like my bones are all stiff. I have to recover my body to its previous state as soon as possible so I can get back to fighting. Kyojuro replied with enthusiasm. That's great. Chiba Yang felt very happy about this situation. Being able to exercise meant he was not far from a full recovery. However, seeing the bandage on Kyojuro's left, I made his mood slightly drop. But what about the teacher's eye? Haha, it's just one eye. Even if I lose my sight, I can still be strong. Even without this eye, I can still slay demons and protect humanity. Kyojuro said with a hearty laugh, not caring at all. Hearing Kyojuro's words, Chiba Yang felt that his left eye was likely beyond saving. I heard that your mission target was an upper moon. How did it go? Noticing Chiba Yang's mood was a bit low, Kyojuro changed the topic and asked him. I encountered the 5th upper moon and spent some effort to successfully slay it. Chiba Yang replied. He indeed put in some effort. He had spent the whole day tracking the demon, and in the end, it came looking for him. Kyojuro felt very gratified upon hearing Chiba Yang's words and was happy about his stepson's strength. Congratulations, Yang. You are the only swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps in the past 100 years to have killed an upper moon. Kyojuro congratulated Chiba Yang. Thank you, teacher. I was just lucky, Chiba Yang replied somewhat shyly. He then said to Kyojuro, I hope the teacher can recover soon. Kyojuro accepted Chiba Yang's blessing. And after they bid farewell to each other, Kyojuro continued his rehabilitation training, while Chiba Yang headed to the Kanemoto household to report on the mission. Since Chiba Yang's crow had been sent to deliver a message to Tamayo, Yoya still did not know whether Chiba Yang had successfully killed the upper moon. At the Kanemoto household, after listening to Chiba Yang's report, Yoya became excited. Well done, Yang. The stalemate of the past 100 years has finally changed. Yoya exclaimed as he sat up from the bed. Initially, Chiba Yang had not noticed Yoya's condition under the covers, but when he sat up, Chiba Yang saw that Yoya's arms had already developed the same purple scars as on his forehead, extending even down to his forearms. And the scars on his face were nearly covering his entire face, even reaching his neck. Cough, 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 cough. Yoya had only spoken a few words before bending over and coughing violently, and Tenkin quickly rushed to support him. My lord. Chibayo also worriedly supported Wai Zai from the other side. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Wai Zai lifted his head, his emotions still incredibly excited. A monumental turning point in fate was about to appear. This ripple would continuously spread out. It would cause a huge disturbance across the entire water surface, ultimately alerting that man. Kabutsuji Muzan, we must completely eradicate you, the only blemish within our clan, in this generation. Wise Eye continued to speak excitedly. For over 100 years, there had been no changes among the upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki, while the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps continued to diminish. Now that this situation could be reversed, Wise Eye's excitement was beyond words. Because of the anomaly that was Kibutsuji Muzan, the entire Kanroji family had been cursed. All newborns had died early due to their frail bodies. Just as their clan was on the brink of extinction, they received the divine suggestion to pour all their efforts into eliminating Muzan. Since then, the Kanroji clan had married daughters from priestly families for generations and devoted all their energy to the task of eradicating Muzan. As a result, newborns in the clan no longer died shortly after birth. But even so, they still had no clan members who lived past 30. Wise Eye knew that their clan's curse could only be lifted after Muzan was defeated. Like all members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he was fighting for a tomorrow where their children would no longer bear such a heavy burden, where they wouldn't suffer from illness, where they wouldn't have to worry about such a large organization from a very young age, and where they wouldn't spend their lives trying to eliminate Muzan. They could do what they loved, they could live long lives, and they wouldn't have to lie in bed contemplating the next steps of the Demon Slayer Corps while waiting for their own death from their 20s. For such a tomorrow, Wise Eye was willing to give everything, even if he had to endure a life worse than death due to the curse. He would do everything possible to live on and dedicate himself to eliminating Muzan. Cough, 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 spit. Wise Eye coughed violently again, this time even coughing up blood, staining the carpet on the floor red. My lord, you should rest, Chiba Yo urged, filled with concern for Wise Eye. We will definitely eliminate Muzan. You must witness that day with your own eyes. Wise Eye's condition made Chiba Yo anxious, and he hurriedly advised him. Witness that day with my own eyes? If possible, I would also like to see it. Chapter 92. Farewell, Genya. Wise Eye was clear about his physical condition. If he didn't hold on, he might not last a month. Even if he endured the pain, it wouldn't prolong his life for long. Although he wanted to see Muzan's demise with his own eyes, he knew that it was unlikely. Before he died, all he could do was use the little life he had left to contribute as much as possible to the eradication of Muzan. Leaving the Kanroji mansion, Chiba Yo's mood became somewhat low. He could clearly sense his lord's physical condition, but he felt powerless. Jo! At that moment, Chiba Yo heard someone calling him and turned to find it was Genya, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Genya had grown considerably taller since they last met, and his rapid growth surprised Chiba Yo. The last time they met, Genya had said he was going to apprentice under Himejima, and after that, Chiba Yo hadn't seen him again. However, this was normal. It was quite difficult for two swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps to run into each other by chance, as everyone was basically out on missions. When he encountered Himejima before, Chiba Yo had intended to inquire about Genya's situation, but as things piled up, he gradually forgot about it, and now didn't even know if Genya had successfully become a disciple. Genya, it's been a long time, Chiba Yo greeted him. Indeed, during this time, you've already become a Hashira, Genya said, looking at Chiba Yo with eyes full of envy. He had heard about Chiba Yo while training at the Mist Hashira's place, and upon learning that Chiba Yo became a Hashira in less than a month, he had taken it as motivation to train harder and become stronger. However, although he had indeed made progress, the improvement in his strength was very limited. Most critically, he still hadn't learned the breathing techniques. This time he came to find Chiba Yo partly to vent his frustrations to a friend and partly to ask for tips on how to become stronger. The two then found a place to sit down, and Chiba Yo was the first to ask Genya, did you successfully become Himejima's disciple? Genya nodded in response, yes. Although there were some setbacks in between, I ultimately succeeded. Himejima originally didn't want to take me as an apprentice due to my lack of talent. But later he agreed when he learned that I could become stronger by consuming demons. After hearing Su Nm's words, Chien Yang felt a bit confused. Relying on eating demons to become stronger? He didn't know Su Nm had such a talent. Noti sinki and ina confusin, suna zistet. Alright, I haven't told you yet. He then explained to Chien Yang, my biting force and digestion ability are quite remarkable, allowing me to temporarily gain the abilities of demons by consuming their bodies, such as the regeneration ability and blood demon techniques. At the same time, my strength will also increase after eating a demon's body. After hearing Su Nm's explanation, Chien Yang understood. Su Nm's ability reminded him of the demon he encountered earlier, which had multiple blood demon techniques. He wondered if Su Nm could also reach that level. That's quite a nice ability, Qian Yang praised. His words were completely sincere. The regeneration ability and the diverse blood demon techniques were quite powerful, especially the blood demon techniques, which varied in nature. Some of them could even be tricky for Qian Yang. For instance, the demon that could swap positions. Qian Yang couldn't see how that guy activated his blood demon techniques through the transparent world, and its position swapping ability was almost instantaneous. Even when facing that demon, he had to use several moves to defeat it. If Su Nm could consume demons with strong blood demon techniques, his power might increase significantly. However, since you have gained the abilities of a demon, do you also have their weaknesses? For example, a fear of sunlight. Qian Yang asked curiously. Su Nm was taken aback by this question. He hadn't considered it. After thinking for a while, Su Nm replied, I'm not too sure about that. Mr. Biamingi was worried that I might have some issues from eating demons and even asked Miss Butterfly to diagnose my condition. However, so far, my body seems to be fine. As for whether I fear the sun, battles with demons generally take place at night. So I haven't experienced exposure to sunlight in my demonized state. If that were to happen, I think I would gradually break down like a demon. Gaining power comes with risks. After hearing Su Nm's words, Qian Yang felt that this world was indeed a bit unfair. Su Nm and the others were working so hard to become stronger, even taking on various risks, yet they still found it difficult to compete with those powerful demons. Meanwhile, he himself had not trained much, but already possessed such strength. At this moment, he could better understand what Kyojuro had said to him before. Protecting the weak is the duty of the naturally strong. Since he had received this power granted by heaven, he must use it for the right purpose, to slay demons and help the weak. SHY. Su Nm lowered his head upon hearing SHY's name. Mr. Biamingi told me not to get too close to my brother to avoid any conflicts, so I haven't sought him out during this time. Besides Mr. Biamingi's advice, Su Nm was also a bit afraid to communicate with SHY. From Qian Yang's analysis earlier, Su Nm knew that if his strength remained so weak, SHY would definitely treat him with a violent attitude to force him to leave the Demon Slayer Corps. After a moment of hesitation, Su Nm expressed his purpose for coming to find Qian Yang. Yang, can you tell me the secret to becoming stronger? You must have some tricks to become a Hashira so quickly, right? I also want to become a Hashira as soon as possible and then reunite with my brother. Please. Su Nm stood up and bowed to Qian Yang. Currently, Qian Yang is the fastest to become a Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. And Su Nm wanted to become one quickly too. So when he learned that Qian Yang had returned, he came to find him. Facing Su Nm's actions, Qian Yang was a bit unsure of what to do. For him, becoming a Hashira so quickly was due to good luck. He had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps and soon encountered Lower Moon too. The fact that he was able to slay an Upper Moon could be attributed to luck. If YH hadn't shown up, it would have taken him quite some time to find YH with his searching abilities. But he couldn't say that to Su Nm. Wouldn't that just make it seem like he was teasing him? Chapter 93. The swordsman who cannot use breathing techniques, how should I tell Su Nm? Chiba Yang felt a bit awkward. Chiba Yo raised his head and met Jinya's expectant gaze, leaving him at a loss for words. What kind of breathing technique are you using now? Helpless, Chiba Yo decided to guide Jinya in practicing the breathing technique. He had a good understanding of it, making guidance relatively easy, and the breathing techniques could enhance a swordsman's strength quickly. Although this wasn't exactly a secret to rapidly becoming a Hashira, it was still a good method for improving one's abilities. Upon hearing the question, Jinya's heart sank. When he went to apprentice under Hakuji, he was rejected because he didn't know the breathing technique. Now that Chiba Yo had asked the same question, he felt uneasy. I haven't learned the breathing technique yet because my physical abilities are too poor. Jinya hesitated, but ultimately told Chiba Yo the truth. Chiba Yang was somewhat surprised by the words. Normally, without the breathing technique, one should not even be able to participate in the final selection. Yet Xianmi had made it this far. Although he was astonished, Chiba Yang did not show it. Observing with the transparent world, he found that Xianmi's physique was indeed different from that of ordinary people. His jaw muscles were significantly stronger, but his lungs were smaller than usual, making it impossible for him to inhale much air at once. In terms of breathing alone, this would pose a significant challenge for him. What type of breathing technique did you learn before? Chiba Yang asked Xianmi again, feeling that Xianmi might not be completely incapable of using a breathing technique. Perhaps with some modifications, a breathing technique could be developed that he could use. Before participating in the final selection, I learned the wind breathing technique, but I couldn't master it. After becoming a disciple of Master Bimingyu, He also taught me the rock breathing technique, but I still can't use it. Shimi clenched his fist and replied unwillingly. Would you like to try the water breathing technique? Chiba Yang pondered for a moment, and then asked Xianmi. Hearing this, asked in confusion, if I can't learn the wind breathing and rock breathing techniques, why should I try the water breathing technique? The water breathing technique is currently the most gentle among these breathing techniques and is also the easiest for the body to endure. I believe that if it's the water breathing technique, you still have a chance of being able to use it, Chiba Yang replied. Chiba Yang explained to Xuanya that the existing breathing methods are mostly of the more aggressive type, all leaning towards offense. Chiba Yang's son breathing goes without saying. Although he has developed several defensive sword techniques himself, sun breathing is one of the most ferocious existing breathing styles, making it difficult for most ordinary people to use. Even someone like Tanjiro, who was taught by his father from a young age, can only unleash a small portion of sun breathing's power. Currently, only water breathing can be considered a relatively gentle breathing style. Upon hearing this, Jinya understood Chiba Yang's meaning, and then he hesitantly said, So should I go find a team member who can use water breathing to ask for advice? Chiba Yang shook his head and said to Xuani, No need. I can teach you water breathing. Huh? Aren't you the sun pillar? I remember the breathing technique you use is called sun breathing, right? That doesn't seem related to water breathing, Xuani said, a bit confused after hearing Chiba Yang's words. The breathing technique I use is indeed sun breathing, but I know more than just sun breathing. Moreover, water breathing and sun breathing are related. All breathing techniques ultimately lead to the same goal. The principles are quite similar, but there are differences in how they are used. Chiba Yang spoke to Xuanmi. After learning the flame breathing, thunder breathing, and water breathing techniques in addition to the sun breathing technique, Chiba Yang realized something. The latter three breathing styles seemed like simplified versions of the sun breathing technique, likely modified to allow ordinary people to use them. This was also the reason he was able to learn them just by watching others perform them once. Recalling what Tamayo had told him about Yoruichi Tsujikuni, Chiba Yang speculated that those 5 fundamental breathing techniques were likely all derived from the sun breathing technique, intended to enable members of the Demon Slayer Corps at that time to use breathing techniques, since the sun breathing was nearly impossible to use unless one's body was extraordinary. Do you also know water breathing? Xuami asked, looking at Chiba Yang. Yes, besides that, I also know flame breathing and thunder breathing, Chiba Yang nodded and replied. Moreover, Chiba Yang had hardly ever used these 3 breathing techniques because they were not powerful enough. He originally thought he would never get the chance to use them again. Xuami fell silent upon hearing this. He had initially thought his teacher, Kanroji Mitsuri, was already a rare monster among humans. But it seemed that this person before him was even more monstrous than his teacher. Are you willing to give it a try? Chiba Yang asked Xuami. Without hesitation, Xuami nodded and said, Please help me. After agreeing, Xuami felt something was off. He seemed to have come to seek the secret to quickly becoming a Hashira. So why was the development going in this direction? However, he quickly came to terms with it. As long as he could become stronger and earn Shinobu's recognition in the future, that was enough for him. Chiba Yang then began to teach Xuanmi the key points of water breathing, and afterward, the two went to the training ground where Chiba Yang demonstrated water breathing for him. Did you see clearly? Now you try it, Chiba Yang said, putting away his wooden sword and turning to Xuanmi. Xuanmi was still in a daze, unsure of what Chiba Yang wanted him to see. He hadn't even learned the breathing technique yet, and Chiba Yang had already performed it along with the sword techniques. Then asked him to try it himself. Oh, okay. Although he still didn't know what to do, Xuanmi steeled himself and picked up the wooden sword. Tried to mimic Chiba Yang's earlier movements. Chiba Yo was observing from the side. Seeing that Xuanya's breathing was still as calm as usual, he reminded him, Breathe using the method I told you before. Open your lungs and let as much air as possible enter your body. The reason he had Xuanya try it directly was that he wanted to continuously correct his breathing method through the transparent world, which he believed was the fastest way for Xuanya to master the breathing technique. After Chiba Yo's reminder, Xuanya changed his breathing method, opened his lungs, and let as much air as possible enter his body, but after only about a second, his lungs struggled to expand further. Chiba Yo, who was observing with the transparent world, frowned. He discovered that even the most gentle water breathing technique was beyond Xuanya's capability to use. His lungs were indeed too weak compared to an average person. It seemed that the water breathing technique needed to be modified. Chapter 94. The battle on Flower Street. As Chiba Yo expected, Xuanya still couldn't perform the water breathing technique. I still can't do it. Holding the wooden sword in his hand, feelings of frustration and pain surged within him. even though he possessed the physique capable of consuming demons. It was indeed unacceptable for a demon slayer to be unable to use breathing techniques. He didn't care much about others' opinions, but if Shinobu found out, she would definitely want him to leave the Demon Slayer Corps even more. What do you think about treating the breathing techniques and swordsmanship as purely auxiliary methods? At that moment, Chiba Yang suddenly spoke to Xuanya. Given that Xuanya had passed the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps and had persisted until now, his strength was assured even without breathing techniques. If that were the case, why not modify the water breathing technique to be gentler, using the originally offensive breathing techniques and swordsmanship as auxiliary methods? His demonization ability could then serve as the primary means of offense. Do you mean? Xuanya looked up at Chiba Yang, somewhat confused by his words. Just like this. Chiba Yang raised a wooden sword in his hand while talking to Jinya. According to the breathing technique of water breathing, the breathing in the lungs is softer, not requiring a large intake of air at once. Then, Chiba Yang swung the wooden sword, and unlike the previous demonstration, this time there was no large flow of water surrounding the blade. Instead, a thick mist poured out from the blade, resembling clusters of white clouds. From a distance, the white mist obscured Chiba Yang's figure, and the water droplets in the air reflected the light entering them, creating 5 illusions of Chiba Yang within the mist. Jinya was stunned. He didn't expect that during their conversation, Chiba Yang had directly created a new breathing technique. If this was possible, with the mist obscuring his figure, the accuracy of my gun would definitely improve, and I could also take the opportunity to bite the demon's body for demonization. After a moment of shock, Jinya's mood became excited. But could I really learn this breathing technique? However, thinking of the previous 2 failed attempts at learning breathing techniques, Jinya's excitement began to wane. The 6 figures of Chiba Yang in the mist simultaneously swung their wooden swords, and the white mist surrounding his body dispersed, leaving only 1 figure on the training ground. What do you think of this breathing technique? Although it doesn't have much offensive capability, if used well, it should be quite good for assisting in combat. Chiba Yang said as he approached Jinya. The earlier illusion was created by the refraction of light through the small water droplets in the mist. Theoretically, as long as controlled properly, countless such illusions could be formed in the mist. Anything within the mist could create an illusion. However, Chiba Yang thought this ability was not very useful. He couldn't rely on creating more illusions to scare the demons to death. Could he? With that effort, he might as well just go in and slash with his sword. I think this breathing technique is great, but can I really learn this breathing technique? Jinya replied to Chiba Yang, feeling quite satisfied with this breathing technique. Hikaru Chiba smiled and said to him, "Since I said that, I must have considered your physical condition. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to put in the effort, you will definitely be able to learn this breathing technique. Moreover, the techniques I demonstrated earlier are just one application of this breathing method. Once you learn it, you can continue to try and develop other techniques." When Chiba Yang transformed the water breathing technique into this breathing method, he did so according to the limits of Jinya's body. His body can definitely withstand this breathing method. I will work twice as hard. Jinya immediately replied after hearing Chiba Yang's words. Now he has begun to look forward to how he will be after mastering this breathing method. Then let's get started now. Chiba Yang began teaching Jinya how to use this breathing technique. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall had arrived, and on the other side, the lively flower street had turned into a battlefield. Long belts slashed in all directions, aiming to completely shred this area. So many. The speed has also increased. Holding the Nichiren blade, Tanjiro was startled by the incoming belts, but he did not back down, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly and stepping forward. Fire God Kagura, setting sun. Leaping into the air, Tanjiro's figure spun, and the flames swirling around his blade, as fierce as the sun, slashed horizontally, cutting through many of the belts, but still missing some. This is bad. In mid-air, Tanjiro realized he hadn't managed to cut all the belts, and he turned anxiously to look at the street behind him. Boom! About 4 houses were struck by the belts, and the parts of the buildings sliced by the belts collapsed with a loud crash. The man he had protected behind him was unharmed, and Tanjiro himself was also uninjured, but the residents beside the street suffered. A woman, terrified, saw another woman beside her cut in half, blood splattering onto her face, the floor stained a deep red. "Help! Someone save me!" A man was trapped under the collapsed building, his legs severed, blood gushing from a wound, and his body was pinned down by a heavy beam, completely unable to move. At the current rate of blood loss, he definitely wouldn't last long. Tanjiro landed back on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although his physical condition had improved significantly, and he could continuously perform Fire God Kagura. He had still experienced considerable exhaustion from the battle so far. What was going on? The man behind Tanjiro trembled as he looked at the scene before him, nearly unable to stand from fear. He had only come out to scold those making noise outside, never expecting to encounter such a situation. Don't panic. I will definitely protect you. First, find a place to hide. If you have the energy, you can help those who are just injured. Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, staring intently at the approaching Daki, while speaking to the man behind him. Ha ha, ugly. Weren't you just feeling proud? Come and try to cut me again. I'll smash you to pieces. Daki laughed loudly, shouting at Tanjiro. It had just been somewhat suppressed by Tanjiro's sun breathing, but now that all the belts had returned to its body, its power had greatly increased. Even though it had received news of a Hashira coming from the returning belts, it still planned to deal with Tanjiro first before addressing the infiltrating Hashira. Otherwise, it couldn't swallow the humiliation from earlier. You ugly humans have no right to live. Turn into corpses and rot away. The belts flew again, slashing towards Tanjiro. Chapter 95. Dialogue. Daki's words constantly provoked Tanjiro's nerves, and its utter disregard for life deeply enraged him. Veins bulged on his forehead as he tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade and swung it. Flames surged from the blade, cutting through the incredibly tough belts completely. The fragments of the belts flew through the air, passing in front of Tanjiro. Tanjiro, I think I understand the origin of Fire God Kagura. At dusk, in the training ground of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, after training had just ended, Tanjiro was called by Chiba Yang, who said to him during this mission, I inadvertently learned some information about the past. Hundreds of years ago, a predecessor named Yoruichi Tsujikuni comprehended the original breathing technique, which is sun breathing. With sun breathing, he killed countless demons and nearly eradicated Muzan Kibutsuji. Your Fire God Kagura is exactly the same as that predecessor Yoruichi's sun breathing techniques. Back then, Yoruichi relied on connecting those 12 forms of swordsmanship to create the 13th form of sun breathing, striking down Muzan in one blow. I believe the Fire God Kagura passed down through your family may very well be what that predecessor Yoruichi taught. And with this inheritance, you will surely become as powerful as that predecessor Yoruichi in the future. Memories of the past surfaced in his mind, while the cries of the injured people around him echoed incessantly. I'm sorry, you has failed your expectations. As a fellow user of sun breathing, my strength is so weak. That predecessor Yoruichi nearly killed Muzan with sun breathing, and you became a Hashira in less than a month using sun breathing, slaying powerful demons and protecting countless humans. Yet I can't even protect the people beside me. During the Mugen Train mission, I could only watch Mr. Rengoku's back. I may not be able to be as strong as predecessor Yoruichi and you, and compared to you, my strength is so weak, but as a human, there are times when you absolutely cannot retreat. There are still those heartless demons in the world who ruthlessly take people's lives and think it's justified, showing no remorse. I absolutely will not. With both feet on the ground, he looked up at Daki, standing on the roof. Tanjiro pushed off the ground with his right foot, and in an instant, he was in front of Daki, letting them run rampant. The Nichiren blade, wrapped in flames, slashed towards Daki's neck. Overcome with rage, Tanjiro's eyes turned blood red, making him look like a demon come to claim lives. So fast, faster than before. Daki was shocked, hesitating for just a moment, when the flame-wrapped Nichiren blade was already approaching its neck. However, after merging all the belts into its body, Daki's strength had also significantly increased. Seeing this, it leaned back, and the Nichiren blade grazed the tip of its nose, singeing a strand of its hair. Damn it! Incredibly furious, Daki kicked towards Tanjiro's chest. However, it underestimated Tanjiro's reaction speed. Before Daki's foot could hit, Tanjiro's left hand had already grasped its calf. Ugly, let me go, Daki shouted at Tanjiro, while 4 belts simultaneously slashed towards Tanjiro's body, aiming to cut him into pieces. Sun breathing, 3rd form, raging sun red mirror. The Nichiren blade was pulled back to his side and then slashed forward, a deep crimson arc cleaving through all 4 belts, and then aimed for Daki's neck. Damn it! Daki felt a surge of panic and struggled violently to break free, narrowly avoiding Tanjiro's slash, but a portion of her calf was severed and left in Tanjiro's left hand. As she distanced herself from Tanjiro, Daki's calf quickly regenerated. Such an injury was nothing to her, being one of the upper moons. A lost life would never return. Tanjiro slowly stood up, the tiles beneath his feet shattered under his immense strength. He held the Nichiren blade on his shoulder with his right hand and the severed calf in his left, his eyes blood red and veins bulging. Living beings cannot regenerate like demons. With a voice suppressed by rage, Tanjiro spoke, the surrounding screams preventing him from calming down. He entered a strange state where the pain in his body seemed to vanish entirely. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Daki's veins also bulged with anger, but at the same time, she felt a twinge of confusion. These words seemed strangely familiar. Touching her face, Daki sensed an inexplicable familiarity with them. Why do you plunder? Why do you trample on lives? Throwing down the severed leg in her left hand, Tanjiro looked at Daki and asked. Upon hearing these two questions, Daki was astonished to find a memory that did not belong to her surfacing in her mind. Where's the fun? Where's the humor? What do you consider life? A semi-like man appeared, with a peculiar flame-like pattern on his forehead, wearing the same floral ear ornaments as the boy before her. The man stood before her, seemingly looking down on her. This is the person Lord Muzan said he wanted to eliminate last time, due to their striking resemblance. Daki mistook this moment's memory as belonging to Chiba Yang. Are these images Lord Muzan's memories? Why should I forget? Why should I let go? Two voices echoed in her ears and mind, overlapping with each other. Get out of my head. Daki shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel these images from her mind, leaving only Tanjiro's voice. Weren't you once human? You must have struggled in pain as well, Tanjiro said to Daki. He did not understand why they, who were once human, now persecute humanity without any sense of guilt. However, before Tanjiro could finish his words, Daki interrupted him. Stop your annoying babbling. Who remembers those trivial things from the past? I'm a demon now. Whatever you say has nothing to do with me. Demons do not age. They do not need to earn a living. They do not get sick. They do not die. They do not lose anything. Moreover, demons are both beautiful and powerful. Of course, we can do whatever we want. Daki shouted at Tanjiro, showing no sign of being swayed by his words. The little girl who was scolded, abandoned at birth, and ultimately burned alive was now locked away deep in her memories. She would feel hunger. She had no money to support herself. She could get sick. She could die. And she had lost her memories, her past. Chapter 96. Awakening, slaying the upper moon? These weak beings called humans have nothing to do with me. It is the demon that does not feel pain and does not lose anything that I am. Even if I was once human, if given a choice, I would still choose to be a demon. Daki looked at Tanjiro, her right hand clenched into a fist as she smashed the tiles in front of her. I understand now, Tanjiro said, his voice slightly calmer, seemingly devoid of the previous anger. He realized that even if they were once human, they had now become demons, losing their memories of being human and their human virtues. Due to their different experiences, there was an essential difference in their perceptions, making communication impossible. Tanjiro no longer attempted to negotiate with Daki and charged towards her with his blade. Blood Demon Art, Eightfold Belt Slash. Seeing Tanjiro rushing toward her, Daki, having learned from previous encounters, dared not be arrogant again. 8 belts emerged from behind her, simultaneously slashing towards Tanjiro. The 8 belts crossed downward, sealing off all of Tanjiro's escape routes. My body, which was separated to control the entire flower district, will greatly increase in speed once it reunites. Even if you were able to match me before, you stand no chance against me now. Daki thought to herself. In her view, the 8 belts had crossed and were about to strike Tanjiro's head. Just as Daki thought Tanjiro would be sliced into pieces by her belts, a swirling flame slash was released from in front of Tanjiro, gradually expanding outward. Sun breathing, 6th form, burning bone, summer sun. The black Nichiren blade struck the surrounding belts, easily slicing through them, the flames scorching the severed ends. How painful! Daki briefly closed her eyes in pain. These belts were part of her body. The cut felt like being burned by flames, and she couldn't regenerate smoothly? Daki was shocked, but Tanjiro didn't give her time to process. The Nichiren blade, enveloped in flames, danced as it severed the belts and arrived before Daki, delivering a downward slash. This time, the Nichiren blade successfully struck Daki's neck. However, it did not cut through. At the moment Tanjiro's blade hit, her neck transformed into a flexible belt, absorbing some of the force and preventing Tanjiro's strike from cleanly severing her neck. How could you possibly cut off my neck? Daki shouted in anger, then launched a punch towards Tanjiro. Humans lack the regenerative abilities of demons, so exchanging injuries was extremely unwise. Tanjiro was well aware of this and did not continue to clash. He jumped back to evade the attack. You can't escape, ugly little demon. After forcing Tanjiro back, an enraged Daki summoned more belts from behind her, attacking Tanjiro once again. The number of belts had increased, now totaling 13. Tanjiro clearly observed Daki's attack. Evading might endanger more people. In an instant, Tanjiro made a decision, standing his ground without retreating or dodging, constantly swinging the Nichiren blade to alter the trajectory of the belts. Before he knew it, all 13 belts had been gathered in one place. Tanjiro thrust the Nichiren blade down, pinning all 13 belts to the rooftop, while his right foot also stepped on the belts. Do you think this will stop me? I'll throw you away right now. Seeing Tanjiro daring to stand on its belt, Daki laughed and shouted loudly at Tanjiro. They controlled 13 belts to exert a force, creating a curved bulge on the overlapping belts, which rushed towards Tanjiro at high speed, containing enough power to send Tanjiro flying. I have slightly modified the breath of the sun based on your physical condition, which should be more suitable for your body, making it much simpler to use. And the power remains unchanged. In addition, I have researched a method to enhance one's breathing intensity, which should be quite useful for swordsmen like you who have just mastered the total concentration breathing. Constant. It can allow you to temporarily gain strength beyond your usual limits. However, this method will cause significant damage to your body and may even pose certain risks to your organs. In simpler terms, it will shorten your lifespan, so it is best to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Chiba Yo's previous teachings flashed in Tanjiro's mind as he gently exhaled, his blood-red eyes filled with determination. Thank you, Yo. Slaying demons and protecting humanity. This is truly a desperate situation. He compressed his internal organs to allow his lungs to expand and take in more air. Every muscle in Tanjiro's body moved under his control, and at that moment, his lungs expanded to their limit, constantly compressing the space of his other organs. Just as the arched bulge on the belt swung beneath Tanjiro's feet, he suddenly leaped high into the air, using the force of the belt. His figure at that moment even obscured the moon. What? The once proud smile of Daki froze on her face as she looked up at Tanjiro in disbelief. However, she quickly regained her composure. In the air, you're nothing but a live target. Prepare to die. Daki shouted at Tanjiro, and then 13 belts attacked him from the sky. Facing the oncoming belts, Tanjiro, who could not evade in the air, showed no sign of panic. Even if I cannot unleash the true power of the breath of the sun, at least let me slay this demon before me. Looking down at Daki, Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren blade. Flames burst forth from the blade, and then connected to form a fierce blaze that wrapped around the blade. Breath of the sun. 11th form. Sun Halo Dragon. Head dance. Roar. The raging flames transformed into a vividly alive dragon's head. The giant dragon roared as it opened its mouth, a sound that shook the hearts of those beneath the night sky. Tanjiro, holding the Nichiren blade, concentrated the flaming dragon's head at the tip of the blade. Behind him was a long path of fire like the body of a fire dragon, similar to the technique Kyojuro had used before, Purgatory. Boom! The dragon's head collided with Daki's belts, instantly burning and dissolving them. Not a single belt managed to touch Tanjiro at that moment. The massive flaming dragon's head charged down from the sky towards Daki, the moon obscured by Tanjiro's figure. The radiant scene was as if the sun was falling. Impossible! Daki screamed hysterically in her heart, but at that moment, the fire dragon that struck from the sky had already slammed into her neck. How could I be defeated by such a hideous creature? Slash! Roar! The black Nichiren blade sunk into Daki's neck. The flaming dragon's head roared once more, veins bulging on Tanjiro's arms, as the Nichiren blade completely sliced through Daki's neck. Decapitation. As Daki's thoughts finished, her head flew high into the air. Chapter 97, Jutaro Thud. Tanjiro landed back on the rooftop. The immense impact shattered a large area of tiles. The negative effects of overexerting his body to enhance his breathing surged through Tanjiro immediately after using that technique. His legs weakened, and he gasped for breath at that moment. All his internal organs felt as if they were being burned by raging fire. Finally, I have decapitated this demon. Weakly kneeling on the ground, though his body was in immense pain, Tanjiro felt a sense of relief at that moment. Damn, how could I be decapitated by you, this hideous creature? I am one of the upper moons recognized by that esteemed one. At that time, Daki's head also landed back on the rooftop, unwillingly shouting loudly. It must be that you got lucky to achieve this. Otherwise, I would never lose. Hearing Daki shouting, Tanjiro was not too surprised, thinking that she had only delayed turning to ashes because of her strong power. I can't rest yet. I still need to save the injured. Enduring the pain in his body, Tanjiro slowly stood up and began to walk down step by step. Stop. You stop right there. We haven't decided the winner yet. I will definitely chop you into pieces. Daki's head shouted at Tanjiro's retreating back, but Tanjiro had no intention of stopping, completely ignoring her. Daki, ignored and furious, began to cry in grievance, thinking that she had been decapitated by a mere swordsman who wasn't even a Hashira. Wah! You ugly creatures only bully me. Hearing Daki's twisted words, Tanjiro's previously calmed emotions were once again filled with rage. His teeth clenched tightly as he suddenly turned his head. Enough! You beings who only recklessly take lives without an ounce of remorse. Tanjiro shouted angrily at Daki, and although he felt a bit relieved after shouting, the pain in his body intensified. Meanwhile, upon hearing Tanjiro's shout, Daki's cries became even louder. Wah! My neck has been severed. My neck has been severed. Onaikin! Daki cried out, her voice echoing through the night sky. At that moment, Tanjiro also sensed something was wrong. It had been so long since she was decapitated. Why had her body not started to crumble, and she could still cry out here? A strong sense of unease began to rise in Tanjiro's heart. Normally, he would not attack a demon after it had been decapitated, but the current situation made him feel as if this demon was still alive. To eliminate any potential threat, Tanjiro raised his Nichiren blade again and approached Daki's body. Moreover, she just called for her brother. What could a demon's brother be like? As Tanjiro pondered, the scene before him made his pupils widen. Daki's decapitated body suddenly began to reveal another figure. A head emerged from Daki's body, and then arms and the body separated from her. The upper body appeared emaciated, especially the waist, as if large chunks had been gouged out from both sides. From the body that appeared now, it could only be seen that it was a male. This is another demon. Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene before him. Move! Move! Slay this demon! Protect the humans behind me! Tanjiro kept shouting in his heart. His legs gradually transitioned from walking slowly to running forward step by step. Aya! Charging towards the newly appeared demon with his Nichiren blade. Tanjiro's physical condition did not allow him to use breathing techniques again, so he rushed in with just the Nichiren blade, aiming a strike at the demon crawling out of Daki's body. Clang! The sound of swords clashing rang out as a hand gripped Tanjiro's Nichiren blade. Is it you who bullied my sister? A somewhat sickly voice came from Jotaro as he raised his head. His black and green, disheveled hair. A large patch of black spots on his face, with the words Upper Moon and 6 inscribed in yellow on his right and left irises respectively. Such great strength. I can't break free. Tanjiro felt that the hand gripping his Nichiren blade was like an iron hoop. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. Moreover, the moment Jotaro spoke, Tanjiro felt an immense pressure, completely different from when he faced Daki, causing his body to instinctively tremble. Hey, you really have some guts. The tone of Jotaro gradually rose with his words, and at the same time, the hand gripping the Nichiren blade exerted more force, his expression turning increasingly furious and terrifying. This is bad. The Nichiren blade can't withstand the force from the side. Cold sweat broke out on Tanjiro's face as he realized the danger. But it was already too late. In the next moment, with a crack, Jotaro directly crushed the tip of Tanjiro's Nichiren blade. At that moment, Steel Hashira, who was eating dumplings in the swordsmith village, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and continued to happily eat his dumplings. Bang! After crushing Tanjiro's Nichiren blade, Jotaro kicked Tanjiro, sending him flying. Tanjiro vomited stomach acid. His body curled up like a shrimp as he flew through the air for a while before crashing onto another rooftop. The impact nearly knocked him unconscious, leaving him unable to move as he lay there. What was going on? Tanjiro, lying on the rooftop, was still enduring the pain while trying to think about what had just happened. On the other side, after kicking Tanjiro away, Jotaro picked up Daki's head and put it back on her severed neck. Stop crying. Crying won't make your head grow back. If your head falls off, just put it back yourself. You're such a foolish child, Jotaro said while stroking Daki's head to comfort her. Jotaro's appearance made Daki stop crying so loudly, but she still sobbed softly. I've tried so hard, but that demon slayer keeps burning me with fire, and his sword hurts so much when it cuts me. I've endured for so long, and he still won't give up, and he even curses at me. After Jotaro appeared, Daki completely transformed into a spoiled child, crying to Jotaro about her grievances. I see. Then I absolutely can't let him go. Let Big Brother take revenge for you. After all, my name is Jotaro. Jotaro stood up, and 2 sighs made of blood appeared in his hands as he walked step by step toward Tanjiro, who was lying on the rooftop. Chapter 98. Helpless. The term Jotaro refers to those who work in red light districts to attract customers and collect payment for their services. And they are also known as Yar and Yar Tar. Perhaps there are others named after this not-so-glorious profession, as the remnants of human memory have allowed this name to persist to this day. You little brat, you're really unlikable, daring to bully my sister like this. Jitaro's voice grew closer, but Tanjiro lay on the ground, unable to move. He was already at his limit after decapitating Daki, and Jitaro's kick had even made him hear the sound of his own bones cracking. He estimated at least 3 of his ribs were broken. Waves of sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and he had never felt his limbs so heavy. Get up, get up. There are so many innocent people around. Nezuko is also nearby. I must protect them. Slowly, Tanjiro's body shifted from lying on his side to half crouching on the rooftop, trembling as he supported himself with his arms. Puff! Blood sprayed from his mouth, but Tanjiro didn't care. With his arms supporting him, he slowly stood up, though he was hunched over and trembling all over. He gripped the broken Nichiren blade tightly, his eyes reddening as he slowly raised his head. Jitaro was already right in front of him. Ha ha ha, you can still stand up? But what can your trembling body do? Jitaro tilted his head and mocked Tanjiro. Let me help you find peace. With a playful attitude, Jitaro swung the scythe at Tanjiro. His movements were not fast, and a mocking smile was on his lips. Clang! The broken Nichiren blade clashed with the blood scythe. Even though Jitaro didn't use much force, exhausted Tanjiro was still sent flying. Thud! The blow sent Tanjiro crashing from the rooftop to the ground. But because he landed on his forehead first, it protected his body, and he only scraped his forehead, causing a bit of bleeding. You're really weak. Try standing up again, and let me see. Jitaro leaped down and returned to Tanjiro's side, who was still struggling to get up. Bang! At that moment, a door nearby suddenly opened, and a drunken man shouted loudly. What is all the noise? Can't you be quiet for a while after all this time? Now Tanjiro and the others had fallen to another street in the Flower District, and the people here were still unaware of what had happened. Hearing that voice, Tanjiro's heart sank. Quick, cough, cough, run. Tanjiro shouted with all his might at the man, but it was already too late. Jitaro turned to glance at the man. Upon seeing Jitaro's appearance, the man sobered up significantly, trembling as he tried to turn and flee. In the next second, Jitaro grabbed the man and returned to Tanjiro's side. Covering the man's mouth with his left hand and holding the blood scythe to his neck with his right, a grin spreading across his face as he looked at Tanjiro. The man, gripped by Jitaro, had tears in his eyes from fear, unable to struggle due to the scythe pressed against his neck. I remember your purpose as demon slayers is to kill us to protect humanity, right? Jitaro taunted Tanjiro, the tip of the scythe inching closer to the man's neck, ready to pierce his artery with just a little more pressure. But now, what can you do if I kill him, huh? Jitaro grinned at Tanjiro. Stop! Hands off! Tanjiro's eyes bulged with rage at the scene before him. Driven by the will to protect humanity, he struggled to stand up again. The new wound on his forehead merging with the previous one, forming an odd shape. Seeing Tanjiro stand up once more excited Jitaro even more. He wanted to watch this person fall into despair time and time again, making him realize that no matter how many times he stood up, it was futile, and reality would only strike him down again. Huh. Not bad at all. He actually stood up again with sheer willpower. But after laughing a few times, Jitaro's laughter abruptly stopped, and his expression turned cold. The result is still the same. Jitaro's demeanor became ferocious, raising the blood scythe high before aiming it at the man's neck. The man captured by Jitaro desperately tried to break free, but it was of no use. Meanwhile, Tanjiro raised the broken blade and charged at Jitaro, trying to save the man. Brother, be careful. From the rooftop in the distance, Daki also arrived here and called out to warn Jitaro. Nezuko had rushed over at some point, kicking towards Jitaro's head. Tanjiro also reached Jitaro's side, blocking Jitaro's scythe with his broken sword. Nezuko's kick struck the back of Jitaro's head with a dull thud, but it did not budge him at all. Tanjiro struggled to hold back the blood scythe pressing down from Jitaro, and at the same time told Nezuko, Nezuko, save the person first. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Nezuko stopped attacking Jitaro and intended to pry open Jitaro's left hand to rescue the human. Daki had also come over, swinging her belt in an attempt to help Jitaro kill Nezuko. Faced with the combined attack of the Tanjiro and Nezuko siblings, Jitaro grinned with a smile, and suddenly stopped his right hand that was pressing down on Tanjiro. Just as Tanjiro was confused, Jitaro's left hand moved down to grip the man's neck. Save, the man could only utter one word before Jitaro snapped his neck, his head drooping limply. The blood scythe came down, and Nezuko stood in front of Tanjiro, using both hands to shield him. With a sound, an arm was severed by the blood scythe, and blood splattered onto Tanjiro's face. There was no time to mourn. Tanjiro jumped back with Nezuko in his arms, distancing themselves from Jitaro. Look, you demon slayers can't do anything at all. Jotaro laughed oddly as he tossed aside the corpse in his hand, speaking to Tanjiro. And this little girl can't be your sister, right? If I'm not mistaken. She should be a demon, right? Jotaro scratched his head as he walked towards Tanjiro, guessing that they were siblings because of Nezuko's resemblance to Tanjiro and their identical eye color. If that's the case, you're really not a competent brother, are you? You didn't even turn into a demon with your sister. How about this? I'll turn you into a demon too. What do you say? Chapter 99. Jealousy. If you become a demon, you won't have to be protected by your sister like a useless coward. You're so pathetic now, it makes me sick. Jotaro said as he approached Tanjiro, the blood scythe in his hand gleaming with a strange red light. I'm sorry, Nezuko. I've let you get hurt again. Pressing Nezuko's severed arm against the wound, Tanjiro looked at Nezuko, who was sweating from pain, and took up his Nichiren blade, shielding her behind him. Then, trembling, he slowly stood up and replied to Jotaro, I refuse, and I will definitely turn my sister back into a human. His immense anger was now oddly calm, like a volcano buried deep beneath the sea. Faced with a situation similar to Kyojuro's, Tanjiro made the same choice that Kyojuro did. Whether aging or dying, those are the beauties of us fragile beings known as humans. It is precisely because we grow old and die that we are so lovely and noble. The word strong can not only describe the physical. No matter how many times he was asked, his answer remained the same. Tanjiro still remembered Kyojuro's response when he stood in front of Akaza. Because of the inability to be eternal, those fleeting beauties are even more touching. Stop playing around, brother. Hurry up and kill them. My separated belt found that a Hashira has come here, so quickly deal with them and go find that Hashira. Daki on the rooftop reminded Jotaro. Jotaro, irritated by Tanjiro's response, scratched his face. Then you should just die. Blood demon art. Flying blood scythe. He then shouted at Tanjiro, swinging the blood scythe in his hand, and several razor-thin blood blades shot out, rushing towards Tanjiro. Looking at the blood blades coming at him, Tanjiro felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could barely hold his Nichiren blade steady, and to him, it seemed impossible to dodge this attack. The drawbacks of continuously using the breath of the sun had not yet passed, and he could not use his breathing techniques, his strength nearly exhausted. But he could not retreat. Fully aware of his physical condition, Tanjiro still chose not to back down. He gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, his gaze still resolute, preparing to face the incoming blow. Clang! The first blood blade struck, and Tanjiro barely raised the broken Nichiren blade to block it. But the immense force behind the blood blade numbed his body, causing his arm to stray from its position, unable to block again. However, at that moment, the next blood blade was already coming, aimed straight for Tanjiro's neck, and he had no means to defend against this attack. Move your arm. In that final moment, Tanjiro still did not give up, attempting to lift the broken blade to block the blood blade, but it was futile. His numbed body did not obey his commands. Just as the blood blade was about to hit Tanjiro, a figure appeared in front of him, just like Kyojuro did back then. The blood blade collided with the massive twin swords, and Jotaro's attack was completely blocked by this figure. You've held on until I arrived. I admit your sibling's performance is splendid. Now, leave the rest to me. Tenjin spoke to Tanjiro, having rushed over after saving his 3 wives, with Zenitsu and Inosuke still behind. Mr. Yuzui, seeing Tenjin Yuzu standing in front of him, Tanjiro, who was already exhausted, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been very worried about what would happen to Nezuko and the humans here if he died. Tengen's appearance eased his mind. Moreover, he could now recover some stamina to rejoin the battle. Brother, he asked the Hashira that the belt found earlier. Daki on the rooftop reminded Jotaro upon seeing Tenjin. Jotaro looked at Tenjin ahead, his expression clearly displeased. You're not bad. You have a handsome face, smooth and tender skin, not a wrinkle or scar in sight. And a strong build. No matter how much I eat, I can't gain weight. Jotaro said while scratching his face. You're quite tall too. You must be over 6 feet, right? I bet you're very popular with the ladies. The more Jotaro thought about it, the angrier he became, scratching his own face until it was raw. It's just too infuriating. So jealous it's killing me. Can you just hurry up and die? Of course, in the most painful way possible. Skinning, flaying, disemboweling, and then being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Jotaro glared at Tenjin in anger, his veins bulging. Someone like you deserves to die like that. Blood demon art, flying blood scythe, Jotaro said, swinging the scythe in his hand, sending several blood blades as thin as cicada wings slicing towards Tenjin. Tenjin, seeing this, danced his twin swords, cutting through part of the blood blades to alter their trajectory, then dodged all the remaining blood blades. What you said is true. I am countless times more splendid than you, an unlikable guy. Charming, fashionable, and extravagant in my actions, and I even have 3 wives. Tenjin opened his mouth and spoke to Jotaro, his words piercing to the heart. Upon hearing Tengin's words, Jotaro froze for a moment, as if he had lost his dreams. Soon after, he fell into madness, scratching his face in disbelief and shouting, "What the hell? You actually have 3 wives? Ah! I will never let you go." More slender blood blades flew towards Tenjin, so numerous that even he could not easily fend them off. Originally, Jotaro intended to control the blood blades that had been sent out earlier to turn back and continue attacking Tenjin, but Tengin's words had made him unable to calm down, causing him to use his blood demon art once again. Looking at the countless blood blades before him, Tenjin tightened his grip on his dual swords, the massive blades turning a crimson color under his immense strength. Then, Tenjin swung his dual swords, slashing at the blood blades, which he easily cut apart. The red blade seemed to be able to counter the demon's blood demon art. Using the red blade against a demon for the first time felt very good to Tenjin. Previously, the demons he encountered could be decapitated with a single strike, making it impossible to test the red blade's capabilities. This time, facing an upper moon and using the red blade made him fall in love with its power. He was already a Hashira with strong foundational abilities, and using the red blade felt even more natural. Not only that, but my 3 wives are all beautiful and deeply love the magnificent me. After cutting through all the blood blades, Tenjin paused and continued to taunt Jotaro. Tengin's words inflicted a fatal blow to Jotaro's psyche. After hearing Tengin's words, his body even began to tremble with jealousy. "Die for me," Jotaro shouted at Tenjin, raising his blood scythe and charging at him, continuously swinging the scythe to unleash slashes, with numerous slender blood blades rushing towards Tenjin, filled with murderous intent. "Brother, I'm here to help you." On the rooftop, Daki also threw her belt towards Tenjin. However, her belt was intercepted midway. "Ha ha ha! Charge! Charge! Inosuke is here. Let me take care of these demons in style." Inosuke jumped onto the rooftop from the street next door, shouting loudly, easily influenced by the environment, and this time he spoke with a word style just like Tenjin. Beast breathing, fifth fong, frenzied tear, still in midair. Inosuke swung his dual swords in all directions, the blue-gray blades cutting through the numerous belts around him. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Another voice rang out, with Zenitsu, sporting 2 small pigtails and blushing cheeks, also arriving and cutting through the remaining belts. "Damn it, 2 annoying guys." Daki cursed angrily and attacked Inosuke and Zenitsu. Facing the countless blood blades charging at him, Tenjin maintained a red blade and cut them all apart. "I'll tear your face apart and see if your wives will still love you." He. At this moment, Jotaro had already reached Tenjin, weirdly smiling as he swung the blood scythe towards Tengin's face, aiming to disfigure him. "Zulfast, the strength of an upper moon is indeed extraordinary." Jotaro's speed surprised Tenjin, but he did not panic, blocking Jotaro's blood scythe downwards. One blood scythe was blocked, and Jotaro immediately swung the other blood scythe towards Tengin's head. But it was also blocked by Tenjin. He had 2 swords as well. The 2 seemed to be in a standoff, but Jotaro smiled, blood seeping from his body. Not good. Tengin's pupils dilated, hurriedly retreating. But it was already too late. Jotaro shouted, and the blood seeping from his body instantly transformed into blood blades, overwhelming Tenjin. Due to the close distance, he had no time to cut them all apart like before. Realizing this, Tenjin produced several explosive balls from his hands, then threw them out while charging forward. The explosions rang out, blocking many of the blood blades' attacks, but some blood blades still flew out of the smoke towards Tenjin, along with 2 blood scythes. After cutting through the remaining blood blades, Tenjin was ready to defend against the 2 blood scythes, but he found that they changed trajectory while spinning, bypassing his dual swords and leaving a scar on his face. The gemstone chain on his forehead was also severed by the blood scythes, falling to the ground. Now there's a scar on your smooth and delicate face. But this is just the beginning. I will gradually cut your face to pieces." Jotaro laughed at Tenjin, looking at the scar on his face with delight. "If you can do it, then come and try. But you must understand this. Even if I become disfigured, I'll still be 1,000 times more magnificent than you." Tenjin retorted without concern for Jotaro's cruel words. Being able to control the trajectory of the blood scythes and the blood blades could change direction. If it didn't hit the opponent, the red blade wouldn't show its worth. Although he said this, Tenjin understood that this demon was extremely powerful and took it very seriously. "You're really tough on the outside. Let me tell you, My blood sides are poisonous. You should already be feeling it, right? It won't be long before the poison kills you. And let's see if you can still talk tough then. Jotaro said to Tenjin, having already noticed the issue with Tengen's sword after their previous exchanges. However, relying on the power of his poison, Jotaro didn't take it too seriously. If you're waiting for the poison to take effect, then you'll be disappointed. I come from a family of ninjas, and my body has natural resistance. Poison is child's play for me. Although he was already feeling the effects in his body, Tenjin did not show any weakness. But he also realized that this battle had to be settled quickly. After saying these few words, he threw 5 explosive balls at Jotaro and charged forward himself. Tengen's words stunned Jotaro for a moment, but the 5 explosive balls rushing towards him quickly brought him back to reality. As long as he avoided these, they would be ineffective. Jotaro thought to himself, sidestepping the 5 explosive balls, but at that moment, another 5 explosive balls flew in, catching up to the previous 5 and colliding with them. The collision caused an explosion, and Jotaro was caught off guard, taking a hit. Sound breathing. 5th form, string of a sound. Meanwhile, Tenjin had arrived in front of Jotaro, spinning his dual swords and attacking him. Damn it, just some tricks. Injured by the explosion, Jotaro was furious, swinging his 2 blood scythes to meet Tenjin. On another side, Zenitsu and Inosuke were also engaged in battle with Daki. After catching a moment's breath, Tanjiro tied the broken Nichiren blade to his hand. Everyone is fighting. I can't fall behind. Although his body was still in immense pain, Tanjiro chose to continue fighting. Nezuko, let's go help Mr. Yuzui with the other demon. Nezuko's body has now fully recovered, and the poison from Jotaro has been eliminated by her blood demon art. Although Tanjiro is reluctant to see Nezuko get hurt, the current situation is so critical that they could all die here if they aren't careful. So they must use all their combat power. Having previously fought against Daki and Jotaro, Tanjiro feels that Inosuke and Zenitsu can barely handle Daki. So he plans to go support Tenjin. Nezuko nods in agreement. Mr. Yuzui, Zenitsu, Inosuke, the demon that uses the belt, was decapitated by me once, but didn't he die? Instead, this scythe demon crawled out of its body. I think in order to kill them, we might have to decapitate this scythe demon or take both of them down at the same time. Tanjiro informs the others about the intel he received as he runs toward the center of the battlefield. Isn't that simple? Watch me decapitate this worm woman right now. Inosuke responds to Tanjiro, but his words are not very convincing given the scars on his body from the belt. Chapter 101, Barbecue Disinfection Method Ding. The scythe clashes with the Nichiren blade. Tengen's previous fierce attack was ineffective. Jotaro's speed and strength are on par with his. And with the ability to turn his blood into blood blades, Tenjin cannot land a hit. Moreover, the situation worsens as Jotaro's poison takes effect. Tengen's condition becomes increasingly dire. His head starts to feel heavy, and poisonous spots appear on his face. Jotaro naturally notices this and mocks Tenjin. Hee. It seems the poison is indeed gradually taking effect. You said it was ineffective, yet you're putting on such a facade. Aren't you embarrassed? Even if that little demon has noticed our situation, it's too late. The strongest one among you has been poisoned and will die soon, and then they'll all die too. Upon hearing Jotaro's words, Tenjin raises his dual blades and loudly declares, "No, it hasn't taken effect at all." Boom! Before Tenjin can finish his sentence, a surge of red flames erupts from his body, engulfing him entirely. What is happening? I don't sense any killing intent. Who is it? Tenjin is startled by the flames surrounding him and quickly looks around, discovering that the one who set the fire is Nezuko. Nezuko smiles at Tenjin when she sees him looking at her. After realizing that the flames do not harm him, Tenjin calms down, only to find that the poison in his body has vanished. Haha, what a magnificent blood demon art. Our Demon Slayer Corps will definitely win. With the toxin completely removed and the spots on his face disappeared, Tenjin feels remarkably good. His admiration for Tanjiro and Nezuko skyrockets. Let us have a grand battle together. Tenjin dashes toward Jotaro with his dual blades, with Tanjiro and Nezuko following closely behind. Jotaro is taken aback. He had just spoken, and now he is being slapped in the face. Even without poison, do you think you can defeat me? Don't be so naive. Let me show you reality. Although Jotaro is very displeased that the poison is ineffective, he is not intimidated. He charges at Tenjin, Tanjiro, and Nezuko with his blood scythes. Countless blood blades swirl around him, and Jotaro targets Nezuko first. After all, his poison is a powerful ability. Just a scratch can weaken his opponent significantly, and it can kill them in no time. Now that he knows Nezuko can eliminate his poison, he intends to take her out first. at least incapacitating her for a short time. Jotaro appears right in front of Nezuko, swinging his blood scythe toward her neck, catching both Tanjiro and Nezuko off guard. Ding! The large crimson Nichiren blade blocks the blood scythe and protects Nezuko. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. Tenjin is well aware of Jotaro's intentions. Nezuko's role in this battle is crucial. As long as she is present, Jotaro's poison will never take effect. Tanjiro looks at Tenjin's strong back and seems to see Kyojuro protecting them in the Infinity Train arc. This isn't the time to be dazed. I've trained for so long. I've become stronger. This time, I will definitely help. Tanjiro snaps back to reality, gripping the broken Nichiren blade and charges at Jotaro. First form of sun breathing, dance. Flames wrap around the broken blade as he slashes horizontally toward Jotaro's neck. Tenjin's appearance allows Tanjiro to catch a breath, and now he can barely use his breathing techniques. Simultaneously, Tengen's other blade swings toward Jotaro's neck. Seeing their situation seemingly at a dead end, blood begins to seep from Jotaro's body. Blood demon art. Overbearing jumping. Countless blood blades form a sphere centered around Jotaro and spread outward. Tanjiro and Tengen's attacks are deflected by the blood blades, and both of them are sent flying. The overlapping blood blades, even with Tengen's Hekareki blade, cannot be cut through. Immediately afterward, Jotaro charges at Nezuko again, now determined to incapacitate her so she cannot help the other two. He can sense that this demon in front of him has consumed many people and is incredibly weak, and her regeneration ability is likely not strong. As long as he inflicts serious damage, she won't recover for a long time. Nezuko. Tanjiro, seeing this, feels anxious and rushes toward Nezuko to protect her. Meanwhile, Tenjin, who has been knocked further away, throws a few explosive pills at Jotaro and then shouts to Tanjiro, "Tanjiro!" Hearing Tengen's voice, Tanjiro understands, and he slashes the broken blade across the explosive pills Tenjin threw, causing an explosion that obscures Jotaro's figure with smoke. That one called Nezuko. "Move back a bit and protect yourself." Tenjin loudly calls out to Nezuko as he charges into the smoke. In the smoke, Jotaro, furious after failing to attack Nezuko, vents his anger on Tanjiro and let you take her place. The tip of the scythe lunges toward Tanjiro's head. Exhausted, Tanjiro cannot dodge this strike, and the blade tip pierces his skin. Ding! The massive blade grazes Tanjiro's face and strikes Jotaro's blood scythe, pushing it back. How can it be so fast? Jotaro finds it hard to believe. He is already gauging in speed, and logically, he shouldn't have arrived so quickly. However, as soon as he raises his head, he realizes that Tenjin himself hasn't reached there yet. But because his dual blades are connected by chains, he had just held the tip of one blade, which effectively doubled the range of the attack, achieving the earlier result. To be able to hold just the tip of the blade, what incredible grip strength. Realizing this, Jotaro is deeply astonished by Tengen's immense grip strength. "Go let your sister disinfect you." Tenjin said a word and directly threw Tanjiro with one hand, landing him right next to Nezuko. Seeing this, Nezuko hurriedly used her blood demon art to eliminate the poison from Tanjiro. After throwing Tanjiro away, Tenjin gripped both Nichiren swords again with both hands and struck hard at Jotaro. Sound breathing, first form, roar. As Nezuko was purging the poison from Tanjiro, Jotaro was unable to free his hands under Tengen's attack, with the blood sickles blocking Tengen's two Nichiren swords. Subsequently, a massive explosion occurred between the weapons, pushing Jotaro back a distance. At this moment, Tanjiro, who had the poison eliminated by Nezuko, returned to the battlefield. Chapter 102, The Flames Burn. Realizing that Tenjin and Tanjiro were determined to protect Nezuko, Jotaro changed his strategy. His strength was already superior to both of them. The poison was just an added advantage. Since this demon could eliminate his poison, he decided not to use it. Jotaro swung out a blood sickle, aimed at Tanjiro, then charged at Tenjin with another blood sickle while countless blood blades flew out from his body in all directions. Jotaro's relentless attacks left Tenjin unable to assist Tanjiro, and he could only trust that Tanjiro could handle it alone. Swinging his Nichiren sword to cut through the blood blades, Jotaro was already in front of him. "Let's see how you can win with such a burden." Jotaro thrust the blood sickle towards Tengen's chest while controlling another blood sickle to fly towards Tanjiro's head. Tanjiro couldn't cut through the blood blades like Tenjin. He could only barely change their trajectory, but these blood blades were also under Jotaro's control and could change direction, leaving Tanjiro in a difficult position. Under Jotaro's control, A large number of blood blades surrounded Tanjiro while the blood sickle struck towards his head. His stamina was running out. Tanjiro's hands trembled, and if he hadn't tied the sword to his hand in advance, he would have no strength left to hold it. The encirclement of blood blades shrank, about to touch Tanjiro's body, but he was now struggling to raise his sword to block or change the trajectory of the blood blades. Not far away, Nezuko was desperately running towards Tanjiro, her expression filled with urgency. Ding! He used all his strength to block the blood sickle aimed at his head. But the immense force of the blood sickle continued to strike towards his head, only slightly slowing its speed. A blood blade landed on Tanjiro's shoulder, and blood bloomed. Is it going to end? The blood sickle had already pierced the skin on his forehead, and without Tengen's resistance to poison, Tanjiro immediately felt a bit dizzy. Tanjiro was about to use his breathing. "Brother, come back quickly." Voices echoed in his mind, and the images of his parents and siblings appeared in his thoughts. Finally, Nezuko's human form appeared, still smiling, but when he opened his eyes again, Nezuko in front of him was still a demon. "I will turn Nezuko back into a human. I must hold on until then." Tanjiro's fighting spirit reignited as he summoned all his strength to resist the blood sickle. For some reason, the blood sickle piercing his forehead seemed to be momentarily hindered, and it was because of this momentary pause that Tanjiro avoided the result of being decapitated. The blood sickle was blocked, but the danger Tanjiro faced was far from over, for 5 blood blades simultaneously closed in on his body, ready to shred him to pieces. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from Tanjiro's body, burning away the poison at that moment and also weakening the blood blades slightly. At the same time, the scar on Tanjiro's forehead extended around his left eye, forming a flame-like pattern. Everything in his sight seemed to slow down, his physical strength restored, even stronger than before. Sun breathing, 6th form, burning bones sun. There was no time to think about what caused this. Tanjiro spun his body and swung the broken sword. Amid Nezuko's blood demon art flames, the broken Nichiren's sword glowed red, and the blood sickles and blood blades were either knocked away or sliced apart by Tanjiro. This little brat actually neutralized my attack. Jotaro, who was attacking Tengen, was shocked upon catching a glimpse of Tanjiro's situation. Conversely, Tengen felt a lot more at ease after seeing this. However, the next moment, a large amount of blood suddenly surged from Jotaro's arms, wrapping around them to form large blood blades. Blood demon art. Round/rotation. Tengen's attention was immediately drawn back to this side as he danced with his dual swords, creating an explosion in front of him. Sound breathing, 4th form, resonating slash. Mr. Yuzui quickly dodged. Tanjiro saw the blood sickle he had knocked away under Jotaro's control heading towards Tengen's back. However, he was too far away to help Tengen block it in time, and could only shout a warning. Jotaro's fierce attack in front of him made Tengen somewhat overlook the potential danger from behind, and upon hearing Tanjiro's warning, he immediately felt a chill on his back. He tried to dodge to the side, but his movements were a tad late. The blood sickle spun past, leaving a massive wound on his back and left chest. Due to his resistance to poison, Tengen didn't immediately retreat from the battlefield to find Nezuko to eliminate the poison. Instead, he charged straight at Jotaro. Just then, Hinitsuru appeared on a rooftop by the street, holding a strange weapon covered with shurikens. The next moment, the shurikens were launched, raining down towards Jotaro. Shurikens? Jotaro noticed Hinitsuru's attack and felt a bit puzzled. He didn't think such things could harm him. These things are too troublesome to block, and even if hit, it doesn't matter. No, these guys shouldn't be this stupid. Blood demon art. Overbearing jump. Jotaro suddenly understood and immediately used his blood demon art for defense. However, due to the moment's hesitation, 2 or 3 shurikens still hit him. The blood blade shield dissipated, and Jotaro found Tengen already in front of him. The previous shuriken attacks ranged too large, enveloping him as well. However, he did not dodge, even with some shurikens sticking into him. Sun breathing, 12th form, flame dance. Tanjiro had also caught up at some point, his red blade entwined with flames, striking down and severing Jotaro's left arm, followed by another horizontal slash aimed at his neck. Jotaro, intending to regenerate immediately, found that his left arm could not regenerate, and he also felt a burning pain. The crimson blade combined with the wisteria poison on the shurikens rendered Jotaro's left arm unable to regenerate for a short time. Blood demon art. Round/rotation. Realizing he couldn't regenerate, Jotaro simply gave up on recovery. The blood from his wound and the blood seeping from his body all transformed into blood blades, wrapping around his upper body, causing Tanjiro's broken sword to spark as it struck. Sound breathing, second form. Reprise. Tenjin Yuzui wielded dual swords. One crashing down on the blood blade released by Jotaro with a thunderous roar, scattering the blood blade slightly. The other sword spun around Jotaro's neck for half a turn before landing on the blood blade at the back of its neck. The explosive roar sounded again, with two voices ringing out in succession, like a duet. Brother, don't let that kind of person behead you. Daki, noticing the situation with Jotaro, anxiously shouted over. Thunder breathing. First form. Thunderclap and flash. Chapter 103. Wind and cloud, taking advantage of Daki's distraction. Zenitsu leaped toward her, his leg muscles bulging, transforming into a streak of lightning. And in an instant, the Nichiren blade fell onto Daki's neck. However, Daki's reaction was quick. Her neck transformed into a belt, using its resilience to prevent her neck from being severed, while countless belts slashed towards Zenitsu. I will tear you apart first. Daki shouted angrily at Zenitsu. Beast breathing. Fifth Fong, rampant tear. At that moment, Inosuke appeared, rushing between Daki's belts, twisting his body and slashing in all directions, neutralizing all the belts aimed at Zenitsu. Zenitsu, don't worry about those belts. Focus on cutting off the neck demoness head. Inosuke shouted loudly to Zenitsu. On the other side, Jotaro, under attack from Tanjiro and Tenjin, sensed the approach of death as the crimson blades gradually severed the blood blades surrounding its body, drawing closer. Just then, the severed blood sickle in its hand flew up, and it released the other blood sickle, both spinning under its control and aiming for Tanjiro and Tengen's backs. Die, all of you! Tanjiro noticed the situation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he contemplated how to handle it. His strength was limited, even with Nezuko's blood demon art enhancing his Nichiren blade. It was difficult to sever Jotaro's blood blades. In the next moment, he made a decision, turning to help Tenjin block the two blood sickles. Clang! Clang! The two blood sickles were knocked away by Tanjiro, but with Tanjiro's departure, Jotaro felt less pressure. All the blood blades converged on Tengen's attack point, and a blood sickle flew back into its hand, aiming for Tengen's body. Almost there. Although Tenjin noticed Jotaro's attack, he did not defend or evade and continued to slash at Jotaro's neck. The blood sickle struck Tengen's waist and kept digging in, blood flowing from the wound on his chest, but Tenjin did not stop. The blood blade was about to be severed, and he was moments away from cutting the demon's neck. Tengen-sama, if you can defeat the Upper Moon Demon and survive, then step back and live the rest of your life as an ordinary person. The lives taken during our time as ninjas won't come back. So we must find a way to conclude this, or we won't have the face to live in the sunlight. The words of Zenitsu echoed in his mind, and scenes from the past surfaced. Living as an ordinary person indeed made him tempted. Mobilizing all his strength into his arms, the veins on Tengen's arms bulged like earthworms. Dispersed beautifully. An eighth note quietly appeared on Tengen's left temple, and his power increased once again at that moment. The blood blades were completely severed, and both swords simultaneously fell onto Jotaro's neck. How is that possible? His power has increased again. Jotaro was shocked, enveloped by the fear of death. That's right. As long as my sister isn't beheaded, we won't die. Thinking this, Jotaro looked in Daki's direction. Zenitsu, moving at lightning speed, was flying with Daki in midair. Daki's neck had transformed into a belt that had already been partially torn apart, but Zenitsu's speed was also slowing down. Ugly. You can't hold on any longer. I now. Thunderclap and flash, second strike. Just as Daki was about to taunt again, Zenitsu, whose speed was decreasing, suddenly accelerated again, instantly severing Daki's neck. At the same time, Tengen's dual swords glided past, and Jotaro's head flew up. The two heads met in midair and then fell to the ground simultaneously. After beheading Jotaro, Tenjin immediately endured the pain and pulled the blood sickle from his waist. Nezuko rushed over, using her blood demon art to clear the toxins from his body. Then Tenjin felt that every part of his body was in pain, especially the wounds, but now that he had killed the demon, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blood sickle that had been attacking Tanjiro fell from the air, and Tanjiro, who had been tense, relaxed, and knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Zenitsu ran happily toward him after seeing the demon was eliminated. However, Jotaro's body, lying on the ground, suddenly showed signs of movement. Noticing this, Tenjin thought of a possibility. Run! Shouting this with all his strength, Tenjin, regardless of his injured body, lifted the nearby Tanjiro and Nezuko, then embraced Zenitsu and fled desperately into the distance. In the next moment, Jotaro's fallen body suddenly exploded, endless blood forming blood blades that spread spherically around, the ground being plowed open, and the buildings along the way being shattered, dust and debris swirling in the air, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. 3 days later, relative to the time in the Flower District, it has been more than 3 days here in Chiba at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters training ground. After this period of instruction, Jinya had already learned the breathing technique taught by Chiba. Previously, he couldn't learn the breathing technique mainly due to his physical condition. But now, with a breathing technique suitable for his physical abilities, he was learning quite quickly. However, he could only use this breathing technique to conceal his form. He couldn't create illusions like Chiba. Standing on the training ground, Jinya held the Nichiren blade and took a deep breath, then slashed forward with the blade. A large amount of mist surged from the blade, completely enveloping his body. Compared to Chiba's mist range, his was much smaller, but it was enough to serve the purpose of hiding his form. Using the breathing technique for the first time, Jinya even trembled a bit with excitement. After a while, the mist dissipated and Jinya's form reappeared. Congratulations, you have already learned this breathing technique. What you need to do next is long-term training and developing sword techniques. You can also refer to the illusions I created using this breathing technique. I've already told you the specific principles. Chiba Yang walked toward Schwanmi and congratulated him with a smile. Thank you, Yang. If it weren't for you, I might never have mastered the breathing technique in this lifetime. Schwanmi sincerely expressed his gratitude to Chiba Yang. It's nothing. As friends and companions, we naturally help each other. Chiba Yang waved his hand and said, By the way, Yang, why don't you give this breathing technique a name? Calling it this breathing technique is too strange, Schwanmi said to Chiba Yang. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. After pondering for a while, he said to Schwanmi, Why not call it cloud breathing? This breathing technique resembles clouds quite a bit. Schwanmi was somewhat surprised and replied, I thought you would call it mist breathing. Calling it mist breathing is certainly appropriate, but I think clouds and wind go well together. Chiba Yang looked at Jinya and smiled, saying, Hearing this, Jinya realized that the breathing technique used by Shinya was wind breathing, and wind and clouds are often associated together, perfectly representing the bond between the two brothers. Thinking of this, Jinya grew even fonder of this breathing technique. With wind and cloud, I will definitely be able to fight alongside my brother and help him. Chapter 104. Collaboration Quick. This child has been unconscious all the way here, and now his physical condition is extremely poor. His leg injury is very severe, and Lord Yuzui, his external injuries are also quite serious. A commotion arose from the direction of the Butterfly Mansion. Although injured squad members were often brought to the Butterfly Mansion, this was the first time Chiba Yang had seen such a large commotion. Yuzui is injured? Chiba Yang suddenly remembered that Tanjiro and the others had gone with Tenjin to carry out mission. After that, he would have to practice on his own. Chiba Yang said this to Jinya and, feeling uneasy, ran towards the Butterfly Mansion. Tanjiro and the other two were not only his friends now, but also his junior disciples. Oh, okay. Jinya also noticed the commotion over at the Butterfly Mansion, but since he wasn't familiar with the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, he didn't go over. When he arrived at the Butterfly Mansion, Chiba Yang saw a group of members busy transporting the injured. Tanjiro, Tenjin, and Zenitsu were all lying on stretchers, with Tenjin having wounds on his chest and waist. 3 beautiful women with good figures were standing nearby, anxiously watching Tenjin. One of them, with long black hair and blue eyes, was crying sadly. Woo woo woo, Lord Tenjin, you must not die. Otherwise, Shinobu will definitely bully me every day. The girl next to her with golden bangs angrily slapped her on the head and shouted, What are you talking about? Lord Tenjin will be fine soon. After being slapped by Shinobu, Suma cried even harder. Woo woo woo, Lord Tenjin, please open your eyes and see. Shinobu hit me again. Chiba Yang saw Tenjin lying on the stretcher with his eyelids twitching, but he didn't open his eyes. Moreover, there were more than just Suma crying here. Zenitsu, who was being carried on a stretcher by the Insect Corps members, had his eyes wide open, tears and snot streaming down his face. My legs hurt so much. What happened? Why do my legs hurt so much when I wake up? Oh, it hurts so bad. Woo-woo. Oh. The two were crying in turns, mixed with Shinobu's scolding shouts at Suma, creating chaos at the scene. The Insect Corps member responsible for transporting them finally couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, Shut up. Their conditions are not optimistic. Do you want to make treatment more difficult by making noise here? This shout from the Insect Corps member silenced the scene, and everyone temporarily quieted down. Suma bit her lip, trying hard not to cry out loud, with a stream of tears still hanging on her face. After calming the crowd down, the Insect Corps member shouted at Zenitsu again, You've been screaming all the way, aren't you tired? No matter how you got hurt, The most important thing now is to get you treated, understand? If you keep screaming like this, you might lose your legs. The insect corps member's words were naturally meant to scare Zenitsu, and Zenitsu was indeed frightened, his face starting to pale, wanting to cry out but daring not to, and was sent in by the insect corps member like that. Watching the three being sent into the butterfly mansion, Chiba Yang knew they were going to receive treatment and didn't go in to disturb them. He wanted to find someone in the know to understand the situation. But before he could speak, someone eagerly told him, "Ha ha, Night King. This time we killed an upper moon." Upper moon, do you know what that is? It's a super powerful demon. We killed one this time. Inosuke laughed heartily with his arms crossed, his tone full of pride. He was the least injured this time, only having some minor external wounds from a belt slash, and after applying medicine and wrapping it with bandages, he was fine. However, the ability to move organs he gained during training didn't come into play this time. Oh, which upper moon? Chiba Yang Asked Inosuke, the weakest of the upper moons. Upper moon 6. Before Inosuke could answer, Kaneo, who had gone to support them and returned with them, replied for him. Kaneo's words made Inosuke very angry, and he shouted at Kaneo, "Hey, you bandaged green-eyed guy. Do you know what an upper moon is? Have you ever seen an upper moon to dare say that? Upper moons are extremely strong, and we defeated an upper moon demon, so we are also extremely strong." Inosuke's words clearly angered Kaneo, who indeed had never seen an upper moon. He had gone to support, but ended up missing it. By the time he arrived, Tenjin and the others had basically finished handling everything. He was very envious that Tenjin could encounter an upper moon this time, and Inosuke's words were clearly stabbing at him. Remembering the previous instructions from the master not to bully lower-ranked swordsmen, Kaneo suppressed the impulse to beat Inosuke up, snorted coldly, and stopped arguing with him. After seeing Kaneo had nothing more to say, Inosuke felt immensely proud. This was the first time he had won in a verbal battle, as he had always been angered by others' words before. Having defeated Upper Moon 6, there were only 4 Upper Moon demons left now, and the minions that Muzan could command were running low. It wouldn't be long before they could find him and completely eliminate him. Chiba was excitedly thinking. On the other side, Yoza was also thrilled upon hearing the news, but since Chiba had already slain the 5th Upper Moon, his reaction this time was not as intense as before. The gears had begun to turn. The Upper Moons were being eliminated one by one in this era, and, eventually, that man would also be unable to escape, Yoza said excitedly while lying in bed. Just then, a messenger crow landed by the window, with a letter tied to its leg. Tianyin, kneeling next to Yoza, went to take the letter off the crow's leg and opened it to take a look. "Husband, Miss Tamayo's reply has arrived." After completing the last task, Chiba sent a letter through Sukuna to Tamayo at the request of the Lord, hoping she could come to discuss the plan to eliminate Muzan together. At the same time, Chiba also informed Sukuna to deliver the reply directly to the Lord once received, which was also mentioned in the letter to Tamayo. "Tennin, please read it for me," Yoza said to Tennin, as he could no longer see anything at all and even had difficulty getting up. "Yes," Tennin responded, and then unfolded the letter to read to Yoza. Grateful for the trust of the Demon Slayer Corps leader, Tamayo expressed her appreciation. "For our common goal, I am willing to accept the proposal and plan to visit on the last night of this month to discuss the plan to eliminate that man. I hope we can cooperate happily." Initially, Tamayo felt very surprised when she saw the content of the letter from Chiba. On one hand, she did not expect the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps to be willing to collaborate with a demon. On the other hand, she was somewhat doubtful about the safety of this matter. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps and demons have been enemies for many years. Even if the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps was sincere, she could not ensure that she wouldn't encounter overly aggressive members of the Corps who might slay her. However, after much contemplation, Tamayo ultimately decided to go ahead with the collaboration. In order to eliminate Muzan, she was willing to take this risk, and she had a fair amount of trust in Chiba. Chapter 105. Meeting besides trusting Chiba. Another reason that made Tamayo resolute was that Yoza had asked Chiba to also inform Tamayo of the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Such trust was enough to earn Tamayo's trust. Good. Now the possibility of eliminating Muzan has increased a bit. After hearing the contents of the letter, Yoza felt even better. Since Tamayo is willing to trust us, we must ensure her safety. "Tennin, can you call Yo over?" Yoza instructed Tennin, planning to have Chiba meet Tamayo. "All right," Tennin responded, and then went out to send a member of the infiltration team to summon Chiba. Chiba Yang learned about the general situation from Inosuke. He felt somewhat helpless regarding Zenitsu's inability to fight while fully conscious during this mission, as if all his previous efforts had been in vain. However, he thought again that Zenitsu's ability to demonstrate extraordinary strength, even while asleep or unconscious, wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, he could still fight when he wasn't in a daze, and it wouldn't be easy for anything to go wrong. If Tanjiro and the others wake up, make sure to let me know, Chiba Yang said to Inosuke, then planned to return to the training ground for more practice. Lord Chiba, a member of the Hidden Corps, ran up to Chiba Yang. The master wants you to come over, the member said as he reached Chiba Yang. All right, I'll go right away. Thank you for your hard work, Chiba Yang responded before heading towards the Kanroji residence. Shinobana watched Chiba Yang's departing figure with some envy. Being summoned by the master likely meant there was an important task at hand, perhaps even information on the Upper Moons. Chiba Yang had just slain an Upper Moon 5, and now being summoned again made Shinobana feel quite envious. However, he was clearly mistaken. Kanroji residence. Chiba Yo walked into the room and knelt on one knee in front of Yose, while Amano handed him a letter. Chiba Yo glanced at the contents of the letter and recognized it as Juye's reply. Currently, among the Demon Slayer Corps, only you and Tanjiro know about Miss Juye. Now that Miss Juye wishes to come and discuss a plan to eliminate Muzan, I hope you can go and meet her. After all, Miss Juye's identity is too sensitive for the children of the Demon Slayer Corps, making it difficult for them to accept her. Moreover, if they discover Miss Juye, they might react in an extreme manner. Yaozai spoke to Chiba Yo, and after treatment, his condition was slightly better than last time, but overall it was still deteriorating. Yes, my lord, Chiba Yo nodded in response, understanding what his lord meant by extreme behavior. If the Wind Hashira were to discover Juye, he would probably attack her on the spot. At the end of this month, which is the day after tomorrow, 2 days passed quickly. At night, Chiba Yo waited at a small path leading to the Kanroji estate for Juye. This was the route Yaozai instructed Chiba Yo to point out to Juye in his previous letter, as he feared something unexpected might happen if they entered through the main gate. Near midnight, 2 figures appeared before Chiba Yo. Miss Juye, my lord sent me to meet you. Chiba Yo greeted Juye. Seeing that Yashiro had followed along, Chiba Yo was not surprised, given their previous encounters. It would be odd if this guy didn't stick with Juye. Thank you for your trouble, Juye smiled in response. Yashiro snorted in dissatisfaction. He had advised her multiple times against coming here, not wanting her to take risks, but Juye had not listened. Knowing that the letter was written by Chiba Yo, Yashiro, who already had grievances against him, now completely did not want to see his face. Chiba Yo paid no mind to Yashiro's little temper and led the way for Juye. There were no unexpected incidents along the way, and they arrived safely at the Kanroji estate. The lights inside were still on. Yaozai had stayed awake for this negotiation. My lord, Miss Juye has arrived. Chiba Yo opened his mouth and spoke to Yaozai. This was also the first time Tamayo saw the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, and she felt somewhat shocked by Yaozai's physical condition. Thank you, Miss Tamayo, for believing in me and coming to collaborate. Due to my health, I cannot rise. Yaozai also heard the sound and spoke to Tamayo in a gentle voice. It's no wonder the Demon Slayer Corps has been able to contend with Muzan for so many years, having a leader like you. Tamayo couldn't help but exclaim, as anyone could see that Yaozai's time was limited, yet he still persevered for the sake of the Demon Slayer Corps to eliminate Muzan, and he could even tolerate her, a demon. Such perseverance and demeanor truly impressed her. Miss Tamayo, you jest. I personally am not important to the organization. The Demon Slayer Corps has been able to contend with demons for so many years because of humanity's eternal will and the countless sacrifices made by many children, which has nothing to do with me. Unlike the illusory eternity sought by that man, the continuously inherited will of humanity is the true eternity. After 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps has remained resilient. Many poor children have died, but they have never disappeared. Their will has been passed down through generations. This is something that will not be interrupted by death or obstructed by time. This is the true reason the Demon Slayer Corps can exist for a long time. Yaozai said softly to Tamayo, completely attributing the accomplishments of the Demon Slayer Corps to others. After hearing Yaozai's words, Tamayo admired him even more, and the nearby Yashir was also awed by Yaozai's demeanor. Although Yaozai appeared frail lying on the couch, his mental strength made Yashir feel that he could never reach such heights. Chiba Yo, standing aside, was deeply shocked by Yaozai's words. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he felt more keenly the importance of their leader to the organization. Today, some of the Hashira members were able to join the Demon Slayer Corps because of the leader, like Shinobu and Mucher. Furthermore, all the Hashira basically obeyed Yaozai's words and respected him greatly. Similarly, Yaozai had never made any wrong decisions. The significant role that Nezuko played in the recent battle of the Flower District confirmed how correct his decision to acknowledge Nezuko's existence was. However, at the same time, Chiba Yang felt that Zai's words were not wrong. He personally did seem unimportant to the organization. Each Hashira has their own area of vigilance, and tasks are carried out by the crows. Even without the leader, the demon hunting missions can proceed smoothly. Moreover, the Hashira members have substantial authority, able to mobilize lower-ranked swordsmen at will. Although the Hashira meetings, which are crucial for the development of a Demon Slayer Corps, are led by the leader, it is mostly the Hashira members who participate. This means that even if Zai were to suddenly leave one day, the Demon Slayer Corps could still maintain normal order. Combined with what he had heard about the leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps generally having short lifespans, Chiba Yang couldn't help but feel that these rules were established for this very reason, to diminish the leader's influence over the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 106. The plan, although he wasn't sure if his thoughts were correct, the reality that Chiba Yang understood was indeed like this. Let us begin now. Before Chiba Yang could think any further, Zai spoke again. Tamayo, Yusher, and Chiba Yang all sat down at his words, and Chiba Yang was invited by Zai to participate in this discussion. Zai then continued, "Now that Muzan is hiding and we cannot know its whereabouts, let alone eliminate it, I have a plan. Muzan has always wanted to eliminate our clan, which opposes it. If I can let it know my location, it should come to deal with me. At that time, I will use special explosives to deal it a heavy blow. And then Miss Tamayo can take the opportunity to use the medicine you developed to weaken Muzan, after which the crows I have arranged will notify the children. And together we will kill Muzan." Zai laid out his plan, and Chiba Yang, still processing it, nodded thoughtfully. "It seems like a good plan. We can move the leader to another place in advance, plant explosives in the residence, and once we find Muzan appearing, we can detonate the explosives." Zai and Chiba Yang did not know much about Muzan, thinking that this would be enough to draw it out. "Yo, you misunderstood my point. If I am not visible, Muzan definitely won't show up. I don't have much time left, and there is no need to move me. I have always been physically weak and have never truly fought on the front lines like you in hunting demons. In these final moments, let me contribute to the elimination of Muzan." After Chiba Yang finished speaking, Zai explained to him. At that moment, Chiba Yang understood Zai's meaning. Feeling a deep sadness inside, he could sense that Zai had already resigned himself to death. After a moment of silence, Chiba Yang spoke. "Leader, the Hashira will not agree to your plan. Don't you want to witness Muzan's demise and see the tomorrow you have been looking forward to? Therefore, I do not plan to tell this plan to the other Hashira. I hope you can understand me, Yo. If possible, I would love to see such a tomorrow, but that is clearly somewhat impossible. Recently, after the doctor treated me, he said I have only a few days left. Rather than being tormented by illness until death, I feel this way of dying is a better end for me," Zai calmly stated. Since Chiba Yang had only recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps and was not brought in by Zai, the latter felt he was the most likely to agree to his plan. After hearing Zai's words, although Chiba Yang wanted to refuse, he found himself without any rebuttals. At that moment, Tamayo spoke up. "Forgive my bluntness, but I believe this plan is not feasible. I think Muzan will not appear at all. Muzan is an extremely cowardly creature. 100 years ago, the user of the sun-breathing, Yoruichi Tsujikuni, defeated it with a single strike. Although he did not kill it, he left it with a deep psychological shadow. And Yo's appearance is very similar to Yoruichi's. The last time they encountered Muzan, he was so frightened that he split and fled, and has not shown his face since. Because of Yo's presence, I feel Muzan will continue to hide, just like it did 100 years ago, and this alone will not draw it out." Compared to Zai and Chiba Yang, Tamayo's understanding of Muzan is quite profound, knowing what kind of being it is. After hearing Tamayo's words, Zai fell into deep thought. His plan depended on Muzan coming to kill him after knowing the location of the Tsujikuni residence. If Muzan did not come, then this plan would indeed be useless. Given that Tamayo had been close to Muzan for many years, her understanding of it was certainly greater than theirs, so Zai chose to trust her judgment. Then, "Miss Tamayo, do you have a better solution?" Yaya asked Tamayo, "What should we do now?" Tamayo actually didn't have many good options at this point. Muzan's evasion had truly left them somewhat helpless, but she still managed to come up with a minor plan. "When I was by Muzan's side, I learned quite a bit about him. The reason he keeps creating demons is actually to find a specific medicinal herb called the blue curse flower. This herb is very important to Muzan and may be the key to his true immortality. Since I am a demon and was previously hunted by Muzan, my range of movement and time are limited. I think you should try to search for this herb. After finding it, We can spread the news to attract Muzan. This would increase the chances of him showing up, though the likelihood is still quite slim. However, even if he doesn't appear, he will definitely send demons to investigate, and perhaps they will reveal some clues. Tamayo spoke. The information she provided was something Yaoya had never heard of before, and after listening, he found it quite feasible. I understand. I will have the Demon Slayer Corps kids keep an eye out for this herb. Once we find it, I will send Tsujikuni to inform you, Yaoya replied. Chiba Yo listened to the conversation between the two and felt a bit guilty. He believed that the difficulties they were facing were due to his failure to directly kill Muzan during their last encounter. In addition, I will also try to find out Muzan's whereabouts. I mentioned to Yo earlier that if I could find out Muzan's location, I would immediately inform him, Shizuka added. They didn't come up with any particularly feasible strategies for eliminating Muzan that night. And then Yoza raised another matter. Miss Shizuka, I would like to know what stage your research on the drug to deal with Muzan is at, if it's convenient to share. Upon hearing this, Shizuka replied. The drug targeting Muzan's splits has been successfully developed, and another drug that can age him is also nearing completion. However, the drug that can turn demons back into humans is still lacking a bit, but it should be finished soon. This research requires the blood of the 12 Kazuki. Just a couple of days ago, I received the upper rank blood sent by Tanjiro, but I haven't had the chance to start the research yet. I see. That must be tough for you. We have a poison expert among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. If possible, I would like her to assist you in completing the drug to turn demons back into humans, Yoza said, feeling a bit weak after talking for so long. He was referring to Shinobu Kocho. If the Hashira you mentioned is willing, I have no objections, Shizuka replied, feeling that the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps might not accept her, especially since Chiba Yo initially wanted to kill her, and Yusha. Thank you, Miss Shizuka. I will talk to her in advance, Yoza said with a smile. The negotiations of the night did not conclude very successfully. Midnight arrived, and in a remote area far from the Demon Slayer Corps, a car had been shattered by something, with a father and daughter trembling behind the wrecked vehicle. Two figures stood beside the car. One, dressed as a samurai, stood with a sword, while the moonlight cast a shadow over the other figure, who lay on the ground, too afraid to raise their head. Chapter 107. The Heartless One, please spare me. If you're hungry, you could go eat those two over there. Their flesh must be more delicious. With his head pressed tightly to the ground, Kagaya's back was drenched in cold sweat. The oppressive aura from the demon before him left him with no desire to fight. Having just witnessed the demon's power, Kagaya knew the other party could easily kill him. Thus, in order to survive, he knelt down. I will die the moment it strikes. I can't die. I absolutely cannot die. After enduring such hardships and escaping from the gates of hell time and again, I finally gained this incredible strength. I cannot die like this. I must become stronger. I have to deal with all those who mocked and looked down on me, even if it meant pressing his head to the ground, even if he had to be as humble as an ant, even if it required betraying others. As long as he could survive, he didn't care at all. The father and daughter hiding behind the broken vehicle were furious after hearing Kagaya's words. Kagaya, you ungrateful beast. I offered you the highest salary and even let you stay in our vacant house for free when you had nowhere to go. I treated you better than anyone else in the same position. I didn't expect that the first time you encountered danger, you would immediately betray me. Are you even human? I was truly blind to have taken you in to protect my daughter. The middle-aged man trembled with anger as he scolded Kagaya. His name was Nakatayama, a wealthy businessman who had lost his wife. Since his daughter's previous bodyguard was quite old, he planned to hire a new one. Due to the attractive offer, many people came to apply. Kagaya was one of them. On the final day of recruitment, he knocked down all the applicants assembled, leaving only himself standing when Nakatayama arrived. After learning the details, Nakatayama admired Kagaya greatly, believing him to be a young hero, and immediately chose him to be his daughter's bodyguard, offering him the highest salary, the best treatment, and even allowing him to stay in their villa for free. Kagaya had always behaved normally, and Nakatayama saw him diligently training every day, thinking of his unmarried daughter of suitable age. He even contemplated the possibility of taking Kagaya as his son-in-law. However, an unexpected event occurred while he was planning to return home for a while. A humanoid monster with 6 eyes appeared in the middle of the road, startling Nakatayama, who immediately tried to turn the car around to escape. However, the monster drew its sword, and the fine crescent blade shattered the car into pieces, injuring both him and his daughter, while only Kagaya remained unscathed. When Nakatayama saw Kagaya approaching the monster, he felt a glimmer of hope, thinking Kagaya could defeat the monster and save them. He even began to consider asking his daughter's opinion to see if he could facilitate a relationship between them. But things took an unexpected turn. The young hero he regarded so highly, Kagaya, actually knelt before the monster and, to Nakatoyama's astonishment, easily betrayed them without any hesitation. Ignoring Nakatoyama's curses, Kagaya continued to plead for mercy. I am very strong, and I will become even stronger. Keeping me alive will definitely be useful to you. I can find you more humans. I can help you. Please spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I will do anything. Although he didn't respond to Nakatoyama, Kagaya was internally cursing him. Old fool, talking about the highest salary. But it's not much different from what the Demon Slayer Corps pays. The room they gave me is much worse than the one you and your daughter live in. And yet you speak of giving me the best treatment. You're as fat as a pig and laugh like an idiot every day. It's really disgusting. And now you're here cursing me. If I survive, the first people I will kill are you. Kagaya didn't dare to mention the Demon Slayer Corps, fearing that if he did, he would lose his life. He was unsure of the demon's personality in front of him and could only cautiously test the waters to see if he could please it. However, the demon brought up the topic first. You were previously a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kokoshibo said to Kagaya, simultaneously sheathing his sword. Kagaya's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Kokoshibo's words, and he immediately spoke up to explain, I have already defected from the Demon Slayer Corps. They are my enemies now. I can help you deal with the Demon Slayer Corps. Help you kill the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman. I also know the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I could draw you a map to the headquarters. If you are worried, turning me into a demon is fine as long as I can survive. Koyuki desperately expressed his value to Kokoshibo, hoping to save his life. Seeing Koyuki, who was willing to do anything to live, Kokoshibo extended his hand. Put your hand out, Kokoshibo said to Koyuki. Upon hearing this, Koyuki quickly complied and lay on the ground, extending both hands. Blood dripped into Koyuki's hands. He knew without Kokoshibo saying that he must not let any of it spill. Since you want to live so much, let us make you one of us. You will become stronger and gain endless lifespan. The stronger the swordsman, the longer it takes to transform into a demon. I took 3 whole days to do so. In the case of a swordsman capable of controlling their breathing, they must also have blood granted by that esteemed person. Among these swordsmen, there are very few rare cases where individuals with special constitutions cannot transform into demons until the very end. Which type are you? This blood is extremely precious. Not a single drop must be wasted. If you dare to spill on the ground, your head and body will part ways amidst a shower of blood. Kokoshibo finally revealed the most important point to Koyuki. By then, all the blood had already reached Koyuki's hands. If he hadn't been cautious enough to prevent it from spilling, he would have likely been separated from his head, as Kokoshibo had said. Although Muzan emphasized quantity, Kokoshibo still preferred to turn strong individuals into demons. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are the most exceptional among humans. An unparalleled sense of oppression filled Koyuki with a fear so intense that every cell in his body seemed to cry out. His body trembled from fear. But Koyuki's hands dared not move an inch. He swallowed all the blood in his hands, and at that moment, every cell in his body reacted, overwhelming him with an indescribable sensation, causing him to collapse to the ground. Watching Koyuki begin his transformation into a demon, Kokoshibo approached the father and daughter hiding behind a cart. Nakato was still cursing Koyuki, while his daughter cried in his arms, too afraid to look at the current situation. Though you are too weak, it is still that esteemed person's request. Step by step, he approached the father and daughter, who could hardly move due to their leg injuries. Even if they weren't injured, they would have no way to face Kokoshibo. Hearing the footsteps, Nakato's daughter trembled even more, scared to the point where she couldn't make a sound. Upon seeing Kokoshibo approach, Nakato temporarily stopped cursing Koyuki. Can you spare my daughter? He asked Kokoshibo, his lips trembling. Yes, Kokoshibo replied shortly, then drew the blade of the crying god to pierce both of their bodies. The crying god, a weapon forged from its own flesh and blood, contained Kokoshibo's blood. Injecting blood into Nakato's daughter's body, the Muzan blood within it immediately caused changes in her. After a while, once the sounds of feeding ceased, a new demon was born. Kokoshibo had never intended to turn both into demons, as that would merely waste blood. The most enticing thing for demons is the flesh and blood of their relatives. Turning 2 blood-related individuals into demons almost guarantees that the first to transform will eat the second. Upper Moon 6 is an exception. Perhaps due to willingly becoming a demon or other reasons, they did not exhibit this behavior. After sending the newly born demon away, Kokoshibo looked at Koyuki, who was transforming into a demon. How far you go depends on yourself. It hurts so much. It hurts like hell. Why do my legs hurt so much? In the hospital room, Zenitsu's legs were in plaster and heavily bandaged, and he was crying out loudly. The Tsuguko responsible for caring for him covered his ears, wishing he could knock Zenitsu out. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he went outside and firmly shut the hospital door. The loud cries diminished a bit. The room had decent soundproofing. Caring for the injured really isn't easy. I wonder how things are with Senior Godo. This blonde-haired Tsuguko is practically torturing me. No wonder the senior chose to avoid caring for him and opted for that unconscious red-haired boy instead. At this point, the Tsuguko finally let out a sigh of relief, complaining. The Godo he mentioned is another Tsuguko currently in charge of caring for Tanjiro. Speaking of which, Godo has quite a connection with the three of them. When they were at Mount Spider, Tanjiro was knocked out by Kanawo, and Godo was the one who found him. After that, he was also the one who carried Tanjiro after judging him in Izuku. After arriving at the hospital, Zenitsu ended up getting his snot on Godo's clothes. Recently, he was also part of the team that went to the Flower District for post-battle processing, and he was the first to discover Tanjiro and the others. After spending so long together, Godo understood the personalities of these three swordsmen, so he generously let the less injured Zenitsu go to the junior. Just as Chiba Yang arrived at the hospital room, he heard the complaints from the Tsuguko. He remembered that the last time he visited Zenitsu in the hospital, it was pretty much the same. Thank you for your hard work. Zenitsu does tend to be quite noisy, Chiba Yang said to the Tsuguko with a bit of helplessness. Not just a bit. He the loudest person I've ever met. The Tsuguko indignantly planned to condemn Zenitsu, but suddenly noticed something was off. Turning around, he saw Chiba Yang. Hibadono. Please don't misunderstand. Although this injured person is a bit noisy, I assure you I've been taking care of him seriously. Not slacking off at all. The Tsuguko hurriedly explained, flustered. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are objects of respect for the Tsuguko, who admire them greatly because they cannot fight demons due to lack of talent or various other reasons, thus willing to do their utmost to care for them. I know. I'll trouble you again in the future, Chiba Yang smiled and said, then pushed the door open and walked into the hospital room, leaving the Tsuguko confused in place. Why would Chiba-san, as a Hashira, come to visit a lower-ranked team member? Could it be that this blonde-haired team member is his adopted son? That thought made him feel a bit uneasy. As soon as he opened the door to the hospital room, Zenitsu's cries hit Chiba Yang's eardrums, and he even wondered how his hearing was still so good despite the loudness of Zenitsu's screams every time. Could it be that high-pitched sounds were somehow improving his hearing? Stop shouting. Your leg isn't really going to fall off, Chiba Yang said, closing the door and covering one ear while Zenitsu shouted. They hadn't come up with any effective plans during last night's discussion, so the master planned to first look for the so-called blue spider lily, as Shizui suggested. At the same time, he arranged a place for Shizui to stay in a research facility near the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters for her to develop her medicine. After running a few laps around the headquarters with Kyojuro this morning, Chiba Yang heard that Tanjiro and the others had finished their surgeries, so he came to visit. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's voice, Zenitsu froze for a moment and stopped crying, only to cry even louder afterward. Yo, my leg feels like it's broken. And it broke while I was sleeping. How could this happen? Why do strange things always happen every time I wake up? Woo-woo-woo. Chiba Yang has already used the transparent world to assess the condition of Zenitsu's legs. It was merely due to overexertion from using Godspeed. If he had used it once and then again, such a situation wouldn't have arisen, especially since during previous training, Chiba Yang had allowed Zenitsu to use Godspeed multiple times a day. So, it's highly likely that he ended up like this because he used Godspeed in succession twice, and his legs couldn't withstand such speed and broke. Although it sounds frightening, with proper treatment, his physical condition is good enough for a quick recovery. Shut your mouth, and I can make sure you won't encounter strange things right after waking up, Chiba Yang shouted to Zenitsu while covering his ears. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu paused and asked, somewhat incredulously, really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Hianye Yang replied. Last time we were on a mission, you lied to me. And not just once, Zenitsu said, staring at Chiba Yang. Ahem, that time was unavoidable. I did it to help you be braver. I won't lie to you this time. Chiba Yang thought about it and indeed agreed, coughing twice before speaking. All right then, I'll trust you one more time, Zenitsu said, believing Chiba Yang. This matter still requires Gyotaro's assistance. Chiba Yang said to Zenitsu, and then reached out his hand to Gyotaro. Come here, Gyotaro. After hearing Chiba Yang's voice, Gyotaro curiously jumped onto his hand as it recognized Chiba Yang. Once Gyotaro was on his hand, Chiba Yang lifted it to his mouth, turned around, and whispered to it, If Zenitsu falls asleep again while on a mission, you should pinch his nose with your claws to wake him up. Chapter 109 Encountering Keyama. Gyo, Gyo. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Gyotaro flapped its wings and nodded its little head. Yang, what did you say to Gyotaro? Zenitsu asked curiously. If I tell you, it won't be effective anymore. Chiba Yang said mysteriously. He then added, don't worry. You won't encounter any strange things when you wake up in the future. From now on, when he wakes up, he will definitely see Gyotaro first. Gyotaro also turned to Zenitsu and chirped a couple of times, as if echoing Chiba Yang's words. Zenitsu looked at Gyotaro, and for some reason felt that it had a fierce look in its eyes, and a sudden chill ran down his spine. All right, fine. Zenitsu replied, swallowing hard, still half in doubt. Just then, a crow landed on the windowsill. Wow, wow, ah. Zenitsu was startled by the sudden noise, and if it weren't for his leg injury, he probably would have jumped out of bed. Caw! Immediately, the crow was startled by Zenitsu's reaction and flapped its wings, tumbling down. Fortunately, Chiba Yang reacted quickly and caught it. He also realized that this was his crow. Is there another task? Chiba Yang put away his relaxed attitude and became serious. At the same time, he felt a bit strange about the new mission coming so quickly. After resting for a moment, Sanya regained its energy, stood up in Chiba Yang's hand, flapped its wings, and shouted at him. North-northeast, north-northeast, north-northwest, north-northwest. There are traces of ghosts in 2 locations. Chiba Yang, hurry and eliminate them. Wow, wow. 2 locations directly, and they're so far apart. Chiba Yang felt even stranger. Clearly, he had barely received any news about ghosts before, but now he had received 2 in a row. Goodbye, Zenitsu. I'm going to carry out a mission now. I wish you all a speedy recovery. After saying a quick goodbye to Zenitsu, Chiba Yang hurriedly left. One night, 3 weeks later, Chiba Yang was walking on a road, and the 2 demons mentioned by Shoya had already been dealt with by him. Those 2 were likely newly created demons and didn't hide their movements much. When Chiba Yang arrived at the location, he cut them down with a single strike, spending most of his time on the journey. Over the past 2 weeks, he had run from his own alert area to Kyojuro's alert area and back again, during which he received a new task from Shoya and slayed 2 more demons, which were similar to the first 2, weak and unaware of how to hide. Could it be that Muzan has emerged again? The situations he encountered during this period made Chiba Yang think this way. He still believed that only Muzan could turn humans into demons. Now that the task was completed, he thought it would be good to wander around and see if he could luck upon Muzan. With this in mind, Chiba Yang did not head towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, as this task didn't contain any important information that required reporting to the Lord. He decided to follow his own thoughts and wander around, hoping for a chance encounter with Muzan. He swore that if he truly encountered him, he would not let him disappear from his sight again. As he left the small town, Chiba Yang discovered a mountain path and recalled what Tamayo had said about the blue spider lily. He speculated that Muzan might also go to such mountains in search of the blue spider lily, so he walked along the mountain path. The night was incredibly quiet. Although there were the sounds of insects and birds, they only accentuated the stillness, making the night seem even more serene. Since demons roamed at night, the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps had to adapt to the habits of demons and operate at night, sometimes working tirelessly day and night for their missions. Before he knew it, Chiba Yang reached the end of the mountain path, which led to a small village with a dozen houses. Looking at the village before him, Chiba Yang sensed something was wrong. Although he was still quite far away, he could already smell a faint scent of blood. Were there demons again? Could it be Muzan? Chiba Yang immediately tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade and ran towards the small village ahead. Upon entering the village, bloodstains were everywhere, and strangely, Chiba Yang noticed that the surrounding houses had marks as if they had been slashed by a blade. The village, shrouded in a blood-red night, reminded Chiba Yang of the village he used to live in. The anger within him surged, and at that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Ha! The strange thing is that you are too weak, only able to become food to contribute to my strength." The arrogant voice was something Chiba Yang couldn't quite place, but he was sure he had heard it before. It wasn't Muzan. Following the sound, Chiba Yang saw a figure in black, whose back was incredibly familiar. Holding a human arm in one hand and a sword at his waist, the attire was unmistakably that of a Demon Slayer Corps member. This is, Chiba Yang remembered someone, but he was a bit hesitant to confirm whether the person in front of him was indeed the one he was thinking of. Hearing a voice, the figure turned around, and Chiba Yang clearly saw its appearance. "Gigu, you." Similarly, the figure in front also recognized Chiba Yang. It was first slightly shocked, but then a mocking smile appeared on its face. "Oh, Isn't this our Demon Slayer Core Hashira, Lord Chiba? Oh wait, I can't say our Demon Slayer Core anymore. As you can see, I am now one of the demons. I won't age, I can recover quickly from injuries, and I don't have to train hard. I can grow stronger just by eating people. Gigu spread his hands with a smile, completely disregarding Chiba Yang, as the words Upper Moon 6 were already inscribed in his eyes. After spending less than a day transforming into a demon, Gigu confessed to Kokoshibo that he did not know the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. As ordinary swordsmen, they were not entitled to know the exact location of the headquarters. To return to the headquarters, multiple Hashira members had to escort them while blindfolded and deafened. He had said that at the time just to save his life. Kokoshibo did not care about this and simply told him to get stronger quickly and be of use. During the following time, he began to madly grow stronger by eating people, and during this period, he forged a weapon identical to the Nichiren blade he had previously used from his own flesh and blood. In just 2 weeks, he had consumed hundreds of humans, awakened his blood demon art, and his strength was recognized by Muzan, who summoned him to Infinity Castle, making him a new Upper Moon 6 after the previous one had died. Having become an Upper Moon, Gigu became arrogant. Remembering his previous experiences in the Demon Slayer Corps, he came to the warning area he had heard about regarding Chiba Yang, wanted to take revenge for not being taught and for having his information told to Himejima. Thinking he had already surpassed the Hashira, Gigu planned to punch Chiba Yang, kick Himejima, and then kill all the swordsmen who had mocked him. However, that was just a beautiful dream. Why become a demon? With his back to the moon, a shadow covered Chiba Yang's face, and at that moment, he was like a volcano about to erupt. Suppressing his anger as much as possible, Chiba Yang asked Gigu, Chapter 110, What is good and evil? Zenitsu cares for you so much that the first good thing he thinks of is you. Mr. Sanemi treats you like family, unreservedly passing on everything he knows to you. And Mr. Himejima, when you were homeless, took you in and treated you like family. Why betray them? Why abandon your humanity to become a demon? Chiba Yo felt that the anger in his chest was about to overflow from his body. He could already imagine how heartbroken Zenitsu and Sakanji Urokodaki would be if they found out about this, especially Sakanji Urokodaki as the mentor of Tanjiro. His disciple betraying the Demon Slayer Corps to join the demons could even cost him his life if dealt with according to the team's rules. Chiba Yang couldn't understand. He knew the term repaying kindness with enmity, but he couldn't fathom that there could be someone so heartless to this extent, wanting to harm everyone who had truly cared for him, without even a trace of goodwill remaining. The word selfish was no longer sufficient to describe him. Even self-serving individuals usually wouldn't harm others. Yet Kaiwe was willing to betray his benefactor without hesitation for his own benefit. He had become pure evil to a degree that was nauseating. Shut up. What do you know? My wife Zenitsu and that old man should die. My wife Zenitsu is useless. All he does is cry, lacking any self-respect or willpower. But that old fool actually made me inherit the thunder breathing alongside that waste. And the time wasted on him was so much he's completely a blind fool. And that blind man. If it weren't for the other little ghosts in the temple driving me out, how could I have encountered the demon at night? Didn't I just steal something from someone? I was kicked out for this. They deserve to die. Kaiwe shouted angrily at Chiba Yang, his words full of discontent, not recalling even a bit of the kindness others had shown him, nor reflecting on whether his actions were right. Chiba Yang listened to its words, his body even starting to tremble. He remained silent because he now knew that this guy in front of him only remembered the faults of others, even if it was not caused by the person themselves, and could not even be called a fault as long as it harmed its interests. The other party would become the object of its resentment, no matter how much that person did for it. It would not care at all. To describe a person who does not understand gratitude, people often use the terms wolf heart and dog lungs or white-eyed wolf. However, wolves, as social animals, understand teamwork and help each other, and dogs are extremely loyal to the people who feed them. Compared to these two animals, the guy in front of him is far inferior. Kuan Yue did not stop, continuing to count the sins of others. And that blind man actually didn't notice that I was kicked out. He deserved to be thrown in a prison. It's just a pity he wasn't executed in the end, and even joined the Demon Slayer Corps. If he had been executed back then, I wouldn't have to keep avoiding him in the Demon Slayer Corps. Kuan Yue then became a bit calmer, but his words remained sharp and bitter. Soon after, it seemed to remember something and suddenly burst into laughter. Speaking of which, that guy seemed to have misunderstood some things. The child who died in the temple didn't want to escape. He wanted to help him fight against that demon. I saw that little bald boy climb to the window to reach for the farming tools outside, and the next second he died, I almost died laughing when I heard that the blind man no longer liked children. That's really ironic. It would be even more fun if that survivor should die. Encountered him again and took revenge. Haha. Kuan Yue laughed recklessly, completely revealing the truth of that year. Enough. Shut your mouth. Chiba Yang spoke it to Kaigaku. However, Kaigaku did not stop and turned the conversation back to Chiba Yang. Right? I almost forgot about you. You're even more short-sighted and foolish than that old man. You're willing to guide that useless crybaby, but refuse to mentor someone with greater talent like me. And you were the one who informed that blind man about my involvement in the Demon Slayer Corps, weren't you? You people who are blind to my abilities and talent are all evil. I will kill you first, then that blind man, along with that foolish master and disciple pair, and all those who have mocked me. You will all be executed one by one. As Kaigaku spoke, he threw down the arm he was holding and slowly drew out the Nichiren blade. No matter what I say to someone like you, it is utterly meaningless. A lonely death is the best fate for you. Chiba Yang looked at Koyama, his eyes devoid of color at that moment, as endless anger surged through his heart and mind, even making him feel a bit dizzy. This was the most detestable guy he had ever seen since coming to this world, even more so than Muzan. I see you can only talk big now. I'm not the same as I was back then. The demon I have become is countless times stronger than I was then, and even you, as a Hashira, cannot match me. You have only defeated Lower Moon 2, but I am now Upper Moon 6. By killing you, I can also earn that Great One's reward and become even stronger. Koyama fully drew the weapon from his waist, the dark golden blade adorned with black lightning patterns. When going to succeed Upper Moon 6, Muzan had also transmitted Chiba Yang's image to it, instructing it to kill Chiba Yang. But it didn't dare to ask why at the time, seeing Muzan in a bad mood. However, it was quite willing to take on this task, as it perfectly aligned with its own thoughts, making it once again marvel at the correctness of its choice to become a demon. I remember you never seemed to learn the first form of thunder breathing, did you? Chiba Yang placed his right hand on the knife handle and looked at Kigaku asked. This sentence directly angered Kigaku. The fact that he couldn't master the first form had always been a sore spot for him. Even if he couldn't master the first form, that was already enough to kill you. Second form of thunder breathing, rice spirit. Kigaku, infuriated by this statement, charged at Chiba Yang and launched an attack. 5 lightning strikes were unleashed in a flurry as he activated his breathing technique. The lightning transformed into black due to blood demon art. Being hit would tear apart the opponent's skin and inflict a persistent burning pain. Compared to that individual, this guy in front of him posed absolutely no pressure. His strength was definitely mediocre, Kigaku thought as he looked at Chiba Yang. Since that's the case, Chiba Yang still stood there until Kuai Yu's attack landed on him, and in an instant, his figure disappeared. What? So fast? Kuai Yu, who thought he had landed his attack, had the sinister smile on his face freeze at that moment, turning into shock. Although Chiba Yang's figure had vanished from Kuai Yu's sight, his voice had not yet disappeared. Then let me have you die under the first form of thunder breathing. Chapter 111. The shortest lifespan of the Upper Moon. Chinya Yang's voice fell, and his figure appeared behind Huayue. He bent down, switched his breathing technique, and looked to Huayue ahead. Chinya Yang gripped the hilt of the sun wheel blade and exhaled a white rainbow. Thunder breathing, first form behind you. At that moment, Huayue also deduced Chinya Yang's position from his voice. Thunder breathing, sixth form, electric crash thunder. Countless black lightning-like slashes expanded outward from Huayue's center, affecting even Chinya Yang. However, facing the imminent attack, Chinya Yang remained completely calm. Thunderclap flash, 12 strikes. The sun wheel blade was unsheathed, and Chinya Yang's figure vanished again, leaving behind 12 golden electric flashes that pierced through Huayue's body in an instant. Due to the incredible speed, those 12 flashes seemed to strike all at once. Huayue's attack didn't even touch Chinya Yang's clothes. He completely passed through Huayue's wide-range attack with speed and delivered 12 slashes that all struck Huayue. Ding! The sun wheel blade was sheathed, and Chinya Yang turned to face Huayue, who now stood before him. In the next moment, Huayue's body suddenly shattered into 13 pieces, with only his head remaining intact. How is this possible? The first form of thunder breathing can't be this strong. Isn't that the basic sword form of thunder breathing? Huayue's head began to fall, and the spinning perspective made him feel disoriented. All emotions transformed into shock at that moment. He never thought that the first form he couldn't master would be so powerful. Soon after, his feelings were replaced by anger and resentment. Damn it, it must be that old bastard holding back. He definitely favored that waste. He taught such a powerful first form to that useless person while giving me useless sword techniques. Damn, you guys all deserve to die. Kamadu Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Agatsuma, Takedo Mwichuru, Chiba Yang. All you evil people who harm me deserve to die. Hwayue roared loudly, his head crashing to the ground as his body was reduced to ashes. Looking at the furious Hwayue, Chiba Yang calmly said to him, "Of the 12 slashes, 11 were sent to you on behalf of those who truly cared for you. The other 8 children in the temple, Mr. Takedo, Mr. Kamadu, and Zenitsu. These 11 slashes did not kill you. They merely tore your body apart. Since you do not acknowledge their kindness towards you, I will sever their goodwill. Without them, you would not have grown so strong, nor would you have acquired these abilities. What belongs to you is just this head, yet is filled with garbage. The final strike is a gift for me. Since you chose to plunge into evil, you deserve to be slain by me. Perhaps you weren't ready for this, but it was your own choice." Chiba Yang could unleash even more forms of the first form of thunder breathing, but there was no need to use them to kill this waste. Hwayue's head began to dissipate. Even at this point, he still did not realize his mistakes. "You all are evil and deserve to die." The newly appointed Upper Moon 6, Hwayue, perished, his tenure lasting less than a week, to be precise, 6 days. After spending a day turning into a demon, he was promoted to Upper Moon 2 weeks later, only to be slain by Chiba Yang 6 days after that. Ashes scattered in the world, and Hwayue found himself in a fiery place. Looking at the sea of flames before him, Hwayue realized he was dead. "Yang, I will curse you until the day you die and fall into hell." Hwayue trembled all over, extreme rage causing him to shout in this desolate place. After calming down a bit, Hwayue looked around. Could this be hell? This place, which did not resemble heaven at all, puzzled Hwayue. There must be a mistake. How could I enter hell? Everything I did was good. I should have ascended to heaven. After muttering to himself for a while, Hwayue began to shout out loud. "Hey, is anyone there? Which guy's in charge here? You must have made a mistake. I shouldn't be here. Hey!" After shouting for a while, no voice answered him. Hwayue became furious again. "Damn it. Even here, they're only blind fools. You all deserve to die." Thunder breathing, 5th form, heat wave thunder. Hwayue drew his weapon, wanting to perform his breathing technique, but despite his voice being in place, he could not unleash any moves. "What's going on? Where is my power? My power?" Hwayue began to feel fear, looking at his hands with disbelief on his face. In the next moment, the blade in his hand also disappeared. "My blade." Faced with the bizarre situation, Hwayue had no way to respond and could only express his dissatisfaction through shouting. "Who did this? Sneaky bastard. Come out now. I must kill you." In the empty space, there was no one to respond to him. He could only hear his own angry voice. After a while, Hwayue finally shouted himself hoarse and laid down in this flame-free area. However, as soon as he lay down, he noticed something was wrong. His once robust arms had become weak at some point. Hwayue's eyes widened in disbelief at everything. He tried to stand up, but found his body weak and struggled to do so. Then he discovered that not only his arms, but his entire once-strong body seemed to have shrunk, becoming a mere skeleton. He still looked like a demon, but his strength was now less than that of an ordinary human. At this moment, Hwayue was filled with terror. He no longer dared to shout, and his frail body collapsed to his knees. "Whoever you are, please return my power to me. Please give me back my strength. Please." At first, Hwayue could still shout a couple of lines, but soon he ran out of energy and began to gasp for breath. Hunger and fatigue, feelings he had long forgotten, overwhelmed him. Ever since he was taken in by Mwichuru, even when Mwichuru himself could not eat enough, he always made sure the children were fed first. After becoming Kamadu Tanjiro's disciple, he never went hungry again. Without Mwichuru and Kamadu Tanjiro, children like Hwayue would likely have grown up looking like this. As Chiba Yang said, the kindness others showed him, which he had never realized before, was now being stripped away one by one. Just as Hwayue knelt on the ground, a voice rang out before him. "Oh, isn't this the kid who worked with me back then? You've made it here too, and it seems you've also turned into a demon like me." Chapter 112. Brother Crow. Upon hearing this voice, Hwayue looked up in confusion, and a familiar-looking demon appeared before him, with 2 horns on its head and a robust figure. You're the demon from outside the temple." Although he couldn't recognize the face immediately, the words reminded Hwayue of this demon's identity. "I didn't expect you to remember me, little demon. It's because of you that I encountered that humanoid monster. He beat me from night until dawn. I should have just eaten you back then." The horned demon shouted angrily at Hwayue. The fear and pain it experienced at that time were deeply etched in its heart, even if it were to descend into hell. It only realized how powerful a human, far less robust than itself, could be when it was beaten into a bloody mess by Xingming. In its heart, It believed that it had to endure such torment because Kuan Yue never informed it of the situation. In hell, it had been waiting for Kuan Yue, knowing that this guy would surely fall into hell just like it, but it never expected it would be in the form of Ghost. Soon after, the horned demon started to laugh again. But this way is pretty good too. I believe with your personality, the crimes you've committed won't let you leave here easily. I'll take good care of you in the future. The horned demon laughed sinisterly a few times and slowly walked toward Kuan Yue. You think you can bully me? I'm the Upper Moon 6. You're just an ordinary little ghost. I could kill you easily. Kuan Yue shouted defiantly at the horned demon. Although it had a decent momentum, its panting breaths and frail body made its words sound like a joke. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? You? Upper Moon 6? Ha ha. Don't make me laugh. A waste like you dares to call itself Upper Moon 6? I'll show you who the real boss is. The horned demon was amused by its words, and after laughing for a while, it clenched its fist and viciously punched Kuan Yue. Kuan Yue wanted to fight back, but lacked the strength. The horned demon's fist struck it down to the ground. Ah! Kuan Yue screamed, blood splattering from its face. I'm going to kill you. The overwhelming sense of disparity filled Kuan Yue with rage. Just a short while ago, it was still Upper Moon 6, able to easily deal with ordinary ghosts. And even without turning into a ghost, it could slay them with its sword skills. Yet now, it was being punched by such a minor character. Kuan Yue tried to lift its fist to strike at the horned demon, but it was completely no match for it, and was quickly knocked down again. Going to kill me? You, a waste, dare to lay a hand on me? Upper Moon 6, huh? I'll show you what Upper Moon 6 is. The horned demon continued to punch Kuan Yue while cursing at it. Everything it once had was reduced to nothing, and now all that remained for Kuan Yue was its identity as a ghost. It couldn't hold onto any favors from others, and thus it shouldn't have received any of those favors to begin with. Kuan Yue had already perished and dissipated. Chiba Yang looked up at the Tsutsukawa standing on the tree. Wow, Tsutsukawa seemed to sense something and flapped its wings, intending to fly away. However, it didn't succeed as Chiba Yang leaped up and caught it in his hand, being careful not to exert too much force. Wow, wow, wow. Tsutsukawa struggled in Chiba Yang's grasp, flapping its wings continuously, but it couldn't break free at all. Chiba Yang looked at his companion Crow seriously and said, Brother Crow, what I am about to say is very important, so I can only trouble you for now. Without waiting for Crow to respond, Chiba Yang continued, Brother Crow, I hope that what happens here today remains between us. I will report to the Lord myself. But until then, I hope this matter is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. Do you understand? Chiba Yang is unsure if anyone else knows about Kaido becoming a demon. He prays in his heart that no one else knows. Otherwise, according to the Demon Slayer Corps regulations, Sanada Tsumagoro would certainly not escape punishment and might have to commit suicide to atone for his sins. Chiba Yang felt that things shouldn't have turned out this way. From Xingming's experience, it's clear that Kai Wei has had this personality since childhood. He doesn't understand gratitude and often does things that benefit himself at the expense of others. The fact that it has developed into what it is now has nothing to do with Sangdao Ziwalang. One can only say that he was originally this kind of person. If this leads to Sangdao Ziwalang committing suicide to atone for it, Chiba Yang thinks that would be too unfortunate, so he wants to change the situation. To change it, the first step is to prevent more people from knowing, and it absolutely must not reach Sangdao Ziwalang's ears. Otherwise, given the temperament of these former pillars, they might directly take the blame and commit suicide. Secondly, he plans to talk to the Lord. Rules are meant for the dead, and he believes the Lord is definitely not the kind of person who is bound by rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Nezuko and chosen to cooperate with Tamayo. Establishing this rule should be to help the trainers instill the correct values in their disciples. From Zenitsu's situation, it seems Sangdao Ziwalang has done just that. And the emergence of someone like Kai Wei is mainly due to Kai Yue's own issues, which shouldn't implicate Sangdao Ziwalang. Why? Killing Upper Moon 6 is your achievement. So why can't we say it? The crow was clearly confused and questioned Chiba Yang. It felt proud that its master was so strong and capable, and sharing this would give it face among the other crows. Before Chiba Yang, the most arrogant crow was one belonging to Michiro, simply because Michiro was a genius who became a pillar in less than 2 months. However, with Chiba Yang's presence, the situation changed. Michiro's crow had never boasted about its master to Chiba Yang's crow. Don't worry about why. Just remember what I said and keep your mouth shut. Consider my request. Okay? Chiba Yang earnestly told his crow. He remembered that during that day on Spider Mountain, this crow had spilled secrets once. Since that incident, Chiba Yang realized that his crow had a big mouth, and he didn't know who it had learned that from. So, if he wanted to keep this matter under wraps. The first thing to do was to keep his crow in check. What? Understand. Understand. The crow responded repeatedly upon hearing Chiba Yo's words. After hearing its words, Chiba Yang still felt a bit uneasy. After all, this guy had a history of backstabbing him. Forget it. I'll just have to put up with you for a while. Wow. The crow called out in confusion, and then saw Chiba Yang take out a rope from his pocket. Chapter 113. The possibility of finding Muzan as dawn approached. Chiba Yang began to return to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, intending to report to the leader about the events with Kokushibo. The people of that small village had all been buried by him. When he left, Chiba Yang had a crow pendant added to him, tied up with a rope around its beak. Brother Crow, don't blame me. I didn't want it this way either, but you really make me uneasy. It concerns human lives, so I hope you can bear with it. I promise to find you a couple more worms to eat afterward. Chiba Yo walked while talking to the tied-up SG, who could only make muffled sounds. The next night, Chiba Yang was on his way to the headquarters, thinking that he should be able to get back in a couple of days. At that moment, a man covered in blood was limping towards him, looking terrified, as if something terrifying was chasing him. It seemed he was almost out of strength, on the verge of collapsing. Upon seeing Chiba Yang, hope appeared on the man's face. Help! There's a monster chasing me. Please help me. Although Chiba Yang looked only in his teens, the man was nearly in despair and felt he had nothing to lose. In his mind, even if Chiba Yang couldn't fight off the monster, he might at least distract it, increasing his own chances of escaping. Is there another ghost appearing? Chiba Yang frowned, feeling that something was very wrong. In the past, he would usually encounter only one ghost per mission. But this time his task was to eliminate 2 evil spirits, and on the way, he had already encountered 3 more ghosts. Now it seemed that he was facing another ghost. Although Chiba Yang hoped that ghosts would come to him, the current situation was obviously abnormal. The number of ghosts seemed to be increasing day by day, and the growth rate was also very fast. He should go back and ask about the situation with the other pillars. Chinya Yang secretly planned in his heart. Where's that monster? Then Chinya Yang called out to the man from a distance. Before the man could respond, a voice answered Chinya Yang instead. Hee. No matter where you hide, as long as I have your blood, I can find you immediately. Accompanied by this voice, a small blood mass floated from the air behind the man towards him. It's been long enough for this game. It's time to start dining. Hee. After hearing these words, the man gradually fell into despair. He had initially thought that he had escaped the monster's pursuit time and again with his wit. And every time the monster found him, it always seemed difficult and frustrated. This made him hopeful to escape again each time he avoided the monster's attack. Now he realized that it was all just the monster toying with him. He had been under its control from the beginning. If he had known, he wouldn't have been greedy to take the small statue from that dilapidated temple. The man was originally a good-for-nothing. He had just arrived in the city and squandered all the money he had exchanged. On his way home in the evening, he saw a small statue in a broken temple and thought it could be exchanged for some money. So he went in to take the statue, only to encounter this monster. After realizing the true situation, the man simply collapsed on the ground, no longer running, waiting for death to arrive. The blood mass floated above the man and stopped there, and then a hunchbacked white-haired ghost appeared in front of Chinya Yang and walked towards the man. It then noticed Chinya Yang. I didn't expect to have an extra meal tonight. That's quite nice. Hee. Unfortunately, this guy should have just heard about my ability, so I probably can't toy with him anymore. But it just so happens that I'm done playing. The white-haired ghost was a bit surprised to see Chinya Yang and mumbled to itself, planning to kill Chinya Yang first before eating the 2 of them. As long as there's blood, can your ability track? At this moment, Chinya Yang spoke, his voice filled with excitement. Hee. Of course. The white-haired ghost nodded proudly and stopped in its tracks. Chiba Yona seemed to yearn for the appearance of its blood demon art, which temporarily dispelled the white-haired demon's thoughts of killing him, intending to properly introduce its blood demon art. Since its blood demon art was not very useful against demons, it had been mocked by other demons before, but now someone was willing to understand its blood demon art, and it seemed to be very recognized, making it very happy, thinking it could kill this boy later. No matter where you are, can you track them down? Chiba Yona asked again. Of course. The white-haired demon nodded, then added, moreover, my blood demon art's tracking is absolutely accurate. Even if a person's body contains the blood of others, my blood demon art can precisely locate the target based on the blood content ratio. Hee. How about it, little ghost? ISNT, my blood demon art very powerful. The white-haired demon asked Chiba Yona with a smile. Powerful. It's really amazing. And very useful. Chiba Yona exclaimed repeatedly. Now he was extremely excited. Finding Muzan's whereabouts had always been a troubling issue for him. Even when he discussed it with his master and Tamayo last time, they couldn't come up with a solution. Ultimately, only Tamayo thought of a method that had a slight chance of luring Muzan out, but the probability was minimal. However, this demon's ability was just right to solve this problem. According to it, as long as they could obtain relatively pure blood from Muzan, its blood demon art could track Muzan's location. To obtain Muzan's blood, Miss Tamayo should have a way. And it was still unclear whether this guy would be cursed and killed after using Muzan's blood with his blood demon art. If it resulted in immediate death, it would be useless. However, a conclusion couldn't be drawn directly for now. After all, he still knew too little about demons and should let this guy be studied by Miss Tamayo. If they could truly find a way to locate Muzan. Thinking of this, Chiba Yang was even excited enough to hear his own heartbeat. The possibility of completely exterminating demons and killing Muzan was now right in front of him. He. You little ghost really have a nice way of speaking. I almost don't want to kill you anymore. What a pity. The white-haired demon's words were cut off halfway when it suddenly realized that Chiba Yang, who had just been in front of it, had vanished. In the next instant, a heavy blow struck the white-haired demon's neck as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, interrupting its unfinished words and even breaking its neck. However, since it wasn't struck by a Nichiren blade, this wouldn't endanger its life. Excited, Chiba Yang carried the white-haired demon and ran towards Tamayo's residence. Muzan Kibutsuji. This time you definitely can't escape. The man lying on the ground, eyes closed, waiting for death, could no longer hear any sounds. When he opened his eyes, he found that the surroundings were already empty, and the monster had disappeared. Is this the Lord God saving me? The bewildered man attributed this to supernatural forces. The joy of surviving filled his body in an instant, and he immediately got up, crying as he limped back home. Woo, Lord God, I will never be idle again. Please don't let me encounter such monsters again. The man regarded his experience tonight as a punishment from the gods for his previous actions and vowed to change himself. Chapter 114. Extracting blood demon art in a basement next to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Chiba Yang pushed open the basement door while carrying a rough wooden box. Yu Shilang, holding several reagent bottles, turned to see Chiba Yang after hearing the noise, and then showed a very displeased expression. Is Miss Tamayo here? Chiba Yang's excitement had not yet subsided. After encountering a demon that could track targets by blood, he had knocked it out and brought it to find Tamayo. However, the journey was too long, and he couldn't make it in one night. As dawn approached, he had no choice but to chop down 2 trees and piece together a very crude box, which he then carried on his back. The demon woke up several times during the journey, but each time Chiba Yang noticed, he would immediately give it another heavy blow. So far, the demon's neck had broken and healed about 10 times. Because the box was too rudimentary, Chiba Yang couldn't pay attention to the crow tied around his waist, subjecting it to a bumpy ride, and he could only silently apologize to it in his heart. Of course, he did this out of necessity, not out of revenge against Crow Brother. Yu Shilang looked at Chiba Yang's strange demeanor with some confusion, but he didn't want to engage and directly said to Chiba Yang, "She's not here." Upon hearing Yu Shilang say that, Chiba Yang felt very puzzled and asked, "But it's daytime. Where else would Miss Tamayo be?" Yu Shilang, sounding somewhat impatient, replied, "How would I know? Anyway, Lady Tamayo is not here, so you should hurry and leave." After saying this, he was about to take the reagent bottles into the room. Chiba Yang didn't quite believe Yu Shilang's words, and just as he was about to ask again, a noise suddenly came from the box behind him. Chinya Yang noticed and placed the box on the ground, opening the heavy wooden lid on top. The ghost extended its hand out. The white-haired ghost mumbled weakly, and Chinya Yang pulled it out in one swift motion, then delivered a palm strike to its protruding neck. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the white-haired ghost let out a muffled groan and fell unconscious again. With its hunchback posture, it would probably look just like a turtle peeking out if it stood up. What a hassle. Chiba Yo let out a sigh. He had repeated this action nearly 10 times on the way. "Yashiro, you can't deceive Mr. Yo like this." At that moment, Tamayo's voice came from ahead, and she pushed open the door of the room, stepping out dressed in a white outfit that seemed to be for protective purposes. "Yes, Lady Tamayo." As soon as Tamayo appeared, Yashiro immediately became obedient, standing straight and responding loudly to Tamayo. Lady Tamayo, who just finished the experiment, is so beautiful, Yashiro thought with a slight blush on his cheeks. "I am Sore, Yo. May I ask why you're looking for me?" Tamayo said as she took off her outer protective clothing and spoke to Chiba Yo. "Miss Tamayo, I might have found a way to locate Muzan," Chiba Yo said excitedly. Tamayo paused for a moment upon hearing Chiba Yo's words, then asked, "What is it?" Hearing this, Chiba Yang took out the ghost from the box. This ghost had just been hit by Chiba Yang and was still in a state of unconsciousness. Relying on it, Chiba Yang pointed at the white-haired ghost and then explained directly to Tamayo. This ghost's blood demon art can track targets through blood. If it uses Muzan's blood to perform the blood demon art, it might be able to locate Muzan's whereabouts. When Chiba was explaining, he was extremely excited, but the next sentence from Tamayo immediately made his joyful heart sink. From my understanding of Muzan, once this demon uses Muzan's blood to perform blood demon art, it will definitely trigger a curse that leads to immediate death, and at that point, its blood demon art will also lose its effect. Tamayo looked at the unconscious white-haired demon and said. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yo's excitement immediately faded, replaced by deep regret. Sigh, then I can only. Just as the disappointed Chiba Yo was about to kill the white-haired demon directly, Tamayo spoke again. However, I could try to see if I can extract its blood demon art. This way, when using this blood demon art, we won't be limited by the demon itself. Tamayo's mood was also somewhat excited. The ability of this blood demon art was crucial for finding Muzan. Is this something that can be done? Chiba Yo was deeply shocked by Tamayo's words. He had never thought such a thing could be possible. If Lady Tamayo says it can be done, then it definitely can. Yusuru interjected, but before he could finish, Tamayo interrupted him. Yes, Lady Tamayo. Yusuru understood Tamayo's meaning and quickly closed his mouth, no longer speaking. Lady Tamayo, just call my name again. This is amazing. After reprimanding Yusuru, Tamayo turned to Chiba Yo and replied, I can't guarantee it, but the possibility is definitely there, and it's quite significant. Once, I treated a patient who had just been turned into a demon by Muzan and Asakusa. Not long ago, after researching the blood of the upper moons in Nezuko, I successfully helped this patient regain his humanity, and during this time, I extracted his blood demon art. However, this patient had not been a demon for long, and I had been using medication to suppress him throughout. Therefore, I'm not sure if this can be done with other demons. Tamayo's words gave Chiba Yo a renewed sense of hope. He entrusted the white-haired demon to Tamayo and then deeply bowed to her. Please take care of this, Miss Tamayo. I will do my utmost to assist in this matter. Seeing this, Tamayo smiled and assured Chiba Yo. Then she continued, additionally, if you encounter any demons that possess blood demon arts related to spatial abilities in the future, I hope you can capture them as well. After our first meeting, I searched for Muzan for a while. Although I couldn't find any trace of him, I discovered that Muzan likely has subordinates with blood demon arts related to spatial abilities. This is just a guess, but I think we should be prepared just in case. Otherwise, if we miss this opportunity, it will be hard to get another chance. Spatial abilities? I'll make a note of that. If I encounter one, I'll capture it and bring it to you. Chiba Yang nodded and said. Chapter 115. Hidden hatred. After handing over the white-haired demon to Tamayo, Chiba Yang left the basement. As soon as he came out, he ran into Shinobu Kocho, who was walking towards him. Chiba Yang was not surprised by this. When the master said he would send a Hashira to assist Tamayo, he had guessed it would be Shinobu. At that time, he was slightly worried about whether Shinobu could accept Tamayo and the others. However, thinking about how easily she accepted Nezuko eased his worries. At that time, apart from him and Ju, neither Shinobu nor Mitsuri wanted to execute Nezuko and Tanjiro, and Shinobu even fed Tanjiro some medicine. Although Chiba Yang was not surprised to see Shinobu, he was indeed quite surprised to see her reaction upon seeing him. Xiaoyang, how did you end up here? Do you know? Shinobu Kocho asked in confusion and surprise. Chiba Yang nodded upon hearing this. I encountered them during a mission. At that time, I caused quite a stir among the crowd while hunting demons, and Miss Tamayo helped me out. However, I didn't trust them directly at that moment, and I almost killed both of them due to Jitaro's murderous intent towards me. Later, when I learned that their enemy was also Muzan, I let them go and gained a lot of useful information from them. The Lord also knows about this matter because Miss Tamayo has a deep understanding of Muzan. Some time ago, he asked me to write a letter inviting Miss Tamayo to collaborate on a plan to deal with Muzan. Chiba Yang briefly explained to Butterfly Shinobu. Reflecting on this experience, Chiba Yang felt a bit emotional. If he had recklessly killed Tamayo and the others back then, he likely wouldn't have learned so much about sun breathing, Kagaya, Ubuyashiki, and Muzan. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu understood and smiled at Chiba Yang, saying, I see. Then I'll head over first. After saying this, Butterfly Shinobu walked towards the basement, not far ahead. Oh, okay, Chiba Yang replied. Looking back at Butterfly Shinobu, he vaguely felt that something was off with her emotions. Chiya's feeling is indeed correct. Shinobu Kocho is currently harboring feelings of anger. She is not as accepting of demons as she appears on the surface. Even though she often says that it would be great if humans and demons could coexist peacefully, her inner resentment towards demons is no less than that of Mitsuri and Kaneo. She has just hidden it away. This was also the case when facing Tamayo and Yashiro. When she received the order from her lord to research alongside Tamayo, she couldn't hide her anger. After returning to the butterfly mansion, she sat calmly in front of her sister Kane's memorial tablet. During the subsequent research, although she didn't show any outward signs, she continued to harbor hatred for Tamayo and Yashiro, who were both demons. Chiba Yang was unaware of these matters. He only sensed that Shinobu's emotions were not quite right. Although she smiled as usual, it felt like she was angry. However, Chiba Yang didn't have time to focus on these things. He had other matters to attend to, and Brother Crow was still hanging on to him, so he couldn't stay like this forever. After leaving Tamayo, Chiba Yang immediately returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. Wise Eye's condition had worsened, so Chiba Yang first informed the Lord about the white-haired demon, hoping it would improve his mood. The elimination of Muzan was already within reach, and the Lord must take care of his health to witness that future day. When Chiba Yang spoke these words this time, he felt they were no longer as pale as before, because he had a solid reason for wanting the Lord to take care of his health. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Wise Eye became excited. He saw the hope of eliminating Muzan. Well done, you did very well. Yang, your decision is very correct. If Miss Tamayo can successfully extract that demon's blood demon art, then we will be able to find Muzan and carry out the final battle. Even if we can't successfully extract it, we can let Jinya obtain that demon's blood demon art through devouring demons. However, as Miss Tamayo said, merely finding Muzan is not enough. We also need to find a way to draw him out of his unique space. You need to cooperate well with Miss Tamayo to strive to find the method as soon as possible. Ifei spoke intermittently, his voice unable to conceal the excitement in his heart, no longer the calmness of the past. Thank you for everything you have done, Yang. I will take care of my health, as you said, and witness it with my own eyes. Cough, cough, cough. As Wise Eye spoke, he suddenly began to cough violently, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly turned to the side, and a large spurt of blood splattered onto the floor. My lord, my husband. Chiba Haru was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to support Wise Eye's body. Amain quickly took out a handkerchief and stepped forward to wipe away the blood. I'll go call a doctor, Chiba Haru said to Amain. Please. Hearing this, Amain supported Wise Eye while Chiba Haru got up and left. After a while, the doctor who treats the Lord arrived and began to examine him. Chiba Yo and Tianin looked on anxiously. After treating for a while, the doctor stood up and shook his head. Alas, as I mentioned before, his illness is beyond cure. I just tried to delay his symptoms using the old methods, but the effect is minimal. I think you should make plans early. The doctor's words caused Chiba Yo's heart to sink. Although the Lord had mentioned this before, hearing the doctor's diagnosis today deepened the sadness and weight in Chiba Yo's heart. Thank you. Tianin did not directly respond to the doctor's words, only expressing her gratitude. Afterward, the doctor left the residence, and Yao's eye fell into a deep sleep. My lord Tianin, what exactly is the Lord suffering from, and why is it so serious? Chiba Haru has always had some doubts about this matter, so she took the opportunity to ask now. You should wait to ask your husband about this later. Amano did not tell Chiba Haru that this matter is considered a disgrace to the Yoruichi clan, and without Wise Eye's permission, she cannot speak freely about it. I understand. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang no longer asked further questions. He then fell into hesitation. He had another matter to explain to the Lord that he hadn't mentioned yet, and he wasn't sure whether he should tell Tianin. While keeping his secret could also achieve his goal, Chiba Yang felt it was better to inform the Lord. Lord Tianin, I have another matter to discuss with the Lord. Could you please convey it to him after he wakes up? Chinya Yang ultimately chose to speak up. All right, go ahead. I will relay it to my husband once he wakes up. Tianin nodded in response. Chapter 116, The Village of Swordsmiths. Chinya Yang then told Tianin about the encounter with Kaigaku. I have already slain Kaigaku. I believe that such a heartless individual should not drag down someone like Mr. Sangshima, who has risked his life to protect humanity. He dedicated most of his life to the Demon Slayer Corps, fighting to eliminate demons and protect humanity. Even after retirement, he has been diligently teaching the new generation of swordsmen. A person as respectable as him should not be implicated because of someone like Kaigaku. Chinya Yang shared his thoughts with Tianin. After listening to Chinya Yang's words, Tianin replied, We should wait until my husband wakes up to see how to handle this matter. I will help you convey it, and before that, I won't let this news leak out. Chiba Yo let out a sigh of relief upon hearing Tianin's response. as it indicated that prior to this, the master and the others had not received news of Sueyue turning into a demon. This meant that as long as the master agreed, there would be no issues with this matter, and Mr. Sangdao would likely not be implicated either. However, how to handle it ultimately had to be decided by the master. "Thank you, Lord Tianyin." Chiba Yang expressed his gratitude, greeted him, and then left. Although there was some resolution to this incident, Chiba Yang's mood remained heavy due to the master's illness. He felt powerless about it, and could only try his best to fulfill his duties, aiming to eliminate Muzan as soon as possible so that the master could witness that day. After leaving the Tsutsumi residence, Chiba Yang loosened the rope tied to the crow at his waist. "Caw-caw." The crow, freed from the rope around its beak, immediately called out twice, then flapped its wings a couple of times before wobbling and falling into Chiba Yang's hands, feeling very dizzy. Chiba Yang's speed of return was too fast, and the scenery along the way felt like it was spinning. At first, when Chiba Yang was running, he would use his hand to shield it, so there was no feeling of bumps. But ever since Chiba Yang carried that white-haired ghost on his back, there was no hand to protect it, and the feeling afterward was something it never wanted to relive. "I apologize for the inconvenience during this time, Brother Crow. However, you still can't talk about what happened before. Understand?" Although the Lord has already mentioned it, Chiba Yang was still quite worried about his crow and said to it seriously, "I can't remember what happened." The crow, lying in Chiba Yang's hand, said weakly, "All right, once you rest well, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Hearing this, Chiba Yang felt much more at ease and spoke to it. "Okay." The crow responded drowsily and then fell silent. Seeing the crow fainted, Chiba Yang planned to put it in his room to let it rest properly. On the way, he ran into Akaza and Michiro, who were heading out of the headquarters together, seemingly going somewhere. "Teacher," Chiba Yang called out and ran over to them. After hearing the voice, Kyojuro and Michiro turned around. The bandage over Kyojuro's left eye had not yet been removed, and Michiro's expression still seemed a bit dazed. "Where are you guys going?" Chiba Yang asked, noticing their appearance. "We're going to the Swordsmith village. My injuries have mostly healed." Kyojuro replied loudly to Chiba Yang. "Lord Shogun said that the hot springs there would be very beneficial for my injuries, so he let me go to the Swordsmith village for recovery. Although I feel bad for making Lord Shogun worry about me, it would be great if I could recover quickly and return to fighting the demons." Then he explained to Michiro, "And Takedo is going to forge a new sword." Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang understood and felt much better seeing his teacher's injuries healing so quickly. "I see. I hope my teacher can recover well in the Swordsmith village. And I also hope Mr. Takedo can get a new Nichiren blade soon," Chiba Yang said with a smile, wishing both of them well. Kyojuro responded, "By the way, I think I've seen you before. Who are you?" At this moment, Michiro looked at Chiba Yang with a puzzled expression and asked. He had just returned to the headquarters not long ago, and he had encountered more battles recently than usual, which had damaged his Nichiren blade. Feeling it was a waste of time, he planned to go to the Swordsmith village himself to have a new sword made. "My name is Chiba Yang." Chiba Yang replied helplessly to Michiro. Mr. Takedo's memory is still quite concerning. Chiba Yang thought to himself, although they hadn't seen each other for a while. They had met the day before the pillar meeting, and the next day Michiro would forget about him. "Oh, I see." Michiro nodded expressionlessly, as if he had taken note. But in reality, he hadn't remembered a single word. "By the way, Mr. Takedo, I want to ask if you've encountered more evil spirits than usual lately?" Chiba Yang asked Michiro, wanting to know if he was the only one experiencing this situation or if others were as well. "How many evil spirits have you encountered recently?" Michiro tilted his head at the question, but judging by his expression, it seemed difficult for him to come up with an answer. Upon seeing this, Chiba Yang felt that he had asked a pointless question, but a long-lashed crow landed on Michiro's shoulder and answered Chiba Yang's question. "Ha! Lord Michiro has eliminated 3 evil spirits in the past 3 weeks, and they were all as strong as lower-ranked demons. You definitely can't compare." The long-lashed crow shouted loudly at Chiba Yang, its voice filled with a sense of bragging. The long-lashed crow had always been proud of its master Michiro, believing him to be a genius from a different dimension, and Michiro's achievement of becoming a Hashira in just 2 months had indeed been unmatched before. However, ever since Chiba Yang appeared, things had changed. Not only did he become a Hashira in a shorter time, but he also wielded the sun-breathing technique. The long-lashed crow had previously boasted that Michiro was a descendant of sun-breathing users, but now a real user of sun-breathing had appeared, and he was even acknowledged by their lord, which made the crow feel somewhat displeased, wondering when its master would surpass him. Finding and eliminating evil spirits was not an easy task, and the traces of evil spirits were also difficult to locate. Therefore, Killing one evil spirit took quite some time. In 3 weeks, eliminating 3 evil spirits was indeed a high level of efficiency, and the long-lashed crow believed this was enough to flaunt in front of Chiba Yang. Encountering 3 evil spirits in 3 weeks. Does this mean that the frequency of demon appearances has indeed increased? Chiba Yang was pondering. Wow. We have slain 6 evil spirits in the past 3 weeks. At this moment, the crow in Chiba Yang's hand suddenly woke up and became lively, loudly shouting at the long-lashed crow on Michiro's shoulder. Chapter 117, Awakening. Chiba Y's heart skipped a beat, and his left hand immediately grasped the food crow. Wow. Moreover, they were all at the waning crescent level. Chinya's actions suddenly made Songya understand, and she gasped for breath as she tried to smooth things over. Chiba Yang hesitantly let go of it, but at that moment, Crow Brother fainted again in his hands. Akai's, Mucher. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Akai's and Mucher's faces, Chiba Yang coughed twice and explained, Ahem, my crow has been overworked on this mission and has flown for too long, leading to heat stroke and often speaks nonsense. I was just using pressure to send blood to its brain, so as long as it wakes up after fainting, it should be fine. Chiba Yang had also learned that technique from Shinobu Kocho, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to prepare medicine. Otherwise, he would definitely make a potion for Crow Brother to help it forget the past and start new. So this is how heat stroke is treated in crows? This is the first time I've heard of it. Seems like I should take note. It might come in handy in the future. After listening to Chiba Yang's explanation, Mucher said blankly. The long-lashed crow on his shoulder flapped its wings in shock and shouted loudly. This must be a lie. Lord Mucher, please do not believe this guy's words. After saying that, Mucher fell silent for a moment, his eyelids drooping. Then, as if waking up, he widened his eyes and slowly turned to his crow, asking, Huh? Believe what? The long-lashed crow felt speechless upon hearing Mucher's words, but also relieved, as it almost forgot what Mucher's memory was like. Then Mucher tilted his head and muttered to himself, I feel like I just said something. Forget it. I won't think about it. After a moment, Mucher gave up on thinking. Chiba Yang felt relieved upon seeing this. With Wujikairo's memory, even if he were to tell him about the things encountered during the mission, he would probably forget them right away. Enjuro, standing beside him, felt a bit puzzled by the situation, but he didn't ask too many questions. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Chiba Yang asked with some concern, as he was worried about Enjuro since his injury hadn't fully healed yet. Haha, of course not. My strength has mostly recovered. Plus, with the appearance of the patterns, I'm even stronger than before. And this time, we have Mitsuri with us, and the alert area is the Swordsmith village, so even if an upper moon appears, it won't be a problem, Enjuro said, loudly with a laugh. Hearing this, Chiba Yang felt relieved. According to Akizukuro, after the Swordsmith village, there would be 3 Hashira-level fighters present for a short time, and even if an upper moon were to come, they wouldn't gain much. It was getting late, and he and Taketu should set off. He had heard that the journey to the Swordsmith village was quite long, so they needed to leave early. Akizukuro glanced at the sky and spoke. Then I wish for your master's speedy recovery. Chiba Yang replied with a smile. His Nichiren blade was still almost like new. If someone saw it, they would probably think he hadn't used it much, but it could be said that he really hadn't used it that much. He would usually draw it only once when encountering demons, and aside from that, he had mostly used it recently to make a box for that white-haired demon. It could be said that those 2 big trees had seen the most use of his blade. Making that box had indeed taken a lot of his effort. Yeah, then I can continue participating in missions, and you don't have to pay attention to my warning area anymore. Akizukuro replied loudly. After saying this, the 2 bid farewell, and Akizukuro and Muichiro left. As Muichiro walked away, the long-lashed crow on his shoulder glared at Chiba Yang angrily, making him feel that this crow's personality was very similar to that of Yashiro. Watching Akizukuro and the others leave, Chiba Yang shook the crow in his hand. Wow. The crow called out weakly, not waking up. Sigh, I need to hurry and put Brother Crow in a cool place. Otherwise, the symptoms of heat stroke will probably get worse soon, Chiba Yang muttered to himself, and then he took Brother Crow back to his place. After returning Brother Crow, Chiba Yang went to the Butterfly Mansion. After inquiring with the hidden members inside, he learned that Zenitsu had already recovered and gone out on a mission, leaving only Tanjiro still unconscious. Just as he reached the door of Tanjiro's hospital room, he saw Tanjiro waking up and Kanaho holding his hand by the bedside, crying tears of joy. I'm so glad to see you awake, Kanaho said happily to the waking Tanjiro. Am I coming a bad time? It seems Tanjiro doesn't need my visit anymore. Chiba Yang stood at the door, hesitant to enter, feeling a little heartbroken. This was the first time he had heard Kanai speak, In the past, she had never responded when he asked her questions. Just as Chiba Yang was about to leave and not be a third wheel, a member of the Hidden Corps approached him carrying a plate of dim sum. It's Lord Chiba. Are you here to visit that kid Tanjiro? Goto greeted Chiba Yang and then asked. Yes, that's right. Chiba Yang answered truthfully. There are quite a few people worried about this child, and it's hard to say when he will wake up. This honey cake was specially prepared as a consolation gift for him. I've heard that his sense of smell is different from others. So perhaps he will wake up immediately upon smelling the cake. Goto sighed and muttered. Actually, Lord Chiba, I will go in first. Chiba Yang planned to tell Goto that Tanjiro had woken up, but he was interrupted by Goto's words. After finishing what he had to say, Goto walked into the room. Seeing that someone had already come in as a third wheel, Chiba Yang thought it wouldn't matter if he joined as well, so he followed Goto inside. At that moment, Tanjiro had closed his eyes again, while Kanao sat quietly by the bed without making a sound. Goto didn't notice that Tanjiro was awake. After placing the honey cake on the table, he said to Kanao, Well, I'll leave the honey cake here for now. Please take it away after a while. If he doesn't wake up, just eat it before it goes bad. After saying this, Goto was about to leave when Tanjiro opened his eyes and weakly said, Thank you for the condolence gift. At that moment, he also saw Chiba Yang. Yang, you came too. Chiba Y thought he had arrived a long time ago, but he didn't want to disturb the two of you. Since he knew in advance, Chiba Y wasn't particularly excited, but got next to him was quite the opposite. After hearing Tanjiro speak, he shouted excitedly, Isn't he already awake? Can you react a little more vigorously? Chapter 118. Chiba Y ese plan an laik Chiba Y. God had been taking care of the unconscious Tanjiro every day for the past month, constantly hoping for Tanjiro to wake up. Therefore, he was so excited to see Tanjiro awake, and Kana's calm demeanor, remaining silent, also infuriated him. Why are you always so composed? Go call someone. Tell everyone he has regained consciousness. You silly girl. God's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of his sockets, as he shouted at Kana. But for Kana, this was already a significant reaction. She had actively spoken to someone and even shed tears. Seeing God's reaction, Kana quickly bent down and bowed to apologize, even though she wasn't sure what she had done wrong. But God still looked furious. Everyone was worried sick about this kid. Such a big deal. I don't care about status now, God angrily said as he walked to the door of the hospital room. Kiyo, Sumi, Kaneo, and Aoi. Tanjiro has woken up. God shouted loudly into the hallway from the door of the hospital room. Soon, the three girls from the Butterfly Mansion rushed into the room, tears on their faces, overjoyed at Tanjiro's awakening. They immediately surrounded Tanjiro, with Nakahara Sumi crying and wanting to feed him a piece of red bean paste bread, while God brought over a honey cake, and Kana calmly smiled, watching everything unfold. Chiba Yang smiled as he looked at the harmonious and warm scene in the ward. At that moment, a person covered entirely by a blanket rushed in. A monster! Now was so frightened that her little face turned pale. Just as that figure was about to bump into Chiba Yang, he slightly sidestepped to avoid it, and also picked up the blanket. Soon, the figure of Kanzaki Aoi was revealed. Because Chiba Yang was blocking her view with the blanket he lifted, Kanzaki Aoi did not notice him and directly lunged towards Tanjiro's bedside, exclaiming, You finally woke up? Everyone is doing this for us. Kanzaki Aoi cried out loud, feeling immense guilt in her heart. Chibiyo saw that they were unlikely to finish their conversation anytime soon, so he quietly took the blanket and slipped out, planning to come back later. He had come to visit Tanjiro and also to say goodbye to his friends in the Demon Slayer Corps. He intended to search for demons with spatial abilities as per Tamayo's suggestion, to capture them for her research, in case Muzan really had such spatial powers that could prevent them from responding. At the same time, he wanted to try his luck to see if he could encounter Muzan again. This time, he didn't plan to return to headquarters easily after leaving. Aside from Shinobu on Tamayo's side, he wouldn't be able to meet the other Demon Slayer Corps members for a long time. Therefore, he wanted to say his farewells. After draping the blanket outside, Chiba waited outside Tanjiro's hospital room for a while, and then Nakahara Sumi, Teranai Kiyo, Takada Naho, and Kanzaki Aoi came out one after another. Lord Chiba, are you here to visit Tanjiro too? Kanzaki Aoi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chiba outside. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the three little ones beside Kanzaki Aoi helped her out. Chibadano arrived before us, Nakahara Sumi said. Kanzaki Aoi exclaimed in shock. That's right, and when Aoi-chan just entered, she almost bumped into Chibadano. After Chibadano dodged, he even took away the sheet that covered your bed, Teranai Kiyoshi added. What? Teranai Kiyoshi's words made Kanzaki Aoi feel like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Then Chibadano probably thought it was too noisy in the hospital room and stepped out. Takada Naho continued. Upon learning the true situation, Kanzaki Aoi felt extremely embarrassed and hurriedly bowed to Chiba Yang with a flushed face. I'm so sorry, Chibadano. I was too anxious at that time and didn't notice you. Kanzaki Aoi immediately apologized to Chiba Yang. It's fine, I understand how you feel. After all, Tanjiro has been in a coma for such a long time. You don't need to apologize to me. Chiba Yang smiled indifferently and said, all right, you all go ahead and busy yourselves. I'm going to take a look at him. After saying this, Chiba Yang walked into the hospital room. Just then, Goto was about to leave, and after greeting Chiba Yang, he also left the room. Now, only Tanjiro and Kanaho remained in the room. Before Chiba Yang could say anything, Tanjiro spoke first. Yang, when I was just unconscious, I had a dream about someone who looks almost exactly like you, and someone who looks like my ancestors. Tanjiro looked at Chiba Yang, recalling the dream he experienced while unconscious, where the person in the dream said they wanted to leave and claimed to be worthless, resembling his current companion to such an extent that they could even be considered identical. Seeing this, Kanaho also stood up and left the hospital room. Chiba Yang recalled something upon hearing Tanjiro's words and said to him, the person you dreamed of should be that senior named Yoruichi Tsujikuni. Then, Chiba Yang sat down beside Tanjiro's sickbed and quietly told him, Miss Tamayo said that my appearance is almost identical to that of senior Tsujikuni. Tanjiro was shocked to hear Tamayo's name. He didn't yet know that Chiba Yang and Tamayo were acquainted, so he immediately asked Chiba Yang, do you know Miss Tamayo too? Yes, Chiba Yang no dead. He had known since their last discussion about the plan to eliminate Muzan that Tanjiro was also acquainted with Tamayo. He continued, based on my previous speculation, your dance of the fire god is likely inherited from that senior Tsujikuni. So the dream you had might reflect the situation back then. I remember there's a saying that sometimes people inherit memories from their ancestors, which then manifest in dreams. That seems to be the case. It appears my ancestors indeed knew that senior. The dance of the fire god is also inherited from his son breathing. Tanjiro agreed with what Chiba Yang said, and since the dream didn't hold any significant meaning, he decided not to dwell on it any further. Tanjiro, I'm here not only to visit you, but also to say goodbye, Chiba Yang said to Tanjiro. After a moment of thought, he continued, I plan to search for Muzan's traces in various places and probably won't be back for quite some time, so I want to let you know. Chapter 119. Departure. Chiba Yang didn't mention the ghost-catching matter, and it's still uncertain whether it will succeed. The fewer people who know, the better. Unfortunately, my strength is too weak. Otherwise, I would want to go with you, Tanjiro said regretfully after hearing Chiba Yang's words. Muzan is also the culprit who almost killed his entire family and turned Nezuko into a demon, and Tanjiro wants to slay him with his own hands. But now he can't even deal with Upper Moon 6. Relying solely on himself, he can only manage to kill Daki, let alone face Muzan. You should just focus on healing. I'm just hoping for a bit of luck, and the chances of finding anything are extremely slim. Chiba Yang said with a smile to Tanjiro. You should have already used the method I taught you to enhance your breathing intensity, right? Chiba Yang then asked Tanjiro. When Tanjiro was just sent back, Chiba Yang noticed that his internal organs were somewhat displaced, guessing that he must have used the method he taught. Yeah, Tanjiro replied. Although you should already be aware, I still want to remind you that this technique is best used in life or death situations. Otherwise, when you use it and temporarily lose your combat ability, it can become very dangerous. Moreover, once you maintain the concentrated breathing for a long enough time and increase your breathing intensity, it won't be of much use anymore. But the injuries left during that time will always accompany you. Chiba Yang reminded Tanjiro, thank you for your concern. But if I can save more people with this brief boost, then what does it matter if I end up with permanent injuries? Tanjiro smiled and replied to Chiba Yang. Chiba Yang was not surprised by what he heard. He knew what kind of person Tanjiro was, and it was completely reasonable for him to say such things. I guess you would say that. Well, I'm just reminding you. However, when Miss Butterfly is free later, I suggest you let her check you to see if she can help you recover, Chiba Yang said to Tanjiro. That's all I wanted to say. You should rest well and strive for a speedy recovery. I'm leaving now. Although he planned to search for Muzan, he estimated that he would still stay at headquarters if nothing came up in the next week. If you need anything, you can have someone find me. Seeing Tanjiro's exhausted appearance, Chiba Yang didn't say much more and stood up to bid him farewell. Good luck, Tanjiro, he said with a smile. And then Tanjiro couldn't help but succumb to his fatigue and fell asleep. Chiba Yang smiled upon seeing this and quietly exited the ward. At this moment, Kanaho was still waiting outside the door. All right, we've finished our conversation. Tanjiro is currently sleeping, so you can continue to watch over him. I'm sorry for making you two separate during this brief time together because of me, Chiba Yang said to Kanaihu with a hint of teasing in his tone, sounding very much like an elder. However, as Tanjiro Sr., it's not unreasonable to call him their elder. Due to his mother's serious illness, Chiba Yang understood things better from a young age and matured quite early, making him appear more mature in his actions. It's fine as long as I know he's safe. It doesn't matter whether we're together or not. Kanaihu smiled lightly and said her first words to Chiba Yang, directly stuffing him full of dog food. However, Chiba Yang didn't feel anything about it. He silently wished them well in his heart. So far, he hadn't experienced such feelings himself. I wish you both can eventually achieve your goals and be happy together. After Chiba Yang smiled and offered his blessing, he turned and left. Achieve your goals? Be happy together? After hearing these two phrases, Kanaihu stood there, tilting her head in confusion, not understanding why Chiba Yang would bless her like that. After a while, she stopped thinking about it and gently walked into the hospital room. A week later, Chinya Yang has not been idle this week. He has been exercising every day, but the results are minimal. He finds it difficult to feel tired, so he thinks that exercising is the same as not exercising at all. Meanwhile, the master has also responded regarding Kaigetsu, agreeing to help him conceal this matter. However, Kaigetsu's disappearance needs some explanation. The master said that if anyone asks, he will say that Kaigetsu has left the Demon Slayer Corps, but does not know where he has gone. Given Kaigetsu's reputation within the Corps, it is estimated that not many people will inquire about him. Zenitsu is also aware of what kind of person Kaigetsu is. It is clearly his style to leave without greeting anyone. However, if Zenitsu does ask, Chinya Yang still plans to tell him the truth, although he knows that Zenitsu will be very sad upon learning the truth. The actual impact of this matter on him is not significant. As long as Sanjuro knows nothing about this, Chinya Yang believes that even if Zenitsu finds out, he will understand the gravity of the situation and will not tell Sanjuro. Meanwhile, Brother Crow has also stopped saying nonsense during Chinya Yang's training this week. After packing his belongings, Chinya Yang plans to set off. He has already obtained the master's consent for this matter. He will be on the lookout for Muzan while paying attention to his alert area. The master said that after Kyojuro's alert area, he no longer needs to manage it. Kyojuro had previously mentioned that he would return to the front lines after coming back from the swordsmith village. Just as Chinya Yang is about to depart, someone approaches him. Yang, I'm glad you haven't left yet. Jinya runs up to Chinya Yang, his expression filled with joy. What's wrong? Chinya Yang looked at his happy expression and curiously asked, The breath of clouds you taught me, I can already use it in battle. After you left for a while, I went on a mission too. With this breathing technique, I found battles much easier. Although I can only release small clouds of mist, it's enough for me to conceal my figure. After that, using the flintlock or waiting for an opportunity to consume a demon's body to demonize became much simpler. Suanmi extitadli told Kianya Yang. He had also completed a mission during this time, and the breath of clouds allowed him to win battles with ease. By obscuring his figure from the demons, he could secretly fire his black gun, then find and consume the flesh and blood of the demon that had been shot down. Since the demon became significantly weakened after being hit, he could even approach and bite the demon's body directly. After demonizing, he could rely on the regeneration ability he gained to transform into a melee AD, using the flintlock to deliver headshots. I heard you returned from a mission, and I wanted to say thank you. I think I can help brothers soon. I've already killed over 20 demons. If I work a bit harder, I might even become a Hashira, and then I can reunite with brother, Schwami fantasized, feeling more optimistic and sunny than usual, like a child eager for his elder brother's approval. Chapter 120. The blacksmith's battle form, keep it up. I believe you can do it. After hearing Schwami's words, Chinya Yang encouraged him, feeling happy about Schwami's change. In the past, due to not knowing any breathing techniques and the difficulty of becoming a Hashira, Schwami often appeared very anxious. Now that he had learned a breathing technique and had completed nearly half of the conditions to become a Hashira, Schwami's mood had improved significantly. Although his personality might not change much, he was now able to calm down quickly when faced with situations. Thank you, Yang. If it weren't for you developing the breath of clouds for me, I might have never learned any breathing techniques. Schwami sincerely thanked Chinya Yang. It's nothing, just a small effort, Chinya Yang replied nonchalantly. Having had a clear understanding of the world since childhood, he was quite familiar with human anatomy. So developing a breathing technique wasn't a difficult task for him. Moreover, he was merely making modifications. Then, Schwami noticed Chiba Yang's attire and asked him, "Are you going on another mission?" Chiba Yang thought for a moment and replied, "I guess so. It's really hard work, but I should also head to the blacksmith village." Xuanya sighed and said. Chiba Yang was a bit surprised upon hearing this. "Are you also going to the blacksmith village?" Xian Yi, seeing Chiba Yang's reaction, also asked in surprise, "Are you going to the blacksmith village to carry out a mission?" Chiba Yang shook his head and explained to Xuanya, "It's not me. My teacher and Mr. Kanetsu, the Flame Hashira, also went to the swordsmith village." Xuanya replied, "I see. I'm going to the swordsmith village because the insect Hashira said the hot springs that would be good for my body, and since my Nicaran blade is quite worn out, I thought I could also have a new Nicaran blade made by the smith while I'm there." Chiba Yang responded, "I see. Then you should be able to meet my teacher and the others there." He then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, if you go to the swordsmith village, I hope you can send my regards to the smith who made my Nicaran blade. I haven't seen him in a long time and don't know how he is doing. His name is Tetsumaru Yamaniji." Chiba Yang said to Xuanya that since his Nicaran blade had never been damaged, they hadn't seen each other since that time when Timarushan finished engraving the blade for him. He learned Timarushan's name from the people at Steelgrave. "Is Timarushan a man or a woman?" Xuanya asked. Of course, Chiba Yang was about to respond, but then he realized he didn't actually know the answer. They had only met twice, and Timarushan had always worn a mask, so Chiba Yang couldn't determine the gender based on the information he had. It should be a man," he finally said after thinking for a moment. He felt that blacksmiths should mostly be male, and Timarushan's previous style of doing things also seemed more masculine. "All right, I'll send him your regards." Xuanya felt relieved upon hearing this. He wasn't good at dealing with girls, and sometimes became so nervous that he couldn't speak when he encountered them. Chiba Yang thanked him, and then the two walked together for a while, before parting ways at the entrance of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Xuanya was blindfolded by a hidden team member and had earplugs inserted, after which he was carried away to a distance. It seems that the safety of the swordsmith village is quite high, right? What is that? Qin Yang was about to look away after watching for a while, when he suddenly saw a ball of dark purple light rushing toward him from the direction of Xuanmi and the others, moving so fast that it left him astonished. The hidden team member carrying Xuanmi was also startled, nearly dropping Xuanmi. As the dark purple light got closer, Qin Yang could see what it was. It was a muscular figure wearing a fireman mask, with his chest exposed, 2 knives tied to the sides of his head, and holding 2 knives in each hand. He also had a knife sheath on his back, exuding a dark purple aura, and his hair was flying up toward the sky, clearly showing his anger. "Steel Tomb, Mr. Steel?" Chihaya recognized the person who had arrived, and the current appearance of Kanetetsu startled him as well. Upon hearing the voice, Kanetetsu instantly flashed to Chihaya's side. "Where's that damn kid Tanjiro now? I want to kill him. How dare he break my sword again? He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths. Quickly tell me where he is now." Kanetetsu's face was close to Chihaya's as he asked, his voice trembling with anger. After Tanjiro was sent back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the news of his Nicaran blade being damaged also reached Kanetetsu, prompting him to forge another Nicaran blade, hoping to have it ready by the time Tanjiro regained consciousness. But Tanjiro was unaware of this. After learning about it, Kanetetsu hadn't slept for 3 consecutive days, writing Tanjiro's name on the ground with a sword and drawing large crosses on it, even making a wooden figure to stab with dozens of knives. However, he ultimately succeeded in forging the Nicaran blade, and today he came to deliver the sword to Tanjiro. In addition to the Nicaran blade, he also brought 4 of his proudest creations. Aside from delivering the sword, he had other matters to attend to as well. This was already the second time Tanjiro had broken his sword. The first time was when they encountered the lower moon at Mount Natagomo, and the second time was this time. Kanetetsu felt that his previous actions had been too lenient, which led to Tanjiro breaking his sword again. So he had quadrupled the amount of swords he prepared to confront Tanjiro. Chiba Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He indeed felt the killing intent from Steel Tomb. Mr. Steel Tomb, please calm down. Tanjiro didn't mean it. Chiba Yang tried to dissuade Tetsuzuka, but it had no effect. "Ugh, I must find that bastard." After building up a wave of anger, Tetsuzuka erupted, dark purple flames rising from his body. Seeing that Chiba Yang hadn't provided any useful information, he immediately turned and charged into the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. "Tanjiro, Mr. Tetsuzuka, you die." Moments later, a huge commotion erupted from the headquarters, and after a while, Tanjiro ran out, with Tetsuzuka chasing closely behind. I'm sorry. I am sorry. D. Tanjiro ran ahead, continuously apologizing, while Tetsuzuka, wielding his dual swords, followed closely behind in a stance reminiscent of the two-sword style. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from Chiba Yang's sight again. This, Chapter 121, lifting a stone to smash one's own head. Chiba Yang fell into deep thought as he looked at the situation before him. Forget it. Let Tanjiro fend for himself. After a moment, Chiba Yang no longer paid attention to the struggle between the two, and, after bidding farewell to Tanjiro in his heart, set off on his journey. Chiba Yo believes that in the near future, he will definitely be able to eliminate Muzan. Even if he doesn't encounter Muzan this time, he can capture more demons with suitable blood demon arts along the way and hand them over to Tamayo for research. Coupled with the blood demon art from the previously captured white-hair demon, Muzan will surely have nowhere to escape, even if Tamayo is unable to extract the blood demon arts. Having someone like Jinya, a demon slayer, will also pose no significant problem. Moreover, with the number of demons having increased so much now, there's no need to worry about not finding evil demons with suitable blood demon arts. Chiba Yang felt that this must be the handiwork of Muzan, aimed at preventing him from searching for its whereabouts. However, it probably didn't realize that its actions were precisely what provided them with a surefire way to find it. Its actions were akin to lifting a rock only to smash its own head, resulting in its own demise. Just wait, Kabutsuji Muzan, your death is imminent. And that day will not be far off. With this thought in mind, Chiba Yang left the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters under the sunlight. In Infinity Castle, Muzan, hiding here, felt fortunate about its decision. It had already seen the scene of Kaigaku's death, and it didn't feel any sorrow. It merely thought its handling of the situation was correct. With the consecutive deaths of 3 upper moons, 2 of whom were killed by Chiba Yang, Muzan already understood the extent of Chiba Yang's power. Even if it wasn't as strong as the former Yoruichi Tsujikuni, it wouldn't be far off. It had been nearly slain by Yoruichi with a single slash, and even when split into 1,800 pieces, it was still on the verge of complete annihilation. Now, even if Chiba Yang were inferior to Yoruichi, Muzan dared not show itself. Currently, the top 3 upper moons were transforming humans into demons across various regions, rapidly increasing the number of demons. Muzan believed Chiba Yang must be too preoccupied to pay attention to it. Ultimately, humans were still fragile beings. Aging, illness, and death were unavoidable. No matter how powerful they were, their lifespan remained an insurmountable issue. This little demon would eventually grow old and die just like that monster, while I would still be alive. Demons are the perfect beings in this world, and I will eventually become the most perfect existence. Once that little demon dies of old age, as long as I eliminate all those demon slayers and the Kamadu family who oppose me, no one will be able to stop me. Muzan sat in a chair, gently swirling a goblet filled with wine, its tone brimming with confidence, masking the fear lurking within. It continued to indulge in dreams of immortality, feeling smug about its cleverness, unaware that it was heading down the path to destruction. Narumi played the pipa nearby. Everything was readily available in Infinity Castle. Even if Muzan felt hungry, demons would fetch food for it, ensuring a high quality of life, with no inconvenience apart from not being able to go outside. Initially, Muzan felt immense shame, but it quickly adapted to this lifestyle. The adults were right. Humans are certainly no match for us. Whoever they are, they will ultimately be dealt with by the adults. Behind Muzan, a demon with a sharp nose and monkey-like features echoed its sentiments and poured wine into Muzan's goblet from a bottle. Another demon stood beside it. This was a servant selected from the food captured by other demons, not very capable in battle, but wise. With a pleasant speaking manner and a personality that suited Muzan's temperament, much like the former dream demon. Muzan ignored the flattery from this demon and continued to drink. Lord Muzan, the Tenki wishes to see you. Should I let it in? Narumi stopped playing the pipa and asked Muzan. Let in, Muzan replied. Narumi plucked the strings of the pipa, and in the next moment, the figure of Tenki appeared before Muzan. Seeing Muzan suddenly, Tenki immediately knelt on the ground, its head touching the floor. Lord Muzan, I have something to report, Tenki said timidly while lying on the ground. Speak, Muzan said, taking a sip of red wine, its tone indifferent. Now only Tenki remained among the last 3 upper moons, and Muzan held little expectation for it. My subordinate recently learned the location of the village that forges the Nichiren blades for the demon slayers, Tenki reported, still kneeling. Recently, Muzan's mood had been extremely unstable, and it would often lash out at them. The other 3 upper moons rarely met, and now that Tenki was responsible for fetching food for Muzan, it bore the brunt of the scolding and occasional beatings, living in constant hardship, yet it couldn't voice its complaints. Not long ago, it stumbled upon a village entirely filled with blacksmiths, all of whom wore masks. After a brief investigation, it discovered that these blacksmiths forged the Nichiren blades used by the Demon Slayer Corps. Cowardly and cautious, Tenki believed that such a place must have been heavily protected by powerful demon slayers sent by the Corps. So it refrained from acting directly and instead came to report to Muzan. Partly, it wanted to take credit for this discovery in hopes of receiving better treatment from its boss, and partly, it wanted Muzan to send another Upper Moon along for safety. However, upon hearing Tenki's words, Muzan did not express excitement or joy. Instead, it asked, "So you killed all those blacksmiths?" Previously, when searching for the blue spider lily, Muzan had already received many false reports. Numerous demons had claimed to know its whereabouts, yet had never encountered the blue spider lily. Muzan had become immune to such good news from its subordinates. It only valued results. Without results, nothing mattered. The process could easily change, and it disliked change. It wanted permanence, as only what had already happened would remain unchanged. Upon hearing Muzan's question, Tenki knew it was in trouble. It had only been focused on how to gain credit to prevent Muzan from venting its frustrations on it, forgetting Muzan's temperament. And not yet. But my subordinate has already confirmed the location of the blacksmith village. Tenki trembled, hastily assuring Muzan, "Since you have confirmed the location, why didn't you directly kill all the blacksmiths there?" Muzan asked Tenki with a magnetic voice, its anger gradually rising. It had already found Tenki to be of little use, and now this feeling deepened, with no consideration for Tenki's discovery of the blacksmith village. Tenki trembled even more violently at Muzan's words. My subordinate thought it prudent to send another Upper Moon along to ensure. Enough! Muzan interrupted Tenki mid-sentence. It knelt on the ground, too frightened to raise its head, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "It's just a village of blacksmiths. Can't you, as an Upper Moon, wipe them all out? Your cowardice is astonishing. Tenki, just a measly blacksmith village has you so scared, yet you shamelessly come to report this news to me. What? Do you want to take credit for this news?" Muzan stood up, its tone increasingly unfriendly. "You even dare to suggest I send another Upper Moon. You are utterly useless. Listen, within this month, eliminate all the blacksmiths in that village, or prepare to be devoured." Muzan issued a final ultimatum to Tenki, who, upon hearing this, was terrified and quickly shouted, "Yes. My lord, I will definitely kill all those blacksmiths within a month." Muzan ignored Tenki's assurance and turned to Narumi, saying, "Take it away." "Yes." Ming-Nu responded with a sound, and then plucked the pipa strings to send Han-Tian-Go out of Infinity City. After Han-Tian-Go was sent away, Muzan's mood improved again. "I see you demon slayers in the Swordsmith village won't have anyone to forge Nichiren blades for you. How will you oppose me now? Moreover, without these blacksmiths, even that little demon who knows the breath of the sun won't be able to pose a significant threat to me if the Nichiren blade breaks and they can't get a new one." Muzan envisioned a bright future, and his mood became better and better. However, he never considered personally dealing with the Swordsmith village or sending the top 3 Upper Moons there. To him, the most threatening person was still Chiba Yang, so ensuring his own safety was the most important thing. What if he happened to encounter that little demon in the Swordsmith village? What if the absence of the top 3 Upper Moons allowed that little demon to find him? Muzan believed he should prioritize stability. As long as he could stall Chiba Yang, it would be a victory. 2 weeks later, Chiba Yang left the underground laboratory of Tamayo. This time, he delivered 2 demons to Tamayo, one possessing space-type blood demon art and the other able to manipulate blood. Chiba Yang felt that these 2 demons' blood demon arts would be effective against Muzan. At the same time, the blood demon art of the previous white-haired demon had been successfully extracted, but its effectiveness was significantly reduced compared to before. With its current effectiveness, it couldn't track over long distances, and Tamayo needed to make further improvements. "Let's continue," he murmured, and then he left. During this time, he still hadn't found any trace of Muzan. It was as if he had evaporated, leaving no clues, which made Chiba Yang believe Tamayo's speculation even more. Although he hadn't found any trace of Muzan, he had gathered some clues about the significant increase in demons during this period. Based on the information he received during this time, Chiba Yang felt that it didn't seem like Muzan was the one creating the demons, as it would be impossible for him alone to produce so many demons over such a wide area. Chiba Yang believes that the one responsible for creating demons is likely not a single individual. He speculates that it is highly probable that the remaining Upper Moons are assisting Muzan in creating demons everywhere. thereby increasing the workload of the Demon Slayer Corps and distracting them from Muzan. At the location where he killed the last demon, he heard that locals had recently spotted a man dressed in samurai clothing from the Warring States period passing by at night. Since then, there have been frequent disappearances in the area at night, which means people have been killed by demons. From this information, Chiba Yang becomes more convinced of his hypothesis, believing that the man in samurai clothing mentioned by the locals is one of the upper moons, though it is also possible that he is a manifestation created by Muzan. However, Chiba Yang thinks the probability of this is low. He then asked the locals where the man in samurai clothing had gone and learned a vague direction. Since he needed to hand over the captured demons to Tamayo, Chiba Yang did not immediately pursue in that direction. After delivering the 2 demons to Tamayo, Chiba Yang planned to search for that upper moon. Wow, a message for Lord Chiba. While walking along the road, a messenger crow flew toward Chiba Yang, calling out twice before landing on his outstretched hand. The crow indeed had a letter tied to its leg. Chiba Yang looked at it but did not recognize whose crow it was. His own messenger crow now dared not approach him too closely and followed from a distance. "All right, thank you," he said to the crow as he took the letter. Unfolding the letter, Chiba Yang immediately recognized who it was from. The letter was sent by Jinya, and this crow also belonged to him. The letter did not contain much. It only had a short message. "I'm sorry, Yo, but I really can't do what you asked. Keimori Tsubaki is a woman. I really didn't know how to say it, so I could only write a note with the general idea and slip it into her house." After arriving at the swordsmith village, Jinya had kept in mind the task that Chiba Yang entrusted him with, but he was still uneasy, so he asked other swordsmiths in the village. The result was that Keimori Tsubaki was one of the few female swordsmiths in their village. Upon learning this, Jinya, who already knew where Keimori Tsubaki lived, had not yet gone to convey Chiba Yang's greetings until the day before yesterday, when he finally made up his mind. He hesitated at the entrance to Keimori Tsubaki's residence for half a day before choosing to write Chiba Yang's message on a note and toss it inside. However, after finding the note, Keimori Tsubaki directly picked it up and threw it into the furnace, continuing to focus on forging swords. Jinya was unaware of this. After throwing the note, he ran away. Looking at the content of the letter, Chiba Yang was frozen in place. Huh. His confusion turned to shock, and he did not know what to say. He had been misgendering the person all along and had been calling her sir for such a long time. However, upon further reflection, Chiba Yang felt that it didn't seem to matter much. The person herself had not minded and had not corrected him. When he meets Keimori Tsubaki again, he will apologize first. He also didn't know what exactly Jinya had written in the note. He thought that Jinya should not worry about this and should focus on his recovery. Putting away the letter, Chiba Yang said to Jinya's crow. This incident was indeed caused by him giving Jinya incorrect information, so he couldn't blame him. After all, everyone has things they are not good at dealing with. For example, he is not good at finding demons. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, the crow flapped its wings and flew away. Chapter 123. Kajinaki Iwakatsu. A round full moon hung high in the night sky, and oddly, the moon tonight appeared blood red and seemed larger than usual. Beneath the night sky, a figure in samurai attire walked slowly along the road, the grass by the roadside rustling in the gentle breeze, and the shadows of the trees swaying under the moonlight cast shadows on the ground. The figure in samurai attire looked up at the blood moon, and memories from 400 years ago flooded back to him. Such a night had come again. Kokushibo gazed at the blood moon, recalling the incredible sight he had witnessed that night. Over the past 400 years, he had experienced countless blood moon nights, but he had never seen the scene from that time again. However, he had already anticipated this after that night 400 years ago, when a short flute broke, and it was destined. Years have passed, and his strength had grown several times stronger than before, but the humiliation from that time could never be washed away. After all, that person was already. A face floated in Kokushibo's mind, and whenever he recalled this face from the past, his emotions would stir with anxiety and anger. But the passage of time gradually calmed him down, and the quiet night did not stir any waves in his heart. Tap tap. The nearly imperceptible sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear on this night, coming from the direction ahead. Dead. Turning to look ahead, a figure gradually emerged from the road. Kokushibo's mindset shifted at this moment. His originally calm heart surged with waves, tumultuous and rolling. The figure ahead also saw Kokushibo, and his footsteps came to a halt. One person and one demon, with strikingly similar appearances. Kokushibo's body trembled slightly at this moment, unsure if it was out of fear or excitement. The almost identical scene made Kokushibo feel as if he had returned to that night 400 years ago. Blood moon, gentle breeze, Kajinaki Yoruichi. Although the person before him was not in an old state, Kokushibo found it hard to distinguish at this moment. The scene from that night vividly resurfaced in his mind, as if everything in front of him overlapped. The person before him seemed to have become his younger brother, Kajinaki Yoruichi, from his human days. Kokushibo stood frozen in place, staring at the figure ahead. How pitiful, brother. The images in his mind stirred, and Yoruichi looked at him with tears in his eyes, saying this. Upper Moon 1. The scene before him suddenly detached from the memories in his mind. Different voices and different words brought Kokushibo back to reality. The images in his mind shattered, and what appeared before Kokushibo was a young figure. He was not Yoruichi. Yoruichi was already dead. Kokushibo's slightly trembling body came to a stop, and his emotions once again calmed down. Kokushibo recognized that the figure before him was the demon slayer that Muzan had ordered them to kill. He found it a bit strange. Initially, he thought that upon encountering this person, he would be eager to draw his sword and fight, defeating him to alleviate the humiliation he faced against Yoruichi. Or perhaps he would be slain by his overwhelming power and die gloriously. But now that he truly encountered him, he did not feel that way. Instead, he felt a tinge of sadness from deep within, similar to the inexplicable sadness he felt when he met the aging Yoruichi 400 years ago, the reason unknown and unexpected. Back then, he had even wavered because of this. He had attributed it to his brother showing emotions in front of him for the first time, which had surprised him. Powerful swordsman. State your name. Both sides were silent for a while, and it was Hakuji who spoke first. He had learned of the news that Yuhua had been killed by Chiba Yang, and acknowledged Chiba Yang's strength. Chiba Yang, on the other side, was taken aback when he heard this question. He felt that this demon was quite different from the ones he had encountered before, though he couldn't pinpoint the reason for this feeling. After leaving Tamayo, Chiba Yang followed the original plan to find the upper moon he had learned about from the residents, and encountered it that very night. Upon meeting Upper Moon 1 for the first time, Chiba Yang felt a sense of oppression similar to Muzan's. Just as he was about to strike, he was surprised when the demon asked for his name. After hesitating for a moment, Chiba Yang revealed his name to the demon in front of him, feeling somewhat confused because this demon inexplicably gave him a sense of familiarity. It seems your situation should be that of a descendant from a branch of the Tsudokuni, Hakuji said. His words puzzled Chiba Yang, and due to that strange sense of familiarity, he did not attack directly. He furrowed his brows and asked Hakuji, "What do you mean by that? I was known as Tsujikuni Wakazakuri when I was human, part of a warrior family with the Tsujikuni surname during the Sengoku period hundreds of years ago. And you are a descendant of the Tsujikuni's children," Hakuji slowly explained to Chiba Yang. After just awakening from his memories, he had already realized that Chiba Yang had the Tsujikuni bloodline and understood why his appearance was so similar to that of his brother. Coincidence was one aspect, but genetics also played a part. However, he also noted that Chiba Yang was not a direct descendant of his line, but rather from a side branch of the Tsujikuni family. Hakuji's words surprised Chiba Yang. They revealed to him that Hakuji retained memories from his human life. Additionally, another reason for his surprise was the surname Tsujikuni. The timing of 400 years ago during the Sengoku period coincided perfectly with that of the predecessor Tsujikuni. Was it a coincidence? Chiba Yang didn't care whether he was a descendant of the inherited nation. After hundreds of years, that relationship had long lost its significance. Even if his bloodline was inherited from a once great family, he still lived a poor and miserable life in the past. However, Black Death Mu's words made Chiba Yang understand why he felt such an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was a sensation passed down through his bloodline. Besides that, he was more concerned about the relationship between this inherited nation and the predecessor he had heard about from Tamayo. "What is your relationship with that predecessor named Inherited Nation Yoruichi?" Chiba Yang asked Black Death Mu. Upon hearing that name, Black Death Mu fell silent, looked up at the sky, and murmured, "Is there really someone who still remembers your name?" The surname of the Inherited Nation had long since been severed from the historical legacy, and people had even forgotten that such a family ever existed. Yet, the name Inherited Nation Yoruichi was still remembered by some. Chapter 124. Battle Black Death Mu felt jealousy towards Yoruichi once again. Even when Yoruichi was alive, there was nothing it could surpass him in. It was unexpected that, even after his death, it still felt frustrated because of him. It hadn't noticed its mother's physical discomfort, but Yoruichi had long been aware of it, and had always accompanied and cared for her. At that time, it didn't understand this, and thought Yoruichi was just clinging to their mother and acting cute. It wasn't until it looked through its mother's diary after her death and Yoruichi's departure that it realized this. As for talent and strength, there was even less to say. At just 7 years old and without any guidance, Yoruichi easily defeated the teacher who had been instructing it in swordsmanship. Yet, even with its hands bleeding and developing thick calluses from training, it had never been able to hit someone who Yoruichi easily defeated. Now, even though he was already dead and the title of the inherited nation had vanished in the river of time, his name was still mentioned by others. Even with his body completely decayed, he still made others feel jealous of his excellence. The flames of jealousy ignited in its heart, and the humiliation it felt because of Yoruichi surged once more. Chiba Yang felt that the state of the ghost opposite him was not quite right, and he placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at the fastest speed possible. Although he was jealous, he quickly calmed down upon realizing that Yukaku had long since died. Yukiguna Yukaku was my younger brother when I was human, Kakushibu answered Chiba Yang's question. Although he had long suspected it, Kakushibu's answer still shocked Chiba Yang. One brother became a powerful swordsman who nearly eradicated demons to protect humanity, while the other became the Upper Moon One, serving the progenitor of demons and harming humanity. Knowing his name implies that you have some understanding of him. But having never lived in the same era, you will never truly comprehend what kind of person he was, one favored by all the gods. I made such a choice in order to catch up to his footsteps, yet I was unable to do so until his death. It seemed that Kakushibu guessed what Chiba Yang wanted to ask, and he took the initiative to explain, placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword. I still cannot understand your thoughts. After Chiba Yo heard Kokushibo's explanation, he lowered his gaze and tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade. Chiba Yo has never been able to understand the thoughts of these demons. Why are the bonds between people so easily discarded by them? It is passive to become a demon without words, but to actively transform into a man-eating evil spirit. Chiba Yo cannot comprehend why they would make such a choice. If you could meet him, you might understand why I made such a choice. Those who have never been jealous of others simply happen to not encounter someone like him, who is favored by all the gods. Kokushibo justifies himself. To escape the death threat brought by Muzan, to step into a higher realm, to catch up to that dazzling person like the sun, he killed the lord of the demon slayer core of that generation, thus obtaining a permanent lifespan by meeting Muzan in his demonic form. He does not believe he has done anything wrong. Once dead, his chance to catch up to Yujiro would completely vanish, which fills him with despair. Yet even after becoming an evil spirit, he still couldn't catch up to him. And with Yujiro's death, he forever lost that possibility. You are very much like him. The humiliation and defeat he brought me, I will return to you. Kokushibo said to Chiba Yo, tightening his grip on the hilt of the sword Kushigami, his body slightly sinking in preparation for an attack. He knows he can never surpass Yujiro, but since Yujiro is already dead, he cannot be defeated by anyone else. Moon breathing, first form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. The Kushigami is unsheathed, and a strike moves so fast it can't be seen, slashing towards Chiba Yo, with countless small crescent blades following its trajectory. Knowing that Chiba Yo could easily slay Tamakusa, Kokushibo held nothing back. Almost the moment Kokushibo drew his sword, Chiba Yo also moved, performing a draw slash of his own. The Crimson Sun wheel sword enveloped in blazing flames as it was unsheathed. Sun breathing, first form, Rondo. The flame-wrapped arc slashes collided with Kokushibo's attack, scattering sparks and moonlight. However, in the end, Chiba Yo gained the upper hand. Kokushibo's slash, with its small crescent blades, was engulfed by the flames, and he was pushed back 2 steps. In the moment Chiba Yo drew his sword, the sensation that Yujiro gave Kokushibo awakened again, almost identical to the previous feeling. When not attacking, he appeared as an ordinary person, but once he did, an overwhelming sense of pressure emerged, as if 2 massive stones were pressing down on his shoulders. Although the feeling Chiba Yo gave him wasn't as intense, it was similar in nature. I have trained for over 400 years. Even Yujiro might not be able to defeat me again. Why am I being pushed back by a junior? The recent defeat in their clash made Kokushibo doubt himself. He could hardly believe it. Why does this talent, the one favored by all the gods, not belong to me? Soon he figured out the reason. The guy in front of him was of the same kind as his brother. Kokushibo's veins bulged on his hands and face, and jealousy and anger flooded his heart in an instant. I have trained for another 400 years. I cannot lose to anyone again. Moon breathing, third form. Envy Moon. Erosion. The blade of Kushigami in Kokushibo's hand generated numerous crescent blades, and then he swung the sword to unleash 2 crescent-shaped slashes, sending a multitude of crescent blades flying towards Chiba Yo. The recent clash made Chiba Yo aware of Kokushibo's power. He was the first demon he encountered who could directly withstand his moves. He couldn't be careless, otherwise he might die. Facing the overwhelming crescent blades, Chiba Yo gripped the sun wheel sword with both hands and, in an instant, unleashed 3 arc-shaped fire slashes, colliding with Kokushibo's moonblades. Sun breathing. Second form, 3 lives in heaven. The 2 slashes collided and canceled each other out, and neither Kokushibo nor Chiba Yo missed the opportunity, rushing towards each other simultaneously. Kushigami clashed with the sun wheel sword, and Chiba Yo felt a hint of surprise. The crimson blade, which had never encountered resistance before, was actually blocked this time. But what Chiba Yo didn't know was that Kokushibo was even more shocked. He felt the blade of Chiba Yo's sun wheel sword cutting into his Kushigami, a weapon forged from his own flesh and blood. The burning pain rushed towards him, but because Kushigami is an external object, his feeling wasn't intense. Yet it was enough to astonish him. The current situation clearly could not continue like this, and Kokushibo immediately thought of a solution. Just as Chiba Yo was suppressing Kokushibo with force, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In the transparent world, he saw what Kokushibo was about to do and jumped back a step, distancing himself from Kokushibo's body. At the moment he jumped, a multitude of blades suddenly surged from Kokushibo's body. If Chiba Yo hadn't retreated that step, he would have likely been pierced like a hedgehog. You can also see this transparent world just like him. Chapter 125, Fierce Battle of Inheritance. However, I have already achieved this. I have caught up to you, Yujiro. In Kokushibo's eyes, Chiba Yo's body was also in a completely transparent state, almost identical in appearance. The same breathing technique, the Crimson Sun Wheel sword, and that innate talent beyond ordinary people made Kokushibo, who was in battle, regard him as Yujiro. Now he felt he was fighting Yujiro, wanting to prove that he had caught up to that dazzling figure like the sun. Moon breathing, 7th form, evil mirror, moon reflection. The weapon in Kokushibo's hand suddenly sprouted more blades, transforming into a shape resembling antlers, and then he swung the evolved Kushigami, sending 5 shockwaves close to the ground towards Chiba Yo, while simultaneously releasing small shockwaves in all directions along the attack trajectory. Dust flew up from the ground, and the swaying tall grass was affected, with grass blades flying everywhere. It seems he possesses such abilities too. Kokushibo's words made Chiba Yo realize this, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Having the transparent world and being naturally gifted, he was naturally well aware of this ability and knew how to respond. As long as the movements are fast enough, if one acts as soon as a sign appears, how could one rely on their physical state to predict? Sun breathing. 3rd form, morning, sunlight. A more brilliant red light emanated from Chiba Yo's sword. In the next moment, Chiba Yo's arm holding the sword swung rapidly, even creating countless afterimages. A large number of flame-wrapped arc slashes flew outwards in a fan shape centered on Chiba Yo, the number of slashes impossible to estimate with the naked eye. At that moment, the night sky was stained with a crimson color, a spectacular scene as if the rising sun had revealed half of its face to the world, radiating its brilliance. Kokushibo's shockwaves were instantly engulfed, and a multitude of fiery slashes surged toward him. So fast, Kokushibo's pupils dilated. The range of the attack he released was so large mainly due to the characteristics of his breathing technique. Moon breathing does not possess the same level of power as sun breathing, but it surpasses it in terms of attack range. However, Chiba Yo's move completely shattered Kokushibo's perception, as he used the speed of his strike alone to launch an attack that far exceeded the range of moon breathing. Moon breathing, 5th form, Moon Spirit Disaster Vortex. Faced with this unavoidable strike, Kokushibo continuously rotated his body, generating a massive vortex of blade winds around him. At the same time, his body and weapon released a large number of crescent blades outward. The whirlwind, wrapped in crescent blades, completely protected Kokushibo's body within it. The fiery slashes relentlessly struck the whirlwind, and the crescents above were consumed by the flames, but the slashes were barely offset. The power of the ranged attack was indeed slightly lacking. Seeing the situation, Chiba Yo felt somewhat dissatisfied with the power of this move. This is also the reason why there are almost no long-range techniques among the 13 sword techniques developed by Yoruichi, with such excellent physical fitness. Both speed and strength have reached an extremely high level, allowing him to approach his opponent solely relying on speed and then slash, making long-range attacks unnecessary. Whether or not he can hit is another matter, and the power would also diminish. Lacking experience, Chiba Yo did not consider this point when developing his sword techniques. Or perhaps he overthought it. Lacking purity, He contemplated many potential scenarios and enemies he might encounter in battle to develop techniques to respond to various situations. However, in actual combat, the situations he anticipated rarely occurred. It was generally a matter of approaching the enemy and then striking to finish. He did not realize that, given his own conditions, he did not need these more elaborate techniques. The instructor at the time, Kyojuro Rengoku, also did not consider this, as he could not have anticipated that Chiba Yo's body would be so powerful. Aware that long-range attacks were of little use, Chiba Yo directly closed in on Kokushibo. The wind blades around Kokushibo had not yet subsided, but Chiba Yo paid no heed. The Nichiren blade in his hand ignited with flames and struck directly at the wind blades. Sun breathing, sixth form, raging sun. The flame-wrapped slash cut through the wind blades in all directions at an incredible speed, with sparks scattering and extinguishing into nothingness in midair. Not a single wind blade landed on Chiba Yo, allowing him to break through Kokushibo's defense. Kokushibo's figure reappeared before Chiba Yo, who wielded the Nichiren blade. Its flame-wrapped slash aimed at Kokushibo's neck. However, in the next moment, countless blade-like appendages covered in eyes grew from Kokushibo's body, momentarily blocking Chiba Yo's attack. Taking advantage of this time, Kokushibo raised the Shinjutsu and attempted to force Chiba Yo to retreat with an aggressive defense. Moon breathing, eighth form, Moon Dragon's tail. Kokushibo stepped back half a step and slashed horizontally at Chiba Yo's body, producing a massive horizontal slash accompanied by countless giant crescent blades. Chiba Yo had anticipated this and remained calm. He severed the blade-like appendage that grew from Kokushibo's body with his Nichiren blade, and the flames on the blade suddenly surged. The front of the flames gradually transforming into a dragon's head. Sun breathing, Sun Halo Dragon, head dance. The roar of the dragon echoed between the two, and the giant dragon formed from flames roared, crashing into the massive slash released by Kokushibo. The brilliance of the flames illuminated the crescent blade, yet in comparison, the crescent appeared dim and lackluster. Did you inherit that move as well? This move was incredibly familiar to Kokushibo. It had seen Yoruichi use it before, and the moon-breathing eighth form it had just executed was even created by imitating this move. When Yoruichi taught it sun-breathing, it had failed to learn it and could only settle for less, deriving moon-breathing based on what Yoruichi had taught, with many similarities in sword techniques. At first, when Chiba Yo used the waltz, it had not recognized it, as there were too many moves resembling the waltz, and it was easy to come up with such techniques when creating its own. However, the moment Chiba Yo executed this move, it immediately recognized it as Yoruichi's sword technique. Years ago, all the swordsmen who knew sun breathing had been killed by it and Muzan, and it did not understand why Chiba Yo could inherit Yoruichi's sun breathing and sword techniques. Kokushibo might never have imagined that Yoruichi would pass his sword techniques to an ordinary charcoal burner, and that this charcoal-burning family would continue to pass down the sword style. Even more unimaginable was that Chiba Yo, who comprehended sun breathing on his own at a young age, would become friends with the descendant of that ordinary charcoal burner and received all the sword forms of sun breathing from him. It was such coincidences that led to everything as it is now. As Kokushibo's voice fell, the giant dragon formed from flames roared, completely engulfing its slash, with a scorching heat rushing toward it, even splattering flames onto its body. Chapter 126. Insult, or at a disadvantage. Unwillingness and anger filled Kokushibo's heart. It did not understand why, after having given everything to become stronger, it not only failed to catch up with Yoruichi, but was now even suppressed by the sun-breathing swordsmen of the next generation. Initially, in order to become a samurai, it trained hard every day, its palms worn raw, its body sore to the point of sleeplessness, only to be easily surpassed by Yoruichi, who had never trained. Afterward, Yoruichi's voluntary departure allowed it to fulfill its childhood dream. It originally thought its strength was sufficient, but another encounter with Yoruichi erased that notion. The entire group of samurai it led was nearly wiped out under the attacks of demons, and even at that time was helpless against such a monster. Yet, this very monster was beheaded by Yoruichi with a single stroke. At that moment, he had become a flawless person in both swordsmanship and character, and jealousy and hatred replaced the calm that once resided in Kokushibo's heart, burning its insides once more. To catch up with Yoruichi, it abandoned its wife and children to join the Demon Slayer Corps. But even so, it was still unable to reach that dazzling figure. Even after it abandoned its human identity and transformed into its current ugly form, it was still defeated by Yoruichi, who was now like a withered husk, almost losing its life. Unfair. Why do such beings like you exist in this world? Denying all my efforts. Veins bulged on Kokoshibo's face, and the Shinjutsu intercepted Chiba Yo's attack, angrily shouting at him, as its rationality was being consumed by anger. A large number of crescent blades surged from the blade of the Shinjutsu, finally managing to block Chiba Yo's slash, but the Shinjutsu was also severed by Chiba Yo's strike, losing a large portion of its blades. The Scarlet Nichiren blade clashed with the Shinjutsu, and once again, the Shinjutsu was cut, losing another blade. Now, the Shinjutsu was on the verge of being reduced to its original form, with only 2 or 3 blades remaining on one side. This power also represents responsibility. You obviously belong to the ranks of those born strong, and heaven has granted you extraordinary power. Why do you use this power to compare and compete, rather than to protect? Chiba Yang looked at the furious expression of Kokoshibo while attacking, simultaneously sharing his insights with him. He also questioned him. Having already understood the reason for Kokoshibo's anger from his words, it was nothing more than jealousy towards his predecessor, Tsujikuni, and his talent. However, Chiba Yang did not believe this was something worth being jealous about. Rengoku's words and actions had always influenced him, and he had adopted them as his own guiding principles, forming his own beliefs. In his view, great power also represented bearing heavier responsibilities, which was not something to be celebrated. If possible, he even wished to exchange his strength for a happy and harmonious family, where his mother did not die and his father was not so cold-hearted, living a life like an ordinary family. The strength I possess now is the result of sacrificing countless things. But what about you? Why do you guys naturally possess such immense power and talent? Kokoshibo roared angrily at Chiba Yang, launching an attack on him like a violent storm. The incomplete hollow cried out as it continuously swung in the air, with countless intertwined strikes accompanied by crescent blades rushing towards Chiba Yang without leaving a single gap. Moon breathing, 9th form. Fallen moon, continuous face. Sun breathing, 8th form. Sun's heat, radiant wheel. Chiba Yo swung the sun wheel blade, and circular flames spread outward from him, incinerating Kokoshibo's slashes. Moon breathing, 14th form. Catastrophe, full moon. As Chiba Yo's attack was about to land on him, Kokoshibo gripped the crying god and slashed forward in a semicircle, unleashing countless massive crescent-shaped winds that seemed to want to sweep away everything in front of him. The crescent winds collided with the radiant sun wheel, scattering the weakened sun wheel that had been diminished by the 9th form, while the crescent winds also dissipated. If possible, I would rather not have this power and exchange it for a peaceful life in a world without demons. Looking at the repelled Kokoshibo, Chiba Yo spoke his true feelings. Upon hearing Chiba Yo's words, Kokoshibo felt a surge of anger rise from deep within him, while memories of the past resurfaced in his mind. Compared to discussing sword techniques, I would actually prefer to fly kites and play backgammon with my brother. After Yoichiro showcased his talent in swordsmanship, Iwakatsu immediately asked him how he achieved it. But Yoichiro showed no interest at all. Despite having such strong talent, he preferred to enjoy himself. If only heaven could bestow talent upon those who earnestly study it. This had always been Kokoshibo's thought. Despite his diligent study of swordsmanship, his progress was slow, while Yoichiro, with his immense talent, remained indifferent. To be compared to him is an insult to me. What he values immensely, even to the point of risking everything to obtain, seems to be worth less than a house in the eyes of these two. Kokoshibo felt a great insult. Everything he had worked hard for was belittled by the other, while what he had sacrificed was precisely what they wished to possess. You are insulting me. Kokoshibo's anger continued to rise as he gripped the crying god tightly. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Chiba Yo. Chiba Yang felt confused by the anger directed at him by Kokoshibo, and he couldn't quite understand how he had insulted it. He only spoke his mind. However, he didn't dwell on the issue for long. Seeing Kokoshibo's stance, he prepared to respond seriously. Moon breathing, 6th form. Moon rainbow, solitary moon. Kokoshibo waved his hand backward, and immediately, several giant blades of wind fell from the sky in front of him, accompanied by countless massive crescent blades. The attack sealed off all paths around Chiba Yang, seemingly leaving him no way to evade. Faced with this situation, Chiba Yang exhaled a white rainbow from his mouth, lowered his center of gravity, and the fiery patterns on his forehead shone brightly. Sun breathing, 5th form. Sun flame, burning heaven. The sun will blade thrust upward, and several columns of flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, spreading toward Kokoshibo and engulfing the massive wind blades descending from above. The crimson light illuminated Kokoshibo's face, reflecting a deep red in its 6 eyes. Realizing the situation, Kokushibo immediately attempted to evade, knowing that there was no technique in its swordsmanship capable of countering this strike. However, Chiba Yang's attack, like his previous one, completely sealed off all routes around it. One column of flame engulfed half of its body. Chapter 127. Sense of helplessness, the burning pain surged from that half of its body. Even with Kokushibo's physical strength, it still lost an arm and a portion from its shoulder to its right abdomen to the flames. However, it had previously handed the weapon, the crying god, to its left hand, so the weapon remained undamaged. The effects of sun breathing became apparent, with the burned half of its body regenerating slowly. But since it wasn't directly struck by the blood blade, the recovery, though slow, was ongoing. If it had been directly hit by Chiba Yang's blood blade, combined with the characteristics of sun breathing, Kokushibo's wounds would likely have remained unhealed for hundreds of years, much like Muzan's. Chiba Yang did not miss this opportunity, stepping forward to close the distance with Kokushibo again. Although he also had quite a few long-range attacks, their power was somewhat weaker, and their effect on suppressing demon regeneration would also be less effective. The annoying regeneration was suppressed. Kokushibo, who had spent many years with Yoruichi, naturally understood the properties of the sun breathing that restrained demons, but this was still the first time he personally experienced its power. Moon breathing. Fifth form. Moon slice, leaf gap remnant moon. Facing the approaching Chiba Yang, Kokushibo swung his left hand with the phantom crying god, unleashing two spiraling, intertwined, giant crescent blade auras from the blade, rushing toward the incoming Chiba Yang. Sun breathing. Fifth form. Hellfire mirror wall. As Chiba Yang moved, he waved his hand, and a circular mirror made of blazing flames appeared before him. The crescent blade auras struck the flaming mirror, being blocked and gradually consumed by the flames. However, this was not the end. Chiba Yang, holding the Nichiren blade, swept through the flaming mirror, and the flames immediately clung to the Nichiren blade. Sun breathing. Seventh form. Mirror-shifting flame elephant. In the next moment, two sun-shaped blade auras, very similar to the crescent blade auras just released by Kokushibo, were released from the blade, swirling and intertwining, charging straight toward Kokushibo. A deep sense of powerlessness struck Kokushibo's heart. No matter what techniques he used, the opponent could easily neutralize them and deliver an even more powerful counterattack. The feeling was slightly different from when he faced Yoruichi. At that time, Yoruichi had almost killed him with a single move, generating feelings of anger, unwillingness, and fear. But when facing Chiba Yang, he felt more of that helplessness. Due to the close distance, Kokushibo found it difficult to evade this move. Even using all his strength to dodge, he was still hit by the blade aura, resulting in a wound that pierced through his body from his right shoulder to his left abdomen. Coupled with the previous unhealed wounds, Kokushibo's body was already in ruins. Burning pain surged, and looking at Chiba Yang's composed demeanor, Kokushibo knew he might die here today. The vows he had once made would be broken tonight. Although Yoruichi was dead, another figure like him had now appeared. Why do such favored individuals always appear in the world? Even if I abandon everything in pursuit, I still cannot reach them. In the end, I abandoned my family, my wife and children, and even my identity as a human, yet it still didn't work out. Kokushibo began to doubt everything he had done, feeling somewhat lost at this moment. Seeing Kokushibo seemingly dazed, Chiba Yang felt a bit confused. Under the transparent world, he couldn't see any movements from Kokushibo, but he wouldn't show any mercy to a demon that harmed humanity. Chiba Yo swung his sword again. The blazing flames wrapped around the sunwheel blade made Kokushibo feel the intense heat coming toward him. The sunwheel blade sliced into his neck, capable of beheading him in an instant. Chiba Yo didn't expect that after such a long battle, it would end like this. But the next moment, he sensed something was off. At least he could die honorably. Kokushibo's mood calmed down. He no longer thought about other things. He had once believed that he would never have the chance to die gloriously after his lifespan had run out. However, encountering Chiba Yo tonight gave him that opportunity again. The thought of dying at the hands of someone as powerful as Yoruichi was something Kokushibo could accept. There was a hint of calmness in Kokushibo's gaze. And as Chiba Yo plunged the Nichiren blade into his neck, countless eye-covered blades surged from his body. Moon breathing, fifth form. Fallen moon, heavenly burial. As Kokushibo's voice fell, his head was also severed by Chiba Yo. But in the next moment, the blades of demons extending from Kokushibo's body radiated a lunar brilliance. And then countless crescent blades were released from these blades, seemingly to shatter everything around them. Can he perish together with him? The severed head gazed at Chiba Yo. And since he regarded Chiba Yo as someone akin to Yoruichi, Kokushibo no longer cared about the obsession of not losing to anyone. In his eyes, the one who killed him was Yoruichi. Anticipating the imminent attack, Chiba Yo had already formulated a strategy when he chose to continue beheading Kokushibo instead of retreating. Sun breathing. Ninth form, rounding sun radiance. The color of Chiba Yang's sun wheel soared deepened again, turning into a profound golden red like the sun. In the next moment, flames erupted from the blade, even obscuring Chiba Yang's entire figure. Immediately after, Chiba Yang swung the sword horizontally forward. The semicircular flame slash engulfed all the moon blades in its path, and then that slash suddenly erupted, releasing countless dense arc-shaped flame slashes vertically. In front of Chiba Y, a sun seemed to form, completely swallowing the crescent blades released from Kokushibu's body, as the moonlight was devoured by the sunlight. Seeing the situation before him, Kokushibu felt a sense of relief. Even an attack launched at the cost of his own decapitation was easily resolved by the opponent. He understood that he had no chance of defeating them at all. In the end, he couldn't inflict even the slightest injury upon you. His body began to dissipate, and at that moment, Kokushibu surprisingly felt a bit of lightness. Yoruichi's figure resurfaced in his mind, even though he had long forgotten the faces of his parents and wife. Yoruichi's face lingered in his mind, even recalling him in the last moments of his life. In the end, your words were validated one by one. Everything you had was inherited. Your name was remembered by the world, while I had left nothing behind. Brother, you have thought too highly of us. We are merely two passers-by in the long history of humanity. Perhaps a baby with talents far beyond ours is being born somewhere in the world at this very moment. Surely, they will eventually reach the same realm as you and me. You once said that those who pursue the ultimate will ultimately reach the same destination. But I could not do so. In the end, I could not see the world in your eyes. Chapter 128, Goodbye After Your Death. That adult, and I had indeed killed all the swordsmen who understood the sun-breathing technique. Yet why does your breathing continue to this day? Why have I left nothing behind? Why can I not become anyone? Why are you and I so different? What was I born for? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. And at that moment, all he could think of were Yoruichi's figure and their past together. Is it your dream to become the strongest warrior in this country? I also want to become as powerful as you, brother, so I will settle for being the second strongest warrior in this country. I will cherish this flute as if it were you, brother, even if we are separated by mountains and rivers. I will practice with it every day and will never be discouraged by loneliness. I'm very sorry, brother. I'm late. No need to worry. We just need to go with the flow and wait for the day when life comes to an end. Don't you think this is a very pleasant thing, brother? The children who come to this world from now on will surely surpass us brothers and aim for even greater heights. How tragic, brother. The scene froze at the last night Yoruichi encountered Kokushibu after Yoruichi struck down Muzan. In a fit of rage, Kokushibu severed his body, and the broken flute fell from his embrace. Yoruichi's parting words echoed in his ears. Shut up, don't say any more. I hate you. Tears, the origin of which was unknown, flowed from his 6 eyes, and for some unknown reason, he picked up the broken flute and stuffed it into his chest. You are like the unique sun. Those around you, despite being scorched by your heat, still struggle to reach out their hands to you. After all, they have no other choice. Until the end, they turn to ashes, disappearing into dust. Brother just wanted to become you. Did I do everything wrong? Can you answer me? Yoruichi? As countless thoughts dissipated, Yoruichi's figure gradually faded from his mind. Kokushibu's body and head had turned to ashes, leaving only a samurai uniform quietly on the ground, with a broken flute revealed among it. Watching Kokushibu completely disperse, Chiba Y sheathed the Nichiren blade and glanced at the clothes on the ground, his attention drawn to the broken flute. As he picked it up, he felt an inexplicable sensation. Brother is also a unique person in this world. There is no need to become anyone else. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and consciousness awakened again. Kokushibu opened his eyes. In a world of darkness, a dazzling light lay ahead, with a figure in the light revealing a familiar smile looking at him. Yoruichi. Kokushibu looked at this figure that lingered in his mind, and at that moment, his heart was calmer than ever. Kokushibu lowered his head in silence, not looking at Yoruichi. He didn't know how he should feel now. Anger? Guilt? Joy? He wasn't sure himself. Watching the black Kokushibu in front of him, the youthful Yoruichi also fell silent for a moment. Originally, he had many things to say to his brother, but after meeting, he found himself unable to speak. After his death, he had come to understand many things, such as why his brother had become the way he was now. In the end, Yoruichi still didn't say many things. He only spoke one sentence. In the future, I want to be brothers with you again, but next time, let you, brother, take care of and protect the family. Upon hearing these words, a light flashed in Kakushibu's eyes, dispelling the fog and bringing clarity to his mind. Yes, I want to become you because you did what I should have done. As your elder brother, I was not as understanding as you. As your elder brother, I was not as strong as you. As your elder brother, I needed you to protect and teach me. As your elder brother, I had none of the qualities of an elder brother. Even the identity of a samurai and the position of the family heir were bestowed upon me by you. My pride was completely shattered before you. The order was disrupted. I desperately chased after you, thinking that as long as I surpassed you, I could restore that order, that as your elder brother, I could protect and care for you. But in the end, it was all in vain. Your strength and character, like the sun, made me yearn for them, yet remain unattainable. I could never present myself as a proper elder brother before you. Why are you so exceptional, Yoruichi? How nice it would be if you were a dull person so that I could protect and care for you, just like when we hadn't discovered your talent. Kakushibu suddenly understood many things, but everything was just a what-if. Their journey as brothers had come to an end. Nothing could be redone, nor could it be as Kakushibu had wished. Everything had come to a close, and after coming to this realization, Kakushibu no longer resisted Yoruichi as before. After all, both had already died. Good. Iwakatsu raised his head and responded. He longed for such a situation. Upon hearing Iwakatsu's reply, Yoruichi smiled. To him, Iwakatsu would always be his elder brother. When everyone was afraid to look at him and his mother during their childhood, it was Iwakatsu who disregarded their father's prohibitions and always came to play with him, and even made a flute for him to prevent him from getting bored. Even after being discovered and scolded by their father, he would still sneak into that little room to find him. The flute broke, Iwakatsu said. That flute was one he had made for Yoruichi by hand. During that time, it was the only period when Iwakatsu truly felt like Yoruichi's elder brother. And a short flute was proof of that, yet he had severed it with his own hands. After a moment of silence, Iwakatsu continued, If it can be realized, I will make another one. What Iwakatsu meant by if it can be realized referred to what Yoruichi had said. If you encounter any danger, blow this flute, and brother will come to protect you upon hearing it. The scene when Iwakatsu handed the flute to him appeared in Yuani's mind. He still remembered what Iwakatsu had said at that time, but he never had the chance to use that flute. Well, I will definitely play the flute then, Yuani said with a smile and a nod. The smile he once hated the most no longer evoked such feelings in him. He looked forward to the day when he could hear the sound of the flute guiding him to protect his weaker brother. Then goodbye, Iwakatsu said after a moment of silence. He knew what he had done, and with such sins, he would never reach the same place as Yuani. Chapter 129. Thousands of worlds. Well, take care, brother, Yuani said as he looked at Iwakatsu. Behind him stood a woman with deep, obsidian-like eyes, holding a baby in her arms, gazing at him with tender eyes. To untangle his brother's heart, Yuani had been waiting, and his wife, Sure, had always accompanied him, even waiting with the child before he arrived, hoping for the day they could reunite. Yuani glanced back, and Sure smiled at him. Goodbye, brother. I hope we can meet again in the future. After saying farewell to Iwakatsu, Yuani turned and ran to Shure's side. Have you said everything you wanted to say? Shure asked Yuani with a smile. Yes, let's go, Yuani nodded. Then the three of them slowly walked toward the light. Husband. Yes. Do you think we can meet and know each other again in our next life? Absolutely. Even if we are reborn thousands of times. I will find you in the crowd, just like I did back then when I took you home. In the next life, I will be an ordinary person, doing an ordinary job, always by your side. The girl returned the tadpoles to their home, and on that day, she also got her family. Looking at the two happy figures ahead, Iwakatsu felt a bit moved. He recalled his wife and children, but no matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't recall their faces, not even their names had he forgotten. Looking around, he did not see any other figures. Not everyone can forgive mistakes. Back then, Iwakatsu abandoned his wife and children in the face of the near-total annihilation of the accompanying warriors. The power struggles within the family were beyond what the mother and child could bear. Even so, Iwakatsu's descendants still carried on. Well, this was my own choice. Not seeing any figures resembling his wife and children, Iwakatsu felt relieved. It was a choice he made himself, and the outcome was only natural. Suddenly, Iwakatsu felt something new in his hand. Looking down, he saw a short flute quietly lying in his palm. The flute had become whole, its surface somewhat shiny, a result of long wear. Looking at the flute in his hand, Iwakatsu felt a surge of emotion. Yuani's figure had not yet walked far. If he called out now, he could still hand the flute to Yuani. But he did not do so. After gently playing with it for a moment, he tucked the flute into his bosom and then turned to walk calmly in the opposite direction of Yuani. Before him lay an endless sea of flames. When we meet next time, brother, I'll make you a new one, and I hope I'll be the one to protect you then. With that, Iwakatsu stepped into the flames. One step at a time. The short flute he had just discovered turned to ash, and Chiba Yo also turned to leave. That short flute must have been something important to him. Although Chiba Yang is not as gentle as Tanjiro, he will still do some small favors when the situation calls for it. The short flute he just found was kept by Upper Moon 1, which indicates that it might still have some lingering attachment to its human past. Therefore, Chiba Yang burned the flute, hoping to give it a thought in hell. The moon was about to set, but it was still quite dark. As he walked along the road, Chiba Yang planned to go to the street for a meal. In order to catch up with the Upper Moon mentioned in the previous news he received, Chiba Yang had barely rested these past 2 days. Although he had eaten 2 rice balls, it was still far from enough. Besides, after fighting a high-intensity battle last night, he now felt extremely hungry. After walking for about half an hour, Chiba Yang arrived at a town. It seemed that he was already in the territory of Yoshiwara. Taking out a map to check, Chiba Yang realized that he had indeed run quite a distance this time, even reaching the warning area of Tengen. Speaking of Tengen, it seemed that after his last serious injury, he had the intention of stepping back, but after discovering that his injury was healing very well, he no longer mentioned this matter. Moreover, since he had awakened the markings, he was later examined by Shinobu Kocho. According to Shinobu, she already had some ideas on how to eliminate the drawbacks of the markings, but it still needed to be gradually implemented. Perhaps this opportunity to collaborate with Tamayo could help her overcome this difficult problem, which would make Chiba Yang feel better. After all, based on what their lord said at the time, the appearance of markings on Kyojuro and the others should be closely related to him. If Kyojuro were to pass away at 25 because of this, Chiba Yang estimated he would blame himself for a lifetime. Putting away the map, Chiba Yang entered the town. The most important thing now was to fill his stomach. At this time, Crow understood what Chiba Yang was about to do. After hesitating for a while, it eventually settled on Chiba Yang's shoulder. Birds die for food, and eating is a top priority. Of course, this time it did not make a loud call. Walking along the street, Chiba Yang noticed that the breakfast vendors had not yet opened. Alas, it seems he would have to wait a while. Chinya Yang thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful for not bringing more rice balls. 2 was indeed a bit insufficient. However, part of the reason was that Chinya Yang did not anticipate such an intense battle. After easily slaying Yu-Hu, he mistakenly believed that all Upper Moons were like that, not expecting that the strength of Upper Moon 1 was so much greater than Yu-Hu's. One could even say that these 2 demons were not on the same level at all. Just as Chinya Yang was sitting on a bench by the street, planning to wait for the morning market to open, a large gate adorned with Wisteria family insignia opened behind him. An elderly woman holding a broom walked out. Upon seeing Chinya Yang's attire, she slowly approached him. "Hello, come in and have something to eat," the old woman said, patting Chinya Yang's shoulder, her voice slow and kind. Hearing her voice, Chinya Yang turned his head, and the old woman was looking at him with a kind expression. When Chiba Yo came here before, he also noticed the Wisteria house, but he thought it was still too early and was afraid of disturbing anyone, so he didn't knock. Since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he hadn't been to the Wisteria house. After all, he hadn't even sustained a minor injury, let alone a scrape, and therefore didn't need any rest. Originally, Chiba Yo planned to refuse, as the breakfast vendors should be opening soon, and he didn't want to trouble anyone. However, the crow on his shoulder clearly had a different idea, vigorously nodding in response to the old woman's words. Gurgle at that moment, a noise came from Chiba Yo's stomach. "Well, thank you for your trouble." His genuine need made Chiba Yo unable to refuse, and he smiled shyly as he agreed. Chapter 130. Entering the Wisteria house upon hearing this, the old woman looked at Chiba Yo with a kind smile and said, "Compared to you, what we do is merely insignificant. It must have been tough last night. Thankfully, you weren't hurt." The old woman stepped forward, took Chiba Yo's hand, and gently patted it. Chiba Yo stood up and supported the old woman with his other hand. The residents of the Wisteria house had a good understanding of the Demon Slayer Corps, and this old woman knew what Chiba Yo and the others were doing. Chinya Yang felt very warm listening to the old woman's voice, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. "Meeting you is indeed a stroke of luck. It allows us to repay some kindness," the old woman said as she took Chinya Yang's hand and walked towards the room behind her. "In fact, we were just doing what we ought to do," Chinya Yang said softly, supporting the old woman as they entered the house. Chiba Yang is not wrong. Most people who join the Demon Slayer Corps have been persecuted by demons, and slaying demons is their primary reason for joining. However, through their subsequent missions, witnessing the tragic fates of those harmed by demons, protecting people has also become their goal. The old lady smiled upon hearing Chiba Yang's words. Everyone I've seen in your organization says the same thing. Such responsibility feels heavy no matter who it falls upon. You kids should think more about yourselves. The old lady chattered on, and Chiba Yang smiled and lowered his head. So far, he had seen that members of the Demon Slayer Corps rarely put themselves first. Everyone was working hard to eliminate demons and protect humanity. He hadn't thought about himself either, and he wasn't even sure what he would do after all the demons were eradicated. His hometown had long been destroyed by demons, leaving only vast graveyards. If he really killed Muzan and eliminated all the demons, where would he go then? The old lady's words made Chiba Yang ponder, and he couldn't come up with an answer to a question he had never considered before. He decided to think about it later. For now, the most important thing was to eliminate all the demons. Unable to find a conclusion, Chiba Yang didn't dwell on it and chose to stop thinking about the matter. The old lady instructed someone to prepare dinner and arranged for Chiba Yang to sit in the living room, where she set tea for him on the table and then took a seat herself. Have a cup of tea to warm yourself up, the old lady said, pointing to the teacup on the table, which contained freshly brewed hot tea. Thank you, Grandma. Chiba Yang expressed his gratitude and then took a couple of sips from his teacup. The old lady thoughtfully prepared tea for the crow as well, serving on a plate, and the crow brother happily started drinking too. I wonder if Mr. Kawajima from your organization is still alive? I heard he seems to have retired, the old lady asked Chiba Yang while they were enjoying their tea. Upon hearing the name Kawajima, Chiba Yang felt a bit saddened. Although the news from Kigake had been blocked, he wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. But the sudden disappearance of his disciple must have been quite a blow to him. However, it was also an unavoidable situation. Mr. Kawajima is doing well. Although he has long retired from the front lines, he is still educating swordsmen for the organization. From his complexion, he seems to be in good health. Chiba Yang didn't express his worries. Instead, he smiled and replied to the old lady. That's good. The old lady felt relieved upon hearing this. And then she continued to ramble. Mr. Saito saved me from the hands of demons many years ago, and since then I have drawn the Wisteria family crest, hoping to repay his kindness. Perhaps it was fate, as my son was also saved by another swordsman from your group when he encountered demons. Since then, he has also managed a Wisteria house like mine, just on the other side of the town. Chiba Yang had been listening to the old woman talk from the side, occasionally responding with a word of agreement. From her, Chiba Yang learned that this area had originally been a warning zone established by Jima Jigger many years ago. But this information was not of much use. After a while, the meal was ready, and the old woman had someone bring the food over. All right, you can eat now, the old woman said as she stood up and left, not disturbing Chiba Yang's meal. The food consisted of tempura, fried shrimp, and quite a few rice balls. Wow. The crow perched on Chiba Yang's shoulder immediately swooped down upon seeing the food that had been served, swiftly grabbing a fried shrimp. Chiba Yo was indeed hungry and started to eat. After consuming 5 servings of food, he finally filled his stomach. But his capacity was still far from that of his master, Kyojuro. Afterward, the old lady arranged for Chiba Yo to take a bath and had someone wash his clothes. Initially, when he heard the old lady say she would wash his clothes, he was a bit worried, fearing he might have to stay here another night if they didn't dry in time. However, the old lady assured him that they would be ready by this afternoon. So he agreed. Sitting on the steps in a bathrobe, with the sun fully up, various vendors had already opened their stalls. Listening to the sounds from outside, Chiba Yo felt a sense of peace. Is the owner of this house in? A gentle and melodious voice rang in his ears. Chiba Yo looked up and saw an extremely beautiful woman dressed in splendid clothing, smiling as she asked him. Looking at the woman in front of him, Chiba Yo felt a vague, indescribable sensation, overall quite pleasant. Yes, she is inside the house. Chiba Yang smiled and nodded in response. Thank you. The woman expressed her gratitude to Chiba Yang and then walked into the house with a graceful demeanor. Chiba Yang glanced back and felt that the woman resembled his personality somewhat. After a while, the woman came out again with the old lady. This child is a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just hand him the letter you want to send, the old lady said to the woman beside her. After hearing the noise, Chiba Yang turned around to take a look. Could she also know about the Demon Slayer Corps? Just as he was pondering, the woman walked up to him. Excuse me, could you help me deliver this letter to one of your Demon Slayer Corps members? The woman took out a letter and smiled as she asked Chiba Yang. Sure, who do you want to send it to? Chiba Yang took the envelope, which had nothing written on it. Have you heard of the name Tanjiro Kamado in your organization? Chapter 131, Koinatsu. Chiba Yang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, I know him. We are quite good friends, and I am also his senior. That's great. My name is Rika, and I am a courtesan from the Yoshiwara Flower District. I was rescued by Tanjiro and the others from the hands of demons in Yoshiwara. This is a letter I wrote to him. Could you please help me deliver it to him? Rika smiled at Chiba Yang and then handed him the letter. She had been captured by Daki before the battle in the Flower District, but was saved by the arriving Tanjiro and temporarily escaped the Flower District, avoiding the subsequent battle. Okay, I will make sure to deliver the letter to him. After hearing Rika's words, Chiba Yang understood and stretched out his hand to take the letter. However, he wouldn't be returning to headquarters anytime soon, and it was unlikely that he would meet Tanjiro. He planned to ask Tsukiyomi for help in delivering a letter to Tanjiro. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Rika slightly bowed to Chiba Yang in gratitude, but she did not leave. Instead, she asked him, Can I ask how he has been since that battle? Rika was quite worried about Tanjiro. After all, he had saved her life. Rika sat beside Chiba Yang, looking at him, waiting for an answer. Looking into Rika's ruby-like eyes, Chiba Yang averted his gaze and looked at the courtyard gate ahead. He felt his heart race a little, which was a first for him. It was somewhat similar to how he felt during battles, but the reaction was not as intense. After that battle, he was severely injured, but by the time I left, he had completely recovered and might have gone on a mission again by now. After not looking at Rika, Chiba Yang felt his state normalize a bit, but then he felt it was somewhat impolite to speak while looking elsewhere. So he turned back to her. Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Rika smiled, but Chiba Yang sensed that she seemed to be hiding some sorrow, a feeling he had since he first saw her. With that said, I can feel a bit more at ease. Is there something troubling you? Chiba Yang suddenly asked Rika, hoping to make her smile more genuine. Surprised by his question, Rika looked at him, and seeing his sincere gaze, she lowered her head and softly said, I'm just feeling a bit emotional about the world. She thought she had hidden it well, but unexpectedly, a child who seemed younger than her had seen through her. Is there anything I can help with? Chiba Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Rika smiled softly and said, You are just as warm-hearted as Tanjiro. Are all the people in your organization like this? Looking at Rika, who was smiling at him, Chiba Yang wanted to look away again, but this time he held back. Actually, it's nothing much. What I've encountered is quite common there, but I was just too trusting. After a long period of anticipation, it inevitably feels painful when that beautiful dream shatters. Rika raised her head, her eyes gazing at the clouds in the sky. She wanted to express these worries, but usually, she couldn't find anyone around her to confide in. The last time she shared something similar was when Tanjiro said he was leaving to say goodbye to her. Now, having temporarily left that environment and meeting someone with equally clear eyes, she felt that if she didn't say it out loud, it would likely remain hidden in her heart. Due to my family's poverty, I was sold to the Yoshiwara Flower District at a young age. Although I don't have to worry about food and clothing here, I have lost my freedom. However, it is because of this that I survived and wasn't starved to death, so I have no complaints. Although this place appears glamorous, beneath the surface lies a lot of bitterness and helplessness. Anyone who has fallen here is a person with a hard life. If one has good looks and abilities, they might live well, but otherwise, they can only survive, and with a slight mistake, they could invite beatings. Colleagues are always scheming against each other. In such an environment, most people hope to be redeemed and escape one day, and I naturally feel the same. However, there are always those who talk empty words. But I have never met anyone who truly acted, especially after becoming courtesan. I had completely lost hope. But recently the number of sisters disappearing from the Flower District has increased, and even the owner of Kyogoka House has died. The rumor is that they all successfully escaped. But having lived here since childhood, I naturally don't believe this reason. Most of the sisters who disappeared were courtesans, and I began to feel anxious and fearful. Just then, a customer proposed to redeem me and take me away from here to marry me. Chiba Yang sat quietly beside Li Xia, listening to her recount her story. He now had a rough understanding of what the Flower Street was. However, upon hearing Li Xia's last sentence, he felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Normally, he would have dismissed her words with a laugh and not believed them, but the events that had occurred during that time made him very fearful, and he was eager to escape from there. He knew that if he truly tried to escape on his own, he would end up disappearing like those sisters. So when that client offered to buy his freedom, he agreed. The client said he would go back to raise money and promised to return one night to redeem him. However, before the client could come to redeem him, he first encountered the courtesan Wajiheim from Kyogoku. She was the mastermind behind the disappearances of those sisters, and upon hearing that he was to be redeemed that night, she captured him and said she would eat him. Then came the little Tan, also known as Tanjiro, who came to rescue him. After escaping from the Flower Street, he didn't go far. Instead, he waited at the entrance to the Yoshiwara Flower Street for an entire night, partly worried about Tan and partly still holding on to a glimmer of hope. But in the end, he didn't TC the client he had been waiting for at all. At this point, Li Xia revealed a bitter smile, and Chiba Yang could clearly feel her disappointment and sorrow. When Tan said he was leaving, he had told him, "Even if I am a courtesan, there are still people willing to take me as a wife." Now it seemed that it was merely a delusion of his own making. Seeing Li Xia's expression, Chiba Yang felt a pang of heartache, but he said nothing, as it was clear that she had heard too many empty words already. Saying things like, "Don't give up hope, someone will truly care for you," had no effect at all. Chapter 132. The pitiful half-dog, perhaps due to the fact that she and her son had been abandoned by her father. Chiba Yang felt a deep sympathy for Li Xia after hearing her story. However, he currently had many important matters to attend to and couldn't help her. "Thank you for listening to me for so long. I feel a bit better after sharing my experiences," Li Xia sighed deeply, feeling much more at ease after finishing her story. Noticing that Chiba Yang had remained silent, she stood up to thank him. "I've been out for so long. I should head back. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Goodbye." Li Xia smiled and gave a slight bow before turning to leave. "Miss Li Xia," Chiba Yang called out at that moment. Li Xia turned back, somewhat puzzled. "I will come to find you in the future," Chiba Yang said, looking at Li Xia. He ultimately said an empty promise, but whether it would turn into reality depended on his future actions. Li Xia appeared slightly surprised upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, then smiled and nodded, but she didn't take his words to heart and turned to leave. Li Xia gave Chiba Yang a very comfortable feeling, especially when he heard her voice. He didn't want her to fall into despair. However, he also had many important matters to attend to. He planned to redeem her after he finished these tasks, but he hadn't thought about what would happen afterward. Nonetheless, he had at least come up with a plan after defeating Muzan. As Li Xia's figure disappeared from view, Chiba Yang turned and walked back to the house. After having lunch at the Fuji residence, Chiba Yang's clothes were finally ready to wear. He changed into his uniform, put on the kimono that Akaza had bought for him, and took up his Nichiren blade, ready to leave. He hadn't expected that he would end up staying at the Fuji residence for so long, just wanted to have breakfast. But now it was time to go. The old woman accompanied Chiba Yang to the door and then took out 2 flint stones. Top! Top! The flint stones struck each other, sparking fire. After striking the flint stones twice, the old woman put them away. This action was meant to ward off misfortune. "I wish you great success in your endeavors," the old woman said, bowing to Chiba Yang. After hearing her words, Chiba Yang also closed his eyes and slightly bowed to express his gratitude. After leaving the Fujik family, Chiba Yang tied the letter from Koinatsu to Tanjiro on the leg of the crow and sent it back to the headquarters to deliver the letter to Tanjiro, while also checking if there were any tasks for him. When Chiba Yang left, Brother Crow seemed quite happy, squawking several times. "All right, now it's time to go to the next area as planned to search for clues about Muzan. Hopefully, there will be some gains." After taking a look at the map, Chiba Yang walked along the road to the next location. That night, in the swordsmith village, Kyojuro, Michiro, Mitsuri, and Jinya were gathered around a body that had been chopped to pieces, barely recognizable as that of an old man. "This guy can't still be alive, right? I think we need to chop a few more times," Michiro said, looking at the fallen body with a somewhat dazed expression, already intending to strike with a temporary Nichiren blade in hand. "You bullies who only pick on the weak will definitely face retribution in the future." At that moment, the body on the ground began to turn to ash, and a voice emerged from it. The heart had already been shattered, and the main body of Goku, hiding inside, was ultimately slain. After failing to gain credit from Muzan and being scolded, Goku arrived alone at the swordsmith village, planning to attack the smiths under the cover of night. Coincidentally, Kyojuro was staying at the house of the smith he intended to attack, and the two immediately engaged in battle. After recuperating in the swordsmith village for more than half a month, Kyojuro's body was basically fine, and the bandage over his left eye had been removed. He could barely open his left eye, but his vision was still unclear. However, this had little impact on his strength, and combined with the activation of his Mark and Red Blade, he was already evenly matched with Goku. Soon after, Michiro Mitsuri and Jinya, who had heard the commotion, rushed over. What followed was a nearly one-sided battle. Goku's individual avatars were no match for a Hashira. Even when combined into the form of Zenkpation, they could only overpower one Hashira. Faced with 3 Hashira and 1 Demon Slayer, with 1 Hashira having a mark and all 3 possessing Red Blades, Goku was completely overwhelmed. Within less than an hour, Zenpation was slain by the three Hashira working together, and Jinya also found the hatred where Goku's main body was hiding. The attacks from the three Hashira and Jinya all landed on this hatred avatar, shattering its body into pieces, and even the main body hiding within was struck. Upon hearing the voice from the body on the ground, Kyojuro, Michiro, Mitsuri, and Jinya all tensed up and reflexively attacked the fallen form of Goku. Nurikabe, Ye Kasumi, First Love's Tremor, Unending Tree of Suffering, Kyojuro's Flame Slash, Michiro's Eightfold Slash, Mitsuri's Whip-like Rapid Strikes, and Jinya's Blood Demon Art-infused bullet almost simultaneously struck the remnants of Goku on the ground. When the smoke cleared, nothing was left on the ground. It seems this time he is really dead, Kyojuro said, looking at the ground. It should be the case. Michiro nodded in agreement. Does that mean we killed an upper moon? Mitsuri asked excitedly, her face flushed. Jinya was also incredibly excited, although he didn't participate much in this battle. This was an upper moon, and opportunities to fight against one were rare. Moreover, they had won. Even if he was carried along by the three Hashira, it still counted as a victory. Even if he couldn't directly be promoted to a Hashira from this experience surely brought him a significant step closer to becoming one. That's right. This demon was indeed an upper moon, adding to the two upper moons that Yang and Tenjin killed earlier. We have now slain a total of 3 upper moons, Kyojuro shouted, feeling invigorated by the battle. He felt he could immediately participate in the demon hunting missions. We have accomplished what we needed to do in the Swordsmith village. Now it's time to go back. Plus, it's time for the semi-annual Hashira meeting. Just in time to report this exciting news to Lord Muzan. Kyojuro sheathed his Nichiren blade and said loudly with his arms crossed, "It's a pity this battle didn't awaken my mark," Michiro lamented somewhat regretfully. "Yeah, the Hashira meeting is coming up, so will everyone be able to sit together for a meal again? Just thinking about it makes me so happy." Mitsuri's thoughts were somewhat different from others. Chapter 133. The last meeting in Infinity Castle. In Infinity Castle, Muzan had learned of the deaths of Kokushibo and Goku, and now his mood had plummeted to the lowest point. Even Kokushibo was defeated. Chiba Yang, this guy is a monster, just like you any. The current plan is no longer feasible. If Akaza and Doma are also killed, they will gather all their strength to search for my whereabouts. Muzan's pupils trembled, and his body shook. He learned more information about Chiba Yang through the death of Kokushibo. Just by seeing the scene of Kokushibo's death, Muzan felt the intense heat washing over him, and the scars left on his body hundreds of years ago began to throb faintly, still not healed, burning him day and night. If he were to experience something like that again, he estimated he would die on the spot. Subsequently, he conveyed the order to summon Akaza and Doma, the only remaining upper moons. Then he looked at Neikime, and a whip-like spike extended from behind him, directly piercing Neikaime's head. Neikime was knocked to the ground by this sudden attack, and then Muzan spoke. "Neikime, I have high hopes for you, and I hope you won't disappoint me." The slightly trembling voice indicated Muzan's unrest at that moment, as a large amount of blood was sent from his body to Neikime. Neikaime's blood demon art was his last guarantee. Even if he couldn't defeat Chiba Yang, Muzan could still escape through the Infinity Castle. At worst, after Chiba Yang and the others arrived, he could have Neikime trap them inside and then teleport himself out, and afterward he could kill Neikime. The collapsing Infinity Castle would definitely cause significant trouble for Chiba Yang and the others. Therefore, Neikime was extremely important to him now, even surpassing Akaza and Doma. With Kokushibo already dead, the strength of these 2 upper moons was even less significant. Improving their strength was not very useful. It was better to enhance Neikime to strengthen his control over the Infinity Castle. It's Lord Muzan. Neikime, lying on the ground convulsed in pain, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, while also feeling the blood Muzan was sending to her and her strengthening body. After responding to Muzan with great difficulty, Neikime fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. 3 days later, Doma and Akaza both returned to the Infinity Castle. Akaza stood in the vast Infinity Castle, looking around but not seeing any other demons for the time being. Did I come too early or? While Akaza was lost in thought, another figure descended into the Infinity Castle. "Oh, it's Lord Akaza. I'm so glad to see you're okay. You must have completed Lord Muzan's tasks well during this time, right? There won't be any situations where you ran away from the Hashira, right?" Doma enthusiastically approached Akaza, smiling as he said some self-righteous words of concern. Although he had long anticipated that this guy would surely come to annoy him, Doma's words still made Akaza's veins bulge, and his fists creaked as they clenched. "Why isn't Lord Akaza speaking? I'm so worried about your safety. Shouldn't you say thank you?" Doma said to Akaza, showing a somewhat worried expression in response to Akaza's cold reaction. Akaza's inner anger surged, and without saying a word, he directly swung his right fist at Doma's head, putting all his strength into this blow. Boom! Doma's entire head was smashed to pieces by Akaza's punch, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. You'd better shut your mouth, or I will definitely kill you, Akaza said coldly to Doma, radiating killing intent. Lord Akaza is still as irritable as ever. Although I can temporarily refrain from speaking to get along harmoniously with you, I don't think you can actually kill me, right? After all, we are both demons. It shouldn't be possible to kill each other. Flesh buds grew from Doma's severed neck, and then quickly formed a head. Doma restored to normal, raised his right index finger very seriously to remind Akaza, his expression extremely serious. Akaza slowly turned his head to look at Doma, whose expression remained unchanged. Just as Akaza was about to disregard everything and unleash his destructive killing needle to beat Doma up, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord Muzan has arrived. The sound of a pipa echoed, and Nakheim appeared here at an unknown time, followed by Muzan's figure descending beside her. At this moment, Akaza could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart and kneel on one knee. Greetings, Lord Muzan. Doma also quickly knelt on the ground, but his expression remained playful. Why did Lord Muzan come here with only 2 upper moons? The Bao Akaza was very puzzled by this unusual situation, but he didn't dare to voice his questions. Kokushibo and Han Tengu had also died not long ago. Muzan didn't waste time and got straight to the point. The guy actually died? Akaza was shocked by Kokushibo's death. He wasn't too surprised by Han Tengu's death. The gap in strength between the 3 upper moons was too great, and it was very possible for them to be killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. However, Kokushibo's death was completely beyond his expectations. Although he had said before that he would definitely kill Kokushibo, he actually knew how powerful Kokushibo was. With his current rate of progress, he didn't know how long it would take to surpass Kokushibo. He had even always regarded Kokushibo as his goal for strength. After all, the other party had already reached the supreme realm he had long pursued but never attained, far ahead of him. Yet such a powerful being had now died. May I ask, Lord Muzan, who killed him? A strong curiosity prompted Akaza to directly raise his head and ask. Somewhat unusually, Muzan did not show anger at Akaza's reaction this time. Chiba Yang, the demon slayer I previously instructed you to kill. Muzan understood who Akaza was referring to. Han Tengu's death could not possibly provoke such a strong reaction from him. Although Muzan's tone was calm upon mentioning this name, scenes of the battle between him and Kokushibo resurfaced in his mind, along with the image of Yoruichi using the sun breathing to cut him. The emotions of fear and burning pain were buried beneath the surface, and he had to maintain his authority before his subordinates. This is truly a sad event. Just think, not long ago we were all gathered together, laughing and talking, and now it's just left with me and Lord Akaza. Tears streamed down Doma's eyes as he displayed an extremely sorrowful expression. Chapter 134. The Eternal Paradise teaching, just the 2 of us left. After hearing Doma's words, Akaza felt extremely displeased, but considering that they would basically only see each other during meetings, as long as this period passed, he wouldn't have to see that face. Hearing this guy's voice, Akaza's mindset relaxed a bit. However, Muzan's next words directly made him feel a sense of bleakness for the future. You 2 will stay in the Infinity Castle from now on. If there are any traces of humans or animals appearing around the Infinity Castle, you will directly eliminate them. Do you understand? Muzan looked at Akaza and Doma and spoke. Its nerves were now extremely sensitive. It would not allow any potential threats to exist, and all unstable factors around had to be eliminated. Even mosquitoes and flies could not be allowed into the Infinity Castle. Akaza desperately wanted to refuse, wanted to stay in the Infinity Castle with Doma. If he couldn't get rid of this guy, he estimated he would soon be driven mad. But in the end, he still replied affirmatively. Muzan noticed Akaza's inner thoughts. If it were in the past, it would have likely ignored him or even scolded him. But now it was different. Its upper moons were down to just these 2, and they were among the few subordinates it could still rely on. Akaza, I believe that your strength will one day surpass Kokushibo. After that, you can work hard to cultivate while staying in the Infinity Castle. If you can defeat the enemy that even Kokushibo couldn't, the position of Upper Moon 1 will be yours. Muzan comforted Akaza with its slightly magnetic voice. The reason it summoned Akaza and Doma to stay in the Infinity Castle was, on one hand, to have them eliminate any possible safety hazards around the Infinity Castle, And on the other hand, in case Chihayakage ever came knocking, it could throw these two upper moons out to buy some time, increasing its chances of escaping successfully. Although Neikime could move the position of the Infinity Castle, the consumption was too great, it couldn't rely on that ability all the time. Even though Neikime had been enhanced once, that ability still couldn't be used frequently. Akaza felt he must have misheard. He couldn't believe that his boss would say such things to him. He still clearly remembered the last time he returned from the Infinity Train. He received a scolding. "Thank you for your lord's kindness. I will continue to grow stronger and solve all your worries," Akaza said, lowering his head. Although he was not quite sure what was happening, the change in his boss's attitude was still a good thing for Akaza. Chiba Yo is actually stronger than that guy Kokushibo. It seems I need to train even harder. Perhaps in the future, I'll have the chance to battle him. On the other hand, Akaza also learned about the person who killed Kokushibo and felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Although he knew he might not be able to defeat the opponent, he still yearned to fight strong adversaries. What about me, Muzan-sama? What should I do with the members of the Eternal Paradise cult? Speaking of which, there are quite a few delicious girls among this generation of cult members. It would be a waste to just leave them there. At this moment, Doma quickly pointed to himself and spoke to Muzan. "Let Neikime take you back later. Gather your cult members and bring as many as you can. Then let Neikime teleport them all to Infinity Castle. Some will be used as food, and the rest I will turn into lower-ranked demons." Muzan replied to Doma. Although the lower-ranked demons don't have the diverse abilities of the upper-ranked demons with blood demon arts, they're the easiest to strengthen. As long as there are enough of them, they will at least serve some purpose. Of course, this is Muzan's worst-case scenario. He thinks that if he can hide well, Chiba Yo shouldn't be able to find him. Even if he knows where he is, he shouldn't be able to enter Infinity Castle. If he really enters Infinity Castle, Muzan will abandon all the other demons and try to escape. Muzan believes he has thought everything through. As long as he can hide for nearly 100 years. Like 400 years ago, when he outlasted Chiba Yo, that would still count as his victory. "I understand, Muzan-sama. I will immediately go back and gather the cult members." Doma quickly agreed with Muzan's arrangement, but then he made a small suggestion. Upon hearing this, Akaza showed a look of disgust, but since they were in front of Muzan, he did not take further action. "Do as you wish," Muzan replied, and then had Neikime teleport him to another room. "Ha, we will be living together from now on." Akaza. As soon as Muzan left, Doma hugged Akaza's shoulder and laughed, completely devoid of the sadness he felt when he heard about the deaths of Kokushibo and Han Tengu. "Get off," Akaza coldly replied to Doma, his fists already clenched. The thought of living under the same roof as this guy made him feel nauseous. "You can't do that. Akaza, we might have to live together in the future, so you can't be so resistant to me." "We should," Doma said, but instead of backing off after Akaza's warning, he moved even closer. Just as Akaza was about to take action, Doma suddenly vanished with the sound of a pipa, not even finishing a sentence. When Akaza regained his senses, he found himself back in the Eternal Paradise cult. Sigh, Sister Pipa is still so impatient. It makes her less cute. Doma sighed and shook his head, attributing Neikime's behavior to her impatience, completely oblivious to whether he was being repelled. At that moment, a knock echoed in Doma's ears. Kumin, adjusting his cult leader's hat, Doma sat on the mat, propping his head with his hand. A bald cult member entered the room. "Master, today, 3 people want to join our cult. Would you like to meet them?" The bald cult member asked as he knelt before Doma. Doma yawned upon hearing this and replied, "No need, just approve their entry directly. Also, gather all the members of our cult tonight. I will hold a ceremony to cleanse everyone's spiritual impurities." The bald cult member's expression brightened at this, but then he hesitantly asked, "Master, can male members also participate?" In the past, only female members were allowed to participate in such activities, and they were very few. Afterward, many of those who participated even ascended, which left the male members feeling a bit resentful, thinking the master was somewhat discriminatory. Of course, all members can and should participate, or anyone else who wishes to cleanse their souls can also join the ceremony. Doma replied with a smile and nodded. "Thank you for your grace, master." The bald cult member was moved and immediately bowed his head to the ground in gratitude. "No need to thank me. This is the will of heaven that I have heard. You should go and take care of it," Doma said with a slight smile, his rainbow-colored eyes seeming to truly understand the will of the heavens. "Yes, I will go right away," the bald cult member replied excitedly and left. Chapter 135. Yushiru's change of attitude to Mayo's research institute. Chiba Yo was holding a relatively small demon and knocked on the door of the research institute. It had been a week since he left the Fujin family, and although he hadn't found any trace of Muzan during this time, He did encounter a demon with spatial blood demon arts, and he also killed 2 other demons. This demon's spatial ability was quite troublesome, as it could teleport itself to a location with its own active blood. However, the demon's body had a high level of activity, so even if its head was severed by a Nichiren blade, it could still move as long as the head and body were separated. Therefore, its blood remained active for a longer period. Chiba Yang spent quite a bit of time capturing this demon without killing it, longer than the time he spent dealing with both Upper Moon 5 and Kyogai combined. After capturing this demon, he also received a summons from headquarters for a gathering. As the semi-annual Hashira meeting was about to begin, so he returned. The door opened, and Jotaro appeared behind it. Kumin, without waiting for Chiba Yang to say anything, Jotaro spoke directly. Huh? Chiba Yang felt something was off. Yushiro's attitude this time was very different from previous encounters. Although his tone was still somewhat cold, he seemed less resistant to him. At the same time, Chiba Yang also noticed a lingering sense of sadness around Yushiro. Oh well. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Chiba Yang responded and walked into the research institute. After Chiba Yang entered, Yushiro closed the door on his own. Lord Tamayo is inside. You wait here for a while. With a tone mixed with sadness and indifference, he said this before walking into the inner room. Chiba Yang sat by the table, still somewhat unaccustomed to Yu Shirlong's transformation. One thing was certain, something must have happened during his absence. After a moment, Zhuye and Yu Shirlang walked out together. Sorry to keep you waiting, Zhuye smiled as she spoke to Chiba Yang, taking a seat across from him, while Yu Shirlang silently sat not far from Zhuye. No, I just arrived as well. Chiba Yang waved his hand and said, then lifted the demon he had in his hand. This demon has the ability to teleport to the location of its active blood. I think it will be quite useful. Upon hearing this, Zhuye looked a bit surprised and said, with this, our plan is a bit more secure. This demon's ability is quite troublesome, and it's somewhat cunning. After I caught it, it woke up once during the process but didn't make a sound, quietly using its blood demon art, and almost managed to escape. You must be careful when extracting its blood demon art, otherwise it might escape or hurt you. Chiba Yang reminded Tamayo. After that demon escaped, Chiba Yang used several bursts of speed to quickly catch it again. After that, he was a bit harsher, delivering a heavy blow every half hour to ensure it wouldn't wake up midway, regardless of whether it had regained consciousness. When Yeshuru heard Chiba Yang's words, he glanced at him, and the resistance in his eyes diminished somewhat. His hostility towards Chiba Yang primarily stemmed from the initial encounter when Chiba Yang had offended Tamayo and even attempted to kill both of them. When he was gravely ill and on the verge of death, it was Tamayo who did not give up on saving him. Since then, she had become someone he believed was untouchable. Therefore, Chiba Yang's actions at that time made him extremely disgusted with him. Now, hearing Chiba Yang express concern for them made Yeshiru's aversion lessen significantly. Don't worry, I'll inject them with the poison to suppress blood demon arts as soon as I receive them, so they won't have a chance to escape, Tamayo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang felt relieved and immediately delivered another heavy blow to the demon's neck. With a crack, the demon's neck drooped limply. I've already extracted the blood demon arts from the previous demons. Once we extract the blood demon arts from this one too, we can execute our plan, Tamayo said, delivering an uplifting message. Yeshiru, hearing Tamayo's words, trembled slightly, lowering his head with a somewhat sorrowful expression. Really? Can those blood demon arts be used? Can we find Muzan with these? Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang stood up excitedly and asked Zhuye loudly. Zhuye smiled and nodded at Chiba Yang's reaction, responding, the probability of finding it is very high, and with these I can be sure that I will be able to temporarily eliminate Muzan's splitting ability. In fact, combined with the medicine I developed earlier, I can also significantly weaken its power. After pausing for a moment, Zhuye continued, you know what those blood demon arts are capable of? I plan to extract this demon's blood demon arts and then track Muzan. Once I find it, I will use the power of the blood demon arts to teleport you over. If that's the case, I might as well go with you, so you can be safer. After hearing Zhuye's words, Chiba Yang said to her, then, Zhuye, you have to use the blood demon arts to teleport us over in time. As long as we can hold on until you get here, I will definitely protect you. Zhuye's reasoning was sound, and Chiba Yang did not insist further. But he still reminded Zhuye. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Yu Shirlang showed a look of anticipation and looked up at Zhuye. Thank you for your concern, Zhuye said with a smile, but she did not respond to Chiba Yang's suggestion. Seeing Zhuye's reaction and recalling what she had said to him 3 days ago, Yu Shirlang's eyes gradually dimmed. Finally done. However, the time required to activate this large-scale blood demon art is a bit long. We should start in advance. I wonder if those guys from the Demon Slayer Corps are reliable. Juya said, how about we hand these things over to them and let them deal with Muzan themselves? After all, we have already done so much. That night, after the extraction of the blood demon arts was completed, Yu Shilang looked at the flesh seed in the vial in his hand and turned to Juya. Juya, eliminating Muzan is my only obsession for surviving. I must be personally involved in this matter. Only by watching Muzan absorb those medicines can I feel at ease. Juya's voice remained gentle as always, but her heart was filled with hatred for Muzan and a slight sense of relief. After hearing Juya's words, Yu Shilang's heart trembled. That phrase about the only obsession for survival had already made him understand a lot. He remained silent for a while, but did not give up, pretending not to understand as he continued to speak to Juya. Then let me use these blood demon arts. It will be too dangerous for Lady Juya to try them herself. What if those guys don't arrive in time? As he spoke, Yu Shilang felt a slight sting in his nose, as if something was about to spill from his eyes. Yu Shilang, you should have understood. Juya interrupted Yu Shilang's words and turned to smile at him. If Yu Shilang had seen Juya like this before, he would have sighed in his heart how beautiful Lady Juya was, and felt very happy because Juya smiled at him. But now, all he could feel was sadness and pain. Chapter 136. Forgetting is the second death. Looking at Juya in front of him, Yu Shilang felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. From the moment I personally killed my husband and son, my sins have become unforgivable. Not to mention, I harmed many innocent humans afterward. The reason I chose to survive after waking up was to one day eliminate Muzan with my understanding of it, to avenge my tragically deceased husband and son and all those harmed by demons in this world. Now that I can finally eliminate Muzan, death is the best resting place for me. Those innocently deceased people need me to go down and repay the sins of killing them. Yu Shilang remained silent the entire time. He could not express anything. He understood that no matter what he said, he could not change Juya's decision. Every day spent with Juya was his happiest time, but for Juya, living every day now might be equivalent to deep torment. Since that day, Yu Shilang rarely spoke. He was contemplating where he should go, whether to understand and help Juya fulfill her wishes or to do everything to stop her from doing all this. Returning to the present, after hearing Juya's words, Chiba Yang smiled and said, "We should be the ones to thank you. Without you, we might never have this opportunity." Chiba Yang did not notice anything strange in Juya's words and thought she had agreed. I have already discussed the plan with Yao Zai, and he has also agreed. There is a key point that you need to complete later. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Juya did not say much and talked about the subsequent plans. You said, "I will do my best to accomplish it." Chiba Yang's expression immediately became serious. Once we extract this demon's blood demon technique, I will go with Yushiro to track Muzan's location. Meanwhile, Yushiro will create many shared visual and auditory talismans with stealth capabilities to distribute to you. Once we enter the space where Muzan is hiding, we will first identify the demon next to him with spatial abilities. Then, Yushiro will use the invisibility ability to approach it. After we teleport you over, you need to immediately defeat that demon with spatial abilities. But you cannot kill it directly, otherwise that space may collapse. While you weaken that demon to its limit, Yushiro will restrain it and then throw Muzan and the others out of their hiding space. After that, it will be the time for the final battle. Juya informed Chiba Yang of the plan. Chinya Yang nodded upon hearing this. I understand, and I will cooperate well with Mr. Yu Shilang when the time comes. Besides that, there's nothing else. Lastly, let me tell you some good news. I have successfully developed a drug to suppress the flaws of the patterns together with Miss Shinobu. Although I can't guarantee that it will allow one to live to 100, living a normal life into one's 60s or 70s shouldn't be a problem, Juya said with a smile to Chinya Yang. During this period, she indeed had a lot to do, developing drugs and extracting blood demon techniques. Each task was not easy. However, the final victory was within reach, and Juya had persevered throughout. During this time, Butterfly Shinobu and Yu Shilang were in a similar state, with almost no time for rest. That means the teachers and others. After hearing the news, Chiba Yang's heart raced a bit. He then stood up and deeply bowed to Shun. Thank you very much. If there is ever a place where I can be of help, please don't hesitate to ask. I will definitely not refuse. Chiba Yang said to Juya, feeling an indescribable gratitude towards her. To him, Kyojuro was no longer just a teacher, but rather like an elder in the family. Now that the drawbacks of the markings had been eliminated, he no longer had to feel guilty about it, and his teacher could live a long life. Moreover, other swordsmen who had activated the markings no longer needed to worry. There might not be such opportunities in the future. Juya thought calmly. After a while, After saying their goodbyes, Chiba Yang left, and Jie, along with Yashiro, temporarily sealed the demon that Chiba Yang had brought into a container after dealing with it with poison. After such a long period of intense work, even with their demon bodies, they felt extremely exhausted and needed a short rest. At this moment, Yashiro spoke up. Lady Juye, do you really have to do this? Yashiro looked at Juye, still holding onto a last glimmer of hope. Wiping his hands with a wet towel, Juye turned to Yashiro. Yashiro, you should understand me. This sentence shattered Yashiro's last bit of fantasy. Yeah, he bitterly uttered, knowing that Juye's decision could not be changed. At this point, he dared not think about anything more. In the future, he might become someone who lived in torment and solitude every day. I will listen to you and cooperate well with those from the Demon Slayer Corps, Yashiro said to Juye. He felt relieved, believing his love should be more selfless, respecting her thoughts, even if it would cause him immense pain. Thank you for your understanding. Juye smiled slightly at Yashiro, then took out 2 syringes and handed them to him. These are the extra 2 transformation medicines. After the victory, you and Shichamaru can become human again and bask in the sunlight. Your serious illness was eliminated the moment you became a demon. After turning back into a human, you will have a healthy body and can start your life anew. Looking at the 2 syringes, Yashiro accepted them, and his gaze became resolute at that moment. Seeing Yashiro accept the transformation medicine, Juye also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Yashiro understood her stubbornness, she also knew what kind of stubborn person Yashiro was. Lady Juye, if I don't die in this battle, I will wait for you, Yashiro said after accepting the 2 syringes. I will wait until the day you atone for your sins and are reincarnated. If it takes a year, then 10 years. If 10 years doesn't work, then 100 years. If 100 years won't do, then 1,000 years. I will keep you engraved in my heart, waiting until the day I see you again. There will always be someone in this world who remembers you. Hearing Yashiro's words, Juye's heart undeniably trembled. After so many years together, Yashiro had almost always obeyed her, and she could somewhat understand his feelings. However, Juye did not expect his feelings to be so profound. She thought that after her death, Yashiro would forget her after a while and start a new life, but Yashiro's recent words shattered that understanding. It will be very painful. After a moment of silence, Juye spoke. Having lost her loved ones, she understood what kind of torment and pain this would be. It's worth it, without any extra words. Yashiro only replied with these 2 words. In his eyes, as long as he could meet Juye again, everything would be worth it. It might lead to no results. Juye was unsure if she still had the chance for reincarnation. Then I will keep waiting like this, not letting you be forgotten by this world. Being forgotten is the second death. Chapter 137. The reason for not wanting to become human. Juye fell silent at his words. Just as Yashiro understood that she could not give up on going to her death, she also knew she could not change his mind. Lady Juye, if I really wait until then, can you give me a chance to protect you for a lifetime? Yashiro looked at Juye. This was his only selfish wish. He knew he could not have a chance in this life. He understood that Juye could not forget her husband and son. He could only wait for the next life. Perhaps his feelings for Juye were not just simple romantic feelings, but he wanted to use a lifetime to guard her side. A lover was the role most likely to achieve this. This life will completely end with the end of my life. If I really have a next life, it will be a new beginning, Juye said softly. Although she did not explicitly agree, her meaning was already clear. Her feelings for her husband and son were limited to this life. After years of companionship, Yashiro understood her meaning upon hearing Juye's words, and the sadness that had been lingering in his heart was alleviated by her response. Thank you. Yashiro showed a gentle smile that he only had when facing Juye. After leaving Juye, Chiba Yang returned to the headquarters and happened to meet Tanjiro, who was carrying a box. Yang, you're back. Tanjiro looked surprised upon seeing Chiba Yang. It seems he has resolved the matter with Tanjiro. Chiba Yang glanced at the Nichiren blade at his waist and thought. In fact, on that day, Steel Tomb had chased Tanjiro all the way until nightfall, showing no signs of fatigue. In the end, Tanjiro managed to escape Steel Tomb's pursuit thanks to the hiding place provided by Kanezaki Aoi. Finally, it was only after Maru's reassurance that Steel Tomb gave up the chase and returned to the swordsmith village. After obtaining a new sword, Tanjiro went out on a mission with Nezuko and only returned today. Well, it's because he has to attend the Hashira meeting in 3 days. Chiba Yang smiled and nodded. Although Tanjiro had not truly experienced a Hashira meeting before, it had only been a short time since the last one, and all the Hashira were still present, gathered again to judge him and the Higan Banner matter. So he had somewhat experienced half of a Hashira meeting. By the way, Did you receive the letter from Miss Kayashika? Chiba Yo recalled the earlier request from Kayashika to help deliver a letter. Yes, hearing her say that she already has a stable life really reassures me a lot. Tanjiro nodded with a smile upon hearing this. A stable life? Chiba Yang was taken aback by Tanjiro's words. What he heard from Koyuki was not exactly a stable life. It was just a return to the past. She probably didn't want others to worry about her. Soon, Chiba Yang understood the reason behind it. The worry in Koyuki's expression when facing him was not something she could fake. Even with her gentle smile, she still revealed her sadness. If what she said to him was true, then she must not have mentioned these matters in her letter to Tanjiro. What a gentle person she is. Remembering Koyuki's smiling face, Chiba Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since Koyuki didn't tell Tanjiro about these things, Chiba Yang naturally wouldn't tell him either. By the way, how did Yang meet Miss Koyuki? Tanjiro asked Chiba Yang, somewhat confused. I happened to run into her at the Fujiwara family. She wanted to ask someone to send you a letter, and I happened to be there. Kiyoshi answered. In fact, Rika's arrival at the Fujitaka house was quite coincidental. After the flower district was nearly destroyed, she returned there out of concern for Tanjiro's safety. However, by then, Tanjiro and the others had already been taken away by the members of the Hidden Core, leaving only the Hidden Core members searching for injured humans. From them, Rika learned how to contact Tanjiro, which was to hand a letter to someone at the Fujitaka house. And then a member of the team would take the letter to the recipient when they went to the Fujitaka house. When Rika found the Fujitaka house, Chiba was just there. Is that so? That really is a coincidence, Tanjiro said with a smile. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. He then noticed the box that Tanjiro was carrying on his back and felt a bit puzzled, as he knew that Miss Tamayo's transformation potion had already been successfully developed. Miss Tamayo's medicine has been prepared, right? Hasn't your sister transformed back yet? Chiba Yoko whispered to Tanjiro, asking him to be cautious when discussing matters related to Tamayo, as the only people in the Demon Slayer Corps who know her are the main couple and the two of them. Upon hearing Chiba's question, Tanjiro looked back at Nezuko's box with a worried expression. Nezuko was still fast asleep. Turning back, Tanjiro shook his head and said to Chiba, Miss Tamayo said Nezuko should have been able to regain her self-awareness by now, but perhaps she subconsciously feels that there is something more important than regaining awareness, which is why she has maintained her current state. However, I can't understand what could be more important to Nezuko than regaining her awareness. Tamayo's ability to develop the human transformation medicine mainly relied on Nezuko's blood, and the rapid changes in Nezuko's blood left her astonished. She even speculated that Nezuko might overcome the threat of sunlight in the near future, and shared this guess with Tanjiro. But when it comes to Nezuko's life safety, Tanjiro didn't dare to take any chances. Something more important than regaining awareness? Chiba Yang heard this and pondered for a moment. This matter should be considered in terms of the differences between her after becoming human and now. What do you think she will lose after turning back into a human? Chiba Yang spoke to Tanjiro, saying that he already had a guess in his heart, which was actually quite easy to think of. It was just that Nezuko had always been by Tanjiro's side, so he might have been a bit confused. What would be lost after turning back into a human? Upon hearing this, Tanjiro followed the line of thought that Chiba Yang provided and soon realized something. He would lose the power of being a demon. Recalling the past few fierce battles, such as in Mount Spider, the Infinity Train, and the Flower District, Nezuko had played an important role in all of them. Even in some previous minor battles, she had helped him a lot. Without Nezuko, he might have died countless times already. So, Nezuko was unwilling to regain her consciousness and turn back into a human because she wanted to help me? Tanjiro felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. He expected that Nezuko was unwilling to turn back into a human for this reason. Besides this guess, there was really no other explanation for Nezuko's behavior. At that moment, Chiba Yang patted his shoulder and smiled as he said, You don't need to think too much. Soon, once all the evil demons in the world are eliminated, your sister will naturally no longer need this demon body. In the past, Chiba Yang might not have dared to speak so confidently, but today, after receiving certain news from Tamayo, he knew that tomorrow would come soon. Chapter 138. Premium Treatment. Tanjiro was a bit shocked to hear Chiba Yang's confident tone and asked, Did you find Muzan's hiding place this time? Tanjiro was unaware of Tamayo's involvement in extracting blood demon arts. Chiba Yang shook his head upon hearing this. No, not really. However, the final battle with Muzan is approaching, and we just need to wait for our lord arrangements. Chiba Yang didn't fully tell Tanjiro, just reminded him like that. But even so, Tanjiro's heart was stirred up like a raging wave. At this moment, Chiba Yang suddenly remembered another thing. His messenger, Crow, hadn't returned since it left his side to deliver a message to Tanjiro, and he didn't know where it had gone. By the way, Tanjiro, do you know where my crow has gone? It hasn't come back since I sent it to deliver a message to you, Chiba Yang asked Tanjiro. Huh? Tanjiro was still in a daze from Chiba Yang's earlier words, pondering their meaning. He only woke up when he heard Chiba Yang's voice. Not fully catching what Chiba Yang had just said. I want to ask if you know where my crow went, Chiba Yang said again, feeling a bit helpless. This time, Tanjiro understood and answered truthfully. It left immediately after delivering the message to me, and I don't know where it went. However, if it hasn't returned to you, it might have gone straight back to headquarters. It will show up again when there's another mission. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang thought for a moment and felt it indeed made sense. Wow. This time my master has actually killed Upper One. Do you know Upper One? It's the strongest among the upper ranks, second only to Muzan. You understand? Upper Four is nothing. At this moment, Chiba Yang suddenly heard a familiar voice not far ahead. This overly proud voice darkened Chiba Yang's expression. He now knew where that guy was. I'll be going first. After saying a word to Tanjiro, Chiba Yang quickly walked towards the sound. Before long, he entered the headquarters main gate and saw two crows standing on the courtyard wall. One was his crow, and the other had extremely long eyelashes. Chiba Yang remembered this was probably Michiro's crow. At that moment, his crow was proudly shouting, while Michiro's crow was trembling with anger across from it. Crow Brother was feeling quite pleased when it suddenly sensed a gaze and looked down to meet Chiba Yang's eyes. Crow Brother was so startled that it almost lost its balance, and just then, the long-lashed crow suddenly lunged at it. I must pluck all your feathers. The long-lashed crow grabbed one of Crow Brother's feathers and pulled hard. Wow, stop it. You're really going to pull it out. Crow Brother struggled, flapping its wings in pain, but the long-lashed crow wouldn't let go. Wow. In the next moment, accompanied by Crow Brother's painful cry, a feather was pulled out, and it finally managed to escape, flapping its wings and flying into the sky. However, before it could feel happy, a hand grabbed it. How many people have you said that to? Chiba Yang asked, looking at Crow Brother in his hand. Wow. Master, don't worry. I definitely didn't say anything I shouldn't have. Crow Brother hurriedly replied, completely avoiding Chiba Yang's earlier question. What I'm asking is how many people you told about this matter. Don't change the subject. Chiba Yang continued to look at it and asked. This. After watching it for a while, without being able to speak, Chiba Yang had already roughly understood. In fact, it wasn't something that couldn't be said. It was just that his crow's completely unrestrained personality made Chiba Yang a bit displeased. But since the matter had already happened, Chiba Yang couldn't say much more and planned to go back and find a rope to tie Crow Brother's mouth for a few days. On the way, Chiba Yang realized he had still underestimated Crow Brother. Lord Chiba, you are truly amazing. You managed to kill an upper rank again in such a short time, and this time it was the strongest upper one. At this rate, Muzan must not be your opponent. An infiltrator saw Chiba Yang and excitedly approached him, saying, I will strive to kill him. Seeing this, Chiba Yang smiled and politely responded. After being pulled and heavily praised by the hidden team member, he was finally let go. However, after just a couple of steps, he encountered another one. Lord Chiba, I want to become your adopted son. I hope you can accept me, and I want to become as strong as you, so that one day I can defeat Upper Moon One. A young swordsman deeply bowed to Chiba Yang and said loudly. Chiba Yang looked at the dish in his hand, and its eyes seemed to avoid his gaze. Thank you for your trust, but I'm sorry. I don't have any thoughts about taking on a stepson for the time being. Chiba Yang smiled apologetically at the young man and said, It's not that I don't want to take you in. It's just that the final battle is approaching quickly, and I won't be able to teach a stepson anything right now. All right then, I'll come back to ask you when I have time, the young swordsman said, looking a bit dejected after hearing Chiba Yang's refusal. After the young man left, Chiba Yang grabbed Crow Brother with both hands and asked him incredulously, You didn't tell everyone at headquarters about this, did you? Given that both individuals he encountered knew he had killed Upper Moon One, and that these two were completely unfamiliar to him, it was easy to imagine how far the news had spread. Wow. Well, sort of, Crow Brother hesitantly admitted. It had hardly spoken while staying by Chiba Yang's side, and after being sent out, it had somewhat let loose, telling almost everyone at headquarters about Chiba Yang killing Upper Moon One. Chiba Yang felt a bit speechless, and at that moment, Shinazugawa came walking towards him from the front. Ha. Well done, little Yang. You even managed to slay Upper Moon One. Impressive. Although the bandages from Shinazugawa's injury had been removed, his left eye was still temporarily shut. During his recovery at the Swordsmith village, his body had almost fully healed, but his left eye's vision was still not quite right. When he opened both eyes, The view was a mix of clarity and blur, so he decided to keep his left eye closed. Chiba Yang was not surprised to see Shinazugawa. He had guessed that Shinazugawa and the others might have returned when he saw Michiro's crow earlier. Chapter 139, Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Sure enough, even those who did not know him were already aware that he had slain Upper Moon One, so those who didn't know him must have known as well. Given the circumstances, Chiba Yang could only accept this outcome. Teacher, have your injuries healed? Chiba Yang stepped forward and asked him. I regained my previous strength. From now on, you don't need to worry about my warning area. Xing Shuang nodded and said, all right, I understand. Chiba Yang nodded in agreement with a smile upon hearing the words. After exchanging some pleasantries, Asakusa was about to leave, as he still needed to check on the Butterfly Mansion a few more times. Chiba Yang also planned to confirm the subsequent plans with his lord, and he decided not to worry about the Tsutsukami in his hands anymore. After this incident, he had seen through this guy. Its show-off personality could not be changed at all. The more pressure it faced, the more it would rebound. Previously, it only flaunted among its small circle of Tsutsukami, but after being silenced for so long, now it had to show off whenever it met someone who could understand it. On the way to the Kibbutz Suji residence, Chiba Yang encountered quite a few people praising him, and his face stiffened the entire way. It was only when he arrived at his destination that he finally sighed in relief, realizing he had underestimated the impact of this matter. Upon entering the room, Chiba Yang saw that Wai Zai was now heavily bandaged, and there was also a black-haired child beside him, whom Chiba Yang felt was very familiar. Soon, he recalled seeing this child during the final selection, when he and another girl who looked almost identical were guiding the children participating in the final selection. At that time, Chiba Yang had thought he was also a girl, only now realizing he was a boy. My lord, Chiba Yang said, kneeling on one knee to greet him. Yang, you have done well in slaying the upper one. Wai Zai's voice was weak, but one could hear the joy contained within it. Recently, good news had been frequent, and his mood had been quite good every day, especially after receiving the message from Tamayo 3 days ago. He was so excited upon learning the news that he couldn't sleep that night, but strangely, his health had not worsened because of it. Wai Zai did not mention giving Chiba Yang any rewards, as he could obtain anything within the power of the Hashira himself. Their rewards were essentially whatever they wanted to take. That's nothing. I came this time to confirm with you, my lord, the subsequent plans to eliminate Muzan. How many swordsmen should our Demon Slayer Corps deploy for the operation? Chiba Yang humbly responded, and then stated his purpose. All the Hashira and swordsmen who already possess or are close to the strength of a Hashira answered Yao Zai's question without hesitation. This time, it will be the final battle between our Demon Slayer Corps and the demons. We must deploy our forces to the maximum extent. If there are too many people, the time needed for Miss Tamayo's blood demon art to teleport will be too long, and swordsmen with insufficient strength are likely to be used by Muzan to restore himself. Therefore, the selection of participants for this battle is the most appropriate choice. Muzan's side has already lost much of its power. Kyojuro and the others recently decapitated the Upper Moon Four. Now, only 2 Upper Moons remain, and the Lower Moons are not a threat to you. In this battle, we have a relatively greater advantage. What Yao Zai described is not the whole situation. If we add Tamayo's drugs, their advantage will be even greater. The drugs that Tamayo and Shinobu meticulously developed for Muzan have multiple effects. They have created a compound poison that triggers the effects of the next poison as Muzan decomposes the previous one. Currently, if this poison is absorbed by Muzan, it will first be affected by the human transformation drug and the drug that suppresses blood demon arts. The human transformation drug is more harmful to Muzan, and he will prioritize decomposing this drug. However, as he begins to decompose the human transformation drug, the drug that suppresses his division will start to take effect. If Muzan does not attempt to decompose it, he will not discover its effects. This is deliberately designed by Tamayo. Among these drugs, the one that suppresses Muzan's division is the most important. If its effect is placed first, then after being decomposed, Muzan would be able to escape immediately before Chiba Yang and the others arrive. By making it the second phase effect, after Muzan starts decomposing the human transformation drug, just as the drug that suppresses division takes effect, the teleportation will be completed. At this point, Muzan will be in a dilemma. If he continues to decompose the human transformation drug, he cannot escape through division. If he then decomposes the drug that suppresses division, he will not only spend considerable time, but the great harm from the human transformation drug will also manifest. Moreover, by that time, Chiba Yang and the others will have arrived, and he will have no time to continue decomposing. Furthermore, there are drugs that suppress regeneration and accelerate aging waiting for him afterward. With so many types of poisons, each one tailored specifically for Muzan, it will definitely make him feel extremely uncomfortable. By then, it's safe to say that he won't even have 1/10 of his strength left. If he can retain even 1% of his strength during the poison's effectiveness, that would be good. After hearing Wise Eye's response, Chiba Yang felt that it was indeed correct, but he had other concerns. Perhaps it would be better to leave to Hashira to protect the Lord, as you are also very important as the commander of the final battle. Chiba Yang suggested to Yaozai. Upon hearing this, Yaozai chuckled lightly, and then he replied to Chiba Yang, "The commander of the final battle will not be me. The situation in the battle changes rapidly, and right now, I can hardly even speak. If I were to command, it might have a negative effect. The command of the final battle will be taken by my son, Horizai. He has been educated by me as a qualified leader since he was young, and I believe he will do better than I can now. I will only be there as a guide." Hearing this, Chiba Yang looked at the child beside the Lord. Lord Chiba, Horizai bowed and greeted Chiba Yang. Although he is the heir to the Lord, his status is lower than that of the Hashira before he becomes the Lord. However, he might not have the opportunity to become the Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future. Chiba Yang smiled and nodded at Horizai. He could sense the aura of this child was extremely similar to that of the Lord, gentle and warm, with a leadership quality. Then it is even more necessary to send to Hashira to protect the Lord and your child. After hearing Wise Eye's words, Chiba Wise still felt a bit worried. Chapter 140, The Truth of the Illness. Wise Eye felt somewhat helpless about Chiba Wise's stubborn thoughts. Don't worry about our safety. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters hasn't been found by evil spirits in over 1,000 years, and during this last period, they certainly won't discover this place either. When all the Hashira were out on missions, I was safe as well, Chiba Wise said, feeling unable to argue further after hearing his lord's words. He knew well about the headquarters concealment level. I believe Miss Tamayo has already informed you about the subsequent plans, so just follow her arrangements. I will let Aminai inform the other Hashira about this matter during the Hashira meeting in 3 days. At that time, besides the Hashira, I will also invite other candidates participating in the final battle. Wise Eye continued. Perhaps it was because of the continuous good news that gave him hope. His condition seemed to be much better than the last time they met. I understand, Chiba Wai nodded upon hearing this. As for the other candidates, besides the Hashira, Chiba Wai could actually guess. Among the current generation of swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, only a few were qualified to participate in the final battle, and he was quite familiar with them. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Kanao, and Genya. Besides Kanao, all of them had fought against the Upper Moons, and there was no need to mention Tanjiro and the others. Just now, while talking with Kyojuro, Chiba Wai learned that Genya also participated in the battle against Upper Moon 4. Although Kanao didn't have such achievements, she was indeed the first among this generation to master total concentration breathing. Constant, so she wouldn't be any worse than the others. Of course, Chiba Wai didn't count himself in that number. After Wise Eye finished speaking, he took a short break. Just when Chiba Wai thought there was nothing more to discuss and was about to say goodbye and leave, Wise Eye spoke again. Weren't you curious about what illness I have and how I contracted it? Wise Eye looked up at the sky, his face above the nose completely wrapped in bandages. But even so, a smile still hung at the corner of his mouth. I did ask Lord Aminai before. I wanted to see if I could help Lord Wise Eye find a cure after learning about it. Maybe the method to cure it just hasn't been found yet? If you're willing to spend time, perhaps you could cure Lord Wise Eye's illness. Chiba Wai nodded in response. It's useless, Wai. This isn't really an illness, it's a curse. Wise Eye said, recalling the long-past stories handed down through generations in his family, which was also the reason they established the Demon Slayer Corps and dedicated generations of their lives up to the present. A curse? Chiba Yang was a bit shocked upon hearing this, and he was also very confused. He couldn't understand why someone like the Lord would be subjected to this so-called curse, and such a severe one at that. You must be curious about why I received such a curse. Actually, it is not just a curse directed at me alone, but our entire family has been cursed. At first, all the infants born in our family due to this curse were weak and died early. Not a single one could survive to the point of being able to walk. Yaozai's words made Chiba Yang realize even more the seriousness of this curse. The reason our clan is cursed is that the first evil spirit in the world, Muzan Kabutsuji, comes from our lineage. Because such a monster appeared in our clan, the entire family was cursed. When Yaozai spoke these words, he actually felt a bit relieved because, after all, this was a stain on their family, and he had never told anyone besides his wife and children. He also didn't know how the children of the Demon Slayer Corps would view him after revealing this matter. The usually composed Yaozai felt a bit anxious at this thought. At that time, our clan almost faced extinction because of this, but fortunately, we received advice from the deity to devote ourselves to the cause of eradicating Muzan. Our clan followed the deity's advice and poured all our efforts into eliminating Muzan, establishing the Demon Slayer Corps to fight against him, and marrying women from the Shrine Maiden clan in every generation. After that, no newborns in our clan died early. But even so, we still had no clan members who lived past 30. Yaozai revealed the truth of the matter. Speaking of which, our clan has also acted for ourselves. I often wonder whether I am doing this to make the curse in our clan disappear or to prevent more people from being harmed by evil spirits. Which of these reasons weighs more in my heart? Are we selfish for devoting ourselves to the eradication of Muzan for the sake of breaking the curse on our clan? Will we, like this, ever receive forgiveness from the heavens? Yaozai rarely spoke in a tone filled with some confusion. This was the only thing he did not fully understand. Chiba Yang listened to his lord's words with some surprise, realizing that even someone who seemed to see through everything could feel lost. My lord, I believe you need not be troubled by the motives behind this endeavor. There is a saying that a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. Regardless of your starting point, the work that your clan has devoted their lives to has helped countless people harmed by evil spirits, and that is indelible and undeniably selfless. No matter the purpose, it cannot erase the achievements of your clan. Therefore, you need not feel confused about this matter. Moreover, the respect that everyone has for you shows what kind of person you are. Regardless of the starting point, you are our respected lord. Chiba Yang shared his insights with Yaozai. This situation was reminiscent of the first time he met the Lord, when he felt immense guilt for indirectly causing the death of a human during his first mission, and the Lord had guided him through it. However, this time the one being guided was the Lord, and he had become the one to guide the Lord. Is it really like this? Chiba's words warmed Yaozai's heart, and at the same time, he emerged from his confusion, feeling much lighter. Thank you, Yang. I understand now, Yaozai said with a smile. His state of mind elevated at that moment. Your Excellency, you flatter me. Didn't you also guide me when I was confused back then? Chiba Yang smiled upon hearing the words, and then thought of another matter from the recent truth. If it is a curse, then, after Muzan is eliminated, will your illness also disappear? The possibility is slim. After all, I've already become like this, but my descendants should no longer be tormented by this curse. Here you heard Yaoyang's words and saw his serious condition, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we must hold on to it. I will definitely slay Muzan. Chapter 141. Mitsuri cried, Shinobu came, and Jinya was in danger. I believe in you, Yaoyang said with a smile upon hearing Chiba Yang's words. Please take care of yourself, my lord, Chiba Yang said solemnly. In his view, if this illness is caused by a curse, then after Muzan's elimination, if the curse disappears, there is still a possibility for the Lord to recover. I will. Chiba Yang's words also filled Yosei with hope, now that the decisive battle with Muzan is just around the corner. Even if killing Muzan doesn't make the illness disappear, he must hold on until he sees Muzan eliminated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the semi-annual Hashira meeting was once again convened, but this time, the participants were not just the Hashira. The first to arrive at the main residence's courtyard was Chiba Yang, who had hardly gone out during these 3 days, focusing on his training in his own courtyard, so he didn't know if others had returned. News of his killing of the Upper One had spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and if he stepped outside, he would be met with praise. A level of enthusiasm he found hard to bear, so he had to avoid the limelight. However, today he indeed could not stay indoors. Before long, the second to arrive was Kyojuro, who walked over to Chiba Yang upon seeing him. Next was Tanjiro, who, upon seeing Kyojuro and Chiba Yang, happily greeted them before running over. It's the Kamado boy. Have you also been promoted to Hashira? Kyojuro wondered about Tanjiro's arrival, unaware of the changes in this Hashira meeting. I'm not a Hashira yet. I received a command from Kagaya to come here for the meeting, Tanjiro replied, a bit confused about Kyojuro's question, as he only knew he was ordered to attend the meeting without knowing the specifics. Teacher, there have been some changes to this Hashira meeting. In addition to the Hashira, swordsmen close to Hashira level strength have also been invited to participate, Chiba Yang explained to Kyojuro. I see. That means the Kamado boy has become much stronger, Kyojuro said, understanding and praising Tanjiro. I'm still far behind you and Rengoku, Tanjiro said, scratching his head in embarrassment. If it were based on strength, Tanjiro could have been promoted to Hashira long ago, having killed Enyu by himself. Although she was the weakest among the upper moons, and might even be weaker than the lowest of the lower moons, she was still much stronger than the lower moons. One of the conditions for becoming a Hashira is to kill a member of the 12 Kazuki on one's own, and by this standard, Tanjiro's strength was absolutely sufficient. However, most of the lower moons have been almost entirely wiped out by Muzan, and the upper moons were too powerful. Thus, it was nearly impossible to become a Hashira by eliminating the 12 Kazuki at this time. Ha ha ha! Having such strength at your age is truly remarkable. Keep up the good work, and one day you'll surpass us. Kyojuro encouraged Tanjiro with a laugh. After hearing Kyojuro's words, Tanjiro instinctively glanced at Chiba Yang. Curious about his age, from his appearance and demeanor, he felt that he seemed to be older than himself. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Although Tanjiro was curious, he didn't ask further and nodded firmly in response to Kyojuro. Next, Michiro and Mitsuri arrived. They had also returned a few days ago, just like Kyojuro. Previously, Michiro's crow had plucked a feather from Chiba Yang's crow, to which Chiba Yang felt neither sad nor happy. Upon seeing Mitsuri, Chiba Yang remembered Shinobu and looked around, noticing that Shinobu seemed to have not arrived yet, and there were none in the trees either. As soon as Michiro arrived, he stood there gazing at the clouds, seemingly deep in thought. This trip to the swordsmith village saw minimal injuries among them, since there were many participants and only one upper moon. Mitsuri, on the other hand, cheerfully ran over to them, chatting happily. Her mood seemed to be consistently good as long as she could eat enough. Then came Jinya, who also participated in the battle against the upper four. He was surprised when he saw Michiro's breathing technique, as the one he learned from Chiba Yang was extremely similar to Michiro's. Jinya then went to ask Michiro about it, and found out that Michiro only remembered the names and techniques of the breathing styles, having forgotten everything else. In truth, the mist breathing and the cloud breathing developed by Chiba Yang are quite different. These two breathing styles are fundamentally distinct. Mist breathing is derived from wind breathing, thus having a stronger attack and a more intense nature. Conversely, cloud breathing is derived from water breathing, making it gentler. Upon seeing Chiba Yang, Jinya quickly ran over. He had also received a command from Kagaya, but he did not know it was for the Hashira meeting and was unaware that his brother would also be attending. Young, I participated in the battle against the upper four this time, Jinya said excitedly to Chiba Yang. For him, Yang had become both a mentor and a friend, and he enjoyed sharing things with him. Congratulations. Chiba Yang smiled and said to Xuanya. After receiving Chiba Yang's congratulations, Xuanya recalled another matter and, feeling a bit guilty, said to Chiba Yang, but I couldn't complete the task you entrusted to me. Deep down, he really wanted to do a good job on this matter to repay Chiba Yang's kindness, but it was indeed too difficult for him. It's okay. Everyone has things they are not good at. This is not your fault. Chiba Yang waved his hand and did not blame Xuanya. In his view, it was actually his lack of clarity that made Xuanya feel troubled, not to mention that Xuanya had helped him correct a long-standing misunderstanding. Thank you. Seeing that Chiba Yang did not pursue the matter, Xuanya set it aside. At this moment, he noticed that the Hashira he encountered in the swordsmith village were also here. Xuanya greeted Kyojuro and Michiro, as the Hashira had saved him several times during his battle with Han Tengu. After greeting Michiro and Kyojuro, Mitsuri, feeling delighted, thought it was her turn now. When she was in the swordsmith village, she had greeted Xuanya, but was ignored. She thought it was just because they were not familiar at that time. Now that they had fought together, surely he wouldn't still act like that. However, after Xuanya finished greeting Michiro and Kyojuro, he fell silent and even stood at a distance from Mitsuri. Little Yang, do you dislike me? I clearly get along with Mr. Rengoku and Mr. Takedo, so why is this kid completely ignoring me? Mitsuri's mood rapidly shifted from happiness to sadness as she asked Chiba Yang beside her with a quivering voice. Ahem, that's because Xuanya is not good at dealing with girls. Also, it seems Mr. Iguro brought you some delicious food. Chiba Yang coughed twice and replied, as he had already sensed the intense resentment in the gaze of the little ba-na beside him, who was holding a large bag of dumplings. Chapter 142, Sundra, Shimi, delicious. As soon as Mealy heard this, she perked up, tears still in her eyes, but already smiling. Then she turned around and saw little ba-na holding a large bag of dumplings. Mr. Hey, is this for me? Mealy ran up to little ba-na and happily asked, pointing at the bag of dumplings in his hand. Although Chiba Yang said it was for her, she still needed to ask. Seeing Mealy running over, little ba-na immediately withdrew his gaze from Chiba Yang and, before shifting his attention, gave Chiba Yang an approving look. Originally, little ba-na's fondness for Chiba Yang had increased significantly due to the events that occurred during the last Ashir meeting. But after seeing the scene just now, he momentarily thought that Chiba Yang's actions were meant to lower his guard to take advantage of Mealy, causing his fondness to drop to zero and even turned negative. However, Chiba Yang's subsequent actions made his fondness for him rise again, even surpassing the previous level. Now, in little Bana's eyes, Chiba Yang ranked just below Mi Li in terms of fondness for the Hashira. Of course, everyone knows who ranks last, except for that person themselves. Looking at Mi Li, little Bana's gaze softened immediately. I happen to see a dumpling shop doing quite well on the way, so I brought these back for you to try, little Bana said gently to Mi Li as he opened the bag of dumplings and handed it to her. To be honest, there was not much chance involved in little Bana's actions. Thank you. Mi Li thanked little Bana and eagerly took out 2 skewers of dumplings, biting off 3 dumplings in 1 bite and finishing them off in just 2 bites. Are they good? Little Bana quietly asked Mi Li, feeling a bit nervous inside, unsure if what he bought suited her taste. However, his worry was indeed unnecessary. For someone with Mi Li's appetite, there probably weren't any food she didn't like. Delicious. Can I have some more? Mi Li replied, and then, blushing, quietly asked little Bana, thinking he had only given her a taste. To be honest, she barely felt anything from the 2 skewers she just ate, only tasting the flavor. I don't like this, it's all for you. Little Bana readily offered all the dumplings in his hand to Mi Li. Then I won't be polite. Mi Li cheerfully accepted and happily started eating, completely forgetting her earlier sadness. However, although she forgot, some people did not. Who made you cry just now? Little Bana gently asked Mi Li. After hearing Xiaobane's words, Chiba Yang felt something was off. He turned to look at Xuanya, as if he saw a giant character for danger above his head. However, Xuanya was completely unaware of this at the moment, deep in thought about whether his brother would come since so many Hashira were present, feeling quite anxious about it. Mi Li, with her carefree personality, naturally didn't notice Xiaobane's current situation and casually said, "The kid with the scar on his face ignored me when I talked to him at the swordsmith village, and when I just ran into him, he didn't greet me either. I thought I was being disliked." Before Mi Li could finish her sentence, Xiaobane's anger had already reached its peak. "Aren't you a Hashira? Why are you here?" Xiaobane said, pointing at Xuanya as he walked towards him, intending to find a suitable reason to teach Xuanya a lesson. When Chiba Yang was about to explain to Xiaobane, he saw a person walk into the courtyard. After thinking it over, he decided not to speak up and even wanted to add fuel to the fire. After hearing Xiaobane's voice, Xuanya raised his head and was still a bit taken aback. "Is he talking about me?" Xuanya pointed to himself and asked. Next to Chiba Yang, Rengoku Akira was about to speak up to explain to Kobane, but was stopped by Chiba Yang. Rengoku looked at Chiba Yang in confusion. Although he didn't understand why he did that, he chose to trust him. "The Demon Slayer Corps has become so poor in overall quality because of you weak and rule-ignorant members." Kobane ignored Jinya's words, found a suitable reason, and then appeared in front of Jinya, extending his hand towards him. "Mr. Iguro." At this moment, Mitsuri also realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted, hoping to make Kobane stop. Slap! At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Jinya, forcefully pushing Kobane's hand away. "Iguro, what are you planning to do?" A somewhat irritable voice rang out, and Kobane was quite surprised to see the figure before him. "Brother." Jinya was also shocked, but felt more touched. Looking at the back of the figure, he seemed to return to the past, when Tsugumi would always stand in front of him when he was being bullied. "That Mr. Iguro, it's actually a misunderstanding." Jinya didn't respond to Mitsuri Sr. because he wasn't good at dealing with girls and was too nervous to talk to her. After seeing that he had achieved his goal, Chiba Yang finally stood up to explain to Kobane. At this point, Rengoku also understood when he heard Jinya call out brother. Tsugumi felt something was off. As soon as he arrived here, he saw Kobane about to attack Jinya, and he sensed Kobane's strong anger, so without much thought, he stood in front of Jinya. Although he indeed wanted Jinya to leave the Demon Slayer Corps, he couldn't accept anyone other than himself bullying his brother, even if it was Kobane, who had a compatible personality within the Corps. After hearing Chiba Yang's explanation, Kobane turned to look at Mitsuri. "That's indeed the case," Mitsuri nodded. "Moreover, Jinya and the others are here on the orders of our lord." Chiba Yang continued to explain to Kobane. Upon hearing this, Kobane's anger instantly dissipated. She had no ill will towards someone like Jinya, who was completely inept at communicating with girls. At least someone like him wouldn't have any physical contact with Mitsuri. After understanding the reason behind the situation, Kobane became interested in Tsugumi's reaction and spoke to him. "I didn't expect you to spoil your brother so much, Nashikawa. Why didn't I hear you mention him before? I remember you even claimed to the outside that you don't have a brother, right?" Tsugumi realized he might have fallen into a trap and felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing Kobane's words, standing there unsure of what to say, caught in a dilemma. If he admitted Jinya's words now, not only would his previous statements become a joke, but he would also be unable to make Jinya withdraw from the dangerous Demon Slayer Corps in the future. However, if he didn't admit it, his previous actions would indeed be inexplicable. Oof. I just can't stand you bullying lower-ranked swordsmen. After holding it in for a long time, Tsugumi finally said this. Upon hearing Tsugumi's words, Mitsuri couldn't hold back and laughed out loud, instantly drawing everyone's attention to her. Chapter 143. Heartfelt recognition, feeling the gaze of the crowd. Mitsuri's face quickly turned red, and then she shyly covered her face, softly saying, sorry. The others then shifted their attention away from her. Kobain looked at Tsugumi, feeling somewhat speechless after hearing his explanation. As someone with a personality somewhat similar to Tsugumi's, he acknowledged that they often bullied lower-ranked swordsmen. Therefore, after hearing Tsugumi say that, he didn't understand whether Tsugumi's self-awareness was genuinely like that, or if he was just making excuses. Are you serious? Kobain looked at Tsugumi and asked. Tsugumi also knew what kind of image he had in others' eyes. He had indeed bullied lower-ranked swordsmen quite a bit, just not as much as Kobain. He felt a bit embarrassed because of Mitsuri's earlier outburst. Of course. However, at this point, Tsugumi decided to keep being stubborn. Kobain had nothing more to say. Then Tsugumi turned around, adopting a cold expression, and said to Jinya, don't get carried away. Also, someone like you who doesn't even know the breathing techniques doesn't deserve to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps. I advise you to withdraw as soon as possible, or else. From Chiba Yang's earlier explanation, Tsugumi also realized why Jinya was here. He felt that Jinya might be assigned some dangerous task, so he didn't want him to participate. Although he verbally denied being Jinya's brother, Tsugumi had privately inquired about Jinya's information and knew that he couldn't perform the breathing techniques. Although he had gotten that information a bit early. Brother, I've already learned the breathing techniques, and this time I even participated in the fight against the Upper Moon 4. My strength is no longer weak. I don't want to always stay under your protection. I want to help you. I want to fight alongside you. The actions of Shimi just now have confirmed Schwami's earlier analysis that Chiba Yang believed Shimi did not harbor resentment towards him, but acted so roughly to prevent him from taking risks. At this moment, the suppressed emotions erupted. Schwami interrupted Shimi's words and said loudly, earlier you said that the two of us would protect Mom and the younger siblings, but in the end, everything has fallen on you alone. I've always been a burden to you, making you protect me. I want to protect you just like you protected me. Please give me a chance to atone for my past mistakes. As Schwami spoke, tears began to flow down his face, completely expressing his heartfelt feelings, and by the end, he was in tears. At this moment, he no longer cared about the people around him. In his eyes, there was only Shimi in front of him. Meili, who had been covering her face in shame, was also in tears, though she didn't fully understand what was happening. Schwami's emotions had completely affected her. Listening to Schwami, Shimi was initially taken aback, then fell silent. Remembering the past from Schwami's words, he also felt a bit of a sting in his nose and eyes, but he held it back. He had already been strong enough. When Schwami spoke the earlier part, he wanted to refute and continue to express his intentions. But after Schwami finished the latter part, he began to understand. He had always thought that as long as he could ensure Schwami's life and let him live as an ordinary person, that was enough, neglecting Schwami's own thoughts. Hearing Schwami's heartfelt words now, he realized that his brother had grown up. After finishing that statement, Schwami anxiously lowered his head, unsure of what would happen next. You have done nothing wrong, so there is no need for atonement. Just stay behind your brother. After much contemplation, Shimi spoke his answer. He acknowledged Schwami and expressed that he did not blame him for his earlier actions, but still wanted Schwami to live under his protection. Upon hearing that Shimi had finally acknowledged him, Schwami lifted his head, meeting Shimi's gentle gaze. Shimi's facade of being rough with Schwami didn't sit well with him either, but he preferred to let Schwami endure some hardship rather than let him die while hunting demons. Now, Schwami's heartfelt expression made him not want to pretend anymore. Brother, seeing Shimi return to his former self, Schwami's tears flowed uncontrollably once more. Chibiyo looked at this scene and smiled. His casual thought seemed to have worked. Wow, I'm so moved. Mr. Tanjiro and his brother have finally recognized each other. At this moment, Mitsuri suddenly cried out. In fact, it wasn't so sudden. She had been crying ever since Jinya finished speaking, but now she was just louder, although she still didn't understand what had happened between Shinazugawa and Jinya. Mitsuri's shouts startled both Jinya and Shinazugawa, who had been so focused that they had overlooked the other people around them. Now, with Mitsuri's voice, they were reminded of their surroundings. Seeing the smiles on everyone else's faces, both of them turned a bit red. Coincidentally, at that moment, Ju walked in, and his gaze immediately fell on Shinazugawa. as this was the first time he'd seen the current situation. Shinazugawa also noticed Ju entering and even made eye contact with him, which startled him. Ju stared at Shinazugawa for a while, pondering why Shinazugawa had shown such an expression just now. Could it be that he was happy because of my arrival? Seeing Ju's usual expressionless face, and noticing that he was staring at him, Shinazugawa felt a sense of mockery, and since he hadn't wanted anyone to see him like that, he instantly became angry. Finding an outlet to vent and a way to divert others' attention, Shinazugawa walked over to Ju. He must want to greet me. Could it be that the one who mentioned me on the road last time was Tanjiro? As Shinazugawa approached, Ju thought to himself, but Shinazugawa's next words shattered his fantasy. Tomioka, why did you arrive so late when your area of vigilance is clearly nearby? Do you look down on us? With that, Shinazugawa rolled up his sleeves. Stop. Team rules prohibit fighting among members. When Tanjiro, who was next to Chiba, saw this situation, he immediately ran forward to try to stop the fight between the two. After hearing Shinobu's words, Ju felt a bit lost, realizing that Shinobu didn't seem to want to greet him. Remembering how angry Shinobu looked last time when he didn't respond to his question, Ju decided he would respond properly this time. I don't look down on you. It's just that my strength is different from yours. Chapter 144, Shinobu's Nightmare, Everyone. Ju's expressionless face combined with such a statement shocked everyone present. Even Tanjiro was momentarily frozen, unsure of what to say. A little further away, Kanroji's anger was rising rapidly. Ju's original intention was to express that he was slower because his strength was too weak and couldn't compare to theirs. However, saying this in the current situation sounded like a mockery to anyone who heard it, especially since he prefaced it with "I don't look down on you." This was equivalent to saying, "I'm not targeting you. I just want to say you're all useless." Mr. Tomioka, you truly live up to your reputation. Chiba Yang covered his face with one hand, feeling that Iyong was beyond saving. Shimi was momentarily taken aback by Iyong's words, and then the veins on his forehead bulged as he became furious due to what Iyong had just said. However, at that moment, Shimi started to laugh. Hee, you really are confident. You think our strengths are different? All right, since you've said that, let me test your words today and see just how different your strength is from ours. Just don't get knocked down by a single blow from me. After saying this, Shimi charged at Iyong and threw a punch at him. In the past, Shimi had endured Iyong's overbearing words many times due to team rules. But today he truly could not hold back. However, he overlooked one point. He was the one who sought out Iyong first. Iyong was confused by Shimi's attack, not understanding why his response had still angered Shimi this time, and it seemed his anger was even greater than before. What a difficult person to deal with. Iyong thought helplessly, and against Shimi's fist, he could only raise his arm to block. The punch landed on Iyong's arm with a dull thud, and he felt that the force wasn't particularly strong. Although he was very angry because of Iyong's words, Shimi had not lost his rationality. After all, team rules prohibited fighting among team members, and even as pillars, they could not break the rules. If he held back just enough to vent his anger, he could still hide it, but if he truly went all out, he would definitely violate team rules. After being blocked, Shimi kicked at Iyong again. Although Iyong managed to block it, he was still pushed back 2 steps. Hee, is this what you call strength being different from ours? Shimi looked at the retreating Iyong and grinned at him. Stop, don't hit anymore. Just then, Tanjiro shouted, puffing out his cheeks in anger as he stretched out both arms to block in front of Iyong. As companions, we should get along well, Tanjiro said to Shimi. Then recalling Iyong's earlier statement, he added with some difficulty, although Iyong's words may sound annoying and easy to provoke, I believe that isn't his true intention. Tanjiro still had faith in Iyong's character, not believing he would be overbearing and dismissive. Iyong's earlier words could only be interpreted as not reflecting his true intent. However, Iyong, standing behind him, felt deeply hurt. Tanjiro's words pierced his heart like a knife. I was seriously answering Nishikawa's question, and it's easy to provoke and annoy. Iyong expressed his confusion. Who do you think you are? You think you can represent him? I advise you to step aside quickly, or I might take you down too. I haven't even acknowledged you 2 siblings yet. Shimi was also quite displeased with Tanjiro's words and spoke to him. It's fine. You once stabbed Nezuko with a knife, and I won't acknowledge you either. I want to use my headbutt to take revenge for Nezuko when I get the chance. Tanjiro cheerfully shouted at Shimi, recalling his dream of giving Shimi a headbutt. Hearing Tanjiro's words made Shimi's anger rise again. Okay, I'll give you credit for having guts. Since you want revenge, why not do it now? Before the pillar meeting begins, I'll take care of both of you. Of course, I'll go easy on you, so you have the strength to participate in the meeting. Shimi clasped his right palm around his left fist, pressing down to make cracking sounds. grinning at Tanjiro and Iyo. Just as Chiba Yang was about to step forward to mediate, Tanjiro said something unexpected that left him stunned. How about this? I'll buy you some rice cakes, so you won't be angry anymore. How's that sound? Tanjiro said to Shimi casually, his eyes filled with confidence, believing he had found the best way to resolve the issue and could turn conflict into harmony. At this moment, Chiba felt that Tanjiro had also been influenced by Ju. Should he say that they are truly brothers? However, it seemed that he could also be considered Tanjiro Sr. So why did he feel that Tanjiro was not affected by his influence in this regard? Shimi was startled by the words and became even angrier. Are you joking with me? Feeling the mounting anger emanating from Shimi, Tanjiro quickly began to explain. Of course not. The few times I met Mr. Tomioka before, I smelled the scent of glutinous rice and bean paste on you. That should be the smell of Hagi cakes, right? So I thought Mr. Tomioka must really like Hagi cakes. Eating your favorite food usually improves your mood. So if Mr. Tomioka eats Hagi cakes, he should feel better. Tanjiro gestured with both hands as he explained to Shimi. After the last judgment on him and Nezuko, when Tanjiro returned to headquarters, he occasionally encountered Shimi, and each time he could smell the scent of Hagi cakes on him, leading him to this conclusion. Exactly. Eating your favorite food will make you feel better. At this moment, Mitsuri had already regained her energy, and the large bag of dumplings in her hands was already finished. After loudly agreeing with Tanjiro's words, Mitsuri noticed that several people's gazes were gathering on her. It was only then that Mitsuri felt that her timing for speaking was not great. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she covered her face and apologized again. On the other side, Shimi had fallen silent. At this time, Ju seemed to have discovered a new continent, and he said in surprise, "So you like Hagi cakes?" Although he was surprised inside, his expression remained unchanged, and he had already begun to imagine a scene where he bought Hagi cakes for Shimi, and then they chatted happily. Upon hearing this, Shimi's veins appeared on his neck and beneath his ears, but he remained silent. Shimi's silence naturally led Tanjiro to feel that he had tacitly agreed, believing that this issue was about to be resolved, and he continued to chat happily with Shimi. Hagi cakes are really delicious. I completely understand why Mr. Tomioka likes them. But does Mr. Tomioka prefer red bean paste or whole beans? After the meeting, I can go buy some for you. Shimi's fist cracked ominously, and his whole body even started to tremble with rage. However, it wasn't over yet. At that moment, Jinya suddenly ran over, interrupting Tanjiro's words and saying, "You don't need to buy them. I will make Hagi cakes for my brother myself." Chapter 145. The meeting begins after hearing Jinya's words. Shimi was on the verge of collapsing. Furious, Shimi grabbed his hair and shouted, then swiftly moved in front of Tanjiro, followed by an uppercut. Tanjiro was sent flying and fell to the ground, momentarily losing consciousness, and then Shimi stormed out angrily, only to return in a huff, remembering that he still had to attend the meeting. Ultimately, this dispute between Shimi and Ju ended with Tanjiro being knocked out by a punch. After that, the sound pillar, stone pillar, insect pillar, along with Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Kanaho all arrived. Once everyone was gathered, two children walked out from the mansion. "Please follow us," Heine and Hika said in unison, making a gesture to invite them in. At this moment, Tanjiro, who was lying next to Chiba, suddenly sat up and woke up. Ju, who was rarely next to Tanjiro, said, "You're awake." Chiba spoke up. As Tanjiro just woke up, he saw Ju and then turned to look at Shimi, noticing that they had not continued their argument, which made him very happy. "Mr. Ju, you two have reconciled. Did Jinya make Hagi?" Tanjiro's words were cut off as Chiba covered his mouth, realizing today just how clueless this guy was. After hearing Tanjiro's voice, Shimi quickly walked into the mansion, wanting to hear no more from this pair of brothers. Jinya quickly followed Shimi. "The meeting is about to start. Let's go," Chiba said, somewhat helplessly pulling Tanjiro up. Everyone followed Heine and Hika into a room in the mansion. Chiba noticed that this did not seem to be the room where the leader was. Upon entering, Amano was waiting in the room. "Thank you all for coming. Today's meeting will be attended by me, Amano, as a representative for Ubuyashiki Waiya. Additionally, due to Lord Waiya's deteriorating health, he will no longer be able to appear before you all, and I hope for your understanding." Amano knelt on the floor and spoke to the gathered members of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the next moment, the 10 Hashira simultaneously knelt down, bowing their heads to express their respect for Amano and their sorrow over this unfortunate news. The others, except for the one wearing the boar's head, mostly followed the example set by the Hashira. Inosuke looked around, confused by the scene before him, just as he was about to ask why they were doing this. Chiba reached out and pressed him down onto the floor. "You speak too heavily. We sincerely hope that the flame of life for our Lord will continue to burn brightly. And we also wish for you, Lord Amano, to remain optimistic and strong. Akihiko spoke on behalf of everyone. I thank you all for your kind intentions, Amano said, lowering her head in response. The final battle is about to begin. Amano's words shocked everyone present, except for Chiba and Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu was aware of this matter because she had been working with Tamayo and the others on developing medicines and extracting blood demon arts. Have you already found Muzan's whereabouts? Mitsuri asked excitedly. The expressions of the other Hashira were similar to Mitsuri's. They had long awaited this final battle since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. They were uncertain if they would live to see this day, and they had not anticipated it would arrive so suddenly. Although they had not yet found Muzan's exact location, they had come up with a foolproof method to locate him. Due to concerns that he might evade capture, they would immediately launch the final battle once he was found. Amano explained to everyone. The purpose of today's meeting was to inform everyone about the matters related to the final battle. Upon hearing Amano's words, everyone's spirits lifted. Please begin. Lord Amano, the usually composed Akihiko, said eagerly. Meanwhile, the more impatient Mitsuri and Shinobu were already too excited to sit still. The specific time for the final battle would be on a night in the future, as it was still unclear on which day they would find Muzan. So they hoped everyone could be prepared before that day arrived. Understood. Everyone nodded in response. Lord Amano, will we all need to go together to find Muzan? If not, we wouldn't be able to launch the final battle immediately even if we found him. Shinobu asked Amano. No, the search for Muzan will be carried out by others. After they locate Muzan, they will bring everyone over using a special method, so there's no need to worry about that, Amano replied. After hearing Amano's explanation, Shinobu fell silent. Amano continued. The participants in the final battle will be everyone present here. Wait, if all the Hashira are sent to participate in the final battle, what will happen to the safety of our Lord? Mitsuri asked. I think at least 2 Hashira should remain to protect our Lord. Mitsuri's suggestion was met with agreement from all the Hashira. That's right. I think it should be this way too, Kyojuro exclaimed loudly. Although Chiba Yang had previously discussed this issue with the Lord and received a negative response, he still felt that the Lord should be equipped with Hashira to ensure his safety. Today, all the Hashira were present, which might allow this proposal to be realized. He thanked everyone for their concern for the Lord's safety. But Yoza believed that the Hashira were the most valuable combat power in the team and should not be casually used for personal protection. The heads of the Kanroji family had never arranged personal bodyguards for themselves. Yoza anticipated that everyone might bring this up before I joined the meeting, and he stated that he would never agree to this, asking everyone not to worry about it anymore. Amano rejected the proposal from the Hashira, which was also Yoza's intention. Almost every Hashira meeting had someone mentioning this, but Yoza had never agreed. Upon hearing this, the Hashira fell silent, although they were concerned. They could not go against the Lord's wishes. Amano then continued. Currently, there are only 2 Upper Moons left under Muzan. Upper Moon 6 was slain by Lord Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Upper Moon 4 was killed by Lord Rengoku, Lord Takedo, Lord Kanroji, and Jinya. Upper Moon 5 and Upper Moon 1 were killed by Lord Chiba. Only Upper Moon 2 and Upper Moon 3 remain, along with Muzan himself. In the final battle, our main enemies will be these 3. Amano did not mention the demon that might have spatial abilities, as this matter had already been handed over to Chiba Yang. After hearing Amano's words, the Hashira who had not slain any Upper Moons felt somewhat envious, especially towards Chiba Yang, who had single-handedly killed 2 Upper Moons, one of which was Upper Moon 1. Such achievements seemed unprecedented in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 146, Distribution of Combat Power. In total, Chiba Yang had killed 3 Upper Moons. Although Kaigaku was relatively weak, he had indeed been an Upper Moon for a few days. Even though these 2 Upper Moons might not be by Muzan's side at that time, we must consider the worst-case scenario to avoid any surprises. However, even if such a situation arises, we still have the advantage. Once we reach Muzan, we need to assign tasks accordingly to defeat him as quickly as possible. The Lord has already thought this through, and I will now inform everyone of the arrangements, Amano said to the people in the room. Currently, they have 15 people, while Muzan's high-end combat power, including himself, consists of only 3, meaning each demon will face 5 opponents, including 3 Hashira. Upon hearing Amano's words, everyone listened intently, with most hoping to engage Muzan in battle. Firstly, the candidates to confront Muzan will be Chiba Yang, Himejima Jyomiai, Takedo Machiro, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Kamado Tanjiro. Upon hearing this news, Mitsuri felt both excited and worried. He wanted to face Muzan, but he did not want Jinya to do so. However, knowing that the two strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps were among them eased Mitsuri's worries. Ba, we will definitely complete this task and slay Kabutsuji Muzan, Himejima said with determination, hands clasped and tears streaming down his face. Inosuke felt a bit regretful that he was not included in the candidates to confront Muzan. Next, for Upper Moon 2, it will be handled by Shinobu Kocho, Tenjin Yuzi, Inosuke, and Kanawa Kaneo. Amano continued, "Ha ha ha, I will definitely chop off that Upper Moon 2's head." Inosuke exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his name. Shinobu was not surprised by her assignment. This was the result she had requested from Lord. She was aware of the impending decisive battle and knew what the opponents might be. The one who killed her sister, though Kaneo did not tell her whether that demon was an Upper Moon, was almost certainly one, as her sister was already a Hashira at that time. With 4 of the Upper Moons already eliminated, Shinobu learned from other Hashira about their appearances and found that none matched Kaneo's description of the demon that killed her sister. At the same time, Upper Moon 3 had also been encountered by Kyojuro and others, and it was not the one who killed her sister. Thus, this demon could only be the last Upper Moon 2. After analyzing this point, Shinobu approached the Lord and requested to participate in the battle against Upper Moon 2, which the Lord ultimately agreed to. Finally, Upper Moon 3, Akaza, will be dealt with by Kyojuro Rengoku, Iguro Abanai, Kenroji Mitsuri, Takedo Michiro, and Zenitsu Agatsuma. Does anyone have any questions about this? Amano asked everyone. If not, we will proceed according to this plan in the final battle. She looked at everyone. Since Kyojuro had previously fought with Akaza and was familiar with him, it was natural to assign him to face Akaza. No. After hearing Amano's distribution plan, everyone responded in unison. Zenitsu felt scared but did not show too much. He had grown considerably. Although Abanai felt a bit regretful for not being on the list to confront Muzan, he was pleased to have the opportunity to fight alongside Mitsuri and protect her. Of course, even without this opportunity, he would follow the Lord arrangements. Since there are no questions, we will proceed according to this plan when the time comes, Amano stated. Then she turned to Hinaki and Hika, who understood and got up to retrieve a tray from a table inside the room, which held 13 vials of potions. These potions can suppress the negative effects of the mark. After injecting them, even if the mark is activated, one will no longer face the risk of not living past 25 years old. According to the developer's assessment, even with the mark activated, using the potion will likely allow one to live at least until 60. Hinaki and Hika placed the tray in front of everyone, and Amano explained, "There are no potions for Chiba Yo and Shinobu. The former does not need it, and the latter has already used it after its successful development." Amano did not mention Tamayo's name, as it was Tamayo's own request. "Everyone, take 1 potion each and use it as soon as possible," Amano continued. Subsequently, everyone in the room, except for Chiba Yo and Shinobu, took 1 potion and immediately used it there. "This must have been made by Shinobu. Thank you so much," Kyojuro said loudly to Shinobu after using the potion. Although he did not fear death, it was certainly a good thing to live well. He wanted to ensure his father would no longer be despondent and take good care of his younger brother, Senjuro. Upon hearing this, Shinobu shook her head. "I only contributed a part to the development. This was also thanks to the help of others." Shinobu Kocho did not overlook the contributions of Tamayo and Yashiro. Although she was reluctant to admit it, they indeed played a significant role in this matter, and because of this, her previous hostility towards them had mostly faded. After working together for such a long time, she understood best the efforts Tamayo and Yashiro had made to eliminate Muzan as quickly as possible. Even though they were demons, they had still earned her respect. About half an hour later, the meeting concluded, and all of them waited temporarily at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After leaving the mansion, Zenitsu called out to Chiyoko. "Chiyoko, how were the participants for this mission chosen?" Zenitsu seemed to have something on his mind as he asked Chiyoko. "Strength, why?" Hikari Chiba replied with some confusion, noticing that Zenitsu seemed to have something on his mind. "Is that so, Yang? Come here for a moment. I want to ask you something." After hearing Hikari's response, Zenitsu was momentarily taken aback. Then he pulled Hikari away from the crowd. "Go ahead, what is it?" Once they reached a place with fewer people, Hikari asked him. Chiba Yang is currently wondering if Zenitsu is afraid and doesn't want to participate in the final battle. Thinking about this, he really isn't sure how to handle it if he says so. Fortunately, Zenitsu isn't talking about this matter, but what he is saying is also something that Chiba Yang finds difficult to handle. "Yang, if we're talking about strength, I have a senior brother whose abilities are stronger than mine. Why wasn't he chosen? Moreover, I haven't seen him for a long time. There used to be times when I would occasionally run into him, but now I can't find him at all. I've asked other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they all said they haven't seen him either. I find it a bit strange. Yang, have you seen my senior brother? His name is Kaigaku. Chapter 147, Revealing the Truth. Chiba Yang fell silent upon hearing this, but he had already considered that this situation might arise and had thought about how to handle it. He did not intend to hide this matter from Zenitsu. Chiba Yang looked at Zenitsu and said, "That's good. I was worried he might have had an accident. If that were the case, Grandpa would be very sad." Hearing this, Zenitsu felt relieved and smiled as he spoke. Looking at the relaxed expression on Zenitsu's face, Chiba Yang felt a bit reluctant. At the same time, he realized from Zenitsu's words that his tolerance towards Kaigaku seemed to stem largely from not wanting to make Sakanji Urokodaki feel sad. Therefore, even though Kaigaku treated him extremely poorly, he still endured it. Compared to Kitaku, they were almost two opposing sides, one who showed no gratitude at all, and the other who could endure anything for the kindness shown to him by others. Last time when he visited Sakanji Urokodaki's home, Chiba Yang learned about Zenitsu's past. He had been deceived by a woman and lost all his money, ending up deeply in debt. Sakanji Urokodaki discovered this and paid off his debts, taking him on as a disciple. Unlike most other members who joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he didn't have much reason to hunt demons. He didn't have any direct hatred towards them. However, he still joined the Demon Slayer Corps, enduring tremendous fear to this day because he wanted to meet Sakanji Urokodaki's expectations. Kaigaku is already dead. I killed him with my own hands, Chiba Yosuke said with a heavy voice. His heaviness was not because of killing Kaigatake, but because he had to tell this to Zenitsu. "Ha, you must be joking, right?" Zenitsu said with disbelief after hearing this, his pupils contracting. "I'm not joking," Chiba Yang replied to Zenitsu, believing that Zenitsu should be able to handle it and not intending to hide this matter from him. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu fell silent, realizing that Chiba Yang was not joking. What did Brother Kaigaku do? Zenitsu believed that Chiba Yang wouldn't act without reason. He had a relatively good understanding of Kaigaku, and when such a situation arose, the first thing that came to his mind was that Kaigaku must have done something unforgivable. Although Zenitsu respected his senior brother, he couldn't bring himself to like him. Despite his efforts to get along with Kaigaku for the sake of Kanamori Tsumujuru, he was still met with beatings and rejection. The last time I encountered him, he was the newly appointed Upper Moon 6 and had already killed an entire village of people. There may have been even more innocent victims before that. Moreover, he was fully conscious. Hianye yang replitu Zenitsu. Hearing Chinya Yang's response, Zenitsu's body trembled slightly. Regarding such a serious matter, Zenitsu believed that Chinya Yang would not lie to him, but this indeed made it somewhat difficult for him to accept at the moment. Does Grandpa know? After a moment of silence, Zenitsu asked Chinya Yang. Chiba Yang sensed the concern in his words and also noticed that Zenitsu's previous lightheartedness had vanished. His expression now much more serious and solemn than usual. Currently, the only people who know this news besides the two of us are Lord Shugu and Lord Tianin, and Lord Shugu has already agreed to keep this information confidential. If this matter were to be discovered by others or Mr. Kaneo, the punishment for Mr. Kaneo, according to the team regulations, would be severe. Chiba Yang replied to Zenitsu. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu's anxious heart eased a little, and he also understood what Chiba Yang meant by saying the punishment would be severe. Nezuko, as Tanjiro's sister, had turned into a demon, even if she hadn't harmed anyone. During her trial, a majority believed that Tanjiro should be executed alongside her. As for Kaigaku, trained by Sakanji Urokodaki, he abandoned his identity as a demon slayer and turned into a demon, even harming countless people to become an Upper Moon. If this matter were to be exposed, Sakanji Urokodaki would almost certainly face death as punishment. "Thank you, Yang." Zenitsu suddenly bowed to Chiba Yang and expressed his gratitude. From Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu understood why he acted this way. At that moment, he could only feel fortunate that Chiba Yang discovered and killed the demonized Kaigaku. He couldn't imagine what would have happened to his grandfather if it weren't for this coincidence. "I think it's better if you don't tell Mr. Urokodaki about this," Chiba Yang reminded him, even though he believed Zenitsu wouldn't do such a thing. Zenitsu nodded in response. "I understand. I will tell Grandpa that Kaigaku has left the Demon Slayer Corps and that we don't know where he went. Although this will make Grandpa sad, it's better than telling him the truth." Zenitsu's expression was somewhat forlorn. He felt it was unjust for Sakanji Urokodaki that a disciple he had carefully taught would one day completely disregard his life, even wanting to put him to death. After living in the Demon Slayer Corps for so long, Kaigaku couldn't possibly be unaware of what would happen to his mentor after turning into a demon. Yet he still chose to do so. After hearing Zenitsu's response, Chiba Yang felt somewhat relieved. Zenitsu's calmness made him feel that the other had grown, even though the process was somewhat painful for him. Yang, can you guide me in my training over the next few days? Zenitsu suddenly asked Chiba Yang, his eyes filled with determination. Chiba Yang was somewhat surprised by Zenitsu's request. When he had previously guided Zenitsu in training, he had suffered quite a bit and had been very resistant to it. Yet now, he was actively asking for his guidance. Chiba Yang understands Zenitsu's character, so he can better comprehend the determination Zenitsu must have had to make such a decision. All right, I will do my best to guide you before the final battle begins. We cannot waste your hard-earned determination. Chiba Yang nodded in agreement. With such an incident occurring, Grandpa was the one suffering the most. Originally, we had to choose the two of us to inherit the thunder breathing because we couldn't learn it fully, but now Kagyuki had done something like this. I can't avoid it any longer. Although I can't change the facts that have already happened, I must at least try to bring some comfort to Grandpa. Zenitsu muttered to himself, feeling a missing motivation being fulfilled at this moment. That night, after Tamayo and Yashiro handed over the numerous talismans Yashiro had made to Yoya, they set off on their journey. The Muzan blood extracted from the demon flew in one direction through the night sky, and the two of them, using Yashiro's talismans to become invisible, followed that stream of blood forward. Chapter 148. Infiltrating Infinity Castle, the stars twinkled in the night sky. Despite it being deep into the night, everything was still clearly visible. A gentle breeze blew, and the shadows of the trees danced. A stream of blood floated above an open space after passing through the woods. Then it flew straight down and burrowed underground. From a perspective unseen by others, two figures followed the stream of blood to this open space. Tamayo and Yashiro exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Then Yashiro took out a talisman and stuck it to his forehead, immediately activating the Blood Demon art to share visual effects through the talisman. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the scene before Chiba Yang, who was sitting on the steps looking up at the moonlight, suddenly changed, revealing an open plain in front of him. Did you find it? Chiba Yang immediately reacted, stood up, and took out a small vial from his bosom, applying the blood inside onto himself. Meanwhile, in the house of the production mansion, Yoza's vision changed thanks to the talisman left by Yashiro. Let's get ready, Yoza said to his companion, Hikaria, who also had a talisman on his forehead. However, Hikaria's talisman not only shared vision, but also transmitted sound. Besides Hikaria, Amano and Hikaria's sisters were also present, ready to assist him in the command. After Tamayo and Yashiro set out, they waited like this every night. Until today, when Yashiro shared his vision, and the swordsmen participating in the final battle were the same. After hearing Yoza's words, Hikaria nodded. Everyone, the final battle is about to begin. Let's all get ready for transportation. Hikaria's voice was transmitted through the talisman to all the Hashira and other swordsmen participating in the final battle. In Infinity Castle, Nakam suddenly noticed a mass of blood entering Infinity Castle. Is this blood demon art? The current situation confused Nakam, and while she was in a daze, the mass of blood had already flown away, entering a room in Infinity Castle. Muzan, who was reading medical books in Infinity Castle, discovered a mass of blood flying into his room, and its aura clearly came from him. Lord Muzan, it seems a demon has used blood demon art on you. Should I transport this thing out of Infinity Castle? Nakam asked as she played the biwa, transporting herself to Muzan's side. Muzan found the situation somewhat amusing upon seeing it. A blood demon art that can be tracked? No need. Do you think a demon can threaten me? Muzan turned to glance at Nakam and said, yes. Nakam lowered her head and fell silent. In Muzan's view, as long as it was a demon, it posed no threat to him. Any demon could be easily killed by him. This wasn't a matter of strength, but rather the bloodline suppression he possessed as the progenitor of demons. However, he overlooked one point. Demons that had escaped his control would not be affected by this ability. For thousands of years, there have been very few who have escaped its control. So far, the only one Muzan knows is Tamayo, but in his eyes, her strength is not a threat at all. He has always wanted to kill Tamayo simply because she knows too much about him. A mass of blood floated in front of Muzan, who gently touched the blood mass, absorbing it into his body, and then a slight numbness appeared. After sensing this slight numbness, Muzan frowned, and in the next moment, the toxins in the blood were decomposed by him. The ability to use blood demon arts, and also to use poison. A name surfaced in Muzan's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that the blood demon art of the other party had nothing to do with it. Who did this? Do they really think they can kill me with such a degree of poison? That is just too ridiculous. just as Muzan was considering the other party's intentions. Several flesh seeds suddenly appeared in the air around him, followed by countless spikes released from those flesh seeds, turning the entire room into a hornet's nest. Muzan himself was pierced through by these spikes, and so was Nakheim beside him. It's just blood demon art, but this level of blood demon art can be absorbed quickly. Seeing this, Muzan began to activate his body to absorb the spikes that had pierced into him. It seems that someone has entered. When that mass of blood appeared in front of him, Muzan did not think of this, believing it to be just a remote blood demon art. But when those flesh seeds appeared, he could confirm that someone had invaded the Infinity Castle. Did they use an ability to obscure vision? Muzan thought, planning to use blood demon art for a large-scale attack to force the intruder out. He guessed the other party should have an ability to obscure vision. Otherwise, Nakheim's eyes left outside could not be useless, and clearly, the other party had already entered the Infinity Castle, yet he still had not seen them. Just as Muzan was about to use blood demon art, he suddenly found that his blood demon art seemed to be suppressed. Was it the poison from earlier? However, this suppression did not last long, and in an instant, it was decomposed by him. Countless black blood thorns extended from his back, and at this moment, the blood demon art spikes piercing into him were almost completely absorbed. Just then, a figure appeared before him, and a fist struck his abdomen, which he absorbed into his body along with the impact. Tamayo. Looking at the figure before him, Muzan felt somewhat surprised, but not too shocked. He had just thought that this might be Tamayo's doing, but dismissed the idea because the blood demon art did not match. However, after thinking again, he realized that apart from Tamayo, it seemed no one else could do this. Facing the current situation, Muzan did not feel panic. He even felt that Tamayo was coming to her own death. I never expected that instead of me looking for you, you came to find me, Tamayo. Did you find living too boring and come to seek death? After realizing the intruder was Tamayo, Muzan relaxed his guard and mockingly said to her, or rather, as long as he didn't encounter Chihayabito, Muzan wouldn't be on guard. Muzan, you just absorbed my left hand, right? Do you know what I had in my left hand? It's a medicine that can turn demons back into humans. How about it? It's already starting to take effect, right? It will turn you back into a human, taking away your strength and lifespan. Facing Muzan's mockery, Tamayo retorted. She and Yashiro had activated the blood demon art that could teleport to her blood position into the Infinity Castle after Muzan's blood mass reached her. Then she released another thorn blood demon art, which she had extracted from an ordinary person attacked by Muzan in Asakusa. After that, when Muzan was about to release blood demon art, she appeared both to protect Yashiro, who was still hiding there, and to deliver a larger dose of the medicine into Muzan's body while making him lower his guard. Now, the large-scale teleportation blood demon art was also being prepared under the cover of Yashiro's blood demon art. Chapter 149. Fury, why didn't they start the teleportation earlier? On the other side, seeing that Tamayo and the others had already begun their confrontation with Muzan, Chihayabito felt extremely anxious. But there was nothing he could do since the initiative for teleportation was in Tamayo's hands. Because Chihayabito's perspective was provided by Yashiro, he could even sense that Yashiro's body had started to tremble. In the next moment, in Chihayabito's line of sight, Muzan's hand grabbed Tamayo's head, his thumb piercing directly into her right eye. I say, you're too clingy, Tamayo. You actually resent me? Who killed your husband and son? Was it me? No, it was neither me nor anyone else, but you yourself. You ate them. With one hand holding Tamayo's head, Muzan said to her mockingly. The medicine absorbed into his body could no longer be extracted, but Muzan did not care too much and began to decompose the medicine within him. At this moment, he did not feel too much discomfort. Muzan's words caused the resentment and anger that Tamayo had accumulated over the years to completely explode at this moment. Her emotions had not surged like this since the night hundreds of years ago when Yoruichi almost killed Muzan. Tears instantly streamed down her face, and the horrific images of her husband and son's tragic deaths reappeared in her mind, with the murderer being none other than herself. The demon Muzan had turned her into. If I had known things would turn out this way, I would never have agreed to become a demon. The reason I didn't T1 die from illness was to witness my children grow up. The tenderness that she almost had for everyone disappeared, and all that was left in Tamayo's heart at this moment was resentment, as she desperately shouted at Muzan. Hundreds of years ago, she was an ordinary person with a terminal illness, who sought every possible way to find a cure just to witness her children grow up. However, in the end, she still could not change the outcome. In this situation, Tamayo encountered Muzan, was deceived into becoming a demon, and then, losing her sanity. She succumbed to the immense temptation of blood and ate her own husband and son. After regaining her sanity and recalling her actions, Tamayo nearly went insane, with the emotions of regret constantly burning her heart. However, driven by the demon's instincts, she was forced to kill. Yet she had also been searching for a way to break free from Muzan's control and escape the instincts of a demon until that encounter with Yoruichi allowed her to escape. Muzan's sins are far more than just murder, turning humans into demons and making them, driven by the instincts of demons, eat their own kin. That is his deepest sin. The hand demon from the final selection, the spider from Mount Spider, and Tamayo are all people who have endured such pain. If one were to only awaken once in the fleeting moments before death, that would be fine. The pain would only manifest in the instant before death. But if one awakens early and recalls their past actions, the burning pain will accompany them day and night. But you also ate many people afterward. Could it be that all those were just my illusions? However, to me, it seems you enjoyed it quite a lot. Muzan pulled Tamayo's head in front of him, mocking her as he spoke. That's right, I, who have given up on myself, have indeed killed many people. To atone for the sins I committed back then, I will die with you here. Tamayo shouted loudly at Muzan, her blood demon art continuously affecting Muzan and Nakaim's perception. Upon hearing Tamayo's words, Muzan sneered. You dare to come to my stronghold alone? I should commend you for that, but it seems your brain isn't functioning well, or perhaps you're just overly arrogant. Do you think you could take me down just by looking at these drugs? Don't be delusional. The only one who will perish here today is you. And I will never die. I will become an eternal existence. Muzan said to Tamayo with a smile, then gradually tightened his grip on her head. In the next moment, Tamayo's head was crushed by Muzan, flesh and blood splattering onto the floor. Foolish madwoman. The thorny blood demon art that had previously restricted Muzan's movements had been fully absorbed. It was no longer constrained. A tentacle with a massive mouth sprouted from its body, completely devouring Tamayo. What puzzled Muzan was that Tamayo strangely smiled at it just before her death, but after completely consuming her, it no longer considered this question, thinking of Tamayo as insane. After all, her coming to seek revenge alone was enough to show her abnormality. Drip! The sound of water hitting the floor echoed, and Jotaro could no longer hide his emotions, tears streaming down his cheeks and falling onto the floor of Infinity Fortress. Oh, so there's still a rat? Muzan turned to look in the direction next to Nakaim. In the next instant, countless flesh seeds with special talismans appeared in the air. Following that, a figure descended from among these flesh seeds. Upon seeing this figure, Muzan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the wounds on its body ached faintly. It immediately tried to split its body, but at that moment it realized it couldn't do so at all. The previous drugs. Muzan's earlier calmness vanished in an instant, replaced by fear and panic. Nakaim, quickly teleport this guy out. Making a quick decision, Muzan shouted at Nakaim, while also conveying information to Akaza, Doma, and all the demons it had recently created, urging them to come. Sun breathing, 8th form. Raging Sun, Radiant Wheel. The Sun Wheel blade was drawn, and the already charged up Chihayaku swung his sword toward Nakaim, delivering a circular slash centered around him that instantly severed her lower body. Chiba Yang deliberately avoided the vital points and did not strike the Pipa in Naka's hands, proceeding according to the previous plan. The flames burned Naka's body, weakening it to the extreme at that moment. Just then, Yeshiru's figure appeared behind Naka, taking advantage of the weakening caused by Chiba Yang to control it. Muzan, you have committed the gravest sin in this world. It was you who took Miss Tamayo away from me, right before my eyes. Kneel down and repent in regret. I will throw you to the ground right now. Yeshiru's fingers pierced into Naka's head, tears streaming down his cheeks as he shouted furiously at Muzan. At that moment, the entire Infinity Castle seemed to tremble due to Yeshiru's rage. Yeshiru had entered alongside Tamayo, witnessing everything that had happened, but due to the orders given by Tamayo, he could only endure the pain and anger, waiting for the teleportation to complete. Chapter 150. Shocked watching the person he loved most die before his eyes, the pain in Yeshiru's heart was unimaginable. The Infinity Castle began to ascend towards the ground under his control, and Muzan's mood fell with the rise of the Infinity Castle. But what terrified him the most was the person standing before him. Kabutsuji Muzan. The tragedies caused by demons flashed through his mind, and the scene of that night in the village reappeared. The source of all this was now right in front of him, and his chest filled with anger as Chiba Yang shouted. The Sun Wheel sword wreathed in flames, radiating a scorching aura as he swiftly approached Muzan. At the same time, the flesh seeds in the air unleashed blood demon arts, and 14 figures simultaneously descended into the Infinity Castle. The final battle began. There were no other demons in sight now. Everyone focused all their attacks on Muzan. Hikari's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through Yoshiru's talisman. In fact, without his reminder, the moment everyone was teleported to the Infinity Castle and saw Muzan, they already had their target. Faced with the seemingly desperate situation in front of him, Muzan abandoned the idea of regaining control over Naka. He no longer had that time. If he could not use it for himself, then it should be directly obliterated. The blood of Muzan within Naka was controlled by Muzan, and the next instant, Naka's body exploded. The Infinity Castle emitted a rumbling sound at that moment, as if it were about to be destroyed. At the same time, Muzan turned and fled in the opposite direction from Chiba Yang. Countless black blood thorns sprouting from behind him and whipping towards Chiba Yang, attempting to block his path. Damn, that bitch Tamayo. She actually collaborated with the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzan's hatred for Tamayo surged at this moment, no longer holding the previous disdain. Breath of the Sun, Burning Bone's son. The spiral slash struck Muzan's thorns, severing them in an instant, flames scorching the wound, transmitting the burning pain to Muzan's body. The feeling of facing Yoruichi resurfaced, and the pain of burning bones was reminiscent of that night hundreds of years ago. Boom! Just when Chiba Yang intended to pursue Muzan, the wall beside him suddenly shattered, and countless demons rushed in, blocking the path between Chiba Yang and Muzan, separating the two. At the same time, Akaza and Doma also appeared beside Muzan. Block them for me. After shouting at Akaza and Doma, Muzan continued to run forward, while all the remaining food in the Infinity Castle was engulfed by him, consuming it to gain strength while fleeing. Everyone go. Even though Naka had already been killed by Muzan, Yoshiru still controlled what remained of its blood and flesh, trying to send the entire Infinity Castle to the surface. The sudden influx of demons created some distance between Muzan and Chiba Yang, and waves of demons surged towards Chiba Yang. Now proceed according to the original plan. The swordsman responsible for eliminating Muzan moved forward to assist Yang, while the others engaged in battle with the other two upper moons. The battle situation changed, and at that moment, Hikari also made a judgment, directing everyone through Yoshiru's talisman. Umeba. Jiomi rushed towards Chiba Yang with chains in hand, the meteor hammer at one end colliding with the broad axe at the other under his control, both glowing crimson. This time, we can kill them decisively, Shinjaku said with a grin as he drew the Sun Wheel's sword, rushing towards Chiba Yang. Muzan. Upon seeing Muzan, Tanjiro drew his sword and charged straight at him. Just seeing this guy had already filled his chest with rage. Meanwhile, Jinya also planned to support Chiba Yang alongside Shinjaku. However, the next moment, an astonishing sight appeared before them. Countless demons, seemingly endless, extended their claws and revealed their sharp teeth towards Chiba Yang, with some even towering nearly 4 meters high. Seeing this, Chiba Yang remained utterly unfazed, gripping the Sun Wheel's sword tightly, a more vivid red color surging from the blade, with flames as hot as the sun clinging to it. Breath of the Sun, third form, Rising Sunday. In the next instant, Chiba Yang's arm transformed into countless afterimages, with numerous arc-shaped slashes wreathed in flames flying outward in a fan shape from his body. The number of slashes is uncountable as the demons before him. Sizzle, the flaming slashes collided with the tide of demons ahead, and then it was as if he had plunged a heated iron rod into the snow. The demons being that snow on the ground, instantly beginning to melt upon contact. Ah! Sparse screams arose, and more demons were slain by Chiba Yang, turning to ashes without even having the chance to scream. The previously aggressive tide of demons was nearly wiped out in one blow from Chiba Yang, with only a few scattered demons outside his attack range managing to survive. Moreover, Chiba Yang's slashes continued past this tide of demons towards Muzan and the two upper moons. Blood Demon Art. Mist Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva. Doma, located beside Muzan, waved his fan, and a massive ice statue rose from the ground, resembling a bodhisattva with hands clasped together. The slashes continued to strike against the ice bodhisattva created by Doma, and the sound of melting once again echoed. But that huge ice bodhisattva transformed entirely into vapor, while simultaneously blocking the weakened attack from Chiba Yang caused by the tide of demons. Seeing this, Doma was utterly shocked. This move was already the strongest technique it could currently use, and it had just unleashed it with all its strength. Yet it was instantly extinguished by the attack that had already slain countless demons of equivalent lower moon strength. If the opponent had used a powerful technique to achieve such a result, that would be one thing, but it had clearly just heard the third form. To have such overwhelming power from such an early form, Doma now seemed to understand why Muzan wanted to flee and how Kokushibo had died. And it was the first time it had heard the name of this breathing style, Breath of the Sun. Such power. Chiba Yang's attack not only subdued the evil spirits, but also intimidated the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were participating in the battle. Those who were preparing to assist, like Xingming, were momentarily stunned and felt a bit dazed. Their understanding of Chiba Yang's strength was based solely on his achievements. They had hardly seen him in action. Those who had seen him fight, like Kyojuro, had only witnessed him during practice, while others, like Zenitsu, had only seen him deal with weaker demons. When facing those weak demons, Chiba Yang didn't even use his sword techniques, so naturally, they couldn't gauge his true strength. This young man's power is truly terrifying. We might end up dying here today, Lord Akaza. Doma expressed a look of fear and spoke to Akaza beside him. Just then, the already shattered Infinity Castle was thrown to the ground by Muzan, controlled by Yashiro, exposing everyone to the night sky. Chapter 151, Striking Allies Infinity Castle. Pulled from the ground by Yashiro, completely lost control and shattered, while Chiba Yang and the remaining demons inside appeared on the surface. Doma showed some fear after Chiba Yang's recent strike, but that was merely superficial. Inside, he remained unfazed. Emotions, for him, did not exist. All displayed feelings were merely a fade. After hearing Doma's words, Akaza ignored him. After being thrown to the ground, he quickly regained his balance. Although he was concerned about Kyojuro in the distance, the aura emanating from Chiba Yang made him feel the presence of death. He appeared as an ordinary person before drawing his sword, but the moment he grasped the hilt and withdrew the blade from its sheath, it felt as if the weight of the entire world pressed down on his shoulders, giving him a sense of defiance against the heavens. Moreover, he had already unleashed his blood demon art, and the destruction kill needle had activated. The once infallible needle showed no response against the enemy, not even sensing a hint of fighting spirit. The oppressive feeling was undeniably clear, yet his needle remained unresponsive, which shocked him the most. This must be the highest realm of martial arts. Akaza stared at Chiba Yang, filled with awe. Behind them, the changes occurring in Infinity Castle did not affect Muzan. After being thrown to the ground, he did not stop and continued fleeing in the opposite direction of Chiba Yang. Akaza, Doma, and the remaining demons who were not affected by Chiba Yang's attack stood in front of Muzan. Watching Muzan's figure gradually recede, Chiba Yang quickly pursued. This time, you won't escape. The Nichiren blade in his hand radiated a crimson glow as Chiba Yang kept his gaze locked on Muzan. The demons that had just escaped rushed toward him fearlessly, but in a flash of red light, the smell of charred flesh filled the air. They couldn't even delay Chiba Yang for a moment. Damn it, he's going to take them all down by himself. Kenroji became somewhat anxious. After finally arriving at the decisive battle with the demons, it would be extremely distressing if he achieved victory without doing anything. Yet Chiba Yang's speed made it hard for him to keep up. At this moment, Chiba Yang had reached the two upper moons. Akaza immediately assumed a fighting stance. Although he had realized Chiba Yang's strength, he was not intimidated. Fighting strong opponents was what he craved. Even if it meant death, he would have no regrets. Destruction kill, final form, blue-silver chaos light. Without any unnecessary words, Akaza unleashed his strongest technique. The needles surrounding his body were summoned and concentrated around him in an instant. The next moment, hundreds of missiles glowing with blue light were launched outward from him. Akaza's attack showed no reservations and had no qualms, even including Doma in the attack range. However, only he knew whether this was due to personal grudges or the limitations of the technique. Lord Akaza, I haven't dodged yet, Doma shouted after seeing Akaza's indiscriminate attack, quickly jumping aside. But even with his timely reaction, he was still struck by a missile, his head shattered just like the previous two times, though he quickly regenerated. Although it was uncertain whether Akaza did this on purpose, his actions indeed dealt a heavy blow to his allies, worsening Muzan's already precarious situation. Even though he was behind Akaza, a few missiles still flew toward him. Muzan, relying on his physical strength to withstand Akaza's attack, had no extra time to judge Akaza's behavior and continued fleeing forward. Breath of the Sun, fifth form, Hellfire Mirror Wall. Chiba Yo's peripheral vision noticed Akaza's attack, but his gaze remained fixed on Muzan. The Nichiren blade in his hand was held upright, tracing a trajectory in front of him, and the flames on the blade formed a fiery barrier that resembled a mirror. The missiles launched by Akaza merely created faint ripples upon hitting the barrier, having no other effect. The seventh form of sun breathing, mirror flame symbol, was executed as the red Nichiren blade sliced through the fiery barrier, and the flames naturally clung to Chiba Yo's blade. At this moment, the flames on the Nichiren blade obscured Chiba Yo's form, and then he swung the blade forward, sending countless fiery missiles similar to Akaza's earlier attacks flying toward him. Meanwhile, Chiba Yo did not slow down and continued to chase Muzan. Faced with the densely packed fiery missiles, Akaza managed to dodge most of them with the guidance of the compass, but he could not avoid being hit in the chest, right abdomen, and left eye, resulting in the flames penetrating his body, burning holes in his chest and right abdomen, and taking a chunk out of his head. It was difficult to regenerate. Feeling the wounds on his body, Akaza immediately attempted to regenerate. But he quickly realized that these wounds were as hard to heal as when he was struck by Kyojuro Rengoku's red blade during the Infinity Train incident. And the speed of regeneration was even slower than last time. I clearly didn't T-touch his red blade. With only one right eye left, Akaza looked at Chiba Yo, who was passing by him, in disbelief. Both Akaza and Doma were momentarily overwhelmed by Chiba Yo's assault. One of them had sustained nearly irreparable injuries upon the first encounter, while the other, though struck by an ally, was spared from Chiba Yo's attack. So, Lord Akaza was trying to save me, even at the cost of his own injury, to force me to a safe area. On the other side, Doma, upon seeing Akaza's injured body, couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion, even though it had never experienced feelings before. After pushing Akaza back, Chiba Yo did not pursue the two upper moons further. He had already clearly divided their tasks. Even if he could kill the two upper moons with his next move, there was no need to continue attacking. The most important goal of tonight's decisive battle was to eliminate Muzan, and Chiba Yo's only target was Muzan. Even an extra move would allow Muzan to escape a little further, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Muzan, you can't escape. Free from the influence of the other demons. Chiba Yo pursued Muzan with all his strength, quickly closing the distance between them. Damn it! Upon hearing Chiba Yo's voice behind him, Muzan's panic heightened. Not only was Chiba Yo chasing him from behind, but Muzan's body was still under the effects of the transformation drug, which was continuously altering its cells. Although it could immediately devour the mutated cells, it still required additional strength, and the drug that suppressed division remained effective. Faced with this situation, Muzan had little means of resolving it, only trying to decompose all the drugs within its body. Chapter 152. Who is disliked? Are these guys all useless? Why they let him catch up so quickly? Muzan cursed inwardly, puzzled that over 100 lower-ranked demons failed to hold off Chiba Yo for even a moment, especially since he had sent out the remaining two upper moons to obstruct him, yet they were quickly caught up to. After devouring the male cultist that Doma used as food, Muzan temporarily suppressed the adverse effects of the transformation drug. Turning around to see Chiba Yo almost upon him, Muzan unleashed countless spiked black blood thorns from behind. Part of the black blood thorns attacked Chiba Yo, while the other part was used as ropes to bind nearby trees, aiding in its rapid escape. Facing the oncoming thorns, Chiba Yo swung the Nichiren blade, the flames entwined around the blade, burning through the thorns upon contact, ensuring none landed on him. While countering Muzan's attack, Chiba Yo's speed did not diminish at all. Behind Chiba Yo, Akaza and Doma, after being pushed back, could not directly pursue him further because they were obstructed. That was a demon that looked as if it had blood splattered on its head. It wore a carefree smile, had a gentle demeanor, and spoke in a soft tone. The weapon it wielded was a pair of sharp iron fans. As soon as she arrived at Infinity Castle, Shinobu Kochu's attention was drawn to Doma, and the numbers in its pupils revealed that it was the second upper moon. Its appearance reminded her of Kanawo's words at the time of her death. Looking at Doma, who was holding the iron fan, all the characteristics matched up, and Shinobu was certain this was the demon that killed her sister. You are the one who killed my sister. The veins on Shinobu's forehead bulged, her anger becoming unbearable as she unsheathed her slender and light Nichiren blade. In an instant, her agile body closed in on Doma, and she thrust directly at its eye. Insect breathing, dance of the bee's fangs, true sting. Although her strength was the weakest among the Hashira, Shinobu's speed ranked among the top. Still moved by Akaza's earlier actions, Doma momentarily failed to notice Shinobu's attack, and its left eye was directly pierced by Shinobu, injecting wisteria poison into its body through the Nichiren blade. Oh dear, someone is attacking me, and it's a Hashira. It seems I can't help Lord Muzan stop that boy now. After all, I've been blocked. Doma feigned a helpless demeanor, speaking to itself, even ignoring the figures of Tanjiro and others who were rushing past to support Chiba Yang. Instead, smiling at Shinobu in front of it and saying, "Such a sharp, piercing you pierced my eyeball in an instant," however, while it praised her with its words. Its actions did not slow down. Steadying itself, Doma swiftly swung the iron fan in its right hand towards Shinobu. Blood Demon Art. Lotus Leaf Ice. Ice crystals shaped like lotus flowers condensed, releasing a cold air capable of freezing a person. Oh no! Just when Shinobu thought she couldn't evade the cold air and would have to endure it, a figure appeared in front of her. Water breathing. Sixth form, Whirlpool. The spiraling water flow blocked the cold air emitted by the lotus-shaped ice crystals. Within the swirling water was a person wearing a haori with different patterns on either side. Don't be reckless. We have the advantage in numbers. There's no need to clash head-on with it. Ju's expression remained as stoic as ever. But his language was notably more refined than usual, at least no longer provoking anger after being heard. Perhaps he had changed somewhat during battle. Mr. Tomioka. The figure in front still appeared cold, but what it said was more acceptable than before. With Ju's intervention, Shinobu steadied herself and landed on the ground. When she looked up, she found Kanawa watching her with a worried expression. "Master, let's join forces to avenge Sister Kanawa." Kanawa naturally knew about Kanaihi, and even before, Shinobu Kochu had discussed with her how to kill the demon that had murdered Kanaihi. Long ago, Shinobu had been ingesting wisteria poison in order to use her own body to kill this demon, but with their current strength, that method was no longer necessary. Looking at Kanaihi's eyes filled with expectation and dependence, Shinobu's heart trembled slightly. She too had relied on her sister, just as Kanaihi relied on her. Reflecting on the times when she and her sister had bought Kanaihi and raised her, Shinobu calmed herself down. She stood up, smiled, and nodded at Kanaihi. Then both of them turned their gazes towards Doma ahead. Tendizui had already charged in, fighting elegantly against Doma, and Inosuke had also arrived. "Mr. Tomioka, you occasionally say things that aren't unpleasant. Thank you." After saying this to Ju, Shinobu and Kanaihi rushed forward together. Ju, however, was somewhat confused by Shinobu's comment. Did I say something unpleasant before? A thought flashed through his mind, but given the current situation, he had no time to ponder, and he quickly joined the battle. Blood Demon Art. Crystal Children. Facing the siege from multiple people, Doma waved his fan, and two small ice figures that looked like him materialized, each holding ice fans shaped like the iron fan Doma wielded. One of the small ice figures blocked Tenjin, while the other intercepted Kanaihi. "Oh, this Mr. Tomioka is truly pitiful, being disliked by others. It seems you haven't been getting along well with your companions. Unlike me, who is polite and caring towards my kin. Winning the favor of all my companions." Doma had just heard Shinobu's words to Ju and showed a sympathetic expression towards Ju. At this moment, the poison that Shinobu had injected into him was already decomposed. At this time, Shinobu and Ju had gotten close, and another small ice figure that looked like Doma was created. The ice fan swung, and mist-like ice crystals attacked Shinobu. Blood Demon Art. Frozen Cloud. The ice figures created by Doma could also use his Blood Demon Art, and their power was not much different from his. Be careful. Don't inhale too much ice crystals. Otherwise, it will be difficult to breathe. Tenjin called out to Shinobu after seeing the situation. Hearing this, Shinobu quickly dodged the icy mist. Meanwhile, Ju had already reached Doma's body, and with his Nichiren blade wrapped in flowing water, he slashed at him. Water breathing. First form, Water Surface Slash. Doma quickly raised his iron fan to block Ju's attack. "It's you that is disliked, not me." Chapter 153. Doma's Strength. Ju strongly disagreed with Doma's words. Although Shinobu's earlier comment had caused him some doubt, he believed he was far from being disliked by his companions. Water breathing. Fourth form, Striking Tide. While counterattacking verbally, Ju swung his Nichiren blade forward, unleashing a series of slashes like a tide towards Doma. Blood Demon Art. Withered Garden Snowfall. Facing Ju's attack, Doma wielded two iron fans, blocking all of Ju's strikes with a series of frost-laden slashes, cold air spreading to Ju's arm, forming a layer of frost on it. How pitiful. You don't even realize you're disliked, and you're jealous enough to say I'm the one who's disliked. Seeing you like this makes me want to cry out of sympathy. Doma looked at Ju sadly, actually shedding 2 tears. In Doma's eyes, Ju was avoiding reality, refusing to admit the truth, and even being jealous enough to attack him. Is there something wrong with your head? That companion of yours just blew your head off. Is that supposed to be love? Compared to that, my companions often have friendly sparring sessions with me. So, it's you who is the disliked one. Although Ju felt the coldness in his arm, He maintained a stoic expression and once again demonstrated his excellent verbal skills. The dispute between one human and one demon over who was truly disliked erupted, with both believing the other was the one who was disliked, while they themselves were clearly loved by both humans and demons alike. Shinobu, who was fighting the ice figures, felt that the two were indeed somewhat similar in this regard. Just as Ju and Doma were engaged in combat and verbally clashing, Inosuke, wearing a boar mask, rushed in. "Mfa! Charge! Half-half Aori! I'm here to help you!" Inosuke shouted, leaping into the air and simultaneously slashing at Doma with his dual blades. Beast breathing, fourth Fong, shattering slash. The dual blades intersected, launching multiple slashes towards Doma. The cold blade light shimmering with a hint of blue. "Our fun boy has arrived." Doma showed some surprise at Inosuke's arrival, swinging his iron fan, and several ice vines entwined with ice lotus flowers sprouted from around him. Then they began to wrap around Ju and Inosuke. "These vines are so annoying. Watch me chop them all up." Beast breathing, fifth Fong, frenzied tear. Inosuke, still mid-air, spun and swung his dual blades, slicing through the entangling ice vines, which shattered into ice shards that fell to the ground. However, just as he landed, a sharp iron fan swung towards his head, with his upper body exposed. Inosuke instantly sensed Doma's attack, leaning back and touching the ground with his head, easily executing a bridge pose, dodging Doma's attack. At that moment, Ju seized the opportunity to slash at Doma, cutting a wound in Doma's abdomen, but Doma quickly reacted, stepping back to avoid the follow-up attacks from the two. Such strong flexibility, by the way. Is that boar head your mask? It's really special. Doma, who had been cut by Ju, did not panic or get angry. Instead, it smiled and praised Inosuke. Although it felt that its wound was healing a bit slower than usual, it did not feel shocked by this. Immediately after, it waved its iron fan, and two ice lotus figures appeared, gently opening their mouths to exhale a large amount of cold air towards Inosuke and Ju. "Hiss! It's so cold. These things definitely shouldn't be touched lightly." Inosuke and Ju immediately retreated upon seeing this, but just as they were backing away, a figure appeared in front of Inosuke. "Be careful." Almost at the same time the figure appeared, Ion reminded Inosuke while raising his sunwheel blade, channeling water flow towards Doma to strike. Blood demon art, scattered lotus flowers. Doma naturally noticed Ion at the side, swinging his iron fan, sending a flurry of fine ice petals towards Ion, the cold aura even showing signs of wanting to freeze the water flow on his sunwheel blade. At the same time, his other hand grabbed Inosuke's boar headpiece and retreated calmly, revealing a beautiful face. Doma's blood demon art is particularly restraining to swordsmen who use breathing techniques, and its moves are very effective in dealing with group battles. Every time he uses his blood demon art, the fine ice crystals left in the air weaken the swordsmen using breathing techniques, making it impossible for them to use their breathing techniques to the fullest, or else their lungs would suffer tremendous damage. Furthermore, with several large-scale blood demon arts combined with the crystal child technique that can create ice clones nearly equal in strength to him, it makes him unafraid of group battles. If he cannot be suppressed and swiftly killed with absolute strength, his advantage will only grow over time. Indeed, it's something like a mask, but why does your face seem so familiar to me? Doma said, looking at Inosuke's face while holding his boar headpiece, feeling a strong sense of familiarity. "Quickly give me back my headpiece. And I don't remember where I've seen you, maggot." Inosuke shouted angrily at Doma, feeling furious that the headpiece, which holds extraordinary significance for him, was now in the hands of someone he utterly detests. Unexpectedly, not only are you disliked by others, but you're also unaware of it, and you love to babble. Ion rolled his eyes at Doma and said. Hearing Ion's words, Doma put on an angry pose and retorted, "Babbling? How could that be? I think you're the one who likes to babble. My memory is astonishingly good. I even remember things from my human days. Clearly, let me show you." With that, Doma suddenly bit down on his fan and inserted his right index finger into his temple, blood trickling down his cheek from the wound. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, showing no reaction whatsoever. Gross. Inosuke was indeed disgusted by this, shocked to the point of being speechless, and Ion beside him felt similarly. The battle with Doma's ice clone was also hard for Shinobu and Kanao, who were similarly disgusted by this action. But their fight was not easy, so they didn't focus too much on it. Got it. I remember now. It was 15 years ago. Not long ago, after rummaging through his memories, Doma finally found the memory he was looking for. There was a woman who came to me holding a baby. She said her husband beat her every day, and her mother-in-law always bullied her. After all, The 10,000 worlds paradise I established provides shelter for such pitiful people. So she came to me, chapter 154, Mom. She had no parents, no siblings. So she had no one to rely on when I first met her. She was beaten badly, to the point I couldn't recognize her original appearance. Showing just how harshly her husband and mother-in-law treated her, Doma said, spinning Inosuke's boar headpiece in his hands. Inosuke, hearing this, stopped in his tracks, feeling as if a fragment of memory was surfacing deep within him, a faint figure appearing in his mind. At that time, she had already lost sight in one eye due to the beating, but her appearance returned to normal after healing. That beautiful face left a deep impression on me, and that face looks exactly like yours, just more delicate, and her expression was gentler, and it must be true. This person should be your mother. Doma nodded to himself, looking at Inosuke, his mind conjuring the image of Kano, her face identical to Inosuke's. Although a faint figure surfaced in his mind, it was too blurry for Inosuke to discern, and the most vivid memories from his childhood were still of the boar that raised him. I don't have a mother. The boar raised me, so it has nothing to do with me. Inosuke shouted loudly at Doma, currently having no impression of his biological mother, or more accurately, he hadn't recalled her yet. The bloody battle at Spider Mountain had nearly brought him to death, triggering a fleeting memory from his infancy, but as he regained consciousness, that memory also faded gradually. Hearing Inosuke's words, Doma felt a bit speechless at the child's foolishness, opening his iron fan to question Inosuke. Did the boar give birth to you? Since you were human, you must have come out of a womb, right? Also, it's not good to ambush others while they're speaking with that. Doma looked to his side, where the tip of Iyong's sunwheel blade revealed a dragon head formed from water flow, which seemed to emit a high-pitched roar. The curving water flow in the air, resembling the body of a giant dragon. Water breathing, fifth form, flowing flow. The continuously spinning flowing flow, having already gained immense power, surged towards Doma with great force. Blood demon art, mist ice, water lily bodhisattva. The technique used to block Shihaya's attack was unleashed once more. Although its might appeared slightly diminished, it was still a colossal entity for Iyong and the others. Looks like you not only enjoy slandering others, but also lack martial ethics, Doma said, looking at Iyong, who was showing an angry expression. The water dragon collided with a massive bodhisattva ice figure, nearly severing its waist. Yet at that moment, the giant ice figure's massive hand was also coming down, ready to strike Iyong with an icy handblade. In an instant, Doma vanished, rolling back to dodge the giant ice figure's handblade, an action that left Iyong feeling somewhat fatigued, especially with the fine ice crystals in the air constantly invading his body. Give me back my stuff. At that moment, Inosuke charged forward with his twin blades, trying to reclaim his headpiece. Seeing this, Iyong didn't care about his stamina and charged towards Doma again. Shouldn't you wait for someone to finish speaking? You demon slayers are truly rude. Doma sidestepped to avoid Inosuke's attack, his iron fan nearly slicing through Inosuke's belly, but it was blocked by Iyong. However, at this moment, the massive ice bodhisattva had not been completely destroyed. Rather, it was only slightly damaged. After Iyong's attack severed part of its body, the ice bodhisattva lost its balance and toppled to one side, simultaneously spewing ice crystals towards Iyong and Inosuke. Having blocked Doma's attack, Iyong found it difficult to evade, and his shoulder was affected by the ice crystals, forming a layer of solid ice. Inosuke had also reacted, quickly pulling Iyong back to avoid being hit by the subsequent attack wave. Half-half, hey Ori, are you okay? Inosuke asked Iyong with concern. Upon hearing this, Iyong shook his head, stood up, and moved his frozen shoulder a bit. The pain made him involuntarily grunt. He switched the Nicaran blade to his other hand. Although this would reduce the power of his sword techniques, his other arm was temporarily unusable, and in this short time, Iyong had saved 2 people. Actually, I never had the intention of eating your mother back then, after all. Having kind-hearted people around is quite refreshing. It's just a pity that your mother was a bit foolish, but she was really beautiful and sang very well. She often held you and sang, but never lullabies. Instead, repeating that line, let's make a pact. No changes for 100 years. After driving Iyong and Inosuke back, Doma cheerfully talked to Inosuke about his mother, Kotoha. Inosuke, who originally had no impression of her, suddenly recalled a gentle and melodious voice in his mind. Let's make a pact. No changes for 100 years. Mom promised you that before you grow up, even if she is alone, she will protect you well. Sore, Inosuke. Mom knows this will make you feel lonely, but she will protect you well, even for Dad's sake. Even if it costs her life, Mom will definitely protect Inosuke. Sweat beads began to appear on Inosuke's body, and along with this gentle voice came a blurry face. As the voice became clearer, the face also became more vivid, finally fully revealing itself. It was an extremely beautiful woman, with a face almost identical to Inosuke's, long black hair, and a gentle gaze filled with love. She looked at him with those loving eyes, and Inosuke knew that her gaze was focused on him. Mom. For some reason, the strong Inosuke, who had only shed tears when Kyojuro risked his life to protect them and was severely injured, felt as if tears were about to flow from his eyes. And the song she sang about the pact. The lyrics were different every time. She even sang it while changing to the song of the raccoon. You can't imagine how cute it was. Doma continued to talk to Inosuke about Konoha with a smile. I originally planned to keep her by my side until she passed away. But even though your mother Konoha wasn't very bright, she was quite perceptive. It wasn't long before she discovered that I ate believers. No matter how I explained, she couldn't understand my good deeds. She cursed at me, saying I had been deceiving everyone, and then she fled my temple with you. Chapter 155. The score is completed. I didn't expect that she would get lost afterward, holding you and running to the edge of a cliff, throwing you down from such a high place while you were still in swaddling clothes. She really was that foolish until the end. But don't worry, I ate very cleanly, not leaving even half a bone. Even when she returned home, she would still be abused by her husband and mother-in-law, and after getting lost in the wilderness, both mother and son would fall into destitution and die. What an unfortunate life Konoha had. Did she ever have happy times? What a meaningless life it was. Doma squinted his eyes and smiled at Inosuke, his tone seemingly full of regret. I am sorry, Inosuke, I am sorry. The figure that appeared in his mind when he was on the verge of death at the spider mountain resurfaced, and her face had become clear, her eyes filled with tears, sad and reluctant. Then she let go of her hand, her figure gradually shrinking in his sight. And what Inosuke felt next was the cold river water. My Inosuke is so cute, little chubby hands, warm little face, my priceless treasure with you by my side. Mom is really so happy. Childhood memories gradually awakened, and Inosuke's anger was rising, his veins bulging on his arms and cheeks, his body trembling with rage. What a miracle to run into you here. The heavens have eyes. I just happened to meet the bastard who killed my mother. Clenching his teeth, he glared at Doma as he raised the Nicaran blade towards him. I have to thank you for reminding me of all this. But just cutting off your neck is not enough to express my gratitude. I want you to experience true hell. Looking at the furious Inosuke, Doma still had a smile on his face. You were raised by wild boars, but you speak pretty well, Doma said to Inosuke. Just as he was about to chat a bit more with Inosuke and the others, a sudden change occurred. One of his crystallized subordinates was shattered, and the opponent of that clone was none other than the Flame Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin. Ha ha! The score is complete. I have seen through all your filthy moves. Get ready to welcome the splendid death I will give you. The Flame Hashira laughed as he shouted at Doma, the ice figure in front of him completely shattered. At the same time he finished shouting, a musical note pattern appeared on his left temple. The score, as his unique technique, once completed, allows him to predict his opponent's moves, converting the rhythm of the opponent's attacks into music. The opponent's attack habits and blind spots will be seen through by Tenjin. Just like adding chords to a song, as long as he attacks during the gaps in the rhythm, he can deal effective damage. The effect of the score is somewhat similar to that of the transparent world, and such a powerful effect also has strict conditions for its use. Tenjin must engage in a long battle with the enemy to study and judge the rhythm of their attack movements. Weak enemies cannot utilize the score at all, while strong enemies find it difficult to last until the score is completed, limiting Tenjin's opportunities to use this ability. Today's situation can be regarded as a perfect opportunity. The ice figures created by Doma completely inherit his attack habits and moves, but in terms of power, they fall short. Moreover, Doma himself had other companions to help block, making it an excellent time to complete the score. Originally, if Tenjin directly activated the pattern, he could immediately crush this clone, but he chose not to do so, intending to use this clone to complete the score. He flew to Shinobu's side, while another ice clone swung an ice fan at Tenjin, with his left hand holding a sword to block the ice fan. The other sword in his right hand turned crimson and then struck directly at the neck of the ice clone. En explosion sounded, and the ice figure resembling Doma was shattered. Let us take out this scumbag together in style. As the fastest among the original 9 Hashira, after eliminating the ice figure in front of Shinobu, he instantly appeared in front of Kanawa, also completely predicting her movements, striking her down in the gap of her attack. What an incredible ability. Doma's attention was drawn to this, and he expressed shock. You bastard. At this moment, Inosuke quickly approached Doma, swinging his Nicaran blade as he got closer. You can't hit me from that far away. Doma laughed at Inosuke, seeing the distance between them, and didn't even use his iron fan to block. However, in the next moment, the blade, which was originally some distance from Doma, suddenly elongated, and the jagged edge sliced past Doma's left ear, emerging from the other side, severing half of Doma's head. Beast breathing, ninth Fong, stretching, twisting rupture. Inosuke extended his right arm in a bizarre manner, dislocating his joints in an instant to increase his striking range, and this move indeed proved effective. Dislocating your own joints. What a reckless move. Doma realized the reason behind Inosuke's earlier attack's effectiveness as he regenerated the other half of his head and spoke to Inosuke. However, before he could fully regenerate, 5 figures had already surrounded him. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Ju had once again charged up the 10th form, sending a water dragon roaring towards Doma. Insect breathing, dragonfly dance, compound eye hexagon. Shinobu activated the mechanism on her Nichiren blade, altering the poison within, and a vast amount of toxin was ready to strike. Flower breathing, 5th form, no fruit peony. Kanawa swung her Nichiren blade, red and white slashes converging from all directions like petals of a peony. Beast breathing, 8th form, explosive charge. Inosuke had restored his joints and charged towards Doma recklessly. His gaze fixated on the demon that killed his mother, wishing to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Ah, so many people! Doma exclaimed in surprise. Blood demon art, winter ice pillar. He waved his iron fan, causing sharp ice pillars to suddenly fall from the sky towards Inosuke and the others rushing from all sides. I've already seen through your technique beautifully. At this moment, Tenjin leaped from the ground into the air, throwing many explosive pills, his dual swords swinging, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, shattering all the ice pillars above Inosuke and the others. At the same time, his body descended towards Doma, raising his dual swords. Disregarding the potential damage to his lungs from the ice crystals in the surroundings, Tenjin fully activated his breathing technique. Sound breathing, 1st form, roar. In the next moment, Shinobu's delicate Nichiren blade pierced into Doma's brain, injecting a massive amount of poison in an instant, slowing Doma's reaction slightly. Then, Ju's attack landed on Doma's waist. The constantly rotating constant flux cleanly severing Doma in half. Almost simultaneously, Kanawa's concentrated slash pierced through Doma's chest, causing his upper body to lean forward. At this moment, Inosuke also arrived, slashing upwards at Doma's neck with his dual blades. However, although he did strike Doma's neck, the force was insufficient to behead him. At the same time, Tungin's dual swords fell from the air, striking Doma's nape, and an explosive sound erupted as both pairs of dual swords plunged into Doma's neck. Am I going to die? Doma, whose body was already in pieces, felt the 4 blades embedded in his neck, but did not experience any fear. What kind of expression should I show now? Chapter 156. Butsu Doma's head was about to be severed in the next moment, and having never experienced this before, he was unsure of his emotions. However, the blades of the Demon Slayer Core would not pause. Inosuke and Tungin's dual swords pierced through Doma's neck, and his head fell to the ground. On the other side, Akaza, who had been heavily injured by Chihiobana, could no longer hold on under the combined assault of the 4 Hashira and Zenitsu. In the coordinated attack of the 5, Kyojuro's crimson Nichiren blade slashed across Akaza's neck. I've actually lost? The thought of unwillingness surged from deep within, but Akaza's body, already separated from his head, did not begin to disintegrate. No, I haven't lost yet. I can still fight. I must become stronger than anyone in this world. The intense obsession surged in his heart. Even with wounds still unhealed, even with his head already severed, he did not fall. Instead, he once again assumed a stance. A snowflake-like technique spreading out from beneath him, and everyone around him, including Kyojuro, felt a shock at that moment. Be careful. The fight isn't over yet. Kyojuro was the first to sense it and loudly warned the others. A fist surged towards Kyojuro's chest. Having just severed Akaza's head, Kyojuro couldn't defend in time. However, just as he thought he would take the blow, Akaza's fist suddenly paused. Please stop, Keibutsu and I. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang in Akaza's ear, and a beautiful woman's figure appeared from the darkness, grasping his arm. Tears filled her eyes, and she wore a hair ornament shaped like 3 snowflakes, resembling the technique beneath Akaza's feet. In that moment, time seemed to freeze in the outside world. Akaza did not recognize the woman, but instinctively, he was unwilling to harm her or shake off her hand. Let go, let go. Who are you? Please stop, Keibutsu and I. Let's go together. No, I must kill them with my own hands. Why? Because I must become stronger. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be killed without mercy. Why are you so obsessed with becoming stronger? Because if I don't find a way to become stronger, I won't be able to get the medicine needed to cure my father. Akaza felt very strange. He had never thought about this issue before, but when asked, an answer immediately arose in his heart. If I don't find a way to become stronger, I won't be able to escape with the stolen wallet. If I don't find a way to become stronger, I won't be able to fight back when being taught a lesson. If I don't find a way to become stronger, I will be captured by those officials and subjected to severe punishment. Memories of the past gradually resurfaced. A father bedridden with a serious illness. A child stealing to buy medicine for him. The harsh punishment endured after being caught. The origin of the 3 tattoos on his arm. And the father who ultimately committed suicide. Live well, you still have time to turn back. Dad doesn't want to extend his life with money obtained from stolen goods. It's all Dad's fault. I'm sorry for you. If possible, he didn't want to steal. But the money earned from working in that era was simply not enough to buy those medicines. Even if he endured 100 heavy blows that could knock an adult unconscious, even if he was whipped, even if he was beaten to the point of fractures, he didn't care. All he wanted was for his father to survive. After that, he was exiled from his hometown. As memories flowed, after venting his anger by defeating 7 adults barehanded, he encountered a middle-aged man who approached him. The middle-aged man easily defeated him and took him back to his dojo, telling him his name was Keizo. Keizo asked him to take care of his seriously ill daughter, named Rengoku. He saw Rengoku, who, like his father, lay in bed, sweating profusely and coughing incessantly. A boring past. I will definitely cure you, save you, protect you. My boring life is entirely built on a heap of meaningless words. All promises turned into lies, empty talk. Why do those suffering from serious illnesses always apologize? Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Sorry, my coughing must be annoying. Sorry, my body can't handle even a little work. They must want to take care of themselves and live like normal people. The ones who suffer the most are clearly themselves. With experience in taking care of his sick father, he took good care of Rengoku, and for various reasons, he didn't reject this job. Rengoku, like his father, always kept saying sorry, but she often ended up crying while talking. Although he knew being bedridden was very distressing, seeing such situations still made his heart ache. His life settled down here. He took care of Rengoku and learned martial arts from Master Keizo. This period calmed his heart and became a precious part of his memories. Until one day, Master Keizo called him over and said a sentence. Akaza, would you like to inherit this dojo and marry Rengoku? Rengoku has already told me she has feelings for you. At this moment, Rengoku sat next to Keizo, blushing and nervously looking down. And he felt almost the same after hearing this. Burdened with the 6 paths center tattoo, he had never properly envisioned his future, let alone fantasized that a girl would like someone like him. He remembered his father's dying words, telling him to start over. Could it be that I can really live a normal life, as my father said? This thought grew in his heart, and a small expectation wildly expanded. I will dedicate my life to protect this dojo and Rengoku. He made a promise in front of Keizo, and a few days later, he took Rengoku to see the fireworks she had always looked forward to. Under the sky filled with fireworks, he felt somewhat unreal and confirmed with Rengoku once more, receiving a positive answer again. This time, he was sure it wasn't a dream. That moment was the brightest in his tragic life, and his world was completely illuminated, like countless fireworks bursting forth. Akaza, would you marry me? Yes, I want to become stronger than anyone else and always be by your side to protect you. The dazzling fireworks will eventually come to an end, and his world turned dark once again, like a flickering candle, though weak. The father who had long provided him comfort disappeared, and the brilliant Rengoku and Master Keizo, who had given him a fresh start, also met with an accident. In the darkness, he understood the value of light. He desperately wanted to protect those who illuminated his entire world, but in the end, it was all in vain. Someone poisoned the well. They knew very well that they couldn't directly confront you and Master Keizo, so they resorted to underhanded tactics. The scene was utterly horrific. Even Rengoku's sister was poisoned to death. Chapter 157. Beg for mercy? To inform his father of his current situation, he returned to his hometown. Although he hurried back to the dojo before dark, he was still too late. Once again, he received bad news on his way home. Whenever the most important people are in crisis, I am never by their side. Running into the house, he saw Master Keizo and Rengoku lying on the floor, covered with a white cloth, their clothes stained with blood. Leaving in silence, he stormed into the neighboring swordsmanship dojo, single-handedly slaughtering all 67 disciples inside. Leaving the scene filled with dismembered limbs and entrails. Even the ceiling and walls were smeared with the victims' jaws, skulls, and eyeballs. In the end, only a maid, terrified to the point of insanity, remained in that dojo. Covered in blood, he walked like a zombie away from the swordsmanship dojo, not knowing where to go. And at that moment, he didn't think about this question either. But the arrival of Muzan decided his direction. After becoming a demon, despite having lost his memories, he continued to pursue strength. Clearly, he no longer had anything he wanted to protect. Clearly, he didn't want to continue living in this world devoid of family. Yet, he still engaged in meaningless slaughter for hundreds of years. How tragic, ridiculous, and boring this is. The past memories fully resurfaced. The reasons for wanting to become strong and hating the weak were known, and everything became meaningless. But now, even if I die, I can no longer go to the place where the three of them are. The figures of my father, Master Keizo, and Rengoku emerged in my mind. And at this moment, Akaza's heart was filled only with grief and despair. Then, let's go together to the place you want to go. Just as Akaza thought this, a familiar voice rang out. He looked up, and first, his father's figure appeared. He no longer looked as emaciated as before, standing there smiling at him. Dad, are you okay now? Do you still feel unwell? Looking at the figure in front of him, Akaza opened his mouth to ask. Seeing his father standing like an ordinary person, his emotions became excited and joyful, along with the guilt hidden deep in his heart. Dad is okay now. Thank you. Thank you, Kaneo. The other party smiled and said. Hearing his father's voice again and seeing his figure, Akaza knelt down on the ground, and at that moment, his appearance changed. The characteristics of a demon disappeared, and he transformed back into Kaneo. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry that in the end, I still couldn't become a better person. I'm sorry. Tears flowed from the corners of Kaneo's eyes as he spoke with his head down. So what? The voice in his ears changed, and he recognized it as Master Kyujuro's voice. No matter what you become, you are still your father's son and my disciple. Even in death, we will not abandon you. Kyojuro reached out his hand and placed it on Kaneo's head, smiling as he spoke. Master. Hearing Kyujuro's words, Kaneo was silent, with only gratitude in his heart. However, in the next moment, a hand grabbed his hair. Muzan's figure appeared in front of Akaza, and just as he was about to say something, his figure suddenly disappeared, causing Akaza's body to begin to collapse immediately. Thank you, Brother Kaneo, you have done well. The figure of Koyuki appeared in front of Kaneo, gently caressing his cheek. Looking up to see the figure before him, the emotions Kaneo had suppressed in his heart exploded at that moment. I'm sorry, Koyuki. It's my fault for not being able to protect you, for not being there when you needed me the most. In the end, I couldn't keep a single promise. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I beg you. Please forgive me. He embraced Koyuki, and even though he had never shed a tear after being beaten 100 times, he cried out loud at this moment. Seeing this, Koyuki gently hugged Kaneo, listening to his confession, and after he finished, she softly said, "Thank you for remembering us in the end." Seeing Brother Kaneo return to his original self makes me truly happy. Then she reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Kaneo's eyes. But she was already in tears herself, yet her expression was smiling. Welcome home, my husband. Akaza's body completely dissipated, and Rengoku and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Doma's body had also completely vanished, and the people present exchanged glances, planning to go support Chia and the others. However, just as they were about to move, the voice of Hiryu came through Yoshiru's talisman. Kabutsuji Muzan has been successfully slain by Chia. We have won. A few minutes earlier, Chia had chased Muzan for several kilometers, and, at this point, Muzan had lost a left arm and a right leg. The wounds from the sunblade and the sun breathing made it nearly impossible for him to heal. To be safe, after severing Muzan's limbs, Chia would completely incinerate them with the sun breathing, which was why Muzan had managed to escape such a distance. Its speed had slowed down significantly. Gradually closing the distance to Muzan, Chia noticed that Muzan's speed had decreased considerably, and his hair had even turned somewhat gray. Now's the time. Sun-breathing dance of the fire god. Chiba Yang's speed suddenly increased, and in an instant, he lunged behind Muzan. All that could be seen was flames scattering across Muzan's body. The 12 forms of swordsmanship were seamlessly linked together by Chiba Yang in a moment, transforming into a single sword technique. Blade marks continuously appeared on Muzan's body, and alongside the wounds left by Chiba Yang, the scars from the past, left by Yoruichi, also manifested at this moment. It was the exact same sword technique as back then. The pain in his body once again awakened memories of the past. When the flames subsided, Muzan's body had been torn into countless pieces, sliced into innumerable segments. Yet even so, he still did not die. Chiba Yang stood in front of Muzan, holding the crimson sunblade, and in Muzan's eyes, His figure completely overlapped with that of Yoruichi. However, Chiba Yang did not ask Muzan any questions, and this time Muzan no longer had the ability to self-destruct and escape. His body had been cut into many pieces, yet Muzan could still move. What surprised Chiba Yang even more was that he was manipulating his remaining body to assume a kneeling posture. "Spare my life, Chiba Yang. There shouldn't be any hatred between us. I've only seen you twice. If one of my subordinates provoked you, feel free to kill them. I can even help you. Killing me will bring you no benefit. The dead will not come back to life even if you kill me. Just let me go, and I can grant eternal life to anyone you specify, true eternal life. It can be achieved by finding the blue, and I can completely give you this opportunity. I can also provide you with the recipe for eternal life. If you let me go, I can help you with many things." Muzan spoke rapidly, unable to self-destruct and escape, the drugs still affecting him, and facing a swordsman with strength comparable to Yoruichi, the only possibility he could think of to survive was this. Chapter 158. Fallen to Hell. Muzan's actions once again refreshed Chiba Yang's understanding of the lower limits. Even Kibutsuji had never begged him like this. Chiba Yang had nothing to say to Muzan. All he wanted was for this guy to disappear. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Chiba Yang raised the Nichiren blade. The 12th form of sun breathing, Afterglow. A dim red light rose from the Nichiren blade, and a dense, slashing attack descended upon Muzan like the glow of dawn. Although the strikes were somewhat chaotic, they were extremely dense, as they needed to account for Muzan's strong vitality. This technique was specifically developed by Chiba Yang for Muzan. After their last encounter, when Muzan had escaped by self-detonation, he began developing this wide-range sword technique to ensure that even if Muzan turned into fragments, he could be annihilated. At this moment, Tanjiro and the others arrived just in time to see Muzan, now in multiple segments, being engulfed once again by Chiba Yang's attack. This is the progenitor of demons, Muzan. Having never seen Muzan before, Kaneo, Shinobu, and Jinya felt somewhat confused by the scene before them, and even Tanjiro had some doubts. As the strongest among demons, Muzan had initially turned and fled upon appearing. When caught up, he offered little resistance and was almost chopped to pieces, completely lacking the aura of a demon king. This time, Muzan didn't even manage to let out a scream. His strength had been greatly weakened due to the medication he was fighting against within his body, and his opponent happened to be a monster. How infuriating! If only he could endure for 100 years. Why did it come to this? As the last cell of his body was burned away by the flames, Muzan's consciousness gradually faded, and until the moment of death, he remained unwilling to accept his fate. "Come down, Muzan. Fall into hell, Muzan. Redeem your sins. Muzan." Countless hands reached out from the darkness, pulling at Muzan. Those who had fallen into hell because of him had been waiting for his arrival. "You ungrateful insects! It was I who freed you from your weak human bodies, giving you powerful forms like mine. You should be grateful to me. And now you want to drag me down to your level." Muzan roared, desperately trying to break free and escape, but now dead. He lacked the strength to resist and could only feel himself sinking down little by little. "Shut up, you bastard. Because of you, I killed my own beloved brother with my own hands. Even in death, I can never see him again. Even if I am never reborn, I will leave you here forever." During the final selection, Hand Demon reached out with countless arms, embracing Muzan and dragging him down. His words were echoed by the countless demons around him, who shouted in anger, desperately reaching out to tear at Muzan, pulling him down. Muzan's face and body were completely covered by countless hands, and then his entire being was submerged. On the outskirts of the demon tide, some demons watched for a while before turning to leave. Kaneo and her parents, Jealous Taro and Tamayo, the recently arrived Kamada family, and a pair of siblings. The sister wearing a cherry blossom hairpin. Because they had each other, they were not lonely or suffering here. In fact, they wore smiles on their faces. "No, I am clearly immortal. My body is no longer weak. I am about to become the most perfect being in this world. I will not die, no." In the tide of demons, Muzan's two arms were ultimately completely pulled down, his body even torn apart beyond recognition. Yet it quickly restored and repeated the cycle. The red glow gradually faded, and only a bit of ash remained in front of Chiba Yang. Feeling uneasy, Chiba Yang continued to use the 12th form several more times until the ground had crystallized somewhat, before finally stopping. Under the transparent world, there was no trace of Muzan's presence, allowing Chiba Yang to finally relax. Turning around, he saw Tanjiro and the others looking at him with expressions that were hard to describe, seemingly bewildered and questioning life. "What is wrong?" Chiba Yang turned his head and asked in confusion. "Tsich, Shimi let out a reluctant sound, and then turned his head away, no longer looking at him. The final battle ended without him even drawing his sword, which left him quite displeased. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, the opponent was indeed too powerful. He and Iwa Tsu's speed ranked among the top in the Hashira, yet they still couldn't catch up, arriving only to find that the battle had already concluded. Amiba, Xingming silently put away his weapon, and his tense emotions relaxed. The battle is over? Schwami was still a bit dazed at this moment. He had arrived later than Shimi and Xingming and only saw ashes scattered everywhere. Yang, thank you. Tanjiro stepped forward and hugged Chiba Yang, tears in his eyes as he spoke. He didn't care whether he personally avenged his family. Chiba Yang helped him kill the enemy who had caused his family's demise and turned Nezuko into a demon, which he considered a great kindness. At this moment in the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Yaozai and Horizai, who had seen the outcome through Yoshiru's talisman, were slowly recovering from their disbelief. Although Yaozai knew of Chiba Yang's strength, he never expected him to be this powerful. He was momentarily stunned when he saw Muzan begging for mercy. Once they regained their composure, tears flowed from the corners of their eyes. Yaozai's emotions were beyond excited. He had never imagined the day would come when he would witness Muzan's defeat when Chiba Yang suggested he see it with his own eyes. Thank you, Yang, he silently expressed in his heart, contentedly closing his eyes. Even though he was gravely ill and had to worry about many matters for the Demon Slayer Corps, he could finally rest easy now. Muzan Kabutsuji has been successfully slain by Chiba Yang. We have won. Horizai, with tears in his eyes, joyfully conveyed this news to everyone. Meanwhile, Nezuko, who had been left at headquarters by Tanjiro, began to undergo changes. Her sharp teeth disappeared, and her pupils were no longer slits. Memories gradually resurfaced in her mind. The deaths of her parents and siblings, Muzan's cold expression, her brother desperately protecting her, and everything they had fought alongside each other. I'm sorry, brother. Tears streamed down her face as she sat up from the bed. Ah, this little sister has woken up. Sitting by the bed, Suma exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Nezuko sitting up. Shio and Hinetsu also hurried over, excitedly surrounding Nezuko. Nezuko had fallen into a deep sleep after being injected with Tamayo's human transformation medicine, and for safety, Tanjiro had left her at headquarters after returning from their last mission. Fortunately, Tengen's 3 wives were willing to help take care of her. Where's my brother? The cells of Muzan within her body were rapidly dissolving, and Nezuko was transforming back into a human. Although her words were still a bit unclear, she could already speak. This little sister has turned back into a human. It's truly amazing. Suma exclaimed loudly in surprise upon hearing Nezuko's voice, causing Shio's ears to buzz from the volume. Thud! A fist landed on Suma's head. Be a bit quieter. We're not deaf or blind. Shio scolded Suma. Suma, holding her head and with tears in her eyes, looked at Shio with a wronged expression, thinking that she must complain to Lord Tenjin when he returned. Your brother and Lord Tenjin have gone to participate in the final battle with Muzan. They haven't returned yet. But don't worry, the strong Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps have gone. They will definitely achieve victory. Hinetsuru spoke gently to Nezuko, but despite comforting her, her own eyes were filled with worry. At that moment, a member of the Shadow Corps burst through the door, panting yet exceptionally excited as he shouted into the room. We won. Muzan has been slain, and all the adults who went to battle have come back alive. Chapter 159. Return at the entrance of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. It was nearly dawn, yet a large crowd was gathered here, including swordsmen, Shadow Corps members, and logistics personnel from the Butterfly Mansion, all waiting for the return of those who participated in the final battle. Ever since receiving the news of victory last night, they had been waiting here. The now human Nezuko stood alongside Tengen's 3 wives, waiting for their loved ones. In the distance, a white line appeared on the horizon, its edge tinged with a hint of red. The sun is rising. Goda looked at the bright light emerging from the horizon, his excitement undiminished. And the others around him felt the same. After waiting all night, they were still wide awake with no signs of fatigue. Just then, as the white line brightened, a row of figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. They're back. A keen-eyed Shadow Corps member noticed first. The first to be spotted was the tall Xingming, followed by the others gradually coming into view, 15 of them, not one missing. They're back. They're back. The crowd shouted loudly, excitedly raising their arms to greet them. Smiles on their faces, some even shedding tears. Chiba Yang and the others also noticed the people waiting at the entrance. They were initially taken aback, but then quickly reacted, smiling and waving back at them. Of course, only a small portion of them did this. For those like Iyong and Shimi, it was indeed a bit awkward. Nezuko, Tanjiro's attention was entirely focused on Nezuko in the crowd. Although there was still some distance between them, he had already noticed that her scent had changed. As the sun rose and sunlight fell on Nezuko, she showed no signs of change. Nezuko, Nezuko. Realizing this, Tanjiro murmured, tears streaming down his face, and then shouted as he ran towards Nezuko with all his might. Nezuko, my sister has become even cuter after turning back into a human. Zenitsu also saw the change in Nezuko. His face instantly flushed red, and he wanted to run over to her, but Chiba Yang grabbed him by the collar, preventing him from moving forward. You should really change this habit of yours sooner. Otherwise, I'm afraid Nezuko will definitely dislike you. Chiba Yang helplessly said to Zenitsu what? Upon hearing this, Zenitsu instantly became alert, filled with fear. He turned around and hugged Chiba Yang tightly. I don't want to be hated by Nezuko. Yang, please teach me what to do. Zenitsu cried as he pleaded with him. You should ask Tanjiro about that. He is Nezuko's brother and must know her very well. Produce. If you really want to marry Nezuko in the future, you will definitely have to get past him. Chiba Yang shrugged his shoulders and replied to Zenitsu. After hearing Chiba Yang's words, Zenitsu thoughtfully glanced at Tanjiro, then nodded, not knowing what he was thinking. In front of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Tanjiro and Nezuko embraced each other, both with tears in their eyes. I'm sorry, Nezuko. It's all my fault for not protecting you and letting you suffer so much. Seeing that Nezuko had returned to human form, Tanjiro felt overwhelmed with emotion, and he couldn't help but speak to her about the hardships she had endured along the way. The one who should be apologizing is me. I almost killed you back then. The one who has suffered the most and gone through the hardest times is you, brother. To help Nezuko become human again, Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps and embarked on this journey, and now his long-held wish had finally been fulfilled. Everything is in the past now, Tanjiro said as he released Nezuko and smiled at her. Nezuko nodded, smiling back. At that moment, the others had also arrived at the headquarters entrance, and the crowd waiting there immediately cheered and surrounded them. Tenjin was also surrounded by his 3 wives. And Suma was once again pointing at Mitsuri and crying to Tenjin, while Mitsuri was shouting at her from the side. Tenjin stood there looking utterly disheartened as the two pulled him back and forth, while Henitsuru smiled and watched them. Ju was also surrounded by a group of people. Although he didn't show much expression, he was extremely happy inside, and he had dismissed some doubts he had previously harbored. It seems I really wasn't disliked after all. The Winged Pillar and Snake Pillar were not fond of the scene. Shinobu took Jinya with her, and Kaneo took Mitsuri away quickly. If Kaneo saw Mitsuri surrounded by a bunch of men, the Butterfly Mansion would probably be overwhelmed with injured people today. Lord Chiba, congratulations on defeating Muzan and eliminating all the evil demons. Chiba Yang was surrounded by a group of excited people, one of whom spoke to him enthusiastically. Upon hearing his words, Chiba Yang smiled and nodded in response, but deep down, he felt a sense of worry. He turned to look in a certain direction, where Xiu was at the underground research facility near the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. In contrast to the lively and cheerful atmosphere at the headquarters, Xiu's research facility was unusually quiet at this moment. Yashiro, holding Shichimaru, took out a key and opened the door to the research facility. The arrangement of items inside was still the same as usual, but now it was just him and Shichimaru left. After standing at the door for a while, he walked inside and set Shichimaru down. He walked forward for a while and opened the door to the laboratory inside. The various equipment in the lab was still there, but the supplies and materials were mostly gone. In a daze, he seemed to see Tsu's busy figure inside, still as beautiful as ever. She turned and smiled at him, then disappeared again. Lady Tsu. Yashiro's body trembled slightly as he clenched his teeth and closed the laboratory door. After taking a few steps, he fell onto the cushion by the table. Sitting there, he recalled the conversation he had with Tsu just before she was about to participate in the final battle. Yashiro, help me bring a potion bottle. Suddenly, that familiar voice seemed to resonate in his ears once more, and he immediately stood up. Yes, Lady Tsuyu. After responding loudly, he quickly found a potion bottle and hurriedly opened the laboratory door again, but it was still empty inside. Meow. At that moment, Shichimaru walked over to Yashiro, looking at him with concern, and then nudged his leg with her small head. Looking at Shichimaru by his feet, Yashiro's emotions suddenly erupted. He gently picked up Shichimaru and held her in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Lady Tsu, I will live well, remembering everything about you, waiting for the day we meet again. Chapter 160. The Demon Slayer Corps disbands. The curse disappears at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Everyone surrounded the triumphant Flame Hashira and the other 5 swordsmen as they entered the headquarters amidst laughter and joy. Just then, a member of the Shadow Corps rushed over, and even her exposed eyes showed her panic and sorrow. Not good. The Lord is about to pass away. He said for all the Hashira to attend the final Hashira meeting. This Shadow Corps member choked up as she shouted to everyone, and this statement made everyone stop. The noisy sounds suddenly vanished, and disbelief spread across the faces of the Hashira. How could this happen at such a time? Chiba Yang immediately ran through the crowd towards the Lord's mansion, his heart filled with grief. The other Hashira were also shocked by the news and similarly broke away from the crowd, running toward the Kanroji mansion. Inside the mansion, Yoyai lay quietly on the couch, with bloodstains still visible on the carpet beside him. His children and Kanroji were kneeling beside him, and even though they had anticipated this day, tears still filled their eyes. And the entire room was suffused with a sorrowful atmosphere. The door to the room was not closed, and Chiba Yang was the first to arrive there. Lord, looking at Yoyai, whose chest was barely rising and falling, the joy of having defeated Muzan was completely replaced by sadness. He slowly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Yoyai. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps carries many pains in their hearts. Those who join the Corps are good kids, kind and gentle. But because of this, the sorrow of others can deeply resonate with them, and some unavoidable events can lead them to feel immense guilt. Kind-hearted people are always more susceptible to harm. You, like Kyojuro, are someone who likes to think of others. I've already heard about the mission from Sanemi. You must be feeling terrible. The scene of the Lord guiding them in the past was still clear in his mind. At that time, the Lord's physical condition was quite good, and his words were powerful. In the blink of an eye, Muzan had been defeated. Yet the Lord had become like this. Don't show such sad emotions, Yang. We defeated Muzan last night. Today should be a day of celebration. Being able to witness this day has left me without regrets. Yoyai weakly said to Chiba Yang, and even without seeing him, he could feel Chiba Yang's sorrowful emotions. I owe this all to you. If it weren't for the hope you gave me back then, I might not have been able to hold on until this day. After all, the doctor said a long time ago that I wouldn't survive. Thank you, Yang. Yoyai continued to speak to Chiba Yang, his tone still gentle, without any fear of death, expressing his gratitude. Is there no other way to cure the Lord's illness? Chiba looked hopefully at the Tianin beside the Lord, but Tianin shook his head in response. At this moment, the other 9 Hashira also arrived, and the joy of defeating Muzan vanished in an instant upon seeing the situation. Wise Eye felt their arrival and regretted a bit because of their emotions. He thought that the final meeting should have been hosted by Higurazai, and that he should not reveal his own news to the others, allowing everyone to enjoy these last few days happily. However, he genuinely wanted to see everyone one last time and express his gratitude to them face to face. Thank you for coming all this way, children. This is the last Hashira meeting. Although he felt somewhat conflicted inside, the Hashira had already gathered, so they had to proceed as planned. Jo, Shinobu, Mitsuri, Muichiro, Kyojuro, Higyu, Tenjin, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and the others, we successfully exterminated the demon last night, and the goal of the Demon Slayer Corps has been achieved. I hereby announce that the Demon Slayer Corps is officially disbanded today. Wise Eye announced to everyone, his voice rising slightly at that moment. Understood. Although the Hashira were saddened, they still responded in unison to the Lord. They had anticipated this outcome. The demons had been exterminated, so it was only natural for the Demon Slayer Corps to disband, as this organization was established to eliminate demons. Machiro, I've arranged for a map to your home. You can go back and take a look. Perhaps you can recover some of your memories. If you want to know about some situations we are aware of, Tianin will tell you later. After announcing the disbandment of the Demon Slayer Corps, Wise Eye first spoke to Machiro. He felt that his time was short and wanted to do one last thing for these Hashira who had made great sacrifices to eliminate demons as a final gift. At the same time, he had already instructed Higurazai to distribute the assets of the Kamadu family to them. Originally, the Hashira could take whatever salary they wanted, but they had never taken more. The amount they received each month was even less than the fixed salary of ordinary swordsmen. Now that the Demon Slayer Corps was disbanded, Wise Eye felt that at least they should receive the salaries that belonged to them. After Wise Eye finished speaking, Tianin took out a map and handed it to Machiro. Thank you, Lord. Machiro took the map, and despite his amnesia and lack of emotion, he felt a wave of sadness at that moment. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In a small wooden house, a child covered in blood lay on the floor, looking almost identical to him, crying as if trying to say something to him, but he couldn't hear it, only feeling that his emotions at that time were similar to how he felt now. The scene flashed by, and when Machiro tried to recall it again, he couldn't remember it at all. Kyojuro, I know about the matter with Shinobu. Now that the demons have been exterminated and Muzan has been slain, perhaps informing him of this news could lift his spirits. I wish for both of you to live in harmony and happiness, Wise-Eye said to Kyojuro. Zenitsu, the sins caused by your clan should not rest solely on your shoulders. You are also a victim, so do not always think of yourself as bearing a cursed lineage. Wise-Eye gave advice or blessings to each Hashira in turn. By the time he finished, the more emotional Mitsuri was already in tears, while the other Hashira were also moved to the point of having tears in their eyes. At this moment, Wise-Eye had little strength left. He finally said to all the Hashira, "Our Kamadu family expresses our sincerest gratitude to all of you who have risked your lives in this long journey to fight against demons for the sake of humanity." After saying this, Wise-Eye, lying on the couch, fell silent. His once faintly rising and falling chest now lay still. In the transparent world, Chiba Yang even saw that his heart had stopped beating, but his face still bore a smile. "Lord!" Chiba's voice choked, and the other Hashira realized something, kneeling before Wise-Eye and deeply bowing to him, while the sound of tears dropping onto the floor echoed, accompanied by cries. Just as Chiba lifted his head, he suddenly noticed that the poison spots on the Lord's body began to fade, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. "The poison spots on the Lord's body are disappearing. Hurry and call for a doctor," Chiba Yang shouted, and just as his words fell, the poison spots on the Lord's body had faded by more than half, and the others in the room also noticed this situation. Although Butterfly, Shinobu wanted to help. She was not familiar with the Lord's illness, and was afraid that acting rashly might lead to unexpected consequences. Upon discovering this, a glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's hearts, and someone immediately ran out to call the doctor in. In that short span of time, the poison spots on Yaozai's body had almost completely faded, and Chiba Yang also noticed that the Lord's heartbeat had returned, weak but still beating continuously, yet he still had not regained consciousness. The Lord's heartbeat has been restored. After noticing the situation, Chiba Yang immediately informed everyone. At this moment, his heart was also gradually racing in sync with Wise-Eye's heartbeat, the thumping sound clearly audible. The doctor who arrived soon after was shocked to see Wise-Eye's condition. 6 months ago, he had already determined that Wise-Eye had only a few days left to live. However, not only had he survived until now, but his condition also seemed to have improved. Seeing this, the doctor immediately knelt beside Wise-Eye and began to examine him. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. Wise-Eye's body was rapidly moving in a positive direction. A miracle! A miracle! To witness something like this in my lifetime makes it all worthwhile, the old doctor exclaimed in surprise. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe what was happening before him. The toxic spots on Wise-Eye's body had completely disappeared. Perhaps feeling that he wouldn't make it through today, he had removed the bandages, and now, with the toxic spots gone, his handsome, elegant, and gentle face was revealed to everyone. "Doctor, my lord, how is he doing now?" Chiba Yang couldn't help but ask the doctor. Although he felt that the Master's health was getting better, he wasn't a doctor and didn't dare to jump to conclusions. The others in the room were also nervously and expectantly waiting for the old doctor's response. "What's wrong with me?" Before the old doctor could answer, Wise-Eye spoke up. He opened his eyes and saw a clear image he hadn't seen in a long time. At that moment, he was still a bit dazed. The ease in his body was hard to believe. The pain that had accompanied him had completely vanished. After lying on the couch for half a year, he felt he could easily stand up now. Upon hearing the master's voice again, everyone could no longer hold back and burst into tears of joy. The curse had been lifted. Chapter 161. The eve of departure with the master's illness gone. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was once again filled with a joyous atmosphere, even more so than before. Everyone held a banquet to celebrate for a day before their farewell. Even Ju participated in this banquet at the Master's command. The pillars at the banquet were similar to the gathering after the first pillar meeting that Chiba Yang attended. Kyojuro kept shouting ants, ants, while Mitsuri happily ate. Yuzui Tenjin chose only the most extravagant-looking food, and the Kasumi pillar would stop to contemplate whether he had eaten anything after taking a couple of bites. Even when eating, Hamajima Jiomi would shed tears. Mitsuri was just as happy as ever, but this time, Kaneo had taken the seat next to her first, while the other side was occupied by Shinobu. Moreover, this time, Tanjiro and the others also joined the banquet. After hearing Chiba Yang's words yesterday, Zenitsu kept adding food to Tanjiro and Nezuko's plates. Everyone appeared cheerful, but they all understood that after today, they might have to say goodbye forever. The Demon Slayer Corps was the bond that brought them together from all corners of the world, and now that it was disbanded, It would be difficult for some of them to meet again. After the banquet, everyone gathered together and played until dusk before returning to rest. After Chiba Yo returned to his residence, Kaneo came to find him. Mr. Iguro, is there something you need? Chiba Yang looked at the little boy Nei in front of him and asked, What's up? It's nothing. We should be parting ways tomorrow. I'm just here to say goodbye in advance, Bah, Nei replied. The words that his lord had entrusted to him earlier made him feel a bit emotional. Having a good impression of me, Lee, he wanted to set aside his inferiority complex about his own bloodline and express his feelings to me, Lee, before their separation. However, thinking about his face hidden under the bandages, he ultimately couldn't take that step. Since he would be parting from me, Lee, tomorrow, feeling troubled, he planned to go out for a walk to clear his mind. Unknowingly, he ended up at Chiba Yang's side, remembering some of Chiba Yang's previous actions. Ba Nei guessed that he must have noticed his feelings for me, Lee, so he wanted to ask for his opinion. Upon hearing this, Chiba Yang invited Xiao Ba inside the house, and the two sat down. Time flies so fast. It has been nearly a year since we last gathered for a meal together. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, we would have to part ways. Chiba Yang said with some emotion, and then he suddenly remembered something and asked Shobane, By the way, Mr. Ehe, you must have expressed your feelings to Kenroji-senpai, right? After all, you should be parting ways tomorrow, and if you don't say it now, there won't be another chance. From the first time he attended the Hashira meeting, Chiba Yang noticed that Shobane seemed to have feelings for Mitsuri, and subsequent behaviors only confirmed this. Shobane fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Chiba Yang, who had originally felt reassured, also fell silent when he saw Shobane's expression. He felt puzzled. He didn't think Shobane was such a shy person. I haven't, Shobane replied, and his mood seemed rather poor. Before Chiba Yang could ask why, Shobane tore off the bandages wrapped around his face, revealing a wound that ran from the corner of his mouth to his ear. Upon seeing this wound, Chiba Yang seemed to understand why Shobane hadn't expressed his feelings to Mitsuri. Just as he was about to comfort Shobane, the latter spoke up. I am a descendant of a shameless clan that harms others for personal gain, building houses with stolen money, living in luxury, indulging in unnecessary extravagance without any sense of shame, greedy and debauched. It is said that this family has only given birth to girls for 370 years and has not welcomed a boy. From the moment I was born, I was locked in a cell. My mother, aunts, and sisters, their voices became more and more delicate, their expressions more and more exaggerated, bringing various lavish meals to my cell every day. The cell had no windows, and the greasy smell made me lose my appetite. I could only feel nauseous. At night, I could hear the sounds of some giant creature crawling on the floor, and I even felt a sticky gaze in the darkness. I was scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to close my eyes until that gaze disappeared. It wasn't until I turned 12 that I was pulled out of the cell for the first time. I was then taken to a luxurious and bright room, where a female ghost with a lower body resembling a giant snake sat like a statue. I immediately realized that it was this monster that had been quietly observing me at night. I also understood that for 300 years, our clan had lived off the wealth obtained by this snake ghost after killing others, and in exchange, they offered their children as live sacrifices to this ghost that loves to eat babies. Because I was a rare boy in the clan and had eyes different from ordinary people, the ghost was very interested in me, planning to raise me before killing me for her enjoyment. After deciding to let me live a little longer, the ghost ordered my clan to cut my mouth open to make me look like her. After finishing, she drank from a cup filled with my blood. Once thrown back into the cell, my mind was filled with thoughts of escape and survival. So I began to dig at the wooden bars of the door with a stolen hairpin. From that day on, the fear of what if I'm discovered tormented me day and night. The little snake that accidentally crawled into my cell was the only creature I could trust. After days of effort, I finally escaped from the cell. When I was caught by the snake ghost, I thought I was doomed. However, at that moment, the Flame Hashira arrived just in time to save me. The Flame Hashira took me to find the only survivor in the clan, my cousin, but she harshly blamed me, attributing the deaths of over 50 members of our clan to my failure to be a good sacrifice and my choice to escape. Her accusations had no rational basis, yet they still hurt my heart deeply. I had thought about what would happen to my clan after I escaped, but I wanted to live, so I ran away anyway. As a descendant of a rotten clan, I'm also a piece of trash. Shobane said this, looking up at Chiba Yang with a bitter smile. Chiba, do you think someone like me deserves to stand by Kenroji's side? After listening to Xiaobane's experience, Chiba Yang understood the origin of the wound on his mouth and the words that the Lord had advised him at that time. He originally thought that the other party was simply feeling inferior due to this wound, and was afraid to express his feelings to Mealy. But it now seemed that the situation was much more complicated. However, Chiba Yang did not agree with some of Zybane's words. Mr. Ehei, I believe that what the Lord said to you at that time was very correct, and your eventual escape was completely justified. You can think of it from another perspective. While your escape did indeed lead to the death of over 50 members of your clan at the hands of the snake demon, shouldn't they have died? They colluded with evil demons to harm humanity, and their hearts were even more malicious than demons. You yourself said that they were a wicked clan. So having them killed by the snake demon is clearly a way to eliminate a threat to humanity, right? Those who colluded with that snake demon ultimately died at its hands. That was their best outcome. Your actions can be said to have indirectly saved those humans who were about to be harmed by that clan. Feeling pain and confusion because of your bloodline is even more unnecessary. As the Lord said, you are also a victim. There is no need to bear the burdens of what they did, and it is even less necessary for it to affect your own life. Moreover, you have slain so many evil demons, protected countless humans, and even helped eliminate Muzan. Even if you did inherit some sins from that family, you have long since atoned for them. Chiba Yang felt a deep sympathy for Zybane's experiences, and he also expressed his views to him. After listening to Chiba Yang's words, Xiaobane felt enlightened. He had always had zero tolerance for those who colluded with evil spirits, believing they should all be eliminated along with the evil spirits. However, he had been lost in confusion after killing such people. Chiba Yang's words today helped him to turn around this mindset, and he felt much lighter as a result. But he still had another layer of concern in his heart. But I look like this now. It's too mismatched with Kanroji, Xiaobane said, recalling Kanroji's bright and beautiful smile. Thinking of the scars on his own face, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chiba Haruka never expected that Koha would also show such hesitation. He originally thought that this guy would be very decisive in everything he did. Chiba Yang helplessly said to Kobane, "Let me ask you a few questions. First, do you wish for Kanroji to live a lonely life? As far as I know, she joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a partner." The reason Mitsuri joined the Demon Slayer Corps was something Chiba Yang heard from Kyojuro, and he was shocked for a while after learning about it. "Of course I don't wish that. I want her to be happy forever," Kobane immediately replied upon hearing this. "Then let me ask you again. Can you accept Kanroji being married off to another man?" Chiba Yang continued to ask. Who wants to marry Kanroji?" Upon hearing Chiba Yang's words, Kobane suddenly stood up, his whole body radiating anger. His hand was even resting on the hilt of his Nichiren blade, ready to confront anyone if Chiba Yang mentioned a name. "It's not anyone. I'm just imagining a scenario and asking if you can accept it. However, it seems the answer is already very clear now." Chiba Yang sighed and said, "Oh, so it was a lie." Only then did Xiao Ba's anger dissipate as she sat back down. "Since you don't want to let Senior Gamlishi live alone in solitude, and you can't stand anyone else marrying her, then isn't there only one path left to take? What is there for you to hesitate about?" Chiba Yang then said to Xiaobane. After listening to Chiba Yang's words, Xiaobane thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. He sat there in silence for a while, then stood up and bowed to Chiba Yang. "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Chiba." Xiaobane expressed his gratitude to Chiba Yang and then walked out resolutely. "Wishing you success, Mr. Ehei." Chiba Yang looked at the departing figure of Xiaobane and silently wished him well. As night fell, the stars sparkled brilliantly in the sky, and the moon shone brightly. Under the night sky, two figures stood amidst the starlight and moonlight. "Your almost infinite brightness and kindness have unknowingly brought me redemption. Miss Ganlu Temple, would you marry me?" Xiaobane revealed his true self to Mirai, pouring out all his feelings. Upon hearing his words, Mirai covered her mouth in disbelief, tears of excitement streaming from the corners of her eyes. She had never expected that someone would be willing to marry her after recognizing her true self, especially someone she liked so much, given her enormous appetite and unusual hair color that had led to countless rejections in the past. Everything felt like a dream. "Yes, I do." With tears still in her eyes, Mirai smiled and nodded at Xiaobane. Under the moonlight, the two figures embraced each other. Chapter 162, A World Without Demons, and the next afternoon, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the main family, and Tanjiro and others gathered at the headquarters entrance. It was time to part ways. What does everyone plan to do next? Yang felt a bit confused at this moment and reluctantly asked the others. Xiaobane, holding Mealy's hand, looked at Yang with gentle eyes and replied, "I plan to go back to Mealy's hometown with her to open a snack shop. If we can get her family's approval, we should be getting married soon." Xiaobane had already started calling Mealy by her name, and his heart was filled with happiness. He was also very grateful to Chiba Yang for the guidance he received yesterday. Beside him, Millie's face turned even redder upon hearing his words, and she lowered her head. Too shy to speak. A snack shop really suits Senior Kanroji, but if she's there, will Mr. Ihei have enough snacks to sell? After hearing Xiaoba's answer, Chiba Yang felt a bit worried, but he didn't express it. He smiled and congratulated the two, saying, "Then congratulations to Senior Kanroji and Mr. Iguro." He then turned to Akizura and asked, "What about the teacher? I don't have any thoughts for now, but now that I have some free time, I can properly teach Chizuru." Akizura said after thinking for a moment. He was most looking forward to telling Shinazugawa the news of the Demon Slayer Corps victory, hoping it could motivate him. Among the others, Tenjin said he wanted to find a quiet place to live a normal life with his 3 wives, while Michiro planned to go to the place he was before joining the Demon Slayer Corps to search for memories. Kaname and Jinya wanted to go back to their hometown to live an ordinary life, and Kaneo planned to meet with Sada. However, Ju and Shinobu's thoughts surprised Chiba Yang a bit. "I want to become a teacher," Ju said with a blank expression. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Teaching is a profession that can easily be liked or disliked, and it requires a high level of communication skills, which seems completely unrelated to the silent Jew. Mr. Tomioka, may I ask why you want to become a teacher?" Chiba Yang opened his mouth to ask Iyong. He could already imagine some scenes of Iyong as a teacher in his mind. There was no particular reason. Iyong said, in fact, the reason he had this idea was that he had previously seen a teacher surrounded by a group of children and felt a bit envious, which led to this thought. After hearing Iyong's answer, Chiba Yang didn't pursue the matter any further. Soon after, Kochu Shinobu smiled and said, "I'll go with Mr. Tomioka." Upon hearing her words, Chiba Yang was once again taken aback. The person beside him, Xingming, nodded as if he had already seen it coming, while Kanao seemed to have anticipated it as well. Showing no surprise, just a hint of reluctance on her face. Seemingly noticing the confusion of others, Kochu Shinobu continued, "After all, Mr. Tomioka looks quite unreliable. If no one is watching over him, he might end up wearing ragged clothes, disliked by others, and alone, starving to the point of eating garbage from the ground in just a few days." LOL. Hearing this, Iyong felt like he'd been hit by 1,000 points of damage, especially when she mentioned being disliked and lonely. Originally, he was quite happy when Kochu Shinobu said she would be with him, as she was one of the few in the Demon Slayer Corps willing to talk to him. But her subsequent words made him very disagreeable. "I can't possibly be disliked," Iyong stated with some emotion. Hearing this, the others were already too lazy to retort. Okay, I understand," Kochu Shinobu replied, as if coaxing a child. Upon hearing her words, Iyong closed his mouth and stopped talking. "Nezuko and I plan to go home," Tanjiro said with a smile. "I want to go too," Inosuke shouted loudly, raising his hand after hearing Tanjiro's words. "Sure," Tanjiro happily agreed. However, Zenitsu, who had been sticking to Tanjiro and Nezuko, didn't say anything at that moment. Although he also wanted to go, what he wanted to do most right now was return to Takamiyama to take care of Kanjuro. "Yang, do you want to come too?" Tanjiro asked Chiba Yang with a smile. He, Zenitsu, and Chiba Yang basically knew each other's backgrounds. Tanjiro understood that Zenitsu should return to Takamiyama, so he didn't ask him. But he did tell Zenitsu the location of his home. Chiba Yang was taken aback by the words, and after thinking for a while, he shook his head. "I want to go back and be with my mother." Chiba Yang smiled and replied. After hearing his words, Akizukuro, who originally wanted to invite Chiba Yang to his home, fell silent. "Goodbye, children." Before parting, Yose stood at the entrance of the headquarters with his family, smiling and saying this to everyone. Under the midday sun, the crowd exchanged smiles, and then each said their farewells and left. A few days later, outside the Yoshiwara Flower Street, "I don't even know who my own parents are. Where should I go?" Koinatsu said despondently, standing opposite Chiba Yang. "Then come home with me." More than 400 years ago, standing by the rice fields, the recently departed Tsujikuni Yoruichi said to the girl with obsidian-like eyes, "Then I'll go home with you." In the end, Michiro recalled that infinite moment. Akizukuro heard the long-lost concern from Makasukuro. Jiomi-ai and Sadeko both resolved their heart knots. Shinobu revealed her gentle smile again. Tenjin and his wives returned to simplicity. Snake Love relied on each other, and Yorinobu accompanied them. Chiba Yang also returned with Koinatsu to the once empty village they had known. When they stood in front of the temple, mansion, village, and cottage, all they could say, mixed with tears, was, "I'm back." 100 years later, the stories of demons and the Demon Slayer Corps were almost forgotten, and now, the only one left who knew these things was the last demon in the world. Transformed from a human, in a house in a remote town, The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings, each framed meticulously. And all the protagonists in the paintings were the same. A woman who appeared extremely gentle and beautiful. A man was currently holding a small cat, gazing at the paintings on the wall in a daze. This man was a very famous painter named Yoshiro. At that moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and a girl walked in, her appearance almost identical to the woman in the paintings. The sound of the door opening brought Yoshiro back to his senses, but he did not turn around. Instead, he coldly said, "The paintings here are not for sale, and I won't paint for anyone else. Sorry to disturb you. I just heard from a friend that the paintings here look like me, so I came to take a look," the girl softly explained, raising her head to look at the paintings on the wall, feeling as if she were looking in a mirror. Upon hearing her voice, Yoshiro was stunned. He turned around, and the figure that had appeared in his dreams multiple times was now standing real before him. Meow, the cat in his arms, Shichimuro, jumped down and walked over to the girl, rubbing against her leg, moving as if it had met its long-lost owner. Lady Tamayo. The next day, Yoshiro, holding Shichimuro, basked in the sunlight. The last 2 doses of the transformation medicine had been consumed. Meanwhile, demons completely disappeared from the world. Synopsis: having everything taken away by demons. Chiba Yang joined the Demon Slayer Corps at the invitation of the Flame Pillar and became the adopted son of the Flame Pillar. From then on, all demons face their nightmare. The protagonist is a descendant of the Tsujikuni family, resembling Yoruichi greatly, intuitively understanding the sun-breathing technique and creating his own sword techniques.